Chapter 1: The Ghostly Girl and Her Useless Old Man. Bang! A loud bang abruptly shattered the afternoon's somber mood in the low-rent apartment building. The old, slow-responding motion-activated light in the hallway was startled by the sudden attack, flashing a dim yellow light before flickering out with a hiss as if it had run out of energy, leaving only a faint ember. The weathered composite door, its paint peeling away more tattered than Wang Etienne's passion for life, was kicked open with an unreasonable force, slamming against the wall behind it with a resolute "I don't want to live anymore" attitude, emitting a second painful groan. The dust that had accumulated above the doorframe, probably older than Wang Xinran herself, was shaken off and fell in a flurry, giving the floor tiles at the doorway, whose original color was barely discernible, a free retro treatment that exuded a sense of age. Immediately afterwards, a head popped in. What an astonishing mind it was! Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, even the rainbow would be ashamed of itself, and the color palette would have to admit it's an expert's work, exclaiming, "Master!" These colorful short hairs stand upright, full of indomitable fighting spirit, as if declaring their maverick nature to this mediocre world. Immediately afterwards, the owner of the head, Ms. Wang Xinran, slid in like an eel. Her denim outfit perfectly exemplified the saying, "Fabric is valuable, but rips are even more valuable." Knees, elbows, outer thighs all were covered in carefully designed holes, revealing healthy, tan skin underneath. She wore a pair of studded boots with soles so thick they could be used as bricks, which made a clanging sound as she walked, intertwining with the dissatisfied buzzing sound from the hoverboard under her feet, forming her unique entrance background music. A trace of cheap, blue energy flame, mimicking ghost fire, still lingered at the skateboard's exhaust nozzle. A faint smell of ozone from burning energy permeated the air. Clearly, the arrogant drifting and parking maneuver that almost sent the trash can flying downstairs was the work of this thing. "Dad! Send me money! I'm in dire need of help. Hurry, my gear is about to drop." Wang Xinran was like a small tornado carrying a sandstorm. She whooshed to the center of the cramped living room and stopped precisely in front of the sofa. Her gesture of reaching for money was incredibly smooth and confident, her eyes gleaming with a righteous light that seemed to say, "If you don't give me money, you're hindering the evolution of human martial arts and becoming a sinner who will kill the future female martial emperor." She was clearly a seasoned veteran. On the sofa, Comrade Wang Etienne was sprawled out in an almost liquid posture, earning him the nickname "human-shaped old man pancake." He was wearing a faded old man's shirt with a loose, wavy collar, and a few blurry letters printed on the chest, which could be vaguely identified as YOLO, seemingly a remnant of some kind of trend culture from a century ago. On the small coffee table beside me, an aluminum can bearing the old trademark Fat House Happy Water faithfully emits delightful little bubbles. His fingers idly traced lines in the air as a dimly lit screen projected onto his face, playing a loop of absurd videos from a century ago. The catchy melody of "Chicken You're So Beautiful" and the electronic music of "Genie Is So Beautiful" wafted out faintly, creating a strong sense of temporal and spatial dislocation with the art style of this futuristic martial arts world. He lazily raised his eyelids, his gaze first falling on the colorful cyber palette, then sliding to the young face that was still radiant with youth, a face that seemed to scream "pay up." Finally, it turned into a deep sigh, filled with the endless helplessness and heartache of an old father. "I'm talking about Ran Ran." Wang Etienne spoke, his voice hoarse from just waking up, and numb from being repeatedly battered by life. "Your hair, is it that non-mainstream civilization has achieved a great revival on our heads, or are you planning to become a lifetime honorary substitute for traffic lights? Goodness, even traffic lights would call you a professional after seeing you, and would almost give you the center position on the spot, and even kowtow to you. You don't know anything. This is called trend. It's an attitude. It's a declaration of individuality. It's a courageous act that breaks through conventional views." Wang Xinran immediately switched to defensive counterattack mode, her little mouth chattering away at a speed like a Gatling gun. "Hurry up, stop with your old-fashioned aesthetic critiques, VIP me 500. Wait, no, it's 1000. I've got my eye on a new Swift Wolf rune sticker. The official description says it slightly increases movement speed. It's so cool, you know? Absolutely amazing. When those newbies at my school see it, they'll all kneel down and sing Conquer, and shout, 'Sister Ran is awesome.'" 1000? Wang Etienne, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, tried to straighten up from his old man pancake position, but unfortunately, he lacked the strength in his lower back and could only complete the starting motion of a sit-up before collapsing back down. "Do you think I'm a walking, unlimited money printing machine, or did I suddenly awaken an S-level talent of turning lead into gold? Daughter, let's be honest, you've almost ripped off my pension this month. If you keep doing this, your dad will be starving. And the northwest wind is a mutated version now, it'll give you diarrhea if you drink it. While bitterly denouncing the situation, he slowly rummaged under his bottom like he was taking out a family heirloom, eventually prying out an old cell phone with a screen shattered into an exquisite spiderweb pattern, which looked older than Wang Xinran. That phone's design would be considered a modern artifact even in a museum. Stop. Stop. Damn. Wang Xinran immediately responded with a triple refusal, plus her signature super duper wide-eyed roll, with the whites of her eyes making up a whopping 90% of their surface area. Are you on repeat that old-fashioned rap song from 100 years ago again? My ears are practically calloused from hearing it. It's the 103rd year of the High Martial Era. Do you even know what an era is? Strength reigns supreme, individuality is liberated. Might makes right, good looks, oh no, strong personality is also part of fighting power. Don't you understand, my good-for-nothing dad? Your retro values of frugality is a virtue, and being low-key ensures safety have long been biodegraded in the dustbin of history, turning into fertilizer to nourish mutated ivy. Chapter 2, Year 103 of the High Martial Era. Wang Yitian was rendered speechless by his daughter's barrage of words. He could only shakily unlock the old-fashioned phone with his fingerprint. The unlocking speed was frustratingly slow while muttering to himself as if reciting some long-lost incantation. 100 years ago, your dad could surf the internet and have passionate online battles with silly netizens from all over the world, chatting and laughing. Now, forget about surfing. I can only doggy paddle a few times in the river of memories, splashing around and making no real use. In this messed up world, even drinking a genuine, unadulterated sugary drink is almost something that needs to be declared an intangible cultural heritage. The phone seemed to freeze for a moment before a crisp, heavenly notification sound rang out. Federal Bank successfully transferred 1,000 yuan to account ending in 1314 Wang Xinran. Current balance, 58.8 yuan. Alright. Thanks, Dad. Love you, Mua. Heart emoji. The notification sound of the money arriving in her account was more uplifting than the world's most magnificent battle hymn. Wang Xinran instantly switched seamlessly from debt collector mode to caring little cotton padded jacket mode, her smile as bright as the midday sun, dazzling to the eye. She blew a kiss through the air, her movements fluid and natural, almost like she was performing some kind of profound level movement technique. Just you wait and see in the next monthly assessment. Your daughter, Wang Xinran, will definitely break into the top 100 in the grade, bringing glory to our Wang family and making you proud. I'm off, my buddies are still waiting downstairs, or the good spots for the martial arts trial class will be gone. Before she finished speaking, she had already made an extremely graceful turn, and with her buzzing hoverboard that seemed to be urging her on, she whooshed out the door as if being chased by several mutated hunting dogs. The movement was so fast that it left only a colorful afterimage and a faint smell of ozone. Spend wisely, those stickers might be a scam, be careful, don't get into fights, if you can't win, just run, it's not shameful. Wang Yitian's pale and powerless admonition was cleanly and decisively shattered in the small living room air by another merciless loud bang as the door slammed shut, leaving not even an echo. The world seemed to fall silent at that moment. Wang Yitian remained in a semi-paralyzed position, gazing at the door panel that was still trembling slightly, as if silently telling its tragic fate. He shook his head helplessly, the movement so small as to be almost invisible. His gaze drifted away somewhat vacantly, past the small window with dust still clinging to its sill, and into the bizarre and fantastical world outside. Outside the window, it was a typical urban scene in the 103rd year of the High Martial Era. The streamlined, silver-skinned, suspended train silently and swiftly traverses the steel jungle of towering skyscrapers. A giant holographic billboard projects the agile figures of popular martial arts idols and dazzling martial arts demonstrations, with advertising slogans interwoven with energy beams flickering. However, upon closer inspection, one can find that the foundations of many buildings are unusually thick and robust, with obvious signs of later reinforcement, and some rune imprints remain on the metal surface to resist impact. Further away, on the edge of a modern building complex, the remains of some truly ancient skyscrapers, dating back a century, stand silently like tombstones of civilization, pointing towards the sky. Their surfaces are covered by cold-resistant, mutated vines and moss, silently recounting the catastrophic history and the great upheaval of civilization known as the Great Cataclysm. The soundproofing in this low-rent apartment is practically negligible. Soon, the roar of Wang Xinran's signature, illegally modified hoverboard engine echoed from downstairs, along with her booming, slightly roguish shouts, "We're off! We're off! Destination, Storm Martial Arts Gym Trial Class, guys, get on board. Today we're going to make that new, arrogant instructor cry. Let him see what the harsh realities of society are like. Oh no, I mean, the passion of the future's flowers. The sound of the engine faded into the distance, eventually disappearing into the background noise of the city. The world has returned to a kind of silence amidst the noise, belonging to the lower classes. Wang Etian slowly withdrew his gaze. The helplessness and slightly pathetic air on his face, a result of being battered by life, quickly dissipated like the receding tide, replaced by a calm and profound presence that seemed out of place in this dilapidated low-rent apartment in the old man's shirt he was wearing. He reached out, picked up the can of soda from the coffee table, and took a small sip. The cool, sweet liquid slid down his throat, bringing a brief and illusory sense of comfort. In the room, the mesmerizing and persistent background music from a century-old viral video still echoed lonely. "You're so beautiful, baby, you're so beautiful, chicken." To the eerie background music, Wang Etian gazed out the window at the sky, a blend of ruins and rebirth, technology and martial arts, and murmured in a voice only he could hear. 100 years. Time flies faster than a mutant rabbit. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, as if they were piercing through the window before him, seeing the distant past and some unspeakable future. Where was the trace of that timid, useless father who was completely dominated by his daughter in his eyes just moments ago? Chapter 3: Antiques from 100 years ago. Downstairs, the distinctive, tuberculous engine roar of the Ghostfire skateboard finally faded into the depths of the city's background noise, its long trailing echoes echoing outwards. Wang Etian remained in that old man pancake slumped posture for a full 3 minutes without moving. If he hadn't unconsciously tapped his fingers on the sofa armrest, one might have suspected that he had suffered a heart attack and passed out because he only had 58.8 yuan left in his account. In the room, the catchy melody of a viral video from a century ago was still stubbornly playing on repeat. "You're so beautiful, chicken. Baby. You're so beautiful, chicken." TSK, 100 years have passed, and this thing has become my personal background music. Who can I complain to? Wang Etian finally moved. He slowly reached out and turned off the dim screen that was giving him a headache. The world is finally quiet. All that remained was the faint hum of the levitation train speeding through the air outside the window, and the dull thud of some large machinery on a construction site in the distance. His gaze returned to the small window. The sky outside the window is a peculiar mixture of colors. Nearby, a high-tech protective force field rippled with a pale blue light, while in the distance, rust-red clouds, remnants of energy dust from a century-old war, lingered year-round. Several newly built skyscrapers, covered entirely with adaptive solar panels, reflect a dazzling metallic sheen in the setting sun, their sleek lines exuding a futuristic feel. But among these brand new buildings are some old neighbors with a completely different style. Some are obviously antique-style buildings with flying eaves and brackets, and there are even stone beasts on the eaves for early warning and defense. What's even more amazing is that a huge, wooden observation deck suddenly protruded from the waist of a glass curtain wall building that is at least 300 meters tall. A flag with the 4 characters Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School embroidered on it was flying in the wind. It was such an eclectic mix, so full of cyberpunk vibes. Ancient eaves have sprung up in a concrete jungle. This magical realism style is so cringeworthy every time I see it. Wang Etian muttered under his breath, picked up the can of soda, and took another gulp. The icy liquid seemed to ignite some deeply buried memories. His gaze began to vacant, his focus unfocused, as if piercing through the glass in front of him and projecting into a more distant and absurd time and space. He twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was more like a grimace. If I had known the time travel package would be this rip-off, I would never have clicked that confirm button back then, even if you beat me to death. His thoughts drifted back to that moment that changed everything. It seemed to be just an ordinary weekend afternoon. The exact date is blurry now, but I remember he was sprawled out in his rented apartment in 2023, scrolling through funny jokes from netizens while drinking, well, I think it was some kind of soda. Then what? I think I accidentally clicked on a flashy-looking pop-up webpage ad. The titles are trashy scams like, "Do you want to experience a different life?" The next second, he was gone. It wasn't a physical disappearance, rather, it was a detachment of consciousness, which was drawn into an indescribable, colorful vortex. Just when he thought his soul was about to be torn into noodles, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang in his mind. Time travel program initiated. Target anchor point calibration in progress. Warning. Encountering unknown spacetime turbulence. Coordinate shift. Repositioning. Then, like an unlucky guy strapped to the front row of an IMAX theater, he was forced to watch an epic documentary at super fast speed. He watched as the sky of the once bustling, neon-lit modern metropolis was suddenly torn open, and all sorts of bizarre and whimsical alien creatures fell down like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Missiles roared, and explosions sent flames soaring into the sky. Those skyscrapers that once represented the pinnacle of human civilization collapsed like building blocks. The internet was down, the power was out, cell phones were useless, and social order collapsed so drastically within days that even one's own mother wouldn't recognize them. Just when humanity was on the verge of collapse, a turning point appeared. Ancient texts, legendary breathing techniques, strange jade pendants unearthed from tombs, suddenly began to manifest their power. Some people inexplicably felt so-called spiritual energy or primal energy, and their bodies began to evolve. They could crack stone tablets with their fists and feet, and even control wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Martial arts, a concept that originally existed only in novels and movies, has taken up the mantle of continuing human civilization atop ruins. Wow, a 3D live-action IMAX blockbuster, 100 Ways to Die in Human Civilization plus The Rise of Martial Arts, I Am the Savior, an immersive experience. The ticket price is absolutely worth it. Wang Yitian still feels lingering fear when he recalls that movie-watching experience. It felt like being forced to drink a whole bottle of erguo, to a type of Chinese liquor, and then shoved onto a roller coaster on an endless loop. Just as this chaotic documentary was playing, showing humanity barely managing to gain a foothold through its nascent martial arts and entering a standoff with the alien races, the mechanical voice that had captured him rang out again. World background loading complete. System power insufficient, entering forced hibernation maintenance. Wishing you a pleasant new life. Happy my ass. Wang Yitian wanted to curse, but then everything went black and he knew nothing more. When he woke up again, he found himself standing on solid ground, well, on fresh ruins. The time frame was several decades after he had traveled through that moment. The world had become the grotesque place he now saw, a grotesque fusion of technology and martial arts, an aesthetically distorted Frankenstein's monster. And he, gloriously, became an unregistered person. No identity, no money, and no skill to survive in this world of advanced martial arts. His limited knowledge of internet surfing and his skills at slacking off from the 21st century are completely useless here. Starting with just a pair of underwear, and having to scavenge for all your equipment, those stories in novels are all lies. Wang Yitian sighed. During that time, he was worse off than a stray dog. He barely survived by scavenging for expired nutritional paste in garbage dumps and hiding from low-level alien beasts and more dangerous human raiders on the edge of ruins. Just when he thought he might become a disgrace to transmigrators and starve to death in a foreign land, he met Wang Xinran's mother, a woman who was also scavenging for food in the ruins, with eyes as fierce as a wolf cub and unbelievably beautiful. Back then Wang Yitian's eyes became somewhat complicated, with a hint of nostalgia and a bit of gritted teeth. He was quite a character. Not much of a talker, but ruthless, even more so than me when it came to stealing. We were brothers in misfortune? No, were we in cahoots? That doesn't seem quite right either. In short, two lonely souls struggling to survive in the ruins of a post-apocalyptic world somehow came together, seeking warmth and comfort in each other. Their days were filled with constant anxiety. They didn't know if they would see the sunrise tomorrow. But strangely enough, during that period, although it was incredibly tough, there was also a simple sense of peace. Later, Wang Xinran's mother became pregnant. Then, on a stormy night with thunder and lightning, perhaps some martial arts master was undergoing tribulation, Wang Xinran arrived in this incredibly messed up world, crying loudly. Wang Yitian began to mutter to himself. When you were first born, you were all wrinkled and looked like a little monkey. You were so ugly that I almost couldn't bear to look at you. A smile involuntarily appeared on Wang Yitian's face, but it quickly disappeared. Your mother named you Xinran, saying she hoped you would prosper and flourish, and, well, anyway, it means good things. The birth of the child seemed to bring about some changes to the silent and fierce woman, as well as some anxieties that Wang Yitian couldn't understand at the time. She began to go out more desperately to find supplies, sometimes returning injured, and the look in her eyes became increasingly complex. Not long after Wang Xinran celebrated her first birthday, on an ordinary morning, Wang Yitian woke up to find the bedside empty. That woman vanished as if she had evaporated into thin air. She left behind only a crying infant and a completely useless Wang Yitian. Damn it! Wang Yitian cursed under his breath. Even after 100 years, the memory of that morning still made his heart ache. He just left without a word. He was really carefree. He was once devastated and even somewhat self-destructive. I'm already living like a dog, how can I raise an even smaller burden? He even considered sending Xiao Wang Xinran to the entrance of a survivor settlement that seemed more reliable. But when he looked into those bright black eyes that resembled his mother's, and saw the little thing give him a toothless smile, his pitiful conscience stirred for a moment. Forget it, I'll just treat it like a real-life post-apocalyptic simulation game, the kind that starts on hell difficulty. That's how he comforted himself at the time. In order to support this little tyrant, Wang Yitian had no choice but to bite the bullet and do the thing he least wanted to do. I joined a small survivor settlement and barely managed to earn a little food and points by doing odd jobs and hard labor, and even almost died in a small-scale attack by alien beasts. Later, as the situation stabilized somewhat, humanity established a relatively stable city-state system. Relying on the rudimentary martial arts knowledge he had learned while watching movies back then, and through his own trial and error, he somehow managed to become a low-level martial artist. He also gained the title of retired due to injury because of a battle to protect the settlement, mainly due to luck. He managed to finish off an enemy. This gave him the right to receive a monthly pension. Although the money is pitifully small, at least it's stable. With that little money, he acted as both father and mother, raising that wrinkled little monkey into the colorful ghost fire girl who can make him so angry that he gets high blood pressure. Sigh. Raising a child is not easy, I sigh all day long. Wang Yitian rubbed his slightly sore eyes, feeling that the past 100 years he had lived were like a condensed version of the passion of an old father. Other people who transmigrate become overpowered protagonists, invincible and dominating everything, but I'm stuck with being a full-time stay-at-home dad, and the kind who's in debt. He looked out the window at the magical sky, his heart filled with mixed emotions. There's a longing for that ordinary era, a rant about the absurd setting of this world, and complex emotions towards the woman who left without saying goodbye. But more than anything, there's a weary sense of peace, watching my daughter grow up, a place that, though chaotic, is at least a place where I can make a living. Forget it, why think so much? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I managed to raise this little darling safely and prevent her from growing up into an antisocial personality. I guess I've done right by myself. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, trying to shake off those old, trivial memories. Although we're a bit poor, a bit pathetic, and my daughter dislikes me a bit, at least we still have a home. Just as he was about to slump back onto the sofa, contemplating whether to have braised beef or shrimp and fish cake-flavored compressed biscuits for dinner. Ding! Detected a deep, unspoken paternal love like a surging river, as profound as ancient stars accumulated within the host's body. A cold, abrupt, yet inexplicably mocking mechanical voice exploded in the depths of his mind without warning. Wang Yitian shuddered and almost jumped off the sofa. The father's love system, sensing this call across time and space, is officially binding. Wang Yitian? He stood frozen in place, his eyes wide like saucers, only one thought remaining in his mind. Holy crap! My cheat code, delayed for 100 years, finally arrived? Chapter 4 System: A Father's Love. Wang Yitian froze completely, like a sculpture instantly petrified, with only his eyes trembling slightly from shock. The cold, slightly irritating, and teasing voice in my mind lingered for days. No, it was still buzzing. Binding in progress 10%, 50%, 100%. Binding successful. Dear host, congratulations on becoming the sole designated user of the Father's Love System. May the radiance of fatherly love illuminate your path forward. Heart emoji. The last flashing, cheesy static heart-shaped image that popped into my head almost killed Wang Yitian. Wait a minute. Wang Yitian finally snapped out of his daze, abruptly sitting up straight on the sofa, his movements so fast he almost broke his old bones. He instinctively looked around, then pinched his thigh hard. Hiss. He gasped in pain. It's not a hallucination. It's not a mental disorder caused by his long-term consumption of expired nutritional paste and compressed biscuits. It's definitely not some despicable bastard downstairs using the latest brainwave prank device to mess with him. It's true. That delay took him from a fresh-faced youth to gray-haired, well, thankfully not gray-haired yet, but his mentality had aged considerably. The legendary transmigrator perked the system. It finally arrived in my account. Heavens above, earth below. Which passing fairy has finally remembered me, this forgotten child left behind in another world? Wang Yitian was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He felt that all the grievances and frustrations he had suffered over the past 100 years were worth it at this moment. Although the interest rate was a bit low, at least I got my principal back, and I even got a fancy-looking freebie as a bonus. System, bro? Are you there? Say something. He tried to shout it out in his mind, like a child receiving a new toy for the first time. Hello host, this system is at your service 24/7, ready to assist you at any time. No need to shout, communication is sufficient. smilingservice.jpg. The system's response still carried that formulaic coldness, but the smiling service emoticon seemed to have a sinister undertone no matter how you looked at it. Okay, telepathic communication, keep it low key, keep it low key. Wang Etian rubbed his hands together, excitedly pacing around the cramped living room twice, almost kicking over an empty can of soda. System bro, look at me, I've been waiting for you for 100 years. I've been through so much already. Shouldn't you do something for me? A newbie gift pack? Divine artifacts and skills? Or just give me a boost to Martial Emperor cultivation so I can experience the thrill of dominating everything? His mouth was practically watering, as if he could already see himself punching the Nanshan nursing home, kicking the Beihai kindergarten. No, he was punching the alien emperor, kicking the human traitor, and standing at the top of the world receiving the worship of all. The host's urgent needs have been detected. A system voice announced, generating your personalized attribute panel and core rule descriptions. Please remain calm and avoid cerebrovascular accidents due to excessive excitement. This system does not provide emergency medical services at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a light blue, technologically advanced light screen was projected directly onto Wang Etian's retina, as clear as if it had been there naturally. Father's Love System version 1.0. Host, Wang Etian. Current state, inactive associated with the state of the bound object. Physical condition, 28 slightly higher than the average elderly salted fish. Spirit, 99 having weathered a century of vicissitudes, its mental resilience is still acceptable. Charm, 15 long-term homebody, social attributes are almost non-existent. Luck, time travel delayed by a century, bound to the girl with will-o'-the-wisp, the host will experience it for themselves. Overall assessment, a seasoned father who has weathered many storms and has a positive mindset in his own opinion, with untapped potential mainly depending on his daughter. Wang Etian looked at the appalling attribute panel, especially the glaring lucky, and his lips twitched. System brother, isn't your evaluation a bit too honest? What's the meaning of the annotation in parentheses? Also, where's my realm? Why is it inactive? Core rules explanation. Rule 1, Realm Binding. The martial arts realm of the host, Wang Etian, will be linked in real time to the bound object, your daughter, Wang Xinran, and will permanently remain 2 major realms higher than the bound object. Rule 2, Invincible within the same realm. Under any circumstances, the host possesses absolute suppressive power within the same major realm, ignoring minor differences in rank, and can easily achieve instant kill. Rule 3, Love is the driving force. Some advanced system functions, lottery opportunities, etc., will be linked to the fatherly love value expressed by the host, including but not limited to verbal encouragement, material support, crisis rescue, etc. Wang Etian stared at the 3 core rules, his eyes wide like saucers and his mouth agape enough to fit a goose egg. 2 major realms of permanent advancement? Invincible in the same realm? What kind of divine rules are these? Doesn't this mean that as long as my daughter keeps advancing on the path of cultivation, I can level up while lying down? She's a martial artist, I'm a grandmaster. She's a martial arts instructor, I'm a great grandmaster. If she ever works hard and becomes a martial emperor, wouldn't I directly surpass the martial emperor and achieve an unprecedented realm? My goodness. Wang Etian felt his heart race and his blood pressure soar. Happiness had come too suddenly, like a fountain of joy splashing over his head. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I knew it. God still loves me. Although it's a little late, this golden finger is thick enough. Hard enough. Outrageous enough. He was so excited he was practically dancing with joy, almost bursting into song. After all these years of playing it safe, I can finally continue to play it safe and be a big shot? No, I mean, strategically play it safe. This is practically the ultimate cheat code tailor-made for a steady player like me. Daughter, you're truly my lucky star. I'll definitely treat you like an ancestor from now on. I'll cherish you like a daughter. The more he thought about it, the more wonderful it seemed. He could already see himself wearing golden armor and riding on colorful auspicious clouds. No, he was wearing an old man's shirt and flip-flops, casually slapping away a martial emperor. Back then, who would dare call Wang Etian a good-for-nothing? He'd write the word good-for-nothing on a plaque and hang it at the entrance of the World Government Building. Ding! Detected severe emotional fluctuations and abnormally elevated vital signs in the bound object Wang Xinran, indicating an external threat. Urgent mission issued. Mission title, Fatherly Love is like a Mountain, Emergency Rescue. Mission description: your beloved daughter, Wang Xinran, is being extorted by a 3-person enemy martial arts team near the 3rd Street of the abandoned Western District. The enemy's highest cultivation level is late-stage martial artist. Your daughter is bravely resisting, but the situation is critical. Mission objective: depart immediately to rescue your daughter and defeat or eliminate all threats. Task rewards: new player gift pack X1, fatherly love value plus 100. Mission penalty: failure to rescue will result in the random deduction of one of the host's bodily functions, e.g., hair, sense of taste, or some important male function. The system notification sound was like a thunderclap, instantly waking Wang Yitian from his beautiful fantasy. The abandoned urban area in the west of the city? An opposing martial arts squad? Late stage of the highest level of martial arts? Ran is in danger. The ecstasy, excitement, and boundless anticipation for the future vanished without a trace at this moment, replaced by a chilling cold that shot straight from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, and a raging fire. Wang Yitian's smile froze instantly and then disappeared. His eyes, which were usually somewhat cloudy and lazy, became as sharp as 2 drawn swords at this moment. His lazy temperament vanished, and his spine straightened instantly. An indescribable sense of oppression spread out from him. Although he hadn't really fought in 100 years, and although he had always played the role of a useless old man, deep down, he was still the survivor who crawled out of the post-apocalyptic ruins of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. She was the ruthless person who once dared to bare her teeth at a mutated wild dog to protect the cubs in her arms. You dare to harm my daughter? Court death. System. Navigation. The fastest route. Wang Yitian's voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth, and carried an aura of ruthlessness unseen in a century. Navigation activated, optimal route planned. Estimated distance 3.2 kilometers. Note: host's current realm has been activated. Based on the bound object Wang Xinran's early stage martial artist status, your realm has automatically increased to early stage grandmaster. Almost the instant the system notification sounded, Wang Yitian clearly felt a vast and pure power erupt from the depths of his body like a dormant volcano, surging into his limbs and bones. The previously sluggish meridians were instantly cleared, the parched chi sea was filled with surging yuan energy, and the 5 senses became more acute than ever before. He could even clearly hear the sound of a mutated flying insect flapping its wings hundreds of meters away from the window. Is this the power of a grandmaster? After a moment's adjustment to the sudden surge of power, Wang Yitian's lips curled into a cold and ferocious smile. Late stage of martial arts? Is that impressive? He muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the west side of the city outside the window. Today, I'll show you blind scum what it means to be invincible in the same realm. Before he finished speaking, his figure blurred, and instead of going through the door, he smashed through the old window of the low-rent apartment like a ghost. The sound of shattering glass rang out crisply, and Wang Yitian's figure turned into a blurry afterimage, speeding towards the abandoned western district of the city at a speed beyond human comprehension, following the optimal route marked by the system. A century of forbearance, a century of compromise, all of that was completely forgotten at this moment, for the sake of his daughter. A good-for-nothing dad? No, from this moment on, he is a protective and doting master father. Chapter 5: Unrivaled in the Same Realm, Daddy Arrives. Realm classification: Martial Artist, Martial Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Emperor. Wang Yitian felt like a humanoid rocket with its butt on fire. No, even a rocket isn't that fast. Just as he smashed through the window and his body soared into the air, the immense power known as Early Stage Grandmaster surged forth like a flood bursting its banks, or like a volcano that had been suppressed for a century, coursing through every inch of his body. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. The muscle fibers were throbbing with joy, the bones were emitting a faint hum, and the previously somewhat cloudy vision became crystal clear. Even the dust particles floating in the air could be seen clearly. The wind whistled past my ears, and below me, a cluster of buildings, tiny as building blocks, rushed past. Holy crap! Is this what it feels like to fly? Wang Yitian roared inwardly, his adrenaline surging. He was initially worried that he wouldn't be able to adapt to the power he had suddenly gained, since he hadn't used martial arts for 100 years. But strangely, this feeling of wielding immense power carried a strange sense of familiarity. It was as if some dormant switch inside him had been turned on with a click. Muscle memory? Or is it a hidden perk that comes with time travel? Who cares? I don't have time to think about that right now. Navigation in progress. Turn left in 300 meters to enter the abandoned energy pipeline, which will shorten the distance by 0.5 kilometers. The system's notification sounded calmly in my mind. Wang Yitian's eyes narrowed, and his body twisted violently in mid-air as if defying the laws of physics, crashing into a huge, dark pipe opening about 1 meter in diameter with the precision of a swimming fish. The pipe's inner walls were covered in sticky, foul-smelling grime, but he was moving extremely fast at the moment. The master-level elemental energy flowing naturally around him formed a thin aura that kept all the filth out. Awesome! This is 1,000,000 times more thrilling than riding a hover taxi. While navigating the dark pipes at lightning speed thanks to his exceptional perception, Wang Yitian still had time to make sarcastic remarks. He felt as light as a feather, yet contained explosive power. Is this what a grandmaster is? I'm in love. In less than a minute, he saw the light at the end of the pipe. Approaching target area, 3rd Street, abandoned district, west of the city. Warning, intense energy fluctuations detected. The bound subject's vital signs remain in a high-risk state. The system's warning made Wang Yitian's heart tighten, and all his distracting thoughts instantly vanished. Ran, hang in there. Daddy's here. He shot out of the pipe like a cannonball and landed steadily on the rooftop of a half-collapsed building. His gaze was sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto the scene on the street below. On the dilapidated street littered with scrap metal and construction debris, his beloved daughter, Wang Xinran, with her colorful short hair, was leaning against a crumbling wall, breathing heavily. Her ripped jeans had a few more holes, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her once cool hoverboard was smashed to the side, emitting black smoke. She gripped a short blade that looked like it was pieced together from scrap parts, her eyes fierce like those of a cornered beast, staring intently at the 3 thugs surrounding her. Hey girl, you're pretty tough. To be able to hold your own against the 3 of us for so long at the early stage of martial arts, you've got some skill. A thug in a floral shirt and with a mohawk licked his lips, his eyes lewd. Hand over your money and the energy core of that skateboard, and come have a drink with us brothers, and we'll let you go today, how about it? The energy fluctuations emanating from him clearly indicated that he was a late-stage martial artist. I'll drink your grandpa's liquor. Wang Xinran spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Although she was disheveled, her momentum remained undiminished. Want money? No way. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, when my men arrive, they'll beat the shit out of you. Ha ha ha. Your man? You're good-for-nothing old man who lives in the low-rent area? Another tall, thin thug laughed exaggeratedly. What can he do here? Perform a show of begging for mercy on the spot? Bullshit. You're not allowed to talk about my dad like that. Wang Xinran reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with fur and brandishing her short blade, ready to fight to the death. TSK, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. The mohawk-haired thug's face darkened, his energy surged, and he threw a punch straight at Wang Xinran's face, creating a sharp whooshing sound. If this punch landed, Wang Xinran would be seriously injured at the very least. Wang Xinran's pupils contracted, and she gritted her teeth, preparing to tough it out. At this critical moment, a lazy, slightly nasal voice, yet clearly audible to everyone, suddenly rang out. Hey, you grown men, bullying my little girl, have you no shame? The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess a strange magic, causing the mohawk-haired thug's fist to freeze in midair. Everyone looked up in unison, heading towards the source of the sound. On the edge of the roof of a 3-story building next door, a person was squatting down. The man was wearing a faded old-fashioned shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, and had a blade of grass he'd picked up from somewhere dangling from his mouth. He squatted there casually, one hand dangling on his knee, the other hand picking at his ear and then flicking it down below. He looked every bit the part of a street urchin, squatting on the toilet watching the commotion. Who else could it be but Wang Yitian? Dad! Wang Xinran's eyes widened instantly, and her mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. How could her good-for-nothing father, who would rather lie down than sit, drink soda than plain water, and whose fighting power is roughly equivalent to 0.5 geese, end up in a place like this? Or in such a bizarre way? Where did this old bastard come from? Are you tired of living? The mohawk-haired thug withdrew his fist, looked Wang Yitian up and down, and, sensing no powerful yuan energy fluctuations, sneered, another old codger coming to his death? What, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. Wang Yitian slowly stood up, patted off non-existent dust from his underwear, and then jumped directly off the 3-story rooftop. The movements are effortless and natural, as simple as going down a staircase. Bang! He landed lightly in front of Wang Xinran, kicking up a little dust, which conveniently positioned him between her and the thugs. Ran, are you alright? Wang Yitian turned his head and glanced at his daughter, his eyes asking. I'm fine. Wang Xinran was still in a state of complete bewilderment. She answered subconsciously, then suddenly realized what she had done and anxiously pushed him. Dad, are you crazy? Let's go. They're all at least late-stage martial artists. You can't beat them. Go find the patrol team. Go? Where to go? The burly man who hadn't spoken until now, with a scar on his face and a noticeably heavier voice than the other two, slowly stepped forward, staring at Wang Yitian with a sinister gaze. What I hate most are fools like you who overestimate their abilities. Since you're here, you might as well stay here too. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the scarred man, far surpassing the previous mohawk-wearing man. Early stage of martial arts master. Wang Xinran felt this suffocating pressure, her face turned deathly pale, and she closed her eyes in despair. Oh no! A martial arts master. She's actually a martial arts master. Her father is really going to be killed by her this time. Oh? Early stage of martial master? Wang Yitian, however, seemed to have discovered something interesting. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. He looked at the scarred man again, his eyes showing no fear, but rather a hint of eagerness. Just right. Wang Yitian cracked his wrist, producing a crisp sound, and said in a calm tone, as if he were asking for prices at a market, "Let me test it on you and see if this invincible in the same realm is really as amazing as the manual says." You're asking for death. The scarred man was completely enraged by Wang Yitian's arrogant attitude. He roared, his energy surging, and stomped his right foot on the ground, instantly cracking the hard gravel road. He was like a cannonball, unstoppable, as he punched Wang Yitian. The force of the punch was so fierce that it even created a visible shockwave. This punch, unleashed in his rage, was powerful enough to shatter monuments and split rocks. Dad! Wang Xinran screamed in anguish. Faced with this fierce punch, Wang Yitian neither dodged nor avoided it, and didn't even bother to strike a proper starting stance. He simply raised his right hand casually, spread his 5 fingers, and then gently clenched his fist in response to the whistling fist. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Before everyone's incredulous eyes, the ferocious fist force, powerful enough to shatter steel plates, vanished the moment it touched Wang Yitian's palm, like a punctured balloon, making a soft pop sound, and then disappeared into thin air. The scarred man's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. His fist was easily and firmly enveloped by Wang Yitian's 5 fingers, rendering him unable to move. The scarred man's sinister smile froze instantly, replaced by utter horror and bewilderment. He felt as if his fist was not striking flesh and blood, but pressing down on an ancient, unshakable mountain. That's it? Wang Yitian tilted his head, a hint of disappointment on his face. Is there really that much padding in the early stages of martial master? Before he finished speaking, he gripped the scarred man's fist with his fingers and squeezed it slightly. Crack! The sickening sound of bones cracking, like popping beans, rang out. Ah! The scarred man let out a blood-curdling scream, as Wang Yitian crushed the bones in his right hand to pieces. But that's not all. After crushing the opponent's fist, Wang Yitian casually flicked his wrist. The scarred man's massive body, weighing over 200 pounds, was as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding heavy truck. It was thrown backwards without any resistance, and with a loud boom, it slammed into a pile of discarded metal parts more than 10 meters away, embedding itself deeply, and then fell silent, its fate unknown. Quiet. A deathly silence. The remaining 2 thugs, the one with the mohawk and the tall, thin guy, were completely petrified. The change in his expression, from arrogance to astonishment, and then to boundless fear, took no more than 3 seconds. Wang Xinran seemed to be frozen in place, her eyes wide open like copper bells, her small mouth agape in an O shape, big enough to fit a light bulb. She even forgot to breathe, her mind went blank, with only Wang Yitian's seemingly casual yet earth-shattering grip, squeeze, and flick playing endlessly in her mind. Wang Yitian shook his hand lightly, as if he had done something insignificant, as if he had gotten something dirty on it. Then, he calmly turned his gaze to the remaining 2 thugs who were already terrified. You, don't come any closer. The mohawk-haired thug was terrified, stammering incoherently, his crotch instantly soaked and emitting a foul odor. Wang Yitian frowned, seemingly disgusted by the dirt. He casually picked up 2 small pebbles from the ground. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open and don't mess with kids who have fathers. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 pebbles, like bullets fired from a gun, whistled through the air and struck the two men precisely on the forehead. Splash! Splash! The two thugs, both at the late stage of martial arts, fell backward without uttering a sound, each with a bloody hole in their forehead, their eyes still filled with extreme fear. Sold out instantly. A truly decisive, overwhelming, and utterly annihilated victory. From Wang Yitian's appearance to his defeat of the three thugs, including one early-stage martial arts master, the entire process probably took less than 30 seconds. He was even wearing flip-flops and baggy shorts. Wang Yitian turned around, looked at his daughter who was still frozen in place like a statue, and gave her a familiar smile that was tinged with ingratiation and caution. He rubbed his hands together. Ran, were you scared? How was Daddy's move? Wang Xinran. She stared blankly at Wang Yitian, at the familiar good-for-nothing smile on his face that was completely different from his ruthless and decisive demeanor just moments before. She then looked at the martial arts master embedded in the pile of scrap metal not far away, his life hanging in the balance, and at the two thugs on the ground with holes in their foreheads. A gust of wind blew by, stirring up the dust on the ground and also ruffling her signature colorful short hair. But this time, her hair didn't fly up as arrogantly as usual. Instead, it lay limply on her forehead, as if it had also been frightened. At this moment, her worldview was as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, shattering completely, rebuilding, and then shattering again, in an endless cycle. After a full half-minute, Wang Xinran seemed to finally find her voice, and with an unbearable tremor and disbelief, she squeezed out a few words. You really are my good-for-nothing dad who only knows how to watch short videos and drink soda? Wang Yitian's smile froze, and he scratched his head. If I said that Dad was just performing exceptionally well just now, would you believe me? Wang Xinran, I don't believe you for a second. Chapter 6: Physical Verification and Script Competition. Wang Xinran felt like her brain was an old computer running 100 large games at the same time, and they were all unresponsive. The CPU overheated, the graphics card started smoking, and the memory completely failed. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, dressed in an old man's shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, with that familiar, slightly ingratiating and cautious smile on his face. This is her father, Wang Yitian. She would recognize it even if it were burned to ashes, probably. But what just happened? That early-stage martial arts master, whose fate is unknown and who is now embedded in a pile of scrap metal. Those two late-stage martial arts thugs with holes in their foreheads, practically dead. And then there was her father's casual grasp, squeeze, and flick, and the scene where he instantly killed two people with a pebble with a flick of his finger. The scene was too beautiful, too terrifying, and it completely overturned her worldview of 17 years. You. Wang Xinran pointed a trembling finger at Wang Yitian, her lips shaking. Her colorful short hair seemed to have lost its former arrogance, drooping limply. You really are my good-for-nothing dad who only knows how to watch short videos and drink sugary drinks? Wang Yitian's smile froze slightly. He rubbed his hands together, trying to maintain his innocent demeanor, genuine. My own father. More real than gold. Ran, are you all right? Were you frightened? Come here, let Daddy see. As he spoke, he wanted to go over and pat his daughter's head like he did when she was a child. Stop. Don't move. Wang Xinran jumped back a large step like a startled rabbit, her eyes filled with wariness and disbelief. Don't come any closer. Let me calm down. I need to conduct some physical verification. Physical verification? Wang Yitian was taken aback. The next second, Wang Xinran moved. She rushed to Wang Yitian like a gust of wind, first extending two fingers to carefully pinch Wang Yitian's cheek, then pulling it hard. Ouch. Gently. Honey, this is meat, not Play-Doh. Wang Yitian winced in pain, moaning along, but a little guilty inside. The feel of it, yes, it was his father's skin, just the right thickness, slightly greasy. His skin is really thick. Wang Xinran muttered to herself, then moved her hand upwards and began to pull at Wang Yitian's hair, one strand, two strands. Let me see if he's wearing a hood. Or some kind of high-tech human skin mask. Hiss. My little darling. My hair is already in dire straits, if I pull any more it will really turn me into a bald patch. How am I going to find you a stepmother? Oh no, how am I going to maintain my handsome image? Wang Yitian protected his precious hair, inwardly lamenting, this verification method is too hardcore. Wang Xinran remained unmoved and pried open Wang Yitian's eyelids to take a look, no colored contact lenses, and his eyes look rather lewd. Just like Dad. Wang Yitian. Thank you for the compliment. After examining the head, Wang Xinran's gaze began to move downwards with ill intent, landing on Wang Yitian's old man's shirt. Wait. Daughter. What are you doing? Wang Yitian had a bad feeling and quickly covered his chest with his hands. Check your body for any seams of human skin masks. Or maybe you've been possessed by some old monster. Wang Xinran spoke with righteous indignation and reached out to rip off his clothes. Stop. Stop. Hold on. Damn it. Wang Yitian was terrified. In broad daylight, even in the ruins, how could his own daughter strip him of his clothes? He quickly pressed down on his collar. Daughter. Calm down. This is a society governed by law. Even in a martial arts world, basic laws apply. I am your real father. No doubt about it. Prove it to me. Wang Xinran persisted, her eyes sharp as if possessed by Conan. How could my weakling father possibly defeat a martial arts master in one move? You must be some old monster from some remote mountain village who possessed my father's body. Tell me. Where did you hide my father? Wang Yitian was on the verge of tears. What was all this about? He took a deep breath and decided to start performing, explaining. Ran, listen to your father. He adopted a deep expression, his eyes filled with a melancholy born of experience. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, your father is not an ordinary person. Wang Xinran crossed her arms and glanced at him sideways. Oh? So you're finally going to start your show? Keep making things up, I want to see what kind of tricks you can come up with. Wang Yitian cleared his throat and began to spout nonsense with a straight face. Actually, your father is the last successor of the reclusive sect Xiaoyao sect. When the sect suffered a great calamity, my master risked his life to send me out of the lineage and into hiding, also that one day the sect could regain its former glory. Wang Xinran said expressionlessly, Xiaoyao sect? Sounds like an elderly tour group. Continue. Wang Yitian's lips twitched, and he quickly changed the script. That was the beginner's script. Okay, I'll lay it all out. Actually, I am the reincarnation of a powerful being from ancient times. It's just that due to a mystery in my womb, my memories of my past life haven't fully awakened. When I saw you in danger, in my haste, I activated a trace of my past life's divine power. Wang Xinran picked at her ear and flicked off non-existent earwax. Ancient powerful being? Reincarnation? Dad, have you been secretly reading those cheap novels lately? This premise is 10 times more cliched than online novels from 100 years ago. Can't you come up with something more creative? Wang Yitian blushed, finding himself unable to continue his fabrication. Then what do you think I am? How would I know what you are? Wang Xinran rolled her eyes dramatically, feeling utterly exhausted. Anyway, you're definitely not my good-for-nothing dad who can't even open a bottle cap and screams louder than me when he sees a cockroach. Tell me. Who are you? Seeing his daughter's "I'm not done with you until you give me a reasonable explanation" attitude, Wang Yitian knew that he wouldn't be able to get away with just bluffing. He sighed, his nonchalant expression softening somewhat, revealing a hint of sincerity in his eyes, and a trace of barely perceptible weariness. Ran, he said in a lower voice, it doesn't matter who your father is. What matters is that I am your father, and I will never harm you. Before, I was your father. Well, I kept a low profile. But now it seems that sometimes, it's not possible to keep a completely low profile. His words were half true and half false. He neither admitted nor completely denied them, leaving a huge space for imagination. Wang Xinran stared at him for a long time, her bright eyes, which were very similar to her mother's, shimmering with a complex light. There was shock, doubt, and confusion, but gradually, a sense of relief and curiosity also emerged. She wasn't stupid. That overwhelming strength just now couldn't be faked. Her father definitely harbored a huge secret. But regardless, he had just saved her, and that protective look in his eyes was exactly the same as the useless but always first father she remembered. Maybe, everyone has secrets. As long as he's still the loving father he always was, nothing else seems so important anymore. Of course, we still need to complain about what needs to be complained about. Wang Xinran pursed her lips, finally letting her guard down, but still said irritably, all right, stop pretending to be profound. Hidden sects, ancient powerful beings. Your script is so bad I could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of my toes. Let's go, let's clean up this mess first, it's unlucky to even look at it. She pointed to the corpses and bloodstains on the ground, as well as the martial artist embedded in the pile of scrap metal, seemingly dead. Seeing that his daughter seemed to have no intention of pursuing the matter further for the time being, Wang Yitian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. Yes, let's clean up the scene first. In a harmonious society, we should pay attention to hygiene. Chapter 7: Professional Processing and Theoretical Mastery. Seeing his daughter finally switch from physical verification mode back to, although confused, she barely accepted reality mode, Wang Yitian finally felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Although his explanation was full of holes, everything was fine as long as his daughter didn't continue to undress him. Ahem, well, Ran, step back a bit, don't get blood splattered on you. This outfit is pretty expensive, even though it was one you gave me last week. Wang Yitian rolled up his non-existent sleeves, striking a pose as if he were about to do the dirty and tiring work. Wang Xinran crossed her arms, took a few steps back, and wore an expression that said, "I'd like to see how you handle this professionally." Wang Yitian walked up to the two corpses of thugs with holes in their foreheads, stroked his chin, and muttered, "These days, young people just don't care about manners. They urinate and defecate anywhere. They lie dead anywhere. It really affects the appearance of the city." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand, palm down, towards the two corpses. There was no earth-shattering grandeur, nor any dazzling special effects. Only a formless and intangible yet extremely pure and refined Grandmaster Yuan energy, like mercury spilling onto the ground, slowly emanated from his palm and enveloped the two corpses. Wang Xinran held her breath, her eyes wide open. Under her gaze, the two corpses, along with the bloodstains beneath them, began to melt and vaporize at a visible speed, like ice and snow exposed to the scorching sun. It wasn't burning, nor was it corrosion, it was a very clean decomposition process. In just a few breaths, only a little grayish-white ash remained on the spot, not even a piece of clothing was left. Immediately afterwards, Wang Yitian moved his hand slightly, and the invisible Yuan energy, like the most skillful broom, gently swept the ashes into the crack of the nearby sewer, truly destroying the evidence and eliminating pollution in an environmentally friendly way. After dealing with those two, Wang Yitian turned his gaze to the early-stage martial arts master embedded in the pile of scrap metal a dozen meters away. That guy still had a faint breath of life, but he wasn't far from death. Wang Yitian walked over, tilted his head and looked at it. Tisk, it's embedded quite firmly. Is this performance art? He stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly on the pile of scrap metal. Buzz. A deep, resonant sound rang out. The heavy, rusty pile of metal parts seemed to crumble from the inside by an invisible force, instantly turning into even finer metal powder that fell in a flurry. The martial arts master embedded inside also followed in the footsteps of his subordinates, turning to ashes under the pure elemental energy and disappearing without a trace. Finally, Wang Yitian's gaze swept over some traces left by the battle cracks in the ground and dents in the walls. He casually stomped his foot, and the cracked ground seemed to come alive. Tiny pebbles rolled, and the cracks healed at a visible speed. Although it could not be completely restored to its original state, it became much smoother, and no one could notice anything unusual unless they looked closely. After finishing all this, Wang Yitian clapped his hands, as relaxed as if he had just thrown away the trash. He turned his head and gave Wang Xinran, who was completely petrified, a job-done smile. Done. How about that, honey? My job skills are pretty good, right? Wang Xinran. She felt her throat was a little dry and her heart was pounding even harder than when she was surrounded by thugs. This is more than just passable. This is simply professional level, master level, textbook level destruction of evidence. That effortless demeanor, that incredibly precise control over elemental energy, that nonchalant attitude as if he had just swept the house. Is this really her father, who usually finds sweeping the floor too tiring and wouldn't even bother to pick up a fallen soy sauce bottle? My worldview has been hit by a nuclear bomb level shock once again. She took several deep breaths before finally finding her voice, which trembled with disbelief. Dad, your skills are quite impressive. She looked Wang Yitian up and down, her eyes full of inquiry. Tell me, what did you do before? You weren't some retired top cleaner from an assassin organization, were you? Or a cleaner from some special department? I don't believe you haven't practiced this technique hundreds of times. Wang Yitian was amused by his daughter's thought process, but at the same time felt a little guilty. He couldn't very well say that this was a practical application of the energy manipulation techniques that came with the basic breath condensation technique that the system had just given him, could he? Moreover, when struggling to survive in the ruins of a post-apocalyptic world a century ago, erasing traces was almost an instinct. He chuckled twice, trying to bluff his way out. Ahem, look at what you're saying, your father is a law-abiding citizen. This is all theoretical knowledge. Yes, I have a lot of theoretical knowledge. Think about it, your father likes to read all sorts of books in his spare time, like The Guide to Crime Scene Cleanup and The Art of Trace Evidence. The more he reads, the more he naturally understands the theory. Practice makes perfect, and isn't this exactly what came in handy today? Theoretical knowledge? Wang Xinran's voice rose an octave as she pointed to the spotless ground, as if nothing had happened. You call this theoretical knowledge? Is your theoretical knowledge reliable? Is it reasonable? Oh, don't worry about the details. Wang Yitian quickly laughed it off, walked over, and put his arm around his daughter's shoulder. Wang Xinran dodged him in disgust. The important thing is, the trouble is over, we're safe. Come on, let's go home. Dad will make you something delicious to calm your nerves. Do you want braised beef flavored or shrimp and fish cake flavored compressed biscuits? Plenty. Looking at her father's attempt to get away with being cute, and then at the clean ground, Wang Xinran finally let out a long, powerless sigh after all her shock, confusion, and complaints. Forget it, I'm tired. Let's just destroy it. She finally understood that her father was a mysterious, dramatic, and charlatan-like figure. But having a dad like that seems kind of cool, right? At least, the sense of security is at its peak. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes, but resignedly followed Wang Yitian, though she wouldn't let up. Compressed biscuits? You're going to use this to fool your precious daughter who's just been through a fright. I want real meat. Fresh. Otherwise, I'll report you to the Martial Arts Association for illegally using supernatural powers and damaging the city's appearance. Upon hearing this, Wang Yitian immediately frowned. Real meat? Daughter, that stuff is so expensive. It's my pension. Come on. When you were instantly killing the martial artist, why weren't you worried about the energy? Hurry up, or I'll really report you. The sounds of the father and daughter bickering gradually faded away at the end of this abandoned neighborhood. The setting sun cast long shadows across their faces. The brief but intense conflict seemed like nothing more than a trivial episode in this city. But Wang Xinran knew that some things were completely different from today onwards. Chapter 8: The Correct Way to Use the System. The setting sun cast long shadows of the father and daughter across the abandoned street, covered in graffiti and cracks. A faint, strange smell of ozone mixed with blood still lingered in the surrounding air, but the source had been completely eliminated by Wang Yitian. Wang Xinran had her hands in the pockets of her ripped jeans, kicking a small pebble with her foot, making a clattering sound. She would occasionally glance at her father, Wang Yitian, who was humming a tuneless little tune beside her. At this moment, Wang Yitian looked no different from the usual useless middle-aged man who wore flip-flops and carried a shopping basket. Even the collar of the old man's shirt was a little crooked due to the intense exercise just now, making it look even more sloppy. But Wang Xinran's heart felt like it had been scratched by cat claws, 1,000 scratches and 1,000 hearts. Instantly killing martial arts masters, annihilating enemies with a flick of the finger, and destroying corpses and evidence with a wave of the hand. Is this something a carbon-based lifeform could do? Or is it her useless father? She had a belly full of questions, like a pot of porridge about to boil, bubbling and gurgling. Hey, Dad. She finally couldn't help but bump Wang Yitian with her shoulder. Ha? What's wrong, honey? Wang Yitian was startled awake from a state of daydreaming and turned his head in a daze. He had actually been studying the old father's love system in his mind for the past 100 years and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. You just now. Wang Xinran organized her thoughts, trying to make herself seem less like she was interrogating someone. Where did you learn your cucumber murder technique? It's quite unique. Wang Yitian's lips twitched. This girl was trying to trick him into revealing information indirectly. He immediately put on a simple, honest smile. What nonsense are you talking about? That wasn't a technique. That was the potential that erupted from Dad in a moment of desperation. Yes, potential. The power of fatherly love, do you understand? Just like those news reports about old ladies lifting cars to save their grandsons. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes. I'd be a fool to believe you. You're talking about the power of fatherly love? Why don't you just say you're a Super Saiyan transformation? Then, what about handling the scene? She pressed on. Was it also the power of your fatherly love that made you a professional cleaner without any instruction? This Wang Yitian's eyes darted around as he began to improvise. This is called exceptional talent. You know nothing about power. At my level, cough cough, you have a tiny bit of insight into the microscopic manipulation of energy, turning corpses environmentally friendly processing. It's just basic operation. He almost let it slip, and quickly coughed to cover it up. In his heart, he gave the system 1,000 thumbs up for the basic breath concealment technique. This thing can not only hide one's aura, but also greatly enhance the precise control of energy. It is simply an essential divine skill for pretending to be weak to deceive others and destroying evidence. Realm? Wang Xinran caught the keywords and her eyes lit up. Dad, what level are you at now? Grandmaster? Great Grandmaster? It can't be Martial King, can it? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and her heart pounded. King Wu. He's a powerful figure who can govern an entire city. If her father really is King Wu, then wouldn't Wang Xinran be able to do whatever she wants in Zhangcheng? Wang Yitian's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had gone too far in his boasting. His current apparent strength is displayed by the system as early-stage grandmaster corresponding to his daughter's early-stage martial artist, but he can't explain this to his daughter. Does this mean, daughter, if you level up, daddy will automatically level up 2 levels? He quickly put on a stern face, adopting an inscrutable demeanor. In the path of martial arts, realms are merely empty titles. What matters is the understanding and application of power. Ran, you are still young, don't aim too high, be down to earth and solidify your foundation. They've started chanting scriptures again. Wang Xinran was so angry that she knew she couldn't get the truth out of this old fox. She stomped her foot angrily. Fine, don't tell me then. I'll figure it out myself. She decided to give up asking questions for the time being. After all, her father was a mystery in himself, so one more wouldn't make a difference. She quickened her pace and walked in front of Wang Yitian, leaving him with only a puffed up back of her head, her colorful short hair resembling a burning flame in the setting sun. Wang Yitian watched his daughter's retreating figure, smiled helplessly, but breathed a sigh of relief. He'd managed to fool her for now. His consciousness eagerly sank back into the system interface in his mind. In the consciousness space, a pale blue light screen floats, full of a sense of technology, yet with an indescribable warmth. The interface is very simple, mainly divided into several areas. At the top is personal information. Host, Wang Yitian. Bound to, Wang Xinran, my beloved daughter. Host's current cultivation level, early stage of Grandmaster linked in real time to the status of the bound object. Current realm of bound target, early stage martial artist. Status, healthy slight psychological trauma, needs paternal comfort. When Wang Yitian saw the words slight psychological trauma, his face flushed red, and he felt a little guilty. It seems he needs to be even nicer to his daughter. Below is a task list, currently containing only one task. Daily task, have dinner with your daughter. Incomplete. Reward, fatherly love value plus 10. TSK, only 10 o'clock, so stingy. Wang Yitian curled his lip. Next up is the Father's Love Point shop. That makes his heart race. With his mind focused, a dazzling list of products popped up, making Wang Yitian dizzy and almost drool. The products are diverse and clearly categorized. Benefit category. Daughter's Happy Water Small Bottle, price, 50 Father's Love Points. Description, made with a secret formula containing happiness factors, it effectively increases your daughter's mood by 10% and slightly boosts her comprehension for 1 hour. An essential item for family harmony. Note, the taste is somewhat similar to a certain brand of cola from 100 years ago, but it's absolutely healthy. Beginner Body Tempering Powder, 1 serving, price, 80 Father's Love Points. Description, gently tempers the body, solidifies the foundation, suitable for martial artists. No side effects, excellent results. Personally tested and effective. Basic Boxing Techniques Advanced Guide, one-time use, price, 100 Fatherly Love Points. Description, directly imparts insights into basic boxing techniques, saving you 10 years of hard work. Makes you a martial arts theory master in your daughter's eyes. A powerful tool for showing off. Functional category. Pretender's Mask, low tier, price, 500 Fatherly Love Points. Description, slightly adjusts facial muscles and bones, altering appearance for 3 hours. Essential for emergencies and pranks. You know what I mean. Basic breath concealment technique acquired. Description, perfectly conceal your aura, the best choice for playing dumb to outmaneuver others. The host has mastered it. Lifestyle category. Special Healing Ointment 1 serving, price, 100 Father's Love Points. Description, remarkably effective for external injuries, promotes blood circulation, removes blood stasis, reduces swelling and relieves pain, making you a caring and warm-hearted man in your daughter's eyes. Delicious and nutritious meal, 1 serving, price, 30 Father's Love Points. Description: delicious, visually appealing, and nutritionally balanced, instantly soothing your daughter's picky stomach. Say goodbye to compressed biscuits. All-purpose household chores puppet trial version, 1 hour, price, 200 Father's Love Points. Description: free your hands, enjoy life, and give you time to watch more short videos. A lazy person's dream. Wang Etienne was thrilled. These things were practically tailor-made for him. Especially the daughter's happy water and the beginner body tempering powder, they were simply the perfect tools for raising and messing with his daughter. However, when his gaze fell on an item in the corner, the smile on his face instantly froze. Special hair growth cream, 1 bottle, price, 888 Father's Love Points. Description: activates hair follicles, restores thick, beautiful hair, and helps you regain youthful confidence. Say goodbye to being a Mediterranean dad. Wang Etienne? Holy shit! Is there something wrong with this system? Who the hell wants hair growth cream? Lao Tzu's brain is so smart it doesn't grow hair. This is a symbol of wisdom, a hairstyle of the strong. Do you need to meddle in other people's business like a dog chasing a mouse? Still selling it for 888? Why don't you just rob someone? Wang Yi was so angry he almost jumped up and down in his consciousness, feeling deeply insulted. He decided to ignore this offensive product and continue browsing. His gaze finally settled at the top of the shop, where the fatherly love value balance was displayed. Current fatherly love value, 100 points. A small note next to it reads, a complimentary newbie gift pack. Fatherly love points can be obtained by completing system tasks, enhancing the strength of your bound partner, strengthening your father-daughter relationship, and participating in crisis rescues. 100 points. The initial funding has arrived. Wang Etienne's mood instantly brightened. Although he couldn't afford hair growth cream, who wants to buy that stuff, he could easily afford some daughter's happy water and beginner body tempering powder. He remembered that the system had just given him a notification about a newbie gift pack. With a thought, a treasure chest icon shimmering with golden light appeared in the center of the interface. Activate! Wang Etienne silently chanted in his mind. The treasure chest lid opened with a bang, and a soft light flashed out. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the newbie gift pack. Obtained, Basic Breath Concealment Technique X1 automatically learned. Gained, 100 points of fatherly love. Received, System User Guide Simplified Version X1. I have already learned the basic breath concealment technique, and its effects have just been verified. It is truly a divine skill. 100 points of fatherly love have been credited to my account, bringing my total to 200 points. Wang Etienne was delighted. He clicked on the System User Guide Simplified Version and found some basic instructions, such as system rules which reiterated the importance of realm binding and invincibility within the same realm, the shop refresh mechanism which automatically refreshes some items every week, the task release logic, and so on. What caught his attention most was the last note: this system aims to foster a parent-child relationship between the host and their bound partner. All functions should revolve around love and growth. Using the system's abilities for evil acts, including but not limited to destroying the world or bullying men and women, is strictly prohibited. Violation will trigger a punishment mechanism, and the consequences will be borne by the user. Wang Etienne curled his lip. Destroy the world? I wouldn't even dare to disturb Grandma Wang's square dancing downstairs, let alone destroy the world? This system is really dramatic. However, he really liked the rule of invincible in the same realm. This means that as long as he doesn't provoke those old monsters, Wang Etienne can basically do whatever he wants within his daughter's activity range. I feel incredibly safe. Following the exit system guide, Wang Etienne's consciousness returned to reality. He glanced at his daughter walking ahead, and her puffed up back made him want to laugh. Haha, you little brat, trying to mess with your dad? Your dad now has a system. Although this system is 100 years behind, and although the hair growth cream it sells is a total rip-off, it's still amazing. Wang Etienne had already started to plan in his mind how to spend those 200 points of fatherly love. Should we give our daughter 2 bottles of daughter's happy water to try first, or go straight for beginner body tempering powder to further accelerate her cultivation? Or buy a pretender's mask and do something bad? Ahem, no, the system said it has to be positive energy. Just as he was reveling in his dream, Wang Xinran, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped, turned around, put her hands on her hips, and glared at him fiercely. You old geezer. What are you grinning about behind my back? Are you plotting something to trick me again? Hurry up, I'm hungry. I want fried chicken and milk tea to soothe my fragile heart that was just frightened. Wang Yitian snapped out of his daze, and seeing his daughter's "I'll cry if you don't agree" attitude, he quickly dropped his lewd smile and put on a pleading expression. Buy, buy, buy. Fried chicken and milk tea, everything. Dad's going to bleed money today. But. He changed the subject, rubbing his hands together, and tentatively asked, "Daughter, you see how brave Daddy was today, shouldn't I get a real reward? Like, this month's allowance?" Don't even think about it. Wang Xinran flatly refused, her words resolute, one thing at a time. I haven't even settled accounts with you for hiding your true abilities and deceiving my innocent feelings. You want more pocket money? No way. I'll weld the windows shut on you. Wang Yitian. Well, all my excitement was for nothing. Raising a daughter is definitely a money-losing proposition. However, seeing his daughter regain her vitality, Wang Yitian felt a warm glow in his heart. He quickened his pace to catch up with his daughter, and the bickering figures of the father and daughter gradually blended into the dazzling lights of the city. Meanwhile, Wang Yitian's consciousness was once again immersed in that magical father's love value mall, and he began his joyful shopping spree plan. Pretending to be weak while actually being strong is my wish. Raising kids is an upgrade, and the joy is endless. Chapter 9 Fatherly Love is like scattered. Wang Yitian, returning from his online shopping spree, felt like he was walking on air. Although his daughter ruthlessly rejected his request for an increase in pocket money, he felt that his life had reached a small climax with 200 points in hand. The father and daughter ultimately did not go for the fried chicken and milk tea mainly because Wang Yitian used the excuse that junk food affects the foundation of martial arts. Actually, he was worried about the money to coax and trick Wang Xinran into returning home. Of course, the promised feast turned into an extra-large deluxe braised beef-flavored compressed biscuit set meal, plus a sausage that Wang Yitian treasured. Here, eat up, Dad specially prepared an extra meal for you. Wang Yitian presented Wang Xinran with the heated compressed biscuits and ham sausages cut into flower shapes, his face full of a kind smile that also carried a hint of barely perceptible guilt. Wang Xinran looked suspiciously at the plate, then at her father's overly bright smile. Old man, are you all right? You're smiling so lewdly. Could it be that you poisoned it? Wang Yitian's heart skipped a beat, and he almost blurted out, "How did you know?" But luckily he stopped himself in time and put on a stern face. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? This is fatherly love. Condensed fatherly love. Look at this sausage, isn't it round? I've been holding on to it for a long time and couldn't bear to eat it. Wang Xinran picked up the spoon with some skepticism, scooped out a spoonful of the paste-like compressed biscuit, and brought it to her nose to smell it. It still has that familiar beef smell, a mix of flavorings and preservatives, nothing unusual. She glanced again at the strangely shaped but enticingly fragrant sausage, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation and started eating it in large bites. Seeing his daughter enjoying her meal, Wang Yitian was overjoyed, but his consciousness was quietly connecting to the system. System, redeem 1, beginner body tempering powder. Ding! Consumed 50 fatherly love points, successfully exchanged for beginner body tempering powder, X1. Current fatherly love points balance, 150 points. A barely perceptible ray of light flashed, and a small clump of powder shimmering with a pale golden glow appeared in Wang Yitian's consciousness space. He carefully controlled the small amount of powder, as if manipulating a highly precise nano-robot, silently and evenly sprinkling it onto the half-eaten compressed biscuit that Wang Xinran hadn't finished eating. The powder melts upon contact with heat and disappears instantly, leaving not a trace. Perfect. Wang Yitian mentally gave himself a thumbs up. This technique, this control, it's a shame he's not a secret agent. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. On the surface, Wang Yitian was still playing the role of a loving father, picking up a water glass and handing it to Wang Xinran, saying, "Drink more hot water, it's good for your health." Wang Xinran was engrossed in her meal when she mumbled a response, took the water glass, gulped down a large mouthful, and continued her battle with her deluxe meal. She was completely unaware that as the food went down her throat, a gentle yet exceptionally pure energy, like a spring stream, quietly spread through her body, permeating her limbs and bones. Wang Yitian nervously observed his daughter's reaction. According to the system's instructions, this primary body tempering powder was mild in nature, and its main function was to subtly improve physical condition and strengthen the foundation. The process should not be too drastic. Sure enough, after finishing her meal, Wang Xinran simply patted her stomach contentedly and let out a burp. The taste was all right. It's just that this sausage seems a bit chewy. She felt warm and comfortable all over, thinking it was a normal reaction to being full. That's a top quality item that father specially selected. Wang Yitian breathed a sigh of relief, quickly cleared away the dishes, and changed the subject. Now that you're full, go cultivate. Don't waste time. Look at old Li's kid next door, he's already studying hard at this hour. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes. I know, you're nagging me. Okay, let's go and wipe them out. She complained, but her body betrayed her as she walked toward her small room, which was filled with all sorts of martial arts magazines and strange figurines. After experiencing so much today, she really needs to cultivate to calm her agitated emotions and digest. Well, she has a bit too much energy. Watching his daughter close the bedroom door, Wang Yitian finally felt completely relieved, slumped back onto the sofa with a satisfied smile, and reopened the system interface. With 150 points of fatherly love, what else can I buy? How about a bottle of daughter's happy water? How about giving my daughter a surprise? Just as he was immersed in the joy of shopping, some unusual noises began to appear in Wang Xinran's room. At first, it was just the normal sound of qi and blood flowing during cultivation. But gradually, the sound became more and more turbulent, like a rushing river. The invisible elemental energy in the air also began to spontaneously converge towards her small room, forming a tiny vortex. Wang Yitian suddenly sat up straight, his consciousness instantly detached from the shopping mall. That commotion is a bit loud? He held his breath and focused intently on sensing the energy fluctuations within the room. In his perception, the blood and qi in his daughter's body were surging at an unprecedented speed, scouring her meridians. Some minor blockages were being broken open with unstoppable force, and her aura was steadily and rapidly improving. It works! It really works! Wang Yitian was overjoyed, even more so than when he had broken through to a higher level. Those 50 points of fatherly love were totally worth it. He tiptoed to his daughter's bedroom door, pressed his ear against it, like an elderly mother worried about her child going out on her first independent day. From inside came Wang Xinran, somewhat confused yet excited, muttering to herself, "Strange. Why is my cultivation going so smoothly today? I feel so energetic. My blood and qi are flowing like a flood. Could it be that I really am a martial arts prodigy, one in a million, and I just hadn't figured it out before?" Wang Yitian, listening outside the door, couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, yeah, you're a prodigy, and your dad is your personal cheat code. He sensed the changes within himself. Sure enough, as Wang Xinran's blood and qi grew stronger and his realm barrier loosened, the yuan energy in his body at the early stage of Grandmaster also began to become more condensed and powerful, and he launched an attack on the threshold of the middle stage of Grandmaster. This feeling of one person attains enlightenment, and all their relatives and friends benefit, it's so exhilarating. Wang Yitian suppressed his excitement, sat back down on the sofa, and remained as calm as ever, scrolling through absurd videos from 100 years ago. But his ears were like radar, constantly listening to the sounds coming from next door. He could sense that his daughter's aura was constantly rising, and she was making an attempt to reach the peak of the early stage of martial arts. Go for it, girl. Wang Yitian clenched his fist, silently encouraging himself, charge, Dad. The harder you charge, the stronger Dad becomes. Let's join forces, father and daughter, and wipe out this world. Chapter 10. A prodigy? No, just an accessory. Wang Xinran feels like she's in an amazing state today. During daily cultivation, the flow of qi and blood is like pushing a broken cart uphill, laborious and extremely difficult. But today, my blood and energy are like they've been fitted with a rocket booster, the kind that's accelerated by nitrogen. It roared and surged wildly through the meridians. The barriers that used to require several careful attempts to pass through were now as fragile as paper, breaking through with a single poke. My whole body felt warm and cozy, every cell was cheering and jumping for joy, frantically absorbing the primal energy gathering in the air. The feeling of visibly improving strength is simply addictive. Could it be that I really am a martial arts prodigy who is fed by God? Were we just like pearls hidden in the dust and dragons trapped in shallow waters for the past 10 years or so? Wang Xinran guided her surging blood and qi to break through the final barrier, while her mind wandered. Her face flushed with excitement and the rush of blood to her head. That's right. That must be it. Today, those thugs spurred me on, and my potential finally exploded. That's how it's written in novels. Under pressure, you break down and then rise again. The more she thought about it, the more sense it made, and her confidence swelled to an unprecedented level. As for her father's unusual behavior just now? Well, maybe my dad does have a little secret, but compared to a peerless genius like me, that's secondary. From now on, this genius will protect Dad. With this illusion of being the only one who matters in the world, Wang Xinran gathered all her blood and energy and launched a full-scale attack on the solid barrier between the early and middle stages of martial arts. Give it to me. Break it. With a shout in his heart, his surging blood and qi, like a flood bursting its banks, crashed fiercely against the barrier of his cultivation realm. Boom! A deafening roar seemed to echo in her mind. The barrier that had imprisoned her for almost half a year shattered in response. An even stronger sense of power instantly surged through my entire body. The five senses became more acute, and the perception of the surrounding primal energy became several times clearer. The qi in the dantian expanded by nearly double, and the qi and blood flowing within it underwent a tremendous change in both quantity and quality. Mid-stage martial artist. Success! Wang Xinran suddenly opened her eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. Excitedly, she leaped to her feet, feeling the surging power within her. She couldn't help but throw a few punches, creating a fierce gust of wind. Ha ha ha! I've broken through! I really have broken through! Mid-stage martial artist. I, Wang Xinran, am indeed a martial arts prodigy, one in a million. Overwhelmed with excitement, she flung open the door and rushed out like a gust of wind, letting out an excited scream as she looked at Wang Yitian, who was sprawled on the sofa, seemingly scrolling through videos but actually anxiously waiting. Dad! Dad! I've broken through! Mid-stage martial artist. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? I told you I was a genius. I was just too lazy to cultivate before. Wang Yitian had already sensed the change in himself the moment his daughter's aura surged. Just as Wang Xinran broke through the barrier and officially stepped into the mid-stage of martial arts, the yuan energy in his body, which had already reached the peak of the early stage of Grandmaster, broke through the bottleneck as if it were a natural process and entered a brand new level, the mid-stage of Grandmaster. A more powerful force surged within him, expanding his sensitivity to the primordial energy of heaven and earth several times over, filling him with a reassuring sense of being stronger. At the same time, a pleasant system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the bound user, Wang Xinran, has advanced to the mid-stage of martial artist. Host's cultivation level has simultaneously increased to mid-stage Grandmaster. Congratulations, host, on achieving the first-time spending time with daughter breakthrough achievement. Reward, 50 fatherly love points. Current fatherly love points balance, 200 points. Double happiness. No, it's a triple celebration. My cultivation level has improved, my fatherly love points have returned, and I even got 50 points for free. Wang Yitian was secretly overjoyed and wanted to do 3 somersaults on the spot, but on the surface, he had to keep a calm demeanor. He sat up abruptly from the sofa in shock, his phone accidentally falling to the floor. His face displayed a perfectly measured expression of disbelief and ecstasy, his voice trembling. WH? What? She broke through? Mid-stage martial artist? Wow, I knew it. My daughter takes after me. Exceptionally talented. She was just keeping a low profile before, accumulating knowledge and experience before unleashing her potential. With just a little effort today, it all came naturally. Ha ha ha. Great. Excellent. He rushed over, wanting to give his daughter a bear hug, but Wang Xinran dodged him with a look of disgust. Come on. I don't know who it was that just now, stubbornly refusing to admit they were so great. Wang Xinran feigned disdain, but the upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her inner joy and pride. She raised her chin like a proud little peacock. From this moment forward, I declare that I am the most dazzling girl in Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. No, the strongest girl. Yes, yes, you're the best. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth. Wang Yitian didn't hold back his flattery, adding in his mind, yes, yes, you are daddy's exclusive cheat code. The better you are, the stronger daddy becomes. At this moment, when he looked at Wang Xinran, he wasn't looking at his daughter anymore, he was looking at a walking, self-cultivating, humanoid experience package. A limited edition, uniquely bound one at that. Wang Xinran enjoyed her father's praise, which greatly satisfied her vanity. She clenched her fist, feeling the power of a mid-stage martial artist, and was filled with ambition. Just wait. In the next monthly exam, I'm going to take on 10 of them. I'll make all those guys who look down on me before drop their jaws in astonishment. That's right. Take on 10 of them. Dad supports you. Wang Yitian waved his fist, even more excited than Wang Xinran. Tell Dad what resources you need. Dad. Dad will find a way. He glanced at the 150 points of fatherly love in the shop, and his confidence grew a little stronger. You said it. Wang Xinran's eyes lit up, and she immediately seized the opportunity. I want the latest Swift 3rd generation rune sneakers. The kind that can boost speed. Wang Yitian's smile froze. Daughter, how about we set a small goal first? Like, breaking through to the late stage of martial arts? You stingy person. Wang Xinran snorted, but the joy of her breakthrough overshadowed her slight disappointment. Forget it, this genius can do it on his own. I'm going to consolidate my cultivation. I'm going to cultivate all night tonight. Watching his daughter rush back to her room full of energy, Wang Yitian breathed a long sigh of relief, a fatherly smile of satisfaction and a wicked smile of triumph spreading across his face. He slumped back onto the sofa, feeling the powerful strength of a mid-stage grandmaster within his body, and then glanced at the 200 points of fatherly love value remaining in the system. Yes, the primary body tempering powder is extremely effective and worth considering as a long-term investment. Should we try daughter's happy water next time? Maybe we can help our daughter become even happier? The journey of raising a child is full of joy. Wang Yitian thought to himself with delight, feeling that his future life was full of light. Chapter 11 Father's love is like a mountain. Landslide. Wang Xinran felt like she was about to take off. The power she gained from breaking through to the mid-stage of martial arts made her see the world through a filter of I can turn the tables. I walk with a gust of wind, breathe with boundless energy, and even when I'm doing homework, I feel like the tip of my pen could pierce through the table. This illusion that the weather has cleared up and the rain has stopped, so I can do it again lasted for 2 whole days. In the past 2 days, the way she looked at her father has regained a sense of superiority, as if to say, mortals, look up to this genius. Although the image of her father instantly defeating a martial arts master was still vivid in her mind, she automatically attributed it to Dad may have had a bit of a lucky encounter, but my potential as a genius is limitless, and I will soon surpass him. Wang Yitian took in all of this and was delighted. Little girl, you're getting too cocky. It's time for her to experience the loving encouragement from her father and the harsh realities of society. No, martial arts. That evening, Wang Xinran had just finished a round of basic training and was admiring her sharper eyes and non-existent biceps in the mirror when Wang Yitian strolled in slowly, carrying a cup of hot water infused with goji berries. Ran, he blew on the hot air from the rim of his cup, his tone earnest and earnest. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. You've just broken through, and your realm is not yet stable. You need to hone your skills even more diligently. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes at the mirror. I know. Can't you see I'm working hard? Don't worry, Dad, with your daughter's talent, stabilizing my realm is a piece of cake. Maybe I'll be at the mid-stage perfection in a couple of days. Seeing her smug look, Wang Yitian chuckled inwardly, but his face became even more serious. How can regular training be enough? True powerhouses break through their limits under extreme pressure. I have a family heirloom, it's my latest research, the extreme potential activation method, which can help you quickly solidify your foundation. How about it, want to give it a try? The method to unleash ultimate potential? Wang Xinran stopped posing and turned her head suspiciously. Why does this sound so much like those street ads trying to trick people into buying fake medicine? Is it reliable? Look at what you're saying. Wang Yitian looked insulted. Would your father harm you? This is something your father painstakingly researched, combining countless martial arts classics from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign. It's incredibly effective. No deception, young or old. Wang Xinran was skeptical. Her father had indeed been acting strangely lately. Maybe he really did have something going on? How do you stimulate it? She asked tentatively. It's very simple. Wang Yitian put down his goji berry cup, rubbed his hands together, and looked at him with loving eyes. It's like your father using a faint trace of yuan energy pressure to envelop you, simulating the natural pressure a high-level martial artist exerts on you. You then conduct your daily training under this pressure. This will not only strengthen your willpower but also greatly improve your control over your own yuan energy. It's like weight training, understand? Upon hearing this, Wang Xinran thought it made sense. Her martial arts teacher had mentioned that cultivating under the aura of a high-level martial artist was beneficial, but such opportunities were rare and hard to come by. All right, let's give it a try. She adopted a "this genius is giving you face" attitude, but it's a deal, just a tiny bit of pressure. Don't hurt your daughter. Don't worry. Dad knows what he's doing. Wang Yitian patted his chest and assured him, a smile spreading across his face. He had Wang Xinran stand in the center of the room, assuming the starting stance for practicing basic boxing techniques. He then stepped back to the doorway, pretended to take a deep breath, and slowly raised his right hand. "Are you ready?" Daddy's about to start. His tone was so gentle it could melt your heart. Come on, come on. Stop dawdling," Wang Xinran urged impatiently. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Wang Etienne's lips as his thoughts stirred. The next moment. Buzz. An invisible, heavy pressure descended suddenly without warning. Wang Xinran felt a sudden heaviness all over her body, as if she had been instantly thrown into the seabed thousands of meters deep. The surrounding air became incredibly viscous, and each breath required tremendous effort. The bones in his body creaked under the strain, his blood flowed sluggishly, and the blissful feeling he had just experienced was shattered. Her legs went weak and she almost collapsed to her knees with a thud. He barely managed to stand up by gritting his teeth and showing a stubborn determination to never give up, but he was bent over like a shrimp, with veins bulging on his forehead and beads of sweat instantly appearing. "You old bastard." She squeezed out the 3 words through clenched teeth, her voice trembling. "You call this a tiny bit? Did a whole mountain just crash down on you? Are you trying to murder your own daughter? Or inherit my Alipay account?" Wang Etienne leaned leisurely against the doorframe, pulled out a thermos from somewhere, took a slow sip, and his face still wore that annoyingly kind smile. "Oh dear, you might not be used to it at first, but you'll get used to it. This is called the pressure motivation conversion method. Dad is doing this all for your own good. No pain, no gain. I'll eat your ass." Wang Xinran cursed, feeling as if her internal organs were being crushed. "This is clearly retaliation. Retaliation for me asking you for pocket money the other day. You stingy bastard. You're just asking for cold water. Nonsense. Is Dad that kind of person?" Wang Etienne said righteously, "Dad hopes his daughter will become a phoenix. A strict father produces a great daughter. Go for it. You can do it. Believe in yourself. You can do it." Wang Xinran. "Oreo my foot. All she wants right now is Oreos." She tried to mobilize the energy within her body to fight off the pressure, but found that her blood and qi, which she usually controlled with ease, were now frozen, making it extremely difficult to circulate. Every step forward required a tremendous amount of mental effort. What's the point of practicing boxing like this? Just being able to stand up without falling is already exhausting. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Wang Xinran felt her vision starting to go black, and she was breathing like a bellows. Seeing this, Wang Etienne slightly reduced the pressure, just enough to keep her from collapsing but still extremely uncomfortable. "All right, now try throwing a punch." He encouraged her with a smile, just like a strict coach. Wang Xinran gritted her teeth, used all her strength, and struggled to raise her leaden arm, slowly throwing a punch forward. Soft, slow, and utterly lacking in strength. Let alone hitting a person, it's difficult to even kill a mosquito. That's it? Wang Etienne raised an eyebrow. This is the level of a mid-stage martial artist? Even the third-grade elementary school student next door is more powerful than you in military boxing. You're talking nonsense. Wang Xinran was so angry she almost choked. If you've got the guts, you try it if you dare. Oh dear, Dad's getting old, my back's not doing well. Wang Etienne rubbed his aching back. Keep going, don't stop. Feel the pressure, try to adapt to it, control every bit of your strength. Yes, that's it, even if it's a bit slow and looks a bit awkward, at least you're moving. Under suffocating pressure, Wang Xinran struggled to punch, her movements contorted in slow motion, while mentally using every ounce of her vocabulary to give Wang Etienne a comprehensive and thorough greeting. Meanwhile, Wang Etienne maintained his imposing presence while happily sipping goji berry water and admiring his daughter's graceful boxing moves. Yes, the father-daughter relationship is getting more and more harmonious. Chapter 12: Progress amidst curses and swearing. For the next few days, Wang Xinran's daily routine became eating, sleeping, cursing her father, and cultivating under pressure. She finally understood that her husband was definitely doing this on purpose. They called it potential activation, but in reality, they were just finding ways to torture her. The pressure was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was strong, she felt like she was about to die on the spot. When it was weak, it wasn't much better. It was right at the limit where she could barely move but was extremely uncomfortable. You old codger. Where's your dose of fatherly pressure for today? Hurry up! Stop dawdling! Are you so weak you can't exert any pressure anymore? Early in the morning, Wang Xinran kicked open Wang Yitian's door, her messy, multicolored short hair flashing as she roared menacingly. Her posture was more like she was about to blow up a bunker than go for training. Wang Yitian yawned and crawled out of bed, still sleepy. What's the rush? Young people should know how to respect the elderly and care for the young. Let Dad make a cup of goji berries first. Goji berries my foot. Hurry up! This genius's time is precious. Wang Xinran urged impatiently, but her body betrayed her by already starting to warm up her limbs. Although she cursed fiercely, she had to admit that the effects of this grueling training were truly terrifying. After a few days, she felt that her control over her power had become much more refined. Previously, when she threw a punch, the force would dissipate significantly. Now, under immense pressure, she has to force herself to concentrate every bit of power into a single point, greatly improving her efficiency. The flow of qi and blood becomes more refined and smooth, and the initial feeling of emptiness after the breakthrough is quickly solidified. She even felt her resilience had significantly improved. Now, she felt she could withstand the aura of a martial arts master for a while. Of course, all this progress was built on the foundation of being tortured to the point of near death every day and engaging in intense verbal communication with Wang Yitian. Coming. Wang Yitian slowly walked to the center of the living room, still looking like he hadn't woken up yet, and casually waved his hand. Boom! The familiar, overwhelming pressure descended instantly. Wang Xinran was prepared. She assumed a horse stance and circulated her qi and blood. Although she was still under pressure and her bones were creaking and her face was flushed, at least she didn't almost kneel down like she did on the first day. Same routine. 100 repetitions of the basic boxing techniques. Then we'll eat. Wang Yitian slumped back onto the sofa, took out his phone, and started watching his old, bizarre videos, the background music still incredibly catchy. I know. Stop nagging. Wang Xinran cursed, then began punching in slow motion, gritting her teeth. They hit him while cursing him. That old geezer, he probably didn't wash his face again. That punch wasn't delivered properly, my waist wasn't twisted correctly. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. Oh my god, my legs are weak. This goji berry smells awful. This old man has terrible taste. This punch seems smoother? Or is it just my imagination? At #%. On the surface, Wang Yitian was watching videos, but in reality, his consciousness had already connected to the system and activated the real-time monitoring function. A light screen, visible only to him, floated beside Wang Xinran, displaying various data in real time. Target qi and blood circulation speed, plus 15%. Energy condensation efficiency, plus 12%. Muscle load, 89% near limit. Willpower fluctuation, stable frequency of swearing has decreased slightly, possibly due to fatigue. Overall assessment, training has been effective, and potential continues to be unlocked. Maintaining the current stress level is recommended. Looking at the data, Wang Yitian nodded inwardly, feeling quite gratified. The power of this punch is much stronger than yesterday, it's starting to look good. TSK, this footwork is still a bit unsteady, the lower body is unstable, it's too weak. Oh. That hip swing is quite clever. It seems pressure really can bring out potential. These swear words have been updated again? Who taught them to this? The internet is a real menace. As he watched, he silently commented on the content in his mind. Occasionally, when I see my daughter's movements are severely distorted or her breathing is unstable, I will slightly adjust the intensity of the pressure to ensure that she is always in the most effective training range. This exquisite control over power is a hallmark of a grandmaster, especially considering he also has the assistance of a system. Hey! You old geezer! Wang Xinran stopped abruptly halfway through the fight, panting heavily, and asked, "What level does this pressure of yours equate to?" Martial Master? Grandmaster? Wang Yitian didn't even look up, casually replying, "Guess? I bet you're kidding me. You're definitely up to no good." Wang Xinran caught her breath and continued practicing her punches while pondering, "You seem even more intimidating than the late-stage martial arts master Dean at our school, but you're definitely not a grandmaster. Grandmasters don't have as much free time as you." Wang Yitian smiled without saying a word. "Silly girl, your father's pressure was genuinely from a mid-stage grandmaster, but I controlled it well and didn't crush you into a pancake." After finishing her round of punches, Wang Xinran was exhausted, her whole body soaked in sweat. She collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, too tired even to curse. Wang Yitian then withdrew his oppressive aura, put down his phone, walked over and handed her a glass of warm water, secretly adding a little, basic energy supplement, new product in the store, 10 father's love values per glass, mild effect. How's it going? Do you feel like you've improved? Wang Xinran took the water glass and gulped it down in one go. She felt a warm current spread through her body, restoring some strength. She wiped away her sweat although she was exhausted, her eyes were bright. It's alright, so. I do feel like my control over my strength has improved a bit. She would never admit that it was very effective. That's good. Wang Yitian smiled. Let's continue this afternoon. Again? Wang Xinran wailed. Even the production team's donkeys can't be used like this. Martial arts cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. I know. You're so annoying. Wang Xinran interrupted him irritably, struggling to get up. Eat. I'm starving. I want double portions of sausages today. Watching his daughter's energetic back as she complained, Wang Yitian smiled and scanned the system notification with his consciousness. Daily supervision task completed. Fatherly love value plus 10. The overall quality of the bound object has improved. Fatherly love value plus 5. Current fatherly love value balance, 215 points. Yes, it's another fruitful day. This kind of life where you can trick your daughter while simultaneously becoming stronger and making money is just amazing. Chapter 13 Awkward Concern and Icebreaking. Wang Yitian looked smugly at the fatherly love value balance, 215 points, displayed on the system interface in his mind, feeling that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. This money is so well earned. While supervising his daughter's cultivation, he also improves his own strength and can even make some extra money on the side. This system is simply tailor-made for an old father like him who is determined to win without lifting a finger, no, to develop steadily. He lounged comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, flip-flops swinging back and forth, his mind wandering through the fatherly love value mall, pondering whether to get his daughter a new daughter's happy water to try next, or stock up on some beginner body tempering powder for a long-term investment plan. He was fantasizing that his daughter, under his brilliant guidance, would punch the Nanshan nursing home and kick the Beihai kindergarten. No, it was when he was about to become an empress, rise to the rank of martial god, and enjoy a carefree life. The training room door creaked open. Wang Yitian quickly wiped the lewd smile off his face and put on a tired expression that said, Dad is also tired, but Dad won't say it. He even coughed twice in a pretentious manner. Wang Xinran looked like a salted fish that had just been pulled out of the water and then exposed to the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. She practically crawled out. She was soaked in sweat, her colorful hair clung limply to her forehead, her face was deathly pale, her lips were dry, and her legs swayed as she walked. Huff, you old geezer. She was panting heavily, even her cursing sounded weak and feeble. What kind of hellish training it's inhuman. With a thud, she collapsed onto the cold living room floor, lying in a starfish position, her chest heaving violently, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, as if her soul had left her body and gone to a paradise free from the oppressive power of fatherly love. Wang Yitian was overjoyed, but he still had to maintain a proper facade. He struggled to sit up from the sofa and asked in a weak but concerned tone, Ran, are you alright? Can you still manage? Or, should we reduce the amount tomorrow? Reduce the amount? Wang Xinran's eyes darted around with difficulty. She glanced at him sideways and snorted through her nose. Who do you think you are? This genius is just a little weak in the legs. I'll rest for a bit, and I can still fight 300 rounds. Stubborn to the end. Wang Yitian thought to himself, but for some reason he found this stubborn guy rather cute. He slumped back down, picked up his phone, and pretended to continue watching his old, bizarre videos, but secretly observed his daughter's condition to make sure she was just exhausted and not seriously injured. The room fell silent for a moment, with only Wang Xinran's labored breathing and the faint, mesmerizing "You're so beautiful, chicken" coming from the phone. It took about 10 minutes for Wang Xinran's breathing to gradually stabilize. She tried to move her fingers, feeling as if she were directing someone else's body through a layer of cotton. She turned her head with difficulty and glanced at her father, who was also slumped on the sofa. Wang Yitian was squinting, his fingers swiping across the screen, a faint, silly smile playing on his lips. He certainly looked like someone who was severely depleted of energy and needed to watch silly videos to recover. Wang Xinran's heart stirred inexplicably. Although this old man trained like a perverted devil, using simple, brutal, and outrageous methods, the results were undeniably real. She could feel that her physical fitness and control over her strength had improved noticeably in the past few days. Moreover, aside from being a bit sarcastic and using some unorthodox methods, this old man seems to be genuinely doing what's best for her. The moment this thought popped into her head, even Wang Xinran herself was startled. She quickly shook her head, trying to shake off this dangerous thought. She must be hallucinating from exhaustion. But, seeing that he was also exhausted just now, yet still forcing himself to care about me. Wang Xinran struggled, using her elbows to prop herself up. This simple movement made her grimace again, her muscles aching as if she had been trampled by 1,000 alpacas. She gritted her teeth, stood up unsteadily, and staggered towards the kitchen, each step like that of a toddler learning to walk. Wang Yiqian had been glancing at her out of the corner of his eye the whole time, and seeing this, he thought to himself, what kind of mischief is this girl up to now? Poisoning me because she's hungry? Wait, there's no poison in the house. Wang Xinran walked into the kitchen, picked up a clean glass, and turned on the tap to fill a glass with tap water. Then, she turned around and, with difficulty and unsteady steps, moved toward the sofa. Wang Yiqian quickly continued to play dead, squinting his eyes to peek. Wang Xinran walked to the coffee table and stopped. She looked at the glass of clear tap water in her hand, then at her dying father on the sofa, a complex and conflicted expression flashing across her face. There was awkwardness, reluctance, and a tiny, almost negligible, pity. In the end, it all turned into a resolute what's the use attitude. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a huge decision, and slammed the water glass heavily onto the coffee table in front of Wang Yiqian. Bang! With a crisp sound, a few drops of water splashed out. Wang Yiqian was startled by the noise and almost jumped up. He pretended to open his eyes and saw his daughter standing in front of him, her eyes darting around at the chandelier on the ceiling, her voice stiff and dry, as if reciting an extremely difficult passage of dialogue. Here. Drink some water. Stop practicing. Otherwise, no one will pay my tuition. After saying that, she immediately turned her face to the side, her ears turning red rapidly at a visible speed, and the redness seemed to spread to her cheeks. Wang Yiqian was stunned. He stared blankly at the glass of water on the coffee table, which was still swaying slightly. The clear water reflected the mottled marks on the ceiling. Then, his gaze slowly moved upwards and landed on his daughter's sweaty profile. Those few strands of multicolored hair stuck to her cheeks with sweat, her skin flushed from exhaustion and, perhaps embarrassment, her tightly pursed yet slightly pouting lips, and those shifty eyes that deliberately avoided looking at him but were filled with a hurry up and take it, you stupid old man look. In an instant, Wang Yiqian felt as if his heart had been violently struck by something. An indescribable surge of heat, both sour and swollen, unexpectedly welled up from the softest part of my heart, rushing into my nasal cavity and eyes with unstoppable speed. 100 years. He struggled to survive in the post-apocalyptic ruins with this unexpected little burden in tow. He endured hunger, cold, and bullying, and even fought with wild dogs for a bite to eat. He was both a father and a mother, working like a slave and a doormat. He grew accustomed to his daughter's nagging, rebelliousness, disdain, and self-righteous demands. He never imagined that one day, this little hedgehog, who seemed to never grow up and was always arguing with him, would hand him a glass of water in such an awkward and adorably clumsy way. It's just a glass of tap water. Although the actions were so rude, it looked like someone was trying to cause trouble. Although his tone was so harsh it could break your teeth. But, this water was poured for him by his own daughter. Wang Yiqian suddenly lowered his head and rubbed his eyes hard with the back of his hand, trying to suppress the uncontrollable wetness. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would reveal the sob that was about to spill out, so he could only squeeze out a few broken syllables from his throat. Oh, okay, thank you, girl. His voice was hoarse and trembling noticeably. Wang Xinran was feeling awkward when she heard her father's obviously strange, tearful voice. Startled, she forgot all about being shy and turned around to look at him. Wang Yiqian was seen with his head down and his shoulders trembling slightly, looking as if he was trying his best to suppress something. Wang Xinran? No way? Just a glass of water? Is it really necessary? Why is this old man acting so strangely today? Could it be that training really exhausted him? Or, is the water poisonous? She felt extremely uncomfortable because of Wang Yiqian's overreaction, and didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. That awkward and inexplicable feeling made her just want to break the strange atmosphere as soon as possible. Stop being so mushy. She tried to remain calm, rolling her eyes as she tried to cover up her unease with an exaggerated tone. I'm just worried that you'll really collapse from exhaustion, and then there won't be anyone to be my human stress simulator. Cough, I must say, your stupid method is actually quite effective. She spoke the last few words very quickly, her voice so soft it was like a mosquito's hum, but in the quiet living room, they still reached Wang Yitian's ears clearly. Wang Yitian finally raised his head, his eyes still a little red, but a smile that was uglier than crying, yet incredibly bright, had appeared on his face. He nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. It works well. It works well. I'll be your dad every day from now on. I'll be your dad for life. Wang Xinran was amused by his silly appearance, but also felt a little sad. In the end, she just snorted, turned around, and continued to wobble back to her room, slamming the door shut. But the sound of the door closing seemed a little softer than usual. Wang Yitian stared at the closed door, then at the ordinary glass of water on the coffee table, and chuckled to himself for a long time. He carefully picked up the glass of water, as if holding some rare treasure, and took a small sip. Tap water, a bit cold, and it smells a bit like bleach. But Wang Yitian felt that this was probably the sweetest and warmest thing he had ever drunk in 100 years. It was worth it. It was totally worth it. This girl, I didn't raise her for nothing. All the grievances and hardships I suffered before vanished in the face of this glass of tap water. Wang Yitian leaned back on the sofa, gazing at the gradually darkening sky outside the window, his heart filled with a feeling of happiness. Inside the room, Wang Xinran leaned against the door, and after hearing no more noise outside, slowly slid down to sit on the floor. She touched her still slightly flushed cheeks and muttered softly. "TCH. It's just a glass of water, this old man is quite easy to fool." The corners of her mouth, however, uncontrollably curved upwards into a small arc. The lingering tension in the air, the tension that had been building for so long, seemed to melt away quietly with just a glass of water, an awkward expression of concern, and a choked thank you. Chapter 14 Dad's Thoughts. A warning, it's so good. Ever since that glass of tap water, imbued with awkward fatherly love, Wang Yitian felt that his life had been elevated. The sky is bluer, the water is sweeter, and even the mutated parrot that Aunt Wang downstairs keeps has a raspy voice that sounds like a pop song from 100 years ago. Of course, the sky was still that same gray sky, the water still smelled of bleach, and the parrots were still so noisy that you wanted to pluck their feathers. But Wang Yitian was secretly pleased. My daughter knows to pour water for her dad now. Although it was tap water, and the action resembled throwing a hidden weapon, it was of great significance. This marks a historic breakthrough in the father-daughter relationship, moving from mutual harm to a new stage of awkward harmony. He sprawled on the sofa, legs crossed, smugly surveying his empire, the system interface. Fatherly love value balance, 215 points. This huge sum must be used wisely. The previous investment in the basic body tempering powder proved remarkably effective, demonstrating that the system store is honest and fair, offering what you pay for. So, what should we invest in next? His gaze swept across the mall. Daughter's happy drink. A bottle costs 50 points and can boost mood, and a tiny bit of comprehension sounds good, a perfect surprise for my daughter to help her recover from a near breakdown after training. But it doesn't seem like a priority right now. Special healing ointment. One serving costs 100 points, a must-have for home and travel, but it seems we won't need it for now. My daughter is quite resilient. The Mask of the Pretender. 500 points. Too expensive. Pass. Besides, I haven't decided what to use it for yet. I can't exactly wear it to peep at Grandma Wang dancing in the square, can I? His gaze finally settled on a product he had noticed before. Basic Boxing Techniques Advanced Tips, One-Time Knowledge Infusion, Price, 150 Father's Love Points. Description: This manual integrates the essence of basic boxing techniques from ancient and modern times, directly targeting the core of power generation and simplifying complex concepts. After use, the user can instantly grasp the relevant theoretical knowledge and teach it according to their own understanding. Note: this manual aims to solidify the foundation and is suitable for martial artists and martial arts masters. Effects may vary from person to person. This is it. Wang Yitian's eyes lit up. My daughter is now at the mid-stage of martial arts, and she is quite proficient in basic boxing techniques, but she is clearly still at the form similarity stage. Her power generation techniques and blood circulation coordination are very rough. This Basic Boxing Techniques Advanced Tips is a godsend. It can fundamentally improve her practical combat skills. Moreover, being able to teach through personal experience means that he can transform the system's knowledge into his own insights and teach them to his daughter, perfectly concealing the source. Although spending 150 points at once is a bit painful, investing in my daughter is investing in my own future. Wang can still keep track of these accounts every day. Exchange. Ding. 150 fatherly love points consumed to successfully exchange 4 basic martial arts advanced tips, X1. Current fatherly love points balance, 65 points. A cool stream of information, rich in images, words, and bodily sensations, instantly flooded into Wang Yitian's mind. His exquisite techniques and theories, such as how to mobilize muscle groups, how to coordinate breathing to circulate blood and qi, how to concentrate power into a single point for explosive release, and how to cause maximum damage in the least effortful way, are clearly imprinted on his body, just like the knowledge he was born with. Wang Yitian closed his eyes to process the information for a moment, and when he opened them again, a flash of understanding appeared in his eyes. So, basic boxing techniques can be performed like this? This stuff produced by the system is really something. Although it's called basic, the power generation techniques and body control requirements it contains are far superior to the mass-produced products on the market. He suppressed his excitement, cleared his throat, and called out towards Wang Xinran's room, Ran. Come out for a second. Daddy has something to tell you. After a while, the door was opened a crack, and Wang Xinran poked her head out, her face still showing fatigue and impatience from training. What? Are you going to give me that inhumane fatherly love coercion training again? Even the donkeys in the production team need a rest, right? It's not training, it's a good thing. Wang Yitian tried his best to put on a serious expression, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up, betraying his good mood. Come here and sit down. Wang Xinran looked him over suspiciously for a few moments before slowly walking out. She plopped down on the small stool opposite her, crossed her legs, and shook them, spit it out. This genius's time is precious. Wang Yitian took a deep breath, trying his best to imitate the demeanor of a reclusive master, but unfortunately, paired with his old man's shirt and baggy shorts, he looked more like an old man in a park bragging and playing chess. Ran, he said earnestly, these past few days, I've noticed that your foundation has become much stronger with the help of the pressure training method, and your energy and blood are also more vigorous. It's time to pass on some of the unique insights I've gained through years of arduous practice. He emphasized years of hard work and unique insights in an attempt to increase credibility. Wang Xinran's reaction was exactly what he expected. She raised an eyebrow, her face instantly screaming "You're lying again," her eyes practically overflowing with disdain. She picked at her ear with her little finger and flicked it. What? Unique tips? Dad, are your tips some kind of advanced version of the happy health preservation techniques for fat otaku? Or how to elegantly slouch on the sofa for 100 years? Wang Yitian blushed, but forced himself to remain calm. Nonsense. Dad is serious this time. It's about basic boxing techniques. Real, solid stuff. Basic boxing techniques? Wang Xinran scoffed. I've been practicing that since I was 3. What's there to learn? It's just straight punches, hooks, uppercuts, and haphazard punches. Superficial. Naive. Wang Yitian shook his head in anguish. You know nothing about the power of the basics. A tall building rises from the ground. If the foundation is not solid, the earth will shake. Your current boxing style has the form but not the spirit. Your power is scattered, your blood and qi are not flowing smoothly, and you can't even exert half of your full strength. It's simply a waste of talent. His explanation, a mix of systematic theory and his own impromptu remarks, caught Wang Xinran off guard for a moment. She had indeed recently felt that her boxing skills had hit a bottleneck. Although her strength had increased, the effectiveness of her strikes hadn't improved much. Really? She asked skeptically. Then tell me, how does one obtain divine power? Wang Yitian was secretly delighted the fish had taken the bait. He quickly began to teach based on the insights in his mind and his own understanding. Cough, for example, the simplest straight punch. Wang Yitian stood up and demonstrated an extremely standard, well, in his own opinion, a very standard starting stance. You think it's just about forcefully thrusting your arm forward? You're completely wrong. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands to demonstrate power originates from the feet, is generated in the legs, controlled by the waist, and flows through the fingers. The toes must grip the ground and feel the power of the earth. Slightly bend your knees, not lock them. Twist your waist. Thrust your hips. Yes, that's the feeling. Relax your shoulders, don't stiffen them. Draw your chi to your dantian, yes, that warm feeling in your lower abdomen. Concentrate your mind. Imagine your fist isn't a fist, but a red-hot iron cone. Yes, that feeling of penetrating everything. Wang Yitian spoke with great enthusiasm, trying his best to describe those exquisite power-generating techniques in the most accessible and easy-to-understand language. In some areas, he himself only had a superficial understanding, relying entirely on muscle memory instilled by the system to get through it, so his explanations were inevitably somewhat hesitant and inarticulate. Wang Xinran initially pursed her lips, with an expression that said, "I'll just quietly watch you show off." But as she listened, the disdain on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Especially when Wang Yitian talked about concepts such as unity of waist and stance, power penetrating to the fingertips, and using intention without force, she vaguely felt that she had touched something, but it was still separated by a veil. It's all just empty talk. She muttered to herself, but her body unconsciously began to mimic the movements Wang Yitian had just made, trying to find that feeling of starting from the feet and moving through the legs. Seeing this, Wang Yitian felt much more confident and quickly pressed his advantage. Talk is cheap. Try throwing a punch. Use the method I just told you, don't use brute force. Wang Xinran assumed a fighting stance with some skepticism, recalling her father's seemingly mystical yet somewhat reasonable insights, trying to adjust her breathing and concentrate her mind. Then, she cautiously threw a punch at the air. This punch wasn't fast, and the movement even seemed a bit awkward and stiff because it was deliberately adjusted. But just as her fist was about to reach its peak, Wang Xinran clearly felt a more concentrated and smoother sense of power flowing from her feet to her waist and then to her arms, like a stream flowing into a river, suddenly bursting forth. Call. The wind from the punch sounded, though faint, it carried an unprecedented penetrating force. Wang Xinran froze completely. She remained in a punching stance, her eyes wide open, her mouth slightly agape enough to fit an egg. Her face was filled with utter shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. What is this feeling? The same punch, the power may not seem to have increased much, but the degree of concentration, the speed of the explosion, and the efficiency of mobilizing chi and blood are completely different. It was as if she had been hacking around with a dull axe before, but now she was holding a sharpened dagger. She abruptly pulled her fist back, then tried to throw another punch in the same way she had always done. Although the force was powerful, it felt like the power dissipated significantly during transmission, giving it a somewhat weak and unstable feel. When I switched back to the method my dad suggested, that feeling of cohesion and penetration returned. Once might be an illusion, but what about twice? Wang Xinran suddenly raised her head, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Wang Yitian completely changed. His eyes were like those of a caveman who had suddenly pulled out a nuclear bomb, filled with horror and disbelief. You old geezer. She pointed at Wang Yitian, her fingers trembling slightly. Where did you learn all this from? This isn't basic boxing at all. This is even more refined than the power generation techniques of the advanced martial arts we learned from our instructors. Seeing his daughter's worldview shattered once again, Wang Yitian was secretly overjoyed, almost to the point of ecstasy. But on the surface, he had to remain composed. He slowly finished his stance, put his hands behind his back, looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, and his face showed a sigh of having experienced the vicissitudes of life and seen through the world. In a deep and magnetic voice, he slowly said, "Sigh. Stealing knowledge? Why steal knowledge? This is nothing more than a small, insignificant truth that your father gleaned from the ordinary life of 100 years of wasted time and the vicissitudes of the world. Martial arts originate from life, yet transcend life. The ringing motion when washing clothes, the waist strength when sweeping the floor, even the relaxation when lounging on the sofa, can all serve as methods. This is the sedimentation of time, the crystallization of wisdom." His rambling, mystical talk, combined with his lonely mastered demeanor, would make him look exactly like a charlatan if he were dressed in a Taoist robe and carrying a whisk. But at this moment, in Wang Xinran's eyes, her good-for-nothing father, dressed in an old man's shirt and flip-flops, seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious halo. Could it be that Dad is really some kind of reclusive master? Was that useless act all an act? Or is it that, when people get old, they can really become sentient? Wang Xinran felt that her CPU was showing signs of overload again. She shook her head, deciding to put this brain-teasing problem aside for the time being. Whatever. As long as it works. She immediately became like an explorer who had discovered a new continent. Forget about mocking her father, she couldn't wait to get into position again and start practicing that awkward but highly effective way of exerting force over and over again. He couldn't help but complain. This pose is a bit ugly, but it's fucking awesome. Looking at his daughter's body language, Wang Yitian sat back on the sofa with a smug expression, keeping his accomplishments hidden. His impression of his father as a good-for-nothing began to be shaken in a truly fundamental way after that punch. Chapter 15: The Martial Arts School's First Display of Power. Over the next few days, Wang Xinran completely transformed into martial arts fanatic 2.0 enhanced version. If she used to cultivate to cope with school exams and avoid getting beaten up outside, now she is completely captivated by her father's ugly but damn powerful method of generating power. She was like a child who had discovered a new toy, no, like Columbus who had discovered a new continent, completely immersed in the fervor of exploring this entirely new power system. Every day after school, she throws her school bag down, doesn't eat snacks or watch videos, and goes straight into her little room to start ho ho ha hey. Sometimes he would slowly gesture at the air, sometimes he would pound on the sandbag while muttering incantations. Toes gripping the ground, feeling the power of the earth, twisting the waist, sending the hips, drawing the breath to the dantian, concentrating the mind, a red-hot iron cone. No, this doesn't feel right, the force has dissipated. Again. Feet. Waist. Hips. Shoulders. Elbows. Wrists. Fingers. Got it. That's the feeling. You old geezer. This pose is so inhuman. My back is practically twisted into a pretzel. Wang Yitian, meanwhile, was leisurely sprawled on the living room sofa, scrolling through You're So Beautiful while eavesdropping on the sounds from next door, occasionally complaining to the system in his mind. System, look at my daughter's aptitude. She's just like me. She understands things instantly. Ding. Detected that the bound object's comprehension of advanced insights into basic boxing techniques has increased to 15%. The host's guidance has been effective. Fatherly love value +5. Only 15%? That's a long way to go. But every little bit helps, 5 points is never too little. He watched with satisfaction as his fatherly love value slowly climbed in his account, feeling that his investment acumen was truly unparalleled. Raising a daughter is like raising a goose that lays golden eggs. Although she may be a bit noisy, eat a lot, and cost a bit more money, the return on investment is fantastic. Soon, the weekend arrived. Thunder Martial Arts Academy is one of the small but well-regarded martial arts academies in the western district of Jiangcheng. It's also the place where Wang Xinran often comes to practice diligently on weekends, to learn and train hard. Today, Wang Xinran sported a newly styled, dazzling, multicolored short haircut, wore a faded martial arts uniform, and rode a hoverboard, making a beautiful drift to a stop in front of the martial arts gym. After several days of being reflected on by her father's insights, although her cultivation level was still at the mid-stage of martial arts, her overall spirit and energy underwent subtle changes. His gaze was calmer, and his steps carried a steadiness and coordination he had never shown before, a confidence that naturally flowed from his increased control over his own strength. As soon as she stepped into the training field, a discordant voice rang out, carrying undisguised sarcasm. Hey! Who do we have here? Isn't this Wang Xinran, the great genius from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School? Haven't seen you for a few days, and you've gotten so sluggish? Or is it that your good-for-nothing father has finally run out of money to pay your martial arts school tuition, so you can only come here to audit a free trial class? The speaker was a burly young man with a fierce look in his eyes. His name was Zhou Kai, a late-stage martial artist. He was the nephew of the martial arts school's instructor and also an old acquaintance of Wang Xinran's. He had often mocked and bullied her in the past because of his high cultivation level and somewhat powerful background. Zhou Kai's shout was quite loud, immediately attracting the attention of many trainees in the training field. Some were watching the spectacle, some felt sympathy, and some were gloating. After all, Wang Xinran had been targeted by Zhou Kai and his clique quite a bit in the martial arts school before because of her low skill level and unconventional appearance. Wang Xinran paused, her brows furrowing slightly. If it were in the past, she would have immediately lost her temper and started arguing with Zhou Kai head-on. Even if she couldn't win the fight, she would still try to gain the upper hand verbally. But today, she only glanced at Zhou Kai indifferently, her gaze so calm that it gave Zhou Kai a strange jolt. A good dog doesn't block the way. Wang Xinran's voice was flat, but carried an indifferent tone of not caring about it. Besides, you have vegetable leaves stuck in your teeth, which is an eyesore. Put. Several students around couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhou Kai's face flushed red instantly, feeling utterly humiliated. He never expected Wang Xinran to be so sharp-tongued today, and even dare to humiliate him in public. Wang Xinran. You're asking for it. Enraged, Zhou Kai stepped forward, emanating the aura of a late-stage martial artist, attempting to intimidate Wang Xinran with his imposing presence. Haven't dealt with you in a few days, are you itching for a beating? How dare you talk to me like that? In the past, Wang Xinran would have definitely felt short of breath under the pressure of this aura. But today she just found it a bit noisy. She could barely withstand the overwhelming pressure of her father's mountain-like paternal love, so Zhou Kai's little bit of momentum was like a drizzle. She even had time to mentally complain, is that all? It doesn't even have 1/10,000th of my husband's skill, and it dares to show off? Too lazy to waste any more words with Zhou Kai, she ignored him completely and headed straight for the dressing room. This complete disregard drove Zhou Kai even more infuriating than a direct confrontation. Damn it! What are you so arrogant about? During sparring later, I'll beat the shit out of you. Zhou Kai stared at Wang Xinran's retreating figure and muttered viciously. The sparring session began quickly. The coach arranged for free sparring, where participants could actively invite opponents. Without hesitation, Zhou Kai was the first to jump out, pointing at Wang Xinran, who had just finished warming up and was loosening her wrists, and shouted, "Coach! I invite Wang Xinran to spar. Please grant permission." All eyes immediately turned to him. Everyone understood that Zhou Kai was here to settle a personal score. Many students looked at Wang Xinran with pity. A mid-stage martial artist against a late-stage one, especially someone like Zhou Kai who didn't hold back, the outcome was predictable. The coach frowned slightly. He didn't like fights between students driven by personal grudges, but the martial arts school rules allowed for free challenges. He looked at Wang Xinran, you can choose to accept or refuse. Wang Xinran raised her head, looked at Zhou Kai with a provocative expression, and then at the worried or amused eyes around her. Suddenly, a faint, slightly roguish smile appeared on her lips. She was just looking for a live target to test the practical effectiveness of her dad's tips, and this came to her doorstep. Sure. She cracked her neck, making a crisp sound. My hands are itching to get going. The two stepped onto the central arena. Zhou Kai grinned maliciously, twisting his neck and wrists, the bones cracking as he exuded menacing power. Wang Xinran appeared very relaxed, even a little nonchalant. She simply went through her father's fallacies and heresies in her mind once again. Start, the coach commanded. Zhou Kai roared and charged at Wang Xinran like a bull, delivering a powerful straight punch that whistled through the air, aiming straight for Wang Xinran's face. This is his usual tactic, suppressing opponents with his cultivation level simple and brutal. Some people in the audience couldn't bear it and closed their eyes. However, facing this fierce punch, Wang Xinran simply slipped slightly on her feet, turning her body to the side at an extremely awkward yet just right angle. Zhou Kai's fist almost grazed her nose, the force of the blow ruffling her hair. Ha! Zhou Kai was taken aback, not expecting Wang Xinran to dodge. He changed his move quickly, retracting his fist and delivering a fierce hook punch to Wang Xinran's ribs. Wang Xinran's waist bent backward as if boneless, while her steps changed. It was the kind of seemingly staggering but actually rhythmic and unpredictable technique from Dad's tips that she used to narrowly avoid danger once again. Hide? Let's see how long you can hide. Enraged, Zhou Kai intensified his attack, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks. Wang Xinran, however, was like a small boat in a storm, seemingly in danger, but always managing to avoid it by the narrowest of margins at crucial moments. Her movements seemed clumsy, awkward, and even a little funny to outsiders, but Zhou Kai, who was in the thick of it, became more and more alarmed as the fight went on. He felt like every strike he made was hitting a slippery eel, making him feel so uncomfortable he wanted to vomit blood. All you can do is hide? You're useless. Zhou Kai roared angrily. Just then, a glint flashed in Wang Xinran's eyes. Now! Zhou Kai's attacks had failed to break through, his breathing was disordered, his steps were unsteady, and he had revealed a huge opening. Instead of dodging, she followed the instructions in the experience guide, instantly generating power from her waist and hips, twisting her body, extending her shoulder, and throwing a punch. The movements were executed in one smooth motion, seemingly ordinary, and even a bit awkward due to the unique way of exerting force, but the speed was astonishing. The fist, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, precisely pierced through Zhou Kai's arm defenses and struck his chest's Tanzhong acupoint. Bang! A muffled thud. Zhou Kai's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. He was as if he had been hit by a high-speed hovercar, his eyes bulging out and his face filled with extreme horror and disbelief. He felt an extremely sharp and condensed force penetrate his body, instantly shattering the chi and blood he had gathered. Ugh! He screamed in agony as his massive body flew backward 2 or 3 meters like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily onto the ring with a thud. He clutched his chest, curled up like a shrimp, and could only exhale, not inhale. The entire training ground was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone gaped, their eyes wide as saucers, as if they had seen a ghost. Martial arts, mid-stage martial artist, 3 moves, instantly killed Jokai, a late-stage martial artist? Or will it be with this complete and overwhelming dominance? How is that possible? The coach was also stunned, rubbing his eyes hard, wondering if he was hallucinating. Wang Xinran's dodges and final punch just now, though seemingly clumsy and awkward, actually contained a profound mystery that even he couldn't fathom. This is definitely not your average basic boxing technique. Wang Xinran slowly withdrew her fist, shook her wrist, her face expressionless, and simply exhaled softly. She walked to the edge of the ring, looked at the crowd still frozen in shock, and, mimicking Wang Etienne's usual nonchalant tone, said calmly, "Basic operation, don't overdo it." After saying that, she jumped off the ring, picked up her water bottle, unscrewed it, and took a sip. Her mind was already in turmoil. Holy crap! Daddy's cheat code. Awesome! From that moment on, the name Ghost Fire Girl Wang Xinran became famous throughout the Thunder Martial Arts School. Chapter 16: A new type of parent-reliant relationship. The story of Wang Xinran defeating Jokai in 3 moves at the Thunder Martial Arts School spread like wildfire, reaching every martial arts class at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School the very next day. When she walked into the classroom with a more flamboyant and cool head of colorful short hair, she could clearly feel that the gazes around her were different from before. Previously, it was met with mockery, disdain, or indifference, but now it's filled with curiosity, surprise, and even a hint of awe. During the break, several classmates who I don't usually interact with actually came over to chat with me. "Sister Ran, that's awesome. I heard you beat Jokai in seconds at the martial arts gym yesterday?" "Really? Isn't Jokai a late-stage martial artist?" "Ran, how did you train? Share some tips." On the surface, Wang Xinran maintained a calm and collected demeanor, casually waving her hand and saying, "It's nothing, just some practice. The main problem is that my opponent is too weak." But inside, she was ecstatic, practically wishing she could erect a longevity tablet for her father on the spot. This feeling of being the center of attention is even more intoxicating than drinking 10 bottles of daughter's happy water. She has truly tasted the sweetness of strength. And all of this stems from that increasingly unfathomable good for nothing, the amazing old man. The thought of her father made Wang Xinran feel a ticklish sensation in her heart, like being scratched by a cat. That set of power-generating techniques that are ugly but incredibly effective is definitely just the tip of the iceberg. This old man definitely has even more to say. We must extract it. We must strike while the iron is hot. Before he changes his mind, squeeze as much money out of him as possible. So, after school that day, Wang Xinran unusually didn't linger outside. She rode her skateboard home at breakneck speed, ignoring even the whistles of the street thugs. Bang! The door was pushed open, startling Wang Etienne, who was on the sofa researching the system shop and debating whether to buy daughter's happy water or save money to buy more expensive items. "Wow, did the sun rise in the west today? You're back so early?" Wang Etienne put down his phone and joked. Wang Xinran didn't reply, but stared intently at him, as if she were looking at a giant, newly discovered mine that was still gleaming with gold. She threw her school bag on the sofa, and without saying a word, rushed into the kitchen and ransacked the place. Wang Etienne felt uneasy under his daughter's gaze. What are you looking for?" "You ate the last piece of compressed biscuit this morning." Before he finished speaking, Wang Xinran came out with a fruit knife and a wilted apple. Wang Etienne's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap. No way? Just because I didn't give her pocket money yesterday, she's going to kill her father today? I can't keep this girl. He instinctively shrank back. Ran, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil. We can talk this over. Dad's pension card is under the pillow. Wang Xinran ignored him, plopped down on the stool next to her, picked up the poor apple, and started peeling it. Yes, peeling an apple. But her technique was less like peeling and more like planing wood. Or rather, it's a brutal and inhumane torture of apple. The peel, along with large chunks of flesh, fell off in a flurry. The apple rapidly slimmed down at a visible speed, and its shape became extremely irregular, pitted and uneven, as if it had been gnawed by a dog. Wang Etienne stared in disbelief at the scene, his CPU struggling to process it. Is this some kind of new performance art? Or is it foreplay before poisoning? Finally, after an apple that was originally the size of a fist was shaved down to the size of an egg and had an extremely abstract shape, Wang Xinran stopped her tyranny. She picked up this work of art, handed it to Wang Yitian, and forced a smile that she thought was well behaved but was actually somewhat sinister. Dad, have an apple. It'll give you vitamins. Wang Yitian looked at the wretched lump of apple flesh, then at the weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken smile on his daughter's face, swallowed hard, and carefully took it. Thank you, my dear. His voice trembled slightly. This apple looked exactly like the Last Supper. When Wang Xinran saw that her father had taken it, she immediately revealed her true intentions. She leaned forward, placed her hands on her knees, and leaned forward, her eyes flashing with an alarming light, getting straight to the point. Dad, let's not beat around the bush. Wang Yitian's heart tightened. They're here. Here's the important part. He instinctively gripped the poor apple in his hand tighter. Your unique insights honed over many years. Wang Xinran lowered her voice, like a secret agent making a rendezvous. How much stock do you have left? Stop hiding it. Name your price. What do you want for you to share everything? Her eyes were burning, as if Wang Yitian was not a middle-aged good-for-nothing father, but a walking, humanoid treasure trove of limited edition martial arts manuals. Wang Yitian was stunned at first, then his heart instantly burst with joy. Oh my daughter is so savvy. They've even learned to proactively pay to unlock things. No wonder they're Wang Yitian's offspring. Has a good business sense. He was overjoyed inside, but his face instantly switched to an expression of extreme distress, as if he were about to be completely drained, with one hand clutching his chest, a true drama queen at work. Oh dear. Ran. It's not that Dad's hiding something, you just don't know, this insight, it's not like cabbage. His tone was somber, as if he were recounting a shocking secret. These are secrets that your father painstakingly discovered, exhausting countless brain cells and going through countless hardships to figure out. Every bit of what he taught was a huge drain on your father's vitality. At best, it would cause dizziness and blurred vision. At worst, it would shorten his lifespan. Wang Xinran watched her father's over-the-top acting, which was almost unbearable, and her lips twitched, but she managed to suppress a roll of her eyes. She patiently began to bargain. Don't give me that. Just tell me your terms. Double your allowance? No way. Absolutely not. On this point, her stance is extremely firm. Seeing that his daughter wasn't buying his emotional appeal, Wang Yitian immediately changed tactics, rubbing his hands together and adopting a shrewd businessman's expression. Ahem. Talking about money hurts feelings? Am I that kind of person? Look, I'm getting old, I've worked hard all my life, shouldn't I enjoy my retirement? Wang Xinran squinted her eyes. Speak like a human. You'll be responsible for the bulls for a month. Wang Yitian immediately set his conditions, then quickly added, plus, in this final exam, get Dad into the top 50 of the grade for both martial arts theory and academic subjects. How about that? A monthly salary? And you still need to be in the top 50 of your grade? Wang Xinran raised her voice. Why don't you just rob me? Do you know what kind of monsters are in the top 50 of the grade? Oh my daughter is a genius too. With a little effort, she'll definitely succeed. Wang Yitian flattered. Besides, this little bit of effort is nothing compared to Dad's secret techniques. It's a surefire way to make money. Wang Xinran bit her lip, her mind in turmoil. Washing dishes is a minor matter. I've often tricked my dad into doing it anyway. But being in the top 50 of the grade, that's incredibly stressful. But, the thought of the exhilarating feeling of crushing opponents in the martial arts school, and the potential for even greater power in the future. Make a deal. She gritted her teeth, stamped her foot, and held out her hand, but we have to inspect the goods first. You have to guarantee they're genuine. Absolutely. Dad is honest and fair in business, treating everyone fairly, young and old. Wang Yitian quickly grabbed his daughter's hand and shook it vigorously, his heart filled with joy. Agreement reached. From that day on, the Wang family's style of painting underwent a dramatic change. Wang Xinran has completely transformed into a test-taking queen, working even harder than she did during the college entrance exam preparation. He practices at school, he practices at home, he even practices in his dreams. If he doesn't understand something, he immediately bothers Wang Yitian. Dad. How do I get the right angle to apply force? I feel like I can't twist it. You old fool. Why is your chi and blood blocked here? Did you teach me wrong? Old dang. Come quick and see if my punch has any divine quality? Wang Yitian experienced both pain and joy. He was happy because his daughter was positive and motivated, which elevated his own level of fatherly love and his own personal growth. The pain is that he has to rack his brains to transform the high-level knowledge instilled by the system into data insights full of all sorts of bizarre metaphors that his daughter can understand, and he is also questioned by his daughter about his teaching level from time to time. But correspondingly, the compensation also improved. Dad, have some tea. Dad, give me a back massage. Dad, have some fruit. What was handed over was another apple, peeled even uglier. While grinning and enjoying his daughter's attentiveness, Wang Yitian looked at the system notification with satisfaction. Ding! The bound target's strength has increased, and their chi and blood have become more refined. Fatherly love value +3. Ding! The bound object's comprehension of advanced insights into basic boxing techniques has increased to 20%. Fatherly love value +8. Ding! Daily supervision task completed. Fatherly love value +10. The father-daughter relationship has entered a peculiar new phase of mutual exploitation, each getting what they need, and living in harmony. Wang Yitian felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment as he watched the slow but steady increase in his fatherly love points in his account, and saw himself radiant in the mirror from enjoying his daughter's service. This is hardly raising a daughter. This is clearly an investment in a stock with unlimited potential. Looking at her increasingly refined boxing skills and steadily growing strength, Wang Xinran felt that this living off her parents' lifestyle was absolutely amazing. As for washing dishes? Final exams? Those are minor matters. Strength is the only true measure of success. A new type of parasitic relationship has been officially established. Chapter 17: The King Returns. A new week, a new beginning. For Wang Xinran, the air was exceptionally fresh this Monday, and even the wildflowers blooming on the mutated weeds by the roadside looked much more pleasing to the eye. Why? They've gained confidence. Going to school used to be like being tortured, a place to be scorned by all sorts of geniuses and mocked by arch-enemies. Going to school now is like going to, well, inspect? Or rather, to enjoy the fruits of victory? Just thinking about how she defeated Zhou Kai in 3 moves at the martial arts gym last Friday, shocking everyone, made Wang Xinran feel incredibly comfortable, every pore on her body radiating a sense of bliss. That feeling was even better than chugging a whole bottle of ice-cold soda on a hot summer day. Dad's cheat code, it truly lives up to its name. Wang Xinran looked in the mirror and carefully styled her signature colorful short hair, striding to make every strand stand out at the most arrogant angle. She changed into a clean denim outfit with carefully designed rips, and the hoverboard she was wearing was polished to a shine, with faint blue energy flames flickering from its exhaust nozzle. Excellent, very energetic. It perfectly matches her self-proclaimed persona as the newly crowned hidden master of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Dad! I'm off to school. Wang Xinran shouted with great energy, her voice filled with a sense of triumph. Drive carefully. Be safe. Wang Yitian's voice came from the kitchen, accompanied by the clatter of pots and pans. According to the parent-dependent agreement, the task of washing dishes was still his for the time being, and it would not be officially handed over until Wang Xinran entered the top 50 in the grade. Wang Xinran stepped onto her skateboard and whoosh rushed out of the house. Feeling the wind whistling in her ears, she felt as if the sky was high enough for birds to fly and the sea was wide enough for fish to leap. From today onwards, Wang Xinran will completely say goodbye to the timid and submissive person she used to be. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, as a typical public martial arts middle school in the era of advanced martial arts, has a style that is completely different from the ordinary high schools in Wang Yitian's memory. Instead of a traditional gate, the school has a huge, metallic energy detection archway. All teachers and students must swipe their cards to pass through, and the archway also checks whether they are carrying any dangerous energy items. Above the archway, a huge holographic projection of the school motto floats: civilized spirit, sturdy physique, martial arts to revitalize the nation. The buildings on campus are also full of a sense of power and technology. The teaching building is no longer a square box, but a unique shape with sharp lines, obvious reinforced structure and energy circuit. The walls are made of special composite material that can absorb impact. In addition to the standard running track, the playground also features a plum blossom stake formation for practicing body techniques, an energy target for testing punching power, and an obstacle training area that simulates various terrains. It was rush hour for students to go to school, and the school gate was packed with people. Students wearing uniform school uniforms with faint protective runes walked in 2s and 3s or alone, all emanating varying degrees of elemental energy fluctuations. Hover bikes, balance bikes, and skateboards are the mainstream modes of transportation. Occasionally, you can see students from well-off families riding stylish, low-altitude hovering psychic motorcycles that whiz by, attracting envious glances. Wang Xinran, riding her Ghostfire skateboard, executed a skillful drift, precisely weaving through the crowd and coming to a steady stop in front of the energy archway. Her cool entrance, coupled with her eye-catching colorful short hair, immediately attracted a lot of attention. Look! It's Wang Xinran. She seems a little different today. I heard that she beat up Joe Kai at the Thunder Martial Arts Gym last Friday. Really? Isn't Joe Kai a late-stage martial artist? Isn't she only at the mid-stage? It's true. My cousin was there. He said Wang Xinran took down Joe Kai in just 3 moves. She was so cool. Wow. He's been hiding his true abilities. Hearing the whispers, Wang Xinran appeared calm on the surface, but inside she was overjoyed. Yes. That's exactly the feeling. The feeling of being the center of attention. Previously, these gazes were mostly filled with disdain and ridicule, but now they are full of curiosity, surprise, and even a hint of awe. She held her head high, swiped her student card, and passed through the energy arch. Just as she was about to slide towards the teaching building, several familiar figures blocked her way. Leading the group was Joe Kai, whose face was ashen and whose eyes were sinister. He was accompanied by several of his usual henchmen. Clearly, the embarrassment at the martial arts school made him a laughingstock in a small circle, which brought his hatred for Wang Xinran to its peak. Joe Kai crossed his arms, blocking Wang Xinran's skateboard, and said in a deliberately amplified, sarcastic tone. Oh! Who's making such a grand entrance? It's Wang Xinran, our #1 high school's newly crowned top student. He deliberately emphasized the words master, making it sound incredibly sarcastic. Many students around stopped and looked over, their expressions suggesting they were watching a good show. Wang Xinran touched the ground with one foot to steady the skateboard, lazily raised her eyelids, and glanced at Joe Kai. That look in his eyes, calm yet carrying a barely perceptible hint of disdain? Like looking at a rag blocking the way, emitting a sour smell. A good dog doesn't block the way. Wang Xinran's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly carried throughout the quiet school gate area, her tone as calm as if stating an objective fact. You! Joe Kai was so enraged by the blatant insult that he choked on his words, his face instantly turning red. He pointed at Wang Xinran, his anger turning into a mocking laugh. Wang Xinran. Don't think you're something special just because you won once at the martial arts gym. A sneak attack. That was pure sneak attack. You took advantage of me when I wasn't paying attention. Oh. Wang Xinran's response was extremely perfunctory. She even yawned boredly, then her gaze fell on Joe Kai's teeth, and she added, also, there's some green vegetable stuck in your teeth, quite noticeable. Did you come out barking without brushing your teeth this morning? Puff. Ha ha ha. A burst of suppressed laughter immediately erupted around them. Many people subconsciously glanced at Joe Kai's teeth. Joe Kai instinctively shut his mouth and touched the gap between his teeth with his hand. He then realized that he had been tricked and became even more furious. His face turned from red to green, and then from green to purple, looking like a palette of colors. Wang Xinran. You fucking want to die. Joe Kai completely lost his guard, and the aura of a late-stage martial artist erupted from his body, seemingly wanting to attack on the spot. What are you all doing? Standing around the school gate like this? A stern reprimand rang out, and the teacher on duty walked over with a frown. Joe Kai felt as if he had been doused with cold water, instantly sobering up. Taking action at the school gate would have serious consequences. He glared fiercely at Wang Xinran, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. You just wait. In the practical class, I'll show you how to deal with you. After making those harsh remarks, he slunk away with a few followers. Wang Xinran watched Joe Kai's disheveled figure, shrugged indifferently, and with a light push of her foot, the skateboard carried her like a nimble fish, gliding into the main road of the campus. Sunlight shone on her colorful short hair, creating a dazzling halo. She felt the complex, inquisitive, and even slightly admiring gazes behind her, and an arrogant smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. The feeling of showing off. That was fucking awesome. Thanks to that unassuming old man in the family. Wang Xinran whistled happily and glided faster towards the teaching building. She was already looking forward to the upcoming practical lesson. Chapter 18, Practical Lessons Slap in the Face. During the morning's academic classes, Wang Xinran was completely distracted. The teacher of a general history of the martial arts era was lecturing enthusiastically about the heroic deeds of the human martial arts saints during the third alien invasion. Wang Xinran was below, using her textbook to shield her eyes, her fingers tracing the power diagrams of basic boxing techniques on the dim screen, repeatedly simulating her father's ugly but effective moves in her mind. Her desk mate nudged her with his elbow and whispered, "Sister Ran, don't get distracted. The teacher has been watching you for ages." Wang Xinran didn't even look up, and lazily replied, "Basic stuff, everything's under control." What he was really thinking was, listening to this old fogey's lecture is not as exciting as figuring out how to beat up Joe Kai. Her mind was filled with the scene of her punching Joe Kai's furious, chubby face flying during the practical lesson later. Just thinking about it made her adrenaline surge, and she couldn't wait to rush to the training hall. Finally, the bell rang, and Wang Xinran was the first to rush out of the classroom, scrambling onto her skateboard and heading straight for the multi-purpose training hall. Her speed was comparable to being chased by a monster. The comprehensive training hall of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School is far superior to ordinary places like Leitang Martial Arts Hall. Beneath the enormous dome, dozens of standard arenas were divided into areas. The ground was made of a special alloy that could absorb impacts, and there were energy shield generators around the perimeter. The air was filled with a faint smell of ozone and sweat, and you could also vaguely hear shouts and muffled sounds of energy colliding from other venues. Today's practical lesson for grade 11-17 class was held in Hall 3. The students changed into their uniform martial arts attire and lined up at the edge of the field. Wang Xinran's colorful short hair stood out against the uniform dark blue martial arts uniform. She could feel many eyes, some open and some hidden, falling on her. Some were curious, some were suspicious, and some were Joe Kai and his gang's undisguised hostility. Teacher Zhang, who teaches practical classes, is a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and solid muscles, possessing the cultivation level of a late-stage martial arts master. He scanned the students and said in a loud voice, "Same rules as always. 10 minutes of warm-up, then free sparring. You can invite opponents, but stop when you've made a point, and no attacks on vital points. Begin." The group dispersed, and the students stretched and warmed up. Wang Xinran did a few simple stretches, then her eyes began searching for Joe Kai in the crowd. Sure enough, that guy was huddled together with a few henchmen, glaring at her with a sinister look, muttering to himself, clearly up to no good. As soon as the warm-up was over, Joe Kai eagerly jumped out, strode to the center of the field, bowed to teacher Zhang, and then pointed sharply at Wang Xinran, who was stretching her legs, his voice deliberately impassioned. "Teacher Zhang. I, Joe Kai, a late-stage martial artist, would like to invite Wang Xinran to spar. Please grant my request." The entire arena fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on them. News of what happened at the martial arts gym last Friday had already spread. Everyone knew this wasn't an ordinary sparring match, it was a revenge fight. Teacher Zhang frowned slightly and looked at Wang Xinran. "Wang Xinran, you can accept or refuse. It's a free exchange, based on the principle of voluntariness." Wang Xinran slowly lowered her leg, dusted off non-existent dust, met Joe Kai's provocative gaze, a roguish smile curving her lips, and lazily spoke. "Sure. It's a good opportunity to get some exercise and help digest breakfast." His tone was as casual as if he had just agreed to go to the convenience store to buy snacks together. Joe Kai was so angry at her attitude that he grinned maliciously and said, "Humph. I hope you can still be this stubborn later." The two stepped onto the central arena and stood facing each other. An energy shield rose with a hum, separating the arena from the outside world. "Begin!" Teacher Zhang commanded. Joe Kai roared, his inner energy surging, and his late-stage martial artist aura erupted. He was like a tiger unleashed from its cage, carrying a fierce energy, and launched the first attack. He learned from the martial arts school's lesson and no longer charged blindly. Instead, he used a slightly clumsy but powerful family-inherited footwork and unleashed a series of punches, aiming directly at Wang Xinran's upper and middle body. The wind from his punches was howling, and he was clearly really angry. Here it comes. The Zhou family's mountain opening fist. They're really going all out. Wang Xinran is in danger. Someone in the audience gasped. Faced with this even more aggressive attack than before, Wang Xinran remained unusually calm. Her father's fallacies and heresies flashed through her mind instantly. Footwork isn't about rote memorization, it's about adaptability. It's about feeling. Follow your instincts. Dodge the attack, don't retreat, cut in. Find his blind spot. When you exert force, it should be like skipping a stone on water, just glide and move on, don't try to withstand it. Suddenly, her footwork changed. Instead of the usual dodging and retreating, she adopted an extremely awkward and even somewhat staggering posture in the eyes of outsiders, as if she were drunk. She slid, turned to the side, and twisted her waist, closely following Joe Kai's violent punches. His movements were subtle, yet he always managed to evade the core of the attack at the last second. Joe Kai's fists always missed her by a hair's breadth, grazing the hem of her clothes, the force of the blow making her hair flutter, but never even touching a hair on her skin. Ha! This footwork. How eerie. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a mess, how come I always manage to dodge it? The audience was dazzled and buzzing with discussion. Teacher Zhang narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise on his face. He could tell that Wang Xinran's footwork was not haphazard, but rather contained an extremely sophisticated evasion concept he had never seen before, with a masterful grasp of timing and distance. Joe Kai became increasingly alarmed and frustrated as the fight progressed. He felt like he was chasing a wad of cotton, or like he was chasing his own shadow. Despite having the advantage in strength and speed, he just couldn't hit the target. Every time he exerted force, it felt like he was hitting empty air. The feeling of using the wrong force made his blood boil, and he felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. Wang Xinran, all you can do is hide? You're useless. Joe Kai roared in exasperation, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce, but this also gradually revealed his weaknesses. Now! A glint flashed in Wang Xinran's eyes as she noticed that Joe Kai's breathing had become disordered due to his prolonged attack, and his lower body experienced a very brief moment of stagnation. Opportunities are fleeting. Instead of retreating to create distance, she met Joe Kai's retracted fist with a powerful push-off with her foot. Instead of a straight sprint, it was a side slide with a slight arc that almost defied the laws of physics, instantly cutting into Joe Kai's wide-open center. At the same time, generate power from the waist and hips, twist the body, extend the shoulder, and punch. The movements were fluid and seemingly ordinary, and because of the unique way of exerting force, the trajectory of the fist had a slight, elusive arc, yet the speed was as fast as lightning. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no flashy brilliance, just a simple straight punch that precisely passed through the gap between Joe Kai's hastily defending arms and landed solidly on the area slightly above his chi-high acupoint on his abdomen. Bang! A dull thud, like the sound of leather being struck, rang out. Joe Kai's momentum came to an abrupt halt. The sinister smile on his face froze instantly, transforming into utter horror and disbelief. He felt a sharp, concentrated, drill-like force penetrate his body, instantly shattering the energy he had gathered. Intense pain, accompanied by an indescribable feeling of suffocation, swept through his entire body. Ugh! He let out a short, painful scream, his muscular body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, his feet leaving the ground. He crashed heavily into the energy shield at the edge of the arena with a loud bang, creating a ripple, before finally sliding to the ground like a lump of mud, curled up, barely breathing. The entire training hall number 3 was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone gaped, their eyes wide, as if they had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. Another move? No, strictly speaking, it was a counterattack after dodging countless moves. Moreover, this happened in front of the entire school, on the official stage of a practical lesson. This time, it was far more impactful than the one at the martial arts gym. And undeniably more so. Whoosh! After a brief silence, a clamor like a tidal wave erupted. Holy crap! Really? Instant kill. Another instant kill. How did she do that? What kind of footwork? What kind of boxing technique? Wang Xinran, when did she become so strong? A mid-stage martial artist instantly defeating a late-stage martial artist, this is a monster. Teacher Zhang also quickly walked onto the stage. She first checked Joe Kai's condition, then raised her head and looked at Wang Xinran with an extremely complex, shocked, and inquisitive gaze. This girl has really kept it a secret. That dodge and that final punch, seemingly without any technique, were actually incredibly skillful, definitely the work of a master. Could it be that the Wang family truly possesses some unknown secret? Wang Xinran slowly withdrew her fist, stood still, and gently exhaled a breath of stale air. Feeling the exhilarating flow of energy within his body from the perfect exertion of power, listening to the deafening gasps and discussions around him, and looking at the shocked, awe-inspiring, and even slightly worshipful gazes from below the stage. An unprecedented, exhilarating sensation spread throughout my body like an electric current. She suppressed the urge to roar to the heavens, but in her heart, she mustered all her strength and uttered a silent cry. Dad! YYDS. This cheat is absolutely amazing. Chapter 19, Understated Showing Off. The bell that signaled the end of the practical training session rang like heavenly music, but for Joe Kai, who was slumped under the ring, it sounded more like a death knell. He was helped up by several people, his face as pale as paper, his body as limp as overcooked noodles, and his eyes were filled with fear, shame and indignation, and a lingering sense of bewilderment as he looked at Wang Xinran. He still can't understand how he, a dignified late-stage martial artist, could be instantly defeated by a mid-stage girl in front of everyone. And it was done in that way, without any chance of fighting back. Wang Xinran had no time to care about the psychological trauma of her defeated opponent. She slowly moved her wrists, feeling the blood and qi flowing more smoothly through her meridians because of the perfect strike she had just delivered, and she felt incredibly happy. Like a victorious general, she walked off the stage with her head held high, under the gaze of countless eyes that were filled with shock, admiration, or complex emotions. Yes, my steps need to be steady, my expression cool, and my posture just right, not too smug, but also exuding a nonchalant, basic air. Yes, that's it. If Dad saw this, he'd definitely praise me as having the makings of an Oscar-worthy actress. Wang Xinran mentally prepared herself for the role. Sure enough, as she passed, the crowd automatically parted to make way for her. Whispers surged forth like a tide. Sister Ran is awesome. That's incredible. He's inhuman. Did you see her footwork just now? It was the ghostly shadow step. Bullshit. I think it's the long-lost Lingbo Weibo. From today onwards, Wang Xinran is my goddess. Come on, that goddess could punch the shit out of you. On the surface, Wang Xinran remained calm and composed, even displaying a touch of melancholy from the loneliness of being at the top. But inside, her inner self was already dancing the chorus, yes, yes, yes. That's exactly how it feels. Praise me more. This genius can't take it. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, walked over, her face bearing a rare, almost kind smile. Wang Xinran, come to my office for a moment. Here it comes. The main event is here. Wang Xinran's heart stirred, knowing that this was the exclusive treatment for top students' care from teachers and elders. She immediately suppressed her smugness, switched to well-behaved.jpg mode, and bowed slightly. Okay, Teacher Li. Following behind Teacher Li, Wang Xinran's inner monologue was already going crazy. Script activated. Acting mode on. Prepared lines, humility, modesty, diligence, and gratitude. Core idea, the credit goes to the school's cultivation and the teacher's guidance. Personal effort is only a negligible part. Subtext, it's all thanks to my husband's amazing skills. But I absolutely can't tell. As I entered the teacher's office, the other teachers cast curious glances my way. Teacher Li gestured for Wang Xinran to sit down, then pushed up her glasses and looked at her with a scrutinizing yet gratified gaze. Wang Xinran, Teacher Li began, her voice 8 octaves softer than usual, I was very surprised and pleased with your performance in the practical lesson today. Wang Xinran sat upright with her hands on her knees, her eyes innocent yet a little shy. Teacher, you flatter me. I just typed randomly. Just blindly hitting? Teacher Li chuckled and shook his head. To blindly hit enough to instantly kill Joe Kai? His mountain opening fist technique is quite advanced. Tell me the truth, have you had some kind of extraordinary encounter recently? Or, have you hired a master to guide you? The main event is here. Wang Xinran's internal alarm bells were ringing, but on the surface, she wore a conflicted expression that said, you've seen through me, but I have to keep this a secret. She lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, and whispered, Teacher, actually, there wasn't any extraordinary encounter. It's just, after going home, I felt my foundation was too weak, so I started practicing more. Yes, I secretly stayed up at night to practice extra. She emphasized secretly practicing extra hours in an attempt to create a sense of tragic heroism, as if I am glorious for staying up all night to study hard. Teacher Li clearly didn't believe her, but seeing that she was unwilling to say more, he didn't press her further. Instead, he said meaningfully, diligence is a good thing, but you also need to pay attention to the method. Your footwork and power generation techniques just now were quite extraordinary, unlike the basic martial arts taught in school. It seems, you have indeed worked hard and are very talented. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. It's mainly because the teachers teach so well. Wang Xinran quickly offered a compliment. Teacher Li nodded in satisfaction, took out a small jade bottle from the drawer, and handed it to Wang Xinran. This is a basic tempering liquid that the school awards to outstanding students. Although it's not of high quality, it can help stabilize your current realm and solidify your foundation. Take it and keep up the good work. I look forward to your performance in the final exam. Wang Xinran accepted the jade bottle with both hands. It was cool to the touch, and she could feel a faint energy fluctuation within it. A look of surprise and gratitude appeared on her face. Thank you, Teacher Li. I will definitely work harder. I will never let you down. Inwardly, however, he was furiously complaining, primary body tempering fluid? Or is it a stripped-down version that the school bought in bulk? Is this thing even 1/10 as effective as my old man's 3-No, basic body tempering powder? I doubt it will even have that strong smell. Well, it's better than nothing. Wait a minute. A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Could I ask my dad to exchange this for something of equal value? For example, could he offer one more exclusive martial arts insights as guidance? Or, try a half bottle of daughter's happy water for a fresh experience? Thinking of this, her gaze towards the bottle of body tempering liquid in her hand instantly transformed from useless to tradable commodity, gleaming brightly. Stepping out of the office, Wang Xinran felt her steps were lighter. Clutching the bottle of strategic supplies, she was already planning how to conduct a fair and just deal with her father. As the school bell rang, Wang Xinran, amidst the watchful eyes of many, stepped onto her beloved Ghostfire skateboard, executed a stylish drift, and sped out of the school gate. The warm glow of the setting sun bathed her in its light. She recalled the scenes from today's practical class, Zhou Kai's horrific defeat, the shocked looks on her classmates' faces, and Teacher Li's gratified praise. Her lips curled into an uncontrollable, wide grin, almost reaching her ears. The feeling of showing off is fucking intoxicating. It's even better than absorbing energy crystals. She couldn't wait to share this joy, so she took out her phone, opened the contact labeled Useless Old Man, and typed furiously. Old man. In today's practical lesson, this genius one-shot that idiot Zhou Kai. The whole audience was shocked. Even the teacher praised me as a martial arts prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent. How about that? Did I make you proud? Cool, cool, cool. Remember to add chicken drumsticks tonight. The biggest ones. Orleans flavor. Don't try to fool me with starchy sausages. Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, my phone chimed. Wang Xinran looked down and almost fell off her skateboard laughing. On the chat interface, there was a huge, tacky, gold-plated animated emoticon, thumbsup.jpg, with the caption thumbs up for you. The following text message immediately follows. Absolutely. My daughter is Nyoboi. Chicken drumsticks are ready. Plenty. Clicking on the image reveals a close-up of several plump, juicy Orleans chicken drumsticks with prominently displayed price tags in a supermarket's refrigerated display case. Wang Xinran looked at her phone screen, smiling so broadly her eyes disappeared. She could picture her dad sprawled on the sofa, picking his toes and scrolling through his phone with a smug grin, waiting for her to come home and brag about his good deed. Although this old man is usually stingy, sarcastic, and always likes to act mysterious, he's actually quite sensible when it matters. This feeling of having someone to share the joy of victory with, someone to be proud of you, and someone to prepare chicken legs for you. Not bad at all. Wang Xinran put away her phone, pushed off with her feet, and sped up on her skateboard, heading home towards the setting sun. The wind blew through her colorful short hair, also dispelling her weariness. At this moment, she felt like she could take on 10 more Zhou Kais. Having a good father is like having a treasure. These days of living off one's parents are getting better and better. Chapter 20 Somewhat famous. The incredibly tacky thumbs-up image and the close-up of the juicy Orleans chicken leg that Wang Etian sent were like a powerful stimulant, sending Wang Xinran's vanity soaring to the top of her head. She weaved through the crowds of students on her will-o'-the-wisp skateboard, feeling as light as a feather and with the wind at her feet. Everyone seemed pleasing to the eye, even the mutated stray dogs baring their teeth on the roadside looked much better. If she weren't mindful of maintaining a professional demeanor, she would have loved to do a backflip on her skateboard right there and then yell a couple of times to liven things up. Keep a low profile, don't be silly. She silently repeated her father's catchphrase to herself while trying to keep a straight face and create a sense of detachment, like a lonely master. Unfortunately, the uncontrollable upward curve of her lips and the smugness in her eyes completely betrayed her. The effect is immediate. From the moment she stepped into the school gate to the moment she walked towards the teaching building, she clearly felt a qualitative change in the way people looked at her. Previously it was look, that weirdo with the multicolored hair, or oh, that one with the lowest cultivation level, but now it's become look. It's Wang Xinran. Good morning, Sister Ran. Hello, Sister Ran. You were so awesome in yesterday's practical class. One move and Zhou Kai is dead. Awesome. There were classmates, but mostly younger students, their eyes filled with undisguised curiosity, admiration, and even a hint of fanaticism. The way they greeted each other was also tinged with cautious respect. Wang Xinran was overjoyed inside, but on the surface she just nodded aloofly and uttered a hum through her nose, continuing to walk as if she was already used to being the center of attention. Inner monologue, yes, yes, yes. That's the feeling. Don't stop. Keep going. The effect is even more pronounced during breaks between classes. She had just stepped out of the classroom to get some fresh air when she was stopped by several younger students wearing first-year high school uniforms and still looking quite young. The leader was a thin boy with thick glasses, holding a crumpled book titled Analysis of Key Points of Basic Boxing Techniques, and he looked so nervous that his palms were sweating. Ran. Sister Ran. The junior student mustered his courage, his voice trembling. We watched your match video from yesterday. It was so amazing. Could we ask you for some pointers on that footwork? Wang Xinran paused, raising an eyebrow. Asking for advice? Looking for her? This feeling was quite novel. Looking at the eager yet apprehensive eyes of these younger students, her vanity was greatly satisfied. She cleared her throat, trying to recall her father's usual pretentious, enigmatic manner when he tried to persuade her, no, when he instructed her. She shoved her hands into the pockets of her ripped jeans, slightly raised her chin, and began in a somewhat languid and condescending tone. Asking for guidance? Not really. The path of martial arts emphasizes comprehension. She held up a finger and tapped her temple. Just looking won't help, you have to use this to figure it out. Generating force isn't about brute force, it's about using finesse. Understand? It's like skipping stones on water. The stone has to skim the surface, not just sink into it. She repackaged her dad's insights, which she only half understood, in more esoteric language and added what she thought was a very vivid metaphor. The younger students looked bewildered, but also found it very reasonable. Their eyes sparkled with admiration as they nodded repeatedly. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Ran. Wang Xinran nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. Go figure it out yourself. Then, amidst the respectful cries of goodbye, Sister Ran, she turned away with a flourish. Inwardly, she laughed wildly. Ah! Being a boss feels so good. Even a casual remark is treated like gospel. This phenomenon peaks during lunch break. In the cafeteria, she had just finished getting her food and was about to find a corner to enjoy her lonely strong lunch when several girls from the same grade, with whom she didn't usually interact, came over with their trays. Ran, there's a seat here, why don't you sit with me? Yes, let's eat together. Ran, that move you made yesterday was so cool. How did you practice it? Wang Xinran looked at these girls. In her memory, they used to be quite close to Zhou Kai's clique and often gossiped about her behind her back. Now, however, they were all so enthusiastic and ingratiating? Ah, human nature. Wang Xinran sneered inwardly, but on the surface she put on a kind and friendly smile. Okay, have a seat. Within the time it took to eat a meal, she was surrounded by people calling her Sister Ran this and Sister Ran that. The questions were varied, ranging from how she exerted her strength to what brand of body tempering fluid she used, and some even asked where she dyed her hair, saying it looked so cool. Wang Xinran fully utilized the deceptive skills she had learned from her father, giving ambiguous and enigmatic answers, and occasionally quoting her father's sayings, leaving the group of young female fans stunned and looking at her with even more admiration. By the time school ended in the afternoon, Wang Xinran had spontaneously gathered around several die-hard fans, both men and women, forming a small group centered around her, the Ran family army. She rode ahead on her skateboard, followed by a few younger brothers and sisters, swaggering through the city, feeling like she had reached the pinnacle of her life. This feeling of being admired, needed, and treated as an authority completely captivated her. She realized that being a top student, no, a powerhouse, was such a thrill. She practically floated home. All the way, she was thinking about how to brag to her father about her glorious achievements that day, and how to describe how she talked and laughed, commanded the world, and had her admirers bow down in worship. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Wang Xinran rushed into the living room like a whirlwind. She leaned her skateboard against the wall, threw her schoolbag aside, and moved with fluid, powerful movements. Dad! I'm back! Her voice was loud and clear, filled with barely suppressed excitement. Wang Etienne, wearing an apron and fighting with several Orleans chicken legs in the kitchen, poked his head out upon hearing this, his face beaming with a smile. Hey, our great hero is back? Did you dominate the school again today? That's a must. Wang Xinran rushed to the sofa, plopped down on it, and began to describe the grand occasion of the day with great enthusiasm and gestures. Old man, you didn't see that. I'm at school now, and that's it. She gave a thumbs up. Everywhere I go, people greet me. They call me Sister Ran, Sister Ran. Even high school freshmen come up to me during breaks to ask me questions. They ask me how to practice footwork, how to use skillful force. Wang Etienne very cooperatively put down the spatula, wiped his hands, sat down next to her, and showed just the right amount of shock and admiration on his face. Really? High school freshmen are coming to ask you for advice? My daughter is so influential now? Of course. Wang Xinran raised her chin even higher. Your daughter is currently ranked this high in her grade. She gave a thumbs up again. Those who used to look down on me now avoid me. At lunch, some girls even saved me a seat and asked me what brand of body tempering fluid I use. Wow! That's amazing. Wang Etienne slapped his thigh, his expression exaggerated. My daughter's going to be a campus celebrity. Should I get her a bodyguard from now on? Keep it down, keep it down. Wang Xinran waved her hand, trying to appear nonchalant, but her smugness was practically overflowing. Basic stuff, don't be silly. It's mainly because of your excellent teaching, Dad. Her flattery made Wang Etienne feel completely comfortable, and his smile became even more sincere. Not at all, it's just that you're exceptionally talented and can grasp things instantly. Wang Xinran was flattered and felt like she was about to fly away. Seeing her father's proud and silly grin, her vanity was greatly satisfied, and a feeling of "I'll give you something in return for making you look good" welled up inside her. She waved her hand dismissively and said in a condescending tone, Since you're so thoughtful and even prepared chicken legs, this genius has made up his mind. Wang Etienne looked at her curiously. What have you decided? Wang Xinran cleared her throat and announced, I'll break 2 fewer bowls this month. Wang Etienne's smile froze instantly, his lips twitched, and looking at his daughter's thank you, Lord expression, he hesitated for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. Thank you so much. Wang Xinran nodded in satisfaction, patted her bottom, stood up, and rushed to the kitchen. Are the chicken legs ready yet? I'm starving. I'm going to eat 3 today. Wang Etienne watched his daughter's energetic figure walk away, shook his head helplessly, but couldn't hide the smile on his face. This girl is getting harder and harder to fool. Chapter 21, Omens of Another Turmoil. For the next few days, Wang Xinran lived a life of great success and happiness. At school, she went from being an invisible figure to the celebrity Sister Ran. She walked with a swagger, always surrounded by a retinue. When I went to the cafeteria to get food, the older lady's hands stopped shaking, and she gave me plenty of meat. When she went to the training hall, people would give up their spots for equipment that she couldn't get before. Even when she went to the toilet, she could hear people whispering about her heroic deeds outside the stalls. This feeling of being the center of attention allowed her to fully experience the exhilarating feeling of strength is justice. She was even a little grateful to Joe Kai, that guy who was just throwing his life away. Without him as a foil, how could her sister Rant's brilliance and prowess have been shown? Of course, she wasn't blinded by victory. After all, she still had her father at home who would occasionally use his paternal love to cool her down. She knew very well that her skills were nothing compared to those of a true master. Therefore, she practiced even harder than before, wishing there were 48 hours in a day, to thoroughly digest and internalize her father's ugly but useful insights. Enjoying adoration at school during the day and exploiting his dad at home at night, his life is fulfilling yet enviable. Yes, it's meant to incite hatred. While she was enjoying her success, someone else was suffering terribly. Joe Kai was the first to be affected. His performance in the practical class was completely overwhelmed, turning him from a well-known expert in his grade into a laughingstock of the entire school overnight. The few followers who used to hang out with him now look at him strangely, and speak to him less respectfully than before. He took a few days of sick leave to avoid the limelight, but what's coming will eventually come. At this moment, Joe Kai was standing dejectedly in his living room. On the sofa in front of him sat a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, bulging temples, and a sharp aura. It was his uncle, Zhou Biao, who was a squad leader in the city guard and had the cultivation level of a late-stage martial arts master. Useless trash. After listening to Zhou Kai's exaggerated complaints, Zhou Biao slammed his hand on the coffee table, causing several cracks to appear on the surface of the solid wood table instantly. A little girl at the mid-stage of martial arts, and a recognized good-for-nothing at that, managed to beat you up like this? You've completely disgraced the Zhou family. Zhou Kai shuddered in fright, his voice trembling with tears. Uncle. It's true. That girl is incredibly strange. Her footwork is unpredictable, and her fists are vicious. I can't even touch her. She must have used some underhanded tricks. Or maybe her good-for-nothing father isn't good for nothing at all. Wang Yitian? Zhou Biao frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He vaguely remembered the middle-aged man who lived in a low-rent area, relied on pensions, and seemed timid, but he never paid him any attention. How could a low-level martial artist who retired due to injury teach his daughter to instantly kill his nephew, a late-stage martial arts master? That's impossible. But the facts were undeniable, leaving him no choice but to believe them. It seems the Wang family is hiding something. Zhou Biao's eyes were sinister. Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. This isn't over yet. You've messed with my nephew, Zhou Biao. I want to see what kind of monsters and demons are behind this. He looked at Zhou Kai, his tone icy. You better behave yourself these next few days. Don't go out and embarrass yourself again. As for that Wang Xinran, I have my own ways of testing her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, saying, Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Other people at the school also showed great interest in Wang Xinran. In the classroom of Senior 3-1, by the window, a boy wearing an ordinary school uniform, but with sharp eyes and a calm and reserved demeanor, was quietly listening to the discussion of his classmates. His name was Lin Hao, the top student of Senior 3, a genius with perfect martial arts cultivation and 1 foot in the door of martial arts master. He was a key talent cultivated by the school and usually devoted himself to cultivation, ignoring everything else. Hey Hao, did you hear? Wang Xinran from the 2nd year of high school, the one with the colorful hair, beat Zhou Kai in a flash during the practical class the other day. A skinny boy came over and said. Lin Hao didn't even lift his eyelids, only giving a faint hum. Hey, isn't that weird? Zhou Kai may be useless, but he's still a genuine late-stage martial artist. He was actually defeated in 1 hit by a mid-stage martial artist. It's said that he didn't even use any advanced martial arts techniques, just basic fist techniques, but the power he exerted, the footwork, TSK, I can't understand it. The skinny boy continued gossiping. Lin Hao's fingers, which were turning the pages of the book, paused slightly. Basic fist techniques, capable of instantly killing a late-stage martial artist? That's interesting. He looked up, gazing out the window towards the senior high school building, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. Can pure skill achieve this effect? It seems Wang Xinran is not as simple as she appears. Perhaps we could have a sparring match sometime. Elsewhere, in the student council office, the student council president, a gentle-looking girl with intelligent eyes, also received a report about Wang Xinran. She tapped the desk thoughtfully. A sudden rise. Her strength far surpasses her peers. Is it the culmination of years of hard work, or some kind of extraordinary encounter? It seems the next grade level assessment will be quite interesting. Beneath the calm surface of the campus, undercurrents have begun to surge because of Wang Xinran, the catfish who suddenly entered the scene. Wang Xinran, who is currently immersed in the halo of Sister Ran and frantically living off her parents to cultivate herself, is unaware of all this. She noticed that among the people who had recently sought her advice, there seemed to be a few older students with strong presences and scrutinizing eyes, but she managed to fob them off with her old man's mystical sleuthing. After school that day, the setting sun painted the sky orange-red. As usual, Wang Xinran and several members of the Ran family army walked towards the school gate, laughing and joking. They agreed to meet at the training hall the next day before going their separate ways. She happily stepped onto her skateboard, ready to go to her usual little shop to buy a cup of milk tea as a reward for her hard work that day. However, as she turned into a quiet alley leading to a food street that was usually less crowded, her pace slowed down. At the entrance of the alley, 3 or 4 tall, burly students in senior high school uniforms blocked the way. The leader, a burly man, was half a head taller than Zhou Kai. He had a buzz cut and a faint scar on his face. He was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt and provocation as he coldly stared at her. The other 3 dispersed, forming a subtle encirclement that blocked her retreat. These individuals all possessed strong yuan energy fluctuations, indicating they were at least late-stage martial artists. The scarred man in the lead had an even more stable and profound aura, giving off a subtle sense of pressure, suggesting he was likely not far from reaching the martial master realm. Wang Xinran's heart skipped a beat. This person who came was up to no good. She stopped her skateboard, touched the ground with one foot, and her colorful short hair looked somewhat dazzling in the setting sun. The ease on her face vanished instantly, replaced by an instinctive wariness. Strangely, however, there wasn't much fear instead, there was a hint of excitement. It's like a hunter spotting prey worth fighting for. Seeing Wang Xinran stop, the scarred man smirked and spoke in a mocking, husky voice. You're Wang Xinran from the second year of high school? Wang Xinran didn't speak, she just looked at him calmly. The scarred man continued, I heard you're pretty good at fighting? That piece of trash yokai was taken down by you in just 3 moves? Wang Xinran raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Inner monologue, here comes the troublemaker? Pretty efficient, huh? Seeing that she remained silent, the scarred man assumed she was scared and his smile became even more disdainful. What? Scared out of your wits? Don't worry, the seniors don't mean anything by it. They just see you've been making waves lately and want to spar with you. To teach you what it means to be outmatched. He deliberately emphasized the words practice and guide, making them sound threatening. Wang Xinran took a deep breath. Far from panicking, her heart pounded faster due to a strange sense of excitement. She sensed that her opponent's aura was very strong, much stronger than Jokai's. A direct confrontation would give her little chance of victory. But she's been practicing her dad's tips diligently lately, and all she needs is a decent punching bag to test her progress. Especially the little-known facts about inch force and force reduction that her father mysteriously revealed a few days ago, she has never had the chance to put them into practice. Dangerous? Somewhat. Exciting? Absolutely. An opportunity? A rare one. She was even a little grateful to Jokai's uncle for sending her the experience gift pack so quickly. Thinking of this, Wang Xinran not only did not back down, but instead stepped forward, her eyes shining brightly beneath her colorful short hair, carrying a hint of eager provocation, and said, Practice? Sure. Where do we practice? Here? She glanced around the narrow alley. It's a bit small, not enough space for me to really shine, senior. The scarred man was taken aback, seemingly not expecting this girl to be so fierce. He grinned maliciously, that's enough. 3 moves will be enough to deal with you. Meanwhile, inside the low-rent apartment building, Wang Etian, wearing an apron, was drooling over the sizzling chicken legs in the pot, wondering whether to braise or teriyaki for dinner. Suddenly, his old-fashioned mobile phone beeped twice in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a text message from his beloved daughter. Clicking on it reveals concise and to-the-point content, reminiscent of Wang Xinran's style. Old man, in the alley behind the school, come quickly and get your head. Location. Wang Etian stared at the text message for 2 seconds, then instead of worrying, he grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He slowly untied his apron and tossed it onto the sofa. His eyes instantly sharpened, becoming piercingly cold. All traces of his previous domestic husband persona vanished. Here you are again? Business seems quite busy. He muttered to himself, his tone not showing any nervousness, but rather a hint of anticipation. Perfect timing, Dad's fatherly love points are almost depleted. Time to restock. Before he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared like a ghost, leaving only the sizzling chicken legs in the kitchen, emitting an enticing aroma. Chapter 22: A Moment of Crisis. The afterglow of the setting sun tinged the mottled walls on both sides of the narrow alley with an ambiguous orange-red hue, but it did nothing to dispel the chilling and desolate atmosphere that permeated the place. The air was filled with a damp, musty smell and the faint, sour odor emanating from the distant garbage cans, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Wang Xinran touched the ground with one foot to steady the ghost fire skateboard. Her colorful short hair trembled uneasily in the breeze, and the fluorescent green highlights at the ends of her hair were particularly dazzling in the dim light. A few steps in front of her, the scarred high school senior stood like a wall, blocking her way and casting a shadow that almost completely enveloped her. The other 3 henchmen were scattered at the alley entrance and flanks, their eyes unfriendly and their lips curled into sinister smirks, completely blocking all her possible escape routes and forming a simple but effective encirclement. The air seemed to freeze, with only the distant hum of the hovering engine and the cacophony of the city background acting as indistinct background noise, making the silence in the alleyway all the more suffocating. The scarred man hugged his muscular arm, and the shallow scar on his face, running from his brow bone to the corner of his mouth, looked even more ferocious in the slanted light, like a centipede lying there. He looked Wang Xinran up and down, his contempt and mockery in his eyes undisguised, like a butcher weighing a lamb to be slaughtered, calculating where it would be easier to make the first cut. Tisk, with your puny build and mediocre skills, you think you can take down that good-for-nothing Jokai? The scarred man spoke, his voice rough and hoarse like sandpaper scraping against rusty iron, carrying a condescending mockery. It seems the Zhou family is becoming increasingly useless, with just any Tom, Dick, or Harry able to ride roughshod over them. What, you think you're something just because you beat Jokai? He took a step forward, his heavy boots making a dull thud on the uneven ground. The Yuan energy aura of a martial artist at the peak of their cultivation was released without reservation, like an invisible, viscous tide, carrying a faint bloody and malevolent aura, pressing down on Wang Xinran. This aura was far more profound and refined than Jokai's, filled with a fierceness honed through real combat, making the air around Wang Xinran seem heavy. Wang Xinran felt a slight tightness in her chest, as if a stone was pressing down on her chest, and her heart was racing uncontrollably. But she did not back down. Instead, she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed her instinctive unease, and frantically urged her internal energy and blood to circulate rapidly along her meridians to resist the external pressure. My father's ugly but incredibly effective power generation techniques and force deflection methods flashed through my mind, with every detail being repeatedly recalled and analyzed. Fear? A little. The surge of adrenaline made her palms slightly sweaty. But mostly, she felt a strange excitement. A sense of eagerness to face a formidable foe and test one's own knowledge. Like a fledgling eagle holding a sharp blade for the first time, it is both afraid of the height of the cliff and eager for the moment to spread its wings. She was even a little grateful to Jokai's uncle for sending her a decent experience pack so quickly. A martial artist at their peak? Perfect. Use it to test the knife, it's powerful. Losing is no loss, winning is a huge bonus. Senior, Wang Xinran spoke, her voice surprisingly calm, even forcing a hint of teasing, though her voice was slightly tense from nervousness, charging for blocking the road? Is this area under your jurisdiction? Or is Jokai your long-lost younger brother, and you have to clean up his messes? The scarred man's face instantly darkened to a grim level, clearly enraged by Wang Xinran's barbed words, "You sharp-tongued brat. I'll knock all your teeth out one by one later, and then we'll see how you talk back." He stopped talking nonsense, let out a low growl like an enraged beast, and stomped his foot, kicking up dust from the ground. He shot forward like an arrow, unleashing a speed disproportionate to his massive size, and with a gust of wind, he hurtled straight at Wang Xinran. His right fist clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking like popping beans. Pale yellow earth elemental energy condensed at the tip of his fist, making it look as if it were covered with a layer of rock. With a sharp whistle that tore through the air, he slammed into Wang Xinran's face with no fancy moves and with great force. Before the punch even landed, the fierce wind from the punch already made Wang Xinran's cheeks sting, and her colorful hair flew wildly backward. This punch was far superior to Jokai's in terms of speed, power, and momentum. It was a truly ruthless attack, intended to severely injure someone, leaving no room for retreat. "They're here." Wang Xinran's pupils contracted slightly, and all the muscles in her body tensed up instantly like steel wires. Instead of confronting the opponent head-on, she followed her father's twisted theories and her footwork became strange. She no longer retreated in a straight line, but slid sideways with a slight arc. Her body was like a willow catkin in the wind, trying to cut into the gaps in the force of the punch with the smallest amplitude and the least effort. At the same time, she crossed her arms in front of her body to protect herself, her blood and chi surging, preparing to take the force that she could not completely avoid and trying to dissipate it. She focused all her attention, amplifying her senses to the limit, locking onto the ever-growing fist covered in rock-like elemental energy, calculating the angle, force, and timing. My inner monologue was screaming, "Stay calm. Get your waist and stance in perfect harmony. Feel the power flowing. Disassemble. Disassemble me. Even if I can't beat you, I'll still take a piece of your flesh. Let's show old Deng that his daughter isn't a coward. Even if she loses, she'll make you pay dearly." A sharp gust of wind from the punch hit her face, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. The fist, as big as a clay pot and containing terrifying power, rapidly enlarged in her pupils, and it looked like it was about to smash into her. Just at that critical moment, when Wang Xinran was about to collide with the fist, a panicked, tearful, off-key voice, so familiar it was almost unbearable, rushed to Grandma's house, and rang out like a broken gong from the alley entrance, instantly shattering the stagnant killing intent in an extremely abrupt and absurd way. "Hey! Good sir! Have mercy! Don't hit my daughter! If you have a problem, come at me. Come at me. Hit me. I'm tough. I can take a beating. The sound came so suddenly, so untimely, so dramatically that the scarred man's fist, which had gathered all his strength and was charging forward, paused in midair, and the energy light on his fist became momentarily disordered. Wang Xinran's heart skipped a beat, and the qi and blood she had gathered almost got jerked off by this sudden interference. The rhythm was instantly disrupted. She didn't even need to turn around. Just by hearing that voice, that tone, that cowardly yet slightly smug vibe, she knew who it was. Her good-for-nothing father, Wang Yitian, is a professional firefighter, a part-time playing dead, and always manages to make his presence felt in unbelievable ways at crucial moments. It's happening again. Chapter 23: Swift and Decisive Measures. The scarred man and his henchmen were completely stunned by the sudden, cowardly, and somewhat comical shout. They all turned their heads and looked at the alley entrance with suspicion. Even the encirclement was slightly weakened by this unexpected turn of events. A middle-aged man wearing a faded old-fashioned shirt with a loose, wavy collar and a blurry Yola logo, paired with baggy shorts and flip-flops with almost broken soles, was scrambling and crawling into the alley, his movements as pathetic as if he were being chased by a dog. He was also carrying a cheap-looking red plastic shopping basket with the words "Supermarket Special Offer" printed on it. The basket shook violently as he ran, and inside lay a few wilted, almost dehydrated scallions, and a cucumber that was exceptionally green, upright, and fresh. Truly the face of the basket? The person who arrived was Wang Yitian. His face was filled with terror, his brows were furrowed, his lips trembled as if he had a fit of madness, he was panting heavily, and there were even a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. He perfectly embodies the image of a powerless old father who was furious and helpless when he sees his beloved daughter being bullied, and can only rely on shouting to bolster his courage. His acting is so exaggerated that he could win a Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Actor. Daughter, my darling. Are you all right? You scared your father to death. My soul almost flew away. Wang Yitian rushed to Wang Xinran's side while wailing all the way. Without saying a word, he roughly pulled her behind him and used his not-so-broad, even somewhat hunched and thin back to stand shakily in front of the menacing scarred man. Although this figure appeared exceptionally thin, fragile, and comical in contrast to the scarred man's massive, muscular physique, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wang Xinran was both amused and exasperated by her father's series of smooth and almost performance art-like actions, and almost couldn't help but complain on the spot. Watching her father's actor-level over-the-top panic performance, and then glancing at the cucumber in the basket that had managed to remain unharmed and perfectly upright amidst such frantic running, her lips twitched wildly. Inner monologue: here he comes again. He's at it again. His acting urges are kicking in. And this time the props are even upgraded? He brought his own cucumber? Is he going to perform a live cucumber salad demonstration or something? This old man even went out to buy groceries specifically to pick out such a good-looking cucumber as a prop? So thoughtful. The scarred man snapped out of his daze, and upon recognizing the newcomer's demeanor and his weakling attire, his face instantly filled with extreme contempt, disgust, and a furious anger at being severely offended. He felt insulted. Dealing with Wang Xinran is already beneath us, and now another old guy who looks like a complete loser from the bottom of society has come along? Are they ganging up on him to annoy him? When did the Zhou family fall so low as to be provoked by this kind of scum? You old piece of trash. Get out of my way. This is none of your business. If you don't want to die, you'd better tuck your tail between your legs and get out of here. Otherwise, I'll take care of you too, and send you and your daughter to the hospital together. The scarred man shouted impatiently, and like swatting away a fly, he casually slapped Wang Yitian's shoulder, trying to slap this annoying old guy aside. Although he didn't use any elemental energy in this palm strike, his powerful physical strength as a perfected martial artist was enough to crack the shoulder blade of an ordinary middle-aged man, leave him dazed and confused, and leave him sprawled on the ground looking for his teeth. In his mind, the old man would be easily swatted away like dust, crying for his parents and running away in a panic. However, just as his palm was about to touch Wang Yitian's tattered old man's shirt, a sudden change occurred. Wang Yitian seemed to be terrified by the sudden attack, frantically waving his hands in an attempt to block the attack. His clumsy and comical movements resembled those of a startled domestic goose trying to flap its wings. As luck would have it, his right hand was waving that emerald green, juicy cucumber. Ouch! Stop hitting me! Mercy! I was just passing by. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wang Yitian let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered, his eyes tightly shut as if he couldn't bear to watch the horrific scene to come. He seemingly haphazardly pushed the cucumber forward, his movements weak and feeble, filled with a desperate struggle. What happened next shocked everyone present, including Wang Xinran, who thought she knew her father's background, and left an unforgettable impression on them. The cucumber, which should have broken easily, suddenly emitted a faint, almost imperceptible, yet extremely refined, pale golden light the instant it came into contact with the scarred man's palm, which contained terrifying power. The light flashed and disappeared so quickly that it was almost mistaken for the reflection of the setting sun. Immediately afterwards, crack, thud. A crisp, teeth-grinding, and chilling sound of bone cracking was followed by a dull thud like a heavy hammer striking a sandbag, both exploding almost simultaneously. The scarred man's sneer and contempt froze instantly, like ice, and then transformed at a visible speed into extreme horror, disbelief, and immense pain. He felt as if his palm had not slapped a cucumber, but rather a mountain made of refined steel rushing towards him at high speed. An indescribable, overwhelming, and domineering terrifying force surged into his arm bones, shattering all resistance with overwhelming force. Ugh! He let out a short, shrill, and distorted scream as his entire right arm twisted and broke at an extremely bizarre, reverse joint angle. The stark white bone fragments, stained with blood, even pierced through flesh and sleeves, exposed to the air in a shocking sight. His massive body, weighing over 200 pounds, was as if he had been struck head-on by a raging giant armored rhinoceros. His feet instantly left the ground, and he flew backward uncontrollably like a broken sack that had been thrown with all its might. Boom! With a loud bang, the scarred man slammed heavily and solidly into the dirty wall of the alley 7 or 8 meters away. The hard, graffiti-covered wall shook violently, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared, with dust and debris falling down in a flurry. He was embedded in the wall like an abstract painting, his head drooping limply, blood seeping from his mouth, nose, and the broken parts of his arms. He didn't even utter another sound before completely losing consciousness, his fate unknown. Sold out instantly. A truly decisive, visually stunning, and overwhelmingly effective instant kill. Use a cucumber. A cucumber that looks like it can be eaten raw in a salad. The entire alleyway fell into a deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Time seemed to stand still. The remaining 3 henchmen stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in their mouths. Their bodies were stiff as if struck by lightning, completely petrified on the spot, their minds blank, utterly unable to process the absurd, terrifying, and incomprehensible scene before them. They looked at their leader, embedded in the wall, covered in blood, his life hanging in the balance, and then at the useless middle-aged man who still held half a cucumber in his hand and whose face still showed signs of shock. Their worldview, outlook on life, and values were completely shattered at that moment and then crushed into dust by that cucumber. Wang Xinran was completely petrified, her small mouth slightly open, big enough to fit a quail egg. She knew her father was strong, knew he was hiding his true strength, knew he could instantly kill a grandmaster, but, with an ordinary cucumber, he casually waved his hand and instantly killed a fully alert martial artist at the peak of their cultivation. This visual impact is just too ridiculous. This isn't just strong, this is downright inhuman. Just how many more outrageous and shameless moves does this old man have yet to show? Is this cucumber normal? Is it some ancient artifact in disguise? Wang Yitian seemed to only then belatedly realize that the cucumber in his hand was broken. He looked at the remaining half with heartache, even bringing it to his nose to smell it, before patting his chest and letting out a long, exaggerated sigh of relief, as if he had just returned from a brush with death. He turned to his daughter, who was still in a daze and whose worldview was being reshaped, and said in a trembling voice, filled with the relief of surviving a disaster, with utmost sincerity, "Oh my God! You scared me to death. My heart almost jumped out of my throat. These young people nowadays, how come they have such explosive tempers? They're always yelling about fighting and killing. They have no martial ethics at all." Luckily, I reacted quickly and was agile enough to use this cucumber to block it. Otherwise, I would definitely be lying here today. What a waste of this cucumber, I just bought it this morning, it was so fresh and crisp, I was planning to make you a cold dish with it tonight. Wang Xinran. Looking at her father's face, which seemed to say, I was so scared, but luckily I was clever enough to escape this disaster, and then at the visually striking human relief on the wall and the pool of blood, she finally snapped out of her massive, nuclear-level shock. She took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to shove the remaining half of the cucumber into her father's mouth. Then, she rolled her eyes in an unprecedentedly wide, almost entirely white way, so wide it was almost a given, and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, each word brimming with a helpless, resentful grievance. "Keep pretending. Your acting is exaggerated, pretentious, 0 points. Get out of here. The Golden Raspberry Awards owe you a Lifetime Achievement Award. Wang Yitian blinked his eyes, looking utterly innocent and aggrieved. Daughter, how could you say that to your father? It was so dangerous just now. I almost had to bury my child. My heart is still pounding. Danger my ass. Why are you jumping around like that? Wang Xinran interrupted him impatiently, pointing to the mural on the wall, her voice rising 8 octaves. You call this dangerous? That's fucking a one-sided massacre. A cucumber massacre. Nobody would believe it if word got out. Too lazy to waste any more words on her father, who was a complete drama queen with an unfathomable sense of shame, she walked over, bent down and picked up the half-eaten cucumber head on the ground, still stained with the scarred man's fresh blood and smelling a strange burnt smell. She glanced at it with disgust, then threw it precisely into the trash can next to her as if it were something dirty. Let's go. Home. I'm starving. She kicked her henchmen, who were still trembling and almost wet themselves, and yelled impatiently, Hey! Are you scared out of your wits? Pry your boss off the wall and send him to the hospital. Don't let him die here and bring bad luck. He's an eyesore. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the alley without looking back. Her steps were unsteady with shock and excitement, and her colorful short hair seemed to have lost its usual wild energy. Today's shock was a bit too much. She needed to go back and process it properly. Wang Yitian quickly picked up his precious shopping basket and jogged after her, still muttering to himself as if he had just swatted an annoying fly. Daughter, what do you want to eat tonight? Dad will make you braised pork to calm your nerves. Sigh, these young people nowadays, the world is going to the dogs, people's hearts are no longer what they used to be, always fighting and killing each other, they're nothing like we used to be. The father and daughter, one sulking and the other nagging, disappeared one after the other at the alley entrance, as if they had only experienced a trivial farce. Only a few terrified henchmen remained, along with a human-shaped relief embedded in the wall, silently recounting the absurd, terrifying, and mind-blowing scene that had just unfolded, and the faint scent of cucumbers in the air. Chapter 24. The storm is brewing. In Wang Yitian's low-rent apartment, a model of sparsely furnished living conditions, there was a warm atmosphere that seemed out of place with the outside world, well, or rather, a kind of eerie harmony. The rich, savory aroma of braised pork stubbornly resisted the damp, musty smell unique to the old house, firmly dominating the olfactory experience. Wang Xinran, like a tabby cat that hadn't eaten for 3 days, rummaged through the rice in her bowl without any regard for her image, her cheeks bulging out, occasionally letting out a satisfied sigh. Meanwhile, Wang Yitian, the other protagonist of the incident, who had just completed his artwork creation with a cucumber, was carefully picking his teeth with the tip of his chopsticks, looking incredibly relaxed and peaceful, as if he had just gone out to throw away the trash instead of casually embedding a living person into the wall as a relief sculpture. Old man, I must say, your braised pork skills, hiccup, are actually pretty good. Wang Xinran swallowed the meat in her mouth with difficulty and mumbled her comments, letting out a loud burp. But next time, could you please not put so much sugar in it? It's so cloyingly sweet, which isn't good for martial arts training and maintaining a good figure, you know? Wang Yitian didn't even lift his eyelids, slowly clicking his teeth. What do you know? This is called an ancient secret recipe, sweet and salty, and it replenishes your energy. Look at you, you're as skinny as a stick. If you don't eat more good food, how will you gain strength? How will you take over your father's job? Inherit your father's mantle. Inherit my ass. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes, put down her chopsticks, and patted her slightly swollen belly. If I inherit your habit of lounging on the sofa, the Wang family's martial arts legacy will be completely lost in my generation. Hey! How dare you talk like that? Wang Yitian pretended to hit her on the head, but Wang Xinran nimbly leaned back to dodge. The two then began their usual post-meal bickering. However, the unique nights of this low-rent area, noisy yet cozy, are about to be completely torn apart by an unrelated chilling atmosphere. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, in the western district of Jiangchang, a 3-story villa with a small courtyard stands out from its surroundings. The atmosphere was oppressive, like the deathly stillness before a storm. The air was so thick it was hard to breathe. In the living room, the expensive crystal lamp emitted a cold white light, but it did nothing to dispel the chill that permeated every corner. On the ground lay the remains of a mahogany coffee table, shattered by the violent aura, with wood chips scattered everywhere. Zhou Biao, a martial arts master who was considered a prominent figure in the city guard, was pacing back and forth in the living room like a thoroughly enraged lion. He was wearing a dark blue training uniform, his temples bulging, and the aura emanating from him was no longer his usual composure, but rather like a volcano about to erupt, full of violence and destructive impulses. With each step, the hard floorboards creaked slightly, revealing the owner's raging fury. Before him knelt three thugs, their faces ashen and trembling like leaves. They were the three lackeys who had luckily escaped from the scene of the cucumber tragedy that afternoon. They had already recounted the events of the afternoon incoherently for the third time, especially focusing on how Wang Etian used an ordinary cucumber, like swatting a fly, to casually swat their martial arts master Zhao Mang, sending him flying, embedding him in the wall, and rendering him unconscious, a truly terrifying scene. Brother Biao, it's absolutely true, it was just a cucumber, a vibrant green old Zhou he just flew away. One of the thugs had a mournful face, his voice trembling with sobs, and there was even a faint smell of stench emanating from his crotch. He had actually lost control of his bladder from fright. Cucumber? Zhou Biao stopped abruptly, his chest heaving violently as he let out a low, suppressed roar, his voice hoarse and filled with disbelief, absurdity, and furious humiliation. The veins on his forehead throbbed like earthworms, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Utter disgrace. This is absolutely ridiculous. Zhou Biao has been in Jiangcheng West District for so many years, what kind of situation hasn't he seen? How could someone use a cucumber to cripple both his nephew and his capable henchman? This has gone beyond the scope of provocation. It's like throwing Zhou Biao and the Zhou family's face into a cesspool and stomping on it. First, his nephew Zhou Kai was defeated by Wang Xinran in front of everyone at the martial arts school, making his family a laughingstock in the industry. Now, Zhao Mang, who was stronger and about to break through to the martial master level, was actually defeated by Wang Etian, that old good-for-nothing who lived in the low-rent area and whom he had never paid any attention to before with a cucumber. He was beaten into a cripple whose fate is unknown. If this news gets out, Zhou Biao will be finished in this area. He might as well just find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. 1. Tian. Zhou Biao squeezed out the name through gritted teeth, each word as if it were tempered with ice shards, carrying a deep-seated hatred and a trace of surprise and doubt that even he himself was unwilling to admit. He had suspected Wang Etian of having problems before. How could a useless father raise a daughter who could instantly kill those of higher levels? Now it seems that there are more than just problems. That old bastard is playing dumb to fool everyone. He's hiding his true strength like a madman. A cucumber crippled Zhao Mang. Is the control over Yuan energy that exquisite? Or is there something strange about that cucumber? Zhou Biao's eyes flickered as he quickly analyzed the situation, trying to suppress his shock and rationally assess his opponent's strength. Zhao Mang is a martial artist at the peak of his cultivation, just one step away from becoming a martial master. To be able to kill him so easily, his strength is definitely that of a martial master. Moreover, he's far more than just a beginner martial master. He's at least a mid-stage martial master, or even a late-stage martial master? This assessment sent a chill down his spine. Late-stage martial master? At the same level as myself? Or even, perhaps higher? No. Impossible. What kind of person is a grandmaster? How could they possibly live in such a slum? Absolutely impossible. The most likely explanation is that Wang Etian had some incredible luck and reached the late stage of martial master, or mastered some extremely strange and insidious martial skill. Yes. That must be it. Only through bizarre martial arts techniques can such a stunning effect be achieved. Believing he had grasped the key, Zhou Biao's initial surprise subsided, replaced by an even more intense rage and a hint of greed. A bizarre martial arts technique? If he could obtain it. But right now, the most important thing is to save face. Crush the Wang family in the most domineering and unquestionable way. Let everyone know the consequences of offending Zhou Biao. As for that strange martial arts technique, once we capture Wang Etian, we'll have plenty of ways to get him to talk. Ahoo! Ah bao! Zhou Biao shouted in a deep voice, his voice regaining its usual coldness. Here! Boss Biao! Two burly men emerged from the shadows of the living room like ghosts. One man had a dark complexion and fierce eyes, codenamed Black Tiger. The other had a scar on his face and a chilling aura, codenamed Shadow Leopard. Both men were at the early stage of martial arts mastery, and were Zhou Biao's true confidants. They had blood on their hands and rich combat experience. Gather your men. Bring all your weapons. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Biao's eyes, his killing intent palpable. Come with me to pay a visit to that cucumber master. I want to see if his cucumber is tougher, or my gold-splitting hand is tougher. Yes, Boss Biao. Black Tiger and Shadow Leopard responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. They could sense Boss Biao's murderous intent tonight. Bloodshed was inevitable. Soon, engines roared outside the villa. Two modified, all-black hovercrafts, painted with ferocious beast patterns and exuding a fierce aura, had started up. In addition to Zhou Biao, Black Tiger, and Shadow Leopard, 4 other martial arts masters with fierce auras, at least at the late stage of martial arts, boarded the vehicle. The group, exuding menacing aura, sped towards the low-rent area like unsheathed blades, tearing through the night. The wheels rolled over the road, producing a low roar and a faint sonic boom. Passers-by who were out at night quickly gave way, their expressions changing as they sensed the undisguised ferocity emanating from the vehicle. They're Zhou Biao's men. This direction, is it leading to the low-rent housing area? Hiss. Who's been foolish enough to provoke this fiend again? Judging by this, it's a fight to the death. Hurry up, don't get yourself into trouble. The news spread quietly in certain circles in the western district of Jiangcheng, as if it had grown wings. Many astute individuals realized that tonight, that usually deserted low-rent area was likely to be anything but peaceful. A storm is brewing, the wind is howling, and dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to crush it. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm in that dilapidated low-rent apartment, Wang Yitian had just finished clearing the dishes and was sitting with his legs crossed, picking his teeth, happily checking the system interface. The pleasant notification sound had just echoed in his mind. Ding! Assisted the bound object in resolving a crisis and deterring villain's fatherly love value plus 50. Ding! The bound object's sense of security has increased, its trust in the host has increased, and its fatherly love value has increased by 20. Current fatherly love points balance, 285 points. Hee, not bad, another bonus. Wang Yitian was overjoyed, feeling that he was one step closer to exchanging for daughter's happy water and the next stage of experience. Wang Xinran slumped on the sofa, rubbing her round belly, idly browsing the school forum. Looking at the posts about her being powerful, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, her vanity greatly satisfied. Just then. Buzz. The deep, violent, and oppressive roar of an engine, approaching from afar like the howl of a wild beast, finally came to an abrupt end on the narrow street below their dilapidated apartment building. The ear-piercing screech of brakes cut through the night sky, sounding particularly abrupt and ominous. Immediately following was a loud bang as the car door was violently pushed open and slammed shut. The chaotic yet heavy footsteps, imbued with distinct energy fluctuations, struck the floorboards like heavy hammers, carrying clearly up to the floor. A terrifying sense of oppression, mixed with malevolence, killing intent, and powerful elemental energy fluctuations, instantly enveloped the entire dilapidated apartment building like a tangible tide. The occasional sounds of television, arguments, and children crying that were still in the building were instantly extinguished as if by an invisible hand. A deathly silence quickly spread, broken only by the chilling growl of an engine outside the window and the ever-approaching footsteps. The lights in the windows of several houses that were still on suddenly went out with a few pop sounds. The neighbors seemed to have vanished into thin air, even their breathing had stopped. A suffocating, oppressive feeling, like the impending storm, permeated the air. Wang Xinran abruptly sat up straight on the sofa, her languid expression vanishing instantly, replaced by a wary, animal-like demeanor. Although she was confident in her father's strength, the undisguised and intensely malicious aura still made her instinctively nervous. Old man, she looked at Wang Yitian, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. Wang Yitian remained in the position of picking his teeth, not even lifting his eyelids, and only vaguely replied, What's wrong? He slowly put down the toothpick, listened to the sounds downstairs, then yawned deeply, rubbed his eyes, and muttered. Who is it? Driving so noisily so late at night, can't a person have a peaceful meal? They have no sense of public decency at all. His tone was so flat, as if he were complaining about the downstairs neighbor's dog barking too loudly. However, deep within his seemingly cloudy eyes, a cold and sharp glint flashed and disappeared. The fish has taken the bait. Moreover, it was a tiny fish, barely big enough to fill a tooth gap. Chapter 25 Door-to-Door Visit. The roar of engines and the rough sounds of doors opening and closing below the apartment building were like stones thrown into a stagnant pond, creating not ripples, but a chill that could freeze one's soul. The chaotic and heavy footsteps, each step seemed to pound on the hearts of all the residents in the building, accompanied by faint fluctuations of primal energy, like solid lead weights, making it hard to breathe. Like a frightened kitten, Wang Xinran leaped up from the sofa, her muscles tensing instantly as she instinctively assumed a defensive stance. She could clearly feel the undisguised malice and domineering aura outside the door, especially the leader, who was fiery and violent, like a volcano about to erupt, far superior to the scarred man from that afternoon. This is definitely a martial arts master, and one of the strongest among them. Old man. They're here. Quite a few of them. And they're very strong. She lowered her voice, spoke rapidly, and her sharp eyes swept towards the doorway. Her blood and chi were already circulating rapidly within her body, ready to fight at any moment. Although she had blind faith in her father's abilities, she still instinctively became nervous in the face of such a formidable force. In stark contrast to her apprehension was Wang Yitian. This old man is still slowly scratching his itch? Yes, he was tilting his head, intently picking his ear with the toothpick he had just used to clean his teeth, making comfortable humming sounds, as if the menacing aura downstairs was enough to make ordinary martial artists run away in terror. Only the neighbor's stereo was a bit too loud. Ha! What's here? Wang Yitian seemed to only just hear the noise, raising his head blankly and listening intently. Oh, you mean downstairs? Probably the junk truck? These days, junk collectors have such a grand procession? The engine's been modified like a fighter jet. Wang Xinran almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Collect your own trash. Listen to those footsteps, that murderous aura. They're obviously coming for us. It's probably Zhou Biao who's come to kill us. Zhou Biao? Who's that? Sounds like someone who sells Biao brand motorcycles. Wang Yitian blinked his innocent little eyes, tried hard to recall, and then slapped his thigh as if suddenly realizing something. Oh. I remember. Isn't it Zhou Kai's uncle? The one who slapped the cucumber away this afternoon. Zhao Mang's boss? Yes, that's him. Late-stage martial master. Very powerful. Wang Xinran stamped her feet in frustration. How could this old man never grasp the key point? Late stage of martial master. Wang Yitian stroked his chin, his expression showing not nervousness, but rather a hint of disgust. Tisk, it's so late at night, instead of staying home and taking care of the kids, you're here disturbing the peace. You have no sense of public decency at all. Just then. Bang! 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 A heavy, rough, and provocative banging sound, like the beating of a drum, shook the already rickety old wooden door, causing dust to fall from the doorframe. Outside the door, a rough, arrogant roar, brimming with primal energy, echoed like thunder in the narrow stairwell. Wang Yitian. Get out here. Are you hiding at home like a coward? You're a coward who dares to do something but not admit it. The voice carried the oppressive aura of a late-stage martial arts master, like an invisible shockwave that pierced through the door, causing Wang Xinran's blood and chi to surge and her face to turn slightly pale. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to stay calm. Wang Yitian was startled by the loud noise, and the toothpick in his hand fell to the ground. He patted his chest and muttered, "Oh my, you scared me." Who is this? Shouting like that, don't you have any manners? Couldn't you knock more gently? Are you going to pay for this broken door? As he spoke, he slowly stood up, shuffling along in his nearly worn-out flip-flops towards the door, yawning repeatedly and rubbing his sleepy eyes, muttering to himself, "So sleepy, in the middle of the day, ugh, in the middle of the night, can't a person even take a nap, really?" Looking at her father's "Who am I? Where am I? I'm going to sleep" attitude, Wang Xinran's tension was inexplicably replaced by a feeling of utter speechlessness. She even began to wonder if those menacing guys outside had come to the wrong door. Squeak! Wang Yitian slowly opened the weathered wooden door. The scene outside the door was a standard template of gangsters coming to collect debts. In the narrow, dimly lit, and cluttered stairwell, 7 or 8 burly men stood in a dark mass. The one in the lead was Zhou Biao, whose face was ashen and whose eyes held a murderous intent that was almost tangible. He crossed his arms, his muscles bulging, and the aura of a late-stage martial artist emanated outwards without restraint, like a blazing furnace scorching the surrounding air. Behind him stood Black Tiger and Shadow Leopard, 2 trusted martial masters at the early stage, their eyes fierce, like vicious dogs ready to devour their prey. Further behind were 4 or 5 other late-stage martial masters with menacing auras and bulging temples. The mere presence of this group of people exuded a chilling aura, almost tangible, causing the temperature in the stairwell to drop several degrees. Countless terrified eyes peeked out from behind the cracks in the doors of the neighboring houses. When Zhou Biao saw that it was Wang Yitian who opened the door, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He looked Wang Yitian up and down in his standard weakling outfit, old man shirt, shorts, flip-flops, and a smile of extreme disdain and cruelty curled at the corner of his mouth. Wang Yitian? Zhou Biao's voice was icy, carrying a condescending, judgmental tone. Finally decided to come out? I thought you were going to hide under women's skirts and be a coward for the rest of your life. Wang Yitian seemed frightened by the scene, instinctively shrinking back, a fawning, slightly fearful smile plastered on his face as he rubbed his hands and said, "Gee, gentlemen, what brings you here? Did you come to the wrong house? My family is dirt poor, we don't owe anyone any money." His cowardly behavior only made Zhou Biao and his group despise him to the extreme. That's it? You think you can cripple Zhao Mang with a cucumber? They must have used some insidious methods. Or, was it just an accident? Zhou Biao was too lazy to waste any more words and decided to crush his opponent's mental defenses with absolute strength. He took a step forward. Boom! The immense pressure from a late-stage martial master erupted like a flood bursting its banks, without reservation. The air seemed to thicken, and an invisible force pressed down on Wang Yitian and Wang Xinran from his center. The debris in the hallway was blown about by the force of the wind, and dust fell from the walls. The men behind Zhou Biao also released their own elemental energy fluctuations at the same time. Although they were far inferior to Zhou Biao, when they came together, they formed a sense of oppression that could not be underestimated, like a pack of wolves surrounding them. Wang Xinran was the first to be hit, feeling as if she had been struck head-on by a mountain. She groaned, took 2 steps back, her blood surging, and almost lost her balance. Her face turned deathly pale instantly. The pressure from a late-stage martial arts master was still too strong for her. Zhou Biao was very satisfied with the effect. He stared at Wang Yitian and sneered, "Old man, don't fucking play dumb with me. You crippled my nephew and injured my brother. I'm going to settle this score with you today. If you know what's good for you, kneel down, kowtow, admit your guilt, cripple your martial arts, and hand over your strange skills. Maybe I'll consider sparing your life. Otherwise." The murderous intent in his words was undisguised. However, Wang Yitian, who was at the very center of the oppressive aura, surprised everyone with his reaction. Faced with this overwhelming pressure that would terrify even an ordinary early-stage martial artist, Wang Yitian simply scratched his head. The fear on his face disappeared, replaced by an impatience at being disturbed from his peaceful sleep. He picked at his ear, flicked off non-existent earwax, then looked up at the aggressive Zhou Biao, sighed, and spoke with a tone of genuine confusion and disdain. "Well." Wang Yitian sighed deeply, as if facing an unreasonable and unruly child. "Hey, you. Brother Biao, right? Late at night, you brought so many people, blocking my doorway, making a racket, and even defrosting. How uncivilized is that? How bad is the impact? Don't the neighbors want to get some rest? Don't the kids want to do their homework? Zhou Biao? His henchmen behind him?" Even Wang Xinran, who was struggling to resist the oppressive force, almost choked. What the hell is this reaction? The script is wrong. Shouldn't they be terrified and begging for mercy on their knees at this point? Zhou Biao was completely taken aback by Wang Yitian's unpredictable reaction, and his anger intensified, feeling deeply insulted. He roared, "Old man. You're asking for it." He decided to stop holding back and teach Wang Yitian a lesson he would never forget. His momentum surged again, and he prepared to take action directly. Just then, Wang Yitian seemed to finally get annoyed by his lack of tact. He frowned, waved his hand casually as if shooing away an annoying fly, and muttered something under his breath. "It's so noisy. Can you please be quiet?" With this seemingly casual wave of his hand, an indescribable, ineffable, terrifying aura, seemingly from the ancient primordial era, silently spread out from Wang Yitian, as if a sleeping dragon had opened its eyes. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling special effects. But in that very instant, Zhou Biao's violent, volcanic eruption like late-stage martial arts aura melted away instantly, like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. No, it wasn't dissolved, it was crushed by a higher, more essential, and more boundless force, as easily as crushing dust. The sinister smile on Zhou Biao's face froze instantly, turning into extreme horror and disbelief. He felt that his energy, his aura, everything about him, became as insignificant as an ant and as fragile as paper in the face of this sudden aura. A kind of instinctive fear from the depths of his soul swept over him like ice water being poured over his head, leaving his limbs icy cold and his blood feeling as if it were about to freeze. The Black Tiger, Shadow Leopard, and their subordinates who were at the late stage of martial arts behind him were even worse off. Without even uttering a sound, he was directly overwhelmed by this invisible yet mountain-like aura, causing his legs to buckle and him to kneel down with a thud. His face was ashen, his whole body trembled like a leaf. He couldn't even lift his head, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear, as if he had seen some incomprehensible and irresistible existence. The entire corridor fell into a deathly silence. Only Wang Etienne remained standing there lazily, yawning as if he had just done something insignificant. He glanced at the crowd kneeling on the ground, trembling like quails, then at Zhou Biao, who stood frozen in place, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. He frowned and muttered in dissatisfaction. "I told you to be quiet, why are you kneeling down? Are you trying to scam me? I don't have any money to pay for this." Zhou Biao stared at Wang Etienne, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints, his heart pounding as if it would explode. A thought that sent chills down his spine struck him like lightning. Grandmaster. No. Impossible. Could it be a grandmaster? How is this possible? Chapter 26, Kneeling and Begging for Mercy. Time seemed to freeze at Wang Etienne's dissatisfied grumble. In the narrow, dimly lit stairwell, the air felt as sticky as glue. The faulty voice-activated light flickered a few times before finally going out completely, casting most of the space into shadow. Only the faint moonlight filtering through the distant window outlined a few stiff silhouettes, as if they had been frozen in place. Zhou Biao maintained his half-step forward stance, his menacing smile and murderous intent still frozen on his face, like a poorly made mask. But his pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, filled with extreme horror, bewilderment, and a sense of vacuum as if his worldview had been shattered. The overwhelming pressure of a late-stage martial master that had been burning like flames around him had vanished without a trace. It wasn't that it had been subdued, but rather that it had been wiped away effortlessly by a higher-dimensional, incomprehensible force, like dust being wiped off with a rag. He felt as if his heart had been gripped by an invisible hand, stopped beating, his blood was flowing backward, and his limbs were ice-cold. A primal, uncontrollable shudder surged from the depths of his soul, the absolute terror of a lower life form facing its natural enemy. He wanted to move, even a single finger, but found his body wouldn't obey him. Every cell screamed, danger. Escape. The scene behind him was even more appalling. Black Tiger and Shadow Leopard, both early-stage martial arts masters, were kneeling on the ground without any regard for their image. Their hands were on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the cold, dirty ground, and they were trembling as if they were naked in the freezing wind. They didn't even have the courage to look up. They could only feel the terrifying aura, like an abyss, hanging overhead, ready to crush them into dust at any moment. Cold sweat poured down their foreheads and temples like a waterfall, instantly soaking their collars and the ground, forming small puddles. Their teeth chattered uncontrollably, making a soft, clattering sound. The other subordinates of the late-stage martial artists were even worse off, collapsing like mud, defecating and urinating, and the pungent stench filled the enclosed corridor. Some even rolled their eyes back, on the verge of fainting. Their previous arrogance and the oppressive feeling of their superior numbers have vanished completely. What remains is only the most primal sense of humility and fear in the face of absolute power disparity. Wang Xinran stood behind Wang Etienne, the closest to him, and her feelings were the clearest. Although the terrifying aura wasn't directed at her and even intentionally avoided her, the feeling of insignificance, like facing a vast starry sea, still made her gasp and her heart skip a beat. Looking at Zhou Biao and his men, who had been so arrogant just moments before, now looking like mangy dogs with their bones removed, an indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up inside her, mixed with a renewed appreciation for her father's strength. TSK. Mid-stage Grandmaster. Did I go a little too far? Did I scare these guys silly? Wang Etienne muttered to himself, but on the surface he still wore that sleepy, annoyed expression, as if his sweet dreams had been disturbed. He picked at his ear, then let out a long yawn, so long it almost brought tears to his eyes. Only then did he lazily lift his eyelids, glance at the stiff Zhou Biao and his kneeling subordinates, his tone thick with impatience. "Hey," I said. "Hey guys? Are you still going to fight or not? If you're going to fight, hurry up, I'm waiting to go back to sleep. If you're not going to fight, then hurry up and disperse. What kind of image is this, blocking the doorway? It's such a bad influence. This hallway is already narrow, and with all of you blocking it, how are the neighbors supposed to get up at night?" His voice wasn't loud, and it even had a slightly hoarse quality from just waking up, but in the deathly silent stairwell, it was as clear as thunder. "Beat? What's the point of fighting?" Zhou Biao was inwardly screaming in despair. He can barely move a finger now, so how can he fight? Should we use our heads to hit them? What's the difference between that and an egg hitting a rock? No, it's like an egg hitting Mount Tai. He finally regained a sliver of reason from his extreme fear, and finally confirmed a fact that made his very soul tremble. Grandmaster. He's definitely a grandmaster. Moreover, he is a powerful being far beyond the average beginner grandmaster. At least mid-stage grandmaster, or even late-stage grandmaster? In the eyes of the other party, a martial arts master at the late stage is probably not even worth a strong ant. The thought that he had just spoken so arrogantly in front of a grandmaster and even made him kneel down and kowtow made Zhou Biao feel a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and he almost peed his pants on the spot. He hadn't just kicked a hornet's nest, he'd kicked a superactive volcano. Senior, senior. Spare me. Senior, spare me. Zhou Biao could no longer hold on. His last shred of reason was instantly overwhelmed by the desire to survive. With a thud, his knees slammed heavily onto the ground, the force so great that the floorboards seemed to shake. He no longer cared about face, dignity, or the Zhou family's reputation. All that remained was his most primal fear and pleading for mercy. He kowtowed repeatedly, his head slamming against the concrete floor with a dull thud, as he cried out in a choked voice. This junior was blind. This junior looked down on people. I offended your might, senior. This junior deserves to die. This junior deserves to die 1,000 deaths. I beg you, senior, to have mercy and let this junior go like a fart. Seeing their leader kneel, the men behind him, including Black Tiger and Shadow Leopard, kowtowed even louder, begging for mercy incoherently. Senior, spare my life. We'll never do it again. It was all Zhou Biao's doing. It has nothing to do with us. Please, senior, have mercy. For a moment, the only sounds in the stairwell were the thumping of heads and the wailing of pleas for mercy, mixed with the stench of urine, making the scene utterly disgusting. Wang Yitian was taken aback by the sudden collective kneeling and worship, then wrinkled his nose in disgust and took a small step back, as if afraid of being tainted by the foul air. Hey, hey, hey! Why did you bump your head? What are you doing? You can't fake an accident like this. There are no security cameras in this crappy place, let me tell you. Wang Yitian waved his hand, with a wary look that said, don't even think about blaming me. Get up, get up. What kind of behavior is this? Anyone who didn't know better would think I was holding some kind of cult gathering here. Zhou Biao dared not get up, and kowtowed even more vigorously, blood already streaming down his forehead. Senior. I was blinded by greed. I listened to the slander of petty people. I offended you and your daughter. When I return, I will strictly discipline the clan's members and never let them disturb your cultivation again. I am willing to compensate. I will pay even if it means going bankrupt. I only beg you to give me a way out. Compensation? Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested in the word, but quickly yawned again. What do you mean, compensate? Do you think I need your pittance? Hurry up and take your people back to where you came from. Don't get in my way. If you disturb my sleep again, I'll really get upset. He spoke lightly, but to Zhou Biao, it was like heavenly music. Was he letting them go? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for sparing my life, senior. Thank you for your magnanimity. Zhou Biao felt as if he had been granted a pardon, so excited he almost cried. He kowtowed several more times before shakily, almost crawling on his hands and feet, to his feet. Without daring to delay, he roared at his men still lying on the ground. What are you all standing there for? Get up. Thank your senior. Then get out. Black Tiger, Shadow Leopard and the others scrambled to their feet, ignoring the filth on their bodies. They bowed haphazardly in Wang Yitian's direction, then helped up their terrified subordinates and, like stray dogs, stumbled and ran down the stairs at a speed comparable to fleeing for their lives. Zhou Biao was the last to leave. Before leaving, he bowed deeply to Wang Yitian, took a few steps backward, and then turned around and almost ran away, disappearing around the corner of the stairs. His disheveled appearance was a stark and ironic contrast to his earlier aggressive demeanor. A few seconds later, the roar of an SUV engine and the screeching sound of tires screeching against the ground came from downstairs, quickly fading away as if it would be swallowed up if it lingered for even a second longer. Silence returned to the hallway. Only the faint smell of urine and a few unidentified water stains on the floor proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. Wang Yitian shook his head and sighed. Sigh, young people these days have such poor mental fortitude. They kneel down at the drop of a hat, they have no backbone at all. He turned around, preparing to close the door. Wang Xinran was still in a daze, wondering, is that all? She watched her father's back as he walked away as easily as if he were swatting away a few flies, her eyes filled with an extremely complicated expression. She knew her father was strong, he was a grandmaster. But every time she witnessed such an absolute crushing scene, the visual and emotional impact still shocked her. Especially the stark contrast between her father's perpetually sleepy and nonchalant attitude and the terrifying strength he displayed in every move made her feel that this old man was probably even more unfathomable than she had imagined. Mid-stage grandmaster? Even higher? She didn't dare to think any further. Wang Yitian closed the door, shutting out the polluted air outside. When he turned around, he saw his daughter staring at him with a complicated look that seemed to say, "It's like I'm seeing you all over again." He immediately reverted to his usual lazy, stay-at-home dad persona, rubbed his eyes, and complained, "Done. Seriously, this is so late at night, and you're just making things difficult. I'm so sleepy." As he yawned and walked towards the sofa, he said to Wang Xinran in a disdainful tone, "Hey honey, next time it's a small fry like this, just deal with it yourself. Don't call me dad for everything. Dad's getting old and needs plenty of sleep to take care of himself, understand? You're always disturbing Dad's beauty sleep, it'll give him wrinkles." Wang Xinran. She watched her father slump back onto the sofa and expertly pick up his phone to continue scrolling through short videos. All the shock, confusion, and complaints she felt ultimately dissipated into a long, powerless sigh. "Okay, keep pretending, old man." Chapter 27. The news spreads. The Zhou family fled the low-rent area, which they had come to regard as a dragon's den and tiger's lair, in a disheveled state, as if they were being chased by ghosts. But some things are unavoidable. For example, fear. For example, warnings that need to be conveyed. That night, beneath the seemingly calm surface of some waters in Jiangchang, undercurrents began to surge at an alarming speed. Instead of returning to his own villa, Zhou Biao drove directly to the residence of a powerful elder in the family. His face was deathly pale, and the wound on his forehead, though simply bandaged, still throbbed with pain. But what hurt him even more was his pride and his still trembling soul. He had to immediately report to his superiors what had happened that night, in full and without the slightest concealment or exaggeration. A mishandling of the situation could bring utter destruction upon the Zhou family. Meanwhile, in the study rooms of several other prominent families in the western part of the city, the encrypted communication lines also became unusually busy. "Hey, Laoli, are you asleep? Something terrible has happened." "Huh? What's all the fuss about?" "In the West District, Zhou Biao got his comeuppance tonight. He and Black Tiger Shadow Leopard were chased away like dogs." "What? Zhou Biao? The one who reached the late stage of martial arts? Who did this? Did the city guards get involved?" "What city guards?" "It's that Wang Yitian. The one who lives in the low-rent area." "Wang Yitian? Which Wang? Wait, are you talking about Wang Xinran's good-for-nothing father? Useless? Bah! That's a ferocious dragon crossing the river. A grandmaster. At least a mid-stage grandmaster." Zhou Biao couldn't even withstand a trace of his aura and knelt down on the spot. Hiss. "Is this true? Is the source reliable?" "It's absolutely true. My brother-in-law's brother was nearby at the time and saw Zhou Biao's men tumbling and crawling out. The Zhou family is in an uproar right now. My God, a grandmaster? Living in seclusion in a low-rent area? What kind of situation is this? Who knows? Maybe it's a powerful figure from a reclusive sect who's come out for training. Or maybe he's hiding from enemies? In any case, the West District is about to change. Tell the younger generation in the family to keep their eyes open. Especially that Wang Xinran, don't mess with her. She's the daughter of a grandmaster." Similar conversations were taking place secretly among several well-informed senior members of the family. The news that a master is hidden in a low-rent area is like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Although it has not been made public, it has already stirred up huge ripples in a limited circle of the elite. Shock, doubt, fear, speculation, a mix of emotions spread through the air. Everyone's perception of Wang Yitian instantly changed from a negligible good-for-nothing to a reclusive master who deserves respect and friendship. Even as he looked at Wang Xinran's information at the school, his eyes became incredibly complex and fiery. The following day, as the sun rose, it gilded the magnificent gate of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School with a golden edge. The principal's office, located on the top floor of the main teaching building, offers an excellent view. At this moment, Principal Li Sanhai is standing by the window. He looked to be around 50 years old, with a lean face and a tall, upright figure. He wore a well-fitting dark gray Zhongshan suit, and his refined demeanor exuded an undeniable air of authority. His aura was subtle yet profound, possessing an air of unwavering strength, as if he were one with the entire campus. He was none other than the true pillar of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, a powerful expert at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. Even the city lord would politely address him as Principal Li when he met him. At this moment, the Grandmaster held in his hand a secret report that had just been delivered through special channels, the ink still wet. The above content is a detailed summary and analysis of the incident in the low-rent housing area last night. Li Sanhai finished reading calmly, his face showing little emotion, but a faint hint of surprise and amusement flickered deep in his eyes. A mere trace of aura was enough to suppress Zhou Biao, a late-stage martial master, to his knees, terrifying him and rendering him utterly timid and unable to resist in the slightest. He repeated the key information softly, his fingertips tapping lightly on the window frame. This control over power has reached a state of perfection. It is something that no ordinary grandmaster can achieve. As a grandmaster, how high must his vision be? In his eyes, those in the early and middle stages of the grandmaster realm were nothing more than juniors on the path of martial arts. Even at the late stage of the grandmaster level, they are merely fellow practitioners worthy of attention. However, the method described in the secret report, which effortlessly destroys the opponent's will with just breath, has touched upon the application of momentum, a field that is usually only mastered by grandmasters. Interestingly, Sanhai's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. It seems that this fellow Daoist Wang Yitian is not just a simple grandmaster. His true realm has probably reached the peak of grandmaster, with one foot already in our realm. Perhaps he has even mastered some kind of secret technique that allows him to briefly unleash a power comparable to that of a grandmaster. He automatically rationalized Wang Yitian's strength. Only a grandmaster at the peak of cultivation, who lives in seclusion in the city and deliberately suppresses his cultivation, or a grandmaster at the peak of cultivation who possesses special secret techniques, can explain why his performance is so amazing, yet he is willing to live in a low-rent area. This is a very reasonable speculation, which gives Wang Yitian enough prestige, and does not exceed Li Sanhai's cognitive framework as a grandmaster. After all, he does not believe that the other party is a real grandmaster. Such a person is rare in the entire empire, so how could he be here? Ding! The internal communicator rang. Principal, Vice Principal Zhang and Director Liu have arrived, the secretary's voice came through. Please let them in. Soon, Vice Principal Zhang Yuan, a calm and wise mid-stage grandmaster, Martial Arts Department Director Lu Meng, a burly, slightly impatient early-stage grandmaster, and two other core members of the school filed in. Their faces all wore solemn expressions and a trace of lingering shock. Principal, you've received the news too? Vice Principal Zhang Yuan spoke first, his tone serious. Li Sanhai gently pushed the secret report over. Take a look. Something interesting happened in the West District. The document was quickly passed around among the group, and a collective gasp filled the office. Grandmaster at the peak? Half-step Grandmaster? Director Lu Meng, who usually had the loudest voice, lowered it now, his voice filled with disbelief. This Wang Yitian, he's been hiding his abilities for too long. Last time at the parent-teacher conference, I saw him squatting by the door eating a Jinbing Chinese crepe. Don't judge a book by its cover. Li Sanhai spoke calmly, his voice carrying a decisive force. A friend who has reached the pinnacle of a grandmaster has chosen to send his daughter to our school. This is a sign of his trust in me, Li Sanhai, and in Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, and it is also a fortunate opportunity. His gaze swept over the crowd, and his tone became solemn. Effective immediately, convene an emergency school affairs meeting, with the scope kept to a minimum. There is only one topic: how to ensure that Wang Xinran receives the best, most comprehensive, and most natural treatment at our school. Principal, what do you mean? Vice Principal Zhang Yuan asked cautiously. Several decisions. Li Sanhai's plan was clear and logical. First, Wang Xinran will enjoy the highest level of the Hidden Dragon program, with double the resource allocation. However, the distribution should be done naturally to avoid offending her or her father. Second, all teachers, especially martial arts teachers, should keep a close eye on her and provide timely and appropriate guidance, but they must not be overly deliberate, and they must not inquire about her family situation. Third, all school facilities, including the advanced training room and the restricted area of the library, will be unconditionally open to her. He paused, then looked at Zhang Yuan. Also, prepare a suitable gift. It doesn't need to be too expensive, but it should show your sincerity. Ideally, it should be some cultivation resources that are helpful in solidifying your foundation and are gentle and harmless. This afternoon, I will personally visit this fellow Daoist Wang. You're going in person? Director Lu Meng was surprised again. For the principal, a man of such high status, a grandmaster, to personally visit a student's parent, this was an incredibly high level of protocol. Lee Sunhai smiled slightly, his eyes deep. It's not shameful to treat someone with respect. It's worth it for me to make a trip to see a fellow Taoist who may step into the grandmaster realm at any time. Besides, I'm also very interested to see what kind of demeanor this playful wanderer has. The school affairs meeting concluded quickly and efficiently. One instruction after another was silently transmitted, and the massive educational machine of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School began to make subtle and precise adjustments for a student named Wang Xinran. At the heart of all this turmoil, in that low-rent apartment, everything was peaceful, or rather, a chaotic daily routine. Wang Yitian lay sprawled on the sofa, snoring rhythmically, a suspicious glint of moisture clinging to the corner of his mouth, clearly still fast asleep. He'd had some activity last night and needed a good nap. It was a healthy practice for the elderly. Wang Xinran, sporting a head of messy, multicolored short hair, sat cross-legged on the only relatively clean spot on the living room floor, grinning at the martial arts analysis diagram on the dim screen. She was digesting the few twisted and heretical tips her father had casually mentioned last night, trying to incorporate those ugly but incredibly effective power-generating techniques into her own basic boxing style. Lower your waist, sink your hips, make your strength come from the ground. Oh my god, this posture is so inhuman. It's like the toad kung fu. She gestured and complained, her movements contorted and her expression ferocious. She had no idea that she had become a key protected animal in the eyes of a small group of top figures in Jiangcheng, nor did she know that a grandmaster-level principal was carrying gifts and steadily walking towards her dilapidated low-rent apartment. Chapter 28: The Principal Arrives. As the sun rose higher, a variety of smells began to fill the low-rent apartment building: the greasy aroma of fried breakfast from next door, the damp, musty smell of the corridor, and the stench of cheap shampoo wafting from somewhere. Wang Yitian finally shifted on the sofa, stretching with an earth-shattering yawn, his joints cracking with a series of crisp sounds, finally ending his deep conversation with Morpheus. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, slipped on his flip-flops, and shuffled to the kitchen. He pulled out half a packet of instant nutritional paste that had been sitting in the corner for who knows how many days, intending to just stir it with hot water for a quick breakfast. Life is about making do, is Wang Yitian's motto. Just then. Tap, tap, tap. A knock sounded on the door. The sound was neither too light nor too heavy, but very rhythmic, carrying a kind of composure and politeness that seemed out of place in this dilapidated stairwell. Wang Yitian paused in his hand as he stirred the nutritional paste, his brow furrowing. This way of knocking didn't sound like a shrew collecting rent, a water meter checker, or a troublemaker. Who is it? Disturbing my peaceful sleep so early in the morning? Someone who's been lying in bed all morning. Before he could speak, a gentle, clear, yet undeniably authoritative male voice came from outside the door. Excuse me, is Mr. Wang Yitian at home? I am Li Sanhai, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. I apologize for my intrusion. The sound came through the thin door panel clearly. Wang Yitian, who was in the kitchen, almost spilled the nutrient paste on his feet because his hand trembled. Wang Xinran, who was struggling with the toad kung fu on the living room floor, jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her face instantly filled with the words "Holy crap." Principal of No. 1 Middle School? Li Songhai? That legendary grandmaster? Why would he come? And why is he being so polite? Has the sun risen in the west? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Xinran's mind in an instant. Was I caught fighting? Are they going to expel me? Wait, their attitude is so polite. Could it be that the Zhou family is the villain who accused me first? That doesn't seem likely. She subconsciously looked at her father, only to see that Wang Yitian was only surprised for a moment at first, and then his face returned to that lazy expression of "I'm not awake yet, don't mess with me," even with a bit of impatience at being disturbed. He slowly put down the bowl of porridge, tugged at his wrinkled old man's shirt, and muttered. Principal? So what if he's the principal? Doesn't the principal need to let people sleep? Tisk, troublesome. Despite saying that, he still walked over slowly and reluctantly, and opened the creaking, broken wooden door. As soon as the door opened, the scene outside made Wang Xinran, who was peeking through the crack in the door, gasp in shock. In the narrow stairwell outside the door stood a distinguished middle-aged man. He wore a well-fitting dark gray zhongshan suit, his figure was upright, his face was thin, and his eyes were warm yet contained a sharp glint. Just by standing there quietly, he seemed to illuminate the dilapidated surroundings. Who else could it be but Principal Li Sanhai? What made Wang Xinran's eyes almost pop out was that this Grandmaster Principal, whom she had only seen from afar at the opening ceremony and major events, and whom even the school director treated with utmost respect, not only did not show any arrogance at this moment, but instead had a just right, even slightly, respectful smile on his face. He was also carrying a rather antique-looking wooden box. Half a step behind him, several powerful figures in the school, including the vice principal and the director of the martial arts department, stood cautiously with smiles on their faces, not daring to even breathe loudly. This setup doesn't look like a home visit at all, it looks more like meeting a leader. Wang Yitian was also taken aback by the scene. He then scratched his messy hair and stepped aside, saying, "Oh, Principal Li. Come in and sit down. It's a small place, please don't mind." His tone was so calm, as if the person who came wasn't the Grandmaster Principal, but old Wang from next door who came to borrow vinegar. Li Songhai smiled slightly, not taking it to heart at all, and stepped inside. Several school leaders behind him also wanted to come in, but were stopped by a look from Li Songhai, and could only awkwardly stay in the corridor as doormen. The cramped living room felt even more crowded and even more eerie because of Li Songhai's arrival. The aura of a Grandmaster contrasted sharply with the impoverished environment of his home. Li Songhai's gaze calmly swept across the room, noticing the bowl of appealing nutritional paste on the table and the martial arts analysis diagram micro light screen on the floor that Wang Xinran hadn't had time to put away. A barely perceptible look of understanding flashed in his eyes. He chose the most stable-looking wooden chair and sat down, his elegant posture completely out of place with his surroundings. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for disturbing you, and I hope you will forgive me." Li Songhai got straight to the point, speaking sincerely. "I've come today mainly for two things. First, to thank you for sending such an outstanding child as your daughter, Wang Xinran, to our school. It is an honor for our school." Wang Yitian yawned and waved his hand. "Principal Li, you're too kind. My child is naughty and has caused you trouble." But to himself, he thought, this old man is quite the smooth talker. Secondly, Li Songhai said solemnly, "The school has heard about last night, and some unpleasant things that happened before. It was our school's poor management that allowed some ignorant people to disturb your peaceful study. On behalf of the school, I would like to sincerely apologize to you." As he spoke, he even bowed slightly. This left not only the school leaders outside the door speechless, but even Wang Xinran was dumbfounded. Grandmaster Principal, apologize to her father? This world is crazy. Wang Yitian was also a bit taken aback by this, and coughed twice. "Ahem, it's nothing, it's a small matter, it's all resolved. I'm not a person with any big ambitions, I just want some peace and quiet, to watch my daughter grow up safely and happily. I don't like those fighting and killing, those things about fame and fortune, they're meaningless." He spoke casually, and coupled with his lazy demeanor, he was the epitome of a decadent middle-aged man who was indifferent to worldly affairs. However, to Li Songhai, it sounded like a thunderclap. Seeking peace and quiet, disliking fighting and killing, watching my daughter grow up safely and happily. This clearly shows the demeanor of a wise person who has seen through the world and returned to simplicity. Recalling his effortless and overwhelming manner last night, suppressing a late-stage martial master with just his aura, Li Songhai became even more certain that this Mr. Wang must be a grandmaster at the peak of his cultivation, or even a half-step grandmaster. His mental cultivation is even more unfathomable. Little did he know that Wang Yitian was simply lazy and, with the system backing him up, felt emboldened. Just then, the system interface in Wang Yitian's mind suddenly flashed, and an insignificant prompt appeared. "Daily task, accompany your daughter to complete a basic cultivation session incomplete." Wang Yitian subconsciously focused his mind on trying to turn off the notification. This extremely faint fluctuation of spiritual energy stirred the vast primordial energy within him. A barely perceptible yet extremely pure and refined aura, like a small pebble thrown into a calm lake, created a subtle ripple that quietly spread outwards. The aura vanished in a flash, and Wang Yitian himself didn't even notice it. But Li Songhai, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly froze. His keen senses, typical of a grandmaster in the early stages, allowed him to clearly perceive that fleeting aura. That aura was as deep and pure as a deep abyss, seemingly containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Although weak, its quality far surpassed that of any grandmaster he had ever seen. Even, it made him feel a little uneasy. A half-step grandmaster. Absolutely a half-step grandmaster. Moreover, he has probably reached perfection, only lacking one more opportunity to truly step into our realm. It turns out that the other party was not deliberately keeping a low profile, but rather that their cultivation had reached such a level that they could control their emotions at will and return to their true nature. That last burst of energy was probably an unintentional release of my primordial energy. He immediately understood and became even more respectful. Sir, your integrity and noble character are truly admirable. Please rest assured that our school will create an absolutely quiet and superior environment for your daughter to grow up in. He gently placed the wooden box on the table. This is a small token of my appreciation, some medicinal herbs and cultivation resources to strengthen the foundation. The quality is acceptable and they will be of some benefit to solidifying the foundation. It is a small support from the school for Shinran. Please do not refuse, sir. Wang Yiqian glanced at the wooden box, and a system notification quietly appeared. Detected, high-quality body tempering liquid X3, mind-calming incense X1, spirit stones medium grade X10. Value assessment, high. He was secretly overjoyed, but outwardly he feigned embarrassment. Oh, Principal Li, this is too expensive, isn't it inappropriate? We're just a small family. Of course, of course. Li Songhai quickly added, furthermore, the school has decided to include Shinran in the highest level Hidden Dragon training program. She will enjoy unlimited access to her exclusive advanced training room, reading rights in all areas of the library, and a fixed monthly quota of advanced potions. The school will also assign the best teachers to provide her with the most suitable guidance, but will never interfere excessively. Everything will be based on her wishes and natural growth. Hearing this series of benefits, Wang Yiqian was secretly overjoyed, but his face remained calm and composed. Since the school is so sincere, then I'll thank Principal Li and the school for their cultivation on behalf of Ranran. His tone was incredibly reluctant. Seeing that the other party reluctantly accepted it, Li Songhai breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this master was indeed not interested in worldly things, and that he had made the right move. He exchanged a few more pleasantries, repeatedly assuring everyone that he would handle all the minor matters and would not allow anyone to disturb Wang Yiqian's quiet cultivation, before finally getting up to take his leave. After seeing off the ridiculously polite Grandmaster Principal, the door was closed, and the cramped living room returned to silence. Wang Shinran was still in a daze, looking at the old-fashioned wooden box on the table, and then at her father who had a nice weather today look on his face. She felt like she was having a bizarre and absurd dream. Pinch me, Dad. Am I still half asleep? She murmured. Wang Yiqian had already picked up the bowl of cooled nutritional paste again, slurped it up, then stretched out his foot and precisely picked up a piece of waste paper from the ground with his toes, flicking it accurately into the trash can in the distance with fluid movements. He glanced at his daughter, raised his eyebrows smugly, stroked his chin with the hand that had been picking at his toes, and said slowly, "Look, even an old man like Dad can still make a name for himself." Wang Shinran. Looking at her father's smug expression, and then at the resource card that the principal had just personally delivered to her, which gleamed with an alluring luster, she suddenly felt that this magical world was kind of exciting. Chapter 29. The homeroom teacher has been possessed? After seeing off that incredibly polite and unnerving Grandmaster Principal, the meager air in the low-rent apartment seemed to begin to circulate again. Like a puppet on a string, Wang Shinran stiffly moved to the table, extended her slightly trembling fingers, and carefully touched the antique wooden box. This is not a dream. The principal, who usually looks down on everyone from the clouds and can't even remember the name of a slacker like her, just came to her door in person, politely and even respectfully, to bring warmth to her family. Just because her father maybe, probably, perhaps is a very skilled hermit master? She turned her head sharply, her gaze fixed on Wang Yiqian, who was sitting with his legs crossed, picking at his teeth with his fingernails, and trying to figure out if he could still drink the cold nutrient paste. Old man Wang Shinran's voice was a little dry. What did you say to the principal? Is there something wrong with him? She pointed to her temple. Wang Yiqian picked the bits of meat out of his teeth, flicked them away, and looked completely innocent. What did I say? I didn't say anything. I just said I like peace and quiet and hope my daughter is safe and happy. The old man is pretty perceptive, he got it right away. I guess he sees that I have extraordinary potential and that I'm a promising talent. He paused, then added, it's mainly because my daughter is so capable and has brought honor to his school. Wang Shinran. I don't believe you. You old geezer, you're really bad. She realized that getting the truth out of this old man was harder than catching a nuclear bomb with her bare hands. Forget it, I'm too lazy to ask. It's a fool not to take advantage of a good deal. She picked up the wooden box and, like a squirrel guarding its food, darted back to her room, slamming the door shut, ready to examine these high-end goods closely. Wang Yiqian watched his daughter's retreating figure, chuckled, and then his consciousness sank into the system. Ding! The host has successfully secured high-quality external resources for the bound object, significantly improving their growth environment and sense of security. The fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. Mission completion rate has increased. Reward, 200 fatherly love points. Current fatherly love points balance, 485 points. TSK, a grandmaster is really generous. One wave of goodwill is worth several days of my hard work taking care of a child. Wang Yitian rubbed his hands together happily and started browsing the online store, pondering whether to get a new daughter's Happy Water Pro Max or save up to buy a bigger item. The next day was Monday. Wang Xinran, sporting a head of brightly colored short hair that had been restyled to look cool and shiny, with every strand exuding an aura of "I'm not someone to mess with," rode her hoverboard toward Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. She was still a little apprehensive on the way. The principal's visit was one thing, but the actual changes at the school were another. Will the teachers and students really change their attitudes so drastically just because of a single sentence from the principal? Will Zhou Kai and his gang still harbor ulterior motives? However, as soon as she drove into the school gate and onto the main road, she immediately realized something was wrong. Something's really wrong. In the past, when she came to school, she was mostly met with indifference, disdain, or mockery as if she were watching a monkey show. But today, everyone who saw her, whether students or teachers, had extremely complex looks in their eyes. There was curiosity, exploration, disbelief, but more than anything, there was a cautious awe. Even a few of Zhou Kai's former underlings, upon seeing her, turned pale as if they had seen a ghost, and scurried away with their heads down, hugging the wall as fast as if they were being chased by dogs. She parked her skateboard with a puzzled look and walked towards the teaching building. Along the way, classmates, both acquaintances and strangers, kept greeting her with overly enthusiastic, even slightly obsequious, tones. "Good morning, Sister Ran. Sister Ran looks great today. Sister Ran, have you had breakfast? I have some new energy bars here, would you like one?" Even one of the girls who used to mock her the most awkwardly came over shyly and offered her a beautifully packaged milk tea. Ran, I was wrong before. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Wang Xinran was so taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm that she got goosebumps all over. She could only nod stiffly and mumble, I ate, no need." When she reached the classroom door, something even more outrageous happened. The homeroom teacher, that middle-aged woman who usually had a stern face and looked at her like she was looking at trash, was now standing at the classroom door with a smile that could only be described as kind. When she saw her approaching, her eyes lit up, and she quickly went to greet her. "Shinran's here. Come in, come in. Wow, that hairstyle looks amazing today. So stylish. No wonder she's a rising star in martial arts." Wang Xinran stumbled and almost lost her balance. She looked at her homeroom teacher suspiciously, then looked up at the door number. "Yes, it's grade 11-17 class. The homeroom teacher has been possessed?" When she stumbled into the classroom, feeling dizzy, she discovered that her seat was also somehow wrong. Her old, dilapidated desk, which used to be located at the back of the classroom, near the trash can, with its dented surface and the word useless carved on it, was gone. Instead, there is a brand new, high-end smart study desk with a metallic sheen, a built-in micro light screen, and a constant temperature cup holder. The spot was also moved to the very center of the classroom, the prime seat position. All eyes were on her, their expressions varied, but no one dared to speak loudly. This is Wang Xinran pointed at the new table, a little confused. The homeroom teacher smiled broadly. "Considering Xinran's rapid progress and great potential, the school has specially upgraded your learning environment to one that is more suitable for unleashing your potential. This is the latest Voyager V Smart Desk, which can help regulate your mental state and stimulate acupoints with microcurrents to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis." Wang Xinran. What the hell is promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis? I didn't come here for cupping. This is just the beginning. The first lesson was martial arts theory. The theory teacher, an old scholar who was usually arrogant and only kind to top students, spent at least a third of his time today looking at Wang Xinran. Whenever we get to a key point, I subconsciously ask, "Xinran, do you understand this?" or "Xinran, do you have any unique insights into this power generation technique?" Wang Xinran felt her scalp tingle from the question and could only nod haphazardly, "Aha. I understand. I don't have any insights." As soon as the bell rang, Lu Meng, the director of the martial arts department, appeared at the classroom door with a smile and said to Wang Xinran, "Xinran, your Hidden Dragon Project resource card has been activated. Room number 3 in the advanced training area will be yours from now on. This is your access card, you can go there anytime. Your potion quota will be automatically credited to your card at the beginning of each month." If you need anything, just go to the logistics department to get it, no need to queue. As he spoke, he handed her a high-end access card that shimmered with silver light and was engraved with dragon patterns, along with a resource card. The whole class. A private advanced training room? Unlimited use? Potions galore? This kind of treatment, even the student council president doesn't get it. Wang Xinran held those two heavy cards, feeling as if she were holding two hot irons. She finally understood what the principal meant by the highest level of training. This isn't just being groomed, it's practically being treated like a beloved daughter. No, it's being treated like a precious ancestor. When I went to the cafeteria at noon, the auntie serving the food no longer shook her hands. She piled up a small mountain of ferocious beast meat for me and even gave me a free bowl of medicinal soup that was said to nourish my blood and qi. The window seats that used to be so sought after were always empty, as if they were reserved just for her. Even when I went to the restroom, little girls from lower grades would stand guard at the door, blushing as they offered me tissues and timidly asked, "Sister Ran, can I get your autograph?" Wang Xinran. Signature? Where? On your school uniform or your forehead? All day long, she lived in a surreal, yet secretly exhilarating, magical state. She even felt a little lightheaded when she walked. But she kept her father's low-key advice in mind, and tried her best to keep a straight face and maintain a calm and composed expression, even though the little devil inside her was already laughing wildly and wishing she could do 3 somersaults on the spot. Well, it's alright, just average. This was her assessment of her deskmate, whom she envied and resented. Her tone was incredibly irritating. After school, she rushed to the legendary exclusive advanced training room. As soon as she opened the door, she gasped. This is hardly a training room. This is practically a presidential suite. It's even bigger than her house. The ground is paved with a special material that can automatically adjust its softness and hardness and absorb impact. The walls are holographic projection screens that can simulate various combat environments. The air is filled with pure primordial energy of heaven and earth, which is gathered by the array. Taking a breath makes you feel refreshed. There are also separate shower rooms, rest pods, and even a small first aid kit. Damn, the privileged class. Wang Xinran muttered to herself, then pounced on it without hesitation. It smells so good. Without wasting a single moment, she immediately began cultivating frantically. He diluted the high-quality body-tempering liquid sent by the principal, lit the calming incense, and, holding a mid-grade spirit stone, began to practice his father's ugly but effective techniques in the energy-rich cultivation room. The results are amazing. With the triple blessing of top-tier resources, environment, and techniques, she felt every cell in her body rejoicing, her blood and qi surging like a mighty river, and her perception and control of primordial energy improving at a visible rate. The previously obscure and difficult techniques for generating power now come to mind naturally and effortlessly. She could clearly feel that her strength was growing steadily and rapidly, and her foundation was being honed to be extremely solid. At this rate, breaking through to the late stage of martial arts is just around the corner. After finishing her cultivation, she dragged her tired but excited body home and found her father sprawled on the sofa, picking his toes while watching a TV series about a 100-year-old mother-in-law and daughter-in-law battles. "You're back?" Wang Yitian didn't even lift his eyelids. "How is it? Is the new table comfortable? Is there enough meat in the cafeteria?" Wang Xinran threw her schoolbag aside, slumped onto the tattered sofa next to her, let out a long sigh, but her face was filled with barely suppressed excitement and smugness. "It's alright. It's just so-so. It's just that people greet me everywhere I go, which is a bit annoying. The cultivation room is so-so, the concentration of elemental energy is only about 7 or 8 times higher than outside." Wang Yitian glanced at her sideways and sneered, "Look at your pathetic self. You're already getting cocky with just this little bit of treatment? Back in the day, your dad, cough cough, anyway, stay calm, it's basic stuff." Wang Xinran rolled her eyes, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. This feeling of being fawned over wherever you go, having resources readily available, and experiencing a rocket-like cultivation journey. That was fucking awesome. She absolutely loves the story of a slacker's comeback and the school bully's return. Chapter 30. Father and daughter both advance. Wang Xinran felt like her body was about to burst. This is not an exaggeration, it's a genuine feeling. The blood and qi are too full, surging in the meridians, causing severe swelling. Since becoming a key protected individual at the school, she has had her own cultivation room, inexhaustible resources, and her father's seemingly unreliable but incredibly effective guidance. Her cultivation level has increased rapidly. She could feel her strength increasing every day, a feeling that was addictive. She practically lived in the training room, practicing relentlessly. That evening, Wang Xinran meditated in the cultivation room. Surrounded by abundant energy, she held the spirit stone in her hand, her mind at peace. Suddenly, a jolt ran through his dantian. Buzz. A low groan came from deep within the body. The previously steady flow of qi and blood suddenly became turbulent, violently impacting the entire body. His dantian swelled, and the barrier between the mid and late stages of martial arts began to shake violently, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. We're about to break through. Wang Xinran was secretly delighted, but quickly calmed down. She knew she couldn't act rashly. She concentrated her mind and guided her qi and blood to break through the barrier. But the barrier was very strong, and she failed to break through it several times. Instead, she felt her qi and blood churning and her throat tasted sweet. A direct assault won't work. She stopped to regulate her breathing. This was a rare opportunity for a breakthrough, she couldn't miss it. She was a little anxious. Fine, Dad. Although that old guy is usually unserious, his words always have some use when it matters. She immediately jumped up, not even bothering to change her clothes, and rushed home on her skateboard. Bang! The door was kicked open. Wang Yitian was sprawled on the sofa watching an old, outdated TV series, picking his toes and muttering, "That old lady is really wicked." Dad! It's going to explode. Wang Xinran rushed to him, her face flushed and panting. Wang Yitian was startled, spilling potato chips all over himself. "What's wrong, girl? Did the dog chase you?" "No. I'm about to break through. Late stage of martial arts. But I'm stuck. Please give me some pointers." Wang Xinran grabbed his arm and shook it. Upon hearing that it was about cultivation, Wang Yitian slumped back down. "Breakthrough? It's similar to that, you can't just rely on brute force. Speak like a human being. Otherwise, you'll be washing these dishes for a year." Okay. Wang Yitian sat up and connected with the system in his mind. "System, scan my daughter's condition and give me a breakthrough plan," to put it simply. Scan complete. Status, peak mid-stage martial artist, breakthrough barrier loosening, qi and blood abundant, meridians nearing their limit. Optimal solution, guide qi and blood to gather at the point 1/3 of the way below the qi acupoint, apply spiral pressure, and unleash a burst of power. Minimal error is required, otherwise injury is likely. Wang Yitian understood the situation. He put on an air of superiority and drew a circle on the coffee table with his finger dipped in water. "Daughter, look here, the qi-high acupoint, you know? Don't be silly and bump into the middle. Go down a little. There's a place called Hidden Dragon Abyss, a name he made up. It's my secret technique." Wang Xinran didn't believe it. Hidden Dragon Abyss? It's not in the book. The book is just for kids. Wang Yitian said with a sneer. Listen carefully. When your qi and blood reach the critical point, divide the strongest stream of qi and blood, bend it, and stuff it into this hidden dragon abyss. Then, without hesitation, like you're preparing a powerful attack, detonate it instantly. Be fast. Be ruthless. Be accurate. Go all the way in one go. Wang Xinran was skeptical, but time was of the essence, so she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll trust you this once. If you can't do it, you can wash the dishes in socks." After saying that, she turned around and ran back to the school's training room. Wang Yitian lay back down smugly, waiting for the system reward. In the cultivation room, Wang Xinran calmed her mind again. Although her father's words were harsh, the terms hidden dragon abyss and detonation gave her a clue. She guided her qi and blood, and when she reached the critical point, she made a firm decision and, as her father had instructed, diverted a portion of her qi and blood to that point. As qi and blood flow in, they create suction. Now! She focused her mind, increased the pressure in a spiral, and detonated. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in her consciousness. The solid barrier shattered instantly. Her blood and energy surged like a flood into her vast meridians. A stronger, more concentrated aura erupted from within her. The energy of the cultivation chamber swirled into her body. Her bones cracked, her muscles strengthened, and her senses sharpened. Late-stage martial artist. Success! She opened her eyes, a sharp glint in them, and couldn't help but let out a long howl. The howl echoed out of the cultivation room. "I did it," she exclaimed excitedly, pumping her fist in celebration. Inside the low-rent apartment, Wang Yitian was jolted awake. The moment his daughter broke through, a massive surge of energy appeared out of thin air, flowing into his limbs and bones. The bottleneck of the mid-stage Grandmaster level vanished instantly before this power. His chi expanded, the energy became stronger and purer, his mental strength surged, and his control over his power became more precise. Late-stage Grandmaster. Easily achieved. Ding. Wang Xinran has broken through to the late stage of martial artist. Host's cultivation level has increased to late Grandmaster. A qualitative leap in strength, enhanced control. Fatherly love points reward, 200 points. Indirect assistance from school resources, rewarding fatherly love points, 50 points. Current fatherly love value, 735 points. The notification sounds rang in succession. Awesome. Wang Yitian quickly suppressed his breathing and resumed his lazy demeanor, but he was secretly overjoyed. This feeling of winning without lifting a finger was truly wonderful. Wang Xinran rushed home, her face beaming with excitement. Dad. I broke through. Late stage. Your method really worked. Wang Yitian raised an eyelid, basic procedure. Look how happy you are. Are you hungry? Dad's in a good mood today, so I'll cook. He got up and went to the kitchen, where he used inexpensive ingredients to cook a meal that smelled delicious. At the dinner table, Wang Xinran munched on a processed meat chop, brimming with confidence. I'm definitely going to get first place in the final competition. Wang Yitian shoveled food into his mouth and mumbled, whatever, just don't disturb my sleep. He looked at his 735 points of fatherly love with satisfaction, wondering what good things he could exchange them for. Just then, the old communicator on Wang Xinran's wrist beeped, and a new message popped up. She casually clicked on it, glanced at it, and froze. She even forgot to chew the meat in her mouth. The headline of the message is eye-catching: notice on holding the school selection competition for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition. Wang Yitian noticed her lost in thought, leaned over for a peek, and clicked his tongue. National tournament? Sounds exciting. Want to go check it out? Wang Xinran snapped out of her daze, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. She shoved away her communicator and slammed her hand on the table. Go. Why not go? It's a perfect opportunity to see just how amazing I am now. Chapter 31, with Daddy backing him up, he's got his back. Wang Xinran stared wide-eyed at the screen of the old communicator on her wrist, her mouth slightly open, forgetting to chew the synthetic meat patty she had just put in her mouth. On the screen, a newly popped-up notification with an official certification logo, its title bolded and highlighted in red, was particularly eye-catching. Notice regarding the holding of the National Youth Martial Arts Competition school-level selection tournament and the selection of members for the Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school team. Below the notice, densely packed small print detailed the competition's level and significance, as well as the rules, timing, and most attractive aspect, the rewards for the school's selection process. Wang Xinran scanned the text quickly, her breathing becoming heavier involuntarily. National Youth Martial Arts Competition. She muttered to herself, her heart pounding. That name alone sounds intimidating. It's nationwide. This is nothing like the small-scale intra-school competitions or the West City District League of the past. Then, as she read the reward details, her eyes began to light up. Those selected for the school's representative team will receive 1. Access to the school's level A resource library, with cultivation resources upgraded to the highest standard. 2. Special guidance from a Grandmaster level coaching team. 3. Top-tier bonus points in the college entrance examination comprehensive evaluation, or priority admission to top martial arts universities. 4. Representing the school in city, provincial, and even national competitions, receiving additional substantial prize money and special resource rewards based on performance. Level A resource access. Master level guidance. Special college entrance exam admission. Huge bonus. Each one felt like a heavy hammer blow to Wang Xinran's heart. The temptation is too great. Especially for someone like her, a pseudo-genius who once lacked resources and barely kept up with the pace thanks to her father's help. These resources were like a godsend, no, icing on the cake, allowing her to avoid many detours and take her cultivation speed to the next level. She could imagine that if she could stand out in this selection and even go further, her life trajectory would be completely changed. No more worries about resources, allowing you to focus wholeheartedly on reaching higher levels. Damn! We have to participate. This idea grew wildly in her mind like weeds. However, when she looked down and saw the preview of the partial list of senior students who had already expressed their interest in enrolling, the initial enthusiasm was instantly cooled down, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over it. On the list, the names at the top were clearly marked with their cultivation levels. Lin Hao, senior year of high school, early stage of martial arts master. Ouyang Qian, senior year of high school, martial arts mastery. Zhao Mang, a senior in high school, a martial artist at the peak of his skill level. Note, recovered from injury. Early stage of martial arts master. There are also several martial arts masters at the perfection stage. They're still senior students in their final year of high school. They have been cultivating for longer than her, have more experience, and their resources are not necessarily much worse than hers now. Wang Xinran, at best, is only a newly advanced martial artist. Although he believed he had good combat skills and was supported by his father's twisted theories, how much of a chance did he have against a true genius who had entered the realm of martial arts masters? An immense pressure was coming at me. She recalled the helplessness she felt when facing Zhou Biao last time. Although her father handled it easily, that was because her father was strong, not because of her own abilities. This time, she had to rely on herself to compete on stage. To go or not to go? If they go, they'll likely get a severe beating and become a laughingstock, potentially affecting even their current status as school treasures. Why take the risk now? I'll just enjoy the resources I have now and wait until my senior year of high school. Maybe I can break through to the martial master level smoothly. Wang Xinran was conflicted. She had a roguish, arrogant personality, but she wasn't stupid. She knew the difference in their abilities. For a moment, excitement, longing, hesitation, and worry were fighting in her heart, causing her hand holding the chopsticks to freeze in mid-air. Tisk, just eat, why are you staring at that crappy screen? The meat's getting cold. A lazy voice sounded from the side. Wang Yituan picked at the vegetables in his bowl, not even looking up, seemingly uninterested in the breaking news his daughter was holding. Wang Xinran suddenly snapped out of her daze, shoved the communicator screen in front of Wang Yitian, and said with an urgency she herself didn't realize, "Old man. Look at this." Wang Yitian then lifted his eyelids, glanced at it casually, and muttered, "National competition? Sounds exciting. What, you want to go? The rewards are amazing." Wang Xinran pointed at the screen, "A level resources. Master level guidance. A guaranteed admission spot. But..." Her voice lowered as she pointed to Lin Hao's name, "Look at the participants, there are even martial masters. I'm only at the late stage." Wang Yitian picked up a piece of green vegetable, chewed it slowly, and said indistinctly, "Oh, a martial arts master, huh? That's quite impressive." His tone was as flat as if he were saying, "The vegetables are a bit old today." Wang Xinran was furious at his indifferent attitude. "Hey! Old man! Your daughter might be getting humiliated on stage. And this is your reaction?" Wang Yitian finally put down his chopsticks, rubbed his hands together, and then habitually tried to pick at his toes, but was stopped by Wang Xinran's murderous glare. He sheepishly withdrew his hand and shrugged, "So what if we rubbed? It won't break any flesh. If you can't beat them, just admit defeat. It's no big deal. My pension isn't enough to pay for your expensive medical bills and psychological trauma compensation." He said it so casually, as if he were discussing whether or not to haggle over the price of groceries tomorrow. Wang Tian. Wang Xinran completely lost her temper, slamming her hand on the table, making the dishes bounce around. "Are you even my real father? How can you look down on me like this? What do you mean by admitting defeat? The word admitting defeat doesn't exist in this genius's dictionary." Her chest heaved violently, and her colorful short hair almost stood on end in anger. "So what if I'm a martial arts master? Doesn't a martial arts master have two shoulders and one head? Who's afraid of who? So what if I do something? I just don't believe it." Wang Yitian's sarcastic remarks were like a match, instantly igniting Wang Xinran's indomitable and reckless spirit. The hesitation and worry I had just felt have been completely burned away by this evil fire. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? If we can't win, we can just lie down. But if you don't even have the courage to fight, that's truly shameful. When has Wang Xinran ever backed down? Seeing his daughter like an enraged little leopard, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered in the depths of Wang Yitian's cloudy eyes. But he still had that lazy, smug look on his face, and picked at his ear. Fine, you're amazing, you're awesome. Go if you want, what are you yelling about, disturbing Dad's meal? After saying that, he picked up the bowl again and focused intently on the few green vegetables, as if nothing had happened. Wang Xinran angrily sat back down, snatched the communicator, and began rapidly typing on the screen. Ding! Registration successful. The notification sound rang out. She shoved the screen in front of Wang Yitian and said fiercely, "Watch closely. This genius has signed up. I'll bring you first place." Wang Yitian looked up from his rice bowl, glanced at it, and muttered, "What's the use of being number one? Can I get 2 more ounces of meat?" After saying that, he lowered his head again and continued eating. Wang Xinran. Forget it, getting angry with this old man will shorten my lifespan. She took a big bite of the cold steak, her heart filled with determination. Just you wait, Lin Hao, Ouyang Qian, bring it on. This representative spot is mine. While seemingly focused on eating, Wang Yitian's consciousness silently connected to the system interface. He glanced at the small amount of fatherly love points that had just been credited to his account due to his daughter's firm determination to participate in the competition, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. The big fish is finally going to be caught in the net. The water of this national competition is just the right amount of time to polish this rough gem. As for the wind and waves? With your father backing you up, go ahead and struggle. Chapter 32 Father's Special Training. The excitement of successfully registering is like a bottle of ice-cold soda on a summer day. You gulp it down, and it's refreshing, but it's quickly evaporated by the sweltering heat of reality. Wang Xinran plunged into her private advanced training room and began to train like crazy. With only a few days left until the school's selection competition, the names of those at the martial master level and the perfect martial artist level on the list felt like whips lashing at the back of her head, making her dare not relax in the slightest. She practiced repeatedly the ugly but effective basic boxing techniques her father had taught her, pounding hard on the energy target. At first, it went well. Her power was concentrated and explosive. But when she tried to increase her speed and simulate high-speed combat, problems arose. Going too fast leads to chaos. When you move too fast, your movements become distorted, your power becomes less precise, and your blood circulation can't keep up with the rhythm. The originally smooth and rounded power becomes scattered, and you're lucky if you can use 70% of your full strength. Several times, due to unstable force, she almost stumbled, and the force of her fist hitting the target and rebounding made her wrists ache. Damn it! Why can't it work as soon as it gets close? Wang Xinran, panting heavily, stared at the fluctuating values on the energy target and irritably scratched her colorful short hair. It felt like driving a car. Driving slowly was quite stable, but once you got on the highway, it became erratic, and the steering wheel wouldn't obey your commands. She knew this was a bottleneck. In the past, her cultivation was methodical, and she didn't have such an urgent need to deal with high-speed attacks and defenses. Now, facing opponents who may be stronger than themselves, speed, reaction time, and instantaneous power are all crucial. I practiced all afternoon, but made very little progress. Exhausted and frustrated, Wang Xinran trudged home. Wang Yitian was sprawled on the sofa, watching an archaeological excavation documentary on his old-fashioned computer. The video shows a group of people in protective suits digging in a pit that appears to be an ancient ruin. You're back? Wang Yitian didn't even lift his eyelids. How's the training going? Did you manage to punch through any of the sandbags? Wang Xinran threw her backpack on the ground and slumped into the broken sofa opposite her, saying listlessly, "What the hell are you wearing? I can't go fast, I'll fall apart if I try." Old man, is there a flaw in your boxing style? Can you only fight slowly? Wang Yitian then slowly paused the documentary, the screen freezing on a close-up of a strange metal fragment being unearthed. He turned his head and looked his daughter over a few times. In her usually cloudy and dull eyes, a very faint and imperceptible glint flashed. System scan initiated. Ding! Scan complete. Bound to Wang Xinran, current cultivation bottleneck, insufficient core muscle coordination during high-speed movement, and a 17.8% decrease in the matching degree between nerve reflexes and energy circulation, resulting in reduced force exertion efficiency and distorted movements. Recommended solution: conduct high-intensity dynamic visual and neural response enhancement training. Recommended item in the store: high-speed dynamic visual simulation experience card, beginner, price, 80 fatherly love points. Wang Yitian thought to himself, "Oh, there really is a problem." He remained expressionless, scratched his belly, and said slowly, "Flaws? Bullshit. That's because you haven't practiced enough. My kung fu is profound and extensive. How can a little brat like you question it so easily?" He pointed to the frozen image of the ruins on the computer screen and began to spout nonsense with a straight face. "See this? Something unearthed from an ancient ruin. Do you know what this represents? It represents the inheritance your father received, something that has stood the test of time. High-grade stuff. You think you've only mastered the basics? Let me tell you, the real essence involves neural reactions, spatial perception, dynamic prediction. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes. Stop bragging. Speak like a human being. How exactly are we supposed to practice? Wang Yitian snorted, his consciousness already secretly connecting to the system shop, and promptly spent 80 fatherly love points to exchange for the high-speed dynamic visual simulation experience card, beginner. Then, he pretended to rummage through his pockets and pulled out a grayish, palm-sized piece of metal with an unknown material and several blurry ancient runes engraved on it. Here, he tossed the metal piece to Wang Xinran. You're lucky. Your father was sorting through the family heirlooms the other day, the junk we picked up during our old adventures, and found this little thing. It seems to be an ancient training talisman, which is said to stimulate the nerves and improve reaction speed. Try it and see if it still works. Wang Xinran took the metal piece. It was cold and heavy to the touch, and the runes on it were crooked and twisted, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. She was skeptical. This thing? How do you use it? You stick it on your forehead? Blood oath. Ugh. Wang Yitian almost blurted out, just input a wisp of elemental energy to activate it. Then concentrate. It will take you into a simulated training space. Just so you know, this thing's been around for a while, so its effectiveness is questionable. It might be a bit stimulating. If you can't handle it, disconnect immediately, don't push yourself. Wang Xinran looked at the seemingly antique object in her hand, then at her father's take it or leave it attitude, and gritted her teeth. I'll try anything. She sat cross-legged and, as instructed, injected a wisp of elemental energy into the metal plate. Buzz. The runes on the metal plate flashed with a faint light, and Wang Xinran suddenly felt a blur before her eyes as the surrounding scenery instantly changed. It was no longer the dilapidated living room of my home, but a pure white virtual space filled with a sense of technology. Countless tiny points of light moved erratically and at high speed around her, while a cold notification sounded in her ear. High-speed dynamic visual reaction training, beginner mode, activated. Dodge the points of light. The longer you can do so, the higher your score. Before she could react, a point of light hurtled towards her at incredible speed. Damn it! Wang Xinran instinctively tried to dodge to the side, but her body was sitting in reality, and only her consciousness was active in the virtual space. This almost caused her to lose her balance and fall over. In the virtual space, she saw herself being hit squarely by the light spot. Bang! Evaluation, failure. Response delay of 0.5 seconds. The notification sounded coldly. That's way too fast. Wang Xinran exclaimed, concentrating her attention to try again. Then she began a cycle of embarrassing herself. The light came from the left, she dodged to the right, but then another one came from the right and she crashed into it. A point of light came down from above. She looked down, and then one of the lights flew in from the side below and hit her. 2 points of light attacked her from different angles at the same time. She was flustered and couldn't do anything about them, so she crashed into both of them. Sometimes you might judge the direction correctly, but if your body reacts too slowly, you'll still crash. On one occasion, she was so nervous that she tried to jump away in the virtual space, but tripped and fell, getting engulfed by the light spots. Bang! Failure! Bang! Overreaction! Bang! Poor coordination! Bang! The cold, incessant notification sounds continued. Wang Xinran was dizzy from all the collisions in the virtual space. Although she wouldn't actually get hurt, the frustration and mental exhaustion from each failure were very real. In reality, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, her brows were furrowed, and her lips were pursed tightly. Wang Yitian continued watching his archaeological documentary leisurely, occasionally glancing at his daughter's tense and twitching expression. His lips twitched slightly, but he managed to suppress a laugh. The effects of this ancient training rune seemed to be quite exciting. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Xinran suddenly opened her eyes, panting heavily, her gaze somewhat vacant. She tossed the metal piece onto the sofa as if it were a hot potato. Devil! Wang Yitian, you're a devil! What kind of garbage is this? There's no way to dodge it. Her voice was hoarse and weak. Wang Yitian picked at his ear. Tisk, you're clumsy and you blame the props? How about it, do you get any ideas? Wang Xinran caught her breath, calmed down, and carefully felt the sensation. Although I was badly beaten, it seems, my dynamic vision has become a little sharper? The trajectory of fast-moving objects seems to have become a little clearer? It's a very subtle feeling, like a thin veil that's always been covering your eyes has been partially lifted. It seems to be somewhat effective, she said uncertainly. If it's useful, keep practicing. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Etian waved his hand. Let's continue tomorrow. Let's try not to get knocked out by the virtual light spot before the selection competition. Wang Xinran let out a wail, but thinking of those powerful opponents, she gritted her teeth, rested for a while, and then picked up the ancient training talisman again. In the following days, Wang Xinran did nothing but fight against this ghostly thing in addition to her regular cultivation. Despite being mentally exhausted from the daily ordeal, her reaction speed and adaptability to high-speed dynamics were improving rapidly without her even realizing it. The selection competition is getting closer and closer. Chapter 33 Selection begins. The days when I was tortured to the point of near death by the ancient training rune were like sand slipping through my fingers, gone in a flash. Before we knew it, the day arrived for the official start of the Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School's National Youth Martial Arts Competition, school-wide selection competition. Early that morning, the huge multi-purpose gymnasium in the center of the school, which was usually only used for school-wide assemblies, was already bustling with activity, as lively as during the Chinese New Year. The huge circular stands were packed with students, their chatter blending together to create a buzzing background noise. The air was thick with youthful hormones, the smell of sweat, and a tension called competition. In the center of the stadium, 10 standard alloy rings had already been erected, reflecting a cold, hard luster under the high-intensity lighting on the ceiling. The arena was surrounded by light blue energy shield generators to ensure that the aftershocks of the intense battle would not harm the spectators. The referee's table, medical station, and fighter rest area were all present, giving it a very professional appearance. Wang Xinran, sporting her signature colorful short hair and wearing a faded but clean and neat practice uniform, mingled among the bustling crowd of contestants, waiting for the draw. She was still unconsciously stroking the dusty ancient training talisman that she was used to. The trial card effect had worn off, and it was now just a psychological comfort pendant, but her eyes were like searchlights, scanning her competitors around her. TSK, there are quite a lot of people, she muttered to herself. Looking around, they were mostly senior students from grades 11 and 12. Each of them had a calm demeanor and sharp eyes, and they were clearly not easy to deal with. She, a newbie who had only recently reached the late stage of martial arts, blended in like a husky among wolves. The scene was a bit unusual. A long queue formed at the lottery station. Wang Xinran stood on tiptoe, peering ahead, silently praying, "Please don't draw the weirdo, please don't draw the weirdo." The results came out quickly. She unfolded her slip of paper, which read, Group B, Match 7. Phew, not bad, I'm near the back. Wang Xinran breathed a sigh of relief. This meant she had enough time to observe her opponents ahead and assess their strength. She carefully placed the lottery ticket in her pocket, found a corner seat not too far from the ring, and began her reconnaissance mission. Soon, her radar locked onto several key targets. The first thing that catches the eye is a boy wearing a well-fitting, high-end custom-made training uniform. He was tall and handsome, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looked very refined. He was quietly flipping through a paper book. But Wang Xinran keenly sensed that he was emanating a faint yet exceptionally refined aura. Lin Hao. Wang Xinran narrowed her eyes. The top student in the senior year, a martial arts master in the early stages. The number 1 seed on the list. It is said that he excels in both academic and martial arts subjects, and is a star student whom the school focuses on cultivating. TSK, a top student and a martial arts master, plus he looks decent enough. Is he trying to kill us? Wang Xinran pursed her lips, thinking to herself, this kind of perfect character is usually either the protagonist or the final boss. I guess they'll be hard to deal with. Then, her gaze was drawn to another figure. It was a girl, slender, with movements so light they were almost eerie, like a cat. She was warming up, her steps unpredictable, sometimes as fast as a ghost, sometimes as still as a virgin, making it impossible to guess her movements. Ouyang Qian. Wang Xinran recognized her. A senior in high school, a martial artist at the peak of her cultivation, she was said to have inherited a strange movement technique from her family, known as unrivaled among her peers, and was incredibly slippery. Those who rely on agility. I hate those the most. You can't hit them or catch them, they're like eels. Wang Xinran was a little troubled. This kind of opponent tested her reaction and prediction the most, which was exactly her previous weakness. However, thinking of the meager results she had achieved after being tortured by the ancient training rune, she felt a little more at ease. Besides these two most eye-catching ones, there were a few others that also caught her attention. A muscular, fierce-looking man named Zhao Mang, a martial artist at the peak of his power. A black-clad boy with a cold gaze, arms crossed and silent, and a sunny young man who greets those around him with a cheerful smile, yet whose presence is by no means weak. Good heavens, all sorts of demons and monsters have come out. As Wang Xinran watched, she mentally ranted, Lin Hao is obviously a show-off. He probably likes to strike after the opponent has acted, playing the deep and mysterious card. Ouyang Qian is like a ghost. I have to be careful of her sneaking up on me from behind. That muscle-bound guy is probably all bravado. I'll have to use finesse. The gloomy guy is probably playing dirty. I'll have to watch out for hidden weapons. The sunny boy? There's an 80% chance he's a smiling tiger. As she was engrossed in imagining the draw, the results were announced one after another, and the matchups lit up on the big screen. Wang Xinran quickly looked up to find her name. Group B, Match 7, Wang Xinran Grade 11, Late Stage Martial Artist vs Zhang Chao Grade 12, Late Stage Martial Artist. Zhang Chao? Wang Xinran quickly went through it in her mind, but didn't seem to have any particular impression of him. He was just an ordinary high school senior martial artist in the late stage. She breathed a slight sigh of relief. Her opponent in the first round wasn't too monstrous, and she had a chance. The match started quickly. At the referee's command, energy surged in all the arenas, with shouts and the sounds of collisions filling the air. Cheers and gasps erupted from the audience. Wang Xinran watched with exceptional care, paying particular attention to the matches featuring popular players like Lin Hao and Ouyang Qian. Lin Hao stepped onto the stage, his opponent a senior student who had reached the peak of martial arts. The senior student launched a fierce attack right from the start, displaying overwhelming momentum. Lin Hao simply pushed up his glasses, moved his feet slightly, easily dodging all the attacks, and then seemingly casually struck out with a palm, the palm wind condensing and directly imprinting on his opponent's chest. The senior student let out a muffled groan and flew backward, unable to get up for a long time after landing. To instantly kill a martial artist at the peak of their cultivation level? Wang Xinran's pupils shrank. This Lin Hao is even more terrifying than the rumors suggest. His control over elemental energy is incredibly precise. Ouyang Qian's match was even more bizarre. Her opponent couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes, and was completely outmaneuvered by her ghostly footwork. In the end, exhausted and panting, he was knocked down and surrendered when Ouyang Qian gently pressed an acupoint. This movement technique is truly freakish. Wang Xinran felt that her grueling dynamic vision training had paid off. She could at least barely make out some of Ouyang Qian's movements, but keeping up? She was still a long way off. The matches unfolded one after another, some fiercely contested battles, some one-sided crushing victories, and some stunning upsets. The atmosphere at the stadium was incredibly exciting. Finally, it's time for the 7th match in Group B. Wang Xinran and Zhang Chao, contestants of Group B, please proceed to arena number 3 to prepare. The broadcast started. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, stretched her limbs, stood up, and walked towards ring number 3. She felt a little nervous, but also a little excited. The first battle was about to begin. She walked to the edge of the ring, ready to step onto the stage. The referee was already in position. However, after waiting for a while, Zhang Chao, their opponent, did not appear. Whispers began to break out in the audience. The referee frowned and shouted again, "Contestant Zhang Chao, please come up on stage immediately. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeit." Another minute passed, but still no one showed up. The referee picked up the communicator to confirm, then looked at Wang Xinran with a somewhat strange expression, raised his hand, and announced. In the 7th match of Group B, player Zhang Chao failed to arrive within the stipulated time and was therefore deemed to have automatically forfeited. The winner is Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran? She stood by the ring, completely bewildered. She won? Won without a fight? She instinctively searched the crowd for the guy named Zhang Chao, but instead spotted a tall, somewhat familiar-looking boy not far away, head down, surrounded by several companions, his expression not looking too good. Wang Xinran remembered, wasn't that one of Zhou Kai's former underlings? Could it be that they're scared off by their own reputation? They're too afraid to fight? Wang Xinran scratched her head, feeling a bit dumbfounded. This victory came too suddenly. She was all geared up for a fight, but her opponent just slipped away? A murmur of boos and murmurs rose from the stands. Wang Xinran shrugged and, at the referee's signal, had no choice but to turn around and walk off the stage. The first round of the competition ended in such a dramatic way. She returned to the rest area and looked at the advanced sign next to her name on the big screen, feeling conflicted. Is this considered a great start? Or just pure luck? Regardless, she's made it to the next round. The real challenge is yet to come. Chapter 34: The Power of a Single Punch. The news of winning by a bye in the first round spread like wildfire through the stadium. Wang Xinran returned to the players' rest area, enduring a variety of gazes, some surprised, some curious, some disdainful, and some with an ambiguous "I knew it" look. She felt uneasy, like punching a cotton ball with all her might, leaving her feeling empty. "Boring," she muttered, plopping down in a plastic chair to continue watching the rest of the match. The small sense of relief that came from the opponent's withdrawal was quickly overshadowed by the stronger opponent and the more intense battle. Especially after seeing Lin Hao and Ouyang Qian easily crush their opponents in advance, she realized even more clearly that luck won't get you far. Real skill is the only true measure of success. The second round of the draw began soon. Wang Xinran's draw was still towards the back, and her opponent was Li Chang. Upon seeing this name, Wang Xinran raised an eyebrow. She recognized him. He was a senior in high school, a martial arts master at the peak of his cultivation, and used to be one of Zhou Kai's staunch followers, often joining Zhou Kai and making sarcastic remarks towards her. After Zhou Kai was persuaded by her father to retire and recuperate, he quieted down for a while. "Ha, so the master's down, and the lackeys are jumping out to cause trouble?" Wang Xinran sneered inwardly. She could almost guess what the other party was thinking. They thought that Wang Xinran had only relied on her powerful father and that her own strength was insignificant. They wanted to take this opportunity to put her down so that they could show off in front of Zhou Kai. Sure enough, as she walked toward the designated number 5 arena, she felt a malevolent gaze fixed on her. Beside the ring, a tall, muscular boy with a somewhat aggressive look on his face stood with his arms crossed, glancing at her sideways with an undisguised sneer on his lips. It was Li Chang. "Hey, isn't this our queen of buys, Wang Xinran?" As soon as Wang Xinran stood still, Li Chang spoke up sarcastically. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for people nearby to hear. "Not bad luck, you got a direct pass in the first round. I wonder if you'll be so lucky in the second round." Wang Xinran picked at her ear and glanced at him lazily. "Where did this stray dog come from, barking here? Did its owner not leash it properly before it ran out?" Li Chang's face darkened, and anger flashed in his eyes. "Wang Xinran, don't be so arrogant. Don't think you're so great just because someone is backing you up. This is a ring, where real skills matter. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of young Master Zhou, and show you what true power is. Referee, can we begin?" Wang Xinran ignored him and turned to the referee, saying, "I'm afraid I'll catch the idiot if I stay with him for too long." The referee's lips twitched slightly. After routinely checking both sides and confirming they were ready, he waved his hand and announced, "Round 2, Ring 5, Wang Xinran versus Li Chang. Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chang let out a low roar, unleashing his full power as a martial artist at the peak of his skill, and charged towards Wang Xinran like a raging bull. He was determined to finish the fight quickly and avenge his previous defeat. He went all out from the start, his fist carrying a fierce wind as it aimed straight for Wang Xinran's face. This punch was powerful and heavy, clearly a vicious attack. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Many felt that although Wang Xinran had broken through to the later stage, she was still in grave danger against Li Chang, who had been immersed in the perfect realm for a long time. After all, the difference in minor levels can sometimes be an insurmountable chasm. Faced with this fierce punch, Wang Xinran stood still, not moving an inch. She even had time to yawn. Just as Li Chang's fist was about to strike, Wang Xinran moved. There were no fancy footwork techniques, no dazzling elemental energy. She simply turned to the side, a movement so small it was almost negligible, yet with exquisite precision, she allowed Li Chang's fist to graze her nose. At the same time, her right fist seemingly casually rose from below. This punch was unremarkable, even a bit ugly. The arm's trajectory had an awkward arc, and the way it was generating force was also strange, completely unlike any kind of boxing technique taught in a formal martial arts class. It was as if he had just casually swung his arm. However, it was this punch. Bang! A dull, thunderous explosion, like the sound of leather being struck, rang out. The fist landed precisely on Li Chang's chest and abdomen, which were wide open from his forward charge. Li Chang's momentum came to an abrupt halt. The sinister smile on his face froze instantly, transforming into utter horror and disbelief. He felt a sharp, concentrated, and terrifying force, like a drill bit, instantly penetrate his body. The protective energy shattered like paper, and the internal organs seemed to have been displaced by the punch. Ugh! He let out a short, painful scream, his muscular body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, his feet leaving the ground, tracing a pathetic arc before crashing off the stage. With a loud thud, it crashed heavily to the ground, rolled several times before stopping, curled up, only exhaling and not inhaling, and immediately passed out. Sold out instantly. A truly clean, decisive, and suspenseful instant kill. The entire process, from start to finish, may take no more than 3 seconds. Wang Xinran maintained her punching posture, slowly retracted her fist, and gently blew away non-existent smoke, as if she had only done a trivial matter. She didn't even glance at Li Chang, who was standing like a dead dog below the stage, and turned to walk towards the edge of the ring. An eerie silence fell over the entire stadium. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. A punch? Just one punch? He sent a senior martial artist at the peak of his cultivation flying? He killed him instantly? What the hell is going on? Isn't it said that Wang Xinran was just lucky and relied on her father? This strength, late-stage martial artist? That's ridiculous. Which martial artist, even in their late-stage form, can kill a fully-fledged master with a single punch? After a brief silence, an uproar erupted like a volcanic eruption. Holy shit! One punch. Just one punch. Li Chang was a martial artist at the peak of his cultivation. He's just gone like that? Wang Xinran, when did she become so strong? What kind of boxing style is that? I've never seen it before. It's so strange. Look at how perfectly she timed her sidestep. And the force she used, it was incredible. So it wasn't luck in the first round, it was real skill. The students in the stands were in an uproar, with shouts and gasps rising and falling. The previous looks, which were filled with disdain and suspicion, were instantly replaced by shock, horror, and disbelief. Wang Xinran declared her strength in the most direct and domineering way. In the contestants' rest area, many of the qualifiers looked sullenly at Wang Xinran's back. Ouyang Qian frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Even Lin Hao, who had been calmly reading, looked up, adjusted his glasses, and lingered on Wang Xinran for a few seconds, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. The referee was stunned for several seconds before rushing off the stage to check on Li Chang's condition, and then announced, the winner of the second match is Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran walked off the stage as if nothing had happened. She felt a surge of excitement as she felt countless eyes focused on her, but she still tried her best to maintain a calm and collected demeanor. She even had time to glance at the spot where Li Chang had fallen, and scoffed, all bark and no bite. In a most inconspicuous corner of the stadium, in the shadows near the trash can. Wang Yitian slumped in the plastic chair, his head nodding slightly, seemingly asleep. He was only awakened by a huge commotion that erupted around him. He groggily opened his eyes, rubbed them, yawned widely, and mumbled. Finished? So fast. It's so noisy. Can't a person catch up on sleep? He stretched and shifted into a more comfortable position, seemingly uninterested in the earth-shattering punch he had just delivered on the stage and the commotion caused by his daughter. In fact, he seemed to find it rather noisy. Only those who know him well might be able to see a barely perceptible glimmer of satisfaction through the slits of his drooping eyelids, a fleeting moment. My daughter's practicing this ugly fist isn't bad. It wasn't a waste of his careful instruction. Wang Xinran felt the familiar yet indifferent gaze from the corner, and snorted inwardly, keep pretending. You old movie star. She raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the serious and wary faces in the contestants' area, a slight smile curving her lips. The real show has only just begun. Chapter 35: Encountering a formidable rival. The aftershocks of Wang Xinran's punch that sent Li Chang flying lingered in the stadium for quite some time. Those who previously looked down on or were hesitant have now mostly turned into surprise, doubt, and re-examination. She clearly felt that as she walked in the contestants' area, the gazes directed at her carried a more calculating tone. TSK, at least it's quiet now. Wang Xinran snorted inwardly, quite pleased with this change. But she didn't get carried away, because the third-round matchup announced on the big screen immediately afterward was like a bucket of cold water poured on her newly excited heart. Group C, Match 4, Wang Xinran Grade 11, Late Stage Martial Artist vs Ouyang Qian Grade 12, Perfect Stage Martial Artist. Ouyang Qian. That senior student whose movements are as unpredictable as a ghost. Wang Xinran's lips twitched. Just what she feared most had happened. She'd just dealt with a reckless brute, and now she'd run into this kind of agile opponent, the kind that gave her the biggest headache. Her luck was truly something else. She secretly glanced in Ouyang Qian's direction. The other person remained quietly in the corner, her posture upright and her face aloof, as if the surrounding hustle and bustle had nothing to do with her, like a moving iceberg. Just looking at them makes them seem unapproachable, let alone fighting them. What bad luck! Wang Xinran muttered, feeling the little bit of pride she felt from defeating Li Chang just now vanish instantly. This was the real test. In a corner of the stands, Wang Yitian changed his position and continued to doze off, but his eyelids seemed to lift slightly, barely visible, as he glanced at the match schedule before drooping back down, his expression unreadable. The matches continued one after another. Soon, it was the fourth match of Group C. Wang Xinran and Ouyang Qian, contestants from Group C, please proceed to arena number 2 and prepare. As the broadcast sounded, Wang Xinran took a deep breath, stood up, stretched her limbs, and walked towards the ring. She could feel that almost everyone's eyes were focused on her. After all, one was a dark horse who had defeated a martial apprentice at the peak of cultivation with a single punch, and the other was a popular contestant with superb agility. This duel was sure to be a spectacle. Ouyang Qian also stood up almost simultaneously, walking lightly and silently onto the stage, standing opposite Wang Xinran. Their eyes met. Ouyang Qian's eyes were cold and emotionless, as if she were looking at an object. She merely nodded slightly as a greeting. Wang Xinran pursed her lips, too lazy to waste any more words. She was the least adept at dealing with this kind of icy beauty. The referee, after confirming that both sides were ready, waved his hand and shouted, "Begin." Almost the instant the referee finished speaking, Ouyang Qian moved. Without warning or preparation, her figure seemed to blur for a moment, and the next instant, she appeared behind and to the side of Wang Xinran. It moved so fast that it left only a faint afterimage. At the same time, a silent chop to the neck struck Wang Xinran. The angle was tricky, and the strike was exceptionally sharp. So fast. Alarm bells rang in Wang Xinran's mind. This speed was far faster than the light spots she had dealt with before using the ancient training talisman. Moreover, it is silent and stealthy, making it extremely deceptive. Fortunately, after being tortured by that broken talisman for a few days, her dynamic vision and neural reactions improved considerably. Almost instinctively, she twisted her waist sharply, tilted her head back as far as she could, and slid to the side with all her might. Sizzle! The chop, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, grazed her throat, sending a stinging pain through her skin. Extremely dangerous. Wang Xinran broke out in a cold sweat. If it had been even a fraction of a second slower, she would have received a solid blow to the throat. Ouyang Qian missed her first attack, and her figure retreated like a ghost, widening the distance once again. Her eyes remained cold, showing no emotion whatsoever. A gasp rippled through the stands. That was incredibly close. Wang Xinran shook her head, her expression turning serious. She couldn't afford to be passively attacked. She gave a low shout and charged forward, her fist carrying a strong wind, aiming straight for Ouyang Qian's face. However, Ouyang Qian was like a weightless feather. As soon as Wang Xinran's fist arrived, she had already taken a half step back and easily dodged it. Wang Xinran changed her move, sweeping across the room, then drifted to the other side like a willow catkin. She quickened her attack, her punches and kicks moving like the wind, but each strike missed its mark, not even managing to touch Ouyang Qian's clothes. Ouyang Qian's movements are too unpredictable. Suddenly to the left, suddenly to the right, suddenly forward, suddenly backward, her steps seemed chaotic, yet she always managed to evade attacks by the slightest margin, and from time to time she would launch insidious counterattacks, forcing Wang Xinran into a flustered state. The scene briefly turned into Wang Xinran's personal hitting the air performance, occasionally interspersed with thrilling dodges. She was like a clumsy bear being teased, full of strength but with nowhere to vent it, while Ouyang Qian was the nimble butterfly. This won't do. We'll run out of energy. Wang Xinran's forehead was covered in sweat, and her breathing began to quicken. Ouyang Qian's energy expenditure was clearly much less than hers. Anticipate. We must anticipate her movements. Recalling the excruciating experience of being tormented by the light spot, Wang Xinran forced herself to calm down and stop blindly pursuing it. Instead, she focused most of her energy on observing Ouyang Qian's gait, shoulder movements, and other subtle signs. Once again, Ouyang Qian approached from a strange angle, her fingertips gathering sharp energy as she struck Wang Xinran's vital acupoint under her ribs. This time, Wang Xinran did not completely dodge. Her pupils contracted slightly as she anticipated the opponent's attack route and possible subsequent changes based on an extremely subtle tilt of her shoulder. Left rib, faint, the real target is the right shoulder. In a flash, Wang Xinran made a bold decision. Instead of retreating, she slightly turned her body and used her left arm to withstand Ouyang Qian's finger aimed at her ribs. Puff! The sharp energy contained in his fingertips pierced his arm, causing a sharp pain, and his left arm instantly felt numb and tingly. But Wang Xinran gritted her teeth and, taking advantage of the impact, her right fist, which was already poised to strike, slammed out towards Ouyang Qian's right shoulder, following the predicted trajectory. It's that ugly but effective power-generating technique. Ouyang Qian clearly did not expect Wang Xinran to choose to fight back by enduring injury. Her old strength was exhausted and her new strength had not yet been generated, causing her body to freeze for an extremely brief moment. Wang Xinran's fist, as if it had foreseen this, was already waiting there. Bang! The fist slammed solidly into Ouyang Qian's right shoulder blade. Ouyang Qian let out a muffled groan, and for the first time, a crack appeared on her cold mask, revealing a hint of surprise and pain. She staggered backward from the force of the blow, her right arm hanging limply at her side, clearly indicating a serious injury. Wang Xinran pressed her advantage relentlessly, enduring the excruciating pain in her left arm, and pounced again. Ouyang Qian's movements were already disordered. She barely managed to defend herself for a few moments before being tripped by Wang Xinran's sweeping leg and falling off the stage. The winner of the fourth match in Group C is Wang Xinran, the referee announced loudly. We won. Wang Xinran stood on the ring, panting heavily. Her left arm ached terribly, and cold sweat poured down her forehead, but her eyes shone with an astonishing light. She had won. She had defeated her most formidable opponent. The entire venue was silent for a moment, then erupted into an even louder uproar. She won. Wang Xinran beat Ouyang Qian. Trading injury for injury. That's incredibly risky. How did she predict Ouyang Qian's movements? It's amazing. Wang Xinran is a true dark horse. Ignoring the noise around her, Wang Xinran clutched her injured left arm and walked off the stage step by step. Although I was in excruciating pain, I felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The feeling of defeating a powerful enemy with wisdom and courage is much more satisfying than being instantly killed with a single punch. She walked to the athlete's rest area, found a corner to sit down, and examined her left arm. The spot where I was hit turned blue and swollen, and it was excruciatingly painful with the slightest movement. At that moment, a dark shadow loomed over her. Wang Xinran looked up and saw that her father, Wang Etian, had wandered over at some point, still looking like he hadn't woken up yet. TSK, can't you admit defeat when you can't win? What are you trying to prove? Look at your swollen arm, it looks like a braised pig's trotter. Wang Etian curled his lip in disdain, his tone revealing not a trace of concern. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Mind your own business. As long as we win. Wang Etian didn't reply. He slowly took out a small, palm-sized, unfashionable, grayish-brown earthenware jar without a label from the pocket of his faded old man's shirt and casually tossed it to Wang Xinran. Here, I bought it from a roadside stall. It's said to reduce swelling and relieve pain, so I'll just use it for now. Don't expect any miraculous effects. His tone was flat, as if he had thrown a stone at him. Wang Xinran took the ceramic jar. It felt slightly cool to the touch. She opened the lid with suspicion, and a faint, indescribable fragrance, whether of herbs or the marrow of some strange beast, wafted out, instantly invigorating her. It contains a milky white paste that is fine and smooth. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted the bound object with the following item: special healing ointment, system generated, highly effective in repairing soft tissue injuries, slightly stimulates blood circulation. After use, the bound object's recovery speed increases by 300%, and pain decreases by 80%. A notification sounded in Wang Etian's mind. He remained unfazed. Wang Xinran, with some skepticism, scooped out a tiny bit of the ointment and applied it to her swollen and painful arm. A cool sensation instantly penetrated the area, immediately reducing the burning pain by more than half, and the swollen area seemed to feel slightly warm and soothed. Ha! This roadside stall product, it's actually pretty good? Wang Xinran was somewhat surprised. Of course, it's 2 yuan a can. Wang Etian snorted, turned around, and slowly strolled back to his throne next to the corner trash can, muttering, "Use it sparingly, it's expensive." Wang Xinran looked at her father's back, then at the jar of miracle medicine from a roadside stall in her hand, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. Old dang, he can't shake his habit of saying one thing and meaning another. She carefully put away the ointment, feeling the coolness from her left arm and the surge of energy within her body from the victory, before turning her gaze to the remaining matches. The next round will be tougher. But she feels like she's gotten a little better too. Chapter 36. The 8th round is born. Wang Xinran grimaced as she applied the miracle drug from the roadside stall to her skin. The cool sensation seeped into her skin, and the burning pain was indeed relieved quite a bit, and the swelling also seemed to have subsided a little. That old man, at least he did something decent. She muttered to herself, carefully putting away the remaining half-full jar of ointment. This thing works surprisingly well, we can't waste it. After treating her wound, she didn't rush to leave. Instead, she stayed in the player's rest area, catching her breath while observing the upcoming matches. Her left arm still ached slightly, a reminder of how hard-won that victory had been. The battle for the quarterfinals was extremely fierce. Those who have made it this far are all tough opponents, none of them are easy to deal with. The sounds of colliding elemental energies, shouts, and gasps from the audience rose and fell on the arena. Wang Xinran watched with exceptional care, paying particular attention to the few players who were widely recognized as the strongest seeded players. Lin Hao is back on stage. His opponent was also a senior martial artist at the early stage, and his strength was considerable. The two exchanged blows for more than 10 rounds, their energy surging, making for a rather exciting scene. But Lin Hao always seemed to be in complete control, with steady footwork and precise moves. Finally, he seized a tiny opening in his opponent's defenses and struck his opponent's pressure point with a sharp finger strike, winning easily. The entire process was frighteningly calm, like a sophisticated combat machine. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Wang Xinran frowned. Lin Hao's strength is all-encompassing, he has virtually no weaknesses. Beating him is as difficult as climbing to heaven. In the other arenas, winners were also decided. The muscular brute, Zhao Mang, with his ferocious strength and formidable defense, brutally crushed his opponent. The black-clad boy with the cold, sinister gaze narrowly won a move with a set of bizarre claw techniques. And the sunny-looking boy casually sent his opponent off the stage, his movements agile and his punches and kicks cunning. Finally, when the final whistle blew to end the last quarter-final match, the list of the 8 quarter-finalists for this qualifying tournament lit up on the large screen in the center of the stadium. Lin Hao, senior high school student, early stage martial arts master. Ouyang Qian, senior high school, martial arts mastery. Although she lost to Wang Xinran, due to her excellent previous performance, she was given the chance to be revived in the losers bracket according to the rules and squeezed into the last place of the top 8. Zhao Mang, senior high school student, martial arts mastery. Chening, senior high school student, martial arts mastery. Sun Yu, grade 11, martial arts mastery. Lu Kuan, senior high school student, martial arts mastery. Li Wei, senior high school student, martial arts mastery. Wang Xinran, grade 11, late stage martial artist. Seeing her name listed alongside 7 other shining names, especially among a group of senior high school students, and bearing the label of late stage martial artist, Wang Xinran's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable feeling welled up inside me. Is it excitement? Is it pride? It still feels a bit unreal. Just a few months ago, she was still that good-for-nothing and weirdo who was at the bottom of the class in martial arts and was casually mocked by people like Zhou Kai. Now, she stands among the top 8 students in the entire school, qualified to compete for a spot in the national competition. This huge contrast left her feeling a little dizzy. But the lingering pain in her left arm was a stark reminder that this was not a dream, but something she had fought her way through with every punch and kick. High in the stands, Principal Li Sanghai nodded slightly and whispered to the vice principal beside him, "This Wang Xinran is quite interesting." With her late-stage martial arts cultivation, she defeated several strong opponents, especially in the match against Ouyang Qian. Her tactical choices and willpower were commendable. She's a promising talent. The vice principal nodded in agreement, his opinion of Wang Xinran rising even higher. To be personally praised as a good prospect by the Grandmaster Principal is a privilege few people receive. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in her heart, and glanced at the list again. After the initial excitement came even greater pressure. Among the top 8, apart from her, the lowest level is martial mastery. Lin Hao is even a martial master. The upcoming matches will be increasingly difficult. Her abilities are still insufficient. Luck and hard work alone won't get you far. She thought to herself, I need to find my weaknesses and fix them quickly. She began to silently review her battle with Ouyang Qian in her mind. I still can't keep up with her speed. If I hadn't been tortured by that broken talisman for a few days and my predictions had been a bit more accurate, I wouldn't have been able to touch her at all. The technique of generating force is still somewhat distorted when moving at high speed, and there is a big difference between hitting a stationary target and a moving target. Trading injury for injury is too unfair. We can't play like that next time. We need to think of a smarter way. Our elemental energy reserves seem to be slightly lower than theirs, which would put us at a disadvantage in a protracted war. The more she thought about it, the more her brow furrowed. A whole host of problems. The little bit of pride I had accumulated from winning a few matches was now shattered by a calm analysis. Just then, an announcement came over the loudspeaker that the quarterfinals would be held the next day, and that the players should go back to rest and recuperate. Wang Xinran stood up, feeling utterly exhausted, and her left arm still ached. She dragged her feet and followed the flow of people out of the stadium. When I got home, a familiar yet much richer aroma of food wafted out. Wang Xinran was stunned for a moment, then pushed open the door and saw that there were several dishes on the dining table. Although it still uses inexpensive synthetic meat and nutritious vegetables, it is clearly well cooked, with a color and aroma that give the impression that a lot of effort has been put into it. Wang Etian, wearing an apron stained with grease, was placing the last bowl of soup on the table. Seeing his daughter return, he raised his eyelids and said, "Oh, the top 8 expert is back? Your arm isn't broken, is it? Let's eat." Wang Xinran walked over suspiciously, looked at the table, then at her father. "Old man, did you win the lottery? You made so many dishes? This isn't like your stingy style." Wang Etian took off his apron and snorted, "Nonsense. My daughter made it to the quarterfinals, shouldn't we celebrate? Even though it's just the quarterfinals, it's not a big deal, but at least we can have a decent meal, right?" Wang Xinran. She knew this old man wouldn't say anything nice. She pursed her lips, washed her hands, sat down, and unceremoniously picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a large piece of meat, stuffed it into her mouth, and mumbled, "At least you still have some conscience." Wang Etian sat down, ate a couple of bites of rice, and asked casually, "So, who are we going to play next? Are you confident?" Wang Xinran gnawed on her meat and mumbled, "The list just came out, and the draw will be tomorrow. None of them are easy targets, they're all tough nuts to crack." She then recited the list of the top 8. Wang Etian listened without stopping his chopsticks, casually saying, "Oh, Lin Hao, that kid, he's not bad, he's got some potential. Oh, Yang Qian, that little girl, slippery as she is, but lacks ruthlessness. Zhao Meng? A big, dumb oaf, his brain can't keep up with his muscles. Chen Ying? His training has made him psychologically sinister. Sun Yu? A smiling tiger, he's ruthless." As he ate, he gave feedback on each of the 8 contestants one by one. His tone was as calm as if he were commenting on radishes and cabbages at a market, but every sentence accurately hit the mark on each person's characteristics, and even some unknown weaknesses and fighting habits. At first, Wang Xinran didn't pay much attention, but the more she listened, the wider her eyes widened, and she even forgot to chew the meat in her mouth. Holy crap! Old man! How do you know so much? Did you secretly investigate them? She was shocked. This old man usually stays at home all the time, just lounging around watching dramas and picking his toes, yet he knows all the experts in the school like the back of his hand. Wang Etian scoffed, taking a bite of rice. "Investigate? Why bother? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. With their pathetic skills, I can tell their true abilities at a glance. What do you think I do squat outside the school every day? Do you really think I'm there to watch the square dancing aunties?" Wang Xinran. So every time you bumped into her at school, you also scanned all sorts of experts along the way? What kind of abnormal observational ability is this? She immediately perked up, forgetting all about eating, and leaned over to ask, "So tell me, who am I most likely to face in the next round? And how should I play?" Wang Etian pushed her head away with his chopsticks in disgust. "Eat. Don't you understand the saying, no talking while eating or no talking while sleeping?" After Wang Xinran sat back down dejectedly, he slowly said, "Does it matter who you run into? What matters is what you have yourself. Have you mastered your 3 basic moves? If you can't keep up with the speed, practice until they can't keep up with you. If your power is unstable, practice until even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you, you won't tremble. Trading injury for injury? That's a stupid method. You have to use your brain. Get the biggest results with the least cost. Understand?" He paused, glancing at her left arm. "Is Dad's 2-yuan ointment any good? If it is, save it, we might need it again for the next match." Wang Xinran was stunned. Although Lao Deng's words were still unpleasant to hear, they seemed to make perfect sense. Moreover, they pointed out her problems incisively. She suddenly felt that this old man picking his toes in front of her seemed really unfathomable. I know, stop nagging, she said, though she silently took his words to heart. My appetite seemed to have improved, and I shoveled down another big mouthful of rice. The father and daughter bickered and analyzed their potential opponents and tactics while finishing off the food on the table. Under the warm lights, the dilapidated low-rent house was filled with an indescribable victory celebration atmosphere that belonged only to the two of them. Wang Xinran still feels a lot of pressure for tomorrow's match, but she also feels inexplicably more at ease. At least, when I get home, someone cooks for me, and someone, even if the way they do it is weird, can offer some advice. That's enough. Chapter 37 Battle of the Four. The atmosphere in the stadium was even more enthusiastic the next day than the day before. The quarterfinals mean we're one step closer to the national tournament, but it also means the battles will be even fiercer. The stands were packed, with people even standing in the aisles. The buzzing of conversations almost lifted the roof off. When Wang Xinran arrived, she could clearly feel that the way people were looking at her was different. There was less skepticism and disdain, and more inquiry, fear, and even a hint of admiration. Especially when she walked near the area of Class 17 of Grade 11, several classmates who were not usually close to her took the initiative to greet her with smiles on their faces. Sister Ran. She's here. Sister Ran looks great today. Go, Sister Ran. Let's take them down. Wang Xinran was a little stunned by the sudden enthusiasm. She nodded vaguely and found a seat. Her deskmate, a usually quiet girl, whispered, Wang Xinran, you're the pride of our class now. Our homeroom teacher just said she was coming to cheer you on. As they were talking, they saw their homeroom teacher, the middle-aged female teacher who always had a stern face, actually walk over with a rare, even overly bright, smile on her face. Wang Xinran, don't feel pressured, just do your best. I believe in you. Our class supports you. The look in her eyes was so intense, it was as if Wang Xinran wasn't going to the competition, but rather to collect her year-end bonus. Wang Xinran's lips twitched, and she gave a dry laugh. Thank you, teacher, I'll do my best. He thought to himself, this change in treatment is too fast. Is it true that good grades are the only thing that matters? The draw ceremony began. The big screen scrolled through the quarter-final matchups. Wang Xinran's pupils constricted slightly when she saw her own name and her opponent's name. Second match, Wang Xinran grade 11, late-stage martial artist versus Zhao Mang grade 12, perfect martial artist. Zhao Mang. That muscular, fierce-looking man who takes a pure strength-based approach. Among the top 8, he is known as one of the strongest attackers in direct confrontation. What I feared most has come to pass. Wang Xinran rubbed her left arm, which was still a little sore. She would rather fight another opponent like Ouyang Qian, who is agile and skillful, than face an opponent with overwhelming strength. One force can overcome 10 techniques in the face of an absolute power gap. Skills sometimes seem insignificant. She subconsciously looked toward the towering figure in the contestants' area. Zhao Mang happened to look over, grinning to reveal a set of white teeth. His eyes were filled with undisguised aggression and eagerness. He even extended his thick finger and pointed at Wang Xinran from a distance, full of provocation. A brute. Wang Xinran cursed inwardly, but the pressure suddenly increased. This guy looked like someone not to be trifled with. Soon, the first match ended, and Lin Hao easily advanced to the semifinals once again. The process was uneventful, and his strength was unfathomable. The second match is between Wang Xinran and Zhao Mang. Please come to ring number 1. As the announcement came on, all eyes in the room instantly focused on the speaker. Wang Xinran took a deep breath and stood up. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the classroom area. Go, Sister Ran. Defeat him. The homeroom teacher waved her arms excitedly. She composed herself and walked towards the arena. As she passed through the contestants' area, she felt Ouyang Qian's cold gaze, Lin Hao's calm stare, and the complex looks from the other contestants. Stepping onto the stage, Wang Xinran found Zhao Mang already standing opposite her. He was almost 2 heads taller than her, and his arms were thicker than her thighs. Just standing there, he exuded a strong sense of oppression. Hee, Wang Xinran, right? I heard you have some punches? Come on, let your senior give you a try. Don't just dodge like Ouyang Qian. Zhao Mang's voice was loud and arrogant. Wang Xinran didn't say anything, but simply adjusted her breathing and assumed a fighting stance. There was no point in arguing with this kind of person. The referee waved his hand. Start. As his name suggests, Zhao Mang was straightforward and unpretentious. With a low roar, his muscles bulged, and his fists were covered in earthy yellow elemental energy. Like a raging bull, he charged forward, his massive fists whistling through the air as they smashed towards Wang Xinran. Simple, brutal, and full of power. The wind from the punch hit her face, making Wang Xinran's hair fly. She dared not take it head-on, and her footwork quickly turned, using the strange sliding step that she had practiced hard and incorporated her father's experience to narrowly avoid the blow. Boom! Zhao Mang slammed his fist into the arena floor, producing a dull thud that caused the specially made arena to tremble slightly. Hide? Let's see how long you can hide. Zhao Mang grinned maliciously, unleashing a barrage of punches that swept over Wang Xinran like a storm. He was determined to crush her with absolute power, giving her no chance to breathe or fight back. Wang Xinran pushed her movement technique to its limit, weaving through the barrage of punches like a small boat in a storm. It seemed extremely dangerous, yet she always managed to evade attacks at the last possible moment. But she could feel the increasing pressure from her opponent's punches, and her space to move was being constantly compressed. Hiding like this isn't a solution, it also drains far more of our energy than it does our opponent. We must get close. Find an opportunity. Wang Xinran remembered her father's words, using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, and her eyes narrowed. In the stands, the audience's hearts were in their throats. Sister Ran, be careful. Zhao Mang is too fierce. How can we fight him? Wang Xinran's movement skills are good, but constantly dodging is too passive. The cheers in the area of Class 17, Grade 11 were even louder. The homeroom teacher clenched his fists nervously, muttering to himself as if in prayer. In the corner, Wang Yitian had wandered over at some point, found a shady spot behind a trash can, and slumped down, squinting at the ring while unconsciously tapping his knee with his fingers. On the ring, Wang Xinran narrowly avoided another heavy punch, but stumbled, seemingly revealing an opening. A great opportunity. Zhao Mang's eyes lit up, thinking that Wang Xinran was exhausted. Overjoyed, he gathered all his strength and unleashed a powerful punch, devoid of any fancy moves, straight at Wang Xinran's center. This was his ultimate technique, the mountain-crushing fist. Just when everyone thought Wang Xinran was going to either take the hit head-on or dodge in a sorry state, she made a move that surprised everyone. She didn't retreat or completely dodge to the side. Instead, she faced the wind of the punch, tilting her body at an extremely small but exquisite angle. At the same time, her right hand, like a nimble snake emerging from its hole, didn't block directly but instead struck Zhao Mang's wrist with lightning speed. They separate at the slightest touch, yet contain a subtle rotating force, gently guiding them apart. It was her father's ugly fist technique of deflecting force, combined with her precise grasp of timing. Zhao Mang's punch, which had gathered all his strength, was slightly deflected by this gentle touch, causing his center of gravity to become slightly unstable. Now! Wang Xinran's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhao Mang's old strength was exhausted, his new strength had not yet been generated, and his center of gravity was slightly unstable, her suppressed power suddenly erupted. With a burst of power from his feet and a twist of his waist, all the strength in his body flowed through him and converged at his left shoulder. He was like a cannonball, crashing headfirst into Zhao Mang's wide-open chest. Iron Mountain Lean. No, it's an improved version, the mountain pulling lean, with a rotating and penetrating force. Bang! A muffled thud. Zhao Mang felt a sharp, concentrated, yet piercing force slam into his chest. His protective energy instantly dissipated. His massive body was thrown off the ground and flew backward, crashing off the stage with a thud. He rolled several times on the ground before stopping, clutching his chest, unable to breathe for a long time, his face filled with disbelief. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. Did we win? Did Wang Xinran win? Did you, damn? You knocked Zhao Mang flying? What the hell is this fighting style? Shouldn't they be fighting? Why the sudden head-on confrontation? They won? After a brief silence, a deafening uproar erupted. Holy crap! We won! Sister Ran won! The semi-finals. The second-year high school students made it to the semi-finals. History. That was so cool. How did you do that? I saw it clearly. She drew Zhao Mang's fist away, and then used the force of his blow against him. That combat intelligence. Absolutely incredible. The area around Class 17 of Grade 11 was completely in an uproar. The students cheered and hugged wildly. The homeroom teacher was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes, and she kept saying, "Great! Great! There's hope for the year-end bonus. No, it's a sure thing." The referee paused for several seconds before announcing loudly, "The winner of the second match is Wang Xinran." Wang Xinran stood on the ring, her chest rising and falling slightly, sweat beading on her forehead. That last move, seemingly simple, was actually extremely dangerous, requiring a very high level of timing and skill in applying force. A slight miscalculation and she would have been the one sent flying. She glanced at Zhao Mang, who was struggling to get up from the audience, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the gamble paid off. She turned and walked off the stage, greeted by enthusiastic applause and cheers from her classmates. Shouts of "The sister Ran is awesome" filled the air. She even saw her homeroom teacher give her a thumbs up, her smile more genuine than ever before. At that moment, she truly understood what it meant to raise her head high and feel proud and what it meant to earn respect through strength. At this moment, public opinion on campus completely reversed. The labels of weirdo and good for nothing have been completely torn off, and Sister Ran, Dark Horse, and Genius have become her new nicknames. Wang Xinran's face remained expressionless, but inside she was ecstatic. This kind of recognition earned through hard work and skill was more exhilarating than anything else. In the corner, Wang Yitian looked at his daughter surrounded by people, a slight smile playing on his lips, and nodded almost imperceptibly. "Not bad, this girl, I didn't raise her in vain. She's learned to use her brain in fights now." He yawned, then retreated back into the shadows to continue his resting with his eyes closed mission. The semi-finals. The ticket to the national tournament is just around the corner. Wang Xinran clenched her fists, her eyes burning as she looked at her remaining opponents. Who will be next? Chapter 38, Advancing to the Finals. Reaching the semi-finals and making history, Wang Xinran became the most talked about person in the school. But standing on the semi-final stage, she felt anything but relaxed. The opponent is Li Wei, Ouyang Qian's fellow disciple, a martial artist at the peak of her skill, and she is proficient in the cloud-dispelling poem. Wang Xinran had watched Li Wei's previous competitions. This senior didn't talk much, but she was ruthless. When she unleashed her cloud-dispelling palm, the force of her palm strikes was layered upon layered, like dark clouds pressing down overhead, making it hard for anyone to breathe. It's not the kind of cunning approach Ouyang Qian takes, it's a real, heavy, and inescapable sense of oppression. The cloud-dispelling palm technique. Wang Xinran muttered to herself, "Just hearing about it makes me feel suffocated." She felt like someone who had gone out without an umbrella on a rainy day, looking at the increasingly thick clouds in the sky, feeling uneasy all over. The referee's hand signaled the start of the match. As expected, Li Wei was ruthless and didn't talk much. She started with the opening stance of the cloud-dispelling palm, and with the cross of her palms, a dense and heavy palm wind pressed down. Wang Xinran dared not confront him head-on, so she used her agility to move around, trying to find an opportunity to get close. But Li Wei's palm technique, like her personality, was frighteningly calm. The palm strike covered an extremely large area, appearing slow but actually impenetrable. Wang Xinran tried to break through several times, but was forced back by the layers of palm shadows. She felt as if she had run into a wad of soaked cotton, unable to exert her strength. Bang! A slight delay in dodging resulted in a palm strike to the shoulder, causing a burning pain and a sway in the air. This is troublesome, Wang Xinran's heart sank. This cloud-dispelling palm technique lacks power and ferocity, but its resilience and staying power are extremely strong. If this drags on, our own energy is not as deep as the opponent's, and we will be worn down sooner or later. She tried to use the power techniques from Dad's tips to launch a strong attack, but when her fist struck the opponent's palms, it was like a pebble thrown into a deep pool, creating a few ripples before disappearing. Li Wei's defense, like her palm strikes, was smooth and meticulous, leaving almost no openings. The scene became quite ugly at one point. Wang Xinran was like a flying insect trapped in a spider web, struggling desperately, but she could never break free from the invisible constraints. The cheers from Class 17 of Grade 11 in the audience were much quieter, and everyone was on tenterhooks. This palm technique is really sickeningly sweet. Wang Xinran felt increasingly frustrated as the fight progressed. She'd rather fight another tough guy like Zhao Mang, at least those punches landed squarely and were satisfying. This slow, agonizing pain was just too much. Under pressure, she could only desperately recall her father's fallacies and heresies in an attempt to find a way to break free. Strength cannot overcome skill, and skill cannot overcome effort. This doesn't seem to fit the context. One force can overcome 10 techniques. This opponent isn't relying solely on force. Of all martial arts, speed is the only way to break through defenses. She wanted to be quick, but the opponent's palm strikes were as heavy as mountains, so even if she was fast, she couldn't break through. Wang Xinran was extremely anxious. She was hit a few more times, and although the blows weren't severe, her sense of frustration increased dramatically. She felt that her understanding of Dad's insights had reached a bottleneck. She knew that she needed to be flexible and go with the flow, but she didn't know exactly how to be flexible or go with the flow. Faced with this impenetrable cloud-dispelling palm technique, she was at a loss. Just as she awkwardly rolled to avoid a flurry of slaps and nearly fell off the stage, she caught a glimpse of a piece of chalk lying in the corner of the stage at the referee's feet. Some scoundrel had dropped a small piece of chalk. This seemingly insignificant thing struck Wang Xinran's chaotic mind like a bolt of lightning. She suddenly remembered that one afternoon, she was practicing her kung fu at home and got frustrated, so she started making random gestures at the air. Her father, Wang Etienne, was sprawled on the sofa picking his toes. Seeing her clumsy attempt, he curled his lip in disdain, casually rubbed his fingers, which he had just used to pick his toes, on the clothesline beside him, then made a vague gesture with his fingers in the air, muttering under his breath. "You're so stupid. All you do is thrust forward. Look at that clothesline. When the wind blows, doesn't it bend with the wind first? And when the wind passes, it snaps back. Don't you understand using leverage? Don't you understand going with the flow? Your fist needs to learn from the rope, don't just brute force it, go with the flow first, find that gap, and then exert force. That's called, what's it called again? Oh right, it's called fighting by getting into the eye of the wind." Wang Xinran rolled her eyes, thinking that this old man was talking nonsense again. Who would learn to bend over with a rope before fighting? That's so embarrassing. But at that very moment, seeing Li Wei's palm shadows layer upon layer, like dark clouds pressing down, Wang Xinran had a sudden inspiration. Dark clouds. The eye of the storm. Yes. Even the densest clouds have gaps. Even the strongest palm strike has a trajectory and core of power flow. She had been thinking about how to break through this dark cloud and how to interrupt the palm strike, but she never thought of sneaking in through the gaps in the palm strike's power. Finding the eye of the storm where the power was relatively weak. Once this thought crossed her mind, she looked at Li Wei's cloud-dispelling palm again and felt a sudden change in her perception. The impenetrable palm shadows seemed to reveal subtle traces of power flowing through them. That powerful palm strike was not a solid block, but rather it was constantly flowing, accumulating, and changing. Give it a try. A hint of madness flashed in Wang Xinran's eyes. Instead of trying to charge or fight back, she took a deep breath and faced Li Wei's palm strike. Instead of retreating, she slightly turned her body, and her arm, as if boneless, slid in along the edge of the powerful palm strike in an extremely awkward yet exceptionally flexible manner. This was completely unexpected for Li Wei. Her cloud-dispelling palm technique emphasizes overwhelming the opponent with momentum. The opponent either has to withstand it head-on or dodge it. They have never seen such a fighting style that slips through the gaps in the palm force like an eel. Her palm strike paused slightly. It was that moment of stillness. Wang Xinran felt as if she had truly drilled into the eye of the storm, and the pressure around her suddenly eased. She exerted force with her waist, and her body suddenly sprang up like a bent bamboo, the power that had been suppressed for so long bursting forth at this moment. A short, fierce elbow strike, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, struck directly at the open chest area exposed by Li Wei's slightly delayed palm strike. A drilling fist? A knowledgeable upperclassman in the audience exclaimed in surprise. This is not a traditional boxing style, it's more like a tricky close-quarters fighting technique. Puff! The elbow struck Li Wei hard on the lower part of her chest. Although the force was not fully exerted in the rush, it still made Li Wei groan, her blood surge, and she staggered back 3 steps, a look of horror appearing on her face for the first time. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Hit! How did she get in there? What kind of weird move is this? Wang Xinran struck hard and pressed her advantage relentlessly. It was as if she had unlocked her full potential, and all the skills she had painstakingly practiced before were now integrated into her body. Her movements became more agile, and her power became more cunning, specifically targeting the gaps and weaknesses in Li Wei's palm strikes. Although the situation remains perilous, it is no longer a one-sided beating. Occasionally, they can launch a highly threatening counterattack. The game has entered a stalemate. Li Wei was both shocked and furious. She unleashed her cloud-dispelling palm technique to its fullest extent, the wind whistling through her palms, but Wang Xinran always managed to deflect it in various unbelievable ways. Wang Xinran was like a piece of chewing gum, sticking to her relentlessly. Time ticked by, and the game entered its final countdown. Both players were nearing their limits. The final blow. Li Wei gathered all her energy and unleashed both palms simultaneously, unleashing the final move of the cloud-dispelling palm. Clouds hang low, sea stands alone. The palm strike was like a monstrous wave, crashing down on Wang Xinran. This was the decisive blow. Wang Xinran's pupils constricted. She was almost completely exhausted and had no way to dodge. She gritted her teeth, the image of her father hanging clothes to dry flashing through her mind again, along with that ridiculous statement about fighting in the eye of the storm. She was going all out. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her body contorting into an extremely strange posture amidst the barrage of palm strikes, like a fish swimming upstream, narrowly escaping to the very core of the palm strike, the point of stillness before the power exploded. At the same time, she unleashed her last bit of power, not with a fist or a palm, but with her fingers pointed like a sword, aiming at Li Wei's wrist pressure point. This is a pure, desperate fighting style. The gamble is on the existence of a momentary vacuum just before the opponent's palm force explodes. Laugh. A gust of wind swept past. Li Wei's wrist went numb, and the palm force she had been exerting with all her might showed a very slight disorder and sluggishness. Wang Xinran was also swept by the edge of the powerful palm strike that had not yet been fully unleashed. Put. Both of them coughed up blood at the same time and stumbled backward. Beep. The whistle blew sharply, signaling the end of the match. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone held their breath, watching the two men who had fallen to the ground on the stage at the same time and were struggling to get up. The referee quickly stepped forward. Li Wei clutched her chest, her face deathly pale. She tried several times but couldn't stand up. Wang Xinran felt as if all the bones in her body were falling apart, and her vision went black, but with a strong will, she supported herself with one hand and, trembling, slowly, stood up. Although she was swaying, she managed to stand up. After checking, the referee took a deep breath and raised Wang Xinran's arm high. Semi-final. Winner Wang Xinran. After the sound subsided and a brief silence followed, deafening cheers and screams erupted. The area, especially the grade 11-17 class area, was almost insane. Wang Xinran stood on the stage, listening to the thunderous cheers and looking at the excited crowd below. She tried to smile, but the tension aggravated her internal injuries, causing her to cough violently. However, her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. She won, she really won. She won using that weird trick she came up with by crawling through the gaps in the clothesline. In a corner of the audience, Wang Yitian sat up straight at some point, looking at his daughter on stage, who seemed about to collapse but whose face was full of stubbornness and excitement. He paused for a moment, then a very faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his lips as he muttered something only he could hear. Hey, this little brat, she actually managed to crawl inside. After saying that, he resumed his lazy demeanor, yawned, as if the tension and relief he had felt just moments before had never existed. Medical personnel quickly went on stage and helped the exhausted Wang Xinran off. In the final, she will face an opponent who stands like a towering mountain, Lin Hao. But at this moment, the only focus of everyone's attention is on Wang Xinran, the second-year student who created a miracle and emerged as a dark horse all the way. Chapter 39 System Pranks the Five-Colored Suit. Wang Xinran was carried back to the low-rent housing. The fierce battle in the semi-finals almost drained her of her last bit of strength, leaving her with a multitude of hidden and visible injuries, and her internal organs were also shaken. The medical team gave her emergency treatment and administered several vials of nutritious fluids. They then advised her to go home and rest for 2 days, as the final was in 2 days and time was tight. So when Wang Yitian, with a toothpick in his mouth and flip-flops, sauntered slowly to his doorstep, he saw his daughter sprawled on the sofa like a dead fish, pale-faced and whimpering, with a small packet of cheap painkillers and bruise-reducing ointment kindly given to him by the medical team next to her. Oh dear, what happened? Did someone cook it? Wang Yitian leaned over and kicked the sofa leg with his foot, his tone incredibly irritating. Wang Xinran was so exhausted she barely had the strength to roll her eyes. She muttered weakly, "You old geezer, stop talking nonsense, can't you see your daughter's about to fall apart?" Wang Yitian pretended to bend down and take a look, then clicked his tongue twice. "It's pretty pathetic, like you were ganged up on by 10 strong men. You should have just admitted defeat if you couldn't win, instead of showing off. Now look what happened. You don't know anything. That's tactics. Strategic trading of casualties. Winning by taking risks. You're the kind of lazy bum who just lies around and does nothing you'd never understand." Wang Xinran was so angry that she wanted to punch him, but her arm went limp and fell down halfway up. Okay, you've got the tactics, the strategy, you're awesome. Wang Yitian shrugged indifferently, plopped down on the broken chair next to him, crossed his legs, and his consciousness quietly connected to the system. He needed to check how serious his daughter's injuries were, and also see if there were any cheap and useful consolation prizes in the mall. After all, she had made it to the finals, and as a father, he had to show some appreciation, although the main purpose was to improve the return on investment in the finals. The system interface pops up. Bound subject Wang Xinran's condition: severe physical exhaustion, mild internal organ concussion, multiple soft tissue contusions, mild meridian strain. Estimated full recovery will take 48-60 hours with regular rest and low-efficacy medication. Recommendation: use highly effective recovery products or rest quietly. Ding! Detected strong fatherly desires from the host and an upcoming important competition for the bound partner. Special items will be refreshed in the shop for a limited time. An inventory popped up, flashing with iridescent colors and featuring an extremely flashy icon, almost blinding Wang's titanium alloy dog eyes for a whole day. Ghost Fire Girl's dazzling battle suit trial version. Grade: special fashion. Effect: stylish appearance, perfectly matches the hairstyle of the person being paired with, showcasing an unrestrained personality and dazzling everyone. Strength boost: when worn, this effect temporarily boosts the bound target's strength by one minor realm up to the peak of martial artist level, lasting 30 minutes. After the effect ends, the target enters a 12-hour period of weakness strength reduced by 20%. Hidden attribute not yet unlocked? Price: 150 Father's Love Points. Note: hey kid, want one? It'll make you the coolest kid in the room. Even in battle, style is key. Wang Yitian's lips twitched as he looked at the flashy, colorful icons and effect descriptions. This system, its aesthetics are as peculiar as ever. A minor advancement? A martial artist reaches perfection in the later stages? It seems a bit too weak to deal with Lin Hao, who is only at the early stage of martial arts, but it's better than nothing. And this description of dazzling all beings, it just doesn't seem very reliable, does it? The key question is this thing fashion? Do I have to wear it for it to be effective? How to get my daughter to wear it is a big problem. Instead of simply saying, girl, put on this ugly dress, it will make you powerful. With that girl's stubborn temper and poor taste, she'd definitely kick him out as a fraud. We need to come up with a plan, a roundabout tactic. Wang Yitian logged out of the system, stroked his chin, and glanced at Wang Xinran, beginning to harbor some mischievous thoughts. Wang Xinran felt uneasy under her father's malicious gaze and weakly asked, What do you want now? I'm warning you, I'm injured now and protected by law. Wang Yitian immediately put on a heartbroken expression. Ran, look at you, you finally made it to the finals, bringing glory to the school and making your father proud, but you ended up in this miserable state. Your father is heartbroken. He even pretended to rub his chest. Wang Xinran, speak like a human being. Father is thinking. Wang Yitian changed the subject. On the day of the finals, there will definitely be a huge crowd, and the TV station might even be broadcasting it live. You're the face of our school. Representing our image. How can you go up there in this tattered practice uniform? It's so undignified. It'll affect morale. It'll bring shame to the Wang family. Wang Xinran paused for a moment, looked down at her practice clothes stained with blood and dust, and seemed a little disheveled. Then, what should we do? Won't the school issue new team uniforms? Team uniform? Those things are all the same. How can they show your personality? How can they showcase your sister Ran style? Wang Yitian gave him a "you're too naive" look. The finals. It's all about momentum. It's about appearance. You have to visually overwhelm your opponent. So what? Wang Xinran had a bad feeling. Wang Yitian mysteriously pulled out a neatly folded piece of fabric from the pocket of his tattered old man's shirt, which seemed capable of producing anything, yet still couldn't conceal its colorful nature. He carefully unfolded it in front of Wang Xinran, as if displaying a family heirloom. In an instant, the entire dimly lit low-rent housing unit seemed to be illuminated. It was a garment that defies description. The main body is a blinding fluorescent green, with even more blinding fuchsia, electric blue, and deathly Barbie pink interwoven to create wild and unrestrained abstract patterns. The collar and cuffs are also decorated with sparkly things that look like plastic rhinestones. Under the light, the clothes were slightly reflective, and even seemed to have a gradient effect. In summary, being tacky to the extreme is trendy, and being trendy to the extreme is just being a tacky person. It's not that it's completely unrelated to Wang Xinran's colorful short hair, rather, it's that it's inherited from her, complements her, and enhances her beauty. Wang Xinran's eyes stung from the intense visual impact. She gasped, almost fainting. What is this thing? Where did you pick it up from? Pa! What a garbage dump! Wang Yitian touched the garment like a precious treasure, his face filled with admiration. This is my father's most treasured possession. Back in the day, cough cough, it was my father's battle robe that I bought at great expense when I was young and adventuring in the martial arts world, in an ancient, a fashion-forward place. Look at the color scheme. The design. The texture. Wearing it will guarantee you exude confidence and shine brightly. Even Lin Hao will be intimidated before the battle even begins. Wang Xinran's lips twitched violently, feeling her internal injuries worsen. Thank you so much. If I wore this on stage, I was afraid the judges would just call it visual pollution and disqualify me. The audience would be completely blinded. He's scared before the battle even starts? He's probably afraid that laughing will cause his energy to reverse. What do you know? This is art. Individuality. Wang Yitian exclaimed in anguish, young man, you have to dare to break the mold. Look at your hair, what is the difference between this outfit and that? Matching is key. Matching is what matters. This is called a cohesive look. Visual unity. I won't wear it. I'd rather die than wear it. Wang Xinran shook her head vigorously, too ugly. I can't bear the embarrassment. I'd rather wear beggar's clothes. Hey! How can you be so clueless about quality? Wang Yitian started to act shamelessly. Dad is doing this for your own good. Think about it, the finals are so important. If you wear it, all the attention will be on you, and Lin Hao will definitely be distracted. This is psychological warfare. Don't you understand tactics? Is the tactic to disguise yourself as a human neon sign to dazzle the opponent? Wang Xinran laughed in exasperation. Your tactics are too hardcore. I don't care. Wang Yitian shoved the clothes into Wang Xinran's arms. The clothes are here. Wear them or not is up to you. Dad put a lot of effort into this. If you don't wear them, you're disrespecting Dad's taste. You don't want to win the finals. You don't want to make Dad proud. After saying that, he put on a "I'm hurt and disappointed" expression, put his hands behind his back, sighed and walked away, leaving Wang Xinran bewildered in front of the colorful battlesuit in her arms that emitted an eerie light. Wang Xinran looked at the clothes in her hand. They were surprisingly soft and comfortable to the touch, but the color, she felt that her aesthetic sense was being challenged like never before. She tried to imagine herself wearing this thing and standing on the final stage. The image was too beautiful to contemplate. That old geezer, he's definitely up to something again. She gritted her teeth, but was also unsure. This old man, though usually unreliable, sometimes seemed to pull something bordering on the bizarre? Like that ancient training talisman, or that miracle drug from a roadside stall. Could it be that there's something strange about these incredibly ugly clothes? After hesitating for a long time, she finally crumpled the clothes into a ball with disgust and stuffed them into the corner of the sofa. Let's leave it for now. I'll study this visual weapon after I've recovered. Seeing that his daughter didn't throw the clothes in the trash can on the spot, Wang Yitian peeked at the scene from the kitchen doorway and chuckled to himself. Step 1, success. Just accept it. With 2 days left until the finals, he had plenty of ways to persuade, coax, trick, and provoke his daughter to be the brightest star on the day of the finals. As for the results, Wang Yitian stroked his chin, his gaze drifting towards the school. Lin Hao, get ready to be blinded by the light. Chapter 40 looks even better with the 5-colored set. The atmosphere in the low-rent apartment was a little eerie on the eve of the final. Wang Xinran slumped on the sofa, grimacing as she applied ointment to her bruised arm. The miracle drug her father gave her was indeed effective, reducing the swelling by more than half, while her eyes kept glancing at the colorful visual pollution source in the corner of the sofa. That ghost fire girl's colorful battlesuit seemed to have a magical power, making her feel like she was being scratched by a cat. To wear or not to wear? Wear it, though. This thing really challenges the limits of human aesthetics. She's afraid that if she goes into the ring, she'll be disqualified by the referee before the fight even starts because her image is too avant-garde. Besides, who knows if that old man is up to some mischief again? I shouldn't wear it. What if there's something strange about this incredibly ugly outfit? Just like those ancient training talismans and divine medicines? Although my dad is unreliable, the things he brings out seem to have never let me down. I'm so conflicted. Wang Xinran scratched her colorful hair, feeling even more tired than if she had fought Li Wei. Wang Yitian, on the other hand, seemed exceptionally busy. He was constantly fiddling with his culinary creations in the kitchen, then squatting in a corner rummaging through drawers and cabinets, muttering to himself, "I remember putting it here, where did it go?" Wang Xinran was dizzy from his swing and said irritably, "Old man, can't you just calm down for a bit? What are you looking for? Do you have any treasures left in your possessions? Hey! Who do you think you are?" Wang Yitian straightened up from a pile of junk, and in his hand he actually had something in his hand, a dirty, thumb-sized medicine bottle that looked like it was just randomly made of mud, with the mouth of the bottle plugged with some kind of dried grass stem. "Here. Found it," Wang Yitian said with a smug look on his face, handing the small clay bottle to Wang Xinran. "Here, eat it before the finals." Wang Xinran looked warily at the bottle that looked like it had just been dug out of the ground, and shrank back. "What is this thing? A mud ball? You're not trying to poison me so I can inherit my ant credit pay, are you? Bullshit. This is good stuff." Wang Yitian glared and exclaimed, "This is the heart-clearing and vision-enhancing pill that your father painstakingly refined from the essence of the vision-enhancing grass that he managed to gather on a misty mountain peak. Take it, and I guarantee you'll have clear eyes and bright vision, and you'll see things incredibly clearly. When you're fighting, your opponent's movements will look like they're in slow motion. The effect is outstanding." As he spoke, he secretly glanced at his fatherly love points balance on the system interface, which had just shrunk considerably. He went to great lengths to obtain this one-time skill, Tactical Insight Weakness Exploit. This thing can greatly enhance the user's battlefield awareness and ability to detect weaknesses in a short period of time, making it an absolute godsend for challenging opponents of higher levels. It's a bit expensive, and a side effect is that it can cause some mental fatigue after use. Of course, in his mouth, it became a herbal pill picked up from the roadside. Wang Xinran took the clay bottle with some skepticism, uncorked it, and peered inside. Inside was a small, grayish-brown pill with a rough surface and an extremely unappealing appearance, emitting a faint, strange smell that was hard to describe as either herbal or earthy. "That's it? You call that clear-eyed? I think you just have diarrhea." Wang Xinran looked disgusted. "What do you know? Good medicine tastes bitter. The simpler the appearance, the more potent the effect." Wang Yitian confidently declared, "Would your father harm you? Tomorrow, when we're fighting that brat Lin Hao, how can we manage if we can't see through his tricks? You need to be able to spot his weaknesses. This pill could save your life in a critical moment." Seeing that Wang Xinran still had a keep making this up expression on her face, Wang Yitian's eyes lit up and a plan came to mind. He lowered his voice and pointed mysteriously to the colorful dress in the corner of the sofa. "And let me tell you, the effects of this pill are perfectly matched with that battle robe. They complement each other perfectly." Wang Xinran was taken aback. "Package? What do you mean? Think about it." Wang Yitian began to spout nonsense with a straight face. "This medicine makes your eyesight sharper, and that outfit makes you bolder. If your eyesight is better, you can see your opponent's weaknesses, but if you're too scared to fight, what's the point? Wear this battle robe. Your aura will be fully unleashed. Your confidence will be off the charts. You'll dare to charge at any opening you see. This is called cultivating both inner and outer strength, eyes, mind, hands, and feet all in sync. The effect is doubled." He got more and more excited as he spoke, spittle flying everywhere, "Especially with your cool hairstyle, the overall look is visually stunning. When Lin Hao sees it, he thinks, wow. Where did this hermit master come from? Such an unrestrained look." His mentality immediately collapses by half. If you take the opportunity to take this eye brightening pill, you'll be quick and sharp, hitting the nail on the head. Your chances of winning will increase dramatically. Wang Xinran was stunned and almost believed it. This old man, his ability to deceive people is becoming more and more unparalleled. What is all this nonsense? Is taking medicine related to what you wear? Does visual effect also affect mindset? That sounds absolutely ridiculous. But, for some reason, looking at her father's unwavering expression of "those who believe in me will live forever," and thinking back to those unreliable but always effective things, the doubt in her heart actually wavered a little. What if it's true? My opponent in the finals is Lin Hao, a martial master. We can't let any opportunity that might increase our chances of winning slip by. even if it's just a psychological effect. She held the ugly pill in her hand, then glanced at the blindingly bright dress in the corner, her mind in turmoil. To eat or not to eat? To wear it or not to wear it? This was one of the hardest decisions of her life. Looking at his daughter's conflicted little face, Wang Yitian was secretly delighted, but his face still wore the serious expression of "Dad is doing this for your own good. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, my daughter. I've given you all my most treasured possessions. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not is up to you. Anyway, the medicine is here, and the clothes are here. Whether you use them or not is up to you." After saying that, he put his hands behind his back, hummed an off-key tune, and strolled back to the kitchen to continue tinkering with his pot of nutritious soup that emitted a suspicious smell, keeping his accomplishments hidden. Wang Xinran sat alone on the sofa, staring blankly at the mud ball in her hand and the colorful clothes in the corner for a long time. Ultimately, the desire for victory, and a strange sliver of trust in his father's twisted logic, prevailed. "Damn it! I'll risk it." She gritted her teeth, carefully put away the mud pills, and glared fiercely at the colorful battlesuit. "I'll wear it. So what if I look ridiculous? If it doesn't work, I'll settle the score with that old man when I get back." She decided that for tomorrow's final, she'd trust old Deng this once. She'd take the medicine secretly. As for the clothes, she'd just have to wear them, even if it was difficult. Seeing his daughter finally put the pills into her pocket and fix her gaze on the colorful battlesuit with unwavering determination, Wang Yitian, who had been peeking from behind the kitchen door, finally breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a sly smile. Done. Successfully fooled them. He turned around with a smug look on his face, then saw the charred, unidentified object in the pot, and his smile instantly froze on his face. Looks like I'll have to order takeout tonight. After feeling the pinch of fatherly love points, I'm now feeling the pinch of food expenses. Raising a daughter is truly a physically demanding, technically challenging, and incredibly expensive job. Chapter 41: The Final Showdown Part 1. On the day of the final, the weather was clear and cloudless, as if even the heavens wanted to witness the excitement. The central gymnasium of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School was packed with people, and the atmosphere was so enthusiastic it was almost explosive. The stands were packed, and even the aisles were crowded with people. Several small floating cameras with media logos hovered in the air. Principal Li Sanhai and a number of school leaders were present, sitting in the main stands with serious expressions and anticipation. Almost every prominent figure in Jiangcheng who had even a slight connection to martial arts came. After all, the final round of the No. 1 Middle School's internal selection competition, to some extent, represents the highest level of the younger generation in Jiangcheng. All eyes were focused on the largest alloy arena in the center of the arena. Lin Hao had been waiting quietly on one side of the arena. He was still wearing that well-fitting, custom-made training uniform, his posture upright, his face calm, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were as still as a deep well, as if the tumultuous atmosphere around him had nothing to do with him. The aura of a martial arts master in the early stages is subtle yet naturally possesses the profound and majestic demeanor of a grandmaster, inspiring awe in others. He is widely recognized as the favorite to win the championship, the face of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, and the kind of child everyone admires. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, when Wang Xinran finally walked out of the contestant tunnel after dawdling and mentally preparing herself, the entire stadium fell into an eerie silence. It was as if the mute button had been pressed. Everyone's eyes were wide open like saucers, and their mouths were agape enough to fit an egg. Wang Xinran was seen sporting her signature, newly styled, and incredibly spiky short, colorful hair. However, what she was wearing was neither the school's uniform nor any high-end custom-made battle attire. Instead, it was a battlesuit that defies description, radiating vibrant colors, dazzling the eyes, as if wearing the entire rainbow on one's body. Fluorescent green as the base color, with fuchsia, electric blue and death Barbie pink interwoven to create a wild abstract pattern, and the collar and cuffs are also decorated with sparkling plastic rhinestones. Under the intense sunlight from the stadium ceiling, the outfit had a reflective and gradient color effect, making the person look like a human-shaped walking disco ball, radiating dazzling light. Puff! Someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Immediately afterwards, as if a fuse had been lit, the entire stadium erupted in deafening laughter. My God! What is that thing? Ha ha ha! Is Wang Xinran just giving up entirely? Is this outfit meant to blind Lin Hao with its light? Visual attack. This is definitely a new tactic. Sister Ran, you're truly amazing. You never take the usual path. The students in the grade 11-17 area had their cheers stuck in their throats, their expressions were complicated, they wanted to laugh but were embarrassed, and their faces turned red. The homeroom teacher covered her face with her hands, unable to bear to look, feeling as if her year-end bonus was waving goodbye to her. On the judges' panel, Principal Lee Sunhai's lips twitched slightly. He tried his best not to lose his composure, but he couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. This daughter of fellow Taoist Wang Yitian, her style of doing things is indeed unique. On the other side of the arena, Lin Hao, whose face remained unchanged like an iceberg for thousands of years, showed a very slight crack, and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He was clearly also shocked by this sudden visual storm. Wang Xinran felt her face burning, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She lowered her head and walked quickly to the edge of the ring, cursing her unreliable father 1,000 times in her heart. How embarrassing! So embarrassing! She felt like a monkey being watched. You old geezer, if this tattered clothing is useless, I'll shove it in your mouth when we get back. She muttered through gritted teeth. After enduring countless hours until the referee signaled for both fighters to come to the stage, Wang Xinran steeled herself and stepped onto the ring amidst a cacophony of laughter and whispers. Her colorful battle robe shimmered under the lights, dazzling everyone. Lin Hao had regained his composure. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze returning to its indifferent state, as if the person before him was merely an insignificant clown. This disregard was more painful than mockery. The referee glanced at the two men with such contrasting styles, his lips twitching slightly. After routinely confirming their preparations, he waved his hand and announced, "Final match, begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Hao moved. Without probing or wasting words, he moved with lightning speed, closing the distance in an instant. It was so fast that it left only a blur. The powerful aura of a martial master in the early stage suddenly erupted, pressing down on Wang Xinran like a mountain. With a flick of his fingertip condensed with incredibly refined elemental energy, and with a piercing whooshing sound, he aimed straight for Wang Xinran's vital acupoint on her chest. Simple, direct, efficient, and deadly. From the very first move, it was an overwhelming victory. Wang Xinran's pupils constricted sharply. So fast. So strong. This pressure is far greater than that on Li Wei. She almost instinctively wanted to back away and dodge. But at this critical moment, she suddenly remembered the grayish-brown eye-brightening pill she had secretly swallowed before going on stage. She didn't feel anything special after taking the pill, but at this moment, facing Lin Hao's lightning-fast finger strike, she suddenly felt that his movements seemed to have slowed down a little. It's not that she's actually slowed down, but that she can see things more clearly now. The trajectory of the energy flowing through her fingertips, the subtle tremors of her arm muscles, even the fleeting indifference in Lin Hao's eyes, were all clearly reflected in her eyes. Tactical insight has taken effect. Without time to think, Wang Xinran twisted her waist sharply and used her footwork to its fullest extent, narrowly avoiding the deadly finger strike at an extremely awkward yet perfectly timed angle. The sharp wind generated by the fingertip made her cheek sting. Ha! Lin Hao let out a soft exclamation, seemingly somewhat surprised that Wang Xinran was able to dodge. But he changed his move very quickly. His finger missed, so he turned it into a palm, the edge of which was like a knife, and slashed across Wang Xinran's neck. The moves flowed smoothly and flawlessly. Wang Xinran was highly focused, and with the aid of tactical insight, she could clearly see the attack route and power distribution of the palm strike. Instead of blindly dodging, she identified the weakest point, crossed her arms, concentrated her energy in her forearms, and withstood the blow. Bang! When their palms and arms collided, Wang Xinran was shaken so badly that her blood and chi surged, and she staggered back 3 steps. Her arm was in excruciating pain, but she managed to block the attack. It wasn't seriously damaged. It's blocked? She actually blocked Lin Hao's continuous attacks? A gasp rippled through the stands. Everyone expected a one-sided, swift victory, but Wang Xinran had miraculously withstood the first onslaught. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he no longer held back. He unleashed his full power as a martial master in his early stages, transforming it into a sky full of light and shadow, pouring down on Wang Xinran like a raging storm. Each strike was powerful, precise, and ruthless, containing terrifying elemental energy. Wang Xinran is in a really tough battle. She pushed her agility and power generation to the limit, dodging and weaving on the ring, occasionally taking direct hits. With the help of tactical insight, she can always narrowly avoid vital points or choose the least damaging way to block. But the vast gap in strength was insurmountable. She was like a small boat in a storm, vulnerable to being torn apart at any moment. Bang! My shoulder was hit by the force of the punch, and it stung painfully. Swoosh! The hem of her clothes was torn by the wind, revealing the skin underneath. Put! He was a little too slow in dodging and was grazed by the palm strike, causing his internal organs to tremble and a trickle of blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. She was forced into a retreat, unable to fight back, and could only hold on by relying on her tenacious will and the slight advantage brought by her tactical insight. That colorful battle robe, during high-speed movement and fierce combat, transformed into a dazzling, colorful whirlwind, making people dizzy. The gap is too big. It's already amazing that they could hold out for so long. Lin Hao is too strong, there's no way to beat him. The audience in the stands watched with bated breath, admiring Wang Xinran's resilience while also worrying about her situation. Wang Xinran gritted her teeth, not even bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She focused all her attention on tracking Lin Hao's attack trajectory, searching for that almost non-existent flaw. Her internal energy was rapidly depleting, and her injuries were accumulating. But her eyes remained sharp, and she showed no sign of giving up. I must find an opportunity, she cried out in her heart. Just then, Lin Hao, unable to break through after a long attack, turned cold and seemed to lose patience. He suddenly stopped, his inner energy frantically gathering in his right fist, which then emitted a blinding light. A terrifying wave of energy spread out. It's Lin Hao's ultimate move, mountain crushing force, someone knowledgeable exclaimed. It's over! Lin Hao shouted, throwing a punch. The force of the punch was like a tangible mountain, carrying the momentum to crush everything, locking onto Wang Xinran and crashing down. This punch was unavoidable. Wang Xinran's pupils dilated as she sensed a deadly crisis. Tactical insight was running at full speed, and in her eyes, even the massive fist force seemed to have subtle energy flow nodes. I'll risk it all. She gathered all her remaining energy into her arms, crossed them in front of her chest, and slightly turned her body to try to avoid a head-on impact. Boom! The deafening roar was deafening. Wang Xinran felt as if she had been hit head-on by a high-speed levitation train. Her protective energy instantly dissipated, and she felt excruciating pain in her arms, as if her bones were about to crack. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. She struggled for a few moments but was unable to get up immediately. The colorful battle robe was covered in dust and bloodstains, and had lost its luster. Inside the stadium, there was a deathly silence. Everyone looked at the colorful figure huddled at the edge of the ring and shook their heads. Chapter 42 Old Six Possessed. Wang Xinran lay on the edge of the ring, feeling as if all the bones in her body had fallen apart, and her internal organs felt as if they had been displaced, burning with pain. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood, and his vision blurred. There was only deathly silence around him, followed by the gradually rising, suppressed sighs and whispers. It's over. It still doesn't work. Lin Hao is too strong, there's nothing we can do. Making it to the finals is already quite an achievement. She could even hear sobbing sounds coming from the direction of Class 17, Grade 11. Are we going to lose? That's it, over? We've fought our way here, and we still can't win? A strong sense of resentment and frustration welled up inside her, making her feel even worse than her physical injuries. She struggled to get up, but her arms were as limp as noodles, and she couldn't muster any strength. That flashy, colorful battle robe was now covered in dust and dark red bloodstains, wrapped around his body like a tattered rag, heavy and cumbersome. Old man, ragged clothes, completely useless, liar. She cursed in a daze, despair spreading like ice water. Just then, something unexpected happened. The brightly colored battle robe she wore, stained with blood and now dull, suddenly flickered extremely faintly when it came into contact with the fresh blood seeping from her wounds. An indescribable, icy, and slightly lewd aura seeped silently into her body through the wound, like a trickle of water. Wang Xinran suddenly jolted awake. It wasn't pain nor warmth, but a very strange feeling. It was as if, suddenly some old fox who always lurked in the corner, skilled at ambushing people and sprinkling lime, blew a breath of magic into her head. An indescribable feeling of a flash of inspiration filled her mind. His thoughts, which had been chaotic due to severe injury and despair, suddenly became clear and cunning. The subtle, seemingly useless nodes and habits about Lin Hao's moves that she had previously seen through tactical insight suddenly turned into shining flaws in her eyes. Or rather, is it an opportunity that can be exploited? An unprecedented combat wisdom, tinged with a hint of deception and trickery, surged into my mind like a floodgate opening. If you can't beat them head-on, then, try something dirty? A thought popped into her head uncontrollably. Wang Xinran was startled herself this thought, how despicable. But, why does it feel so right? She lay on the ground, secretly opening one eye to glance at Lin Hao, who was slowly withdrawing his stance, his expression indifferent, seemingly ready to accept victory. With the added aura of Old Six, she keenly sensed a faint hint of the composure of a victor deep in Lin Hao's eyes, and his subconscious disregard for her, his defeated opponent. Chance. Wang Xinran's heart was pounding. She decided to take a gamble. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body convulsed violently, and then, in an extremely weak voice as if she were about to die, she hoarsely cried out towards the referee, "Referee, I admit it." Before the word "lose" could even leave her lips, just when everyone thought she was about to admit defeat, and Lin Hao subconsciously relaxed his guard, even slightly frowning as if she had made a pointless move. Wang Xinran moved. No, it didn't move, it bounced. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, or like a colorful lightning bolt running close to the ground. She didn't get up in a normal way at all. Instead, she did an extremely awkward but incredibly fast roll, combined with a sudden push off the ground, so that she was almost touching the surface of the ring. With an almost rogue sliding tackle, he brazenly cut into the wide open area between Lin Hao's slightly open legs due to his relaxation. At the same time, her right hand, which had been poised to strike, with its fingers like a knife, was not aimed at vital points or acupoints, but rather, with utter malice, it aimed directly at the ligament connection point on the back of Lin Hao's supporting leg's knee. That was precisely the tiny weak point in Lin Hao's force transfer that he had just identified through a combination of tactical insight and Old Six intuition. That was a sudden, swift attack. The angle was tricky. The intention was dirty. This completely exceeded the scope of normal martial arts sparring. It's more like an upgraded version of the groin kick and lime sprinkling techniques used by street thugs in a fight. The entire audience. Lin Hao. Lin Hao's indifference froze instantly, transforming into extreme astonishment and a hint of humiliated anger. He never expected that someone who looked critically injured and on the verge of death, or even about to admit defeat, would suddenly resort to such a despicable, no, such an unconventional sneak attack. After all, he was experienced in combat. In his shock and anger, the muscles in his supporting leg tensed instantly, and he poured his yuan energy into it to withstand the attack. At the same time, his other leg swept towards Wang Xinran like a steel whip. Bang! Wang Xinran's fingers felt like they were poking into tough rubber, and the impact was painful. However, Lin Hao was also slightly off balance due to the sudden attack, and his sweeping leg whip was a moment slower. It's this very moment. Ignoring her injured finger, Wang Xinran used the recoil to wrap her body around Lin Hao's leg like a boneless eel. With his other hand, he curled his fingers into a claw, not aiming to kill, but quickly and ruthlessly scratching at Lin Hao's waist and ribs. His other leg then sinisterly hooked towards Lin Hao's other ankle. Groin strikes, eye gouging, and chokeholds are too obvious. She doesn't use those. She specifically targets those subtle, unsettling spots that are easy to miss and hard to defend against. Shameless. What kind of playing style is that? Sister Ran, this. The audience was stunned. The sudden change in style was too fast. Just a moment ago she was a tragic hero, and now she's a street thug? Lin Hao was both shocked and furious. He was used to fair and square duels, and had never seen such a shameless and cunning fighting style. Wang Xinran isn't very strong offensively, but she's incredibly annoying. Specializing in attacking the lower body, with incredible speed, it clung to him like a stubborn plaster, disrupting his rhythm and breathing. He had to be distracted by these insidious tricks, and his previously smooth offensive suddenly stalled. Wang Xinran, however, got better and better as the fight progressed. In her Old Six mode, she felt that her understanding of the sneaky fighting style had reached an unprecedented level. She no longer sought to defeat her enemy with a single move, but instead constantly harassed, provoked, and created trouble. She even used the visual residue and reflection created by her colorful battle robe during high-speed movement to occasionally dazzle Lin Hao's eyes. Hey! Grandson! What are you looking at? Your lower body is unstable, senior. My lower back is sore, could it be due to kidney deficiency? While she was hitting, she kept talking, spewing all sorts of trash talk. Although her voice was hoarse from the injury, you could still feel her cheeky attitude from a distance. Lin Hao was so angry that his face turned ashen. He had a powerful cultivation level, but he was hampered by this shameless fighting style and couldn't use his strength. Several times, when he tried to unleash his ultimate move, Wang Xinran cunningly interrupted him or forced him to retreat and regain his defensive rhythm by threatening to take him down with her. The situation has completely reversed. Wang Xinran, who was just moments ago on the verge of defeat, is now fighting Lin Hao to a standstill. Although she still mostly took hits and rarely fought back, she was like an unkillable cockroach, pestering Lin Hao in all sorts of bizarre ways, driving him to the brink of madness and causing him to gradually lose his composure. My god! This is a complete reversal. What kind of tactic is this? It's a bit, well, but it seems to work. Sister Ran is awesome. It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. The audience went from shock to bewilderment, and then to inexplicable excitement. This kind of underdog victory, which defied expectations and played by the rules, was exhilarating to watch. The area of Class 17, Grade 11 was in an uproar. Sister Ran. Get him. Yes. That's how you fight. Don't let him have an easy time. Ha ha ha. Lin Hao's face turned green. Wang Xinran rolled awkwardly, dodging Lin Hao's angry attack once again. Although her shoulder stung from the palm strike, she grinned with a roguish smile, her lips stained with blood. She felt incredibly good. To hell with fairness and justice. As long as we win, that's all that matters. Lin Hao stared at his opponent, who seemed like a completely different person, his eyes widening in disbelief for the first time. This Wang Xinran, how come she's like a completely different person? This style of play is disgusting. The scales of victory seemed to be tipping quietly in a direction no one had anticipated. Chapter 43: The Crowning of the Champion. On the stage, the atmosphere completely went astray. Wang Xinran, the ghost fire girl with a colorful haircut and a flashy colorful battle robe, has now completely transformed into the 6th-ranked player in the arena. She abandoned all thoughts of direct confrontation and took the sneaky style to its extreme. Relying on the strange combat intuition and tactical insight brought by Old Six's possession to capture weaknesses, she stuck to Lin Hao like a piece of chewing gum, specializing in attacking his lower body, with insidious and tricky moves, doing whatever made him uncomfortable. They would poke the opponent's waist, lift their ankle, shove their armpits, and even occasionally grab a handful of dust from the ring floor and fling it in their face. He kept spewing trash talk, and although his voice was hoarse, his obnoxious tone was incredibly offensive. Senior, your steps are all messed up. Is it because of kidney deficiency and weak legs? Hey, that punch was too slow. Didn't you eat? Are you feeling a little nervous? I have a trick to cure heart palpitations. Lin Hao was absolutely furious. His mastery of martial arts was so refined that he could have easily overwhelmed his opponent, yet it was like punching cotton, no, like punching a slippery eel with sharp thorns. The opponent won't use their ultimate move at all, they'll just keep bothering you, harassing you, and making you feel annoyed. He had power but nowhere to vent it, and he felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. His rhythm was completely disrupted, and he could hardly breathe. The sight of that colorful battle robe swaying in front of him only added to his unease. Shameless scoundrel! Lin Hao finally couldn't help but shout angrily, and his moves stiffened slightly due to his rage. Now! Wang Xinran's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Old Six's intuition issued a frantic warning. The opportunity was fleeting. She stopped arguing, suddenly leaned back as if about to fall, but in reality, her feet seemed to be springy, and she flipped over in an extremely strange posture, narrowly avoiding Lin Hao's angry sweeping kick. Just as her body was hanging upside down in midair, she brought her right index and middle fingers together, gathering all the last remaining 6th brother's chi in her body, as well as the little bit of a 6th brother's chi temporarily infused into the 5-colored battle robe, into her fingertips. It transformed into a barely perceptible yet incredibly ruthless and sharp energy, not aimed at any vital points, but directly at the extremely hidden, subtle acupoint behind Lin Hao's knee, which was inevitably exposed when he raised his leg to sweep across the ground the Weizhong acupoint, a point that connects to the flow of qi and blood. This was found through a combination of tactical insight and Old Six's experience, a tiny, almost negligible but real point of stagnation when Lin Hao shifted his power. That angle was incredibly tricky. The timing was ruthless to the extreme. This is completely beyond the scope of normal martial arts. It's more like some kind of long-lost, underhanded pressure point technique. Lin Hao's attention was entirely focused on Wang Xinran's overturned body, preparing to deliver a fatal blow after she landed. He never expected that she could launch such a treacherous counterattack in mid-air. By the time he noticed the subtle yet deadly finger strike, it was too late to dodge completely. Puff! The energy is precisely injected into the acupoints. Lin Hao's entire supporting leg suddenly felt numb and sore, as if he had been electrocuted, and the power he had gathered instantly dissipated. For the first time, his tall and imposing figure lost his balance, stumbled, and fell to his knees. His face was filled with extreme shock, anger, and disbelief. Wang Xinran, taking advantage of the momentum from her fall, tumbled to the ground in a disheveled state. She rolled several more times before finally losing her strength and collapsing on the other side of the ring, panting heavily. Her whole body felt as if she had been pulled out of the water, and she didn't have the strength to move a single finger. The light on the colorful battle robe also dimmed completely, and that sixth brother Zora was completely exhausted. The entire stadium was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the bizarre scene unfolding on the stage. Lin Hao was kneeling on one knee, his face ashen. Wang Xinran lay collapsed on the ground, barely alive. Who's winning? What's going on here? The referee was also stunned and rushed onto the ring to check on the two. Lin Hao tried to stand up, but his right leg was sore, numb, and weak, making it impossible for him to exert any strength for a short period of time, let alone continue fighting. He stared intently at Wang Xinran, who was slumped across from him, his eyes filled with an extremely complex mix of emotions, anger, resentment, and a hint of seeing a ghost. Wang Xinran was unable to speak, and could only blink her eyes to indicate that she was still alive. After confirming the referee's statement, he took a deep breath and, with a trembling and incredulous tone, announced loudly, "The final match is over. The winner is Wang Xinran." The sound was amplified and carried throughout the venue. After a brief silence came a roar like a volcanic eruption, almost blowing the roof off. She won? Wang Xinran won? My God! A comeback! A real comeback! A dark horse! A dark horse all the way through. How did she do that? What was that last move? Who cares how she did it? A win is a win. Sister Ran is awesome. Champion. The champion from the second year of high school. What a miracle! The area of Class 17, Grade 11 has gone completely mad. The students screamed, jumped, hugged each other, and cried tears of joy. The homeroom teacher was so excited that tears streamed down her face, repeatedly saying, "The bonus is guaranteed." No, it's doubled. Doubled. Students from other classes, having recovered from their initial shock, erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Whether or not they had a good opinion of Wang Xinran before, they were all captivated by this incredible comeback. With the cultivation level of a late-stage martial artist, he defeated powerful enemies one after another, and finally defeated Lin Hao, who was at the martial master level, to win the championship. This is a living legend. Principal Li Songhai slowly stood up from his seat, looked at the colorful figure collapsed on the stage, a hint of extreme surprise flashed in his eyes, which then turned into deep appreciation and satisfaction. He clapped his hands gently. Immediately afterwards, thunderous and prolonged applause erupted throughout the venue. The spotlight shone on the ring and on Wang Xinran. Medical personnel quickly rushed to the scene and provided emergency treatment to the two individuals. Lin Hao stood up with help, his legs still a little numb. He looked at Wang Xinran deeply, his eyes filled with complex emotions, but ultimately said nothing, limping off the stage. His pride was shattered at that moment. With support, Wang Xinran managed to stand up. Although she was in excruciating pain and extremely weak, her back remained ramrod straight. Although his colorful short hair was wet with sweat and stuck to his forehead, it only added to his arrogance and fierceness. That dirty, dull, colorful battle robe, at this moment, seemed to have become a medal of victory. The award ceremony was held. Principal Li Sanhai personally hung a medal engraved with dragon patterns, symbolizing the highest honor of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, around Wang Xinran's neck as the champion of the school selection competition. The heavy medal, with its cool touch, made Wang Xinran feel her blood boiling. Congratulations, Wang Xinran. Li Sanhai's voice was gentle and approving. You have proven with your actions that willpower, wisdom, and courage can also create miracles. I hope you will remain humble and achieve even greater success on the national stage. Wang Xinran nodded vigorously, her voice hoarse but firm. Thank you, Principal. I will continue to work hard. Then, the principal solemnly handed her a National Youth Martial Arts Competition qualification certificate that shimmered with the luster of a crystal card. At this moment, the entire stadium erupted in enthusiastic cheers once again. Wang Xinran. Champion. Sister Ran is awesome. Wang Xinran held up her medal and qualification certificate high, her colorful short hair flying under the lights. Although her face was pale, she radiated brilliance and confidence. She reveled in this moment of being the center of attention, and in the glory she had earned with her own fists and wisdom. All the sweat, all the pain, all the doubts at this moment, it was all worth it. In the crowd, in an inconspicuous corner, Wang Etian stood crookedly with his hands in the pockets of his tattered old man's shirt, looking at his daughter shining brightly on the stage. On his usually expressionless face, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up, forming a big, extremely bright smile that was a little silly, but more so an undisguised sense of pride and satisfaction. Hey! I knew it, he got his blood from me. He muttered something under his breath, his voice filled with the pride of an old father. At this moment, nothing matters anymore, no system, no cheating, no old-school strategy. The important thing is that his daughter won. She's the champion. That's enough. Wang Etian turned around with a smile, whistling off-key, and strolled happily toward home. Hiding one's merits and fame? No, I'm rushing home to throw a celebration party for my champion daughter. As for that nearly worn-out, colorful battle robe and the diminished value of fatherly love? Small change. It's all small change. Chapter 44: The Lin Family's Secret Moves and Victory Celebration Banquet. The fervor surrounding Wang Xinran's victory subsided slightly after she was given 3 injections of special nutritional supplements by the school clinic and then slept for an entire day. But what followed was an even more turbulent wave of rewards. When she woke up, she found that her old communicator was almost overwhelmed with messages. First came the official congratulatory letter from the school, written in extremely polite and formal language, along with a long list of awards. Congratulations to Wang Xinran for winning the school-wide selection competition. The following reward is offered. The school resource library's level A access is permanently unlocked, and you can receive a fixed amount of 10 medium-grade spirit stones, 5 high-grade body-tempering fluids, and 2 concentration incenses each month. Those who obtain core membership in the Hidden Dragon program will have unlimited access to their exclusive advanced training room with a private bathroom and restroom. Access to all areas of the library is now open. They received a special training fund, valued at 500,000 credits, specially approved by the principal. They have qualified to represent Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School in the city-level selection competition for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition. Looking at the list of high-level resources and astronomical figures that she had never dared to dream of before, Wang Xinran felt like she was dreaming. She pinched her thigh hard and winced in pain before she realized it was real. She held the communicator and giggled for a full 5 minutes. We're rich. We're really rich. I'll never have to worry about cultivation resources again. This treatment is better than many teachers. Following this was the homeroom teacher's enthusiastic praise and care, which almost seemed to overflow from the screen, and she announced that the class would hold a celebration party for her. Then came congratulatory messages from senior students and even teachers from other grades whom I had never met before, all with a clear intention to make friends. Even the school's logistics department sent a message saying they could replace her dormitory door with a high-grade alloy one free of charge. Her campus card access was also upgraded to the highest level. When she went to the cafeteria to get food, the cafeteria lady's hands stopped shaking, and she was given a mountain of meat, along with complimentary fruit and nutritious soup. Walking down the street, she no longer received mockery or curiosity, but instead a uniform "Hello, Sister Ran." Congratulations, Sister Ran, with eyes full of admiration and a hint of awe. It took Wang Xinran quite a while to adjust to this dramatic change. She took a deep breath and clenched her fist. She earned all of this through her own hard work, every single punch and kick. City-level qualifiers? National competition? Here she comes. However, not everyone is happy about this. Inside a heavily guarded luxury villa in the western district of Jiangcheng, the atmosphere was oppressive. Lin Hao sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression, a special ointment still on his right knee, emitting a faint medicinal smell. Sitting in front of him was a middle-aged man with a dignified face and sharp eyes. He was Lin Zhendong, the current head of the Lin family, a master whose strength had reached the late stage of martial arts. Useless. Lin Zhendong slammed his hand on the coffee table, instantly cracking the fine mahogany surface. You couldn't even handle a little girl at the late stage of martial arts. And you let her win using such underhanded methods. You've completely disgraced the Lin family. Lin Hao lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, but he dared not refute. The defeat in the final was the greatest humiliation of his life. Father, that Wang Xinran is very strange. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said, her fighting style is not like normal martial arts at all, and that last move. Strange? Lin Zhendong sneered. No matter how strange, she's still just a late-stage martial artist. How's the investigation going with her father, Wang Etienne? A man who appeared to be a steward bowed and said, Master, we have conducted a preliminary investigation. Wang Etienne was a low-ranking sergeant in the former city guard. He retired due to injury, his file is ordinary, and his strength is assessed as early-stage martial artist. He has been bedridden for a long time and comes from a poor family. He lives in a low-rent apartment in the XC district. On the surface, there is nothing unusual. Nothing unusual? Lin Jindong's eyes were sinister. A cripple at the early stage of martial arts can teach a daughter who can defeat a martial master? Do you believe that? The butler bowed his head, I don't believe it either. But, we really can't find any other background information. Perhaps Wang Xinran had some kind of extraordinary encounter? A serendipitous encounter? Lin Jindong stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the night outside. No matter what it is, anyone who dares to step on the Lin family's name to rise to power will pay the price. Continue the investigation. Focus on Wang Etienne. Also, I don't want to see any more surprises in the city-level selection competition. Understand? Yes, Master, the steward and Lin Hao responded simultaneously. Meanwhile, inside the low-rent housing, Wang Etienne, wearing an oil-stained apron, was frantically dealing with a lively, wriggling fish in the kitchen. The pot was simmering with meat, its aroma filling the air. Today, he unusually splurged, buying some good food to celebrate his daughter's success. Ding! Slight malicious spying intent detected. Target, host and bound object. Source, Lin family. Threat level, low. The system notification sounded in his mind. Wang Etienne paused, then pursed his lips and continued scaling the fish, muttering to himself, the Lin family? The family of that brat who lost the game and can't take a joke? Spying? Go ahead and spy, I'll admit defeat if you find out anything. He didn't take the warning seriously at all. In his eyes, a threat of the Lin family's level was like the buzzing of flies, annoying, but utterly harmless. What he's more concerned about now is whether to braise or steam the fish later. Just then, Wang Xinran returned, still feeling a bit sore. As soon as she entered, she smelled the delicious aroma and her eyes lit up. Wow! Has the sun risen in the west? Old Wang is being so generous today? Of course. My daughter won the championship, shouldn't she get something good to eat? Without turning his head, Wang Etienne said proudly, look at Dad's cooking. Doesn't it smell delicious? Wang Xinran approached the kitchen doorway, glanced at the bubbling meat in the pot, and sniffed. It's all right, barely edible. Although she complained, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. The feeling of coming home to a hot meal and someone waiting for you wasn't bad. The food was served, and although it didn't look particularly appealing, the portions were generous. The father and daughter sat facing each other. Wang Xinran, munching on a chicken leg, boasted indistinctly, Old man, did you see that? Champion. Medal. A-level resources. 500,000. Your daughter is rich now. I'll take care of you from now on. Wang Etienne shoveled his food into his mouth and snorted, show off. You're just a school champion, look how arrogant you are. The city-level competition is full of experts, don't cry when you get eliminated in the first round. Pa! You jinx! Wang Xinran glared at him. What's a city-level competition? I'm going to win a place in the national competition too. You have high ambitions. Wang Etienne put a piece of meat on her plate. First, heal your injuries and build a solid foundation. Don't think you're invincible just because you beat Lin Hao. Don't you know how close you were to that win? It was pure luck. That's called tactics. Intelligence. Wang Xinran retorted. What bullshit tactics? It's just blind shooting. Wang Etienne scoffed. The two bickered as they ate, but the atmosphere was exceptionally warm. Compared to the clamor and praise outside, Wang Xinran felt more at ease and happy eating at home with her sarcastic father. After finishing her meal, Wang Xinran patted her round belly, slumped in her chair, and watched her father clear the dishes. Suddenly, she asked, Hey, old man, seriously, wasn't I amazing this time? Wang Etienne paused for a moment, his back to her, slowly wiping the plate. After several seconds, he replied vaguely in his characteristic tone, a mixture of disdain and smugness. It's so-so, just so-so, at least it didn't bring shame to my Wang family. The main thing is, it's like me. Wang Xinran was stunned at first, then grabbed an empty bowl and was about to smash it, but when she saw her father slightly hunched back, she put her hand down, snorted, but the corners of her mouth were turned up high. "You old geezer, at least you know how to talk." Outside the window, the moonlight was perfect. Inside, the lamplight was warm and inviting. Chapter 45. A Dark Wind Rises. Wang Xinran's days at school were glorious. Her career soared like a rocket. Her exclusive training room, A-level resources, and the constant greetings from Sister Ran wherever she went made her life incredibly comfortable. Although the lingering injuries from being beaten by Li Wei and Lin Hao hadn't fully healed, she was overjoyed, walking with a confident stride, feeling that the future was bright. But in this world, there are always people who are happy and people who are sad. While Wang Xinran's place is bathed in sunshine, some people's homes are shrouded in gloom. In the western district of Jiangchang, inside a villa that occupies a vast area and is decorated like a small castle, the atmosphere is so oppressive it could be squeezed out of you. In a spacious bedroom on the second floor, large enough for a horse to run, Lin Hao lay slumped on a luxurious rehabilitation chair like a wilted eggplant, his right knee covered with a special gel bandage that smelled strongly of medicine. His face was pale, and his eyes were staring blankly at the ceiling. There was no trace of the arrogance and demeanor he had as the top student of number 1 high school. The image of being defeated by Wang Xinran's underhanded fighting style on the final stage, and then kneeling on one knee in public, humiliating himself, played on repeat in his mind like a nightmare. The shame, the immense sense of shame, almost swallowed him up. The door was gently pushed open, and a middle-aged man dressed in black training clothes, with a lean physique and eyes as sharp as a hawk, walked in. His steps were steady, and he naturally exuded an aura of authority without anger. He was Lin Hao's father, Lin Zhendong, one of the 3 influential big shots in the western district of Jiangcheng, and a powerful expert with the strength of a late-stage martial master. Lin Zhendong glanced at his son's half-dead state, his brows immediately furrowing, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment and anger flashing in his eyes. But he didn't immediately react. Instead, he walked to the window, stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the meticulously maintained garden outside, and spoke in a low voice. "What, one setback and you can't get back up?" Lin Hao's body trembled slightly. He lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Dad. I have disgraced the Lin family." "Shameful?" Lin Zhendong sneered, turning around and his gaze sweeping across Lin Hao's face like a knife. "It's a good thing you know you're shameful. It means you still have some sense of shame. But what's the use of just knowing you're shameful? Think about how to regain your dignity." He walked to the desk, picked up a crystal plate as thin as a cicada's wing, and pointed at it. The 3D projection of the final arena immediately appeared in the air, showing a slow-motion replay of Wang Xinran's final, bizarre attack that caused Lin Hao to kneel. Look closely." Lin Zhendong pointed at the projection, his voice filled with suppressed anger. "A little girl in the late stage of martial arts. What kind of moves did she use? Street thugs fighting techniques? Poking ankles? Stinging ribs? Such low-class methods actually managed to take down you, the heir of the Lin family who was in the early stage of martial arts. If word gets out, where will I, Lin Zhendong, put my face? Where will the Lin family put their face?" Lin Hao lowered his head even further after being scolded, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. "I know you underestimated her. You thought you had the victory in the bag, so you let your guard down. And she took advantage of that." Lin Zhendong's tone was icy, but that's no excuse. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Don't you even understand this simple principle? "Yes, it was my carelessness," Lin Hao admitted with difficulty. "Careless?" Lin Zhendong took a step closer, looking down at his son. "I think you're stupid. You were made a fool of. That last move was clearly planned. They were just waiting for you to slip up. All the tactics you learned and the composure you practiced, have you given them to the dogs?" Lin Hao was speechless after being scolded, his face burning with embarrassment. After venting his anger, Lin Zhendong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage and regaining his usual gloomy and calm demeanor. He turned off the projector, sat back in his chair, and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. "This Wang Xinran, and her father, Wang Etian." He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. "I checked. The file is spotless, like a blank sheet of paper. He lives in a slum, ekes out a living on a pension, and Wang Etian is sickly. But could he raise a daughter like this? Nobody believes that." He was naturally suspicious and never believed what he saw on the surface. How can a useless father raise a genius daughter who can defeat martial arts masters of a higher level? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Either the Wang family is hiding some secret, or Wang Yitian himself is a highly skilled master who is hiding his true abilities. Dad, what do you mean? Lin Hao looked up. No matter who he comes from, if he dares to step on the face of my Lin family to get to the top, he will pay the price. Lin Jindong's tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable killing intent. However, right now, we're in a precarious situation, so we can't take action ourselves and give others ammunition against us. He pressed a hidden button on the table. A moment later, a man dressed in a gray, close-fitting outfit, with a restrained aura and an ordinary face that would be easily lost in a crowd, appeared silently in the study like a ghost, bowing respectfully, "Master." This is Lin Jindong's confidant, specializing in handling shady matters. His codename is Shadow Rat. He is a mid-stage martial master and is particularly skilled in stealth, tracking, and assassination. Shadow Rat, Lin Jindong tapped his fingertips on the table and said calmly, "Find someone. He needs to be clean, swift, and strong around mid-stage martial master, skilled in ambush and probing. Target, a middle-aged man named Wang Yitian in the XC District's low-rent housing. Test his mettle, see if he is truly a good-for-nothing or just hiding something. Remember, be clean-cut, don't leave any evidence." "Yes." Without any further words, Shadow Mouse bowed and accepted the order. In a flash, it disappeared again, as if it had never existed. Lin Jindong looked out the window, his eyes deep and thoughtful. He wanted to use this knife to test the depth of that pool of water. If Wang Yitian is truly useless, then his death is just bad luck. If he is truly a master, then we need to think this through carefully. A chilly wind began to blow quietly in the western part of Zhangcheng, its target the seemingly peaceful low-rent apartment. Meanwhile, in a noisy and chaotic vegetable market in the XC district. "Oh dear, ma'am, your cabbage leaves are all yellow, and you're still selling it for 3 yuan and 50 cents a pound? That's highway robbery. 2 yuan. 2 yuan and 50 cents at most. This fish's eyes are rolling back. It's not fresh. Make it cheaper, 5 yuan. Okay, fine, otherwise I'll go look somewhere else." Wang Yitian, wearing his faded old-fashioned shirt and flip-flops, carrying a worn-out reusable bag, was fiercely haggling with a vegetable vendor over a few cents, his expression completely absorbed. He was a stark contrast to Lin Jindong, who had been plotting underhanded schemes in the Lin family study earlier. It was as if they lived in two completely different worlds. In the end, he emerged victorious, having bought the fish that had rolled its eyes and a few wilted greens for 5 cents less. He hummed a tuneless little tune contentedly as he strolled home. While he was pondering whether to braise or steam the food for dinner, he was completely unaware that an invisible net was being quietly cast towards him. Chapter 46: Thrown into the cesspool. The afterglow of the setting sun cut the narrow alley into stripes of light and shadow, and the air was filled with the damp smell of old walls and the aroma of food wafting from afar. Wang Yitian carried a worn-out cloth bag and walked at a leisurely pace. The bag contained several kinds of fresh green vegetables, as well as a live grass carp strung on a straw rope, its tail occasionally slapping forcefully. He had been walking this shortcut home for over a decade. He could find his way back even with his eyes closed. But today, the smell in the alley is a little off. Besides the familiar earthy smell of dust and moss in the corner, there was also a faint but unmistakable chilling aura, carrying the scent of blood, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, flicking its tongue. Wang Yitian's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile, his mind perfectly clear. As I left the market, I felt like there was a tiny bug trailing behind me. A mid-stage martial artist, specializing in dirty work, with decent stealth skills, but unfortunately, that bit of killing intent was as conspicuous to him as a firefly in the dark. That old bastard Lin Jindong is quick on his feet. He scoffed inwardly, sending someone like this to test the waters? They're really underestimating us. Instead of quickening his pace, he walked even more leisurely, as if strolling in his own backyard, almost humming a tune, deliberately showing off his back. Sure enough, just as I reached the pile of abandoned building materials in the middle of the alley, the darkest spot and the perfect place to ambush him, the venomous snake behind me finally bared its fangs. Whoosh! A dark shadow shot out from behind the broken bricks and rubble like a ghost. The movement was so fast that it left only a blur. A dagger, gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light and carrying a chilling killing intent, silently pierced Wang Tianho's heart. The angle was tricky and ruthless, and the energy within was clearly intended to kill with a single blow. Just as the tip of the dagger was about to touch the faded old shirt, a hoarse and mocking voice suddenly rang in the assassin's ear, carrying a cold sneer. "After waiting for so long, this is all the speed we get? It seems that making money from Lin Jindong won't be so easy." The assassin's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't see Wang Etian turn around at all, nor did he sense any fluctuations in yuan energy, yet the voice seemed to ring in his ear. A chill instantly shot from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. He shouted sharply, and the dagger flew even faster. "You're playing tricks. You're about to die and you still dare to talk back. Die." The dagger made a sharp whistling sound as it was about to pierce through the heart. However, in the next instant, the assassin felt a blur before his eyes. Wang Etian, who had been facing away from him, had somehow turned around and was now facing him directly. Those calm, unwavering eyes, as deep as an ancient, icy pool, simply gazed at him as if looking at a menacing ant. What terrified him even more was that his dagger, which he had wielded with all his might and was as fast as lightning, was now being gently held between the tips of two seemingly ordinary fingers. Like catching a falling leaf, effortless and completely still. No matter how much the assassin tried to channel his energy, his face turning red, the dagger seemed to be welded to the opponent's fingers, unable to move forward an inch or be withdrawn even slightly. This is impossible." The assassin stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Disarming a blade barehanded? And yet, he caught his full force attack from a mid-stage martial arts master so effortlessly. What the hell is that monster? Looking at his horrified expression, Wang Etian shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Your strength is passable, but your speed is too slow, and your accuracy is a complete mess. Lin Zhendong only hires people like you? You're really getting worse as you get older." As he spoke, his fingers, which were holding the tip of the dagger, twitched slightly. Snap! With a crisp crack, the dagger, forged from refined steel and quenched with deadly poison, shattered like fragile glass, starting from the tip and breaking into countless tiny fragments that fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. The assassin's arm went numb from the recoil, and he staggered backward. Looking at his empty hand and then at the pile of iron filings on the ground, he was completely dumbfounded. Wang Etian flicked his fingers as if he had merely brushed off a speck of dust, his gaze falling on the assassin's pale face with a hint of amusement. "Tell me, did Lin Zhendong send you here to break a leg, or to leave an arm?" The assassin was no longer the arrogance he had been. Fear overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He suddenly remembered Lin Zhendong's instructions before he left: if things don't work out, flee immediately. He immediately had the idea of retreating. He pushed off with his feet and retreated rapidly. At the same time, he raised his hand and three black, shuttle-shaped hidden weapons shot towards Wang Etian's face, throat, and chest in a triangular formation. It was incredibly fast, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Trying to leave? Wang Etian chuckled lightly. Facing the poisoned hidden weapon that shot towards him, he neither dodged nor avoided it, but simply opened his mouth and gently blew on it. Call! With a breath of fresh air, the three vicious hidden weapons, powerful enough to pierce gold and split rocks, seemed to have hit an invisible wall of air, paused abruptly in mid-air, and then shot back along the same path at an even faster speed. Put! 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 Three muffled thuds. Before the assassin could even react, his knees and right shoulder blade, from which he had fired the hidden weapon, were pierced through. Blood splattered. He let out a piercing scream, collapsed to his knees with a thud, and instantly lost the ability to move. Ah! My leg! My arm! The assassin screamed in agony, his eyes filled with utter terror as he looked at Wang Etian, as if he were facing a demon god. Are you a human or a ghost? Wang Etian slowly walked up to him, looked down at him, and said indifferently, "It seems you have chosen the third path." His gaze swept over the septic tank entrance, which was emitting a strong stench and had its lid half open, and he nodded. That place would suit you well." The assassin seemed to sense something was wrong and cried out in terror, "No! No! Senior, spare me! It's Lin Zhendong. The Lin family chief sent me. It's not my fault. Spare me, Before he could finish speaking, Wang Etian had already lifted his foot and gently nudged him with the toe. A gentle force sent the assassin flying like a tattered sack, tracing a graceful parabola as he was thrown with pinpoint accuracy toward the septic tank entrance. Thump! A dull thud as water fell into the water rang out, and a stench instantly filled the air. The killer's screams abruptly stopped, replaced by futile thrashing and bubbling in the filth, before falling silent. Wang Etian then bent down, picked up the grass carp that had jumped to the side and was covered in dust from his earlier movements, wiped away the dirt with a wisp of his elemental energy, and held it in his hand again. He glanced at the churning cesspool, frowned, and fanned himself with his hand in front of his nose. Bad luck. He uttered the two words lightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. Immediately, his consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness system, scanned the soul fluctuations of that person just now and traced their origin. Ding! Scan completed. Target soul fluctuations recorded. Analyzing and tracing. Match rate 99.1%. Pointing to Jiangcheng West District, Lin Jindong's family's peripheral mercenary, codename Shadow Dagger. The system gave a cold, impersonal prompt. Lin Jindong. A cold glint flashed in Wang Etienne's eyes. It seems I need to find some time to personally pay a visit to this Lin family head. There are always some flies buzzing in my ear, it's annoying. He didn't linger. Carrying the extra meal for his daughter, he continued walking home, his shadow stretching long in the sunset, steady as a mountain, as if the crushing and killing that had just occurred in the blink of an eye had never happened. Only the lingering stench in the alley and the occasional bubbles rising from the septic tank silently told the story of the end of a mid-stage martial arts assassin, and an impending storm targeting the Lin family. Chapter 47. A Clown. Carrying the grass carp that had survived the hardships, Wang Yitian strolled leisurely out of the alleyway filled with a special smell and rejoined the sparse evening crowd. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on him, gilding his faded old shirt with a faint golden edge. He remained calm and walked steadily, as if the brief but interesting conflict in the alley just now was nothing more than swatting a buzzing fly, not even worthy of stirring his emotions. He didn't take this level of retaliation seriously at all. What Lin Jindong saw as a thunderous test was nothing more than a pebble thrown by a child in a fit of pique, not even worth his attention. Revenge? That's inevitable, but not now, and certainly not by such despicable means. What he wanted was a fair and square confrontation, for the other party to fully recognize the gap, and to solve the problem at its root. The time is not right yet. A clown, only good for making people laugh. He made a casual comment and put the matter out of his mind, returning his attention to the fish in his hand. This fish looks alright. Steaming is the best way to preserve its freshness. My daughter has been working hard in her cultivation lately, so she needs some nourishment. When I got home, the warm lights were already on in the low-rent apartment. Wang Xinran hasn't returned yet. She's probably still sweating it out in that private training room at school, which's practically a presidential suite. Wang Yitian tied on the greasy braided apron and began skillfully scaling, gutting, and cleaning the animals. His movements were fluid and graceful, carrying a composure that seemed completely out of place with his down-and-out attire. If that Shadow Dagger assassin could know from beyond the grave, and see this terrifying being who casually crushed him now pacing around the stove like an ordinary old father, I wonder what he would think. Not long after, the sound of a key turning came from outside the door, followed by a bang as the door was pushed open. Wang Xinran rushed in like a small whirlwind, covered in sweat and full of youthful vigor. Dad! I'm home. Her voice was loud and clear, her colorful short hair was wet with sweat, with a few strands sticking to her forehead, her face was flushed, her eyes were incredibly bright, and she exuded an aura of "I'm strong, I'm great, praise me." Okay, wash your hands and eat. Wang Yitian didn't even turn his head, focusing intently on the steaming fish in the pot that was starting to emit steam, his tone indifferent. Wang Xinran kicked off her shoes, tossed her school bag aside, and went to the kitchen doorway, sniffing the air. Wow! It smells so good. Are we having fish today? Watching her father's busy figure, she couldn't wait to report on today's achievements. Old man, let me tell you. Today's training was incredibly effective. I feel like my bottlenecks are loosening even more. My blood and chi circulation is so smooth. The A-level resource access the principal gave me is amazing. Do you know what it feels like to drink body-tempering fluid like water? And that training room, the energy was so concentrated it was practically dripping. I feel like if I keep training like this, it won't be long before I can. She chattered away like a happy little sparrow, recounting in great detail the school's awards, the teacher's attention, her classmates' envy, and her own gradual progress in self-cultivation, her tone filled with excitement and pride. While spreading ginger and scallion slices on the fish, Wang Yitian casually uttered and oh, occasionally interjecting, use resources sparingly, don't act like a nouveau riche. Cultivation requires a balance of intensity and relaxation. Don't ruin yourself through practice. On the surface, he seemed extremely perfunctory, a typical decadent old father who was indifferent to his daughter's great achievements. However, a barely perceptible smile and satisfaction flickered deep within his lowered eyes. In his mind, the system's notification tone was quietly ringing. Ding! The bound object, Wang Xinran, has steadily improved her strength, maintained a positive attitude, increased her dependence on the host by 1, and increased her fatherly love value by 5. Ding! The bound object enjoys superior resources, an optimized growth environment, and stimulated potential, indirectly contributing +3 fatherly love points. Current fatherly love points balance. Since no specific value was provided previously, this can be vaguely represented or set to a reasonably increased value. For example, due to the progress of the plot in this chapter, the balance has increased to 850 points. Hearing the pleasant notification sound, Wang Yitian felt secretly pleased. This girl didn't waste my time, my secret operations. Thinking of the nutrient solution laced with ingredients and the catalyst that was about to arrive, the corners of his mouth widened almost imperceptibly. The meal was served as simple 2 dishes and a soup, yet it smelled wonderful. Wang Xinran was starving. She shoveled a mouthful of rice into her mouth, her cheeks bulging, and said indistinctly, "Also, Dad, I feel like someone's been following me lately, it's weird." Having experienced real combat, her intuition was sharper than that of the average person. Wang Yitian picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, carefully removed the bones, and put it in his daughter's bowl. Without even lifting his eyelids, he spoke casually, as if saying, "The weather is nice today." He continued, "Well, things haven't been peaceful lately. There are a few petty thieves loitering around the area. Go home early after school and don't walk alone at night, especially delinquent girls. Don't go into those dark alleys." Upon hearing this, Wang Xinran's eyebrows shot up, and she slammed her chopsticks on the bowl. "You little thief? You dare to mess with this genius? You're tired of living. Perfect for practicing with. I'll take on 1 if 1 comes, and 2 if 2 come." Wang Yitian lifted his eyelids, glanced at her, and said slowly, "What are you doing? You're so rough. If you accidentally cripple someone, you'll have to pay for medical expenses. My pension isn't enough for you to squander. Listen to your father, stay away from me and avoid trouble." His words sounded so earnest and concerned for the people, but what he really thought was, "I'm afraid you might act recklessly and accidentally kill the henchman they sent to test us. If that happens, Lin Jindong could use it as an excuse to cause trouble. It's better for Dad to do the fly-catching stuff. He's professional, environmentally friendly, and harmless." Wang Xinran pouted, clearly unconvinced, but seeing her father's "I'm doing this for your own good" attitude, she was too lazy to argue. She picked up her chopsticks again and muttered, I know, stop nagging. I'll just walk around, okay? Honestly, you make me look like a troublemaker." But in his heart he was thinking, if some fool really does run into me, humph. It'll be a good opportunity to test out my newly devised moves. The meal was finished amidst the father and daughter's casual banter. Wang Xinran quickly cleared the dishes and went back to her room, probably to digest what she had learned from her cultivation that day. Wang Yitian stared intently at his daughter's closed bedroom door. He could feel that his daughter's internal energy was becoming increasingly abundant and active, and the barrier between the late-stage martial artist and the early-stage martial master was indeed on the verge of collapse. It was time to gently give her another push. He connected his consciousness to the system's online store and quickly browsed through it. Soon, his gaze locked onto an item. Cultivation Breakthrough Catalyst Mild Version. Effects: subtly nourishes the meridians, gently stimulates potential, slightly improves blood circulation and affinity with vital energy, significantly increases the success rate of breaking through bottlenecks, and has no side effects. Price: 120 Father's Love Points. Note: like a gentle rain nourishing the earth, it subtly helps geniuses take flight. This is it. Wang Yitian paid without hesitation. His newly increased fatherly love points instantly dwindled, but he didn't even blink. Investing in his daughter was a sure thing. The exchange was successful, and a small crystal bottle containing a colorless, odorless, and transparent liquid appeared in the system space. Wang Yitian got up, took out the high-grade nutrient solution provided by the school from the refrigerator, and flicked it almost imperceptibly with his fingertip. A trace of colorless and odorless liquid was mixed into it, perfectly blended, and no abnormality could be seen. Ran, come out and drink the nutrient solution to aid digestion." He called out towards the room. "Here you are." Wang Xinran ran out, took the nutrient solution, and without even glancing at it, tilted her head back and gulped it down in a few mouthfuls. She licked her lips and said, "The taste seems a bit weak, but the effect should be the same. I'm going to cultivate now." Watching her energetic backview, Wang Yitian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Girl, keep going. Dad will protect you from the storms outside. When you are strong enough, the world is yours to explore." He turned around and looked out at the deep night, his gaze seemingly piercing through time and space, landing on the luxurious villa in the West District. Lin Jindong, we'll settle our score slowly. Chapter 48: The Rising Martial Arts Master. 3 more days passed, and Wang Xinran sat cross-legged in the center of the private cultivation room the school had given her, feeling the surging blood and qi within her body, her little face full of excitement. Her training was exceptionally good today. The nutrient solution she had just drunk brought a warm feeling that made her feel comfortable all over. Some areas that were previously difficult to access during her training now felt slightly loose. Hey, it seems this genius is indeed about to break through. These great resources are truly something else. She thought to herself with delight, took a deep breath, cleared her mind of distractions, and focused all her energy on circulating her cultivation technique. She guided her surging blood and qi to launch an attack on the solid barrier between the late-stage martial artist and the early-stage martial master that had been blocking her for so long. Once, twice. Qi and blood surged like the tide, constantly crashing against the bottleneck. The barrier trembled violently, yet remained steadfast. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Wang Xinran's forehead, but her will was firm, and she was not discouraged at all. Instead, it ignited an even stronger fighting spirit within her. Give it to me. Open, she shouted in her heart, concentrating all her spirit and strength into one point, and launching the most ferocious charge. Just then, the gentle yet continuous medicinal power of the cultivation breakthrough catalyst, contained in the enhanced nutrient solution, seemed to have finally found a breakthrough and quietly played a crucial role. It acts like the most skillful lubricant, penetrating into the tiny gaps in the barrier, nourishing the meridians at the point of impact, making the flow of qi and blood smoother and easier to condense. Boom! A deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, seemed to resound in my sea of consciousness. That solid barrier, faced with this combined force from both inside and outside, finally groaned under its own weight and crumbled. The surging blood and qi, like a flood bursting its banks, joyfully rush into a broader and more resilient network of meridians. A powerful aura, several times stronger and more condensed than before, erupted from Wang Xinran's body like a sleeping dragon suddenly awakening. The dense, almost liquefied elemental energy in the cultivation room was drawn in, frantically forming small vortexes that surged into her body. Her bones crackled and popped, her muscle fibers reorganized and strengthened, her 5 senses became more acute, and her range of perception and control over the energy in her body expanded several times over. Martial Master Early Stage. Success! Wang Xinran suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze flashing with a sharp light, like 2 tangible bolts of lightning that disappeared in the dimly lit training room. She felt the surging, powerful force within her, as mighty as the Yangtze River, and an unprecedented sense of strength filled her entire body. I couldn't help but look up to the sky and roar. The clear, melodious whistling sound penetrated the soundproof barrier of the training room and carried far into the quiet night sky of the campus. Ha ha ha! Early stage of martial master. I've made it! She excitedly leaped up, threw a punch in mid-air, creating a sharp gust of wind that made the air explode. Feeling the powerful force flowing through her fingertips, she was brimming with confidence. Lin Hao! Ouyang Qian! You just wait. In the city-level competition, see how I deal with you. She paced back and forth in the training room excitedly, adapting to her newfound power, occasionally throwing a punch or a kick at the air, feeling the exhilarating sensation of her leap in strength. Meanwhile, inside the low-rent housing, Wang Yitian, who was sprawled on the sofa, seemingly dozing off but actually absorbed in the system interface to check the income and expenditure of fatherly love value, suddenly shuddered. The moment Wang Xinran successfully broke through, he clearly felt an unimaginably vast and pure energy surge forth from nothingness, instantly pouring into his limbs, meridians, and dantian. This energy is gentle yet overwhelming, and it is of the same origin as his own cultivation, perfectly integrated with him. The seemingly impenetrable barrier of cultivation that originally stood between the mid and late stages of the Grandmaster realm melted away like ice and snow under the sun, failing to form even a decent obstacle under the impact of the vast energy fed back by the system and originating from the breakthrough of the bound object. His qi expanded wildly, and the quality of his yuan energy increased dramatically, becoming more condensed and pure, with a faint golden luster. His mental power surged at an unprecedented speed, and his perception of the surrounding world became clearer and more subtle. It was as if he could hear the sound of the flow of primordial energy and see the trajectory of the interwoven rules. A wonderful feeling welled up in my heart. I had complete control over my own power, as if it were my own arm, and I could move mountains. Grandmaster Stage. A natural progression. The whole process was incredibly smooth and natural, without any earth-shattering phenomena, only an essential leap in the inner level of life. Ding! Detected that the bound target, Wang Xinran, has broken through to the early stage of martial master. Host's cultivation level has simultaneously increased to early grandmaster stage. Congratulations, host, your strength has undergone a qualitative change. Your control over power has become more refined, and you have touched upon the rudiments of the rules of heaven and earth. Fatherly love points reward, 500. Current fatherly love points balance, 780. A series of pleasant notification sounds rang in Wang Yitian's mind. Wang Yitian slowly opened his eyes. In his deep eyes, it seemed as if the phantom of the sun, moon, and stars flashed by before returning to calm. However, the aura of profound and unfathomable depth grew stronger. He clenched his fist lightly, feeling the vast, terrifying power within him that could determine life and death with a single thought, and a satisfied smile curved his lips. Grandmaster. Is this the power of a Grandmaster? Indeed, it's worlds apart from the Grandmaster realm. He muttered to himself in a low voice, his tone calm yet carrying an air of complete composure. Unlike his daughter, he didn't let out a joyful roar. Instead, he quietly savored the profound sensations brought about by this leap in his life level. To him, it felt more like reclaiming a portion of the power that had rightfully belonged to him, a perfectly natural progression. This girl, at least my investment wasn't wasted. Thinking of his daughter, a genuine, fatherly smile of contentment appeared on his face. Although most of the credit goes to the system and, well, his well-timed assistance. He suppressed the oppressive aura that he inadvertently exuded, enough to suffocate ordinary martial artists, and reverted to the somewhat lazy middle-aged man he once was, only his eyes became even more profound and unfathomable. Lin Zhendong. Now, I want to see what other tricks you can pull. Wang Yitian looked towards the West District, his eyes calm, yet carrying an indifference as if looking down on ants. Having acquired the strength of a grandmaster, many things that used to require caution can now be handled in a different way. For example, how should one visit the Lin family head who has repeatedly caused trouble, so as to achieve the desired result without being too shocking and frightening the neighbors? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Perhaps this time, he could be a little high profile? Meanwhile, in the school's cultivation room, Wang Xinran, having consolidated her cultivation, was confidently planning how to shine in the city-level selection competition. Little did she know that her seemingly lazy father had quietly risen to a height she could only look up to for a long time, and was preparing to clear away some minor troubles on her path. Chapter 49. Old man, are you going on a blind date? Wang Yitian sat cross-legged on the creaking, worn-out sofa in his low-rent apartment, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly dozing off. In reality, his mind was calm and focused, carefully experiencing the vast, all-encompassing, and perfectly unified power of a grandmaster within his body. The feeling of having complete control over this power, as if one could manipulate the power of the world with a mere gesture, is truly wonderful. It's time to swat that old fly, Lin Zhendong. But we need to be careful about how we do it. He couldn't very well go there wearing this faded old man's shirt and flip-flops. That would be too disrespectful to his opponent. Well, mainly it wouldn't look formal enough and wouldn't suit his current status as Grandmaster Wang. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes, got up and walked to the wooden wardrobe with peeling paint. This wardrobe is quite old. It was bought right after he retired from the military. It contains mostly his old clothes that have been worn year after year and are all the same style. He reached into the deepest part of the wardrobe and groped around for a while, his fingertips touching a long, hard object carefully wrapped in a dustcloth. He paused slightly, as if remembering something, and gently took out the package. Untying the cloth ropes and unfolding the dust cover layer by layer, what was revealed was not some gorgeous clothes or ornaments, but a set of neatly folded clothing, a dark black Zhongshan suit. The fabric is an understated yet high-quality material, cool and smooth to the touch, clearly indicating its high value. The style is a classic slim fit specially customized many years ago, without any unnecessary decorations, and the lines are simple and neat. Many years ago, at a significant juncture in his life, he specially commissioned a master tailor to make this for him, saying that it made him look smart and imposing. Later, as times changed, he put the clothes away deep in his trunk and never touched them again, as if they were sealed away along with that period of time. Wang Yitian gently stroked the almost invisible creases on his clothes, his eyes filled with complex emotions, but he quickly regained his composure. He deftly took off his old shirt and put on this Zhongshan suit. The clothes fit surprisingly well when put on, as if the passage of time had not changed anything. His upright shoulder line and cinched waist made his back, which was originally slightly hunched due to years of dejection, appear straight. The upright figure and broad shoulders that were originally hidden by old clothes, belonging to a martial artist, are now fully revealed. He walked to the cracked mirror in the bathroom. The person in the mirror had messy hair, a stubble beard, and eyes that held a habitual laziness that clashed with his sharp clothes. He turned on the tap, splashed cold water on his face, picked up the razor, and skillfully shaved off the stubble, revealing his strong jawline. Then, I wet my hands and carefully combed my unruly hair back. Although I didn't use hairspray, it looked much neater and cleaner. After doing all this, he looked up at the mirror again. The person in the mirror seemed to have been reborn. His messy hair and stubble were gone, revealing a face with sharp features, weathered yet showing no signs of aging. His deep eyes were calm and still, yet they possessed a sharp insight into the ways of the world. The well-fitting black Zhongshan suit perfectly accentuated his calm and reserved temperament, naturally exuding an aura of authority and self-importance. Where is even a trace of the decadent middle-aged man who used to lounge on the sofa picking his toes and argue heatedly over a few cents at the market? This is clearly a master hidden in plain sight, a grandmaster with extraordinary bearing, no, a great master. Wang Yitian nodded slightly at himself in the mirror, seemingly quite satisfied. He straightened his collar, flicked off non-existent dust, and moved with unhurried ease. Just then, the door was pushed open with a bang, and Wang Xinran returned from her morning exercise. She had short, colorful hair that was damp with sweat, her face was flushed, and she was carrying a bag of soy milk and fried dough sticks for her father. The voice arrived before the person even entered. "Old man. Are you up yet? I brought you breakfast, hurry up, while it's hot." Before she could finish speaking, she stepped inside, casually glancing around the living room. Then, as if frozen in place, she stood motionless at the doorway, her mouth half open, the words stuck in her throat, her eyes wide open, and the bag of soy milk in her hand almost slipping from her grasp. What did she see? In the center of the living room stood a tall, imposing stranger dressed in a sharp black Zhongshan suit. With a strong profile and a calm demeanor, just looking at his back and profile gives off a sense of intimidation. The key question is, how did this person end up in her house? And he's wearing such formal clothes? Thief? No, what thief dresses like that? And that back view, why does it look so familiar? Wang Xinran was a little confused. She subconsciously rubbed her eyes and looked at them carefully again. When the man slowly turned around at the sound of her voice, revealing a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar after he had shaved and combed his hair, Wang Xinran was completely petrified. Old man? Her voice trembled, filled with disbelief and astonishment. Her finger pointed at Wang Yitian with a shaking gait. You, who are you? What's wrong with you? Or am I hallucinating from practicing martial arts? Are you dressed like this for a blind date? No, what kind of blind date would you be at your age? What's wrong with you? She circled Wang Yitian twice, looking him up and down as if she were meeting her father for the first time. This outfit, this hairstyle, this face. Although the basic features are still the same, the overall spirit and energy of the person have completely changed. It used to be a muddy mess, but now, it's like a sharp sword sheath, seemingly calm, yet exuding an indescribable sharpness and majesty. Wang Yitian was almost amused by his daughter's bizarre expression, but he maintained his calm and composed demeanor. He glanced at her indifferently, his tone flat and even. Shouting and yelling like this, what kind of behavior is this? After your morning exercise, you should consolidate your cultivation. You just broke through, what kind of behavior is it if your foundation is not stable? As he spoke, he turned slightly to face the broken mirror on the wall, and finally straightened his already meticulous collar with elegant and composed movements. Wang Xinran was still in shock and stammered, No, where are you going? Dressed like that, it's kind of scary. Are you going to some important event? Did the school invite you? That can't be right, even if the principal invited you, you wouldn't need to dress like that, would you? After tidying up, Wang Yitian turned to his daughter, his gaze deep, I have some errands to run. You? He paused, his tone leaving no room for doubt, stay home and cultivate diligently. Don't wander around unnecessarily, and especially don't go looking for trouble. After saying that, he didn't say anything more and walked towards the door. With steady steps and an upright posture, his well-fitting Zhongshan suit accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, giving him an air of profound and dignified composure. Wang Xinran remained standing there dumbfounded until the door clicked shut, forgetting to put down the soy milk and fried dough sticks she was carrying. She stared at the empty doorway, then looked down at her sweat-soaked training clothes, her mind still replaying the horrifying image of her father from earlier. After a long while, she suddenly came to her senses, swallowed hard, and muttered to herself. Wow, my dad actually looks pretty presentable when he's dressed up? This discovery shocked and horrified her even more than her breakthrough to the early stage of martial master yesterday. What exactly is this old man up to today? At this moment, Wang Yitian, who had already gone downstairs and was bathed in the morning sunlight, felt the surging power in his body and the natural flow of the heaven and earth energy around him. A very faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Lin family, Lin Jindong. Are you ready to welcome the guests? Chapter 50, Visiting the Lin family. The morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist and shone on the most magnificent Lin family manor in the western district of Jiangcheng. The towering wrought iron gate was tightly shut, and two sharp-looking guards with prominent temples stood in front of it, their eyes scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. The estate is shaded by lush trees, and a corner of the luxurious villa can be vaguely seen in the depths, showcasing the owner's extraordinary status and wealth. A tall, upright figure appeared unhurriedly on the tree-lined path outside the Lin family manor. The newcomer was dressed in a sharp black zhongshan suit, with a steady gait, a stern face, and deep, ancient eyes. It was Wang Yitian. His attire was out of place with the luxurious surroundings, yet he possessed an air of profound composure that made him impossible to ignore. The two guards immediately became alert. One of them stepped forward, raised his hand to stop them, and spoke in a condescending tone. "Halt! Who goes there? This is a private estate, and unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Get out of the way." Wang Yitian didn't stop walking, nor did he even shift his gaze. He merely glanced at the guard indifferently. It was just an ordinary glance, but the guard felt as if he were being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and an indescribable, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped his entire body. His blood seemed to freeze, his breath stopped, and he wanted to shout, but he couldn't utter a single word. He could only watch helplessly as the black figure walked straight toward the door. Seeing his companion standing motionless and the newcomer ignoring the warning, the other guard flew into a rage and roared, "You're courting death." He channeled his inner energy, unleashing a punch that carried a fierce wind, aimed straight at Wang Yitian's face. This punch was powerful enough to shatter stone tablets. Wang Yitian did not stop, but just as the fist was about to hit him, an invisible wall of energy seemed to ripple slightly around him. Bang! The guard who made the move felt as if he had crashed into an invisible steel wall. His fist felt like it was cracking, and he was sent flying backward at an even faster speed than when he came, crashing heavily into the wrought iron gate. With a dull thud, he slid to the ground, unconscious. The guard who had been intimidated by his imposing presence collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Wang Yitian didn't even glance at them, as if he were merely brushing dust off the corner of his clothes. He walked up to the heavy alloy door, but did not reach out. His gaze merely narrowed slightly. Creak boom. The alloy door, which required electricity or immense force to open, was pushed open with a sickening twisting sound, as if by an invisible giant hand, as it was forced inward and deformed before bursting open with a loud bang. The estate features a wide driveway and meticulously manicured lawns. The commotion had already alerted the others in the manor. Several figures sped towards the villa. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed as a butler, with a capable face and sinister eyes. His cultivation level had reached the mid-stage of martial master. He was followed by 4 or 5 martial artists whose auras were not weak. Upon seeing the wide-open gate, the unconscious guard, and Wang Yitian calmly walking in, the butler's expression changed drastically. He shouted sternly, "Who are you? How dare you force your way into the Lin residence? Do you know where you are?" Wang Yitian finally stopped, his gaze calmly falling on the butler, his tone indifferent. "Have Lin Jindong come out to see me?" The steward felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the man's calm yet intensely pressured gaze, but relying on the support of his backers and the Lin family's prestige, he forced himself to remain calm and sneered, "Arrogant. Do you think you can just see the patriarch as you please? No matter who you are, you forced your way into the Lin residence and injured the guards. Today, you will pay the price. Seize him." Several martial artists behind him shouted in unison, each wielding a weapon, and with a burst of momentum, they rushed towards Wang Yitian from different directions. The clash of swords and the shadows of blades instantly enveloped Wang Yitian. Wang Yitian frowned slightly, seemingly annoyed by their noise. He didn't move, but simply raised his right hand, pointing his fingers like a sword, and casually slashed at a warrior who was charging at the front and swinging his sword. Sizzle! A condensed, almost tangible, pale golden energy burst forth, striking first despite being delayed, easily severing the steel longsword and then grazing past the martial artist's arm. Ah! With a scream, the martial artist's right arm, which was holding the knife, was severed at the shoulder, and blood spurted out. The remaining force carried him away, sending him crashing into the artificial hill. His fate was unknown. The other martial artists were horrified at the sight, and their attacks faltered. The butler's pupils constricted, and a storm raged in his heart. Can you unleash sword energy with bare hands? So concise? Is this person a grandmaster? He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew, but he was already in a bind. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Form a formation! Trample him!" At the same time, he retreated rapidly, trying to send a message. Stubborn to the end. Wang Yitian spoke calmly, his figure flashing like a ghost, already appearing before the butler. The butler was terrified, gathering all his energy and unleashing a palm strike with fierce force. Wang Yitian neither dodged nor evaded, and instead struck out with his own palm. This palm strike, seemingly slow, contained an indescribable and profound trajectory, striking first despite being delayed, and lightly imprinted itself on the butler's palm. Snap! Put! The sickening sound of bones cracking and the sound of vomiting blood rang out almost simultaneously. The butler's hand, which was infused with powerful primordial energy, along with the bones in his forearm, shattered inch by inch in an instant. He was as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, spitting out blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. He flew dozens of meters backward, crashing into a landscape tree as thick as a bowl before collapsing to the ground, only able to exhale and not inhale. The remaining martial artists were so frightened that they dared not step forward and retreated, looking at Wang Yitian as if he were a demon god. Wang Yitian didn't even glance at the corpses and wounded on the ground. He flicked the hem of his spotless clothes and strode towards the most luxurious villa. Wherever it went, the guards and servants of the Lin family who rushed to the scene were all intimidated by the invisible, terrifying aura emanating from it, and they all gave way, with no one daring to stop it. He walked as if he were in an empty house, heading straight for the heavy mahogany door of the villa. The door was closed. He didn't push it open, but his gaze narrowed slightly. Boom! The two heavy solid wood doors shattered into countless fragments as if hit by cannonballs, shooting inwards. Amidst the flying sawdust, Wang Yitian stepped inside. In the spacious and luxurious hall of the villa, Lin Zhendong sat in the main seat with a gloomy face, scolding Lin Hao, who was hanging his head and had a splint on his right leg. The sudden loud noise and the pervasive murderous aura made the two of them look up in horror. When Lin Zhendong saw Wang Yitian walking in slowly with an indifferent expression, especially when he felt the terrifying aura emanating from the other party, which was like a bottomless abyss, as vast as the sea, making his soul tremble, the anger on his face instantly froze, turning into extreme horror and disbelief. Cold sweat poured down his back like a waterfall. He tried to stand up, but found that his body was as if it were being pressed down by an invisible mountain, and he couldn't move even a finger. Even a late-stage martial master's cultivation level is as insignificant as an ant in the face of this aura. Lin Hao was so frightened that he trembled all over and collapsed to the ground, his crotch instantly soaked. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Wang Yitian, as if he had seen a demon from hell. Wang Yitian's gaze swept across the messy hall, finally landing on Lin Zhendong, who seemed frozen in place, as if he were just a piece of insignificant furniture. He walked over to an expensive rosewood armchair and sat down leisurely. On the coffee table beside him was an exquisite set of purple clay teaware. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of still warm fragrant tea, his movements elegant and composed, as if he were at home. He picked up the teacup, brought it to his nose, took a sip, and then raised his eyelids to look at Lin Zhendong, whose face was pale and who was sweating profusely. He spoke in a calm tone, his voice not loud, but it resounded in Lin Zhendong's ears like a thunderclap. The tea is all right. It's just that her upbringing is a bit lacking. He put down his teacup, his gaze like two sharp swords piercing Lin Zhendong. Patriarch Lin, sending a low-level assassin, is this how your Lin family treats its guests? Or do you think that my daughter, Wang Yitian's daughter, is someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can mess with? Lin Zhendong trembled violently, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He knows. He knows everything. Moreover, this aura, this is definitely that of a grandmaster. No, I'm afraid he's a grandmaster. My God. This Wang Yitian is actually a grandmaster. He actually sent someone to assassinate a grandmaster? They want to harm his daughter? That's practically suicide. Overwhelmed by fear, Lin Zhendong opened his mouth, wanting to beg for mercy, but found his throat dry and unable to make a sound. Looking at him like this, Wang Yitian gently shook his head, his tone still calm, yet carrying a judgmental indifference. Patriarch Lin, I can help you discipline your son if you fail to raise him properly. But you've repeatedly provoked my daughter. Tell me, how should we settle this score? The hall was deathly silent. Only Lin Zhendong's heavy, bellows-like breathing and Lin Hao's suppressed sobs could be heard. Sunlight streamed through the broken door, illuminating Wang Yitian's cold and calm face, like a judge holding the reins of life and death. Chapter 51 Might Makes Right. the luxurious hall was deathly silent. Dust motes floated in the beam of light that shone through the broken door. Lin Jindong stood frozen in the main seat, his clothes completely soaked with cold sweat, his face as pale as paper, and his lips trembling uncontrollably. He felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and each beat was incredibly difficult. Faced with Wang Etienne's calm yet abyss-like gaze, all his scheming, calculations, and reliance crumbled instantly, leaving only the most primal fear, like facing a natural disaster. Endless regret and fear were like ice water poured over his head, instantly bringing him to his senses. What Lin family reputation, what Western district dominance in the face of life and death, they're all bullshit. He now has only one thought: to survive. To survive at all costs. Senpai. Lin Jindong used all his strength to squeeze out those two words from his throat, his voice dry and hoarse, filled with humility and fear. He struggled to stand up from the chair to bow, but found that the invisible pressure still enveloped him like a mountain, making it impossible for him to even stand up. He could only maintain an extremely humiliating half-standing posture, with cold sweat sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the expensive Persian carpet. He abruptly turned his head, looking at his son Lin Hao, who was slumped on the ground, his crotch soaked, trembling like a leaf. His eyes flashed with a fierce look of disappointment, and he roared with all his might, "Useless thing! Get over here now! Kneel and apologize to your senior. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so incompetent at school and lost to someone, my Lin family wouldn't be in this state." Now! Lin Hao was already terrified. Hearing his father's roar, he scrambled over to Wang Etienne. Hearing his father shift the blame onto him, he was shocked and frightened. Tears streamed down his face as he frantically banged his head against the floor, making dull thuds. He cried out incoherently, but instinctively tried to divert the blame. "Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. It's not my fault. It really isn't my fault." He kowtowed repeatedly, pointing frantically at Lin Jindong. It's my father. My father felt he had lost face, so he sent someone I tried to dissuade him. I really did try to dissuade him. Senior, please understand. I simply lost the match, and I concede defeat wholeheartedly. I have absolutely no intention of revenge. It's all my father's fault. He couldn't swallow this insult. It was him. Shut up. You wicked creature. When Lin Jindong heard his son try to shift all the blame onto him at the critical moment of life and death, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned from white to green, and he trembled all over. Pointing at Lin Hao, his eyes were bloodshot, he said, "You piece of trash. You are bad at your own work and have disgraced yourself. Now you dare to blame your father? How could my Lin family produce such a cowardly and irresponsible bastard like you?" He was filled with shock, anger, and regret at that moment. What shocked him was Wang Etienne's terrifying strength, what angered him was that his son was so useless, and what he regretted was that he had provoked such an existence for the sake of this good-for-nothing. Watching the father and son shirking responsibility and making a fool of themselves at the critical moment of life and death, Wang Etienne's eyes remained indifferent, without the slightest ripple. He slowly took another sip of tea, then gently placed the teacup on the coffee table, making a crisp clinking sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it made Lin Jindong and his son's hearts skip a beat simultaneously. The argument stopped instantly, leaving only fearful gasps. Admitting fault? Or shirking responsibility? Wang Etienne finally spoke again, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable coldness. His gaze, like two icicles, pierced Lin Hao first. In a martial arts arena, victory and defeat are common occurrences. You lost because your skills were inferior, and there's nothing to say about that. But you. His gaze shifted to Lin Jindong, whose face was ashen, and his chill deepened. As a father, instead of teaching your son to face failure, you acted out of personal grudges, harboring murderous thoughts and committing this despicable act. Lin Jindong, you are the real culprit. Senior. Lin Jindong wanted to explain, but he was speechless under Wang Etienne's all-knowing gaze, and all that remained was boundless fear. If kowtowing a few times and shirking responsibility could offset your repeated offenses in murderous intent. Wang Etienne slowly stood up, looking down at them, then this world is far too cheap. He raised his right hand, and seemingly casually pointed his index finger at Lin Jindong's Dantian energy center with a light touch. This gesture was so light and calm that it didn't stir up the slightest fluctuation of primordial energy. However, Lin Jindong felt an indescribable, irresistible, terrifying force containing the law of destruction, which ignored all his defenses and pierced his vital Dantian with perfect precision. Puff! Lin Jindong was trembling violently, as if struck by lightning. A mouthful of bright red blood gushed out. The qi collapsed instantly. The cultivation he had painstakingly cultivated for decades vanished as quickly as the tide receded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He became listless, his face turned ashen, his eyes dimmed, and he aged decades in an instant. Father! Lin Hao let out a shrill scream, terrified out of his wits. Wang Yitian withdrew his finger, his tone indifferent. This is the interest I paid for sending assassins for you. Canceling your cultivation is a small punishment to serve as a warning, so you won't harbor any more delusions in the future. Then, his gaze swept over the limp Lin Hao and finally settled on Lin Jindong. The interest has been paid. Now, let's talk about the principal. He held up 5 fingers, 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. First, prepare 5 million credits. Secondly, keep a close eye on your Lin family. From this day forward, if I hear even the slightest bit of gossip about my daughter, Wang Xinran, or if any member of the Lin family dares to appear within 100 meters of her. Wang Yitian paused, his voice icy cold, carrying a chilling killing intent like that of the deepest hell. Then the Lin family has no reason to exist. I will come personally and wipe this place clean. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. This junior understands. Jindong struggled to kneel on the ground, his forehead pressed against the earth, his voice trembling but clear. 3 days. 5 million will definitely be delivered. The Lin family will never dare to disturb you and your daughter again. If we disobey, may we be struck down by heaven and earth. Wang Yitian stopped looking at them, turned and walked towards the broken gate, the sunlight stretching his shadow long and thin. Remember your words. The sound faded away, and the figure vanished. Inside the hall, only the despairing father and son, the stench of blood, and chilling fear remained. Might makes right. Today, the Lin family has deeply understood this principle through their cultivation and dignity. Chapter 52 Money is meant to be spent. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As expected, the Lin family kept their promise. Early on the 3rd day, an ordinary-looking black storage bag without any markings was quietly placed at the door of Wang Yitian's low-rent apartment by a stranger who exuded a tense aura. The man put down the bag and, as if afraid of being caught by something, slipped away without looking back, moving as fast as the wind. Wang Yitian opened the door, picked up the bag, and scanned the inside with his divine sense. 5 million credits, brand new and crisp, neatly stacked, exuding the fresh scent of ink. No more, no less, exactly this number. He weighed the storage bag in his hand, a faint smile curving his lips. Although Lin Jindong lacks ability and is a poor father, he is at least quite capable when it comes to spending money to avoid trouble. It seems that his visit that day was very effective. He carried the bag back into the house, casually tossed it into the corner as if it were a bag of potatoes he had just bought, and continued to sprawl on the sofa, watching his old, outdated TV series. It was as if what was inside wasn't a huge sum of money that could make an ordinary family financially independent, but really just a bag of vegetables. In the afternoon, Wang Xinran came home from school and immediately complained of being hungry. Her eyes swept over the conspicuous black bag in the corner, and she casually asked, "Old man, what's in that dark bag? Did you go collecting scraps?" Wang Yitian didn't even lift his eyelids, and lazily replied, "Yeah, I picked up some scrap paper." Wang Xinran pursed her lips, not paying any attention, and went into the kitchen to find something to eat. 2 more days passed, and it was the weekend. Early in the morning, Wang Yitian, unusually, didn't lie around. Instead, he changed into a set of casual clothes that looked fairly neat and said to Wang Xinran, who was about to go to the school's training room, "Don't train today. Come out with me." Wang Xinran was tying her shoelaces when she heard this. She was taken aback, looked up, and suspiciously sized him up. "Going out? What for? Are you going to the market to haggle with the aunties again?" "I'm not going, I can't bear the embarrassment. Open up new perspectives." Wang Yitian glanced at her, his tone calm yet carrying an indescribable meaning. "I'll take you to see the new house." "A new home?" Wang Xinran was even more confused, blinking her eyes. "What new home? The family across the street is moving out? You want to rent it and expand your living space?" "Old man, although we're a bit better off lately, we can't go on a spending spree like this. We need to be careful with that pension and my scholarship money." Wang Yitian didn't reply, but simply picked up the waste paper bag from the corner and walked out first. "Enough with the nonsense, follow me." Wang Xinran was full of questions, but curiosity prevailed over everything. She muttered mysterious and followed them. Instead of taking the bus or riding his dilapidated bicycle, Wang Yitian stood by the roadside and hailed a hover taxi. Wang Xinran's eyes widened even more. Old man, you must be possessed by an evil spirit today. My dad, who's usually so stingy he'd walk around the city 3 times to save on taxi fare, actually took a taxi today. Has the sun risen in the west? Wang Yitian opened the car door, shoved her inside, sat in the passenger seat himself, and gave the driver an address: go to the Jinlanyuan sales office. The driver responded, and the car started smoothly. Wang Xinran, sitting in the back seat, was still a little confused. Jinlanting? That newly built high-end apartment complex? What are we going there for? To visit? Will they let us in? Wang Yitian closed his eyes to rest, too lazy to pay attention to her. The car quickly arrived at its destination. The Jinlanting sales office was decorated in a modern and grand style, its surface gleaming. As soon as Wang Xinran got out of the car, she felt a little uncomfortable in the environment. She subconsciously wanted to tug at her father's clothes, but found that her father had already put his hands behind his back and walked straight inside with steady steps. His demeanor was more like that of someone inspecting a project than someone who was there to look at houses. A sales consultant in a smart suit greeted me with a professional smile. Sir, are you looking to view a property? Do you have an appointment? No, Wang Yitian said succinctly. Look at this apartment of yours, it's in a good location, quiet, and suitable for cultivation. It's ready to move in. The sales consultant maintained a smile. Yes, sir. Our Jinlanting apartments are high quality and comfortable. What is your budget range? The question was asked tactfully, but the meaning was clear. Wang Yitian didn't say anything, but simply placed the black storage bag in his hand on the reception desk with a dull thud. He opened the bag, revealing neatly stacked cash and credit points inside. Budget? He looked up at the consultant, his eyes calm and unwavering. Full payment. Must be available for immediate move-in. Lead the way. At that moment, the consultant's professional smile instantly turned into one of utmost sincerity and enthusiasm. Okay. Sir. This way, please. We happen to have a few high-quality, ready-to-move-in apartments that we still have. The views and the quietness are excellent. Wang Xinran watched in stunned silence. Looking at her father's calm demeanor and then at the bag of cash, she was a little confused. During the rest of the house viewing process, Wang Xinran was in a daze the entire time. She looked at the bright and spacious living room, the clean bathroom, the separate bedroom, and the small balcony. Although it couldn't compare to the promotional pictures of the top-tier mansion she had seen before, it was worlds apart from their dilapidated, drafty rental apartment. She gasped in shock when she heard the salesperson say that the fully furnished apartment was only a little over 4 million. More than 4 million. That's still an astronomical figure for her. Wang Yitian's expression remained unchanged throughout. He mainly asked about soundproofing, security, and the surrounding environment. Finally, he pointed to a 3-bedroom apartment on a middle floor that had good natural light and was relatively quiet, and said, "This is it." The salesperson quickly said, "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is a premium unit in our building, priced at 4.3 million credits. What do you think?" Wang Yitian interrupted her directly. 4 million. Sign the contract now, full payment. If it works out, great. If not, I'll check out the neighborhood next door. The saleswoman was taken aback. This price negotiation. She hesitated and said, "Sir, this price. I need to consult with the manager." A few minutes later, the manager came over, and there was another round of communication. The price was set at 4.1 million, with some furniture and a year's property management fee included. Wang Yitian then nodded. Okay, let's get the paperwork done. Sign the contract, count out the corresponding cash from the bag, and get the keys. The process is quick. When Wang Yitian shoved the keys to the new house into Wang Xinran's hand, who was still in a daze, Wang Xinran suddenly snapped out of it. She grabbed Wang Yitian's arm, her voice trembling as she screamed in a low voice, "Dad, Dad. You robbed a bank? No. What did you do? Where did this money come from? More than 4 million. You just spent it like that? Our shabby house only pays a few thousand in rent a year." Wang Yitian disdainfully brushed her hand away, flicked his sleeve, glanced at her, and spoke with utter nonchalance. Robbing a bank? Can't you think of something more sophisticated? Do you think I'm the kind of person who does that kind of tasteless work? He strode towards the door, then slowly added, "Don't ask so many questions. The money came from a legitimate source. We couldn't live in that shabby house anymore, so we moved. Money is just paper. If it sits idle, it only becomes money when you spend it and buy a comfortable place. Understand? Wang Xinran. There was too much information. But seeing that her father had already walked out, she didn't have time to think too much and followed him in a daze. On the way back to her low-rent apartment, Wang Xinran looked out the window and then at her father, who was resting with his eyes closed, and felt like she was dreaming. So, you have a new home? And a luxury apartment at that? Back in the dilapidated low-rent housing, Wang Yitian directed, don't just stand there, pack your things. Take what's useful, throw away what's not. We're moving today. Looking at the familiar, dilapidated furniture and clutter in the room, Wang Xinran felt a little reluctant, but mostly excited. She began frantically packing her things, mainly her practice clothes and some personal belongings. Wang Yitian's life was even simpler. He had almost no personal belongings, just a few old clothes and some odds and ends. A few hours later, the father and daughter stood in the now much emptier low-rent apartment. Wang Yitian took one last look at the place he had lived in for many years, his eyes calm and without the slightest trace of lingering affection. I'm leaving, he said to Wang Xinran, picking up a simple suitcase. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, took one last look at the little house filled with memories, and turned to follow her father. Lock the door and throw the key into the mailbox. The two carried their simple luggage, walked to the roadside, hailed a taxi again, and headed to their destination Jinlenting. Sitting in the new car, watching the street scenes rushing past the window, Wang Xinran couldn't help but ask again, old man, what about the money? Wang Yitian, with his eyes closed, interrupted her, I told you not to ask. Remember, from now on, this is our home. Focus on your cultivation and don't think about anything else. Wang Xinran looked at her father's profile and swallowed her question. Regardless of where the money came from, being able to leave that wretched place and move into a clean and bright new apartment is always a wonderful thing. She gripped the new key in her pocket, her heart filled with anticipation for the future. Let whoever wants to live in that run-down low-rent apartment live there. This genius is moving into a new apartment starting today. Chapter 53. The trees are still, the wind does not stop. For the first 2 days after moving into their new home, Wang Yitian and his daughter Wang Xinran enjoyed a few peaceful days. The new apartment is bright and clean, with a wide view and excellent sound insulation. I no longer have to listen to the couple next door arguing in the middle of the night or the stray cats moaning downstairs. Wang Xinran was particularly satisfied with the small cultivation room with independent ventilation. Although it couldn't compare to the school's luxurious one, the concentration of elemental energy was still decent. The key was that it was private and quiet, so she could do whatever she wanted without worrying about disturbing the neighbors. Besides going to school, she spent her days in the training room consolidating her early martial arts master level and adapting to her surging power. Her days were incredibly fulfilling. Wang Yitian thoroughly implemented the lying flat policy. The sofa in his new home was much more comfortable than the shabby thing in his low-rent apartment, so he could lounge around with even more confidence. Every day, besides routinely using her divine sense to scan her daughter's physical condition to ensure that the catalyst was stable and had no side effects, she would order takeout in various ways. Before, she would be very careful to calculate coupons, but now she was at least fairly fed and could occasionally order barbecue or crayfish to improve her meals, although most of the time she would still order the same few cheap and filling set meals. The underground world of Jiangqing's western district is far from peaceful due to the Lin family's quiet departure, with undercurrents surging beneath the surface. At first, everyone just found it strange. The Lin family, who used to be a dominant force in the western district with numerous businesses and a constant stream of visitors, has suddenly become unusually low-key these past few days. Although the casinos and nightclubs under its umbrella are still open, the people in charge have changed to a new group of unfamiliar faces, and their style of doing things has become more cautious, even a bit fawning. Those Lin family members who used to act arrogantly have vanished as if they've disappeared from the face of the earth. Not a single one of them can be seen anymore. Those with good connections and a bit of guts started secretly inquiring. And what they found out was quite something. The Lin family's core residence is being sold off quietly. It's not the kind of thing that's put up for sale, it's something that's quickly and desperately sold at a discount through clandestine channels. Some prime properties have been quietly acquired by a few astute families at prices 20-30% below market value. Even more chilling, someone claimed to have seen Lin Jindong and his beloved son Lin Hao, on a dark and stormy night, with a few trusted confidants and minimal luggage, ride in an inconspicuous hovercar and head directly out of the city towards a more remote satellite city. When they left, they were so hurried and discreet, it was almost like they were fleeing a disaster. The news spread like wildfire, causing a huge stir in a certain small circle. Have you heard? The Lin family has fallen? They've run away? No way. Lin Jindong is a late-stage martial arts master. He's been operating in the West District for so many years, with deep roots. How could he just collapse like that? It's absolutely true. The house has been sold. And the person has left. Apparently, they messed with someone they shouldn't have. His someone we shouldn't have messed with? In Jiangcheng, is there anyone who can make Lin Jindong run away with his tail between his legs? Hey, you didn't know this, did you? Remember the school selection competition a while ago? Lin Hao, that genius from the Lin family, lost to a high school sophomore girl. Yes. Her name is Wang Xinran. Her dad. I think he lives in that low-rent housing in the XC district? That's why it's so weird. Everyone's talking like crazy outside, saying that Wang Yitian isn't as simple as he seems on the surface, but a peerless master who's been hiding his true strength. The Lin family has really bitten off more than they can chew this time, and the hottest kind at that. A reclusive master? Holy crap! A novel coming to life? Is it really that surreal? Otherwise, how do you explain it? The Lin family didn't dare utter a single word, and directly sold off their assets and ran away? How much deterrent power does that require? Various speculations and rumors are rampant. A reclusive tycoon living in a low-rent apartment, a hidden master whose daughter is a martial arts genius, a mysterious powerhouse who paralyzed a late-stage martial arts master with a single punch. The stories of Wang Yitian and his daughter have been embellished and spread like wildfire. Those who used to be close to the Lin family are now terrified and filled with lingering fear. They all warn their subordinates to keep their eyes peeled and to avoid Wang Tianyi and his daughter from now on. Don't mess with them. The power structure in the West District has been quietly reshuffled due to the Lin family's sudden departure. Several families that were originally overshadowed by the Lin family began to stir and try to divide up the power vacuum left by the Lin family, but everyone tacitly avoided mentioning one name: Wang Yitian. That name, and his genius daughter, quietly spread throughout the upper echelons of the West District and even the entire Jiangcheng. Jinlinting, 16th floor, inside the new home. Wang Xinran had just finished a round of cultivation and walked out of the cultivation room, drenched in sweat. She grabbed an energy drink from the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls. She wiped her sweat and said excitedly to her father, who was sprawled on the sofa watching the news, "Old man, I feel like my cultivation has been going much better lately. My blood and qi circulation is much smoother than before. The feng shui of this new house is really good. It's so much better than that shabby cheap rental." Wang Yitian didn't even lift his eyelids, staring at the interstellar exploration news playing on the screen, and casually hummed in agreement. Wang Xinran didn't mind and leaned over to ask curiously, "Hey, I'm saying, lately the people from the community property management have been acting ridiculously nice to me, bowing and scraping from afar. And some neighbors who used to seem pretty arrogant are now avoiding me. Did you do something again?" She vividly remembers the day her father made a phone call and summoned the developer. Wang Yitian then slowly turned his head, glanced at her, and said in a flat tone, "What can I do? I'm just a law-abiding citizen. I guess he saw that you're a young girl and it's not easy for you to practice martial arts alone, so he wanted to show some neighborly kindness." Wang Xinran rolled her eyes. "I don't believe you. You're just trying to scare me again." However, she didn't delve into it further. It was good that no one was causing trouble. She changed the subject. "By the way, someone at school said that the Lin family seems to have moved away? Is it true? Just because Lin Hao lost the competition? It can't be that bad, can it? Is the Lin family such a sore loser?" Wang Yitian picked up his water glass, took a sip, and continued watching the news. He casually remarked, "Who knows? Maybe they think Jiangcheng has bad feng shui and want to move to another place. A tree dies when transplanted, but a person thrives." Just then, a crisp notification sound rang in Wang Yitian's mind. Ding! External threat detected. The Lin family has voluntarily withdrawn. Threat source eliminated. The safety of Wang Xinran's living environment has been significantly improved. Fatherly love points reward, 100 points. Current fatherly love points balance, 700. Wang Yitian's eyes flickered slightly, but his face remained expressionless. He snorted inwardly. Lin Jindong is smart enough to run away quickly. Saves me the trouble. He turned off the news, stood up, stretched, and said to his daughter, "Stop gossiping about other people's business all day. What does it matter to you whether the Lin family stays or leaves? Just focus on your own things. What do you want to eat tonight?" I'm in a good mood today, so I'll allow you to order a more expensive takeout. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinran perked up, instantly forgetting about the Lin family, and exclaimed, "Really? I want to eat at Yuanqi Barbecue in the city center. I heard their grilled beast ribs are amazing." "Okay, order." Wang Yiqian waved his hand, walked to the balcony, and looked at the lights of thousands of homes gradually lighting up downstairs with a deep gaze. The Lin family, that fly, has finally been swatted away. We'll enjoy these few days of peace and quiet as long as we can. As for the rumors circulating outside, he didn't take them to heart at all. A reclusive master? A hidden monk? They can think whatever they want. Wang Yiqian thought that if he could train his daughter to become a master, he would be invincible. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. As for other people, he doesn't bother with their business as long as they don't provoke him. Chapter 50 for the military's perspective. In the western district of Jiangcheng, on the 16th floor of Jinlinting, Wang Yiqian was living a very comfortable life. The new home is bright and clean, and takeout is delivered right to the door. My daughter, Wang Xinran, goes to school and practices every day, and her strength is steadily improving. Her little face is rosy and she looks very happy. He himself spent most of his time sitting on the new sofa as if he were born, scrolling through the news and watching mindless TV dramas. He studies the fancy-looking but questionable high-tech gadgets in the systems shop, occasionally scanning his daughter's status with his divine sense, calling it fatherly guardianship, but in reality, he's enjoying the slow, steady increase in his fatherly love value. With those flies from the Lin family gone, all is quiet and peaceful. Wang Yiqian felt that he was living the leisurely life of a retired senior cadre ahead of time. Except for his bank account balance, which was still a little short of true financial freedom, it was perfect. But his peaceful little happiness is clearly not something everyone is willing to let him enjoy forever. Just as he was pondering whether to try the highly rated Lingqi grilled fish that evening or continue to indulge in his old favorite, Jiangji beef noodles. Dozens of kilometers away, on the top floor of the heavily guarded command building of the Jiangcheng Garrison Military Region, with its signal jamming at maximum level, an electronic document marked Top Secret Orange was suddenly placed on Major General Yi Xingfan's desk. Yi Xingfan, in his early 40s, is a major general with a square face and sharp, eagle-like eyes. He is also a grandmaster in the mid-stage and is a top-tier figure in Jiangcheng. He had just finished a video conference about reinforcing border outposts, and his brows still showed signs of fatigue. He casually opened the document that his secretary had marked as highest priority. The screen unfolded, and a title popped up. Preliminary Investigation and Analysis Report on the Abnormal Strength of Wang Yiqian, a resident of Jiangcheng West District, and Related Circumstances. Wang Yiqian? Yi Xingfan frowned. The name was unfamiliar. Was there such a person in Jiangcheng? He patiently read on. The first half of the report is Wang Yiqian's public file, which is unremarkable, even somewhat shabby. Wang Yiqian, male, 45 years old. Former corporal of the Steel 7th Company of the 7th Field Army of the Eastern Theater Command. He retired due to injury in the 35th year of the Great Cataclysm, with a disability rating of level 7 mild. At the time of retirement, his strength was assessed as early stage of martial artist meridians damaged, potential exhausted. He currently resides on the 16th floor of Jinlinting in the western district of Jiangcheng City. He has no fixed occupation and receives federal veteran compensation. He has a daughter, Wang Xinran, who is currently a senior in high school at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Yi Xingfan clicked his tongue in disbelief. A veteran who retired due to injury, with limited skills, and lives on a pension. How did someone like this get their file sent to him at the top secret level? Is this a mistake? He continued scrolling down, full of questions. The following content took a sudden turn. It was like riding a roller coaster. The report detailed several strange incidents that had recently occurred in the Western District. Its queen, Xinran, was originally rated as ordinary, but recently she seems to have been cheating. In the Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school selection competition, she used her late-stage martial artist cultivation to easily defeat many martial artists who had reached the peak of their cultivation. In the semifinals, she won against Ouyang Qian, who was in the early stage of martial arts master, and in the finals, she beat Lin Hao, who was in the early stage of martial arts master, to the ground and won the championship. Attached is a partial analysis of the match monitoring, pointing out that Wang Xinran's fighting skills are sophisticated and tricky, completely unlike a student's style, suggesting that she may have received intensive private training from a master. Lin Zhendong, one of the local bullies in the Western District and a late-stage martial arts master, sold off his assets and fled with his son and core subordinates just a few days after the competition. the reason remains a mystery. Here's the important part. The report highlighted in bold red, through retrospective analysis of the Lingshu energy detection network deployed by the military throughout the city, an extremely brief but absurdly high energy level and abnormally precise energy burst was detected at the Lin family residence within a specific time period. The peak energy reaction far exceeded the threshold of a regular grandmaster, and it seemed to have touched the realm of a great grandmaster. The energy characteristics closely match Wang Yitian's activity trajectory. All the clues, winding and circuitous, ultimately pointed to one person, Wang Yitian, whose file stated early-stage martial artist crippled veteran. At the end of the report, the analyst wrote with such force that it seemed as if he wanted to puncture the screen. Preliminary conclusion: the target, Wang Yitian, suffers from extremely serious information asymmetry or incomprehensible circumstances. Based on the Lingshu network data and related events, his true strength is highly likely to have surpassed the Grandmaster realm and reached the Great Grandmaster level. His queen, Shinran's, abnormally rapid increase in strength is very likely closely related to this. Risk level: extremely high. Value level: to be determined. Recommendation: immediately activate the highest contingency plan, conduct covert contact, and verify the true situation and the target's intentions. Grandmaster? Upon seeing these three words, Major General Yi Xingfan sprang up from his chair, his fatigue instantly evaporating, his eyes widening in disbelief. Grandmaster? What does that mean? In the entire Jiangdong province, there are only a handful of grandmasters who are known by name. Each one is a stabilizing force that can influence the strategic balance of the region. Now, you tell him that in Jiangcheng, a second-tier city, in an ordinary apartment where someone has just moved out of a low-rent housing unit, there is a seemingly harmless disabled veteran whose file is as clean as a piece of paper. His real identity may be a hidden boss who can unleash grandmaster-level energy at will and scare away late-stage martial masters. This is even more outrageous than those interstellar news reports about aliens dancing on the far side of the moon. Yi Xingfan's first reaction was that it was absurd, the intelligence must be wrong. However, the Lingshu energy spectrum attached to the report cannot be faked. That's the military's most advanced detection system, with an incredibly low error rate. There's also the fact that the Lin family ran away, and the meteoric rise in strength of that girl named Wang Xinran. All these things, strung together, point to a conclusion that makes him feel both frustrated and exasperated, yet he has no choice but to take it seriously. In Jiangcheng, within his defense zone, there might truly be a giant dragon lurking. A giant dragon disguised as a salted fish. Yi Xingfan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He pressed the internal communicator and said in a low voice, "Chief of Staff, get to my office immediately. Run." A few minutes later, a bespectacled, capable-looking colonel rushed in like a whirlwind. He was Qin Feng, the brigade chief of staff, a grandmaster in the early stage, and Yi Xingfan's right-hand man. "Sir, what's going on? Why are you in such a hurry?" Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw Yi Xingfan's solemn expression. Yi Xingfan turned the screen towards him. "See for yourself. We'll talk after you've seen it." Qin Feng adjusted his glasses and quickly scanned the page. At first, he was puzzled, then surprised, then incredulous. When he saw the energy spectrum and the section about the Lin family's escape, his lips twitched. Finally, when he saw the Grandmaster assessment and conclusion, his hand trembled, and he almost threw his glasses away. Brigade Commander, this is too surreal." Qin Feng's voice changed. "Lingshu data should be correct. But Grandmaster? Wang Yitian? That's in the file, how is that possible? Is there some hidden story we don't know about? Or, is the equipment malfunctioning? What a load of crap." Yi Xingfan interrupted him impatiently. "Lingshu network has multiple nodes cross-validating simultaneously, with an error probability of less than 1 in a million. It's a fact that Lin Zhendong ran away. It's also a fact that his daughter's strength has increased dramatically. And now you're telling me this is a coincidence?" He paced back and forth in his office like a restless lion. A grandmaster, lurking in Jiangcheng, what is he up to? Is he friend or foe? Why is he disguising himself like this? What's his strategy in training his daughter to participate in the competition? These things must be clarified. Immediately. Right now. Qin Feng, being experienced, quickly calmed down, adjusted his glasses, and analyzed. "Sir, judging from the current behavior, the target doesn't seem to have shown any proactive aggression or destructive intent. Crippled Lin Zhendong, it seems more like a counterattack against provocation. Training his daughter to participate in the competition might just be normal, although a bit exaggerated, tiger parenting behavior. But we can't use common sense to guess the thoughts of a grandmaster. We must make contact and find out his trump card and attitude. That's right. Yi Xingfan stopped and stared intently at Qin Feng. This matter must be treated with the highest level of care. You go and handle it personally. Qin Feng stood at attention. Yes, sir. Please give your instructions, Brigade Commander. Yi Xingfan pondered for a moment, then quickly issued the orders. First, immediately raise the security level of all of Wang Yitian's information to strategic level, set the encryption permissions to the highest level, and without my order, not even a fly is allowed to get in and look. Second, in my name, draft an informal but absolutely sincere letter of inquiry, explaining that we have noticed some special circumstances and, according to the regulations for the management of high-level martial artists, we need to make necessary registration and reporting. This is purely routine and has absolutely no malicious intent. Keep a humble attitude. Third. He paused, his gaze turning grave as he looked at Qin Feng, and said, enunciating each word clearly, you, go there yourself. Bring a visiting card and an official letter. Remember, attitude. Attitude. And damn it, attitude. Be respectful. Don't bring guards, don't make a scene, just go alone, quietly. When you meet him, treat him with the respect due to a junior. Whatever his requests, as long as it's not treason or a crime against humanity, try your best to fulfill them. Our primary objective is to ascertain the situation, express goodwill, and establish contact, not to cause trouble. Do you understand? Qin Feng felt the immense weight of the mission. Facing someone who appeared to be a grandmaster, the slightest mistake could be a diplomatic incident, no, a security incident. He took a deep breath and solemnly saluted. Understood. Mission accomplished. I'll go prepare immediately. Yi Xingfan nodded and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Old Qin, stay calm. If he's really as strange as the report says, then you'll be meeting a living legend this time. Be careful and don't cause any trouble. Yes. Qin Feng turned around, quickly left the office, his heart pounding like a drum, and began to arrange what could be described as the most nerve-wracking visit in history. Yi Xingfan walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city lights coming on in the evening, his brows furrowed. Wang Yitian, who exactly are you? What are you planning to do in Jiangcheng? He had a vague feeling that the waters of Jiangcheng were about to be stirred up by this suddenly appearing old Wang. At that moment, Wang Yitian, who had just decided to have spiritual grilled fish for dinner, suddenly sneezed twice. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who's talking about me?" Little did he know that the military's gaze had been focused on his building like a searchlight. Chapter 55. A guest arrives from afar. It was a little after 7 p.m. Wang Yitian had just finished cleaning up the dishes and was wearing an apron while washing pots by the sink. Wang Xinran sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, grinning at a set of movement analysis diagrams on the screen, gesturing with her fingers in the air, and muttering to herself, "This point of force is too tricky. No, it seems to be like this." The doorbell rang. Without stopping his work or turning his head, Wang Yitian called out to the living room, Ran, go see who's here." "Oh." Wang Xinran responded, running barefoot to the door and peeking through the peephole. She saw a man standing outside, dressed in an ordinary jacket, standing ramrod straight. He looked quite energetic, but didn't seem to be a property manager or a neighbor. "Who is it?" she asked through the door. "Hello, is this Mr. Wang Yitian's home?" "I am Qin Feng from the Jiangcheng Garrison Command, here to pay a visit on behalf of General Yi Xingfan." The man outside the door spoke calmly and clearly. Wang Xinran was taken aback. "Garrison area? General?" She turned to look at the kitchen. "Dad. They're looking for you. They say it's someone from the garrison." Wang Yitian turned off the tap, wiped his hands on his apron, and walked over unhurriedly. He had actually already seen clearly with his divine sense that the newcomer was a mid-stage grandmaster with a calm aura and the capable spirit unique to military personnel. He knew perfectly well that this was definitely a consequence of what happened with the Lin family. He opened the door, looked at Qin Feng outside, his face expressionless, and stepped aside. "Come in." "Excuse me." Qin Feng nodded slightly, stepped into the room, and quickly and professionally scanned the living room. It wasn't a luxurious style, but it was clean and tidy, with the aroma of freshly eaten food in the air, as well as faint energy fluctuations left by young people practicing martial arts. Everything exuded the atmosphere of an ordinary family's life. This was not quite the residence of the reclusive master he had imagined. Wang Yitian closed the door behind him and said to his daughter, who was still curiously looking at Qin Feng, "Don't just stand there, go pour the guest a glass of water." Then he pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit down." Wang Xinran said oh and ran to the kitchen to pour water. Xin Feng thanked him and sat down on the sofa, his back naturally straight. Wang Yitian took off his apron and draped it over the back of the chair, then sat down opposite him. He casually picked up an apple from the table and began peeling it, asking casually, "Did General Yi send you? Is there something you need?" His attitude was so natural that it surprised Xin Feng. There was no wariness, no arrogance, it was like receiving a regular business visit. Xin Feng accepted the water glass from Wang Xinran with both hands, thanked her again, and then looked at Wang Yitian, his tone sincere. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for visiting you. General Yi is very concerned about you and your family. He sent me here mainly to understand some recent developments, and also to explain some regulations to you." He phrased it tactfully, but he got the point across. Wang Yitian hummed in agreement, his hand still peeling the apple, the peel hanging down evenly. "Go on." Xin Feng carefully chose his words and began the first round of probing, taking a very relatable approach. "We've noticed that your daughter, Wang Xinran, has been performing exceptionally well at school recently, making astonishing progress, which is extremely rare among her peers." The general was very pleased to hear about it. "I wonder if Mr. Wang has any special insights into education and upbringing? Our garrison also has schools for children of military personnel, perhaps we could learn from that." This seemingly ordinary question was actually an attempt to find out the reason for Wang Xinran's sudden increase in strength and whether it was related to Wang Yitian. Wang Yitian didn't even look up, just smiled and said, "The child's willingness to work hard is the most important thing. I don't have any special tips, I just told her that it's not shameful to lose, it's not shameful to admit defeat, and you can win next time. The rest is up to her to figure out." He handed the peeled apple to Wang Xinran, who was staring at him expectantly. "Here, have some, don't just look at it." Wang Xinran took the apple, took a bite, and mumbled, "My dad can only spout grand theories, he has no practical experience whatsoever, it's all thanks to my extraordinary talent." Her words were half sarcastic and half smug. Xin Feng smiled and steered the conversation further. "Yes, talent and hard work are both indispensable. However, a good environment and appropriate pressure are also important. For example, the Lin family in the West District seem to have brought some extra pressure to Weinran. But I heard they recently moved away from Jiangcheng." He touched upon the Lin family's troubles briefly, observing Wang Yitian's reaction. This was the second round of probing, touching on the core issue. Wang Yitian picked up another apple and continued peeling it, his tone indifferent. "The Lin family. Lin Hao lost the competition, and his father, Lin Jindong, isn't very considerate. He sent people to intercept me halfway. I couldn't hold back and started a fight. Later, they felt they had lost face and couldn't stay any longer, so they left on their own." He spoke of it lightly, as if he were talking about a neighborhood dispute. Chapter 56 Undisguised. Wang Yitian refilled Xin Feng's hot water, who was sitting opposite him, while he picked up a mug with the words "lying flat is the most comfortable" printed on it and slowly blew on it. Xin Feng accepted the teacup with both hands and thanked him, looking much more relaxed than when he first entered. He put down his teacup, his back still straight, and said earnestly, "Mr. Wang, thank you for your frankness. Now that we've come this far, I have a question. It may be a bit presumptuous, but it's my duty to ask." He paused, then looked at Wang Yitian with a candid gaze. "Regarding your current level of strength, would you mind disclosing it? This is very important as it relates to the level of subsequent registration and filing, as well as some specific arrangements." Wang Yitian was picking up an apple to peel when he heard this. Without stopping or looking up, he simply said, "Grandmaster." These three words were spoken so plainly, as naturally as saying "I've eaten." Xin Feng was clearly taken aback by the other party's directness and paused for a moment. He had prepared many probing questions, but now none of them were needed. He instinctively pressed, then, specifically, the early stage, the middle stage, or. Wang Yitian raised his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. "What, checking my household registration? Anyway, it'll be enough." He deftly twirled the small knife in his hand, apple peels hanging down evenly. "You can guess exactly how far it will go. Anyway, it'll be more than enough to deal with a couple of blind fools like Lin Jindong." These words were spoken casually, yet carried an undeniable confidence. It acknowledges the Grandmaster's strength while cleverly retaining the mystery of his specific realm, leaving people guessing. Xin Feng immediately realized that he had misspoke. For experts at this level, it's already quite remarkable that they directly acknowledge someone as a Grandmaster. It's really inappropriate to inquire further about their specific level. He quickly replied, I understand. I was being presumptuous. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your frankness. He straightened his posture and got to the point. Now that we have clarified your strength level, I need to explain to you in detail the core provisions of the regulations for the management of high-level martial artists after the Great Cataclysm. According to the regulations, all martial artists whose strength reaches the Grandmaster level or above must be formally registered with the military. Wang Yitian handed the peeled apple to his daughter, who was watching eagerly, and picked up another one to continue peeling. Registration and filing? Does that mean I'll have to report every time I go for a walk? Won't my retirement life be ruined? Xin Feng explained earnestly. Please rest assured, that's not the case at all. Registration and filing are mainly for strategic coordination. You can think of it as a safeguard rather than a constraint. Imagine if a massive beast tide were to break out in the wasteland one day, conventional troops alone would certainly be unable to withstand it. At that time, without prior knowledge of the distribution of high-end combat forces in the area, how could we efficiently organize a defense? Wang Yitian nodded, then changed his perspective and asked, that sounds reasonable. But what if I said I just want to live a peaceful life as an ordinary citizen and don't want to register? Xin Feng's expression turned serious, his tone sincere yet firm. Mr. Wang is joking. Registration is a rule formulated by the state based on overall security considerations, aimed at addressing the serious threats we all face. It is by no means a trivial matter. For example, there have been frequent unusual movements in the wasteland recently, and the frequency of activities of general-level wild beasts monitored on the border has increased significantly, indicating that our living environment is not safe. Stop. Wang Yitian gestured for a pause. Just kidding, look how anxious you are. Let's register, I understand my obligations. He put down the knife, his expression becoming more serious, but we have to agree, I hate trouble the most. Unless something really terrible happens, don't come looking for me every few days. Let me live a peaceful life, taking care of my daughter, that's better than anything else. Xin Feng immediately assured him, please rest assured on this point. Registration and filing are merely procedural requirements. We will never disturb your peace on a daily basis. We will only contact you through specific channels in the event of the highest level of crisis. That's more like it. Wang Yitian nodded in satisfaction, picked up the black encrypted communicator and weighed it in his hand. This thing looks pretty high-tech. It shouldn't keep popping up notifications for updates, right? Xin Feng explained earnestly, this is a top-level encrypted communication device specially made by the military. It will only be activated when the situation is deemed a life or death crisis. It is completely silent under normal circumstances and will never cause you any interference. Okay, I trust you. Wang Yitian casually placed the communicator on the coffee table. It's settled then. You can arrange a time to come and complete the formalities, and I'll cooperate. Thank you very much for your understanding and cooperation. Xin Feng smiled with relief. Wang Yitian waved his hand, it's nothing, I know the rules. I've been in the team before, so I have to prioritize the overall situation. As if remembering something, he casually asked, by the way, you just said that things aren't peaceful in the wasteland. What's the situation like outside right now? Seeing that Wang Yitian had taken the initiative to ask about the situation, Xin Feng perked up, since you asked, I won't hide it from you. The current global situation can be described in one sentence, seemingly calm, but turbulent undercurrents. He sat up straight and said clearly, since the Great Cataclysm, humanity's living space has been greatly compressed. According to the latest statistics, the global population is about 1.5 billion. Currently, the world is mainly divided into three major power structures, our Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom and its alliance in the Western Hemisphere, and the Survival Federation, composed of numerous survivor strongholds. Wang Yitian nodded thoughtfully. A tripartite balance of power has always existed since ancient times. The real threat comes from outside, Xin Feng said in a low voice. The mutated creatures in the wasteland are evolving at an unimaginable speed, and the scale and frequency of the beast tides are constantly increasing. In particular, recently, multiple border monitoring stations have reported abnormally active energy fluctuations, and there is conclusive evidence that wild beasts with the potential to pose a general-level threat have been frequently appearing outside the defense line. Even general-level wild beasts have come right under our noses? Wang Yitian frowned slightly. It seems the safe zone isn't as safe as we thought. That's exactly right. Xin Feng said in a heavy tone, that's why grandmasters like you who voluntarily register are all the more precious. Your contribution may be the cornerstone for stabilizing the situation and protecting millions of families at critical moments. Chapter 57: A Gathering of Heroes. The city-level competition will be relatively short, mainly serving to introduce the main storyline later. I hope everyone will support it, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to every reader who has given a reward. After seeing Qin Feng off, Wang Yitian stood by the window, fiddling with the military-made encrypted communicator in his hand. This thing was heavy and had a cool texture, reminding him of the undercurrents lurking beneath the surface of ordinary days. What he just told Qin Feng was the truth. If a real crisis were to occur and the people he cared about were threatened, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. But normally, he's still just an ordinary dad who only wants to lie around and watch his daughter cause trouble. He hoped that the smart people in the military would understand this. Qin Feng returned to the garrison area and reported Wang Yitian's attitude in detail. After evaluation, the higher-ups ultimately placed Wang Yitian on the observation list, with the following note: his strength is unfathomable, he is confirmed to be at the Grandmaster level, his stance is inclined towards our side, he prefers quiet, and he will not be disturbed except in major crises. This outcome represents a compromise acceptable to both sides. Wang Yitian has temporarily found a safer path and gained relative peace. This little incident, like a pebble thrown into a lake, created ripples that quickly subsided. Wang Yitian's focus quickly shifted back to the upcoming major event. The Jiangqing City-level selection competition for the National Youth Martial Arts Tournament was about to begin. This time, the scale is much larger than the previous school selection competition. The competition venue has been changed to the Yongfan Stadium, the largest comprehensive stadium in Jiangcheng, which is said to be able to accommodate nearly 10,000 people. Colorful flags fluttered outside the venue, and a huge holographic projection billboard played the competition's promotional video and sponsor logos on a loop. The place was bustling with people, and media outlets from all walks of life were ready with their cameras and microphones. The air was filled with a mixture of excitement and tension. Wang Yitian was still dressed casually, blending into the bustling crowd of spectators and their families, completely inconspicuous. Wang Xinran, dressed in the standard team uniform of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, followed behind the teacher in charge. Her face was tense, and her colorful short hair stood out today, attracting a lot of attention. As soon as she entered the contestants' preparation area, she felt an overwhelming pressure, far more intense than that of the intramural competition. Looking around, you can hardly see any faces of early or mid-stage martial artists in the entire preparation area. The lowest level is late-stage martial artist, and there are even several auras that clearly reach the level of martial master. Geniuses from all districts of Jiangcheng, major key high schools, and even some private martial arts gyms gathered together, each with sharp eyes and an extraordinary aura. Wow, what a spectacle! Wang Xinran gasped inwardly, feeling her heart race. She instinctively searched for familiar figures in the crowd, quickly locking onto a few particularly eye-catching ones. First, there was a girl not far from her, surrounded by several people. The girl was wearing a well-tailored, high-quality white training uniform. She had a tall and straight posture and a beautiful face, but her brows carried an undisguised arrogance. On a medical bag next to her was an inconspicuous family crest that discerning people would recognize. They're from the Lin family? No, they're not from the Lin family. Wang Xinran muttered to herself, then recalled the rumor she had heard. Oh, it's from the Ouyang family, Ouyang Shui. I heard that her family is a martial arts family, a genius nurtured by abundant resources, and she's already at the mid-stage of martial master. She's one of the favorites to win this championship. Ouyang Shui seemed to sense the gaze, glanced at Wang Xinran indifferently, her eyes calm and unwavering, before looking away, exuding an absolute confidence stemming from her strength and family background. On the other side, a muscular, dark-skinned boy dressed in what looked like a training uniform was warming up alone. His movements were simple and unpretentious, yet they exuded a sharp, menacing aura, and his gaze swept around with the sharpness of a hawk. Many people around him subconsciously kept their distance from him. That's Zhao Feng, the king of soldiers specially recruited by the military? Wang Xinran had heard of him. It was said that he grew up in a border outpost and had extremely rich combat experience. Although he was also a mid-stage martial artist, his combat power was said to be much stronger than others of the same level, and every move he made was a killing technique. This is a tough opponent. There was another person who caught Wang Xinran's attention. He was a rather thin-looking boy, dressed in ordinary sportswear, sitting quietly in the corner with his head down, seemingly out of place with the lively atmosphere around him. But Wang Xinran keenly sensed that the person's aura was somewhat erratic, exuding an indescribable eeriness. It seems to be a dark horse from the North District Common People's Middle School, named Shadow? Yes, that's Shadow. His playing style is very strange. During the previous district competition, his opponents lost without him even understanding how. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, feeling the fighting spirit in her blood being ignited. The pressure is immense, but I'm also incredibly excited. Competing against these geniuses is what makes it exciting. She subconsciously clenched her fist. With his exceptional perception, Wang Yitian was able to have a thorough understanding of the situation in the preparation area, even from a great distance. He mingled in an inconspicuous corner of the front row of the audience, watching his daughter's small figure among a group of geniuses, his face expressionless, but inwardly he was secretly delighted. The atmosphere is good, and the opponent looks formidable. This girl is going to have a tough time. He thought to himself smugly, pressure is the best motivator. Daughter, keep pushing. The stronger you are, the faster your dad can level up while lying down. This investment is a sure thing. He even had the leisure to comment on those key individuals he was focusing on. The Ouyang family's little girl has a good foundation, but she's a bit arrogant and needs to be tempered. That kid in the army has a murderous aura. He's a good prospect, but his methods are a bit unconventional. That guy called Shadow, his aura is interesting, he's hiding it quite well. Ranran needs to be careful. Soon, the opening ceremony ended, and the draw began. On the giant screen, the names and avatars of the top 32 contestants scrolled rapidly, eventually settling on their group assignments. Wang Xinran held her breath and found her name and group. Group C, Wang Xinran Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Early Martial Arts Master, Jiangmeng Thunder Martial Arts School, Mid Martial Arts Master, Sun Miao Girls Academy, Early Martial Arts Master, Chunning North District No. 3 Middle School, Perfect Martial Artist. Channing? Is that the Shadow? Wang Xinran's gaze sharpened. She had encountered a strange opponent in the very first match. Zhang Meng, a mid-stage martial master, was also in the same group. It seemed that advancing wouldn't be so easy. She looked up at the top of the screen, where the names and groups of several top contestants, whose strength had reached the late stage of martial master or even the early stage of grandmaster, were displayed. That's a height she still needs to look up to, but it has also become a goal she wants to challenge. Early stage grandmaster. Wang Xinran licked her slightly dry lips, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Just wait, this genius is here. The draw results have been announced, and the competition will officially begin in 1 week. The top 32 players are divided into 8 groups of 4 for a round-robin tournament, with the top 2 teams advancing to the top 16. Wang Yitian looked at the group assignments and stroked his chin. Not bad, the group assignments aren't too bad. That guy called Shadow is interesting, perfect for Ranran to practice with. Chapter 58 First Battle, Thunderous Force. After the lottery ceremony, Wang Yitian stood up and stretched. Now that the excitement is over, it's time to go home and prepare nutritious meals for our main offensive force who are preparing for the upcoming match. As for the competition? He wasn't worried at all. Anyway, even if the sky falls, his max-level boss father will be there to bail him out. What he's looking forward to now is how much potential his daughter can unleash under pressure, and how much experience he can gain from it. Let's go home for special training. Even last-minute sparring can be effective. Wang Yitian strolled out, in a very good mood. This city-level competition looks much more interesting than I imagined. A week flew by in intense and fulfilling preparations. The Jiangcheng city-level qualifiers for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition have officially begun. Inside the sailing stadium, the atmosphere was bustling with activity, and the stands were packed. A giant holographic projection floated in the center of the arena, displaying real-time match information and contestant data for each arena. The air was filled with subtle fluctuations of primal energy, the cheers of the audience, and the crisp whistle of the referee, all blending into a vibrant atmosphere that sent adrenaline soaring. Wang Yitian was still wearing his unassuming casual clothes, sitting in a corner of the audience with a good view. The position was not conspicuous, but it was enough to see his daughter's ring number 3. He held a cup of freshly bought, steaming hot herbal tea in his hand, sipping it slowly with a calm expression, completely out of place with the excited and shouting audience around him. He looked like someone who had come to watch a variety show. TSK, the air conditioning in this stadium is really strong. He muttered something to himself, adjusted his posture, and made himself more comfortable. He felt completely unmoved by the upcoming match. In fact, he even felt a slight urge to yawn. Achieving perfection in the early stages of a martial arts master? The result was a foregone conclusion given the disparity. He was simply there as a spectator to see how well his daughter was applying the results of her recent intensive training. Soon, the loudspeaker announced, Stage 3, Match 1, Wang Xinran from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School vs. Zhang Meng from Thunder Martial Arts School. Please enter the arena. The spotlight shone on ring number 3. Wang Xinran, dressed in a smart blue team uniform and sporting her signature colorful short hair, walked steadily onto the ring. She took a deep breath, looked around at the deafening roar, her face tense, but her eyes were bright with eager excitement. Her opponent was a martial artist at the peak of their skill level, while she was now a genuine martial master at the early stage. She was confident in her abilities, but she hadn't forgotten the 4 words her father had repeatedly told her: keep a low profile and be efficient. On the other side, Zhang Meng from Thunder Martial Arts School also jumped onto the stage. The guy was tall and muscular, wearing a martial arts uniform with a lightning bolt logo. He had an arrogant look on his face, and when he went on stage, he habitually waved his fist in the direction of the martial arts school that supported him, which drew cheers. He glanced at Wang Xinran, who was relatively petite, especially her eye-catching brightly colored short hair, and curled his lip, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. In his mind, girls who looked like performance artists were mostly all show and no substance. After briefly announcing the rules, the referee waved his hand and announced, "The match begins." Zhang Meng roared and launched the first attack. He practiced the powerful and fierce style that the Thunder Martial Arts School was good at. His first move was full of momentum, and his fist carried the faint sound of wind and thunder as it went straight for Wang Xinran's face. His speed and strength were indeed quite good for a martial artist at the peak level, which drew cheers from his supporters in the stands. Good timing, Wang Xinran thought to herself, but instead of retreating, she advanced. She didn't use any fancy footwork, she simply changed her footwork and took a seemingly simple side slide, but the timing was perfect, allowing Zhang Meng's surefire punch to just graze her shoulder. At the same time, Wang Xinran exerted force from her waist, and her right fist, like a cannonball, struck first, hitting the gap under Zhang Meng's ribs exposed by his punch. This punch, without any external radiance of yuan energy, contained the condensed power of an early-stage martial master, and its speed was so fast that it left only a blur. Zhang Meng had no idea that his opponent's reaction and speed were so fast. He felt that he could hit the target, but he missed. His old strength was exhausted and he had not yet generated new strength. He watched helplessly as the fist grew larger in front of him. He could only barely contract his muscles, trying to tough it out. Bang! A dull thud of flesh colliding rang out. Wang Xinran's fist landed solidly on Zhang Meng's ribs. Zhang Meng felt a sharp and powerful force penetrate his body, instantly dissipating his protective energy. He groaned and staggered back 5 or 6 steps as his burly body was struck. He almost collapsed to the ground, his face turning deathly pale. He clutched his ribs, unable to breathe for a long time, and had already lost his fighting ability. The entire exchange was clean and efficient, lasting no more than 3 seconds from start to finish. The once noisy stands fell silent for a moment. Many spectators, especially those unfamiliar with Wang Xinran, were taken aback. That's over? Holy crap! One punch? Isn't Zhang Meng the genius of Thunder Martial Arts Academy? A martial arts master at perfection. Who is that girl? From Jiancheng No. 1 High School? She's so fierce. Did you see how she made her move? So fast. After a brief silence, an even greater uproar and discussion erupted. Many people subconsciously looked at Wang Xinran's information panel on the screen, where her cultivation level was still displayed as late-stage martial artist. Official information updates are delayed, but this performance was clearly not right. The referee was also stunned for a moment before quickly stepping forward to check on Zhang Meng's condition. After confirming that he was no longer able to fight, he loudly announced, "The winner of Arena number 3 is Wang Xinran." Wang Xinran withdrew her fist, stood still, and calmed her slightly accelerated breathing. She glanced at Zhang Meng, who was clutching his stomach, his face filled with disbelief and pain, but felt nothing. In martial arts sparring, injuries are inevitable. She had already held back, otherwise, her opponent would have broken several ribs. She nodded slightly to the referee and the audience, then turned and walked off the stage, her steps still steady. "You played well, and your rhythm was pretty good." As she passed through the contestants' passage, a familiar voice drifted lazily into her ears. Wang Xinran turned her head and saw that her father had somehow wandered to the entrance of the passage, leaning against the wall, holding a cup of health tea in his hand. He was shaking the cup at her with an approving expression on his face that said, "You're a promising student." "Absolutely. Don't you know whose daughter she is?" Wang Xinran raised her chin, unable to hide her smugness, but still lowered her voice. "Old man, haven't I been low-key enough? I didn't even use my ultimate move." So, 60 points, barely passing." Wang Etian nodded, his tone perfunctory. "It's mainly because the opponent is too weak, which makes him stand out." The guy called Shadow in the next match is interesting, don't underestimate him. I know. Stop nagging. Wang Xinran said with a hint of annoyance, but she remembered it in her heart. Wang Yitian watched his daughter's energetic back as she walked away, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. A martial arts master in the early stages of cultivation is simply crushing a martial artist at the peak of cultivation. The fact that my daughter was able to handle the situation so calmly and decisively, without getting carried away or acting recklessly, shows that she has good mental control, and the results of her special training are beginning to show. Very good, keep it up. Meanwhile, in the preparation areas of the contestants in different regions, several pairs of eyes flickered slightly because of this brief competition. In the seated player area, Ouyang Shui merely glanced at the results on the screen before turning her gaze back to rest with her eyes closed. Defeating a martial artist at the peak of their cultivation was nothing to her. However, Wang Xinran's power seemed more refined than expected. On the other side, Zhao Feng, sitting upright like a javelin, sharply swept his gaze over Wang Xinran, who was heading towards the rest area. His eyes held less disdain and more scrutiny. That simple, direct punch just now, with its speed and angle of force, had a military flair, unlike that of an ordinary student. In the shadows of the corner, the barely noticeable shadow also slightly raised its head, looking in Wang Xinran's direction. Its eyes flickered under the hood, and it was unclear what it was thinking. Chapter 59: Dad's Unexpected Rescue. Starting from the first, the daily updates will change from 2 to 3. Thank you to every reader who urged for updates, gave rewards, and supported us. Wang Xinran's swift victory in her first match sparked considerable discussion within the competition venue. She had her distinctive short, multicolored hair and carried her school bag as she walked home alone. Although I won the game, my dad still rated it as so-so and barely passing, but it was my first time in a city-level competition, and the excitement in my heart hadn't completely faded. As she walked, she reviewed the match, feeling that she had timed her dodges and attacks fairly well, but the final pullback seemed a bit too forceful, almost knocking her opponent out of breath. I need to be more careful next time. Dad said to be discreet and efficient. As she muttered to herself, she turned into a shortcut she often took home. The alley wasn't exactly secluded, but it was quieter than the main road. She had only taken a few steps when she sensed something was wrong. 3 boys in matching black tracksuits, all quite large, strolled out of the alley ahead, arms crossed, glancing at her sideways, blocking her path. She heard footsteps behind her, and when she turned around, she saw 2 more people, toothpicks in their mouths, leaning casually against the wall. 5 people blocked her way in both directions. Seeing the lightning bolt logo on the tracksuit, Wang Xinran recognized them as people from Thunder Martial Arts School. The one in the lead, with a roguish look and his chin held high, was one of Zhang Meng's henchmen, the one she had just knocked down on stage with a single punch. Hey, isn't this the genius from number 1 high school? Why are you running so fast? The tall boy blocking the way spoke sarcastically. You beat our Meng GE, so you think you're so cool? Wang Xinran's heart skipped a beat, and she knew she was in trouble. What she feared most had come to pass. She'd just finished a competition, her strength hadn't fully recovered, and now she'd run into someone seeking revenge? Judging from their demeanor, they're up to no good. She took a deep breath, stopped walking, slung her backpack over her shoulder, clenched her fist, and slowly circulated her internal energy. Although a little nervous, she wouldn't back down, and she couldn't be defiant. What? Can't accept defeat? You can't beat them in the ring, so you come down here to ambush them? Is this the kind of quality you Thunder Martial Arts Academy has? Her face tightened, and her eyes swept over the group. Want to spar? I'm happy to oblige, but let's make it clear beforehand, you'll have to pay for any medical expenses if you get hurt. Hey! Still pretty stubborn. Another short, stocky guy spat out his toothpick. We didn't mean anything by it, we just thought you won that round too easily, so we wanted to spar with you again and teach you a lesson on what it means to be outdone. As they spoke, 5 people surrounded them in a fan shape, their eyes filled with hostility. They were clearly not there to spar. Wang Xinran calculated the distance and the approximate strength of her opponent, who was basically at the late stage of martial arts. If they really fought, she wouldn't be afraid, relying on her early stage martial master cultivation, but it would definitely take some effort, and she might even get hurt. The key point is that he just finished the competition and isn't at 100% fitness. She was a little nervous, but she forced herself to remain calm and prepared to strike first. Just as she lightly touched the ground with her toes, preparing to charge towards what appeared to be the weakest point of attack, a sudden change has occurred. Whoosh buzz. A piercing, muffled engine roar, accompanied by urgent horn blares, suddenly came from the other end of the alley. A green, somewhat old-looking heavy garbage truck suddenly went out of control, its front wobbling and its tires screeching as it hurtled toward them in an extremely wild and irrational manner. It wasn't going fast, but it looked intimidating, especially with the indescribable smell emanating from the truck bed. Holy crap! What the hell? Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The 5 martial arts students had never seen anything like this before. Terrified, they forgot all about blocking Wang Xinran and scattered in all directions, screaming as if they wished they had 2 more legs. They scrambled and crawled to hide in the corners of the walls, afraid of being touched by this biological attack. The garbage truck almost grazed their side before crashing into a garbage bin in the middle of the alley with a loud bang, crushing the bin and scattering all sorts of trash all over the ground. The driver got out, cursing, to check. Wang Xinran was also startled. She quickly took a few steps back, covered her nose, and looked at the sudden chaotic scene with a bit of confusion. While the group was still in shock and the driver was still yelling and cursing, Wang Xinran reacted quickly. If she didn't slip away now, when would she? She immediately slipped away, darting through the gap between the garbage truck and the wall, and ran out of the alley without looking back, as fast as a startled rabbit. Wang Xinran only breathed a sigh of relief after running to the main road and blending into the crowd. She patted her chest and said, "I was so scared. What bad luck I had today." The competition went smoothly, and then this ridiculous thing happened after school? She glanced back at the alleyway, thinking to herself, but that car went out of control a bit strangely. It felt like it was there specifically to get out of trouble. Meanwhile, on the edge of the rooftop terrace of a residential building diagonally opposite that alley, Wang Etian had a lollipop in his mouth and was swinging his legs listlessly. The pebble he flicked with his fingertip has long since rolled off into some unknown corner. He watched his daughter run away safely, then glanced at the mess in the alley downstairs, the disheveled martial arts students, and the cursing driver, and wrinkled his nose in disgust. TSK, the accuracy is alright, but this taste, it's a bit intoxicating. He muttered something under his breath, easily jumped off the edge of the rooftop, put his hands in his pockets, and strolled home as if nothing had happened. He kept his good deed hidden. Wang Xinran jogged home and was still panting when she opened the door. Old man. Old man. I'm telling you, I really lost my temper today. She plopped down on the sofa and gulped down several large mouthfuls of water. Wang Yitian was sprawled on the other sofa reading interstellar news, not even lifting his eyelids. What is it now? On the way back, we were ambushed in an alley by those sore losers from Thunder Martial Arts School. Wang Xinran said angrily, 5 people. They wanted to gang up on me. Luckily, I was quick-witted and brave. Oh. Wang Yitian changed the channel. And then? And then? Then something outrageous happened. Wang Xinran gestured wildly. Suddenly a garbage truck came rushing out. It was like it was going crazy, it just swept them all away. I took the opportunity to run back. Isn't that a coincidence? Wang Etian hummed in agreement, his gaze never leaving the screen. It is quite a coincidence. Be careful when you walk, don't cause trouble. There are a lot of bad people outside. Wang Xinran pouted, I know. You don't need to tell me. But, old man, do you think it might be? Before she could finish speaking, Wang Etian interrupted her. What do you mean, good luck? It's just good luck. Hurry up and wash your hands and eat, or the food will get cold. Looking at her father's perpetually limp and listless state, Wang Xinran swallowed back the question, was it you who did this? Maybe. I was just lucky. Or perhaps it was some passing righteous person who couldn't stand by and watch? She shook her head, stopped thinking about it, and went to wash her hands. Meanwhile, inside the Thunder Martial Arts School, the headmaster, Lei Bao, a burly, middle-aged man with a gloomy face, was listening to his students stammering and embellished reports. Brother Leopard. This is really weird. That car was like it had eyes, it just kept crashing into us. If we hadn't dodged quickly. Lei Bao's face turned ashen, and he slammed his hand on the table, useless. 5 people cornering a little girl, and you think a garbage truck can ruin it all? Brother Leopard, it's really not our fault, that car came too suddenly. Lei Bao waved his hand impatiently, telling his men to get lost. He always felt there was something strange about it. Chapter 60 Military Intervention. Thanks to the urging token from Spring Breeze's delightful butterfly. There will be one more chapter tomorrow, the 3rd. 1 urging token or 100 urging tokens per chapter will result in one more chapter. The city-level selection competition proceeded at breakneck speed, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the fierce final 16-team battle. The atmosphere inside the stadium was so intense you could fry an egg in it. Every match was a tough battle, and losing one meant going straight home. Standing under the spotlight on ring number 3, Wang Xinran felt the gazes coming from all directions like searchlights, making her a little flustered. She took a deep breath, stretched her wrists, and looked at her opponent. This guy's codename is Shadow. He's a dark horse who emerged from the North District number 3 middle school. True to his name, he's as thin as a bamboo pole. He wears a faded old tracksuit and always keeps his head down, making him incredibly inconspicuous. However, Wang Xinran dared not be careless at all. Her martial arts instincts told her that this person was definitely a tough nut to crack, exuding a sinister and dangerous aura. The referee blows the whistle, and the match begins. The shadow moved. And when it moved, it looked like a ghost. It was not the way a normal person would do. His body seemed to have no joints, and he slid across the ground at such a fast speed that he left afterimages. His trajectory was ridiculously unpredictable, sometimes in an S shape and sometimes in a B shape, making it dazzling to watch. Wang Xinran cursed inwardly and threw a punch, only to find that her fist was always just a tiny bit off. Either he twisted it away by a hair's breadth, or the punch felt weak and powerless. On the contrary, the shadow's counterattack was insidious, targeting joints and weaknesses, leaving a burning pain on the skin as if the wind had brushed against it. After several rounds, Wang Xinran was on the defensive, and sweat appeared on her forehead. Damn! What kind of mudskipper technique is this? It's so slippery. Wang Xinran inwardly complained, feeling a bit frustrated. She clearly had the advantage in strength at the early stage of martial arts masterhood, but what good was it if she couldn't hit anyone? The cheers from her classmates below the stage made her even more anxious. Sister Ran, hold on. Don't let him lead you astray. That movement technique is too unpredictable. It's impossible to anticipate. Wang Xinran forced herself to calm down. Don't panic. Think about how the old man usually tortures me. She recalled the fear of being dominated by her father's elusive teaching lights, and his occasional twisted logic. Eyes can lie, and feelings can lie. Find the pattern. Find the rhythm. Even the most ghostly shadow has to follow the light. Yes. Pattern. Rhythm. Wang Xinran stopped being reckless. She calmed down and her eyes became as sharp as a hawk's. Instead of staring at the other person's movements, she focused on sensing the subtle fluctuations in the other person's energy flow, the signs of muscle exertion, and even the rhythm of their breathing. This is a tactical insight forced out during special training. After a few more rounds, she gradually got the hang of it. Although the shadow movement technique is unpredictable, before making certain extreme changes of direction or launching a fatal blow, the muscles in the shoulder blades and waist and hips will be extremely slightly tense in advance, and the flow of energy will also be instantly accelerated and gathered at the point of force. Got you. A glint of light flashed in Wang Xinran's eyes. As the shadow once again slid ghost-like toward her side, and the handblade silently slashed toward her neck, Wang Xinran did not retreat or block as before. Instead, she anticipated the move and took a small side slide in the opposite direction, half a step in advance. This footwork, though seemingly inexplicable, perfectly blocked the shadow's prediction of her movement after dodging. The shadow's sure-fire strike missed its mark in an instant. For the first time, astonishment appeared in his eyes, and his movements froze and showed a momentary flaw. He had no idea that his opponent could predict where he would land. Now! Wang Xinran's inner energy suddenly erupted, and the power of the early stage of martial arts master was concentrated in her right fist. A straight punch, without any fancy moves but as fast as lightning, was like a cannonball, directly hitting the shadow's exposed chest opening due to the sluggishness of his body. Bang! With a muffled thud, Shadow staggered back 7 or 8 steps, his face deathly pale and his breathing disordered, clearly suffering internal injuries. He stared at Wang Xinran in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Xinran pressed her advantage relentlessly, launching a relentless offensive. The shadow was out of rhythm and its movement technique was broken, so it could only barely parry. After several dozen moves, he was knocked down by Wang Xinran with a sweeping leg kick, and the referee stopped the match in time. The winner of arena number 3 is Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from her brow, waved to the excited students below the stage, and stepped off the platform. That was a satisfying win. Winning with your brain is much more fun than brute force. Not bad, he knows to use his brain in a fight now, he's not too stupid. Wang Yitian had somehow wandered to the entrance of the passage again, leaned against the wall, tossed her a bottle of water, and spoke in a calm tone, but there was a hint in his eyes that he couldn't hide the meaning of "my daughter didn't embarrass me." Absolutely. The genes speak for themselves. Wang Xinran took the water and gulped down several mouthfuls, beaming with pride. "This thing is just too slippery, it made me sweat all over." Slippery is good, there will be plenty of these old sly guys in the future. Wang Yitian said lazily, "Go back and rest. The next match will be even tougher." While Wang Xinran was engaged in fierce competition, Lei Bao, the owner of Thunder Martial Arts School, was experiencing a roller coaster of emotions. His trusted aide, whom he had sent to smooth things over, returned, and the news he brought back made him even more uneasy. His confidant said that he had brought generous gifts and visited Jinlan Garden with great courtesy, but he hadn't even seen Wang Yitian. A seemingly lazy middle-aged man said through the door, "Take your things and get out of here. If you dare to bother me again, I'll break your legs." His tone was as calm as if he were talking about the weather, but the invisible pressure made this late-stage martial arts expert's legs go weak. He didn't even dare to leave his gifts before slipping away. Useless. Lei Bao cursed, but his unease grew stronger. How could an ordinary retired veteran have such an aura? He increasingly felt that Wang Yitian possessed some earth-shattering secret or treasure that allowed his daughter's power to skyrocket, and that Wang Yitian himself was unfathomable. Greed and fear intertwined, causing him to make an even more foolish decision. He used some shady connections to get in touch with the Black Snake Gang, a notorious local gang in Jiangcheng. This group of people only cares about money and doesn't care about people. They use ruthless methods. Lei Bao offered a large sum of money to the Black Snake Gang to find out Wang Yitian's background, and even hinted that if necessary, they could invite his daughter to interrogate him. He thought he had done something discreet, but little did he know that his little tricks had already been noticed by the Jiangcheng garrison. Wang Yitian is a registered and high-profile grandmaster, and the military is keeping an eye on the safety of his family. Just as Lei Bao made contact with the middleman from the Black Snake Gang and was discussing the details, the martial arts school door was suddenly pushed open from the outside with a bang. Two officers, dressed in crisp military uniforms and exuding a sharp aura, walked straight in, led by a pale-faced apprentice. The leader was a middle-aged military officer with the rank of lieutenant colonel on his shoulder. His eyes were sharp as lightning, sweeping across the martial arts hall before settling on Lei Bao, whose expression had changed drastically. "Master Lei?" The lieutenant colonel's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. "Jiangcheng Garrison Command, Military Discipline Inspection Department. There's something I need your cooperation in investigating." Lei Bao's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. "The Military Discipline Inspection Department? Why are they contacting me? Could it be?" The lieutenant colonel didn't give him time to think. He walked up to him and lowered his voice, so only the two of them could hear. "There are some people you can't touch or inquire about. Mind your own business and your people, and stay away from the Wang family. Otherwise..." The lieutenant colonel's eyes suddenly sharpened like knives, and a terrifying aura far surpassing that of a late-stage martial arts master was slightly revealed, pressing down on Lei Bao to the point of almost suffocating him. "Next time you come, it won't be a talk. You'd better watch yourself." After saying that, the lieutenant colonel turned and left with his men. They came quickly and left quickly, leaving behind a deathly silence in the martial arts hall and Lei Bao, whose face was ashen. Lei Bao slumped in his chair, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Military. It was actually the military that issued a direct warning. That aura just now, it was definitely that of a grandmaster. Even stronger. To warrant a warning from a military grandmaster, just who was Wang Yitian? A grandmaster? Or even higher? The thought that he had been so stupid as to set his sights on someone who was at least a grandmaster, and even contact the Black Serpent Gang, sent a chill down Lei Bao's spine. This was pure suicide. He was filled with remorse and frantically tried to contact the Black Snake Gang middleman to cancel the plan, only to find that he could no longer reach him. An even greater fear gripped his heart. Chapter 61: The Iron Tortoise and Breaking Through the Surface with a Single Point. After making it into the quarterfinals, Wang Xinran felt like the air around her had changed. The cheers in the stadium almost lifted the roof off, and the media were practically shoving their cameras and microphones right in the athletes' faces. None of those who have survived to this day are kind-hearted. They all have a knife in their eyes. Wang Xinran stood on the second arena, looking at her opponent, her lips twitching slightly. This guy, nicknamed Stone Buddha, is the top performer at the Rock Martial Arts School in the south of the city, and has a mid-stage martial arts master level. It was incredibly sturdy, not very tall, but very wide. When it stood there, it looked like an iron tower, no, more like an enlarged stone pier, the kind of old stone that had been exposed to the wind and sun for hundreds of years. His skin was dark and shiny, his muscles were bulging, his eyes were calm, and his aura was frighteningly heavy. As soon as the referee blew the whistle, Stone Buddha let out a low roar. A flash of earthy yellow energy light appeared on his body, and he seemed to become even heavier. He assumed a defensive stance, as steady as an old dog, clearly telling you, "Come on, hit me however you want. If you can move me, I'll admit defeat." Wang Xinran didn't hold back. She pushed off with her feet, rushed forward, and threw her fist with a whooshing sound. Bang! 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 Fists and kicks rained down on the stone Buddha, producing dull thuds. But the opponent was like a real stone sculpture. Its body swayed slightly, but its feet remained motionless. The layer of earthy yellow elemental energy aura was incredibly tough, dissolving most of the force. Even the occasional heavy blows only made him grunt and take a small step back before regaining his balance. Holy crap! What kind of turtle shell is this? It's incredibly hard. Wang Xinran cursed inwardly. After unleashing a series of attacks, her blood and energy were churning, and her opponent seemed completely unaffected. She tried to attack his joints and acupoints, but his defense was impenetrable, his vital points firmly protected. Stone Buddha did not take the initiative to attack, but instead defended steadily. Occasionally, he would seize the moment when Wang Xinran's old strength was exhausted and her new strength had not yet been generated, and then suddenly strike out with a punch or elbow. The force was so great that Wang Xinran had no choice but to dodge or take the hit head-on, and her arm would go numb from the impact. The situation remained deadlocked for a time. Wang Xinran's defenses were impenetrable, and even the stone Buddha couldn't defeat the agile Wang Xinran. But it's clear to anyone with eyes that a prolonged defense will inevitably lead to defeat, and Wang Xinran's energy consumption rate is far greater than her opponent's, so dragging this out will be extremely disadvantageous for her. Go, Sister Ran. Break his defenses. Is this guy some kind of turtle? He can really take it all. The cheers from the students below the stage were tinged with anxiety. Wang Xinran's forehead was covered in sweat, and her breathing became rapid. She felt her energy draining away like a floodgate opening. If this continued, she'd collapse from exhaustion before the other side even needed to attack. Her father's usual nagging flashed through her mind. You can't fight by just brute force, you have to use your brain. Strength scattered is like a drizzle, but when gathered together it becomes a chisel. An indestructible shell? Then find a spot and break through it relentlessly. To break through the surface by focusing on a single point, to break through the surface by focusing on a single point. Wang Xinran's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It was as if she had grasped something. Her previous attacks, while powerful, were too scattered, like hitting a rock with a sledgehammer, loud but ineffective. We need to concentrate our efforts. Like nails, we need to drive them in. She took a deep breath, abandoning her blind, frenzied attack, and began to move around, searching for the best opportunity and position. The stone Buddha remained steadfast, his eyes alert. Right now. Wang Xinran seized the slight stiffness in her opponent's hand after a block, and her remaining yuan energy surged wildly towards the tips of her right index and middle fingers in an unprecedented manner. This time, she no longer pursued attack range, but instead compressed and condensed all her power to the extreme. Her two fingers instantly turned a pale gold, and the air around her fingertips distorted slightly. An incomparably sharp aura suddenly erupted. The stone Buddha's expression changed drastically as he sensed a deadly threat. He roared, his earth-yellow elemental energy blazing brightly, and he crossed his arms to protect his chest, going all out in defense. Break! Wang Xinran let out a sharp cry and shot out like an arrow. Her two fingers, which gathered all her strength, were like red-hot irons or indestructible drills, pointing with perfect precision at the center point where the stone Buddha's arms were crossed. Laugh! A sharp, piercing sound, like metal scraping against metal, rang out. Wang Xinran's fingertips collided violently with the thick, earthy yellow aura of elemental energy. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a slight cracking sound rang out. The seemingly indestructible defensive aura of the stone Buddha began to crack like a spider web, centered on the spot where Wang Xinran's fingertip landed. The cracks spread rapidly. Puff! As if struck by a heavy blow, stone Buddha spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain from his arms caused his defense to collapse instantly. He was sent flying backward as if hit by a giant hammer, crashing heavily onto the edge of the ring. He struggled for a few moments but was unable to get up. The entire stadium fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a thunderous roar of cheers. It's broken. The defenses have been breached. My God. What kind of finger technique is that? Wang Xinran won. She's advanced from the quarterfinals to the semifinals. Wang Xinran stood there, her face pale, her body drenched in sweat, and her legs trembling. That attack had almost drained all her strength. She looked at the stone Buddha being helped up by the referee and breathed a long sigh of relief. That was close. I almost got caught. After the referee confirmed, he announced loudly, the winner of the second arena is Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran barely raised her hand to signal, then practically dragged herself off the stage. Once backstage, she collapsed onto a bench, not wanting to move a single finger. I'm so tired. But she felt a surge of exhilarating joy at pushing her limits. By focusing on one aspect to understand the bigger picture, she seemed to have grasped the key. While Wang Xinran was battling it out on the field, an unexpected guest arrived on the 16th floor of Jinlanyuan. The doorbell rang, and Wang Etian was sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through interstellar food videos on his personal computer, pondering what to make for his daughter tonight to nourish her. He lazily got up and opened the door, raising an eyebrow when he saw the person standing outside. Outside the door, Lei Bao, the owner of the Thunder Martial Arts School, was with two subordinates, carrying large and small bags full of gift boxes that looked very valuable, such as century-old ginseng, top-grade spirit stones, and high-level body-tempering liquid, piled up on the ground. Lei Bao himself had an almost fawning smile on his face, his back was bent at almost a 90-degree angle, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his eyes were filled with awe and fear. Mr. Wang. I'm so sorry for bothering you. I'm so sorry. Lei Bao's voice trembled. Wang Etian leaned against the doorframe and yawned. Who are you? Trying to sell health supplements? I don't need any. No. Mr. Wang, you're joking. Lei Bao quickly waved his hands, cold sweat pouring down his back. I am Lei Bao of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Before I was blind. My men were ignorant and offended your daughter. I have come here today specifically to apologize. It's just a small token of my respect. I hope Mr. Wang will be magnanimous and not hold it against us roughnecks. As he spoke, he gestured to his men to bring the gifts through the door, bowing and scraping with utmost humility. Wang Etian glanced at the gifts, then looked at Lei Bao's terrified expression, and knew exactly what was going on. He waved his hand dismissively, saying in a flat tone, Take your things. My daughter didn't suffer any loss. Just keep your people in check and don't bother us anymore. Yes. Absolutely. Mr. Wang, rest assured. From now on, everyone at Thunder Martial Arts Academy will definitely give you and your daughter a wide berth. No, we'll treat you two like royalty. Lei Bao felt like he'd been granted a pardon and hurriedly made his promises, then cautiously asked, What about the Black Snake Gang? Wang Etian didn't even lift his eyelids. What black snake or white snake? Never heard of them. You caused this trouble yourself, so clean up your own mess. Just don't get involved with me. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wang. Lei Bao almost knelt down. The huge weight in his heart was finally lifted by half. He dared not linger, and quickly led his men away, leaving behind gifts and profuse thanks, leaving much faster than when he came. Wang Etian closed the door, looked at the pile of gifts on the floor, and scoffed, Tisk, why didn't you do this sooner? He casually picked out 2 boxes of what looked like edible supplements, intending to give them to his daughter as a treat that evening, and planned to throw the rest into the storage room to gather dust later. Just then, his phone rang. It was an encrypted line. After the call connected, Xin Feng's voice came through. Mr. Wang, what about Thunder Martial Arts Academy? Yes, the person came, left their things, and then left. Wang Etian said lazily, I'll trouble you to clean up the mess. You're too kind. It's our duty to ensure your peace and quiet. Xin Feng said respectfully, also, regarding the Black Snake Gang. Wang Etian interrupted him, my daughter is tired from the competition, I have to go cook. Okay, sorry to bother you. Xin Feng tactfully hung up the phone. Wang Etian stretched and walked into the kitchen. He didn't take Lei Bao, a nobody, seriously at all. Forgive him? Not really, I'm just too lazy to bother with it. Just like people don't care if they step on ants while walking. As long as they stop bothering his daughter, he's happy to have some peace and quiet. That's probably the scope that comes with power. He hummed a tuneless little tune as he began preparing a sumptuous dinner. Tonight, he needed to give his exhausted little hero a good makeover. Chapter 62: The King of Soldiers' Perilous Battle and His Hybrid Rival. Lei Bao's arrival was just a side story and didn't affect Wang Yitian much. However, for Wang Xinran, it was just that her father had been giving her extra meals more and more frequently lately. No matter how she asked, the old man wouldn't tell her anything in detail, so Wang Xinran was too lazy to keep asking. Eating was the most important thing. However, after the meal, she discovered that she had gained 3.25 kilograms in just a few weeks, which terrified her. Having made it into the semi-finals, Wang Xinran felt like she was on a rocket, with the air around her electrified. The roar in the arena nearly lifted the roof off, and media cameras swarmed around the remaining 4 contestants like flies to blood. None of them were pushovers. A mere glance between them could spark a conflagration. The draw for the semi-finals took place on the central screen, drawing everyone's attention. Wang Xinran watched her image flash across the screen, finally settling on the upper bracket. Her heart skipped a beat when the matchups were announced. Upper bracket semifinals: Wang Xinran, early stage martial arts master from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School versus Zhao Feng, mid stage martial arts master from Jiangcheng Garrison Junior Military Academy. Lower bracket semifinals: Ouyang Shui, mid stage martial master from the Ouyang family versus Avril Lin, early stage grandmaster from the International School. Holy crap! Zhao Feng, the king of soldiers. Wang Xinran felt a chill run down her spine. This guy is one of the favorites in this competition. He grew up in a border outpost and has an incredibly rich combat experience. His moves are all military killing techniques, and he is extremely ruthless. Although both are at the mid-stage of martial master, his combat strength is definitely much more formidable than that stone Buddha from before. Moreover, the winner of the upper bracket advances directly to the finals, putting immense pressure on him. Looking at the lower half of the bracket, Ouyang Shui is familiar with Avril. Wang Xinran remembers Avril, a mixed-race beauty with a strong aura, who is actually at the early stage of the Grandmaster level. This competition has indeed produced many extraordinary talents. Sister Ran, you're on a roll. You've taken down the king of soldiers and are going straight to the finals. A classmate cheered from the side. Wang Xinran smirked. Forget it, let's think about how to survive 3 minutes under his thumb first. She secretly glanced at the corner of the audience. Her father was still slumped over there, wearing a cartoon eye mask he'd gotten from who knows where. He looked like, asleep? Wang Xinran's lips twitched. What a big heart this old man has. The semi-finals were held on the main stage, making it the focus of the entire event. Wang Xinran and Zhao Feng took the stage at the same time. Zhao Feng was dressed in a neat training uniform, with dark skin, a straight back like a pine tree, and eyes as sharp as an eagle. He exuded a faint smell of blood and iron-bloodedness, and just standing there gave people a strong sense of oppression. The referee blows the whistle, and the match begins. Without uttering a single word, Zhao Feng darted out like a cheetah, delivering a straightforward, unadorned punch straight to Wang Xinran's face. The speed was astonishing, the wind from the punch fierce, and it carried the brutal aura unique to the battlefield. This is not a martial arts sparring move, it is a real killing technique. Wang Xinran's heart skipped a beat. Not daring to take the blow head-on, she quickly slid to the side to avoid it. The force of the punch grazed her cheek, causing a burning pain. So fast. So ruthless. Wang Xinran was secretly shocked. Zhao Feng pressed his advantage relentlessly, his fists, feet, elbows, and knees, every part of his body became a weapon. His attacks were like a whirlwind, continuous and relentless, with tricky and ruthless angles, targeting vital points such as the throat, temples, and groin. There were no feints, every strike aimed for maximum lethality. Wang Xinran displayed her agility to the fullest, dodging and weaving on the stage in a thrilling manner. She tried to retaliate several times, but Zhao Feng neutralized her attacks with even more swift and concise fighting techniques, and she almost got hit instead. The opponent was like a sophisticated and efficient killing machine, with a terrifyingly strong fighting instinct and an experience far beyond that of a teenager. Bang! Wang Xinran was a little too slow in dodging and was hit on the shoulder by an elbow. She felt a sharp pain and half of her body went numb. She staggered backward. Ouch, that really hurts. Wang Xinran grimaced, feeling her energy being severely depleted. If this continued, forget about winning, she'd be worn down to death. She had to find a way. She remembered her father occasionally muttering, if you can't beat someone with force, play it soft. To deal with a machine, you have to make it malfunction. Yes. Make him make a mistake. Zhao Feng's attack rhythm is like a precision instrument, but every machine has a program and inertia. Wang Xinran changed her strategy, no longer trying to fight head-on, nor simply dodging. She began to use her more agile movements and tactical insight to anticipate situations and engage in a dangerous extreme provocation. She no longer completely dodges attacks, but instead dodges at the last second before the attack hits her, while interfering with minimal movements, such as gently flicking the opponent's wrist or tapping the side of the opponent's supporting leg's knee with her toe. This fighting style is extremely dangerous, like dancing on a knife's edge, but it has produced remarkable effects for a warrior like Zhao Feng who pursues absolute efficiency. Time and again, he was almost hitting, and time and again, his power was disrupted by tiny movements, causing a subtle stagnation and frustration to appear in his attack rhythm. It was like a precision instrument being thrown into fine sand. Although it was temporarily unaffected, its operation was no longer perfect. All you can do is dodge? Zhao Feng, unable to break through her defenses and constantly harassed, finally couldn't help but roar and launch an even more aggressive attack, delivering a powerful sidekick to Wang Xinran's waist and abdomen. Now! A glint of light flashed in Wang Xinran's eyes. She anticipated the attack and instead of retreating completely, she risked a low-angle sliding tackle, almost skimming the ground as she passed under Zhao Feng's leg. At the same time, she subtly and discreetly hooked her ankle around the heel of Zhao Feng's right foot, which was his supporting leg. This kick, though not powerful, was extremely tricky in angle, coming at the very moment Zhao Feng unleashed his full power and shifted his weight forward. Zhao Feng felt a subtle yet irresistible force coming from the heel supporting his foot, and his center of gravity instantly lost its balance. He grunted, and his fierce sidekick not only missed, but also caused him to lose control and rush forward due to inertia and Wang Xinran's hook, heading straight for the edge of the ring. Not good. Zhao Feng's expression changed, and he tried to forcefully turn his body, but how could Wang Xinran give him the chance? She sprang up like a nimble cat, gathered the remaining yuan energy in her palms, and gently pushed him from behind. Thump! Unable to stop his momentum, Zhao Feng, with Wang Xinran's perfectly timed assist, fell straight off the stage. The entire room fell into absolute silence. You could hear a pin drop. No one expected that this incredibly fierce battle would end in such a way. The elite soldier Zhao Feng wasn't defeated, but rather, he rushed off the stage himself? The referee was also stunned for a moment before quickly running over to check. Zhao Feng had already steadied himself, his face ashen. He looked at Wang Xinran on the stage with a complex expression, a mixture of anger and resentment, which ultimately turned into a hint of helplessness. He knew that his loss of balance just now was no accident. His opponent's timing and the exquisite application of force were simply superb. He lost, a frustrating defeat, but he accepted it wholeheartedly. The winner of the semifinals in the upper bracket is Wang Xinran, the referee announced loudly, his voice filled with disbelief. After a brief silence, deafening noise erupted. Fell down? The elite soldier fell down by himself? It's Wang Xinran. Her sliding tackle and hook kick just now were absolutely brilliant. This winning method seems a bit too opportunistic. Cheat code my foot. Do you think a top soldier would lose his balance so easily? It's all about perfect anticipation and timing. Victory comes from wisdom. Awesome. Sister Ran made it to the finals. Wang Xinran stood on the stage, panting heavily, her whole body soaked in sweat, and her shoulders still aching slightly. She won, but it was a lucky, very close victory. Looking at Zhao Feng's grim face below the stage, she felt not much joy, but rather a sense of admiration. He was a worthy opponent. She looked up at the big screen. The final matchups had been updated. Wang Xinran, early martial arts master from Jiancheng No. 1 Middle School versus Avril Lin, early grandmaster from International School. Early stage of grandmaster. Wang Xinran felt an immense pressure bearing down on her. Fighting someone across an entire cultivation realm? This difficulty was practically hellish. Although Ouyang Shui was quite strong, she had almost no power to resist Avril, who was at the early stage of the grandmaster level, and was defeated gracefully and quickly. Avril stood under the spotlight, her mixed race features as exquisite as a porcelain doll. She was tall and had a cool and aloof demeanor with a hint of arrogance. She glanced indifferently at Wang Xinran on the upper half of the arena, her eyes calm and unwavering, as if she were looking at someone insignificant. The final will be held in 3 days. Wang Xinran took a deep breath to suppress the pounding in her heart. So what if one is in the early stages of becoming a grandmaster? We've come this far, we have to give it our all. As she stepped off the ring, her classmates surrounded her, cheering and celebrating. Her gaze swept to the corner of the audience, where she noticed that her father had removed his blindfold at some point and was looking at her with a blank expression, only nodding slightly. Wang Xinran felt a warmth in her heart for no reason, and waved her fist at her father, meaning, "Don't worry, watch my performance in the finals." The news that Wang Xinran had made it to the finals spread like wildfire. A girl from an ordinary middle school, who was unknown before the competition, defeated many geniuses all the way to the finals. Her opponent was a mixed-race prodigy at the grandmaster level. This immediately generated a lot of buzz. In the Jiangcheng garrison area, Yi Xingfan looked at the battle report with an interested expression. Wang Etienne's daughter? Interesting. Reaching this level in the early stages of martial arts isn't just luck. It seems her father has put in a lot of effort and investment. He said to Qin Feng beside him, "Keep an eye on the finals. Also, have you dealt with the Black Snake Gang yet? We can't afford any trouble during the finals." "The security measures are in place to ensure everything goes smoothly," Qin Feng replied. "Do you think Mr. Wang might give his daughter some extra tutoring before the finals?" Yi Xingfan smiled and said, "That's not something we can worry about. We'll just watch what a grandmaster wants to do. As long as it doesn't violate our principles, we'll provide as much convenience as possible." Meanwhile, in the international school's lounge area, Avril Lavigne was elegantly sipping an energy supplement. Her coach, a middle-aged man with a sharp and capable demeanor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said in a low voice, "Avril, the opponent for the final has been confirmed. It's Wang Xinran. The information shows that she is only at the early stage of martial arts master, but her combat intelligence is very high. We can't be careless." Avril put down her cup and said calmly in fluent Long Mandarin, "Early stage martial master? Nothing to worry about. My goal is the national competition stage. Zhangcheng is just the starting point." Her tone was calm, yet it carried absolute confidence. Meanwhile, in some dark corners, discussions about Wang Xinran and her mysterious father continue. Chapter 63: Citywide Power Outage in Border Clouds. The excitement of making it to the city-level finals was like a big can of ice-cold energy drink, leaving Wang Xinran in a slightly tipsy state even after returning home. She sprawled on the living room sofa, hugging a pillow printed with "Martial Arts Girl Never Gives Up," and chattered away to her father, who was sprawled on the other sofa, recounting today's narrow victory. "Old man, you didn't see it. That Zhao Feng, he was incredibly ruthless. Every move was aimed at vital points. He almost made me shut up." Wang Xinran danced around excitedly. "Luckily, I'm quick-witted. At the crucial moment, a brilliant idea struck me. I remembered all your unreliable nagging and gave him a tripping-over combo, knocking him out of the game. How about that? You've got some skills, haven't you?" Wang Etienne didn't even lift his eyelids, focusing intently on the interstellar food program playing on the screen, a bite of the meteorite belt. He slowly munched on an apple. So. All you do in a fight is recklessly charge in, and in the end you still win by using your cunning. You're far from being something special. Hey! What kind of attitude is that? That's a top soldier. I successfully challenged someone of a higher level, okay? Wang Xinran kicked her father's sofa leg in dissatisfaction. "Can't you praise me a little? Like Ran is great, or my daughter is amazing, or something like that." Wang Etienne glanced at her and precisely tossed the apple core into the trash can in the distance. "You've gotten cocky just from winning a match? Forgot who your opponent in the finals is? A grandmaster in the early stages. They beat you, a mere martial master in the early stages, like a father beating his son. Oh no, like it's child's play. Go take a shower, you're all sweaty and stinky, don't stink up my sofa." TCH. So what if I'm only at the early stage of grandmaster? This genius still has a way. Wang Xinran verbally protested, but inwardly she felt a chill. The pressure from the grandmaster realm was real. She pouted and got up. "Fine, I'll wash. Wait till I pull off an upset in the finals, and you'll be shocked." Just then, with a soft snap, the living room lights went out without warning, the screen went black instantly, and the whole room was plunged into darkness. Outside the window, the once brightly lit city quickly dimmed at a visible speed, leaving only scattered emergency lights and moonlight, as if the whole world had been muted. Oh no! What happened? The power tripped? Wang Xinran gasped in the darkness, instinctively shrinking closer to her father. Wang Etienne frowned in the darkness. He had experienced ordinary local power outages, but this kind of large-scale power outage that covered the entire city without any warning was definitely unusual. A faint, almost imperceptible tension seemed to hang in the air, something an ordinary person might not notice, but his keen senses detected. The city's basic energy system had multiple safeguards, unless. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, but his voice remained steady. What are you yelling about? It might be a wiring problem. I'll go check the electrical box. He got up, walked skillfully to the door by the moonlight, opened the electrical box cover and glanced inside. It's not our problem, the whole neighborhood is dark. He returned to the sofa and, in the dark, found the military-issued encrypted communicator that looked like a heavy brick. A faint indicator light on the side of the communicator was still lit, showing that there was backup power. He pressed a specific button. After a few beeps, the communicator connected, and Qin Feng's low voice, tinged with obvious seriousness, came through. Mr. Wang? Yes. It's me. Wang Yitian walked to the window and looked down at the dark city. What's going on? The whole city is without power? This is quite a commotion. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the communicator, then Qin Feng's voice became even more serious. Mr. Wang, the situation is indeed unusual. We are urgently investigating the cause. But what we can confirm at present is that the city's backup power system has been prioritized and is being used to maintain the operation of monitoring towers and defense nodes outside the city. Prioritize protecting outposts outside the city? Wang Yitian's eyes narrowed slightly. This usually means that there may be a situation outside the city that requires high vigilance. Jiangcheng is adjacent to the wilderness, and its greatest protection outside the city is. Is there any movement on the border? Wang Yitian asked directly. Qin Feng took a breath, seemingly hesitant, but considering the other party's rank and previous interactions, he chose to reveal some information. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Mr. Wang, as you know, our Jiangcheng is only about 300 kilometers away from the Azure Dragon Fortress. The Azure Dragon Fortress is one of the 4 first-class war fortresses built by the Dragon Kingdom on the border of the wasteland, and it is garrisoned year-round by more than 5,000 elite troops of martial artists, overseen by Lord Marshal King Shaohan. King Wu, Shaohan? Is he one of only 13 martial kings in the Dragon Kingdom? Wang Yitian's eyes flashed. Even a force and fortress of this caliber requires cities in the rear to be placed on such alert? I've heard of Shaohan Wu Wang's name. Wang Yitian asked calmly, can you get in touch with the fortress? Communications are currently experiencing severe interference, and the signal is extremely unstable. We are attempting to establish a backup communication link. Qin Feng's voice was filled with anxiety. Mr. Wang, the current situation is unclear, but a city-wide state of alert has been quietly activated. Please make sure you and your daughter stay at home, keep your communication devices accessible, and do not go out unless absolutely necessary. I will notify you immediately if there is any further news. Understood, Wang Yitian replied. Contact me if there are any updates. He then ended the call. After putting down the communicator, Wang Yitian looked out at the dark city and tapped his fingers lightly on the windowsill. The entire city is without power. Priority is being given to border outposts. Communications are disrupted, and the fortress where King Wu is stationed may be in trouble. This is not a good sign. It seems the creatures of the wasteland are becoming increasingly restless. Dad, what's wrong? Did something happen? Wang Xinran crept closer in the dark, asking nervously. Although her father's voice wasn't loud during the phone call, she could still sense the heavy atmosphere. Wang Yitian turned around, his face already back to its usual lazy expression. He rubbed his daughter's head and said, what could possibly happen? Probably some idiot dug through the main power cable, or the power station got gnawed by a mutated squirrel. The military guys are just overreacting. It's nothing, just a power outage, no one will die. He walked to the sofa, slumped down again, and yawned. Perfect, saves on electricity. No school tomorrow, you can sleep in. Really? Wang Xinran asked skeptically. But I think I just heard you mention something about a fortress and the martial king. You little kid, you misheard. That's a military channel showing an old movie. Wang Yitian spouted nonsense without batting an eye. Go take a shower quickly. The water heater uses gas and it's still running. Go to bed early after you shower, or you'll embarrass me by going to the finals with panda eyes tomorrow. Oh. Wang Xinran felt a little more at ease seeing her father's even if the sky falls, don't stop me from lying down attitude. She muttered, he just knows how to order me around, and groped her way to the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Wang Yitian's lazy expression gradually disappeared. He walked to the window, his deep gaze seemingly piercing through the dark night sky, looking towards the edge of the wasteland. Azure Dragon Fortress. Martial King Shao Han. It seems that these peaceful days won't last much longer. He muttered to himself, a sharp glint in his eyes. But right now, the most important thing was ensuring his daughter finished the finals smoothly. As for the rest, he'd deal with whatever came his way. He slumped back onto the sofa, closed his eyes, seemingly to rest, but his immense divine sense spread out like invisible ripples, enveloping the entire neighborhood and even further afield, alert to any possible anomalies. The aura of a grandmaster is restrained and profound, like a giant dragon lurking in the night. For many, this night was destined to be sleepless. For this city, and even the entire border region, it may just be the beginning of a long night. Chapter 64 Fire and Bunker. In the latter half of the night, the room was pitch black, with only a faint moonlight shining through the window. Wang Yitian didn't turn on any lights, just quietly leaned against the window, like a sculpture blending into the shadows. The city was eerily silent, even the background noise of the floating car streams that usually accompanied the city 24/7 had disappeared. Wang Xinran was still a teenager. After a day of turmoil and a bit of a fright, she couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep on the sofa in the middle of the night. She was covered with a thin blanket that Wang Yitian had somehow pulled out. She didn't sleep very soundly and her brows were still furrowed. Using the system, Wang Yitian slowly and continuously scanned the surrounding area, centering on his home. Everything seemed calm, but this excessive silence was eerie. He could sense that the city's underground emergency power supply system was operating at a low load, with energy flow clearly concentrated in several directions: the city wall defense nodes, communication hubs, and the watchtower array outside the city. This configuration is absolutely at the highest level of combat readiness. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked southeast, beyond the city walls, at the distant horizon. There, without warning, a small ball of orange-red light rose up, particularly dazzling against the dark night sky. Next came the 2nd Regiment, and then the 3rd Regiment. The fire wasn't big, but its location seemed to be in the direction of a more distant wilderness monitoring station. Almost at the same time, a deep rumble came from the night sky. Several camouflaged, sharply styled military attack aircraft, like ghosts in the night, activated low-visibility flight mode. With live ammunition hanging under its wings, the plane was speeding toward the direction from which the flames were rising. Immediately afterwards, several larger transport planes, escorted by fighter jets, also flew in the same direction. This is absolutely not a drill, nor is it an accident. This is a real military mobilization. It's either to provide reinforcements or to evacuate. Wang Yitian's eyes turned completely cold. An attack on a monitoring station outside the city, emergency scramble of military aircraft, a city-wide power outage and alert. This series of events, when linked together, pointed to one unmistakable conclusion: something had happened on the border, and it was no small matter. Xinglong Fortress may really be in big trouble, and the flames of war have even begun to spread towards Jiangcheng. As he was pondering, Wang Xinran on the sofa was awakened by the roar of military aircraft. She sat up groggily, rubbing her eyes. Ugh, what's that sound, old man? Is it thunder? She followed her father's gaze to the window and saw the faint firelight on the horizon and the shadows of airplanes streaking across the night sky. Her sleepiness vanished instantly, and her voice trembled. Fire! There's an explosion over there. And airplanes. Dad. Is there a war? Wang Yitian turned around, his face regaining its usual composure. He walked to the sofa, casually draped the blanket back over her, and said in a relaxed tone, "What war? Look how scared you are. It's probably just some abandoned energy station outside the city that got old and exploded in the middle of the night. The military just sent people to put out the fire and carry out rescue operations. Those planes were just spraying fire extinguishing agents. It's okay. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. It's not your place to worry about it, you little bean sprout." Real? Wang Xinran was still skeptical, her face a little pale. But the whole city lost power, and there were explosions. Of course. If the power station explodes, how could the power not be cut off? Wang Yitian rolled his eyes and flicked her forehead. You're such a coward, and you still want to play in the finals? Go back to sleep. If you have dark circles under your eyes tomorrow, you won't even need to play. You might as well just faint from fright. Wang Xinran covered her forehead and pouted, but seeing her father's nonchalant attitude, she felt much more at ease. She lay back down, muttering, "You're the one who's weak. If I fainted from fright, who would give you the prize money to buy you drinks. Despite saying that, neither of them slept well in the latter half of the night. Wang Yitian was constantly alert to changes in the outside world, while Wang Xinran was restless and disturbed by various thoughts. Time ticked by, and it remained pitch black outside the window. Only the occasional, more intense explosions and faint gunfire from afar served as a reminder of the unrest outside. The power system showed no signs of being restored, communications were intermittent, and the network was completely paralyzed, turning the entire city into an information island. Finally, as dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, dim light streamed through the window. The city remained deathly silent, devoid of its usual morning hustle and bustle. Wang Xinran got up with two light dark circles under her eyes. Looking at the still dark city outside the window and the firelight in the distance that did not seem to have completely died down, her unease resurfaced. "Old man, the power's still not back on, and it doesn't seem to be quiet outside either," she said in a low voice. Wang Yitian was heating up milk and frying eggs for her with a portable gas stove. Without turning his head, "What's the rush? Repairs take time. After you finish eating, they might be here." Just then, the heavy military-grade encrypted communicator emitted a continuous vibration and a faint buzzing sound, breaking the silence of the early morning. Wang Yitian walked over, picked up the communicator, glanced at the number. It was Qin Feng. He pressed the answer button. "Good morning, Mr. Wang." Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of weariness and barely concealed anxiety, amidst some background noise. "I apologize for disturbing you so early. To make a long story short, the situation outside the city has changed and is more complicated than expected. To ensure your and your daughter's absolute safety, the garrison has decided to activate the emergency plan. Please immediately gather your necessary items and your daughter. In 1 hour, someone will come to your building to pick you both up and take you to the number 3 underground defensive bunker for temporary shelter." "A bunker?" Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow. "Has the situation become so serious that we need to go into a shelter?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator. Qin Feng lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Wang, to be honest, communications with Qinglong Fortress were completely cut off in the early morning. The last information from the reconnaissance teams we sent out indicated that a large horde of wild beasts had broken through the front lines and was moving towards Jiangchang. Among them, there are suspected general level, or even higher ranking beings. Jiangchang has entered a state of high alert. The ground is no longer 100% safe. Please cooperate." He paused, his tone pleading. "Furthermore, Brigade Commander Yi asked me to convey that if the situation really deteriorates to the point where top-tier combat power needs to intervene. I hope Mr. Wang can prioritize the overall situation." The words were spoken in a very veiled way, but the meaning was clear. "In case the city falls, we will need your help, the Grandmaster." Wang Yitian's eyes flickered. He glanced at his daughter, who was listening intently, and said calmly into the communicator, "Understood. Send me your location. See you in an hour." After ending the call, Wang Yitian pushed the warmed milk and eggs in front of his daughter. "Eat quickly, then pack a couple of changes of clothes, and we'll go out." Wang Xinran was a little confused. "Go out? Where to? The bunker? Is it really that serious, old man? What about the finals?" She was more concerned about this. Wang Yitian spoke casually, but his eyes lacked their usual laziness. "The finals? Don't worry, it won't collapse. Even if the sky falls, your old man will still make sure you finish the finals." He looked at his daughter and said in a rare serious tone, "Remember, with Daddy here, you have nothing to be afraid of. Be a good girl and stay with me, don't run around, understand?" When Wang Xinran saw the unusual look in her father's eyes, the panic in her heart strangely subsided. She nodded emphatically. "Okay. I know. I promise I won't run around." She picked up her milk and took a big gulp, then began wolfing down her eggs, mumbling, "Eat quickly, then let's go explore the bunker. Maybe we'll even run into some soldiers and get their autographs." Wang Yitian looked at his daughter, who had instantly regained her vitality, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. "This girl has a really big heart." An hour later, a black SUV with no markings but clearly military grade silently pulled up downstairs. Wang Yitian carried only a simple backpack, and pulled Wang Xinran, who was also carrying only a small bag but looked excited as if she were going on a spring outing, down the stairs. The car door opened, and a soldier with a stern face and a sharp demeanor saluted Wang Yitian. "Mr. Wang, please get in the car." Wang Yitian nodded and got into the back seat with his daughter. The vehicle started immediately, drove into the still quiet and oppressive city streets, and sped towards a secret entrance in the suburbs. Outside the car window, the city of Jiangchang was deathly silent, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Ahead lay unknown crises and challenges. Wang Yitian leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, but his divine sense, like mercury, spread across the entire vehicle and beyond. Chapter 65, Deep Within the Bunker and Three Messages. The military's black SUV drove through the eerily quiet city streets without any obstruction. All traffic lights were out due to the power outage, and occasionally military patrol cars and engineering vehicles could be seen speeding by, creating a somber atmosphere. Wang Xinran leaned against the car window, curiously looking around at the city that seemed to have been put on pause. Her little face showed more excitement than fear. After all, this experience was really too special for her. Instead of heading to the city center, the car drove towards a relatively remote industrial area in the west of the city, eventually stopping in front of a three-story office building that looked ordinary and even a bit old. The building was a dull, cement-colored exterior, with tightly closed windows and no sign at the entrance. If it weren't for the fully armed soldiers guarding it, no one would have given it a second glance. "Mr. Wang, please come with me." The cold-faced soldier who picked them up got out of the car first and led Wang Yitian and his daughter toward an inconspicuous freight elevator on the side of the building. The elevator requires both a password and fingerprint verification to slowly open. The interior space is large but unusually simple. The elevator didn't go up, but went straight down, and the depth and time of descent far exceeded those of a typical underground parking lot. Wang Xinran felt her ears were a little blocked and couldn't help but whisper, "Dad, are we going down to the center of the earth?" Wang Yitian ignored her, focusing instead on the depth and speed of the elevator's descent, thus gaining a preliminary understanding of the bunker's specifications. This is by no means a temporary shelter, but a true wartime command hub and high-level refuge. With a soft ding, the elevator doors opened, revealing a bright and spacious interior. What comes into view is an extremely spacious and brightly lit underground space with a ceiling height of over 10 meters. The air circulation is smooth, and there is no feeling of stuffiness at all. The most striking feature is the overhead and the surrounding walls, which are not ordinary cement, but an astonishingly thick composite armor layer that gleams with a metallic sheen. It appears to be at least several meters thick, giving one a sense of indestructible security. This is the basement level. Countless people in military uniforms were busy moving around inside. The sounds of phones talking, keyboards typing, and equipment running were constant. A huge holographic sand table displayed a map of Jiangchang and the surrounding area in real time, with countless moving and changing dots on it, creating a tense yet orderly atmosphere. Wow! This is so cool! It's a real dungeon! Wang Xinran's eyes widened, and she let out a soft gasp, finding everything fascinating. The soldier leading the way twitched his lips almost imperceptibly, but remained expressionless. Instead of staying on the first floor, they continued down the internal elevator. The environment became relatively quieter with each floor the elevator descended, but the level of security seemed to be higher. Finally, they arrived at the 7th basement level, the living area. This floor is arranged like a well-equipped emergency community, with neat dormitory rooms, a common activity area, a canteen, and even a small physical training field. While not as comfortable as the ground level, it is clean and tidy, and basic living needs can be met. Many important personnel and their families who were evacuated have already moved in, and the atmosphere is relatively more relaxed on the first floor. The soldier led Wang Yitian and his daughter to the door of a dormitory room labeled 7B12 and handed them a keycard. "Mr. Wang, this is a room prepared for you and your daughter. There are basic living supplies inside. Please rest here for the time being and do not move around unnecessarily. Staff Officer Qin will come to visit later." "Thanks." Wang Yitian took the keycard, opened the door, and went inside. The room wasn't big, but it had 2 single beds, a private bathroom, and a small table. Wang Xinran tossed her backpack onto the bed and started exploring the room, still excited. "Wow, old man. The military's benefits are pretty good. Food, lodging, and security included. Much better than our shabby apartment." Wang Yitian ignored her clamor, put his backpack down, and said to her, "You stay here quietly, I'm going out for a bit. Don't wander around, there are a lot of rules here." Okay. I'm not stupid." Wang Xinran waved her hand, plopped down on the bed, and began studying the emergency rations issued by the military. "Where are you going?" "To find that Staff Officer Qin and ask him for information." "Okay. Be a good boy and wait patiently, don't cause trouble." Wang Yitian instructed, then left the room and gently closed the door behind him. Based on his memory, he took the elevator back to the basement level, releasing a faint, almost imperceptible aura. Soon, an officer jogged over and respectfully led him through the busy hall to a room marked Intelligence Analysis Room. After knocking and entering, Xin Feng was standing in front of a huge tactical screen, his brows furrowed as he looked at the information stream on it. He looked much more haggard than yesterday, with deep bags under his eyes, but when he saw Wang Etienne come in, he immediately perked up and went to greet him. "Mr. Wang, you've arrived. This way, please." Xin Feng led him to a small meeting room next door, which was simply partitioned off with soundproofing material. He closed the door to block out the noise from outside. "How's the situation?" Wang Etienne asked directly, sitting down in a chair with a relaxed posture but sharp eyes. Xin Feng took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and said in a heavy tone, "Mr. Wang, the situation is rather complicated. To make a long story short, the information we have so far can be summarized as one piece of good news and two pieces of bad news." "Oh? Tell me about it." Wang Etienne's expression remained unchanged. "The good news is," Xin Feng said, raising his voice slightly, "that the main body of the Azure Dragon Fortress is still intact and has not fallen. Lord Xiao Hanwu is still in command, and the core of the fortress's defense system remains intact. This is our greatest source of confidence in holding Jiangcheng." Wang Etienne nodded. This was indeed reassuring. The fortress guarded by King Wu wouldn't be so easily breached. However, there are two pieces of bad news, and both are quite troublesome. Xin Feng's face darkened again. The first piece of bad news is that something has been confirmed to have broken through the front-line defenses from the depths of the wasteland and infiltrated. It's not a few scattered wild beasts, but an organized and purposeful elite unit. They bypassed the fortress's front, using the complex terrain and some kind of concealment technique we don't fully understand to destroy at least a dozen important outposts and monitoring stations on the outer perimeter of the fortress, the direction from which we saw the fire last night. Furthermore, there are indications that some of them have already infiltrated the area near Jiangcheng. This is the main reason for the city-wide martial law and the activation of bunkers." Wang Etienne's eyes narrowed slightly. "Infiltration? An organized elite unit? This is no ordinary beast type, it's more like a targeted military operation. The intelligence of wild beasts is higher than imagined." The second piece of bad news. Xin Feng's voice carried a hint of helplessness and pressure. "It's about time. Support forces from several surrounding cities have been mobilized, but their primary task is to secure the outer defenses of Jiangcheng, prevent the infiltrated wild beasts from entering the city, and establish a buffer zone. To completely resolve the pressure facing Qinglong Fortress, we need stronger strategic support from the capital. And from there, it will take at least 3 days to arrive." He looked at Wang Etienne with a complicated expression. "This means that we, or rather, the Azure Dragon Fortress, need to withstand the pressure independently for at least 3 days. These 3 days will be extremely difficult. The things that have infiltrated are the biggest variable in threat." Good news to boost morale. Two pieces of bad news, each more devastating than the last. Especially the last 3 days, the words are filled with a bloody atmosphere. Wang Etienne was silent for a moment, then tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "So, the biggest problem now is those rats that have already sneaked into the backyard? That's one way to understand it." Xin Feng nodded. "Their numbers, strength, and purpose are unknown. They're in the shadows, while we're in the open. King Xiaohan and the main force of the fortress are tied down by the enemy on the front lines and can't spare any troops to wipe them out. The city's defense forces and the garrison area are already stretched thin, maintaining the defensive line, protecting the people, and eliminating any potential infiltration points within the city. If there are generals among these rats, or even more troublesome individuals." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. If a high-level wild beast were to break out in the city or in a weakly defended area, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Etienne looked up at Xin Feng, his tone calm. "So, Staff Officer Qin, you, or General Yi, specifically invited me here not just to provide VIP evacuation services, right? What do you need me to do?" Xin Feng took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and said in an extremely solemn tone, "Mr. Wang, the situation is critical, so I'll be frank. If the situation really deteriorates to an uncontrollable point, and a high-level threat appears in the city that we cannot handle, threatening our very foundation, Commander Yi earnestly requests that you, for the sake of the million people of Jiangcheng, lend a helping hand. Of course, this is only a last resort, and we will do everything in our power to prevent you from being drawn into danger." This was said in a very tactful way, but the meaning was, "Boss, if the city is about to fall and monsters break in, you, the Grandmaster, can no longer just watch the show, you'll have to step up and take the fall." Wang Yitian looked at the suppressed anxiety and expectation in Qin Feng's eyes and did not answer immediately. He stood up, walked to the one-way glass of the small conference room, and looked out at the busy and tense command center. After a long pause, he spoke calmly, "I understand. My daughter and I will stay here for the next 3 days. As for taking action..." He turned around, glanced at Qin Feng, and said with a deep look in his eyes, "We'll see how things go. I hate trouble, but I hate it even more when someone disturbs my peace and quiet, especially touching my daughter." His tone remained calm, but the meaning behind it sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine, followed by an indescribable surge of excitement and reassurance. This person promised to step up at the crucial moment. Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. Qin Feng saluted solemnly. Wang Yitian waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, I'm going back." "Oh, right," he added as if remembering something, "when is the final? Don't let it interfere with my daughter's important matters." Qin Feng. He almost couldn't reply. What kind of time is this to still be thinking about the competition? But he quickly answered, "The finals are currently tentatively postponed. The specific time will be determined depending on how the situation develops. Please rest assured, we will definitely prioritize arranging it once the situation allows." Wang Yitian nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave the conference room. Back in her dormitory on the 7th basement level, Wang Xinran was sitting cross-legged on her bed, munching on compressed biscuits, and watching the survival rules for the dungeon playing on the wall. "Old man, you're back? What did you find out? Is war really going to break out?" she asked impatiently. Wang Yitian picked up a bottle of water, took a sip, and said casually, "It's nothing serious. Some wild beasts have just escaped from the wasteland, and the military is capturing them. Once they're done in a few days and the power comes back on, you can go play in the finals." Wang Xinran was skeptical. "Really? You're not kidding me. Then why are you so nervous, and why did you hide underground? What do you know about the military's operations?" Wang Yitian collapsed onto another bed. "Eat quickly, and then focus on your cultivation. It would be embarrassing if you lost the competition after catching all the wild beasts." "Shah! How could that be? This genius is in perfect condition." Wang Xinran waved her fist defiantly, but still obediently started munching on her biscuit, thinking to herself that although the old man spoke so casually, things outside must be complicated. However, with her father around, she didn't seem to have anything to be afraid of. Chapter 66: The Defense of the North City and the Father-Daughter Pact. Thank you all for your donations and encouragement. One encouragement token will result in 2 extra chapters the next day, and 100 encouragement tokens or 1 bubble tea gift will result in 1 extra chapter. After spending several hours in that small dormitory on the 7th floor of the bunker, Wang Yitian was idly flicking the air with his fingers, simulating some mysterious trajectory, while Wang Xinran tossed and turned on the bed opposite, kneading compressed biscuits into all sorts of strange shapes, muttering, "So boring, Dad, when will this ever end?" There was a gentle knock on the dormitory door. Wang Yitian didn't even lift his eyelids, and said indifferently, "Go in." The door opened, and instead of Qin Feng, a tall, upright officer with a resolute yet composed demeanor appeared. He was about 40 years old, with sharp eyes like an eagle. His aura was contained yet naturally exuded the majesty of someone who had long held a high position and the oppressive feeling of a strong person. Wang Yitian could sense that this person's strength was at the mid-stage of Grandmaster, and that his foundation was extremely solid, far surpassing that of ordinary Grandmasters. The visitor was Yi Xingfan, the brigade commander of the Jiangcheng garrison. "Mr. Wang Yitian?" Yi Xingfan spoke, his voice steady and powerful, with the crispness of a soldier. "I am Yi Xingfan. I apologize for disturbing you, but the situation is urgent, and there are some things I need to discuss with you in person." Wang Yitian then slowly sat up straight and pointed to the empty bed opposite him. "General Yi? Sit down. Speak your mind." A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Yi Xingfan's eyes. He held a high position and was a mid-stage grandmaster. Ordinary martial artists would inevitably feel nervous when they saw him, and even grandmasters would often treat him with great respect. But the person in front of me, seemingly lazy and casual, had eyes so deep they were unfathomable, and faced with my imposing aura, he remained completely unmoved, like a gentle spring breeze. Indeed, he was unfathomable. He became even more convinced of Qin Feng's judgment. Without any pretense, he sat down on the bed, his back still straight, and got straight to the point. "Mr. Wang, time is of the essence, so I won't beat around the bush. The situation in Jiangcheng is dire, and we are short of high-end combat power. According to the intelligence we have and the information shared with the Azure Dragon Fortress, the beasts that have infiltrated this time are mainly composed of Master level equivalent to or Grandmaster level and General level equivalent to Grandmaster level. We have not yet found any lower level, soldier level, or underage individuals. The only confirmed King level beast, Martial King level, has been personally held back on the front lines of the fortress by Martial King Xiaohan. He spoke quickly but clearly. Currently, including you and me, there are 7 Grandmasters that can be mobilized in Jiangcheng. My deployment is as follows: 4 of them will guard the east, south, west, and north of Jiangcheng respectively, acting as the anchors of stability, while I will command and coordinate from the center. The other 2 need to leave the city immediately to support several critical outposts outside the city that are in imminent danger, ensuring the existence of information channels and the outer defense line. Yi Xingfan looked intently at Wang Yitian. Mr. Wang, the northern part of the city currently lacks a sufficiently powerful expert to oversee it. I would like to ask you to take charge of the auxiliary defense work in the northern area. What do you think? Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, Wang Xinran on the bed next to him exploded, sitting up abruptly. What? You want my dad to guard the city? Fight monsters? No way. That's too dangerous. Although she was a bit of a Chunibua person with delusions of grandeur, she knew what a general level wild beast meant. It was an existence on par with a grandmaster. In the school textbooks, the strength of wild beasts was above that of martial artists of the same level. Yi Xingfan looked at Wang Xinran, his tone softening. Please rest assured, Wang Xinran. This doesn't mean you're expected to take the initiative or confront the beast tide directly. We will arrange 3 elite patrol teams led by grandmasters in the northern area, patrolling 24 hours a day. You only need to stay at the 7th security outpost in the north of the city. Once the patrol teams discover any general level or a large number of master level wild beasts that they cannot handle, they will immediately send out a distress signal. All you need to do is rush to the scene as quickly as possible after receiving the signal and eliminate the threat. Based on preliminary assessments, the number of general level wild beasts that have infiltrated is not too large. Your main task is to deal with any sudden high level individuals. Routine patrols and clearing operations will be handled by the patrol teams. He added, the bunker is absolutely safe here. You can rest and train here with peace of mind to prepare for the finals. We will provide the best support, so you can rest assured. The bunker is designed for peak general level. Even for king level, it would take more than half an hour to break through the bunker, which is enough time to evacuate. After listening, Wang Yitian did not answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at his nervous daughter, reached out and rubbed her head, then crumpled her carefully sculpted cookie sculpture into a pile of crumbs. Oh dear! My artwork! Wang Xinran angrily slapped his hand away. Wang Yitian ignored her protest, looked at Yi Xingfan, and said in a calm tone, so you're saying that I'm mainly a firefighter, I can slack off at the base most of the time, and only go out to fight when something happens, right? Yi Xingfan was taken aback by this straightforward yet slightly humorous statement, then nodded. You could say that. Your very existence is the greatest deterrent to potential threats. Unless a general level threat appears, there's no need for you to take action. All right. Wang Yitian readily nodded. I'm just killing time anyway. North of the city, right? Send me the location of the stronghold, I'll go there in a bit. Yi Xingfan was surprised by his quick agreement and felt a great weight lifted from his heart. He was filled with respect. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your understanding and righteousness. On behalf of the Jiangcheng garrison and the millions of citizens, I thank you for your help. He immediately used his tactical tablet to send the detailed coordinates, internal structure diagram, communication channels, and patrol team identification code of the number 7 outpost in the north of the city to Wang Yitian's encrypted communicator. Mr. Wang, this is the highest level communication device. You can contact the command center and me directly. The patrol's distress signal will also be sent to you first. I'm counting on you. Yi Xingfan stood up and solemnly saluted Wang Yitian. Wang Yitian waved his hand. Stop with the formalities. I'm going. Yi Xingfan said no more, turned around and left quickly, as he still had many things to plan. The father and daughter were left alone in the dormitory again. Wang Xinran leaned closer, tugging at Wang Yitian's sleeve, her little face full of worry. Old man, are you really going? A general level wild beast. It sounds so powerful. What if? What if what? What if? Wang Yitian interrupted her and flicked her forehead again. Do I look like I'm going to die young? I'm just a few stray dogs that wandered in. It's a piece of cake to kill them. You stay here quietly and focus on your cultivation. Don't wait until I come back and find that your cultivation hasn't improved and you've been beaten like a dog in the finals. That would be truly shameful. Wang Xinran covered her forehead, her eyes a little red, but she held back her tears and said stubbornly, Who was worried about you? I was afraid you would delay my competition. You shouldn't be so stubborn. If you can't win, remember to run. It's not shameful. Looking at his daughter's expression, clearly worried yet determined, Wang Yitian felt a mix of amusement and warmth. He spoke with a rare seriousness, saying, Don't worry, your dad knows what he's doing. Remember my words, stay in the bunker, don't wander off, and make the most of every moment to become stronger. In this world, nothing beats relying on your own strength. He paused, then his lazy expression returned. When I get back, if I hear you lost the finals, I'll spank you. You dare. Wang Xinran bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her sorrow at parting instantly diminishing. Wang Yitian smiled and said nothing more. He checked his belongings. Actually, there wasn't much to bring. The Grandmaster himself was the strongest weapon. He slung the seemingly empty backpack over his shoulder and patted his daughter on the shoulder. I'm leaving. Be good. After saying that, he turned around and opened the dormitory door, his figure disappearing into the light and shadow of the corridor without looking back. Wang Xinran looked at the closed door, sniffed, waved her little fist, and whispered, You old geezer, you have to come back safely. I'm waiting for you, to see me win the championship. On the other side, Wang Yitian easily avoided the people inside the bunker based on the coordinates, and silently arrived on the ground like a ghost. After identifying the direction, his figure flashed a few times and disappeared into the shadows of the streets leading to the north of the city. His speed seemed slow, but he moved with incredible speed, arriving at security point number 7, located on the edge of the North City Industrial Zone, in just a few minutes. This building is disguised as an abandoned warehouse, but its interior is a completely different story. It has well-prepared fortifications, complete living supplies, and a small command center that can receive information from all sides. After scanning the area with his divine sense and confirming that it was safe, Wang Yitian found a relatively clean chair in the stronghold, sat down, closed his eyes, and pretended to be asleep. In reality, his vast and boundless divine sense, like an invisible sky, quietly enveloped the entire northern area of the city. Inside the city, undercurrents surged. Outside the city, murderous intent lurked. This newly appointed guardian of the North City has begun his slacking off and waiting for call time. It's just unknown when the first general-level wild beast to run into this impenetrable barrier will appear. Chapter 67 First Battle Against the Wild Beast Ice Rhinoceros Leopard. In the safe house at Outpost Number 7 in the north of the city, which was practically bare except for basic facilities, Wang Yitian had been slumped in a chair and slacking off for almost half a day. He projected his divine sense outwards, like an invisible radar, covering the entire northern area of the city. The city above ground has now become a ghost town. All residents have been evacuated to underground shelters as planned, and the streets are deserted. Only the whistling of the wind cutting through the high-rise buildings, and the occasional, mostly muffled, sporadic explosions and faint gunshots in the distance, serve as reminders that the city is under martial law. Wang Yitian even yawned a little boredly, using his divine sense to watch several stray cats fighting over a rotten fish in an abandoned street, wondering if this firefighter job was a bit too leisurely. Just then, the brick-like military encrypted communicator beside him emitted a rapid beep-beep sound, and the screen lit up, showing that an encrypted message had been received from the 3rd Patrol Squad of the North District. Wang Yitian lazily picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Outpost 7. Outpost 7. This is North Team 3. Please respond. A slightly hurried, intense young male voice came through the communicator, with faint breathing and metallic scraping sounds in the background. Speak, Wang Yitian said succinctly. Report. We have discovered abnormal energy fluctuations and scratch marks and slime resembling those of a large creature outside warehouse number 3 in the former Yongfeng Logistics Park in the north of the city. Based on the analysis of residual energy, we have preliminarily determined that these are traces of activity by a division-level wild beast. Requesting instructions. The patrol captain's voice trembled slightly, as facing wild beasts was a great psychological test for most soldiers. Wang Yitian's eyes flickered slightly. Finally, something decent was happening. He stood up and stretched his neck. Send me the location coordinates. You all stay put and maintain a safe distance. I'll be there soon. Understood. Coordinates sent. Be careful. After hanging up the communication, Wang Yitian glanced at the coordinates. The location wasn't too far from the stronghold. He walked to the door, his figure flickered slightly, as if blending into the shadows, and in the next moment he appeared at the street corner dozens of meters away. His speed was so fast it was as if he teleported, silently heading towards his target location. The journey of a grandmaster is simple, unadorned, and tedious. A few minutes later, Wang Yitian appeared like a ghost at the edge of Yongfeng Logistics Park, hiding in the shadow of an abandoned guard post. His gaze swept across the area and he saw 3 soldiers dressed in urban camouflage combat uniforms and fully armed, forming a combat formation and nervously using a military jeep as cover, their guns pointed at the closed roller shutter door of a large warehouse not far ahead. The captain, holding an energy detector, stared intently at the crack in the door. Wang Yitian could clearly sense a cold, chaotic energy fluctuation emanating from the crack in the warehouse door. It was indeed a wild beast, with a strength of about mid-stage grandmaster. He stopped hiding and slowly stepped out of the shadows. Who? The 3 soldiers instantly turned their guns, their nerves on edge. Outpost number 7, Wang Yitian. Wang Yitian turned on his communicator. The 3 soldiers visibly relaxed upon seeing him, but their eyes held even greater awe. The captain immediately jogged over and saluted, "Mr. Wang. You've arrived. The target is inside. The energy response is stable, it seems to be residing there." Wang Yitian nodded, walked to the warehouse door, and used his divine sense to penetrate the heavy metal roller shutter door, clearly seeing the situation inside. The warehouse has a large interior space, filled with discarded shelves and containers. In the open space in the center of the warehouse, a huge creature lay prone. This thing looks somewhat abstract, its general shape resembles a leopard magnified 2 or 3 times, with a streamlined body full of explosive power, but its head is more like a rhinoceros, with a short, thick horn, and its skin is grayish-blue, covered with a thin layer of frost-like crystals. It was lying there, its nostrils spewing out a white mist carrying a chill, and the surrounding air temperature was noticeably lower by several degrees. TSK, a leopard's body and a rhinoceros's head? And it can even breathe cold air? The mutant species in this wasteland are getting more and more creative. Wang Yitian mentally criticized the creature's design, giving it a bad review. He turned back and waved to the 3 tense soldiers, "Back off and find cover." "I'll handle this." "Yes, sir." "Mr. Wang, be careful." The captain immediately led his team to retreat behind a more distant container, set up their weapons, and prepared to provide fire support at any time. Wang Yitian walked to the roller shutter door, too lazy to look for the switch, and gently pressed the lock with his finger. With a soft click, the complex internal electronic lock and mechanical structure were instantly shattered by the energy. He casually pulled, and the heavy roller shutter door rolled up with a screeching sound. A chilling aura instantly emanated from the warehouse. The ice rhinoceros leopard was clearly startled, abruptly raising its head, its icy blue pupils locking onto Wang Yitian at the doorway, letting out a low, threatening roar, standing on all fours, its muscles tense. Wang Yitian strolled in leisurely, as if he were wandering through his own backyard. The ice rhinoceros leopard seemed to be enraged by his disregard. With a kick of its hind legs, its massive body, accompanied by a gust of cold wind, pounced forward as fast as lightning. At the same time, it opened its mouth, and a pale white blast of cold air shot towards Wang Yitian like an arrow. Wang Yitian didn't stop walking, but slightly turned his body to the side, just enough to avoid the spray of cold air. The cold air hit the cement ground behind him and instantly froze into a thick layer of ice. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and casually slapped it to the side. Bang! With a muffled thud, Wang Yitian's palm struck the side shoulder blade of the ice rhinoceros leopard as it pounced. The feeling was like casually swatting away a big dog that lunged at you. The ice rhinoceros leopard's forward momentum abruptly halted, letting out a painful roar. Its massive body was slammed to the side, staggering a few steps before regaining its balance. It shook its somewhat dazed head, its eyes filled with astonishment and even deeper rage as it looked at Wang Yitian. "Oh. Mid-stage grandmaster, quite thick-skinned." Wang Yitian shook his hand and commented, "His speed is alright, but he's not very bright." The ice rhino leopard seemed to understand the mockery, becoming even more enraged. Its icy aura intensified, and it pounced again. This time, its sharp claws lashed out, bringing with them streaks of cold light that covered Wang Yitian's vital points. This time, Wang Yitian didn't take the attack head-on. His footwork was unpredictable, and his figure was like a ghost as he strolled leisurely through the barrage of claw shadows. He avoided the attacks by the slightest margin each time, while carefully observing the beast's attack patterns and energy flow. His attack pattern is singular, relying on instinct. His ice talent is decent, but his application is crude. While dodging, Wang Yitian quickly analyzed in his mind, the weakness should be at the junction of the neck and abdomen, where the energy flow is slightly sluggish. Having tested the waters enough, Wang Yitian lost interest in continuing the game. His eyes narrowed, and his body suddenly accelerated, appearing as if by teleportation behind the ice rhinoceros leopard, dodging its fierce tail whip. Just as the ice rhinoceros leopard was about to turn around after exhausting its old strength and not yet generating new strength, Wang Yitian pointed his fingers like a sword, gathering a point of highly compressed and refined pale golden elemental energy at his fingertips, and pointed it at the energy node connecting its neck and abdomen with lightning speed. Put! A soft sound, like a hot knife slicing butter. The pale golden finger force easily pierced through the ice rhinoceros leopard's tough fur and protective frost, precisely striking its energy core. The ice rhinoceros leopard's massive body stiffened abruptly, the ferocity in its eyes dimmed instantly, and it let out a mournful and unwilling howl before collapsing to the ground. After convulsing a few times, it remained motionless. There was no bleeding from the wound, only a pure, icy energy was slowly dissipating. The battle ended in less than a minute. Wang Yitian didn't even breathe heavily, and his clothes didn't even wrinkle. He walked over to the body, kicked it to make sure it was dead. Then he shouted outside, "Hey, you outside, all done, come in and clean the floor." 3 soldiers cautiously peeked out from behind their bunker and were stunned to see the enormous, dead beast lying in the warehouse and Wang Yitian, who was unharmed and calm. That's it, resolved? A melee-level wild beast. Their target, which they treated as a formidable enemy, was no more than swatting a mosquito in front of this person. The captain rushed in with his men, looked at the ice rhino leopard's carcass, swallowed hard, and looked at Wang Yitian with eyes full of fervor and awe. "Mr. Wang, you are amazing. Stop flattering me." Wang Yitian waved his hand. "Dispose of the corpses, hand over the energy cores and useful materials, and destroy the rest. Don't pollute the environment. I'm going back to the base. Call me if you need anything." "Yes, sir." Mission accomplished. The captain stood at attention and saluted. Wang Yitian nodded, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly walked out of the warehouse. His figure flickered a few times and disappeared at the end of the street, concealing his merit and fame. Back at Outpost 7, Wang Yitian had just sat down when his encrypted communicator rang again, a video request from inside the bunker. He answered the call, and Wang Xinran's worried and curious face immediately appeared on the screen. "Old man. Are you all right? Did you go out and get into a fight?" she asked in a rapid-fire barrage as soon as the call connected. Wang Yitian propped the communicator on the table and lazily slumped back in his chair. "Yeah, I killed a big cat that sneaked in. It was the kind that could blow air conditioning, and it was pretty ugly." "A big cat? A master-level wild beast?" Wang Xinran's eyes widened. "Is it powerful? Are you injured?" "That's fine, it's clumsy, it'll be done in a few seconds." "Do you think your dad would get hurt?" Wang Yitian scoffed. "He's way weaker than that elite soldier you beat." "Keep bragging." Wang Xinran visibly breathed a sigh of relief and started smugly again. "Then you'd better be careful, don't let yourself get caught off guard. I'm waiting for you to come back and cheer me on. Don't worry, it won't turn into a disaster." Wang Yitian glanced at her. "How's your cultivation going? Stop watching the show and hurry up. I'll check when I get back. If you haven't improved, see how I deal with you." I know. You nagging old man." Wang Xinran stuck out her tongue. "I'm going to cultivate. Be careful too. Remember to take some pictures of wild beasts for me, make sure they're cool." The call ended. Wang Yitian shook his head, but a slight smile played on his lips. "This girl, does she expect me to carry a camera with me?" He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and his consciousness once again enveloped the north of the city. The first mouse was gone, but his intuition told him that this was just the beginning. Chapter 68: The shocking change in the south of the city and the tragedy in the west. In the south of the city, there is an abandoned logistics center plaza. Grandmaster Chao Kuei's hair and beard stood on end, and his body was engulfed in fiery red energy, like an enraged fire god. He wielded an ancient longsword with such force that water could not penetrate it, and sharp, fire attribute blade energy tore through the air as he fiercely battled a colossal serpent covered in dark scales and bearing a single horn, a general-level wild beast known as the Savage Serpent. "You beast! Die!" Chao Kuei roared, slashing his blade at the savage serpent's hard scales, which produced dazzling sparks and a loud bang, but only left a white mark. The savage snake, in pain, let out a hoarse roar, its thick tail sweeping across like a steel whip, forcing Chao Kuei to retreat, his breathing slightly disordered. He was secretly alarmed. This savage serpent possessed astonishing defensive capabilities and terrifying strength. Even with his mid-stage Grandmaster level strength, he could only barely suppress it and couldn't kill it quickly. His age had taken its toll. Stamina was ultimately his weakness. Just as he was focusing all his efforts on dealing with the savage serpent's fierce frontal attack and trying to find an opening, a sudden change occurred. Not far behind him, in a seemingly empty shadow, the air rippled like water, and a slender, transparent snake that blended almost seamlessly into its surroundings. The hidden snake shot out silently like a ghost. It opened its mouth, and a venom arrow, condensed to the extreme, colorless and odorless, shot towards Chao Kuei's back with lightning speed. This sneak attack was perfect in terms of timing, angle, and concealment. It was precisely at this moment that Chao Kuei's old strength had just been exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated, and all his attention was drawn to the savage serpent in front of him. Not good. Chao Kuei was, after all, a veteran master. At the critical moment of life and death, his spiritual senses gave him a warning. At the last second, he forcibly twisted his body and avoided the vital point of his heart, but his left scapula was still grazed by the poison arrow. Laugh. A sharp, bone-chilling pain instantly shot through me. Chao Kuei groaned, half of his body went numb instantly, and his protective energy dissipated like melting ice and snow. The long sword in his hand almost slipped from his grasp. Seizing this excellent opportunity, the savage serpent's horn blazed with a dark light, and a solid shockwave of shadow slammed into Chao Kuei's chest. Puff! Chao Kuei was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting out blood as he crashed heavily into a pile of abandoned containers, his fate unknown. Hiss! The savage serpent hissed triumphantly, its cold vertical pupils sweeping over the direction where Chao Kuei had fallen. It then warily sensed the powerful aura rapidly approaching from afar. With a strange twist of its massive body, it vanished into the intricate ruins of the buildings as if it had merged into the shadows, escaping without a trace. The hidden snake that had performed such a great service has long since disappeared. When the support team arrived, they found only a devastated battlefield, a severely wounded and unconscious Chao Kuei barely breathing, and an empty space with no clear target. West of the city, entrance to civilian bunker number 3. This place was originally a sturdy underground air raid shelter, but the heavy alloy door is now twisted and deformed like scrap metal torn apart by a tremendous force, revealing a gruesome gap. Several guards' corpses lie at the entrance, their deaths gruesome, clearly indicating a brief and desperate resistance. Inside the bunker, under the dim emergency lights, was a scene of utter hell. The smell of blood was so strong it was nauseating. The corpse of a master-level wild beast, the earth-diving demon scorpion, which resembled a giant spider but had a venomous tail like a scorpion, lay in the middle of the passage. It had already been killed by the Grandmaster who had arrived and was stationed in the west of the city. However, its rampage had already caused an irreparable tragedy. Cries, groans, and calls for help filled the space. Civilians who couldn't evacuate to deeper areas suffered heavy casualties. Severed limbs were scattered everywhere, and survivors huddled in corners, their faces etched with fear and despair. Rescue workers are desperately trying to save the injured, but the atmosphere of grief and death lingers. A Grandmaster who had rushed to provide support slammed his fist into the wall beside him, leaving a deep fist mark. His tiger-like eyes were filled with tears as he growled, "Beasts! These beasts!" When the news reached headquarters, a heavy shadow fell over everyone's hearts. The civilian casualties were the most painful price to pay in this defensive battle. Wang Yiqian was at the number 7 outpost in the north of the city. He had just finished a video call with his daughter, which was a routine of reporting that he was safe and chatting. He was wondering whether to continue slacking off and use his divine sense to scan the streets and watch the stray cats fight. He took out some snacks from his small storage bag to kill time, when suddenly, without warning, the brick-like military encrypted communicator next to him emitted an extremely piercing, unusually sharp beeping sound. A glaring red warning sign flashed on the screen. Almost simultaneously, the communicator forcibly switched to a top-priority emergency communication line from headquarters, and Yi Xingfan's voice, filled with barely concealed anxiety and heaviness, instantly rang out in the silent stronghold. "Attention all units! Highest alert! In the south of the city, Grandmaster Chao Kuei was ambushed by a general-level savage beast, the Savage Serpent, and is severely wounded. The attackers included a division-level hidden serpent. The target, the Savage Serpent, has broken through the blockade and escaped. Repeat, the general-level savage beast Savage Serpent has escaped and its current whereabouts are unknown. The threat level in the south of the city has been raised to the highest level. All units, be on high alert. This news struck Wang Etian like a bolt from the blue, instantly making him sit up straight, his lazy expression vanishing, his eyes sharp as knives. He vaguely remembered Chao Kuei. He was a veteran grandmaster from Jiancheng. Although he was old and his strength had declined, he was still very experienced. He was seriously injured in one move and the main target escaped. The general-level wild beast savage serpent. This is nothing like the ice rhinoceros leopard in the north of the city. Before he could think it through, the communicator blared again, followed by a second emergency notification, this time from the voice of a young officer, choked with sobs and filled with anger. West of the city. The number 3 civilian bunker in the west of the city has been attacked by an unidentified class of sergeant-level wild beast. The protective door has been violently destroyed. The garrison martial arts squad has been completely wiped out. The civilian casualties inside the bunker are heavy. Grandmaster reinforcements have arrived and killed the wild beast, but. The person reporting the incident was already choked with sobs, clearly indicating that the horrific scene was beyond their capacity to bear. Civilian bunkers have been breached. Casualties are heavy. Wang Etian's heart sank. Within minutes, a grandmaster in the south of the city was seriously injured, a general-level wild beast escaped, and the civilian district in the west of the city was subjected to a bloody attack. This is absolutely no coincidence. The infiltrated wild beasts are not only powerful but also highly intelligent. They may even be launching attacks simultaneously in an organized and premeditated manner, attempting to tear a gap in Jiangqing's defense system. He immediately connected to the channels linking the patrol teams in the north of the city, his voice as cold as ice. All units in the north of the city, this is Wang Etian. High alert. Immediately shrink your defensive perimeter and move closer to me. If you detect any abnormalities, do not warn me, immediately request assistance with the highest priority. Repeat, high alert. North Team 1 received. North 2nd Team understands. The North 3rd Team is retreating. The patrol leaders' voices were filled with unprecedented tension and determination. News from the south and west of the city had clearly reached them simultaneously, and everyone understood that the real crisis had begun. Wang Etian ended the communication, stood in front of the observation hole at the base, and looked out at the desolate city with a deep gaze. He could feel an invisible, chilling pressure spreading throughout Jiangcheng along with the escaped savage snake and the stench of blood from the west of the city. His previous carefree days of slacking off were gone forever. Wang Etian received the incoming battle reports, his face calm, but a cold glint flashed deep in his eyes. Wang Etian slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He walked to the entrance of the stronghold, looking south and west, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of buildings. The savage serpent, the hidden serpent, the burrowing scorpion, their coordinated attacks and targeted strikes, it seems that there's more than one nest of rats that sneaked in, and something is directing them from behind. He moved his wrist, and the bones made a slight popping sound. Chapter 69 Night Battle North of the city, 2 serpents slain. The city of Jiangcheng at night resembles a huge, silent black tombstone. The entire city was without power, with only a few scattered military emergency lights flickering like will-o'-the-wisps among the ruins and high rises, barely outlining the city's grotesque silhouette. The wind howled, and a suffocating tension permeated the deathly silence. In the northern part of the city, it was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. In outpost number 7, Wang Yitian lay slumped in a chair by the window like a ghost, the lights off. His divine sense, like the most sophisticated radar, slowly and continuously scanned every energy fluctuation within a radius of several kilometers, centered on himself. The news of Chao Kuei's serious injury in the south of the city and the attack on the bunker in the west of the city weighed heavily on the hearts of all those who knew about it. He knew that the escaped savage serpent and the elusive hidden serpent would not simply disappear without a trace. The north of the city is very likely to be the next target. Sure enough, around 2 a.m., when the city was plunged into the darkest and coldest time of the day, the encrypted communicator in his hand suddenly emitted a rapid but deliberately suppressed beep. This is the emergency route for the 2nd Patrol Team in the North District. Wang Yitian opened his eyes instantly, pressed the answer button, and immediately heard a voice struggling to suppress its trembling and heavy breathing, accompanied by the sounds of hurried running and the terrifying sound of something heavy crushing through the rubble. Outpost 7. Outpost 7. North 2nd Team, emergency call. Target spotted. Repeat, general level target, savage serpent spotted. Location, warehouse area 3 of the abandoned Xinglong textile factory. It has spotted us. It is pursuing us. Extremely strong energy response. Requesting backup. Requesting immediate backup. Hold it off and retreat towards Outpost 7. I'm coming right away. Wang Yitian's voice was calm and undisturbed before he finished speaking. He had already disappeared from his chair. The next moment, his figure, like a ghost blending into the night, flashed a few times among the desolate city ruins and appeared hundreds of meters away. His speed was extremely fast, yet strangely, he did not make the slightest sound of wind, only the faint hiss of his clothes rubbing against the air. As he sped off, he calmly gave the order via communicator: report your real-time location and casualty situation. It's breaking out to the northeast. It's about 1.5 kilometers from the stronghold. It's moving too fast. Ah! A short scream and a teammate's angry roar came through the communicator, followed by more intense energy gunfire and the ferocious hiss of the savage serpent. Xiao Lu! You bastard! I'll fight him to the death. Captain, don't be impulsive. Retreat! Retreat now! The communicator was in complete chaos, accompanied by clear, teeth-grinding sounds of bones cracking and heavy objects falling to the ground. Wang Yitian's eyes turned cold, and he increased his speed by another 3 points. He could see 5 tiny figures running desperately through the ruins a few kilometers away. Behind them, a giant snake, as thick as a bucket, covered in dark scales and with a single horn on its head, was chasing after them with an agility that belied its enormous size, sending bricks and stones flying wherever it went. One of the last soldiers was struck by the snake's tail and instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Another soldier tried to stop him with firepower, but was enveloped by the shadow breath spewed by the serpent. His armor shattered like paper, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up. In just over 10 seconds, 3 of the 5 members of Team North 2 have been killed. The remaining captain and 1 team member are also in grave danger. Hang in there! Wang Yitian's voice came through the communicator, carrying a strange sense of comfort. His figure streaked across the night sky, and the distance between them rapidly closed. Just as Wang Yitian crashed down like a meteorite between the 2 remaining patrol members and the savage snake, the enormous snakehead, accompanied by a foul stench, came crashing down to bite. Roll! Wang Yitian let out a low shout, neither dodging nor avoiding, and simply threw out his right fist. There was no glitter on the fist, yet it contained terrifying physical strength. Bang! The fist and the snake's head collided violently, producing a deep, thunderous sound. A visible shockwave spread out from the point of impact, kicking up all the rubble and dust on the ground. The serpent's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, letting out a painful hiss. Its massive head was smashed backward, several scales shattering to reveal the flesh beneath. Wang Yitian's figure only swayed slightly, the ground beneath his feet cracked, but he did not retreat an inch. The 2 surviving patrolmen were stunned, their joy at surviving the ordeal intertwined with immense shock. Is this the strength of a grandmaster? To directly confront a general-level wild beast? Retreat to a safe distance and be aware of your surroundings. Wang Yitian gave the order without turning his head, his gaze fixed on the savage serpent, which was even more enraged by its injuries. The captain realized what was happening and immediately pulled his injured teammate back to find cover. At the same time, he nervously watched the battlefield and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. They hadn't forgotten that a deadly hidden snake might be lurking in the shadows. The savage serpent shook its head, its icy blue vertical pupils fixed on Wang Yitian, filled with ferocity and a hint of suspicion. It sensed an unprecedented threat from this tiny human before it. It opened its blood-red maw, let out a sharp screech, and its massive body coiled up, launching another attack. Whether biting, whipping its tail, or spewing out a dark breath with corrosive power, its attacks are as fierce as a tidal wave. Wang Yitian moved swiftly, weaving freely through the savage serpent's storm of attacks. Instead of launching a direct attack, he acted like the most composed hunter, carefully sensing and analyzing the serpent's attack patterns, strength, energy flow, and possible weaknesses. His strength is roughly at the peak of the early Grandmaster stage, approaching the mid-stage. His defense is very strong, with his scales being his primary protection. His shadow breath is corrosive and cannot be taken head-on. His attack patterns are straightforward and lack variation. His weaknesses might be his 7-inch mark and the softer areas of his belly scales. After several rounds, Wang Yitian had already formed his own judgment. This savage serpent is quite powerful, but it seems to lack intelligence and relies more on instinct to fight. He was fully capable of winning. However, he constantly kept a portion of his mind focused, like the sharpest radar, scanning every shadow and every discordant energy fluctuation in his surroundings. He was waiting for that insidious hidden serpent. Sure enough, just as Wang Yitian deliberately created an opening, dodging the savage snake's fierce tail whip, seemingly exhausted of his strength and momentarily pausing, To his left rear, in the shadow of a collapsed wall, the air rippled like water as a slender, almost completely transparent shadow shot out with lightning speed. Silently, the target was aimed directly at Wang Yitian's nape. It was that master-level wild beast, hidden serpent. It seized what it believed to be the perfect opportunity to assassinate. However, this was the moment Wang Yitian had been waiting for. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, at the very instant the hidden serpent launched its attack, his left hand, which had been hanging by his side, reached out to his waist with ghostly speed. There, tucked away, was a military-issue, seemingly ordinary alloy dagger. Buzz! The moment the dagger was drawn, it suddenly emitted a faint golden light, having been infused with pure elemental energy by Wang Yitian. Without turning around, he swung his knife backward with incredible precision. This strike, the timing, angle, speed, and power was executed with exquisite precision. It was as if it had been practiced 1,000 times. Put! The slight sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The transparent shadow revealed itself behind Wang Yitian. It was none other than the hidden serpent. Its slender body was pierced through its mouth by a dagger, which then pierced its skull. Its cold, compound eyes still held the cruelty of impending success and a trace of incredulous astonishment before it completely lost its life, hanging in midair like a dead fish, before drooping limply. Wang Yitian didn't even glance at the corpse of the hidden serpent. With a flick of his wrist, he flung the serpent's body off the dagger and turned his gaze back to the savage serpent, who was slightly stunned by the death of his companion. Now, it's your turn. Wang Yitian's tone remained calm, but his aura suddenly changed. If he was like a bottomless ancient well just now, then at this moment, that ancient well has instantly transformed into a volcano about to erupt. A terrifying pressure spread out as if it were a tangible force. The surrounding air became thick and heavy. Sensing a deadly threat, the serpent hissed uneasily, its massive body instinctively coiling up in a defensive posture. But Wang Yitian gave it no more chances. He stomped his foot, creating a shallow crater in the ground, and his figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt as he charged towards the savage serpent. The speed was so fast that it left afterimages in the same spot. Break! With a low shout, Wang Yitian pointed his fingers like a sword, his fingertips gathering highly compressed, incomparably sharp, pale golden elemental energy, and pointed with unparalleled precision at the relatively soft scales on the savage serpent's 7-inch spot. Laugh! The savage serpent's hard scales and protective energy were easily pierced like paper under the absolute difference in power. Ow! The savage serpent let out an extremely shrill scream, its massive body twisting wildly in an attempt to struggle. But Wang Yitian, having gained the upper hand, pressed his advantage, and the energy of the finger inserted into his body exploded. Boom! A huge bloody hole was blasted open from the inside at the snake's vital spot. Dark red blood and shattered internal organs spurted out. The serpent's struggles quickly weakened, and it finally collapsed to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust before falling completely silent. The battle is over. From the moment Wang Yitian arrived to the moment the two snakes were killed, only 2 or 3 minutes had passed. Wang Yitian stood between two enormous snake corpses, his breathing steady, as if he had merely swatted 2 flies. He flicked non-existent blood off his hands and said to the 2 patrolmen who were staring in disbelief, "Notify logistics to collect the bodies. Give our fallen brothers a proper burial." After saying that, he didn't linger. With a flash, he disappeared into the night and returned to outpost number 7, keeping his achievements hidden. Only 2 patrol members, who had survived the ordeal, remained speechless as they stared at the scene before them. The night in the north of the city was still deep, but the oppressive feeling that made people's hearts tremble had quietly dissipated somewhat with the death of the 2 snakes. Chapter 70 Reports and the Situation. There were update reminder tokens yesterday, so 4 chapters will be updated today. Thank you all for your support and rewards. There will be an extra chapter if a single chapter reaches 100 reminders. After dealing with the 2 long snakes, Wang Yitian felt a bit fishy on his body, which made him feel uneasy. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the base. Instead, he sat down on a relatively clean cement block by the ruins, taking in an energy bar from his pocket and slowly munching on it while waiting for the logistics personnel to come and collect the body. Not long after, several military green all-terrain transport vehicles drove up silently, followed by a large processing vehicle with purification capabilities. A team of soldiers in protective suits jumped off the vehicle with practiced ease. When they saw the 2 enormous snake corpses at the scene, especially the terrifying hole at the 7-inch mark of the savage snake, they couldn't help but gasp and look at Wang Yitian with awe. The officer in charge jogged over, saluted, and said, "Mr. Wang. Thank you for your hard work. Leave this to us." Mm. Wang Yitian nodded, stuffed the last bite of the energy bar into his mouth, and patted the crumbs off his hands. Make sure it's clean, don't pollute the environment. After saying that, he stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and strolled back towards outpost number 7. His back view was as relaxed as an old man who had just finished his morning exercise. Back at the base, the sky was already beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Wang Yitian took a shower using the simple cleaning equipment provided at the base, changed into clean clothes, and had just slumped back into his chair when the brick-shaped communicator rang. It was Yi Xingfan's encrypted video request. Wang Yitian yawned and answered the call. Yi Xingfan's face immediately appeared on the screen, showing exhaustion but with clear excitement and gratitude in his eyes. The background appeared to be the command center, where people were still busy, but the atmosphere seemed more relaxed. Mr. Wang. Yi Xingfan's voice trembled slightly. I just received the battle report from the north of the city. You've dealt with Barbarian Serpent and Hidden Serpent? This is truly, thank you so much. Wang Yitian lifted his eyelids slightly, his tone indifferent. Oh, it was just something I did. Those two things were disturbing my sleep. Yi Xingfan. He was taken aback by the nonchalant tone, then gave a wry smile. Just a casual encounter? That's the general-level wild beast and its cunning partner that seriously injured the veteran Grandmaster Chao Kuei, caused panic in the south of the city, and escaped. This big shot's strength is probably even more unfathomable than assessed. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and spoke with even greater solemnity. Mr. Wang, you have done a great service this time. The elimination of Savage Serpent and Hidden Serpent has greatly relieved the pressure on the north of the city and even the entire Jiangcheng. In particular, eliminating the lurking threat of Hidden Serpent is like pulling out a nail. On behalf of the garrison and all the citizens, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to you once again. Let's skip the formalities. Wang Yitian waved his hand. Tell me the current situation. Those two things are dealt with, but what about the other places? Are they still in chaos? Yi Xingfan immediately said seriously, the overall situation has undergone a positive change because of your victory. He pulled up the tactical map and quickly explained, in the north of the city, with the elimination of the Wild Serpent and Hidden Serpent, the threat level has dropped from the highest to high risk, but vigilance is still required. Your area is temporarily safe. In the south of the city, Grandmaster Chao Kuei has been out of danger after emergency treatment, but his injuries are severe and he needs to rest for a long time. He is temporarily unable to fight. We have transferred a Grandmaster from another direction to temporarily take over the defense of the south of the city, and the defense line is basically stable. In the western part of the city, the cleanup and treatment of the wounded at bunker number 3 are still underway, and the losses are substantial. Yi Xingfan's tone lowered for a moment, then he said excitedly, but the good news is that since you dealt with those two wild beasts, the small-scale, sporadic wild beast activities that previously appeared in other areas of the city seem to have quietly subsided and disappeared. We judge that the wild beast groups that infiltrated may have lost unified command or important high-end combat power, and have become more cautious in their actions. Wang Yitian nodded. This was within his expectations. That Hidden Serpent was clearly a character who engaged in assassinations and underhanded tactics, and it likely also served to communicate with or command lower-level wild beasts. With its death, its minions naturally fell into disarray. So, things have calmed down in the city for now? Wang Yitian asked. That's one way to put it. At least, large-scale, organized attacks have temporarily stopped. Yi Xingfan cautiously replied, but we cannot let our guard down. The remaining wild beasts are still hiding in the corners of the city, and we cannot rule out the possibility that there are even stronger individuals like the Hidden Serpent lurking. In addition, the pressure from the Azure Dragon Fortress outside the city is still enormous. Communication is intermittent, but the latest contact confirms that Lord Xiaohan Marshal King is still firmly holding back that king-level wild beast on the main battlefield, and the main body of the fortress is safe. Mr. Wang, based on the current situation, we believe that the most dangerous phase for Jiangcheng may have passed. If we can hold out for just over a day, the vanguard of reinforcements from the capital will arrive by dawn the day after tomorrow. At that time, a pincer attack from both inside and outside will surely wipe out the remaining enemy and lift the siege of Jiangcheng. Yi Xingfan said with anticipation. It'll take another day or so. Wang Yitian rubbed his temples, his face showing just the right amount of tiredness tinged with impatience. My old bones really can't take any more of this. I was just thinking of retiring and enjoying my retirement, but you guys dragged me here to be a conscript, fighting to the death. Yi Xingfan looked apologetic. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wang, the situation is special, I had no choice. Alright, I was just saying. Wang Etian interrupted him. So, for the next day or so, the main focus is on defense. Keep an eye on those hiding rats, make sure they don't cause any more trouble, and hold out until reinforcements arrive, right? That's basically it. Yi Xingfan affirmed. Your mission remains to hold down the fort in the north of the city, acting as a stabilizing force. The patrol teams will intensify their search efforts and clear out the remaining wild beasts. Unless a new general-level threat emerges that we cannot handle, we will not trouble you to take action again. That's all right. Wang Etian seemed relieved. It's good to be able to slack off. No, it's good to be able to rest a bit. By the way, is my daughter all right? Is the bunker still safe? Please rest assured. The bunker has the highest level of protection and is absolutely safe. Wang Xinran is doing well, and we have dedicated personnel to ensure her living and cultivation needs are met, Yi Xingfan quickly assured her. That's good. Wang Etian nodded, then yawned deeply. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. I haven't slept all night, I'm exhausted. Call me if you need anything, otherwise don't disturb me while I'm catching up on my sleep. Yes. Please get some rest. Thank you again. Yi Xingfan quickly replied. The communication ended. Wang Etian casually tossed the communicator onto the table, slumped back into his chair, closed his eyes, and appeared to be going to sleep. But he knew perfectly well what was going on. The threat inside the city had been temporarily suppressed, but the root of the problem lay outside the city. The key is the king-level wild beast that Xiao Han is holding back. Moreover, the wild beast's infiltration this time was so organized and methodical that it must be something extraordinary. They've only taken down their vanguard in command nodes, a bigger storm may be yet to come. More than a day. I hope I can get through it safely. He muttered to himself, just don't let anything else go wrong, just let me watch my daughter's final in peace. Of course, he only thought these words to himself. If any fools dare to come along again, this old man will definitely not hesitate to get moving when it's time to get going. Outside the window, the sky gradually brightened, and the deathly silent city welcomed the dawn, but the solemnity after the great battle and the sense of unknown threat in the air had not completely dissipated. Wang Etian's divine sense remained like the most loyal sentinel, covering the northern part of the city, ready to deal with any emergencies at any time. Chapter 71 Bad News from Outside the City. Daylight broke, but the sky over Jiangcheng remained overcast, as if shrouded in a persistent gloom. Wang Etian sat on the hard chair at outpost number 7, half closing his eyes, seemingly asleep but actually resting for several hours. The brief peace brought about by the killing of the 2 snakes last night did not last long. His powerful divine sense could vaguely sense that deep within the city, there were still some unpleasant energy fluctuations wriggling in the shadows, like cockroaches that hadn't been properly cleaned up. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation, different from the alarm and carrying a certain rapid rhythm, came from the sky in the southeast direction of the city. Immediately afterwards, the encrypted communicator in his hand emitted a specific prompt tone indicating that friendly forces have arrived. Wang Etian opened his eyes, picked up the communicator, and saw it was Yi Xingfan's line. Mr. Wang. Yi Xingfan's voice carried a hint of weariness, but was filled with excitement. Good news. The first batch of reinforcements from neighboring Suzhou has arrived. An elite team consisting of 3 grandmasters and 20 masters has just arrived at the designated rendezvous point outside the city and is entering the urban area. Oh? That's good news. Wang Etian raised an eyebrow. The support came faster than he had expected. It seems that Suzhou didn't dare to be negligent either. Yes. The leader is General Zhao Jinyue, the deputy commander of the Suzhou garrison and a late-stage grandmaster. Yi Xingfan said with respect, with General Zhao and this fresh force joining us, our pressure will be greatly reduced. Soon, the communicator connected to the temporarily opened regional command channel. Several unfamiliar but powerful voices came through the channel, quickly connecting with Yi Xingfan. Commander Yi, this is Zhao Jinyue. My unit has proceeded according to the pre-arranged plan, divided into 2 groups. Group A, led by Sun Ming, a mid-stage grandmaster, will take 10 grandmasters and immediately proceed to the southern area of the city to relieve Grandmaster Chao Kuei of his defenses and stabilize the defensive line. Group B, personally led by me, including Li Rue, an early-stage grandmaster, and 10 other grandmasters, will serve as the general reserve force for the war zone, providing support from the center and ready to assist all sides at any time. Thank you, General Zhao. You've worked hard. I'll leave the south of the city to Grandmaster Sun. The reserve forces position is crucial. I'll trouble you to oversee it, General Zhao. Yi Xingfan's voice sounded noticeably more relaxed. Wang Yitian listened silently to the dispatcher on the channel, without making a sound. With reinforcements arriving and the defenses being deployed more rationally, Zhangqing's defensive situation has indeed improved considerably on the surface. But the lingering unease in his heart had not completely dissipated. Will the counterattack from the wild beasts end so easily? Sure enough, just as the reinforcements from Suzhou began to take up their posts as planned, and a sense of "it's all settled" briefly filled the channel, an anxious, even slightly terrified voice forcibly switched into a more encrypted emergency communication sub-channel. This channel was only accessible to a few high-ranking officials, including Yi Xingfan and Zhao Jinyue, and Wang Yitian. Command! Command! Urgent military situation. Outside the city. The support team sent to Outpost Number 7 in the northwest has lost contact. Repeat, the entire Sharp Sword team has lost contact. The last signal transmitted was from Black Wind Canyon, 3 kilometers outside the outpost. The signal was a highest priority distress signal, but it only lasted for less than 2 seconds before it was interrupted. We tried all the backup channels, but none of them could be connected. The officer giving the report was trembling. The channel went completely silent. The atmosphere, which had just eased due to the arrival of reinforcements, instantly plummeted to freezing point. The Sharp Sword squad has gone missing? Yi Xingfan's voice was filled with disbelief and shock. How is this possible? The team consists of 1 early-stage Grandmaster and 7 late-stage Grandmasters. Each of them has the highest-level encrypted communicator. Even if they encountered a general-level wild beast, it's impossible that they couldn't even send a complete distress message. Unless they encounter an irresistible force in a very short time and are wiped out instantly. Or perhaps, the communication has been completely blocked or interfered with by some powerful force. Either way, it's absolutely terrifying. Black Wind Canyon. Zhao Jinyue's steady voice rang out, tinged with seriousness. The terrain there is complex, the energy field is chaotic, and it's inherently a weak signal area. But for a squad with such a configuration to suddenly lose its voice. Brigade Commander Yi, something's wrong. Something very wrong. I see. Yi Xingfan's voice was filled with suppressed anger and anxiety. Immediately dispatch drones to scout Black Wind Canyon. At the same time, notify all units outside the city to raise the alert level to the highest. No unauthorized action is allowed without orders. In particular, the other Falcon squad outside, have them build defensive fortifications on the spot and await further instructions. The order was given swiftly. Only heavy breathing and the faint sounds of instruments operating could be heard on the channel. Everyone understood that this sudden change outside the city was far more serious than clearing out the remaining wild beasts inside the city. An elite squad has vanished without a trace. The crisis hidden behind it may be far greater than imagined. Wang Yitian listened to the chaos and solemnity on the channel and tapped his fingers lightly on the back of his chair. As expected, it wasn't that simple. The troubles in the city have been temporarily suppressed, but the waters outside the city have become even deeper. To make a squad led by a Grandmaster disappear without a trace, that's an interesting tactic. After thinking for a moment, he made a private call to Yi Xingfan via an encrypted line. Mr. Wang? Yi Xingfan's voice remained tense. Wang Yitian said calmly, "Is the bunker my daughter is in protected enough? I don't want our home to be ransacked when reinforcements arrive." Yi Xingfan immediately assured him, "Mr. Wang, please rest assured. The bunker is an S-level protected structure, reinforced with multiple arrays and powered by an independent energy source. Its defensive capabilities are also the strongest. Even if a Martial King level expert launches a strong attack, it can withstand the attack for a considerable period of time. Wang Xinran's safety is absolutely guaranteed." "Okay, that's fine then." Wang Yitian responded, then paused and asked again, "Is the other team outside in a safe location?" "The Falcon squad is currently at Outpost 3 in the east. It's at a higher elevation and has relatively good fortifications. We've ordered them to hold their position and await reinforcements. For now, it should be safe." Yi Xingfan's answer was tinged with uncertainty. "Understood. I'll keep an eye on things in the north of the city. We'll talk if anything comes up." Wang Yitian ended the call. He put down the communicator, walked to the observation slit of the outpost, and looked northwest. Although there was a great distance and many buildings between them, his gaze seemed to penetrate everything and land on that deathly place called Black Wind Canyon. The Sharp Sword Squad, 8 people, 1 Grandmaster, 7 Grandmasters, not a single message has come back. Wang Yitian muttered to himself, his eyes sharp as knives, this is not something an ordinary wild beast could do. It seems there's more than one big fish that has slipped in. Moreover, this fish is probably much more troublesome than the savage serpent. The bad news from outside the city was like an even bigger dark cloud, looming over Jiangcheng, which had just seen a glimmer of dawn. Chapter 72: The Reason for the Wild Beast Invasion. Inside outpost number 7 in the North City, Wang Yitian slumped in a hard chair, tapping the armrest with his fingers, his brows slightly furrowed. He was still pondering the seemingly vanished Sharp Sword Squad outside the city, and the more he thought about it, the more eerie it seemed. 8 living people, one of whom was a Grandmaster, carrying the military's top-level communication equipment, how could they just disappear like that? Just as he was pondering this. Ding! Detected that the bound object, Wang Xinran, is facing a major survival crisis. Urgency, highest. Urgent mission issued, daughter's crisis. Mission description: an extremely high energy reaction has been detected approaching. A peak-level general-grade wild beast, the earth-splitting demon ape, and an ordinary general-grade wild beast, the phantom fox, are leading a large swarm of division-level and soldier-level wild beasts. They have broken through the weak outer defenses and are rapidly approaching the location of the bound target, Wang Xinran, the Jiangcheng No. 7 underground shelter. The straight-line distance is less than 500 meters. The target is clear, a special item sealed inside the S-level biological laboratory at the bottom of the bunker. Mission requirements: immediately intercept and annihilate all invading wild beasts, ensuring the absolute safety of the bound target. Mission rewards: Grandmaster Peak Experience Card valid for 3 minutes x1. Fatherly Love value plus 5,000. Failure penalty: the bound object dies, the system permanently unbinds the user, the host's cultivation is reset to 0, and the soul is separated. A series of cold, urgent, and emotionless notification sounds, like icicles at sub-zero temperatures, pierced deep into Wang Yitian's consciousness. Especially the last phrase, the bound object died and soul was separated, made his fingers, which were tapping the armrest, freeze instantly, his pupils contract violently, and a chill ran from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Almost simultaneously with the system alarm, his vast and boundless divine sense was also suddenly pierced as if by a red-hot needle, clearly capturing the extremely subtle yet violent, greedy, and destructive energy torrent emanating from the city center and the direction of the bunker. The number of them was enormous, and their ranks were clearly defined. The 2 leading auras were especially ferocious, far surpassing the savage snake that he had killed last night. Their target was crystal clear, that supposedly absolutely secure underground fortress. Moreover, they went straight to the most core laboratory. My daughter is in danger. Right in front of me. The immense shock and unprecedented sense of crisis caused Wang Yitian's muscles to tense instantly, but the more he did so, the clearer and colder his mind became. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed the encrypted communicator beside him and switched directly to the highest level emergency channel accessible only to Yi Xingfan and a select few. His voice was as cold as ice, and his speech was incredibly fast. Yi Xingfan. Listen up. Top-level emergency. I sense a large number of high-level wild beasts, at least 2 of them are general level, one of which is at the peak of the general level. They are rushing towards bunker number 7 at full speed. They will arrive in no more than 3 minutes. Their target is very clear. Tell me, what exactly is hidden in that damned laboratory at the bottom of the bunker? What could possibly lure these beasts here so precisely from the depths of the wasteland? Speak. Yi Xingfan on the other end of the communicator was clearly stunned by the sudden, information-overloaded alarm. There was a 2-second silence on the channel, broken only by his suddenly heavy breathing, followed by disbelief and a trembling look of horror. WH? What? A bunker? Peak general level? Mr. Wang, are you sure? This is impossible. Our external monitoring system. Fuck you, impossible. Wang Yitian's voice suddenly rose, filled with undisguised rage and killing intent, directly interrupting Yi Xingfan. The energy fluctuations are there. There's no faking it. They'll be here soon. Yi Xingfan. I'm asking you one last time. What the hell is in the lab? If you dare to hide anything again, I'll tear down your command post right now. The intense killing intent seemed to permeate the communicator. A chaotic sound came from Yi Xingfan's side, as if something had been knocked over, along with hurried, hushed arguments. A few seconds later, Yi Xingfan's voice rang out again, filled with despair, shame, and a hoarseness born of being driven to the brink. Mr. Wang. I'm sorry. We concealed the fact that it was a cub. 3 months ago, the Azure Dragon Fortress's exploration team discovered a cub of the king-level wild beast funeral fire lion in a cave deep in the wasteland, in what appeared to be a king-level lair. We originally intended to conduct a secret study to find the weaknesses of adult fire lions, but we never expected the news to be leaked, or rather, they have a way of sensing that we don't know about. This beast tide was simply a premeditated, cost-nothing recapture of the cub's operation. Jiancheng was implicated because of us. A cub of a king-level wild beast? A funeral procession with fire lions? All the clues suddenly connected at that moment. Why is the invasion of wild beasts so organized and purposeful? Why are even rare species like the hidden serpent appearing? Why did the squad outside the city mysteriously disappear? It was not a random beast tide at all, it was a targeted disaster caused by the greed and stupidity of the military leadership. And his daughter, his only concern in this world, was placed at the eye of the storm of this disaster. You bunch of idiots. Bastards. A raging rage erupted like a volcano, instantly overwhelming Wang Yitian's reason. He almost crushed the communicator in his hand. For a vague and uncertain research goal, these people actually risked the entire city, the lives of millions of innocent people, and his Ran. A violent killing intent surged within him, but he suppressed it with overwhelming willpower. This is not the time to settle scores. Save my daughter. We must save my daughter immediately. He spoke through the communicator, his voice icy and chilling, uttered with unwavering resolve. Yi Xingfan. Listen to me carefully. I'm going to the bunker right now. If my daughter Wang Xinran suffers even the slightest harm, I don't care about your Azure Dragon Fortress or your damned Martial King. I swear, I will make you all pay with your lives. After saying that, he didn't give Yi Xingfan any time to explain or respond, and directly cut off the highest level communication. The next second, his fingers flew across the keyboard, switching to the dedicated encrypted line that led directly into the bunker and connected to Wang Xinran's room. Beep beep, the call was answered after only 2 rings, and Wang Xinran's voice, still sleepy and a little impatient from being disturbed, came through. Hello? Dad? What is it? So early in the morning. Are you going to check up on my cultivation again? She was clearly unaware of the deadly crisis that was looming ahead. Hearing his daughter's familiar voice, Wang Yitian felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart tightly. He forced himself to speak as calmly as possible, but with an undeniable urgency, and said at breakneck speed, Ran. Listen. Now. Immediately. Get out of your room right now. As fast as you can. Get away from the underground lab. Run up. Go to the top floor of the living area, to the most crowded and conspicuous place. Don't ask why. Don't look back. Immediately. Right now. Run. Wang Xinran, on the other end of the communicator, was clearly startled by her father's unprecedented urgency and sternness. After a 2-second silence, she asked in a low voice, filled with confusion and unease, Huh? The lab? Why? What happened, Dad? Don't scare me, aren't there troops guarding outside? Something's rushing into the lab. Extremely dangerous. It could kill you. There's no time to explain. Listen to me. Run. Wang Yitian was practically growling, with veins bulging on his forehead. Oh. Okay. I'll run right now. Wang Xinran's voice was clearly tinged with sobs and fear, but the communicator immediately picked up the sounds of her frantically jumping off the bed, kicking over a chair, running around, and opening the door. Hearing that his daughter had already begun to take action, Wang Yitian's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but his sense of crisis remained as persistent as a leech. He growled into the communicator one last time, Hide well. Protect yourself. No matter what noise you hear, don't come out. Dad will be there soon. The moment the communication ended, the anxiety and worry in Wang Yitian's eyes were instantly replaced by a cold killing intent. Forget about the North City defense zone, forget about auxiliary defense missions, forget about prioritizing the overall situation, to hell with all of that. Now, even if the King of Heaven himself were to stand in his way, he would still kill him without hesitation. Clang! He casually stuffed the communicator into his pocket, sprang up from his chair, and instead of going through the door, smashed through the reinforced alloy gate of the stronghold. He transformed into a pale golden streak of light that tore through the air, hurtling towards the city center bunker at a terrifying speed exceeding the speed of sound. A sonic boom exploded on the spot, and the shockwave sent tables and chairs flying inside. The cultivation level of a grandmaster at the peak of the mid-stage was unleashed without any reservation. Driven by his eagerness to save his daughter, his speed and aura at that moment were enough to terrify anyone who sensed them. The cub of the funeral fire lion. Peak general level. Good, very good. Wang Etienne's heart was filled with murderous intent, his gaze sharp as a hawk, fixed on the direction of the bunker. Dare to touch my daughter, Wang Etienne, don't think that just because you're a peak general, even if your old bastard father funeral fire lion comes in person, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons today. In the sea of consciousness, the Grandmaster Peak Experience card 3 minutes, radiating a hazy light, was ready to be activated at any time. This is the trump card given by the system, and it is also his absolute guarantee to ensure that his daughter is safe and sound. From the direction of the bunker, the faint sounds of violent explosions, the roar of energy collisions, and the shrill alarms were becoming increasingly clear, and one could even see the abnormal energy glow rising in the sky. The battle has begun. And it was extremely intense. Wang Etienne pushed his speed to the limit, with only one burning thought in his mind. Ran, hang in there. Dad's here. Even if the sky falls, Dad will hold it up for you. Chapter 73 Bunker Siege and Defense. Urgent rescue. At outpost number 7 in the north of the city, the night wind howled as it rushed in through the large, human-shaped hole that had been smashed open. Wang Etienne had long since vanished, leaving behind only a scorching heat and the lingering aura of a grandmaster. The others transformed into a pale golden streak tearing through the night, frantically speeding towards the bunker in the city center. The speed was so fast that even the wind couldn't catch up, leaving a long trail of sonic booms behind it, and the glass windows of the buildings on both sides of the street shattered with a series of cracking sounds. The fire in his heart burned brighter than the light under his buttocks. My daughter is in danger. The system's cold, impersonal warning was still playing on repeat in his mind. He had only one thought: faster. Faster still. To hell with hiding his abilities, to hell with being low-key. Run over anyone who gets in his way. Ran, hang in there, please don't let anything happen to you. At this moment, he is no longer the lazy dad who sprawls on the sofa watching TV shows and bickering with his daughter. He is a drawn sword that has drawn its sheath, drawn blood, and is determined to cut something. The outline of the bunker grew larger and larger in his eyes. Flames. Thick smoke. Obscuring half the sky. What should have been an impregnable fortress outside the bunker has now become a meat grinder. The makeshift alloy bunkers were torn to shreds, and the energy turrets, belching black smoke, were crooked and some were even crackling with electric sparks, struggling in their death throes. On the ground, a group of people in military uniforms lay dead, their blood tinged with a dark red under the stark white light of the emergency lights. The soldiers who were still standing, led by grandmasters and with martial arts masters as the backbone, held on desperately against the ruins and a few partially buried automatic gun emplacements. Their opponents were a tidal wave of wild beasts, all sorts of them. Small in size but terrifyingly numerous, the carrion rats and stinging scorpions swarmed in, spewing acid and shooting sharp stingers. The defenders' heavy machine guns, automatic grenades, and energy ray guns formed a fire net, mowing down these low-ranking soldiers in droves, sending fragments flying everywhere. This firepower was only good for clearing out regular soldiers. But the real trouble is with those big guys. The armored rhinoceros, over 3 meters long, covered in bone armor, and resembling a miniature tank, charged through a hail of bullets. When energy beams hit the bone armor, they only produced a sound and a little smoke. It took several machine guns firing at one spot to barely penetrate it, making it incredibly inefficient. Then there were the wind blade wolves, which were as fast as ghosts and whose claws glowed with a ghostly blue light. They leaped around in the ruins, and the defenders couldn't hit them at all. The crescent-shaped wind blades they spat out were swift and clean, cutting through alloy shields and people as easily as cutting tofu. The defense line is on the verge of collapse. Screams, roars, explosions, and howls of wild beasts mingled together into a pot of despair. Right in the center of this pot of porridge, 2 big guys were having a blast on that heavy alloy door. One of them was a giant ape, the earth-splitting demon ape, which was over 10 meters tall, with muscles like rocks, covered in thick, dark brown scales, a single curved horn on its head, and bloodshot eyes. Its imposing presence was enough to make one's breath catch in their throat. It swung its fist and pounded on the door, boom. Each slam shook the ground, leaving the thick alloy door dented and scarred. When it roars, the sound waves can cause people within dozens of meters to bleed from their 7 orifices, but they can simply survive. The other one, elusive as a ghost, was a fox with a pure silver body, fur as smooth as the most expensive silk, and eyes that gleamed with an eerie purple light. The phantom fox. It didn't bang on the door, but strolled gracefully along the edge of the battlefield. Wherever its purple eye swept, the soldiers guarding that area would stare blankly, instantly frozen in place. Psychological attack. That's how they usually tear open the defenses. Bastards! Wang Etien's eyes flashed with murderous intent. These two. Without the slightest hesitation, his speed increased rather than decreased, like a golden meteorite, crashing headlong into the densest part of the beast horde and the most vulnerable part of the defense. Boom! It struck squarely between several wind blade wolves that were pouncing on the wounded soldiers who had fallen to the ground. The moment it landed, a ring of pale golden air burst out. Where the shockwave passed, more than a dozen soldier-level wild beasts turned into blood mist. 7 or 8 of the ironclad rhinoceros and wind blade wolves that charged ahead suffered broken bones and were sent flying backward with miserable howls, knocking the ones behind them over. In that instant, the pressure at the entrance visibly eased. Reinforcements! It's reinforcements! The Grandmaster has arrived. The defenders, who had narrowly escaped death, were stunned for a second before bursting into a roar of jubilation, their morale visibly rebounding. Wang Etian had no time to look at those lackeys. His gaze was like 2 icicles, directly nailing down the 2 culprits, the earth-splitting demon ape pounding on the door and the phantom fox causing trouble. Ran, it's all right. The entrance to the bunker hasn't been breached yet. My heart, which had been in my throat, relaxed a little. But the anger and murderous intent in his chest exploded like a volcano doused with oil. These 2 beasts almost killed his daughter. Roar! The earth-splitting demon ape immediately noticed this uninvited guest, abandoned its banging on the door, turned around, stared intently at Wang Etian with its blood-red eyes, and let out 2 streams of white breath from its nostrils with a deafening roar. It sensed this tiny human was a bit prickly. The phantom fox also stopped its elegant steps, a hint of surprise flashing in its purple eyes. It silently shrank further into the shadows, becoming even more unpredictable. Wang Etian's arrival brought the somewhat crumbling defenses together once again. The chaotic defensive line immediately began to retreat in an orderly manner. The remaining automatic turrets and heavy machine guns turned their muzzles and poured crossfire on the corps-level and division-level wild beasts, temporarily suppressing the beast tide. Wang Etian took a step forward, his figure flashing like a ghost, crossing 100 meters to directly block the entrance between the earth-splitting demon ape and the bunker. With his back to the bunker and facing the mountain-like beast, the man and the ape confronted each other. "You beast, your opponent is here." Wang Etian slowly raised his right hand, pointing at the earth-splitting demon ape. The icy killing intent emanating from him seemed to freeze the surrounding air. "You scared my daughter. You're dead today." Chapter 74. Peak General Level Earth-Splitting Demon Ape. Roar! The earth-splitting demon ape was completely enraged by the ant's provocation. It pounded its chest with its fists like drums, and then its huge body burst out with a terrifying speed that was completely disproportionate to its size. Like an out-of-control small mountain, it smashed a fist down toward Wang Etian's head. Before the fist even arrived, the force of the punch created a crater in the ground, sending sand and stones flying. Wang Etian's eyes narrowed. Without dodging or avoiding, he channeled his inner energy into his right arm, a pale golden light enveloping his fist, accompanied by the faint sound of wind and thunder. He threw the same punch, meeting the attack head-on without any fancy moves. "Let's test how much this beast weighs first." Boom! 2 fists, one large and one small, completely disproportionate, collided violently. The terrifying shockwave exploded in a ring, hurling rubble, debris, and ground within a radius of more than 10 meters into the air. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, obscuring the sun. Amidst the smoke and dust, Wang Etian's body trembled violently. The specially made cement ground beneath his feet cracked open, stretching for over 10 meters. A sweet taste rose in his throat, followed by a metallic taste, which he forcibly swallowed back. His feet seemed rooted to the spot, and he didn't take a single step back. The giant fist of the earth-splitting demon ape, which was powerful enough to crush buildings, was actually blocked and did not come down. It's really strong. No wonder it's a peak-level beast, its hide is thick enough. Wang Etian shook his slightly numb and trembling right arm, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. This beast's pure strength is too great. In a head-on collision, my cultivation at the early stage of the Great Sect is indeed at a disadvantage. I was at a disadvantage in the first clash. But fighting is never about who is stronger. He shifted his feet, his figure becoming ghostly and elusive. He no longer took direct hits, but relied on his much more agile and faster movements and speed than the giant ape to begin a hit-and-run tactic. Like a butterfly flitting among flowers, he swiftly circled the mountain-like body of the earth-splitting demon ape, his fingers like swords, his fingertips spitting out condensed golden sword energy, specifically targeting the giant ape's relatively weak points such as its eyes, joints, and armpits. The earth-splitting demon ape roared repeatedly, its fists swung like two giant hammers, smashing the ground and creating craters and flying stones, but it couldn't even touch the hem of Wang Yitian's clothes. Occasionally, when struck by the sword's energy, it would only leave a shallow white mark on the thick scales, scattering a few sparks, causing no real damage. But Wang Yitian's attacks were like flies, buzzing around it and driving it crazy. Its skin is really thick, even more resilient than that savage snake from before. While maneuvering around the ape, Wang Yitian calmly assessed the situation. This demonic ape was strong and had high defense, but it was relatively slow and its attack patterns were simple. While he was engaged in combat, he kept a sliver of his attention on the phantom fox that kept drifting around the edge of the battlefield, its purple eyes darting about. The fox gave him a stronger sense of danger than the big guy in front of him. Those psychological attacks that are impossible to defend against are the real trouble. Sure enough, just as Wang Yitian made a brilliant dodge, circled around to the side and rear of the demonic ape, and was about to deliver a knee strike, a cold and eerie mental fluctuation, like a venomous snake, silently darted towards the back of his head. The phantom fox spirit has made its move. They were targeting the moment when Wang Yitian was fully engaged in fighting the demonic ape and his old strength had just been exhausted. Wang Yitian was prepared, and with a cold snort, he forcefully blocked the invisible and intangible mental attack. But he still couldn't help but pause slightly. In that split second, the earth-splitting demon ape seized the opportunity, its tail, as thick as a stone pillar, swept across like a steel whip with a shrill whooshing sound. The timing was perfect. Wang Yitian remained calm in the face of danger, suddenly bending his waist so that his body almost touched the ground, narrowly avoiding having his tail brush past his back. The strong wind from the tail tore several holes in the clothes on his back, causing a burning pain. They coordinated quite well. Wang Yitian's eyes grew even colder. This fox not only possesses mental attack abilities, but also boasts high combat intelligence, knowing how to coordinate attacks. Without further hesitation, he retreated rapidly, creating distance between himself and the demonic ape. At the same time, he waved his left hand, sending several condensed golden finger winds like bullets towards the faintly visible phantom fox in the distance. A hint of surprise flashed in the fox demon's purple eyes. She hadn't expected that Wang Yitian could counterattack while dealing with the demonic ape. With a strange twist of his body, as if he had no bones, he dodged all the finger winds. The finger winds hit the ruins behind him, blasting out several craters. General Yi. Keep that fox occupied. Don't let it make any trouble. Wang Yitian suddenly shouted into the communicator. He sensed that Yi Xingfan and his men had reached the edge of the battlefield. Clear. Yi Xingfan's voice came immediately, filled with determination. He led several master-level fighters out from the flank, unleashing a barrage of ranged martial arts techniques and energy attacks at the phantom fox. Although difficult to hit, these attacks successfully disrupted the fox's rhythm, preventing it from launching its surprise attacks with ease. With the pressure eased slightly, Wang Yitian refocused his attention on the earth-splitting demon ape. He knew he had to deal with this big guy as soon as possible, otherwise things would definitely go wrong if he dragged it out. Roar! The earth-splitting demon ape, unable to break through after a long attack and being toyed with by a little bug, went berserk. It pounded its chest with both fists, and dark brown light surged violently around its body. Its huge body seemed to have swelled up again, and the single horn on its forehead began to gather a terrifying dark light. The ground around it trembled slightly. A destructive energy surge emanated from it and spread out wildly. Oh no! It's its ultimate killing move. Everyone, retreat! Yi Xingfan's exclamation, filled with fear, came through the communicator. Wang Yitian's pupils contracted sharply, a deadly sense of threat locking onto him. There's no escaping this time. A direct hit? The demonic ape lowered its head, its single horn, imbued with terrifying dark light, aimed at Wang Yitian, and also at the precarious entrance to the bunker behind him. An aura of destruction permeated the entire area. Inside the reinforced monitoring room on the fourth floor of the bunker, Wang Xinran's face turned pale as she stared intently at the screen. The screen was shaking violently, and the sound was chaotic, but she could see the terrifying giant ape preparing a powerful attack, and she could see her father's relatively small figure standing motionless between the giant ape and the bunker. "Dad, get out of the way!" She screamed inwardly, her nails digging deep into her palms until they bled, but she didn't feel it. The female officer next to her also clenched her fists, sweat beading on her forehead. Wang Yitian looked at the increasingly bright unicorn horn, then glanced in the direction of the bunker. The slight relief he had felt for his daughter's safety was lifted up again, and the weight on his heart became even heavier. "I was trying to conserve my energy." He gave a helpless twitch of his lips. He took a deep breath, and his internal energy surged at an unprecedented speed, with a faint golden light flowing across his body. "You can't catch it head on, you have to fight for it." Chapter 75: Bitter Battle Against the Demonic Ape. Dark light began to gather on the thick, single horn of the earth-splitting demon ape, emitting a chilling aura. Wang Yitian stood opposite it, shook his throbbing right arm, and cursed inwardly. That beast, its strength is ridiculously strong. Although the collision just now seemed to be evenly matched, his right arm was still numb and the bones were aching. He finally understood that this reputation of being invincible among his peers and capable of fighting opponents of higher levels had met its match today. This big monkey can't be calculated according to common sense at all. Wild beasts are different from human martial artists. They don't care about mental cultivation techniques or realms, but rely entirely on bloodline talent and physical constitution. The earth-splitting demon ape before us, with its physique and strength alone, would be a force to be reckoned with even among peak grandmasters. What's even more monstrous is its defense. Its dark brown scales are incredibly thick, with a hardness comparable to the protective aura of some martial king-level experts. Wang Yitian's probing attacks were like tickling, at most leaving a white mark. How can we fight like this? Its attack power is barely acceptable, but its defense power is far beyond the level of a martial king. This is simply a bastard disguised as a peak general level. We can't defeat it by force, we can only outsmart it and wear it down with our agility and skill. Wang Yitian instantly adjusted his strategy. To directly confront a monster with such high attack and defense would be suicidal. Roar! The earth-splitting demon ape had no time for such calculations. Its frustration at being unable to break through the defenses caused it to completely unleash its frenzy. Its fists pounded against its rock like chess-like drums, producing a dull thump-thump sound. Then, its massive body charged forward again, smashing down with a powerful and heavy punch, as if it would shatter the earth. Wang Yitian's eyes narrowed, his footwork shifted, and his figure slid to the side and back like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the mountain-splitting punch. The fist missed its target and landed on the ground with a loud bang, creating a crater several meters in diameter, scattering debris and filling the air with dust. Strong, relatively slow, and straightforward in its attack patterns. Wang Yitian quickly assessed the situation in his mind, but his figure never stopped, moving at high speed around the massive body of the demonic ape like a butterfly flitting among flowers. He fully utilized his agility and superb skills, no longer pursuing head-on confrontations, but instead focusing on guerrilla tactics to find weaknesses. The demonic ape roared repeatedly, its fists swinging like two heavy hammers, each strike powerful and heavy, leaving the ground pitted and dusty. But Wang Yitian always managed to dodge at the last second, and occasionally he would even catch it off guard and strike. Wang Yitian flashed to the left of the demonic ape, his fingers forming a sword-like shape. The pale golden sword energy at his fingertips was highly condensed and struck the demonic ape's crimson eyelids with lightning speed. That was its relatively weak point. The demonic ape reacted quickly, abruptly closing its eyes. Its thick, iron-like eyelids made a crisp ding sound, blocking the finger strike and sending out a few sparks. But it was also startled by the sharp, piercing pain, which made its eyelids twitch, and it became even more enraged. It swung its fist horizontally, bringing with it a piercing gust of wind. Wang Yitian had anticipated this move. He ducked under the ape's arm and slid to its side and back like a fish. With a palm strike carrying a sharp gust of wind, he slashed hard at the back of the ape's knee. That's where the power is applied, and where the joints are located the scales there are relatively thin. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The massive body of the demonic ape swayed slightly, its attack rhythm momentarily slowed, but that was all. Wang Yitian felt as if his palm strike had struck refined gold that had been forged 1,000 times. The recoil made his wrist go numb, and the scales on that spot didn't even leave a mark. This skin is too thick. Wang Yitian's heart sank. His palm strike, if it hit an ordinary early-stage grandmaster, would at least break bones and rupture tendons, but on this beast, it was like a tickle. How could he possibly fight back? He couldn't break through its defenses. The demonic ape, in pain, lashed out with its thick tail like a steel whip. Wang Yitian stepped back rapidly, his tail brushing against the hem of his clothes, and the resulting gust of wind shattered half of the broken wall behind him. The battle reached a tense stalemate. With his extraordinary agility and combat awareness, Wang Yitian relentlessly circled the demonic ape, attacking it with pinpoint accuracy, striking its relatively vulnerable spots such as eyes, ears, nose, joints, and armpits. Each attack caused the demonic ape to roar in pain or become deformed, making it look quite disheveled. But that's all. The demon ape's defense is absolutely insane. Wang Yitian's attacks could at most be considered harassment, causing it some pain and annoyance, but they couldn't cause any real, substantial damage. That scale armor was practically a tortoise shell. The demonic ape possessed astonishing strength and a wide attack range, requiring Wang Yitian to concentrate fully and utilize his movement techniques to the fullest extent in order to narrowly avoid each heavy blow. This was a huge drain on his mental and physical energy. Damn it, how long is this going to take? Wang Yitian's forehead was covered in sweat, and his breathing began to quicken slightly. This fight was frustrating. I clearly had the advantage in skill and awareness, but I just couldn't break through my opponent's defenses. Chapter 76 Desperate Moment. Just then, several figures rushed in from the flank. They were several grandmasters and great grandmasters who had rushed over after receiving the news. My god, it really is the earth-splitting demon ape. Peak general level. A grandmaster gasped upon seeing the mountain-like behemoth, his voice trembling. Mr. Wang, he actually managed to hold it off by himself for so long? The other person was even more incredulous, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. They knew the terror of peak-level beasts, especially the earth-splitting demon ape, a species known for its defense and strength. Its physical strength was said to be even more monstrous than some newly entered martial kings. If an ordinary grandmaster were to encounter this, let alone engage in a prolonged battle, he would be lucky to escape. Yi Xingfan's expression was extremely solemn. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, and he immediately spotted the silver fox that was faintly visible in the shadows, emitting strange spiritual fluctuations. Phantom fox. A general-level psychic beast. Yi Xingfan said in a deep voice, instantly understanding the key point. Everyone, ranged attacks, disrupt that fox. Don't let it get close to Mr. Wang or the defensive line. Focus on maintaining your mental focus and guard against mental attacks. Yes. Several grandmasters and 2 great grandmasters immediately responded and dispersed, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes, sword energies, and energy projectiles towards the area where the phantom fox was located. They didn't seek to hit the slippery creature, but only to disrupt its movements, preventing it from freely casting its unpredictable illusions. A hint of annoyance flashed in the fox demon's purple eyes, and its figure moved like a ghost between attacks, becoming even more elusive. It tried several times to concentrate on interfering with Wang Yitian, but its rhythm was interrupted by Yi Xingfan and others' precise long-range attacks. Occasionally, its purple eyes would flash as it attempted to retaliate, at which point Yi Xingfan would immediately gather his spiritual power to form a barrier, protecting his own people. With Yi Xingfan and the others keeping them in check, the threat posed by the phantom fox was greatly reduced, and Wang Yitian's pressure eased considerably. But he knew in his heart that this was only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. The key is this iron turtle that can't be broken. The 4th floor of the bunker, inside the reinforced monitoring room. The image on the screen shook and blurred due to the violent explosion and the tremors of the bunker itself, interspersed with snow and piercing noise. But Wan Xinran kept her eyes glued to the screen, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She saw her father's relatively tiny figure nimbly and incredibly skillfully maneuvering before the terrifying giant ape that was as large as a small mountain. Every punch and kick from the giant ape seemed capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, causing the earth to shake and dust to fill the sky. The father, like a small boat in a raging storm, could be swallowed up at any moment, yet always manages to escape by the slightest margin at the most dangerous moment. She saw the pale golden light on her father's fingertips flashing again and again, striking the giant ape's eyes, joints, and behind its ears, but the giant ape just shook its head or roared, seemingly without suffering any serious injury. On the contrary, her father was a little slow to dodge a few times, and was grazed by the aftershock of the punch or the tail, causing him to stagger. It made her heart clench in her throat. So, Dad's strength is astonishing. It turns out, those seemingly terrifying monsters have such powerful physical abilities that even though his father displayed such great strength, he was still at a disadvantage. It turns out that my previous self-satisfaction with my genius was so laughable and insignificant in the face of a real, life-or-death battle. Her initial martial arts master level, which she was so proud of, was probably not even enough to make that giant ape blink. Fear, lingering fear, worry, and an unprecedented yearning for power were all intertwined and churning wildly within her. On the battlefield, the fierce fighting had lasted for nearly 10 minutes. This is short for ordinary people, but it is extremely taxing for a high-intensity life or death struggle. Wang Yitian's forehead and temples were soaked with sweat, and his breathing became heavier. His primordial energy is refined and consumed relatively slowly, but his intense concentration and extreme physical movements take a considerable toll on his mental energy. Most importantly, this kind of scraping style of fighting is too frustrating and too demoralizing. You can hit it 10 times, and it won't feel any pain or itch. If it hits you, you could be seriously injured or even killed. After a prolonged and exhausting attack, the earth-splitting demon ape reached its rage peak. It suddenly stopped chasing, roared to the sky, and instead of smashing its fists at Wang Yitian, it slammed them heavily onto the ground. Innate skill Great Earthquake Wave. Boom! Centered on the point where its fists landed, a visible, earth-yellow shockwave suddenly spread out in a ring. Wherever it passed, the ground churned, rose, and shattered like waves. Countless fragments of rock were sent flying into the sky, then shot outwards like cannonballs. The range was enormous, and the speed was extremely fast. Wang Yitian's expression changed slightly. This beast had gone berserk. He quickly stepped forward, pushing his movement technique to its limit, and retreated rapidly while simultaneously using his elemental energy to protect his entire body. But the shockwave was too wide and too fast, and he was eventually hit by the edge. Bang! A dull yet immense force came from beneath his feet, causing Wang Yiqi's blood to surge violently, and his body involuntarily staggered, his dodging rhythm momentarily disrupted. It was this moment of chaos. The ferocious light in the blood-red eyes of the earth-splitting demon ape surged, and the dark brown light around its body surged violently. On the already incredibly thick scales on its body, a layer of grayish-white, rock-like, heavy armor condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This makes its already terrifying defense even more formidable. Talent skill Rock Armor Cover. Defense surges once again. Immediately afterwards, the dark light on its curved horn on its forehead converged and compressed at an unprecedented speed. The surrounding air groaned under the immense pressure, and even the light seemed to be swallowed by the dark energy, dimming in its intensity. A destructive, soul-chilling energy surge locked onto Wang Yitian, who had just regained his footing, and the severely deformed, precariously positioned alloy door of the bunker behind him. The earth-splitting demon ape's ultimate attack, the earth-splitting roaring cannon, is fully charged. This strike concentrated all its power, and its strength definitely reached the terrifying level of a grandmaster at the peak. And its defenses at this moment have risen to a level that is utterly hopeless. Wang Yitian's pupils contracted sharply as he sensed the deadly lock-on and the demonic ape's surging defensive aura, causing his heart to sink. Dodge? This charged attack has too wide a range and is too fast, there's no way to dodge it. To take it head-on? Even with the physical body enhanced by the system, it would be absolutely impossible to withstand this full-force attack, which has already surpassed the peak of a grandmaster. The opponent was also wearing thick rock armor, making it difficult for me to even break through their defenses. Oh no! It's the earth-shattering roaring cannon. It's also reinforced with rock armor. Mr. Wang! Take cover! Yi Xingfan, who was holding back the fox demon in the distance, saw this scene and his eyes widened in fury as he roared in a hoarse voice. He knew all too well how terrifying this attack was, and he understood just how desperate the demonic ape's defense was at this moment. In the monitoring room on the 4th floor of the bunker, Wang Xinran suddenly stood up from her chair, rushed to the screen, her eyes wide open, her heart almost stopping. Although she didn't understand any techniques or levels of skill, the dark light emanating from that single horn, seemingly capable of destroying everything, and the suffocating sense of terrifying oppression, transmitted through the blurry, vibrating image, made her soul tremble. And the father stood right in front of that pillar of destructive light. "Dad," she screamed, her voice piercingly heart-wrenching. An aura of destruction enveloped the entire area. Wang Yitian was in dire straits. Chapter 77 Peak Experience. Half-Step Martial King. The dark light condensing on the single horn on the forehead of the earth-splitting demon ape had reached its extreme, transforming into a fist-sized, deep, black hole-like ball of light, radiating terrifying waves of destruction. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked dry, the light was distorted, and the space trembled. The giant ape's crimson eyes were fixed on the tiny figure a dozen meters away, and the twisted alloy door behind the figure, its violent killing intent almost tangible. The earth seemed to shake violently in the next instant. Yi Xingfan's exclamation, the defender's despair, the distant howls of fleeing wild beasts, and the faint cries coming from the depths of the bunker, all the sounds seemed to fade away and become blurred. Wang Yitian stood on the ravaged battlefield, facing the devastating energy cannon about to erupt, his clothes fluttering in the turbulent energy currents. He shook his still slightly sore and numb right arm, looked at the newly formed gray-white rock armor on the demonic ape's body that exuded a heavy aura, and glanced at the deep energy ball, clicking his tongue inwardly. They're really willing to invest heavily, adding defenses and preparing a big move. He muttered something under his breath, his tone revealing little nervousness, but rather a hint of disdain. Wang Yitian's lips twitched slightly, as if he were a little helpless, or as if he had finally found an excuse to slack off. Fine, I'm not playing with you anymore. He muttered to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. My daughter is still inside watching. It wouldn't be good if she got scared. The moment he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. There was no earth-shattering burst of energy, nor any dazzling special effects. But in the instant his gaze changed, everything within 100 meters of him seemed to quiet down. It wasn't that the sound disappeared, but that something more fundamental had changed. The swirling dust hovered in mid-air, the flying gravel stopped churning, the dissipating turbulent energy flow was smoothed out as if by an invisible hand, and even the horrified expression on Yi Xingfan's face in the distance, the phantom fox's hasty retreat, and even the destructive light about to erupt from the earth-splitting demon ape's horn, all their movements froze for a moment, almost imperceptibly. It wasn't that time stopped, but rather that an indescribable force that transcended all things descended. It was as if this space, at this moment, had tacitly accepted a single, supreme ruler. The earth-splitting demon ape's crimson pupils, filled with violence and destructive desire, suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. A primal fear, stemming from the very instinct of life, poured over its massive body like ice water, causing even the energy it had condensed to its peak to tremble. It didn't understand what was happening, but it sensed the tiny creature before it had changed. It had become incredibly terrifying, so terrifying that its very soul trembled. In the distance, the phantom fox, which had transformed into a silver light and was flying backward, let out a sharp, distorted screech. Its purple eyes were filled with unparalleled horror, and its escape speed instantly increased by 30%. That's the tremor that comes from the depths of one's blood when facing a natural enemy, a being that is absolutely insurmountable. System, use the Grandmaster Peak Experience card. Wang Yitian silently recited it in his heart. There was no light or shadow, no sound. But a terrifying power, as vast as a reversed galaxy and as majestic as the beginning of creation, awakened without warning, yet naturally, from the deepest part of his body and surged to his limbs and bones. The fatigue and energy depletion from the previous fierce battle were instantly soothed and replenished, and he returned to his peak condition. No, it was an unimaginable peak that surpassed his own peak countless times. Peak Grandmaster? No, at this moment he clearly sensed that this experience card granted him the power of a half-step martial king. That is a realm that has touched the edge of the domain, where the level of life has begun to undergo a qualitative change, surpassing ordinary grandmasters. He slowly raised his right hand, the movement as casual as if he were brushing dust off his shoulder. There was no gathering of light, no rising momentum, just ordinary and unremarkable. On the other side, the earth-splitting demon ape's earth-splitting roaring cannon, which had gathered all its power and was enough to severely injure or even kill a late-stage grandmaster, finally reached its maximum power and exploded with a hysterical roar mixed with fear. A jet-black beam of energy, as thick as a bucket and condensed to its fullest extent, tore through the air, carrying a violent will to destroy everything, and slammed towards Wang Yitian and the entrance to the bunker behind him. Wherever the beam of light passed, space distorted, and the ground was plowed with deep scorch marks by the dissipated energy. Faced with this devastating attack, Wang Yitian simply threw a punch. This punch was very slow. So slow that it seemed everyone could clearly see every subtle movement of his outstretched arm. This punch was incredibly fast. So fast that the roaring, jet-black beam of light seemed to deliberately collide with his fist the moment it was thrown. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling energy explosion. Pop. A soft sound, so faint it was as if a soap bubble had been popped. The destructive energy beam, powerful enough to flatten mountains and vaporize steel, shattered, disintegrated, and annihilated inch by inch the moment it touched Wang Yitian's fist, as if encountering ice and snow under the scorching sun. Without resistance, without any process, it just vanished so cleanly and decisively. It's as if it never existed. The punches continued. As if he had casually crushed a fly, Wang Yitian's fist continued forward, traversing the aftershocks of the annihilation energy, crossing a short spatial distance, and imprinting itself on the earth-splitting demon ape's gaping maw, revealing its fangs in extreme terror at the base where the single horn on its forehead connected to its skull. There, it was covered with newly solidified, more defensive gray-white rock armor than before. Click. Another soft sound. like a delicate piece of porcelain being gently tapped and cracked. Immediately afterwards, boom! The earth-splitting demon ape's incredibly hard horn, comparable to the protective aura of a low-level martial king, along with its skull covered in thick scales and rocks, exploded like a bomb detonated from within. Dark red blood mixed with grayish-white brain matter, bone fragments, and rock debris sprayed backward in a radial pattern. Its massive, mountain-like body suddenly stiffened, and its crimson pupils instantly lost all their luster, leaving only boundless bewilderment and frozen fear. Thump! Its massive body tilted backward like a collapsing mountain or a jade pillar, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and dust to billow into the sky. The earth-splitting demon ape, a peak-level general-level wild beast with physical defense comparable to an ordinary martial king, which Wang Yitian fought for a long time without success, has died. He was instantly killed by a single punch. Quiet. A deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. On the battlefield, all the wild beasts that were still running and roaring, whether they were the fierce armored rhinoceros, the cunning wind-blade wolf, or the dense swarms of venomous rats and scorpions, all seemed to have their throats choked by an invisible force, frozen in place, emitting a hoarse sound from their throats, a sound of extreme fear. The next second, like the receding tide, they let out terrified and desperate cries, turned around, and fled for their lives at 10 times the speed they had come from. They trampled each other and were completely routed. The silver phantom, the phantom fox, had already let out a shrill, distorted scream the moment Wang Yitian threw his punch. It transformed into an almost invisible silver light and fled madly into the wilderness far from the battlefield without looking back. Its speed was so fast that it disappeared into the end of the ruins in the blink of an eye, leaving only a gradually fading silver afterimage. Yi Xingfan and the several grandmasters and great grandmasters he brought stood rooted to the spot like clay sculptures, their eyes wide open, their mouths agape, their expressions frozen in utter shock and bewilderment. What did they see? That terrifying, despair-inducing earth-splitting demon ape had it's gone just like that? Its head was blown off by Mr. Wang with a casual punch? Isn't that a peak-level general-level wild beast? Isn't that a monster whose physical body is comparable to the defensive capabilities of a martial king? Is this reasonable? The remaining defenders at the bunker entrance were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the massive beast carcass that had crashed to the ground, then at the slightly frail figure slowly retracting its fist in the dust, their minds completely blank. Where is that earth-shattering energy cannon? Where is that soul-chilling pressure? How could it be over with just one punch? In the monitoring room on the 4th floor of the bunker, Wang Xinran sat blankly in a chair. The screen shook violently as the demonic ape fell to the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. But she could see nothing at all she could hear was the pounding of her heart and the replay in her mind of that seemingly casual yet earth-shattering punch. Dad, won? Just like that, with one punch? She blinked, and tears welled up again, but this time they were scalding hot, filled with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster and an indescribable sense of pride and honor. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Wang Yitian stood still and slowly withdrew his right fist. He shook his hand, his face expressionless, showing neither the joy of victory nor the exhaustion of fatigue, only a deep, still calm, as if the earth-shattering punch he had just delivered was merely a casual brush away a speck of dust from his clothes. Only he could feel that the terrifying power within him, as vast as the sea of stars and capable of shattering mountains with a single punch, was receding rapidly like the tide. The 3-minute validity period of the Grandmaster Peak Experience card has only been used up to a negligible amount. But that's enough. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping calmly over the fleeing beasts, over the stunned Yi Xingfan and the others, over the desolate battlefield, and finally landing on the direction of the bunker entrance, as if he could penetrate the thick walls and see the terrified little girl inside. Yi Xingfan shuddered, as if waking from a dream. Looking into Wang Yitian's calm, unwavering eyes, and feeling the lingering, the restrained, aura emanating from him that still sent chills down his spine, a terrifying thought uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Peak Grandmaster? No. This is definitely not an ordinary Grandmaster at the peak. That aura just now, that power that seemed to control an entire world, that was a sign of touching the edge of a domain. He's a half-step martial king. Even stronger. Mr. Wang, he was actually an unparalleled expert who had touched the threshold of the martial king realm? This realization exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt, instantly raising his awe of Wang Yitian to an unprecedented level. Wang Yitian didn't say anything more, turned around, and walked towards the entrance of the bunker. Chapter 78 Aftermath of the War. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the enormous, mountain-like corpse of the earth-splitting demon ape was revealed, now lifeless. The battlefield was deathly silent, save for the occasional howls of fleeing wild beasts and the whistling of the wind in the distance. The defenders then retaliated by pursuing and killing the fleeing wild beasts. The vast, starry, and soul-stirring aura emanating from Wang Yitian receded rapidly like a tide, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye, and he reverted to his ordinary, even somewhat lazy, middle-aged appearance. But at this moment, no one dares to associate him with the word ordinary. He strode toward the bunker entrance, his pace unhurried. Wherever he went, soldiers and officers alike instinctively held their breath, made way for him, and lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact. Yi Xingfan quickly issued orders to the officers around him who hadn't fully recovered from their shock. His voice regained its usual calm and capable tone, but a suppressed excitement could still be heard if you listened carefully. First and second teams, guard the outer perimeter and prevent the wild beasts from counterattacking. Third team and medical team, immediately rescue the wounded. Logistics team, tally the battle losses and clean up the battlefield. Communications soldier, immediately report the battle report, especially Mr. Wang's achievement of killing the peak-level general-level earth-splitting demon ape, to the command headquarters and Azure Dragon Fortress. Be quick. As orders were issued, the remaining defenders and reinforcements sprang into action as if wound up. The bewilderment of surviving the catastrophe was replaced by a sense of duty, and order began to return to the battlefield. However, the air was still thick with the stench of blood and the lingering shock. Wang Yitian ignored what was behind him and walked straight into the bunker. The heavy alloy door slowly closed behind him, isolating him from the noise and chaos of the outside world. The corridor was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was somber. Many staff members and injured people instinctively straightened up when they saw him, casting glances at him with a mixture of gratitude, awe, and curiosity. Wang Yitian kept his eyes straight ahead and strode quickly toward the upper level of the living area. On the fourth floor, at the reinforced entrance to the monitoring room, two fully armed guards, their imposing presence evident, immediately straightened their backs, their eyes burning with fervor, and saluted him, "Mr. Wang." Wang Yitian nodded and pushed open the door to enter. The door had barely opened a crack when a trembling voice, choked with sobs, cried out, "Dad!" A figure rushed into his arms with a gust of wind, causing him to pause slightly. "It's Wang Xinran." The little girl's eyes were red and swollen like peaches, her face was still wet with tears, her hair was a little messy, she was clutching his clothes tightly, and her body was still trembling slightly uncontrollably. Wang Yitian stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, raised his hand, and awkwardly patted his daughter's back. His voice was gentler than ever before, completely different from the killing god who had just punched the earth-splitting demon ape outside. It's all right, Ran, don't be afraid, Daddy's here." "See, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" His hands were warm and strong, carrying a reassuring calmness. Wang Xinran buried her face in his chest, smelling the familiar scent of her father, tinged with gunpowder and dust. Her tense nerves finally relaxed completely, and her suppressed sobs turned into soft whimpers, but her grip on his clothes tightened even more. Seeing this, the female officer beside her silently withdrew and gently closed the door, leaving the father and daughter, who had survived the ordeal, alone. Wang Yitian didn't say anything more, just gently patted his daughter's back, letting her vent her emotions. After a while, Wang Xinran's crying gradually stopped, turning into soft sniffling. She looked up at Wang Yitian, her eyes red, her voice still a little hoarse. "Dad, you're not hurt, are you? It's just a brainless big monkey. Your dad can take care of it in no time." Wang Yitian raised his hand and used his thumb to wipe away the tears on her face. "It's just that your dad's clothes are ruined. You'll have to buy me a new one later." "But..." Wang Xinran burst into laughter through her tears at his nonsensical words, but quickly her face tightened again as she looked him up and down. She made sure that aside from some torn clothes and a bit of dust, there were no visible wounds before she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she frowned, her expression filled with lingering fear and worry. "But it was so scary just now, that light, I thought. What did you think? Did you think your father was about to heroically sacrifice himself?" Wang Yitian flicked her forehead with his finger. "The force was very light, what are you thinking? Your dad is tough as nails, how could I kick the bucket so easily?" Wang Xinran covered her forehead, but instead of jumping up and down as usual, her eyes were a little red. Wang Yitian ruffled her hair, his eyes softening for a moment before returning to their usual calm. "All right, you've cried enough and been scared enough. Wait here, I have some things to take care of. I'll take you home when I'm done." Oh, Wang Xinran nodded obediently. Having just experienced the brush with death, she seemed to have grown up a lot all of a sudden. In her eyes, when she looked at her father, in addition to dependence, there was a deeper understanding and desire for powerful strength that she had never had before. After comforting his daughter, Wang Yitian's gentle expression vanished instantly, replaced by a calm demeanor. He walked out of the monitoring room and nodded to the female officer standing guard outside. "Keep an eye on her, don't let her run around." "Yes, Mr. Wang," the female officer replied solemnly. Wang Yitian arrived at a command room temporarily set up in the bunker. Yi Xingfan was already waiting inside. When he saw him come in, he immediately stood up, his posture even more respectful than before, even a little reserved. "Mr. Wang, you've arrived. Please have a seat." Yi Xingfan personally brought over a chair. Wang Yi didn't sit down. He went straight to the window, looked at the gradually brightening sky and the busy cleanup of the battlefield, turned his back to Yi Xingfan, and got straight to the point, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. "General Yi, now, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Yi Xingfan's heart skipped a beat. He knew the real topic was coming. Chapter 79: The Military's Explanation. Yi Xingfan's heart skipped a beat. He knew the real topic was coming. He took a deep breath, stood up straight, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wang, this matter is a decision-making error by the garrison, no, by a higher level. On behalf of the Jiangqing garrison, I extend my sincerest apologies to you and your daughter, as well as to all the citizens who have been put in danger because of this matter. If apologies were enough, what would we need the police for?" Wang Yitian turned around and looked at him calmly, but beneath that calmness, Yi Xingfan felt an invisible pressure. "I just want to know, what kind of thing is it that's worth putting the lives of everyone in the city, including my daughter, on the fire? Don't tell me it's a treasure you found by accident." Yi Xingfan's forehead was covered in sweat. He knew he couldn't hide it anymore and dared not hide it any longer. "Yes." Yi Xingfan explained with a forced smile. 3 months ago, an elite exploration team from the Azure Dragon Fortress discovered it in the ruins of a suspected king-level nest deep in the wasteland. The mother beast wasn't there at the time, so they risked bringing it back. The higher-ups wanted to study the young king-level wild beasts, perhaps to find their racial weaknesses, or even cultivate controllable combat power. This was top secret. The cubs were secretly housed in the S-level biological laboratory at the bottom of the bunker, with the highest level of shielding and sealing. We didn't expect the wild beasts to be so sensitive to the cubs, nor did we expect them to be so frantic, resorting to such a large-scale attack to snatch them. This beast tide was simply a premeditated recapture operation targeting the cubs. Jiang Chang was implicated. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head, awaiting the wrath of thunder. To have privately detained a king-level wild beast cub, bringing about the destruction of the city, was a responsibility far too great. Wang Yitian remained silent for a moment, his face expressionless, but the air in the room seemed to freeze. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. "Researching the weaknesses of king-level wild beasts? Cultivating controllable combat power? The idea is good, but do you really believe that king-level wild beasts won't retaliate?" He paused, his tone turning cold. "And now? You've stirred up a hornet's nest, almost destroying yourself and your stronghold. What do you plan to do with this hot potato? Keep it here and wait for that lioness to come knocking and wipe Jiangqing off the map?" Yi Xingfan broke out in a cold sweat. "No. I wouldn't dare. This matter has far exceeded the authority of the Jiangqing garrison. I have already urgently reported the situation to the Azure Dragon Fortress and higher authorities. The cub must be transferred immediately. Sent to a top-level research institute in absolute safety in the rear, or let higher authorities decide how to handle it. This place cannot be allowed to remain any longer. You'd better hurry." Wang Yitian said with a hint of anger. "What came today were just the vanguard and a few leaders. The real big guys are probably already on their way. The mother of a king-level wild beast has lost her cub. Do you think she can just let it go? If there's no solution, I think I should move with my daughter." Yi Xingfan's heart tightened, and he nodded solemnly. "I understand. I will urge the authorities to expedite this matter with the highest priority." "And another thing," Wang Yitian asked, remembering something, "that silver fox, it ran away?" Yi Xingfan's face showed shame. "Yes, the phantom fox is extremely cunning, incredibly fast, and skilled in stealth and mental interference. When it saw that things were not going well, it fled immediately, and our people couldn't stop it. It was affected by the aftershock of your punch, so it should be seriously injured, but it did escape." Wang Yitian pondered. This fox isn't just a henchman. Its actions are very methodical, and its cooperation with that big monkey almost caused us a great loss. Among wild beasts, those with such high intelligence are rare. Yi Xingfan's expression turned solemn. You mean, the Phantom Fox was in charge of this attack? Have you found out anything about the missing squad outside the city? Wang Etian asked instead of answering. Yi Xingfan shook his head, his face grim. There's still no definite news. But the last signal area transmitted by the Sharp Sword team before they lost contact showed abnormally intense energy fluctuations, and there were more than one lingering aura of a general-level wild beast. Considering the scale and targeting of this bunker attack, I'm afraid your guess is very likely correct. Outside the city, there may be a more powerful enemy that we haven't yet detected, orchestrating all of this. This attack may only be the beginning. Wang Etian nodded and said nothing more. But Yi Xingfan could sense that the unfathomable powerhouse's gaze seemed to have deepened. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xingfan still spoke up. Mr. Wang, there is one more thing. In today's battle, you turned the tide and killed the peak-level earth-splitting demon ape. This matter can probably no longer be concealed. Your strength, especially the level you displayed at the last moment, will probably attract high attention from above. He carefully chose his words, speaking cautiously. A grandmaster at the peak, or even a powerhouse who has touched the threshold of the domain, is a strategic figure anywhere. I'm afraid that soon, attention and inquiries from the military and even higher levels will arrive. You may need to be prepared. He put it very tactfully, but the meaning was clear. You, a great man, can no longer remain hidden. The higher-ups will definitely come to invite you to come out of seclusion. Furthermore, it seems that the situation at Qinglong Fortress has been stabilized, the crisis in Jiangcheng has been temporarily resolved, and military reinforcements are on their way. Mr. Wang, you can all return home now. Wang Etian didn't seem surprised by this. He just twitched the corner of his mouth and gave a smile that was hard to decipher. Follow them? Sure, let them follow. Just don't bother me and my daughter. I'm the kind of person who hates trouble. Yi Xingfan smiled wryly. He couldn't respond to that. He knew all too well how important a powerful figure who was suspected of touching the threshold of the martial king realm was. The attitude from above cannot be dismissed simply by saying, don't bother them. The landscape of Jiangcheng is likely about to change. You've worked hard today, General Yi. You can handle the follow-up matters. I'm taking my daughter home to rest. Wang Etian said no more, waved his hand, and turned to walk outside. Yes. Mr. Wang, please take care. The Jiangcheng garrison will never forget your kindness today. Yi Xingfan saluted his retreating figure once again with utmost solemnity. Wang Etian waved his hand and disappeared outside the door. He returned to the fourth-floor monitoring room, where Wang Xinran had already wiped away her tears. Although her eyes were still a little red, she was in much better spirits and was sipping the hot water that the female officer had handed her. Let's go home. Wang Etian walked over, his tone as usual. Okay. Wang Xinran put down her cup, stood up, and took her father's hand. Her palms were still a little cold, but she was holding them tightly. The father and daughter left the bunker and walked out the gate. Outside, the sky was already beginning to lighten, and the rising sun painted the horizon with a golden red hue. The morning light dispelled the darkness, illuminating the ravaged battlefield, the soldiers busily clearing the debris, and the civilians in the distance who, having survived the ordeal, were beginning to emerge from their shelters. The air was still thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, but a new day had finally arrived. Wang Etian held his daughter's hand as they walked along the gradually awakening street. Wang Xinran followed quietly, occasionally stealing glances at her father's calm profile. In her mind, she replayed the earth-shattering punch on the monitor screen, and the warm and strong hand her father was holding now. Two completely different impressions intertwined, filling her heart with complex emotions. The fear faded, but lingering apprehension remained. However, what remained more was an unprecedented sense of security and a burning desire for power that had quietly ignited within me. She wanted to become stronger, as strong as her father, no, at least strong enough to no longer hide in the bunker in fear, strong enough to stand by her father's side instead of just watching him go on adventures. If Wang Etian knew what his daughter was thinking, he would be overjoyed. Wang Etian stared straight ahead, his eyes calm. But he knew in his heart that the bunker crisis was temporarily averted, but a bigger storm might be brewing. The threat of the funeral fire lion, the possible mastermind outside the city, the impending attention from higher-ups, and this little girl in my arms. After this ordeal, her mind is probably quite active now. The tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. He sighed inwardly and ruffled his daughter's hair. All right, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. At worst, we'll just exercise these old bones a bit more. The rising sun cast long shadows of the father and daughter. Chapter 80 Points Gap and the Temptation of Enlightenment. As dawn broke and the rising sun shone on the dilapidated streets, it gilded the city, which had endured a night of bloodshed, with a slightly tragic golden hue. The smoke of battle had not yet dissipated, but the alarms had stopped, with only sporadic sirens from rescue vehicles and the distant rumble of machinery clearing the battlefield. The air was filled with a complex mix of smells: blood, burnt food, and morning dew. It was so strong it made my nose sting. Wang Yitian held his daughter's hand as they walked home. Neither of them spoke, enjoying the brief peace that came after surviving the ordeal. Wang Xinran's hands were still a little cold, but she was clenching them tightly. Occasionally, she would steal a glance at her father's calm profile, then lower her head again, lost in thought. Wang Yitian could feel the sweat and slight trembling in his daughter's palms, knowing that he had really frightened her this time. He sighed inwardly and held her hand even tighter. Occasionally, soldiers or survivors would hurry by on the street, and when they saw them, especially when they saw Wang Yitian's clothes, which were covered in dust and torn in several places, they would cast complicated and indescribable glances at them. Wang Yitian kept his eyes straight ahead, only wanting to get home as quickly as possible. Back at his home on the 16th floor of Jinlenting, Wang Yitian closed the security door, completely shutting out the noise and smoke outside, and finally let out a long sigh of relief, his straight back relaxing slightly. The feeling of home, mixed with the familiar smells of food and old things, finally allowed his tense nerves to relax a little. Phew, I'm finally back. He tossed his dusty coat onto the entryway stool, changed into slippers, walked into the living room, collapsed onto the sofa, and let out a satisfied sigh. It's still more comfortable to lie down. Wang Xinran quietly closed the door and changed her shoes. Instead of rushing back to her room as usual, she lingered on the sofa, sat down next to her father, and gently rested her head on his shoulder without saying a word. Wang Yitian turned his head to look at her. The little girl's eyes were still red, her hair was a bit messy, and her face was covered in dust. She looked pitiful. He reached out and clumsily ruffled her head, making her already messy, multicolored short hair even messier. What's wrong? Scared out of your wits? This isn't like our Ranjia at all. No way. Wang Xinran immediately retorted, but her voice was muffled and slightly nasal, her head still resting on his shoulder. I'm just a little tired. You're bound to be tired. You've been on edge all night. Even someone made of iron would be exhausted. Wang Yitian said in a relaxed tone, go wash your face and change into some comfortable clothes. I'll get you something to eat to calm your nerves. Wang Xinran obediently replied. Wang Xinran looked up and carefully examined his face and exposed arms. She didn't see any obvious wounds, which reassured her somewhat. No matter how big or fierce they are, they'll still be knocked down by one punch from your dad, right? Wang Yitian pinched her cheek and said in a rare smug tone, don't worry, with your dad here, the sky won't fall. Go wash up, you're covered in dust and filthy. Oh. Wang Xinran slowly got up and walked towards the bathroom. When she reached the door, she turned back and looked at her father, who was sprawled on the sofa looking lazy. She said in a low but serious voice, Dad, you're amazing. Wang Yitian paused for a moment, then waved his hand, stop flattering me, hurry up. As he watched his daughter close the bathroom door, the sound of running water coming from inside faded away, and Wang Yitian's relaxed smile slowly disappeared, his eyes becoming deep and serious. Impressive? Impressive, my foot. We almost messed things up. If it weren't for that Grandmaster Peak experience card, I would have chosen to flee Jiangcheng with my daughter yesterday. Although I couldn't win, at least I could run away. At worst, I could move to the capital. As a Grandmaster, how could I not survive in the capital? Thinking back on the earth-splitting Demon Ape's defense now, it was truly impressive. It was practically an iron lump. And that elusive fox spirit. We were lucky this time, but what about next time? He lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. The faint hum of power restoration could be heard outside, and the living room light flickered a few times before turning on steadily. It seems the municipal emergency repairs are working well. Although it's only a limited time supply, at least we have electricity at home, and the food in the refrigerator can be saved. System, he murmured to himself. Ding. Hello, host. The cold, electronic voice sounded precisely on time. Is the daughter's crisis mission considered complete? What about the reward? Wang Yitian asked directly. Ding. Mission Daughter's Crisis has been completed. Mission evaluation, excellent. successfully protected the bound target Wang Xinran, repelled the invading wild beasts, killed the peak-level general rank wild beast earth-splitting demon ape, and severely injured the general rank wild beast phantom fox which has escaped. Task reward, fatherly love points plus 5,000. Current total fatherly love value, 5,700 points. 5,000 points have arrived. Adding to what I'd saved up in bits and pieces before, I finally have some savings. Wang Yitian felt a little better. Although the system was a trap, the rewards were decent. But what can this little bit of wealth do? On a whim, he brought up the system shop interface, visible only to him. A pale blue screen unfolded before his eyes, displaying a dazzling array of product icons, each marked with an astonishing price. His gaze quickly swept over the eye-catching props. Marrow cleansing and bone strengthening pill beginner, slightly improves root bone aptitude, priced at 1,000 points. My daughter has used it, its effect has an upper limit. Elemental energy essence 1 liter, purifies elemental energy, accelerates cultivation, priced at 800 points liter. Even drinking it like water wouldn't be enough to propel her to Grandmaster level. Combat Intuition Simulator 24-hour trial card, immersive simulated combat to enhance practical experience, priced at 1,200 points. A temporary fix, not a permanent solution. Gene Optimization Fluid Type 1, slightly increases the upper limit of physical attributes, priced at 2,000 points. Medium cost effectiveness, limited improvement. These things are useful for my daughter at this stage, but not enough. The journey from a beginner martial artist to a grandmaster is a major hurdle. Relying solely on slow, methodical work and accumulating ordinary resources would take an unknown amount of time. Moreover, after what happened last night, Wang Yitian's leisurely idea of letting his daughter take her time was completely gone. In this world, without strength, you're just a fish on a chopping board. I'm lucky today, he's here with me. What about tomorrow? What if he's not here? What if something even more ruthless comes along? He needed a quick, effective, and minimally invasive method to improve his daughter's abilities. At the very least, he needed to equip her with the capacity to protect herself and even fight back in chaotic times. My finger slid across the screen, skipping over a bunch of things I didn't need or couldn't afford for the time being, and my gaze finally settled on an inconspicuous icon under the special aids category in the store, but one that was shockingly expensive. The icon is very simple, a silhouette of a small person sitting cross-legged with steam rising from their head, against a background of swirling nebulae. Product name, Deep Enlightenment Experience Card 24 hours. The following description made Wang Yitian's pupils shrink slightly. Deep Enlightenment Experience Card 24 hours. After use, it guides the user into a deep enlightenment state, which lasts for 24 hours. In this state, the user's comprehension, perception, affinity for elemental energy, and ability to comprehend laws will be greatly and temporarily enhanced, cultivation efficiency will increase exponentially, and there is a certain chance to trigger a flash of inspiration and break through the bottleneck. After the effect ends, the user will receive a permanent improvement based on their qualifications, foundation, mindset, and accumulated experience. System evaluation indicates that when used on the bound target Wang Xinran, current aptitude, excellent, foundation, solid, mindset, refined after experiencing a life or death crisis, the minimum expected effect is a breakthrough to the late stage, with a probability of reaching the peak of martial master. The optimal expected effect, with accumulation and opportunity, there is a certain probability estimated to be no more than 30% of glimpsing the threshold of Grandmaster, completing an initial leap in life level. Note, this card is a one-time consumable. The use process is irreversible, and the effect varies from person to person. Price, 10,000 fatherly love points. His Wang Yitian couldn't help but gasp. Great stuff. Absolutely great stuff. Chapter 81. We need to find a way to get some money. Even the lowest expectations are that my daughter can reach the late stage or even the peak of the martial master level. The best case scenario is that there's a chance to directly glimpse the threshold of becoming a grandmaster. Although the odds are less than 30%, this is a grandmaster. Many martial artists are stuck at the martial master level their entire lives and never even get close to it. Moreover, once his daughter reaches the grandmaster level, wouldn't he have officially entered the martial king realm? Moreover, the state of enlightenment is far superior to simply administering drugs or simulating combat. This improves cultivation efficiency and comprehension ability from the root, with few side effects and strong long-term effects. But, this price. 10,000 points. Wang Yitian looked at his pitiful 5,700 points in his account and felt a slight pain in his teeth. That's a difference of a full 4,300 points. This is no small amount. If you rely on accumulating knowledge through mundane daily tasks, it will take at least a year. Based on the efficiency of the previous investment, I'd have to bankrupt my daughter. Oh no, I mean train her until she enters the national selection competition before I could barely save up enough. System, can you give me a discount on this thing? Or offer installment payments? Wang Etienne tried to bargain. Ding. Prices in the system store are fixed and non-negotiable. Installment payment options are not currently available. The system responded coldly. Tisk, so greedy for money. Wang Etienne pursed his lips, not really expecting to be able to bargain. He stared intently at the Deep Enlightenment Experience card, his eyes burning with desire. He had to get his hands on this. The sooner the better. But the gap is too big. Relying on your daughter to farm points through routine competitions, training, and breakthroughs is too slow. Who can say for sure when the next crisis will come? He can't possibly be there every time, with a trump card at his disposal. We have to find a way to quickly make money, to increase our fatherly love points. Just as I was pondering this, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. After a while, Wang Xinran changed into a clean set of cartoon pajamas, dried her wet hair, and came out. Her little face was flushed from the steam, and she looked much better. Dad, I'm hungry. She rubbed her stomach, looking at Wang Etienne with pleading eyes. Wait, I'll show you something to calm your nerves. Wang Etienne closed the system interface, jumped up from the sofa, stretched, and headed towards the kitchen. Although he had just experienced a major battle, the Grandmaster's physical condition was still excellent, and his energy recovered quickly, making cooking a meal a piece of cake. With limited power supply, the food in the refrigerator is still relatively fresh. Wang Etienne worked quickly and soon served 2 steaming bowls of deluxe instant noodles with double the amount of fried eggs and ham, a plate of sliced fruit salad, and a few energy bars. Simple, but filling, and most importantly, quick. The father and daughter sat facing each other, slurping their food. After drinking the hot soup, Wang Xinran's pale face finally regained some color, and she became more talkative. Dad, how did you do that last thing today? Just. Bang, and that big monkey was gone? She gestured, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement as her fear subsided. Which punch? I just threw a random punch at it. That monkey looks strong, but it's not that tough. Wang Etienne slurped his noodles and mumbled something. You're lying. I saw it all. You hit it so many times before, and it was fine. But that last hit, it felt like you were a completely different person. Like, you got stronger? Wang Xinran pressed for an answer. Oh, that's called a power surge, you know? It's when your inner power explodes at a crucial moment. Wang Etienne casually made up a story. Eat quickly, the noodles are clumped together. What is this microcosm? You're just trying to fool me. Wang Xinran muttered something, but didn't ask any further questions, and buried her head in eating her noodles. She knew her father didn't want to say more, and asking would be pointless. But the yearning for great power grew wildly within her, like weeds. She needs to become stronger, as strong as her father, at least strong enough to protect herself and not hold him back. After finishing his meal, Wang Etienne pushed the dishes aside and said, clean up the table and wash the dishes. Then go back to your room and get some rest. Don't think about anything else. Okay, you nagging old man. Wang Xinran obediently got up and tidied up. After this experience, she seemed to have matured a lot, at least she stopped talking back. Wang Etienne's eyes were deep as he watched his daughter walk into the kitchen with bowls and chopsticks in her arms. The seeds of growth have been sown, now they need fertilizer and sunlight. The 10,000-point, Deep Enlightenment Experience card is the best catalyst. We must acquire enough points as soon as possible. He slumped back onto the sofa, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness sink into the system. The screen unfolded again, and he carefully browsed the task list and achievement system, looking for any way to quickly gain a large amount of fatherly love points. The usual guidance on cultivation and making progress are given too little. Major crises are rare and unpredictable. Should we actively create a crisis? That wouldn't do, it's too dangerous and goes against his principles. It seems we need to find another way. Wang Etienne stroked his chin, lost in thought. Perhaps he could invest in something else? Or, how about taking advantage of the upcoming attention? He recalled Yi Xingfan's meaningful last words. Once our strength is exposed, trouble is sure to follow. It's troublesome, but it might also be an opportunity. As he pondered, a wave of weariness washed over him. After all, he had just experienced an intense battle, which had exhausted his mind and body. Even a grandmaster needed rest. He fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. In his dream, he seemed to feel that vast, all-encompassing power again, the power he had touched when using the Grandmaster Peak Experience card, a power at the half-step Martial King level. Though brief, the feeling was clear and profound. It was a power that transcended the mundane, a power that could truly make the rules to a certain extent. Only by reaching that level could one truly escape the fate of being a pawn and become one of the players. Wang Xinran tiptoed out of the room, took a thin blanket, and gently covered her father with it. Seeing her father's slightly furrowed brow and undeniable exhaustion even in his sleep, she bit her lip, her eyes becoming incredibly determined. She returned to her room, but instead of going to sleep immediately, she sat cross-legged on the bed, closed her eyes, and began to silently practice her family's cultivation technique. The primordial energy flows slowly through the meridians. Though weak, it is exceptionally strong. I must become stronger. I absolutely must become stronger. I can't let Dad stand in front of me alone anymore. In the living room, Wang Yitian unconsciously clicked his tongue in his sleep and muttered, 10,000 points. I need to find a way to make money. Chapter 82 Internal Military Information. The next day, the sky was overcast and a light drizzle was falling, washing away the ravaged streets of Jiangcheng and the lingering smell of gunpowder and blood in the air. But the city's machinery has already begun to restart with great difficulty amidst the ruins. Rescue teams were clearing debris and treating the wounded, engineering vehicles were repairing roads and power lines, and military broadcasts were playing announcements to reassure people and maintain order. Although the crisis at the bunker was averted, a sense of lingering fear and a deeper unease still lingered over the city. It was rare for Wang Yitian not to collapse on the sofa. He stood by the living room window, watching the busy scene outside in the rain, holding a freshly brewed cup of hot tea in his hand, the steam rising gently. Raindrops pattered against the window, making a soft, rhythmic sound. Wang Xinran was still in her room, supposedly catching up on sleep, but Wang Yitian could sense that the little girl was secretly practicing her cultivation technique. After what happened last night, this girl seems to have matured a lot all of a sudden. Her desire for power is no longer just talk, but she has begun to put it into action. But that's how the world is, there's no escaping it. Wang Yitian took a sip of tea, his gaze piercing through the rain, as if looking into the distant wilderness. Before leaving yesterday, Yi Xingfan not only told him that he would transfer that hot potato child as soon as possible, but also left him a temporary high-level account that could access some non-classified databases and information networks within the military. This was a gesture of goodwill and also to facilitate communication. After all, a powerful individual who is suspected of touching the threshold of the field has entered the highest level's field of vision, whether he likes it or not, and the appropriate attitude should be adopted. Since Wang Yitian had nothing better to do, he used this access permission to log into the military's internal information database. He didn't look at the specific combat reports or personnel changes, but directly opened the Wasteland Threat Assessment and known high-rank individual files sub-databases, which have relatively high encryption levels. The information is plentiful and varied, mostly consisting of scattered eyewitness reports, energy fluctuation analyses, and speculations about battle traces. He quickly filtered and integrated the information, combining his past life experiences with what he had encountered the previous night. A vague but unsettling picture of the vast wilderness outside the Azure Dragon Fortress gradually took shape in his mind. Within a radius of 500 kilometers outside the frontal defense line of Qinglong Fortress, there is a high-threat wasteland zone. According to the data, at least 2 king-level wild beasts are active in this area year-round, located at the boundary between the outer and middle rings. Wang Yitian slid his finger across the screen to bring up the specific file. Codename, Funeral Fire Lion. Early king-level, energy reaction characteristics are biased towards fire and dark attributes. It is huge in size and powerful, and can manipulate high-temperature flames and corrosive shadow energy. It has a very strong sense of territory and is suspected to have high intelligence. It is good at ambush and group hunting. Danger level, extremely high. Estimated combat strength, approximately equivalent to a mid-stage human martial king. It takes at least 2 martial kings of the same level or 1 late-stage martial king to fight against it. Image data, none. This individual was rarely exposed to clearly observable areas. Latest update, based on energy monitoring and sporadic reconnaissance reports, this individual has been active recently and shows signs of moving towards the Azure Dragon Fortress. Note, the capture of cubs in the bunker laboratory is highly suspected to be a juvenile, and its unusual activity may be related to this. Wang Yitian narrowed his eyes. Keep reading. Codename, Thunder Lizard. Early king level, energy reaction characteristics are biased towards lightning and earth attributes. Relatively small in size but extremely agile, with amazing defense, capable of releasing high-intensity lightning and causing local earthquakes. Mysterious whereabouts and varied attack patterns. Danger level, high. Estimated combat strength, approximately equivalent to the peak of the early stage of a human martial king, requiring a mid-stage martial king or two well-coordinated early-stage martial kings to deal with. Image data, blurred thermal imaging Appendix 3. Latest updates, their activity range partially overlaps with that of the funeral fire lions, and the relationship between the two is unclear. There have been brief observations of confrontations, but no evidence of direct conflict. Their activity level has increased recently. Two are at the early stage of king level, one is equivalent to the mid-stage of martial king, and the other is equivalent to the peak of the early stage of martial king. The pressure on Qinglong Fortress is considerable. Wang Yitian pondered in his heart that Xiao Han, a martial king in the mid-stage of martial king, could hold off the funeral fire lion one-on-one without much trouble while guarding the fortress. However, with the addition of a thunder lizard, he would probably be stretched thin. No wonder he needed to draw reinforcements from the rear. He swiped his finger again, clicking on the limited information related to the middle circle. The records here were even fewer, mostly vague and full of speculation. The central circle of the wasteland, approximately 500 to 1,000 kilometers from the fortress, has an extremely harsh energy environment, severely limiting detection methods. Based on scattered intelligence and ancient documents, it is speculated that there exists at least one late-stage king-level individual, suspected to be the funeral lion king, possibly related to the funeral fire lion by blood or affiliation. This individual's energy level far exceeds that of the outer king-level individuals. 37 years ago, a satellite captured a massive energy burst, estimating its peak combat power to be close to that of a human martial king at their peak. However, in the last 20 years, its activity has sharply decreased, its energy fluctuations are extremely unstable, and it shows signs of serious injury or falling into a deep sleep. It has never left the central circle. Warning: this individual's threat level is nation-destroying level. Avoid contact with them under any circumstances. In the Azure Dragon Fortress's strategic preset, this is considered an force majeure factor. Late stage of king level, approaching the peak of martial king. At his peak, he could probably single-handedly sweep through a large fortress. However, is he seriously injured or in a coma? That's good news. But it's only relatively speaking. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. This kind of being, even if it's on its last breath, is not easy to deal with. Further in, we can't detect anything. Wang Yitian turned off the light screen and rubbed his temples. The information is limited, but it has already given us a general outline. Two early-stage king-level monsters lurked menacingly on the outer perimeter, while a late-stage king-level monster, possibly severely injured but still terrifying, crouched in the center. This Azure Dragon Fortress was practically sitting on a powder keg. The incident at the bunker was most likely caused by the lioness realizing her cubs were missing and going berserk. Wang Yitian analyzed, but it was held back by Xiao Han in the front and couldn't get away, or it had some concerns, so it sent its subordinates, the earth-splitting demon ape and the phantom fox, who was good at stealth and assassination, to try to sneak into the city to retrieve the cub. As a result, it ran into me, a tough nut to crack, and lost one of its generals. What role does the thunder lizard play in this? Is it just watching the show? Or does it want a piece of the pie? Or, is it just taking advantage of the situation because it doesn't get along with the funeral fire lion? Wang Yitian felt the latter was more likely. Wild beasts are not a monolithic entity. Competition for territory and resources is commonplace. That phantom fox didn't seem like a direct subordinate of the funeral fire lion, it was more like a hired or temporary outsider. My head hurts. Wang Yitian put down his teacup. The situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. Even if the two king-level wild beasts are only at the initial stage, if they join forces to launch an attack, the Azure Dragon Fortress will be under tremendous pressure, and a rear city like Jiangcheng could very well be affected again. Not to mention that lurking fox spirit, whose friend or foe is unknown, and who is also skilled in mental attacks. Chapter 83: The Sword King arrives. We need to equip our daughter with the ability to protect herself as soon as possible. He looked at his daughter's closed bedroom door with a determined gaze. I need to collect 10,000 points of fatherly love as soon as possible. The Deep Enlightenment Experience card is the best solution in the short term. But how do we fill this gap of 4,300 points? Relying solely on my daughter's step-by-step training in competitions is too slow. We need to think of other ways to make money quickly. Just as I was pondering this, the brick-like military-grade encrypted communicator on the coffee table suddenly vibrated, emitting a soft but continuous buzzing sound. Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, walked over, and picked up the communicator. It is Yi Xingfan's encrypted line. Connected. Mr. Wang, good morning, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Yi Xingfan's voice came through, more respectful than usual, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. Get to the point. Wang Yitian said calmly. That's right, Mr. Wang. Yi Xingfan paused for a moment, as if considering his words. The support team sent by the capital has arrived, and the leader is. He took a deep breath, his tone becoming more solemn. Sword Marshal King, Xiaohan Marshal King's senior brother, Lin Pijuan, Marshal King Lin. Wang Yitian's eyes flickered slightly. Sword Marshal King? Lin Pijuan? He vaguely remembered the name. It belonged to one of the 13 Marshal Kings of the Dragon Kingdom, known for his fierce attacks and divine swordsmanship, and his strength was among the top of the Marshal Kings. More importantly, he is the senior brother of Xiao Hanwu, who was stationed at Qinglong Fortress. The two brothers, one guarding the nation's borders and the other protecting the rear, were considered a banner of the Dragon Kingdom's military. King Linwu learned of what happened last night and expressed his deepest gratitude for your intervention, including killing the earth-splitting demon ape and severely injuring the phantom fox. At the same time, Yi Xingfan paused, lowering his voice slightly. He is very interested in your strength. He hopes to meet you in person to discuss some matters concerning the wasteland and the current situation, and also to express his formal gratitude on behalf of the military. Wang Yitian didn't answer immediately. Did Jianwu Wan Lin Pijuan want to see him? That's not surprising. The strength I displayed last night, especially that punch that seemed to touch the threshold of the field, certainly couldn't have escaped the eyes of the higher-ups. A powerful individual who is suspected to be a half-step martial king is a strategic resource in any country. It would be strange if the military didn't make contact. The gratitude is a pretense. The real intention might be to probe, win them over, or perhaps requisition them. However, Wang Yitian's mind raced. This might not be a bad opportunity. A military king, and a powerful one at that, has come in person. That's a huge show of respect. This presents a perfect opportunity for me to gather more crucial intelligence and assess the situation. More importantly, it might be a chance to gain points. The military, especially those at the Marshal King level, must possess resources, intelligence, and even special methods or treasures that can rapidly enhance strength, things that are unimaginable to ordinary martial artists. These things might not be unable to be exchanged for the fatherly love value he needs, for example, to be used to invest in his daughter? Okay. Wang Yitian agreed almost without hesitation. Time and place. Yi Xingfan seemed relieved and quickly said, King Linwu is at the garrison command post. He said he's available whenever it's convenient for you. Or, if you find it inconvenient to come to the command post, he can go to a safe location you specify. They adopted a very humble attitude. It seems the other party really values this, or rather, is quite wary of it. No need for that trouble. Wang Yitian glanced at the rain outside the window, which was gradually lessening. I'm coming over now. Send me the address. Yes. I'll arrange a car to pick you up right away. Yi Xingfan replied immediately. No need, I'll go myself. It'll be quiet. Wang Yitian said and hung up the call. He walked to his daughter's bedroom door and knocked. Ran, I'm going out for a bit to take care of something. You stay home and don't wander off. Focus on your cultivation. A muffled reply came from inside. I know. Where are you going? It's still a mess outside. I'm meeting someone, I'll be right back. Wang Yitian didn't say much. There's food in the fridge. Heat it up yourself. I'm leaving. Oh, then be careful. Wang Xinran's voice carried a hint of worry. Wang Yitian responded, turned around and walked to the entrance, changed his shoes, thought for a moment, and then took an umbrella from the drawer. Although with his cultivation level, the rain wouldn't get on him at all. I pushed open the door and walked into the slightly damp and chilly stairwell. Wang Yitian's eyes were calm and expressionless, but he had already begun to make plans in his mind. Sword Warrior King Lin Pijuan. What should we talk about when we meet? What's the situation in the wasteland? What's the movement of the king-level wild beasts? Or, are they being recruited? In any case, this meeting might help him find a way to quickly fill the 4,300 point gap. For my daughter's sake, and also to have more means to make a living in this increasingly chaotic world. He opened his umbrella and walked into the gradually drizzling rain, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Inside the room, Wang Xinran listened intently to the door for a while, making sure her father was far away, before tiptoeing back to the bedside. She pulled out the family's martial arts manual, which she had flipped through quite a bit, from under her pillow, her eyes resolute. Dad went to see a big shot. I can't slack off. I have to get stronger. I must get stronger. Chapter 84. Wang Etian prefers something practical. The rain gradually thinned out, but the sky remained overcast. Wang Etian, holding an ordinary black umbrella, walked unhurriedly towards the Zhengqing garrison command. The streets were still a mess, but rescue and cleanup work was underway in an orderly manner, and the air was filled with the smell of mud, burnt earth, and a faint smell of disinfectant. Wang Etian observed his surroundings as he slowly made his way to the garrison building. The guards at the door had obviously been greeted beforehand. After verifying his identity, they immediately stood at attention and saluted, their eyes filled with undisguised excitement and curiosity. They respectfully led him to the door of a quiet and elegant reception room on the top floor. Mr. Wang, Prince Lin Wu is waiting inside. Please. The guard said in a low voice, pushing open the heavy solid wood door for him. Wang Etian nodded and stepped inside. The reception room is small, but simply and elegantly decorated, and you can see the city view after the rain through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A faint aroma of tea filled the air. A person was sitting on the sofa in the center of the room. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a lean face and sharply defined features, especially his eyes, which shone with a sharp, penetrating light. He was dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit without any rank insignia. He sat upright, like a sharp sword sheathed in its sheath. He appeared calm, but he exuded a profound and immeasurable majesty. Even if a martial king-level expert deliberately conceals their life magnetic field, it will still have an invisible influence on the surrounding environment, causing those who step into their aura to feel involuntarily awe. Sword King, Lin Pijuan. The moment Wang Etian stepped into the room, Lin Pijuan looked up at him. His gaze was calm, yet it seemed to carry a tangible pressure as it swept over Wang Etian, as if trying to see through him inside and out. However, upon seeing this, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Lin Pijuan's usually calm eyes. No. There's absolutely nothing. In his eyes, the man before him had a calm and restrained aura, and his cultivation level was indeed that of a grandmaster in the early stage. His elemental energy fluctuations are stable and solid, indicating a good foundation, but he is still far from being a grandmaster at the later peak stage, let alone possessing the profound aura required to touch the threshold of the domain. This was completely different from the image he described in the thrilling battle report that Yi Xingfan urgently submitted, which described him as suspected of touching the domain and killing the peak general level earth-splitting demon ape with one punch. If he hadn't had absolute confidence in the character and judgment of his trusted general, and if the monitoring report on residual energy at the scene, along with the undeniable evidence of the gruesome corpse of the earth-splitting demon ape, hadn't suspected that Yi Xingfan was lying about military intelligence or being bewitched by some kind of illusion. Are they hiding their true strength? Or, does he have some special method that allows him to perfectly conceal his aura, making it undetectable even to himself? Lin Pijuan's mind raced, but his expression remained calm. He stood up, a perfectly measured, gentle smile on his face, and extended his hand. This must be Mr. Wang Etian. I've heard so much about you. I am Lin Pijuan. I apologize for the intrusion in inviting you. His attitude was very polite, even somewhat humble, treating everyone as equals, without any airs of a martial king. Wang Etian was also sizing up the other person. Sword King lives up to his name. His aura is sharp yet restrained. Standing there, he is like a peerless divine weapon hidden in its sheath, ready to unleash earth-shattering power once drawn. This demeanor, compared to Xiao Han, a martial king who guards the border year after year and exudes a murderous aura, possesses a greater sense of composure and calmness. King Lin Wu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Etian reached out and gently shook his hand, his tone calm, neither flattered nor arrogant, as if he were greeting an ordinary neighbor. The handshake was brief, but he could feel the subtle, sword-like power emanating from the other's palm, and the other could clearly sense the calm and restrained nature of his hand. The two sat down, and an orderly brought them tea before quietly leaving and closing the door. Mr. Wang prefers peace and quiet, so I got straight to the point. Lin Pijuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and his gaze fell on Wang Etian's face, scrutinizing him with a hint of inquiry. Yi Xingfan has already given a detailed report on yesterday's events. If it weren't for Mr. Wang's timely intervention and ability to turn the tide, the Jiangcheng bunker would have been in grave danger, and the thousands of people and valuable research data inside would likely have been destroyed. On behalf of the military and the beneficiaries of the Jiangcheng people, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to Mr. Wang. He spoke sincerely and adopted a very humble attitude. Wang Etian also picked up his teacup, blew away the foam, but didn't drink it. He looked up at Lin Pijuan and said in a flat voice, "No need for thanks. King Lin, I only have one question. Mr. Wang, please speak. That thing in the bunker." Wang Etian put down his teacup, his gaze calm yet carrying an invisible pressure. A cub of a king-level wild beast, such a deadly thing, why would you leave it in Jiangcheng? Underground in the heart of a city with 1 million inhabitants? Couldn't the Azure Dragon Fortress hold it, or could the safer, more professional research institutes in the rear hold it? Have you considered the consequences if something goes wrong? My daughter was in there last night. His tone wasn't harsh. In fact, it could be described as calm. But every word he spoke was like a dull knife, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. There were no pleasantries, no small talk, he went straight to the point. Lin Pijuan's smile faded slightly, a complex look flashing in his eyes. After a 2-second silence, he slowly said, "This matter was indeed a decision-making error by the military, with a serious lack of risk assessment. The specific reasons involve higher-level secrets and strategic maneuvering, which I cannot elaborate on. But I can tell Mr. Wang that this matter has angered the highest levels, and those responsible will be severely punished. The cub will be escorted to the absolutely safe Dragon Abyss base by special personnel by tonight at the latest. Similar incidents will never happen again. I guarantee it with my integrity." He paused, looking at Wang Etian's still calm face, and added, "The military is deeply sorry that your daughter was frightened by this incident, and that Mr. Wang himself was forced to be involved in the danger and lend a helping hand, and is willing to make compensation." Compensation? Wang Etian raised an eyebrow slightly, leaned back to find a more comfortable position, but his eyes remained unchanged. "How will you compensate me? A certificate of merit, or a banner?" Lin Pijuan was taken aback by his blunt, almost mercenary words. He had met many strong people, some indifferent to fame and fortune, some unruly, and some with the world in their hearts, but he rarely saw anyone like Wang Etian, who, immediately after holding someone accountable, asked without any pretense, "What benefits will you give me?" This style is really unconventional. But having held a high position for so long, he possessed profound self-control and quickly regained his composure, saying solemnly, "Of course not." Mr. Wang turned the tide. His merits benefited Jiangcheng and the nation. Following an urgent discussion by the military headquarters and with the approval of the Supreme Council, Mr. Wang is hereby awarded the second-class Purple Order. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite sandalwood box, opened it, and inside lay a simple and elegant medal, deep purple in color and inlaid with dark gold patterns on the edges, which shone with a restrained luster under the indoor light. The Order of the Purple Second Class is awarded to non-military personnel who have made significant contributions to national security and the lives and property of the people. Holders of this medal automatically receive the rank of honorary colonel and enjoy corresponding levels of authority, such as access to intelligence, emergency mobilization of local resources, and the right to request military assistance within a certain scope. At the same time, you will also have priority access to the National Library, some advanced training sites, and certain special material exchange channels. Lin Pijuan pushed the wooden box toward Wang Etian, his tone solemn. "This is the country's recognition of your achievements, as well as a responsibility and a trust." Wang Etian glanced at the medal. It was purple gold, quite beautiful, and rather heavy. Honorary colonel? It sounds impressive, but frankly it's just a nominal title with some privileges but little binding force. Intelligence access and resource assistance are somewhat useful, but they're all superficial. When they'll be usable and how effective they will be are uncertain. He held up 2 fingers, picked up the medal, weighed it in his hand, and then casually placed it on the coffee table in front of him with a soft click. "That's it?" Wang Etian looked at Lin Pijuan, his eyes clear, with a hint of "Are you kidding me? King Lin, my daughter almost died last night, and I almost died with that big monkey. And you give me a piece of iron, plus a bunch of invisible and intangible permissions? Isn't this compensation a bit too honorable? I'm a practical person, I like things to be real." Lin Pijuan. His prepared speech about the significance, responsibility, and honor of the medal was completely shut down by Wang Etian's 2 words, "That's it?" He glanced at the level 2 purple medal that Wang Etian had casually tossed onto the coffee table, and his lips twitched almost imperceptibly. This medal is something that countless warriors and civil officials would fight tooth and nail to obtain. It represents not only honor, but also a passport to higher levels. In this person's eyes, it became a piece of iron. Chapter 85: A Reward That Satisfies Wang Etian. Thank you to every reader who gave a reward yesterday, and thank you VV for easing the awkwardness by giving a like. There were no reminder tokens yesterday, and the number of reminders for a single chapter did not reach 100. Today, there will be 3 updates as usual. Mr. Wang. Lin Pijuan took a deep breath, trying to maintain the calmness on his face. The purple metal has extraordinary significance it represents. I know what it represents. Wang Etian interrupted him, his tone still calm: honor, recognition, authority. That's good. But what I need now is something tangible, something that can be immediately converted into strength. For example, cultivation resources, rare and precious materials, or treasures that can save your life and quickly improve your cultivation. My daughter was frightened and needs to be calmed. I fought for half a day and was quite exhausted, so I need to replenish myself. King Lin Wu, don't you agree? He spoke with such confidence and candor, as if he were haggling with someone at a market. Lin Pijuan was utterly speechless. He had met many powerful and accomplished people in his life, but he had never seen anyone like Wang Etian who could make asking for benefits sound so elegant and natural. The key point is, you can't refute it. What they said makes sense. The person risked their life to save you, protect your secrets, and almost lost their own life. What's wrong with asking for some actual compensation? It's perfectly reasonable. But, isn't this style a bit too direct? They don't have the demeanor of a master at all. Looking at Wang Etian's expression that seemed to say, I'm very honest, don't try to fool me, Lin Pijuan was momentarily at a loss for words. A brief silence fell over the meeting room, broken only by the patter of rain outside the window. After a long pause, Lin Pijuan rubbed his temples and gave a wry smile. Mr. Wang, you speak your mind, I admire you. He realized that playing games with this person was useless. He had to get down to business. How about this? Lin Pijuan pondered for a moment, seemingly having made up his mind, and took out a smaller, silver communicator with military encryption markings from his pocket. In front of Wang Etian, he dialed a number. The communication was quickly established, and a deep male voice came from the other end. King Lin Wu, please speak. Commander, it's me, Lin Pijuan. I need to make a supplementary request to you regarding Mr. Wang Etian's merit award in Jiangcheng. Lin Pijuan spoke respectfully but clearly. Mr. Wang believes that although the second-class purple medal and its honorary authority are national honors, they are insufficient to compensate for his enormous efforts and risks during this crisis, especially the shock suffered by his family. He hopes to receive some more substantial resources that can help improve his and his family's strength. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the communicator, as if they were also processing this overly practical request. After a while, the voice sounded again. Mr. Wang's request is understandable. Awards for merit should combine honor with tangible benefits, which is only right. In your opinion, what kind of compensation would be most appropriate? Lin Pijuan glanced at Wang Etian, who calmly drank his tea, as if it were none of his business. Mr. Wang is highly accomplished, and ordinary resources are unlikely to catch his eye. However, there are still younger members of his family who need to be nurtured. Lin Pijuan carefully chose his words. I suggest that we allocate a batch of rare and precious natural treasures suitable for use by grandmasters and below from our strategic reserves. Their market value is approximately 20 million dragon coins, as an additional material reward for Mr. Wang's righteous act. What do you think? 20 million. This is no small sum. It's enough to instantly elevate an ordinary family into the ranks of the wealthy. In contrast, rare and precious natural treasures have a much higher actual value and greater benefit to martial artists than currency of equal value. There was silence again on the other end of the communicator, as if they were weighing their options. After a few seconds, a voice came through. Okay. Do as you say. You draft the list, and after it's filed, allocate it directly from Strategic Warehouse Number 1 and send it to Jiangcheng as quickly as possible, handing it over to Mr. Wang. You are fully responsible for this matter. Yes, sir. Thank you for your support. Lin Pijuan solemnly replied. The communication ended. Lin Pijuan put away the communicator, looked at Wang Etian, and smiled with a mixture of relief and helplessness. Mr. Wang, you heard me. The rare cultivation resources worth 20 million will be delivered to your residence by tomorrow evening at the latest. These resources are more than enough for your daughter to progress from the martial artist realm to the grandmaster realm, and some of them are also quite beneficial for stabilizing and improving her grandmaster cultivation. Are you satisfied? A faint smile finally appeared on Wang Etien's face. Though it was faint, it was much more lively than his previous expressionless demeanor. That's more like it. Thank you, Prince Lin Wu, and please thank your commander for me. Now that the goods have been delivered, we can consider last night's matter closed. Lin Pijuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This person was finally satisfied. Although the process was a bit unconventional, the result was ultimately satisfactory. Using resources that are not core to the military but are invaluable to martial artists outside the military to gain the goodwill of a powerful figure who is suspected of touching the threshold of the realm is a worthwhile deal. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. This is what you deserve, Lin Pijuan said with a smile, easing the tension considerably. Just then, the long-absent system notification sounded in Wang Etien's mind without warning. Ding! A persistent and significant threat, Funeral Fire Lion early king level, has been detected. It poses an extremely high potential danger to the bound target, Wang Xinran, and her environment. Triggering a long-term side quest, eliminate the root of the problem. Task objective, completely eliminate the Funeral Fire Lion and its potential threats, ensuring the long-term security of the bound object. Mission objective, kill or permanently banish Funeral Fire Lion. Task rewards, 5,000 fatherly love points. 1 chance to win a high-quality random prize. Task status, accepted. 1 random high-quality lottery draw chance can be used in advance. Wang Etien's hand, which was holding the teacup, paused almost imperceptibly. A funeral lion with fire? A complete solution? 5,000 points? And a lottery? If they offer a lucky draw first, then there must be some good stuff coming out. A glint of light flashed deep in his eyes. This system is really thoughtful. He was just worrying about being short of money, and here comes the pillow? Although this pillow is a bit prickly, a king-level wild beast is not so easy to deal with. But 5,000 fatherly love points can just make up for the shortfall in the Deep Enlightenment experience card. And there's one more chance to win a prize. High risk, high reward. Moreover, this lioness is indeed a menace. As long as the cubs are in her hands, the trouble will never end. Even if the cub is sent away, given the grudge-holding and sensory abilities of a king-level wild beast, it might suddenly go berserk and come knocking on our door one day. Rather than passively defending ourselves, it's better to. Wang Etien's mind raced, but his face remained impassive, as if he had only been lost in thought for a moment. He put down his teacup, looked at Lin Pijuan, and asked casually, King Lin, will the cub of the Funeral Fire Lion be sent away tonight? Lin Pijuan nodded. Yes, the Special Operations Department personnel are already in place. Tonight at midnight, they will be escorted by 3 Grandmasters in a dedicated high-speed aircraft, flying directly to the Dragon Abyss base. Along the way, there will be Martial King-level mental scans to ensure everything goes smoothly. Absolutely foolproof? Wang Etienne smiled noncommittally. I hope so. But the cubs are gone, the mother lion is still out there. Given the temperament of a king-level wild beast, do you think it will let the loss of its cubs go? The pressure at Azure Dragon Fortress must be considerable. Lin Pijuan's expression hardened slightly, and he sighed. Mr. Wang is absolutely right. Junior brother Xiao has sent word that the activity frequency and aggression of the Funeral Fire Lion on the front of the fortress have increased significantly recently, which is suspected to be related to the capture of the cub. Another thunder lizard is also frequently appearing on the outskirts. The situation is not optimistic. We have requested reinforcements from the capital, but the mobilization of Martial King level experts involves many aspects and will take time. In other words, in the short term, Jiangcheng and even the surrounding areas will still have to rely on King Xiaowu and you yourselves to hold on? Wang Etienne asked. Yes. Lin Pijuan did not hide anything. So, Mr. Wang, if you don't have any urgent matters to attend to recently, could you stay in Jiangcheng for the time being? Of course, we will never restrict your freedom. We just hope that if something really happens, you can lend a helping hand for the sake of the millions of lives in Jiangcheng. Of course, you will not be at a disadvantage in terms of compensation. This is one of the main reasons why he came here in person today. A powerful figure who appears to have reached the threshold of the realm of knowledge is of immeasurable value. If we can secure his assistance, Jiangcheng's safety will be greatly enhanced. Wang Etienne did not answer immediately, his fingers gently tracing the rim of the teacup, as if he was thinking. Lin Pijuan didn't urge him, waiting quietly. The reception room fell silent again, with only the sound of rain gradually falling outside the window. After a while, Wang Etienne raised his head, looked at Lin Pijuan, and a faint, somewhat elusive smile appeared on his lips. Staying in Jiangchang and taking a look around isn't a bad idea. Chapter 86 Surveillance. The exchange between Wang Yitian and Jian Wuwan went very smoothly. After paying some extra price, Wang Yitian decided not to move away from Jiangchang, and that he would take appropriate action whenever Jiangchang was in crisis. Outside the Jiangcheng garrison building, the rain had stopped, and the wet streets reflected a faint light. Wang Yitian strolled out, clutching the supposedly extraordinarily significant second-class purple medal. The metal box was uncomfortable in his pocket, so he took it out and weighed it in his hand, then pursed his lips. Just a piece of metal. I hope that 20 million supplement is worth something. He was still thinking about the cut the weeds and eliminate the roots quest and the huge reward of 5,000 points, figuring out how to completely get rid of that troublesome lioness. A head-on clash? With his current cultivation level at the early stage of Grandmaster, even with the system's enhancement that allows him to fight beyond his level, his chances of winning against the funeral fire lion, who is at the early stage of king level and whose combat power is comparable to that of a human martial king in the middle stage, are pitifully low. We need to think of a way, preferably by using their strength against them, or by finding an opportunity to ambush them. Wang Yitian muttered to himself, aimlessly watching the workers clearing the rubble and the soldiers patrolling back and forth on the street. Just as I was pondering this, the system's cold, impersonal notification sounded in my mind again. Ding! Updated security threat assessment detected for the bound object. Analysis: the target funeral fire lion cub is about to be transferred, and its mother will most likely launch a final, most intense attack to reclaim her cub. The attack is expected to occur during the transfer. Recommendation: intervening in the transfer process to obtain more accurate intelligence on enemy movements and create opportunities for contact combat with the funeral fire lion is a key step in completing the Eradicate mission. Note: king-level wild beasts possess intelligence comparable to an average adult, including strategic thinking, the ability to use simple tools, and the capacity to command lower-level wild beasts. Be wary of potential surveillance activities. Oh? In transit? Wang Yitian paused, his eyes narrowing. The system's notification came just in time. Indeed, if he were that lioness who had lost her cubs, he would definitely fight desperately when he realized that his cubs were about to be taken away and out of his last remaining tracking range. This is probably its last and best chance. Intelligence comparable to an adult, manipulating low-level wild beasts, monitoring? Wang Yitian looked up thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping across the sky. Just then, a large bird with a wingspan of over 3 meters, grayish-brown feathers, and a resemblance to an ordinary eagle or falcon, but with exceptionally sharp eyes, slowly circled overhead, seemingly looking down at the bustling city below. Wang Yitian's eyes narrowed slightly. There are many mutated birds in the wasteland, and this gray-feathered eagle is not uncommon. It has excellent eyesight and is often used for reconnaissance. But, at this critical juncture, it appeared over Jiangcheng, and seemed to be paying special attention to the garrison area and the bunker? He subtly withdrew his gaze and turned back to the garrison building. The guards at the gate were somewhat surprised to see him return, but they still immediately saluted and let him pass. In the meeting room, Lin Pejuan was still there, whispering something into his communicator. When Wang Yitian pushed the door open and entered, he was somewhat surprised. "Mr. Wang? Is there anything else?" Wang Yitian didn't sit down. He walked straight to the window and pointed to the gray shadow in the sky that was almost a small black dot. "King Lin Wu, don't you usually do anything about that thing in the sky?" Lin Pejuan looked in the direction he was pointing and immediately frowned. Gray-feathered eagle? Although these things are common, they don't usually get this close to large human settlements, unless they are driven or attracted by something. He immediately realized something, his expression changing slightly. "You mean? I didn't say anything." Wang Yitian walked back to the sofa and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. His tone was calm. "I'm just an ordinary citizen. I saw a big bird and asked out of curiosity. But Lin Wuan, do you think that lioness who lost her cub is anxious? Doesn't she want to know where her cub went? Wouldn't she send some of her flying underlings to keep an eye on things from the sky?" Lin Pejuan's expression turned serious. He had considered the possibility of being monitored by wild beasts, but the intelligence level of king-level wild beasts has always been controversial most of the time. They tend to rely more on instinct and strength. However, Wang Yitian's reminder, combined with the strange timing of the appearance of this gray-feathered eagle, forced him to reassess. "Mr. Wang is right," Lin Pejuan said in a deep voice. "It was my oversight. It seems that the transfer plan must be adjusted, and counter-surveillance and covert measures must be strengthened." "Adjustment?" Wang Yitian took a sip of tea and shook his head. King Lin Wu, do you think that if the lioness is determined to take the cubs, can those few hairy beasts in the sky stop her from making a decision? The reason she is holding back now is simply because she is wary of King Xiaowu of Qinglong Fortress, and the experts who may be hiding in the city, such as the one who killed that big monkey under her command last night. She is waiting for an opportunity that she feels she has. He put down his teacup and looked at Lin Pijuan, and this opportunity is very likely when you transport the cubs out of the city, away from the relatively solid fortifications, and exposed to the wilderness. At that time, the sky is high and the land is wide, which is also a good time to ambush. Lin Pijuan remained silent. This was exactly what he feared most. Although the city had been attacked, its defense system was basically intact, and with him and several grandmasters in charge, even a king-level wild beast would have to think twice before trying to force its way in. But once you leave the city and enter the wilderness, it becomes the domain of wild beasts. Mobility, ambush, encirclement, there are too many variables. Therefore, the transfer must be secret, fast, and heavily guarded. Lin Pijuan said slowly, a resolute glint in his eyes, I will personally escort the transfer at midnight tonight. The aircraft is a specially designed stealth model, the route is meticulously planned, and it is accompanied by 3 grandmasters. There will also be preset rendezvous points and contingency plans along the way. As long as we don't encounter a king-level wild beast personally intercepting us, the chances of safely reaching the Dragon Abyss base are over 70%. 70%? Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow. That means there's still a 30% chance they'll be shot down or ambushed along the way? Lin Pijuan did not deny it, and said frankly, when facing a king-level wild beast, no plan can be said to be foolproof. A 70% chance of success is the limit we can achieve at the moment. We must take the risk and try. Leaving the cub in Jiangchang is the biggest hidden danger. Chapter 87 Arrangement. The room fell silent for a moment. Wang Yitian tapped his fingers lightly on the coffee table, as if weighing something. Lin Pijuan looked at him and suddenly said, Mr. Wang seems to be quite interested in this transfer? Could it be? He thought of what Wang Yitian had said when he asked for detailed information earlier, such as to study it and to solve it once and for all, and a thought struck him. Wang Yitian looked up and met his gaze. King Lin Wu, I won't beat around the bush with you. That lioness is a menace. She'll be watching wherever her cubs are. Even if the cubs are successfully taken away, with the grudge-holding and sensory abilities of a king-level wild beast, she might not be able to find any clues, or she might vent her anger on what she considers her accomplice, that is, Jiang Chang. My daughter lives here, and I don't want to be sleeping one day and find that the house has been torn down by a mad lioness. He leaned forward slightly, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable air. So, instead of living in constant fear, we should find an opportunity to see if we can eliminate this root of trouble, at least to prevent it from causing any more trouble for Jiang Chang. Lin Pijuan's pupils contracted slightly. Mr. Wang means. Count me in for a lucky break tonight. Wang Yitian stated directly, I'm quite interested in the lioness's habits and weaknesses, and I want to observe her up close. Also, if she really comes, having more people will be more helpful. Of course, my main purpose is to observe and learn, and to lend a hand. Lin Pijuan was stunned. He hadn't expected Wang Yitian to volunteer. According to Yi Xingfan, Wang Yitian was indeed very strong, although not a martial king. The gap wasn't large. With him joining, the safety of the escort team will undoubtedly increase significantly. But, this person's attitude has always been a bit unpredictable. He seems lazy, but is actually difficult to grasp. Was his involvement truly just to solve the problem, or did he have ulterior motives? Seemingly sensing Lin Pijuan's doubts, Wang Yitian added, Don't worry, I know the rules. I'll follow your orders on the road, and I won't steal your thunder unless absolutely necessary. I'm just hitching a ride, and I'll also see if there's an opportunity, to study the target. As for the reward, just deliver the 20 million resources you promised to me on time. Also, if a fight really breaks out, the spoils, we'll divide them according to the rules. That's not unreasonable, is it? His words were very blunt, even a bit mercenary, but they actually reassured Lin Pijuan somewhat. It's easier to get along with someone if they have something to ask for. What's worrisome are those who are indifferent and whose thoughts are hard to fathom. Mr. Wang is extremely grateful for your help. Lin Pijuan quickly made a decision, stood up, and solemnly clasped his hands in a fist salute. With Mr. Wang joining us, the chances of success on this mission have increased to at least 90%. As for the spoils of war, if we do gain anything, they will naturally be distributed according to merit, and Mr. Wang will certainly not be treated unfairly. Okay, it's a deal then. Wang Yitian also stood up and stretched. Specific plans? Time? Location? Meet at 9 p.m. tonight outside the S-Class laboratory at the bottom of the bunker. Depart at 10 p.m. sharp. Lin Pijuan quickly replied, the route and emergency plan will be sent to your residence later with encrypted data. Also, this is an internal communicator. The channel is encrypted for easy communication. He handed over a smaller, more refined black communicator than before. Wang Yitian took it and casually put it in his pocket. Got it. See you at the bunker at 9. By the way, take care of that gray bird, it's annoying to look at. Understood, I will arrange for someone to handle it. Lin Pijuan nodded. Once the deal was settled, Wang Yitian didn't linger any longer, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Watching his figure disappear through the doorway, Lin Pijuan stood there, lost in thought for a long time. This Mr. Wang Yitian has an unconventional style of doing things, speaks directly, and is sometimes lazy and sometimes sharp, making it impossible for people to see through him. One thing is certain, though, he's very strong, and he seems to have an unusually strong interest in that funeral fire lion. Is this a blessing or a curse for the military and for Jiancheng? Well, at least for now, he seems to be a friend, not an enemy. With him on the team, our chances of making it tonight are much better. Lin Pijuan shook his head, ceasing his thoughts, picked up the communicator, and began to readjust and reorganize tonight's transfer plan. Wang Yitian's involvement meant that many contingency plans needed to be changed. After leaving the garrison area, Wang Yitian did not go home immediately, but strolled around the streets and bought some fresh ingredients. We're running low on supplies at home, and my daughter was frightened. She needs some good food to recover. As for the gray-feathered eagle in the sky? He stopped paying attention. If Lin Pijuan can't even handle this small matter, then he's not worthy of being called King Wu. Carrying large and small bags home, I opened the door and was greeted by the smell of instant noodles. Wang Xinran was sitting cross-legged on the living room carpet, with a bucket of freshly made braised beef noodles in front of her. She was slurping the noodles while mimicking the martial arts instructional video on the screen, her little face full of seriousness. Hey, Master Wang, practicing your kung fu? Replenishing your energy with instant noodles? Wang Yitian teased, placing the bag he was carrying on the dining table. Wang Xinran looked up and saw what he was holding. Her eyes lit up, but she retorted, I'm saving time. Every second counts, you know? Unlike you, you're out for most of the day. You must have been slacking off somewhere again. Slacking off? Your dad's here to earn milk powder money for you. Wang Yitian took out the pork ribs, shrimp, and vegetables he had bought one by one, saying, I'll make you sweet and sour pork ribs and braised shrimp tonight to calm your nerves and refresh your mind, so you don't just eat instant noodles and watch videos all day, engaging in empty talk. Really? Sweet and sour pork ribs. Wang Xinran immediately pushed her instant noodles aside, moved closer to the table, and looked on expectantly. And braised shrimp too. Extra garlic. You'll get your share. Wang Yitian tied on his apron and began to quickly prepare the ingredients. I'll focus on my cultivation this afternoon and have an extra meal tonight. Get some rest after eating, as I need to go out tonight to take care of some errands. Going out again? Wang Xinran's face fell. It's so late, is there something else going on? Didn't a battle just end outside? It's only after the battle is over that there's some cleanup work to be done. Wang Yitian didn't even turn his head, skillfully blanching the ribs. Don't worry, it's nothing, I'll be right back. You stay home obediently, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone. If you get tired of cultivating, go to sleep. If I find you staying up all night tomorrow, I'll take all the ribs away. Okay, stop nagging, Dad. Wang Xinran muttered to herself, but obediently sat back down on the carpet and continued gesturing to the video, though her eyes would occasionally drift toward the kitchen, inhaling the aroma of meat that was beginning to fill the air. Chapter 88. The turnaround begins. While cooking, Wang Yitian was making plans in his mind. We'll meet at 9 p.m. and depart at 10 p.m. There is still plenty of time. He needs to get himself into top form. Although it's highly unlikely he'll need to use his full strength, there's always a chance of something going wrong. Moreover, his main goal is to find an opportunity to deal with the funeral fire lion and complete the system mission. This is not a sightseeing tour, we need to be prepared for a tough battle. System, bring up my personal status. He silently prayed to himself. Host, Wang Yitian. Realm level, early stage grandmaster. Cultivation technique, primordial chaos chi technique 7th level. Martial arts skills, omitted. Special items, Grandmaster Peak experience card 2 minutes 0 seconds remaining, Level 2 Purple Metal, Military Encrypted Communicator Advanced. Fatherly Love Value, 5,700 points. Current task, eliminate the weeds at the root in progress. To Wang Yitian's surprise, the Grandmaster Peak Experience card was not a one-time use card. After killing the earth-splitting demon ape last time, the system helped him exit the peak state and gave him 2 minutes. My condition is alright. The energy I consumed last night has been fully restored through rest and the Hanyuan Ichi technique. My fatherly love points are 5,700, which is 4,300 points short of the 10,000 points needed to redeem the Deep Enlightenment Experience card. Hopefully, I'll get some extra rewards tonight. The sweet and sour aroma of the pork ribs and the savory fragrance of the braised shrimp filled the kitchen. Wang Yitian worked quickly and efficiently, and soon 4 dishes and a soup were served, all of which looked, smelled, and tasted delicious. Dinner's ready. The father and daughter sat facing each other, enjoying their meal. Wang Xinran ate with gusto, temporarily putting aside her previous fears and the hardships of cultivation. While eating, Wang Yitian observed his daughter discreetly. The fear in the little girl's eyes had mostly faded, replaced by calmness and determination. It seems that although the incident was frightening, it has also helped her grow a lot. That's a good thing. After dinner, Wang Xinran volunteered to wash the dishes. Wang Yitian returned to his room, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed. He needs to calm his mind and get his energy and spirit to their peak. There might be a tough battle tonight. With a calm mind, the primordial qi technique slowly circulating throughout the body. Within the dantian, pale golden primordial energy flowed gently and steadily like a trickle, nourishing the limbs and bones, and tempering the meridians and bones. Last night's battle against the earth-splitting demon ape, although mainly achieved by overwhelming the opponent with the experience card, was also beneficial for him to control his power and hone his fighting spirit. He could sense that the Grandmaster's early-stage realm was becoming more refined and stable, and he was faintly touching the threshold of the middle stage. But this required patience and could not be rushed. Time passed quietly. The light outside the window gradually dimmed, and dusk arrived. When Wang Yitian opened his eyes again, the light in his eyes was restrained, and his aura was perfectly harmonious, indicating that he was in his best condition. He glanced at the old-fashioned alarm clock on the bedside table. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. It's time to go. He changed into an inconspicuous black casual outfit and put the high-end communicator in his pocket. She tiptoed out of the room, where Wang Xinran was meditating and cultivating herself, her breathing even and long. Wang Yitian didn't disturb her. He left a note on the coffee table in the living room: "Take good care of the house, go to bed early, and I'll check your homework when I get back." Then, he quietly opened the door, slipped out, and disappeared into the deepening night. At 8:40 p.m., Wang Yitian's figure appeared like a ghost in the shadows of a secluded alley near the bunker. Instead of going directly to the bunker entrance, he went around in circles and came to an inconspicuous external emergency entrance disguised as a ventilation duct, the coordinates of a secret passage that Lin Pijuan had sent him via communicator. After verifying identity, the alloy door slid open silently. Wang Yitian slipped inside, the door closing behind him. The passage was brightly lit and heavily guarded, with fully armed, sharp-looking soldiers standing watch every few steps. Upon seeing the special access code in his hand, they all saluted silently. Take a private elevator directly to the bottom of the bunker. The elevator doors opened, revealing a wide, technologically advanced alloy passageway. At the end of the passage was a heavy, cold-looking silver-white metal door. Standing at the door were 2 middle-aged military officers with a deep and dignified aura and sharp, eagle-like eyes, both of whom were grandmasters. When they saw Wang Yitian, they nodded slightly in greeting and made way for him. The door slid open silently. Inside was a huge laboratory filled with various sophisticated instruments and transparent containers. In the center of the laboratory, inside a cylindrical container made of an unknown transparent material that emits a faint blue light, a small lion cub, covered in dark red fur and with a cluster of golden flame patterns between its brows, is floating in a pale blue nutrient solution. It was that funeral fire lion cub that caused such a huge trouble. Lin Pijuan was already waiting there. He had changed into a neat black combat uniform, with an ancient-style, sheathless longsword strapped to his back. He looked like a divine weapon about to be drawn, exuding an aura of power. Upon seeing Wang Yitian, he nodded. "Mr. Wang, you're very punctual." "I'm always very punctual." Wang Yitian walked to the container and examined the little creature inside. The cub was sleeping soundly, clearly having been injected with a strong sedative. Even through the container, one could sense the faint yet extremely potent fire attribute energy fluctuations emanating from its body. A king-level bloodline, truly extraordinary. 15 minutes left. Lin Pijuan glanced at his watch. The aircraft is in place and ready to depart at any time. The route has been finalized. We will bypass the regular air routes and travel through complex terrain at low altitudes to minimize the possibility of surveillance. The other 3 grandmasters responsible for escorting us are also in place and are conducting final checks before departure. Wang Yitian hummed in agreement and didn't ask for any more details. He left the professional matters to the professionals. His role tonight was that of a strong ally and an observer, while also looking for opportunities to snag a bargain. Time ticked by. The atmosphere in the laboratory was heavy. Lin Pijuan closed his eyes to rest and adjust his state. Wang Yitian leaned casually against the wall, but his divine sense spread out silently like mercury, covering the entire bottom layer of the bunker and several layers above, sensing every energy fluctuation and anomaly. 9 o'clock sharp. Lin Pijuan opened his eyes precisely on time, a glint of shrewdness flashing in them. Time's up. Prepare to move. He pressed a button on the control panel. The transparent container holding the cub slowly sank into a pre-prepared silver metal transport box equipped with cushioning and temperature control devices. The lid closed and locked automatically. 2 grandmasters stepped forward, one in front and one behind, and steadily lifted the transport box. Let's go! Lin Pijuan shouted in a low voice, and took the lead towards the hidden door on the other side of the laboratory. Behind the hidden door is a private passageway leading directly to the secret hangar on the roof. Wang Yitian followed at the back of the group, his gaze sweeping over the cold walls and instruments of the laboratory, then looking at the heavy metal box in front of him, and finally looking up as if he could penetrate the layers of barriers and see the dark night sky outside. Mother Lion, you mustn't let me down. A faint smile, the kind only he could understand, curved his lips. The night of hunting, or being hunted, has begun. Chapter 89 Aerial Attack. The night was as dark as ink, without stars or moon. The secret hangar on the roof of the Jiangcheng garrison area silently slid open its alloy gates. A streamlined aircraft, entirely black with sleek lines and almost no reflection, quietly rose in the dim light of the anti-gravity device, without the roar of an engine, only a faint hum of energy. Like a giant manta ray blending into the night, it silently glided out of the hangar and accelerated towards the southeast. This is the Night Owl Stealth high-speed transport aircraft, one of the latest technological achievements of the military. It features optical camouflage, an energy-absorbing shell, and a low-noise anti-gravity propulsion system, which theoretically can evade most conventional detection methods. The aircraft's interior space is not large, but the layout is compact. The cockpit is at the front, where 2 pilots are intently manipulating the complex control panels. The middle section serves as both a cargo hold and a crew cabin, and it feels somewhat cramped at this moment. The silver metal transport box containing the hot potato was firmly fixed in the center, surrounded by Lin Pijuan, Wang Yitian, and 5 Grandmaster-level experts with solemn auras, dressed in black combat uniforms, and expressionless faces. These 5 people are the core force of this escort mission: 3 late-stage Grandmasters and 2 mid-stage Grandmasters. As for the 12 Grandmasters, they were on 2 escort fighter jets, one on the left and one on the right, like loyal guards, accompanying Night Owl slightly behind. Further out, for Falcon high-speed air superiority fighters, in a diamond formation, vigilantly scanned the surrounding airspace. The cabin was dimly lit, with only the instrument panel and a few indicator lights emitting a faint glow. The atmosphere was heavy. Apart from the low-frequency hum of the engine and the faint sound of air friction, you could almost hear a pin drop. The 5 Grandmasters closed their eyes to rest and adjust their state, but their tense muscles and the faint fluctuations of their elemental energy revealed their inner vigilance. Lin Pijuan sat upright by the window, his right index finger unconsciously tapping his knee lightly. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's as he observed the outlines of the dark mountains and ruins rushing past below through the porthole. He didn't speak, but the sharp, restrained aura of the martial king enveloped the entire cabin, making people feel at ease, yet also under immense pressure. When Wang Yitian sat opposite him, his posture became much more relaxed. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, head tilted slightly back, eyes closed, breathing evenly and deeply, looking like he was asleep. She's at least almost asleep. His appearance was completely out of place with the atmosphere of high alert around him, as if he were not going on some dangerous mission, but taking a night flight home to visit his family. Zhao Gang, a Grandmaster-level expert with a scar on his face, who was sitting diagonally opposite Wang Yitian, couldn't help but glance at him, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. This is the mysterious powerhouse that Commander Yi and Sword King both highly praised, who is said to be able to kill a peak general with a single punch. It looks a bit too casual, doesn't it? It doesn't match the earth-shattering strength that was rumored to exist. Is he hiding his true abilities, or is he unworthy of his reputation? Lin Pijuan also noticed Wang Etienne's relaxation, but he didn't say anything. Mr. Wang's style of doing things has always been like this, making him unpredictable. His ability to conceal his aura was even more remarkable. If one hadn't personally witnessed the battle recording, even he wouldn't have been able to discern his true strength. Perhaps this is just the quirk of a truly accomplished person. The flight was very smooth. Below is a buffer zone on the edge of the wasteland, where the occasional outline of a scattered, abandoned town can be seen, like the skeleton of a giant beast crawling in the darkness. Time passed by, and the estimated flight time was 2 hours. Now, almost half an hour has passed, and everything is normal. Maintain altitude and be careful to avoid radar reflection zones. The pilot reported in a low voice, energy shield is on full power, optical camouflage is functioning normally. We expect to enter the Black Wind Canyon area in about an hour. Signal interference is strong there, but it's also the best concealed route. Lin Pijuan responded indifferently, his gaze remaining fixed on the porthole. At that very moment, wah-ah-wah! A piercing and urgent alarm suddenly blared simultaneously in both the cockpit and the passenger cabin. The red warning lights are flashing wildly. Warning! Warning! Large-scale high-energy reaction detected ahead. Number over 200. Extremely fast. Energy signature match iron feather eagle. Corrosive poison bat. Wind blade falcon. It's a swarm of flying beasts. The co-pilot's voice was filled with disbelief and horror. 30 kilometers away, flying straight at me. Speed. Mach 3. Estimated contact time, 40 seconds. What? Everyone inside the cabin tensed up instantly. The 5 grandmasters suddenly opened their eyes flashing with a sharp light. Lin Pijuan's fingers, which were tapping his knee, stopped abruptly. He leaned forward, his gaze sharp as a knife, and looked at the main screen in front of him. On the main screen, the radar wave showed that the airspace ahead was filled with countless red dots, which appeared like a swarm of bees and were rushing towards them at an alarming speed. The quantity far exceeded expectations. This is by no means a coincidental migration. This was a premeditated interception. Escort formation. Advance to intercept. Open fire freely. Night Owl prepare for emergency evasion. Lin Pijuan's voice was frighteningly calm, instantly suppressing the panic brought on by the alarm. Clear. Falcon received. A short, forceful response came through the communication channel from the escort fighter pilot. The exhaust plumes from the engines of the 4 Falcon fighter jets suddenly lengthened, and their speed increased dramatically, like 4 sharp arrows breaking away from formation and heading towards the overwhelming black cloud ahead. The 2 transport planes escorting them on both sides carrying 12 grandmasters immediately adjusted their attitude and unlocked their weapon systems. Almost simultaneously, outside the porthole, on the distant horizon, a churning dark cloud rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those weren't clouds, they were countless flying beasts, each with a different shape and exuding a ferocious aura, flapping their wings. Leading the charge were the iron feather eagles, with wingspans exceeding 5 meters, feathers like iron, and beaks like hooks interspersed among them were the corrosive poison bats, smaller in size but more numerous, dripping corrosive venom from their mouths, and the fastest of all, the wind blade falcons, whose wingspans shimmered with blue wind blades. Chapter 90. The conflict begins. Fire. The escort fleet commander's roar rang out on the communications channel. 4 Falcon fighter jets opened fire first. The machine guns spat fire, and the high-energy laser beams, like the scythe of death, swept into the horde of wild beasts in an instant. The first few dozen iron-feathered eagles and corruption bats were instantly blown apart in mid-air, turning into a rain of blood and bits of flesh. However, there were too many wild beasts. So many it's despair-inducing. When those in front are shot down, those behind immediately and fearlessly take their place. They seem to have no fear, only the instinct to destroy everything in their sight. Even more terrifying is that they actually used suicide attacks. Watch out. They're coming at us. Dodge. Dodge. The pilot of a falcon roared in a mixture of shock and anger. Several poison bats and wind blade falcons completely ignored the energy beams aimed at them, accelerated wildly, and used their bodies as weapons to crash straight into the fighter jet. Boom. Boom. Despite their best efforts to evade and strafe the 2 falcons with their machine guns, they were still struck in the wings and belly by several wild beasts. The energy shield flickered violently, emitting a strained hum, and the fighter jet shook violently, emitting black smoke. Falcon 3. Falcon 4. Report damage. Left engine damaged. Thrust reduced by 30%. The fuselage is corroded. The shield energy is rapidly depleting. Inside the cockpit of the Night Owl, the pilot's forehead was beaded with sweat, his hands gripping the control stick tightly, warning. Too many wild beasts. The escort formation is under immense pressure. We've been locked on. A large number of targets are rushing towards us. Increase altitude. Speed up. Leave them behind. Lin Pujuan ordered. The Night Owl suddenly raised its head, its tail engine bursting with intense blue light, and its speed increased dramatically as it attempted to climb to a higher altitude. But the wild beasts are even faster. Especially the windblade falcons, which are like blue lightning bolts, drawing strange arcs in the air and constantly launching attacks from the flanks and above. Sharp wind blades slashed at the Night Owl's energy shield, splashing up dense ripples. Boom! A loud bang was heard, mixed with the pilot's scream and the sound of an explosion. Outside the porthole, a Falcon fighter jet to the left rear was struck simultaneously by more than 10 iron feather eagles and carrion bats from different angles. The energy shield finally overloaded and collapsed, and the fighter jet exploded into a fireball in mid-air. A pure white parachute bloomed in the firelight, and the pilot ejected to safety, but was immediately targeted by several circling carrion bats. Damn it! Lin Pujuan slammed his fist on the armrest of the seat, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, but he couldn't move. He is the pillar of this mission and must be stationed in the center to deal with any potential king-level threats. Attention all units. Night Owl is damaged. Starboard thruster hit by wind blade. Power reduced by 15%. We won't be able to hold out until the designated evacuation point. The driver's voice carried a hint of despair. Outside the porthole, swarms of flying beasts clung to the Night Owl like a persistent leech. The escort formation tried desperately to intercept them, but some still managed to slip through the net and kept ramming into the transport plane's shields, causing the energy readings to plummet. Wang Yitian had opened his eyes at some point and was quietly looking at the apocalyptic scene outside the porthole. The frenzied attacking beasts, the exploding fighter jets, the flashing energy beams, the splattering blood and debris. His face was expressionless, his eyes were terrifyingly calm, but deep in his pupils was reflected the dark cloud of death. King Lin Wu. He suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly drowning out the alarm and explosions, reaching everyone's ears. Lin Pujuan immediately looked at him. We can't fly any higher. That's their territory up there. Go down, find a place with complex terrain, and make an emergency landing. Wang Yitian spoke calmly, this thing is their primary target, we can't escape. In the air, we're targets. Once we're on the ground, they'll keep firing. Lin Pujuan's eyes flashed, and he instantly understood what Wang Yitian meant. The air is the domain of flying beasts, they are large targets with nowhere to take advantage, leaving them vulnerable to attack. Landing on the ground might lead to being surrounded, but at least the terrain can be used to leverage the close combat advantages of one's own warriors. Moreover, ground troops are far less mobile than air troops, which might buy time and allow for some change in circumstances. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered the pilot, scan the terrain below. Locate complex areas suitable for defense. Prepare for an emergency landing. Yes. The pilot gritted his teeth and steered the swaying Night Owl into a dive, the radar scanning the area below at full speed. Coordinates, Area B7, Blackrock Cliff. The co-pilot quickly shouted, that's a high ground made of black boulders, rugged terrain, easy to defend and difficult to attack. The energy readings show a slight interference below, which may affect the perception of some wild beasts. That's it. Full-speed emergency landing. Lin Pujuan made the decision decisively. Night Owl let out a desperate screech, billowing black smoke from the follow-up attacks by several windblade falcons, and like a wounded giant bird, it plunged down into a rocky area that appeared particularly dark and rugged in the night. The altitude dropped rapidly, a strong feeling of weightlessness came over us, and alarms sounded one after another in the cabin. Hold on tight. Lin Pujuan shouted, his yuan energy surging to stabilize himself. At the same time, a gentle force spread out to protect the fragile transport box and the few weaker accompanying personnel. Wang Yitian remained seated steadily, only his right hand gently pressing against the bulkhead beside him. His gaze swept across the rapidly approaching, jagged black clifftop outside the porthole, then glanced at the relentless horde of flying beasts chasing after him like leeches, and a barely perceptible smirk appeared on his lips. This really is a fight to the death. Boom! The night owl trembled violently as it crashed heavily onto a relatively flat, black boulder, producing a sickening metallic scraping sound. It slid for over 100 meters before finally coming to a stop, thick smoke billowing from its tail. The sturdy landing gear twisted and deformed in the impact, and one wing broke off, but the main structure miraculously remained intact. Quickly! Everyone! Eject from the aircraft immediately! Establish a defensive line! Lin Pijuan kicked open the somewhat deformed hatch and rushed out first, his longsword already in hand, cautiously scanning the dim surroundings. The 5 grandmasters followed closely behind, moving swiftly. Wang Yitian also slowly got up, patted off non-existent dust from his body, and was the last to step out of the cabin. A cold, pungent night wind, carrying the distinctive stench of the wilderness, immediately swept over me. They landed on a relatively open black rock platform, surrounded by jagged, massive black rocks, like a natural shelter. Above them, the flying beasts, having lost their target, let out angry shrieks and circled around, but seemed somewhat wary of the complex terrain below and the faint energy interference, and did not immediately swoop down. However, before everyone could even catch their breath. Thump! 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 Heavy, drum-like footsteps echoed from the dark, dense forest all around, accompanied by the crisp sound of branches breaking and a deep, violent roar. The ground trembled slightly. Lin Pijuan's face darkened, and his divine sense instantly spread out, his expression becoming even more grim. There are more on the ground. Quite a few. Armored rhinoceroses, venomous rats, and even the aura of generals. We're surrounded. Wang Yitian looked around, then looked up at the dark clouds swirling in the sky, and finally turned his gaze to the direction from which the heavy footsteps and roars of beasts were getting closer and closer in the depths of the dense forest, and sighed softly. Well, now that we've blocked it in the sky, we're surrounding it on the ground. This lioness has really prepared a big gift for us. Chapter 91: Deploying Defenses at Black Rock Cliff. Thump! 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 The heavy footsteps grew closer, mixed with the crackling sound of trees being violently snapped, and a chilling, surging squeak, the sound of a swarm of carrion rats digging underground. Above their heads, the shrieks of flying beasts lingered, like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. In the dark, dense forest, pairs of beastly eyes, some scarlet, some eerie green, some deathly white, lit up one after another, densely packed, locking onto the small foothold on the black rock cliff. Deploy defenses. Lin Pijuan's voice was resolute. He took a step forward and stood in front of the silver transport box. He didn't make any further moves, but an invisible, chilling aura already permeated the air. That wasn't just simple pressure, it was something more profound and domineering, a domain. The Sword Chi domain belongs to the martial king level. Although the area was only centered on him and covered a radius of about 30 meters, without being deliberately expanded, the air within this invisible domain seemed to become viscous and sharp. Thin, hair-like strands of pale golden sword energy, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, seemed to possess life, naturally generating, wandering, and annihilating within the domain in an endless cycle. Although these sword energies were small, they exuded a sharpness that stung the skin, as if they could even tear apart space itself. Lin Pijuan didn't look at the approaching beast eyes. He closed his eyes, seemingly trying his best to sense something, the aura of the funeral fire lion. Even so, the invisible sword energy domain was like an automatically unfolding net of death, waiting for any overconfident intruder. With the martial king's domain guarding the core, the panic in everyone's hearts lessened slightly. The soldiers who have fought side by side for many years have demonstrated amazing professionalism. Zhao Gang, a late-stage grandmaster with a scar on his face and the most ferocious aura, boomed. Sun Ming, left wing. Li Rui, right wing. Follow me, front. Triangle formation, protect the core and King Lin Wu. Yes. Sun Ming, with a cold face and wielding a pair of short halberds, and Li Rui, tall and thin with a soft whip wrapped around his waist, responded in unison. The three acted almost simultaneously, each pointing out 4 grandmasters. Although startled, the 12 masters remained calm and quickly gathered together, forming a semicircle behind Zhao Gang and his 2 companions, relying on the rocks for support. They deftly retrieved parts from their tactical backpacks, and with a few crisp clicks, assembled several portable high-frequency energy cannons and automatic firing platforms. They set them up behind selected rock crevices and protruding boulders, the muzzles flashing with a ghostly blue glow of energy, coldly pointing towards the dense forest and the sky. The other masters raised alloy shields and standard battle swords, their elemental energy flowing around them, protecting the energy gunners. Zhou Tao, Zhang Yan. Lin Pijuan closed his eyes and called out names again. Present. Two Grandmaster level experts with deep auras and sharp eyes stepped forward. One person is burly and wields an exaggerated ally tower shield Zhou Tao, the other person is lean and wields a serrated scimitar in each hand Zhang Yan. You two move around and provide support to vulnerable points as needed. Focus on clearing out the underground rat swarms and any debris attempting to climb. Be careful not to enter my sword aura range unnecessarily to avoid accidental injury. Clear. The deployment was completed in an instant. A simple defensive perimeter, centered around the transport crates and Lin Pijuan, and relying on the natural terrain of the black giant rocks, was quickly formed with distinct layers and a combination of long-range and short-range firepower. Tense, yet orderly, solemn, yet not chaotic. Wang Yitian stood slightly behind, watching the faintly visible sword energy domain with great interest. This is the Martial King's domain? TSK, it has its own area of effect attack and can even distinguish friend from foe? This is high-end stuff. He nodded to himself. With this thing around, at least those weak, low-level beasts that rely solely on sheer numbers will have to risk their lives to fill this invisible sword net if they try to overwhelm this place with sheer numbers. King Lin Wu, Wang Yitian spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Your formation is good. I'll leave the head on confrontation and clearing out the minions to you. As for me, I prefer to work alone, so I'll just stroll around on the sidelines, looking for any loopholes, or if any foolish bastard tries to sneak around, I'll give them a piece of my mind. How about that? He said it casually, even a little lazily. Several grandmasters couldn't help but glance at him. Did this guy even know what was going on? Strolling around? Can't you see that even King Wu is on high alert? Lin Pijuan kept his eyes closed, but nodded without hesitation. Okay. I'll leave the flanks and outer perimeter to Mr. Wang. Please be careful. Having witnessed Wang Yitian's abilities, he deeply understood the value of this mysterious and powerful figure operating outside the circle. Don't worry, I value my life very much. Wang Yitian waved his hand, and with a flick of his body, he silently slid to the shadow of a protruding black boulder on the left side of the defensive perimeter, his aura almost completely concealed. Just as he had concealed himself. Roar! A whoa! A deafening roar and a mournful wolf howl erupted simultaneously. The first wave of ground attacks has begun. Frontally, 3 ironclad rhinoceroses, each over 4 meters long and covered in thick bone armor, resembling heavy tanks, lowered their heads, pointed their single horns comparable to battering rams at the defensive line, exhaled white breath from their nostrils, and roared into action, launching a savage charge towards the frontal defense line guarded by Zhaogang. More than 20 wind blade wolves emerged like ghosts from the dense forest on both sides. They are extremely fast, using rocks and trees as cover, weaving at high speed, and constantly spitting out crescent-shaped blue wind blades from tricky angles. Crunch, crunch. A sickening gnawing sound came from all around their feet. Grayish-black carrion rats swarmed out of the soft rock crevices. Fire! Zhao Gang shouted without changing his expression as he faced the charging armored rhinoceros. Bang bang bang! The deployed energy cannons unleashed their power first. Several beams of dark blue energy tore through the darkness and blasted towards the armored rhinoceros. However, what welcomed the wild beast even before the energy cannon was Lin Pijuan's invisible sword energy domain. Just as the 3 armored rhinoceroses and the leading windblade wolves stepped into a range of about 30 meters from Lin Pijuan. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of soft, rapid sounds, like a hot knife cutting butter, rang out. Before the windblade wolves even understood what was happening, their bodies mysteriously disintegrated in mid-air as they charged forward. They were cut into evenly sized chunks of flesh by countless suddenly appearing, fine as hairs yet incomparably sharp pale golden sword energies, which mixed with blood and internal organs and spilled all over the ground. Chapter 92 Beast Swarm Tactics. The 3-headed armored rhinoceros had thick hides and tough flesh, and its charging momentum was momentarily halted. Suddenly, dense sparks burst forth from their thick, bony armor, producing a teeth-grinding crunching friction sound. Those were countless sword energies frantically cutting and drilling into their armor. Although they couldn't break through the defenses instantly, it still made them roar in pain, greatly reduced their momentum, and countless fine white cuts appeared on their bodies. This is the terror of the Martial King's domain. Even though Lin Pijuan's main focus was on sensing powerful enemies, and even though this domain was not actively activated to its strongest state, its natural passive effect was enough to kill low-level wild beasts instantly and make it difficult for mid-level wild beasts to move. Good. Zhao Gang was greatly encouraged by the sight. Taking advantage of the moment when the armored rhinoceros was weakened by the sword energy field and its movements were slowed down, he took a step forward and his body shone with earth yellow elemental energy. He punched the rhinoceros hard in the jaw where it was slightly raised due to pain. Thump! A dull thud was mixed with the sound of bones cracking. The armored rhinoceros howled and fell to its side, where it was hacked to death by the grandmasters who followed behind. The other two armored rhinoceroses were also targeted by the energy cannons and continuously weakened by the sword energy, and soon fell on their way to charge. On the left and right flanks, Sun Ming and Li Rui faced significantly less pressure. The sword energy domain mainly covered the front and core areas, while the flanks were under greater pressure. However, the Wind Blade Wolves seemed to be stunned by the sight of their companions dying instantly, and their attacks were not as fierce as before. Sun Ming's twin halberds gleamed like wheels, while Li Rui's soft whip moved like a snake, as they led the four grandmasters to hold their ground steadily. Underground. Zhou Tao roared, slamming the tower's shield into the ground and sending out a large swarm of venomous rats. Zheng Yan's twin blades flashed like a meat grinder. But there were just too many rats, and they seemed to be able to avoid the core area where the sword energy was most concentrated, digging in from the outer edges. Wang Etian made a move. He ignored the main battlefield on the front and flanks, and instead focused his attention on the venomous rats that were emerging from the cracks in the rocks and from blind spots, as well as a few small groups of windblade wolves that were trying to climb up the steep rock face on the side and bypass the front defense. He was like a ghost in the night, his figure elusive, each appearance accompanied by a precise and fatal strike. A venomous rat had just emerged from the shadows behind a master's feet, its fangs aimed at his ankle when two fingers descended from the sky and crushed its head. A wind-blade wolf silently climbed up the rock wall and opened its mouth towards the back of a master who was focused on operating an energy cannon. A piece of rock the size of a thumb flew through the air and accurately entered the master's wide-open throat, interrupting his action of spitting out wind blades. Then a black shadow flashed by, and its neck twisted at an eerie angle. Wang Etian's attack lacked grand scale and dazzling brilliance, yet its efficiency was astonishing. He specifically targets those neglected beasts, those that are about to pose a threat, or those that are weakened and vulnerable due to the exhaustion of their old strength. He would attack wherever the defenses were weak. Occasionally, he would happen to lend a hand, such as when Sun Ming was entangled by three wind blade wolves. He flicked out a wisp of wind and hit one of them in the eye, causing it to howl in pain and be distracted, and then Sun Ming pierced it with his halberd. Alternatively, when Zhou Tao's tower shield is temporarily held back by a large number of poisonous rats, he can rush over and stomp on a few to relieve the pressure. His presence was like an invisible, deadly lubricant and patch for this defensive perimeter, making the entire system operate more smoothly and nipping many small crises that could have escalated into casualties in the bud. The battle escalated into a fierce battle the moment they made contact. However, with the sword energy domain automatically eliminating and deterring low-level wild beasts, and with Wang Etian, the sufficient cleaner, filling in the gaps, the intensity of the first wave of attacks did not seem as despairing as expected. However, everyone knew that this was just the beginning. Those armored rhinoceroses and windblade wolves are at best elite among the division-level beasts. The real behemoths haven't shown themselves yet. Besides, the sheer number of wild beasts is simply too great. Sure enough, after leaving behind hundreds of corpses, the first wave of wild beasts retreated like a tide. But before anyone could even catch their breath. Roar! A whoa! A more ferocious and powerful roar came from the depths of the dense forest, accompanied by heavy footsteps that shook the earth. This time, the beasts that appeared were larger and more ferocious. Moreover, the flying beasts in the sky also began a new round of circling and diving, seemingly adjusting their tactics. Inside the defensive perimeter, everyone was slightly out of breath. A grandmaster was slashed in the chest by a stray wind blade during the chaos. The wound was deep enough to expose the bone, and blood was gushing out. He was seriously injured. Two others were splashed with the venom of the carrion rats. Although they received timely treatment, their faces turned blue and their combat effectiveness was impaired. Zhao Gang, Sun Ming, and Li Rui were slightly exhausted. Zhou Tao's tower shield was covered in filth. Zheng Yan's twin blades had several nicks. Wang Etian had somehow returned to the shadow of that black boulder, leaning against it and gently adjusting his breathing. He still looked relaxed, but his eyes were a little sharper than before. Lin Pejuan finally opened his eyes, walked to the side of the seriously injured grandmaster, personally transferred a stream of pure yuan energy to stabilize his injuries, and fed him a pill. He slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the tired yet resolute faces of the crowd, then fixed on the approaching, chillingly large black shadow in the dense forest. His voice was low, yet resonated clearly in everyone's hearts. They are consuming us. Everyone understood the chilling meaning behind those words. They would sacrifice the lives of low-level wild beasts to exchange for their stamina, energy, ammunition, and even their injuries and their lives. But an even more terrifying hunter patiently waits in the darkness, waiting for them to show signs of fatigue and reveal their weaknesses. Chapter 93: The Might of the Sword King. They are consuming us. The echo of Lin Pejuan's words still seemed to linger coldly on everyone's eardrums, and the next moment, a response came from the depths of the dark forest. Instead of the previous scattered shouts, there were three unified roars, full of violence and destruction, like three heavy hammers slamming into everyone's hearts. With a roar, three enormous, suffocating figures, like nightmares emerging from the darkness, slowly stepped into the edge of everyone's sight. On the left is a colossal beast, the armored rhinoceros king, which is twice the size of an ordinary armored rhinoceros. Its bone armor has a dark metallic luster, and its single horn on its forehead is wrapped with earth-yellow energy ripples. Mid-stage general level. With each step it took, the ground trembled, and the surrounding rocks seemed to submit to it. To the right, a bluish-gray shadow flickered among the trees like a ghost, moving so fast that its exact shape was almost impossible to discern. All that could be seen were a pair of ghastly green, ferocious wolf eyes and the trails of sharp wind blades lingering in the air. The Wind Blade Wolf King. Mid-stage general. Its speed far surpasses that of any previous Windblade wolf. In the middle, the ground rose up and broke apart strangely, and a giant spider covered with glossy black armor, with 8 compound eyes, a constantly writhing abdomen, and dripping dark green venom from its mouthparts emerged. The Cave Spider Queen. Late stage general level. Its 8 barbed legs easily pierced the hard rock, and its massive body exuded a nauseating stench and chilling aura. 3 general level wild beasts. And they are clearly a level above the previous cannon fodder. The ferocity they exuded even briefly suppressed the murderous intent of Lin Pejuan's sword aura, causing the temperature within the defensive circle to drop by several degrees. Gulp. A young master couldn't help but swallow, his hand gripping the energy cannon's control lever turning slightly white. Zhao Gang, Sun Ming, and Li Rui looked extremely serious, while Zhou Tao and Zhang Yan subconsciously moved closer together. 3 generals appeared at once, one of whom was a late-stage general. The pressure was immense. Only Lin Pejuan remained expressionless as he faced the 3 giant beasts slowly approaching. He simply raised his hand slowly and grasped the hilt of the ancient, sheathless longsword behind him. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry, like a dragon's roar, echoed through the night sky. The longsword was drawn, but instead of dazzling light, a sharp sword intent, refined to its extreme and seemingly capable of piercing the sky, soared into the heavens. Lin Pejuan's entire demeanor changed instantly, transforming from a composed commander into a peerless divine weapon unsheathed, eager to drink blood. Mr. Wang, Lin Pejuan said calmly without turning around, I will handle these 3 beasts. As for the ground defenses and that main character, I'll ask you to take care of them. Wang Yitian leaned against the shadow of his rock and simply hummed in agreement. His gaze swept over the 3 general-level wild beasts with great interest, and finally turned to the deeper darkness behind them, a darkness that even his divine sense felt somewhat oppressed. The main character hasn't been touched yet. It seems that this Sword King intends to finish the battle quickly, first cutting down these 3 vanguard generals to at least regain some momentum. Zhao Gang, Sun Ming, Li Rui, reinforce the defenses, be careful of the underground and flanks. Zhou Tao, Zhang Yan, be ready to support the Grandmaster's retreat at any time. Lin Pejuan gave a brief order, then took a step forward, his figure like a sword light tearing through the night, actively facing the 3 general-level wild beasts. He was actually going to fight 3 against 1. Lin Wu Wang, be careful. Zhao Gang couldn't help but let out a low growl. Although they had absolute confidence in Lin Pejuan's strength, those were, after all, 3 general-level wild beasts, one of which was in its late stage. This was no joke. Don't worry. Lin Pejuan's voice came with the wind, and he was already halfway there. Roar! The ironclad Rhinoceros King was the first to attack. It seemed to be angered by Lin Pejuan's disrespectful attitude. It lowered its head, and the single horn wrapped with earth-yellow energy burst out with a dazzling light. It stomped the ground hard. Boom! A thick, earth dragon-like shockwave of earth and rocks slid along the ground and crashed into Lin Pejuan at an astonishing speed. Wherever it went, rocks crumbled and dust billowed up. Almost simultaneously, a blue shadow flashed on the right, and the Windblade Wolf King appeared behind Lin Pejuan. 8 deathcuts that were condensed to the point of being almost tangible and whose edges shimmered with blue-black wind blades sealed off all his escape space. Their speed and the cunning of their attacks were terrifying. The cave spider queen opened its ferocious mouthparts, and a jet of dark green, viscous venom, emitting a pungent, fishy stench, shot out like a high-pressure water gun, reaching Lin Pejuan's head first. The venom was clearly highly corrosive and sticky. Once it got on you, the consequences would be unimaginable. A pincer attack from 3 sides. Perfect teamwork. Instantly putting Lin Pejuan in grave danger. Everyone inside the defensive perimeter was on tenterhooks. However, Lin Pejuan merely snorted coldly in the face of this seemingly hopeless situation. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly. The next moment, the sword energy domain within a 50-meter radius of his body was instantly activated to its maximum. Countless pale golden sword energies no longer appeared and disappeared, but instead surged out wildly like living fish, weaving together into an impenetrable net of death. The shockwave of earth and rocks crashed into the sword net, like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. It was sliced and annihilated by countless sword energies, and finally dissipated completely less than 5 meters away from Lin Pejuan. 8 death-cutting wind blades slashed at the sword net, bursting out a dense clang of metal against metal and dazzling sparks, but they only lasted for less than half a second before shattering one after another. The dark green venom spilled out, but was blocked and evaporated by the invisible sword intent barrier rising from the sword net, making a sizzling sound and turning into a foul-smelling green smoke, which could not penetrate even a little bit. With his domain fully unleashed, he is impervious to all laws. This is the domineering power of a martial king. Having broken through the first round of combined attacks, Lin Pejuan made his move. He ignored the Windblade Wolf King behind him and the Spider Queen in the distance. His target was clear, the ironclad Rhinoceros King directly in front of him. First sword strike, armor piercing. The sound faded, and the sword flashed. There were no fancy moves, just a simple straight thrust. But this sword strike was incredibly fast. Extremely fast. As if breaking through the limitations of space, everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and the sword light that condensed Lin Pejuan's unparalleled sword intent had already touched the energy horn on the forehead of the ironclad Rhinoceros King. Ding click. First came a crisp, clear clanging sound, like 2 divine weapons colliding. Then came the teeth-grinding cracking sound. A tiny crack appeared at the tip of the ironclad Rhinoceros King's incredibly hard horn, which was wrapped in earth elemental energy. The crack spread rapidly, as if alive, instantly covering the entire horn. Roar! The armored Rhinoceros King roared in terror and pain, trying to retreat, but it was too late. Burst! Lin Pejuan uttered a single word. Boom! The ironclad Rhinoceros King's entire horn, along with half of its head, exploded with a deafening roar. Red and white fragments of bone armor flew everywhere. Its massive body stiffened for a moment, then crashed backward like a collapsing mountain, shaking the ground. Mid-stage general level, ironclad Rhinoceros King, killed with a single sword strike. Silence. Deathly silence. Only the whistling of the wind blowing through the cracks in the rocks and the uneasy growls of wild beasts in the distance could be heard. Inside the defensive perimeter, Zhao Gang and the others stared wide-eyed, their breaths catching in their throats. Wow! Incredibly powerful. Is this the might of the martial king? One sword strike instantly kills a mid-stage general. Although he had the advantage of elemental advantage and surprise attack, his strength was enough to intimidate the entire audience. A fine sword. In the shadows, Wang Yitian uttered 2 words softly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. This sword strike, in terms of timing, angle, and control of power, was absolutely exquisite. Lin Pejuan is indeed a master swordsman. Chapter 94: The Funeral Fire Lion. However, the other 2 general-level wild beasts were also thoroughly enraged. No, it's madness. A whoa! With a fierce howl, the Windblade Wolf King transformed into a streak of azure lightning. It ceased its ranged attacks and instead pounced forward with ferocious force, its claws and fangs entwined with destructive wind blades, aiming straight for Lin Pejuan's throat and heart. Its speed is almost twice as fast as before. It's going to engage in close combat. Hiss! The queen of the cave spider's 8 compound eyes glowed red, her abdomen writhed violently, and she suddenly spewed out a vast expanse of tough spider webs that shimmered with an eerie light. At the same time, her 8 legs, like the spears of death, pierced towards Lin Pejuan from all angles. It wants to restrict, it wants to eliminate. Lin Pejuan achieved a great victory with his sword, and his momentum was at its peak. However, after unleashing a series of ultimate moves to kill the ironclad Rhinoceros King, his aura momentarily weakened. Faced with the desperate counterattack of 2 general-level wild beasts, one close and one far, one fast and one controlled, he was instantly plunged into a fierce battle. The long sword danced like a dragon, its light flashing, deflecting, and severing the Windblade Wolf King's pounce and the Spider Queen's foot strikes time and time again. The sword energy field shrank to 3 meters around his body, condensed to a solid form, and pulverized the spider web that filled the sky. However, the Windblade Wolf King was simply too fast, its attacks like a storm, and the Spider Queen's venom and webs were also incredibly annoying. Although Lin Pijuan could defend himself, he could no longer break the deadlock as easily as before, and instead became subtly entangled. Team leader Zhao Wei. Sun Ming was anxious and wanted to go forward to help. Don't move, Zhao Gang hissed, his face ashen. Our mission is to hold this place. Trust Lin Wuwang. He wanted to help, but he knew better than anyone that if they went up there, it would not only be of no help, but might also become a burden to Lin Pijuan. Hiss. This is getting a bit troublesome. Wang Yitian stroked his chin, watching the fierce battle fraught with danger in the arena. The Windblade Wolf King and the Cave Spider Queen are cooperating quite well. One focuses on harassment and the other on crowd control and restriction. They are clearly trying to hold off Lin Pijuan and wear him down. Moreover, his Grandmaster Peak experience only lasts for 2 minutes, so he must use this power at the most crucial moment. Of course, if Lin Pijuan is no match for the funeral fire lion, Wang Yitian will definitely use the 2-minute power to escape back to Jiangcheng. Whoever wants the cub can take it. He turned his gaze back into the depths of the dense forest. The person in question is still watching the show. As if to confirm his idea. Just as Lin Pijuan forced back the Windblade Wolf King with a single sword strike, and then severed 2 of the Spider Queen's legs with a backhand, at this delicate moment when his old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet arisen. Roar! A terrifying roar, indescribable and seemingly from the ancient wilderness, suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the dense forest. This roar was no longer merely a sonic impact, it contained a tangible, soul-chilling pressure and a violent will. Wherever the sound passed, the air distorted, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the rocks, and several masters with slightly weaker cultivation let out a muffled groan, their faces turning pale, almost losing their composure. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt a sudden brightness before their eyes. It wasn't true light, but rather the deepest darkness, as if it had been ignited. Dark red, viscous like blood, and scorching hot like magma flames rose out of nowhere from the depths of darkness, instantly turning that area into a fiery hell. A colossal, despair-inducing figure slowly emerged from the fiery hell. It is over 15 meters long and nearly 6 meters tall at the shoulder. Its entire body is covered with seemingly flowing dark red scales, from which scorching flames burst forth. Its limbs are as thick as palace pillars, and its sharp claws dig into the ground, instantly melting the rocks. A lion's tail, as long as a steel whip, swayed gently, its tip burning with an ever-burning cluster of dark golden flames. What is most chilling is its head, majestic and ferocious, with a burning golden flame pattern on its forehead, like a crown, exuding the nobility and tyranny of ruling over all beasts. Those enormous, vertical pupils, as if cast from molten gold, were cold and cruel. At this moment, they were traversing the battlefield, ignoring Lin Pijuan in the fierce battle, and locking onto the silver transport box on the black stone cliff with a desperate, greedy, and endless rage. The king-level wild beast, the funeral fire lion, has finally appeared. Beside it, on either side, stood 2 enormous creatures whose auras were no weaker than the cave queen, and perhaps even slightly stronger. One was a giant bull covered in rock-like armor and with 3 twisted horns on its head, and the other was a monster that resembled a mantis magnified dozens of times, with arms like 2 sides of death and compound eyes that gleamed with a cold, calculating light. Further behind, indistinctly, stood more than 10 powerful wild beasts of various shapes, but whose auras were at least at the early stage of the general level, standing silently like the most loyal guard. Pressure. Pressure as real as an ancient mountain descended upon us with a deafening roar. It made almost everyone inside the defensive perimeter feel breathless and their hearts pounding like drums. Even Lin Pijuan, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, hesitated for a moment, and the Windblade Wolf King took the opportunity to leave 3 deep bloody marks on his shoulder with a claw. King-level Zhao Gang's throat was dry, and he could barely speak. Sun Ming and Li Rui gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles turning white. Zhou Tao's tower shield trembled slightly. The severely injured Grandmaster looked on in despair. This is their true power. The funeral fire lion seemed quite pleased with the fear of the ants. Its cold, golden vertical pupils swept across the entire area, finally landing on Lin Pijuan, who had just driven back the Wolf King and the Spider Queen, standing with his sword in hand and blood seeping from his shoulder. It seemed to recognize this powerful human as the greatest obstacle. There was no roar, no build-up of momentum. It simply raised its right front paw and, seemingly casually, slapped it in mid-air in Lin Pejuan's direction. The movements were slow, even somewhat elegant. But the moment it raised its paw, Lin Pejuan's expression changed drastically. He roared and pushed his sword chi domain to an unprecedented limit. The sword light around him surged, transforming into a dazzling sword sun. At the same time, his long sword drew a mysterious trajectory, blocking in front of him. Buzz! A gigantic phantom of a lion's paw, as large as a house and formed entirely from dark red flames, appeared out of thin air above Lin Pejuan's head, carrying a terrifying power capable of burning the sky and boiling the seas and burying all things, and crashed down. Boom! The sword-like sun and the blazing lion's claws collided fiercely. No sound? No, it was the deafening roar of the collision that exceeded the limits of human hearing. All that was seen was a blinding burst of light, followed by a deafening buzz and a terrifying shockwave that exploded in a ring. The surrounding black boulders were torn apart and blown away like tofu. The few wild beasts that were a little closer were turned into mincemeat by the aftershocks before they could even let out a scream. Chapter 95 Martial King Domain. As the light gradually faded, Lin Pejuan's figure became clear again amidst the smoke and dust. He stood firmly, his long sword pointing diagonally at the ground, and did not fall down as the funeral lion had expected. Although his face was a little pale, his breathing remained steady. He casually wiped away the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, leaving only a faint red mark. The tiger's mouth of his right hand holding the sword felt slightly numb, and a few beads of blood seeped out, but it was far from cracking. The dazzling sword light surrounding his body had receded, replaced by a layer of pale golden aura that clung tightly to his skin and flowed slowly, a domain of sword energy compressed and condensed to its extreme. The huge claw-mark crater, several meters deep with charred and melted edges, on the ground in front of him was still a shocking sight, proving the terrifying power of that attack. But the edge of the pit stopped abruptly half a foot in front of Lin Pejuan's feet, as if it were blocked by an invisible wall. Having withstood a direct attack from a king-level wild beast, he did not retreat, nor was his domain broken, only his aura fluctuated slightly, indicating significant depletion. For the first time, a clear look of surprise flashed in the fiery lion's vertical pupils, which were like molten gold. It seemed that it had not expected that this tiny human could so easily withstand its angry blow. Although it did not use its true innate divine abilities, its king-level power level was undeniable. An ordinary human martial king in the mid-stage should not have performed like this. Lin Pejuan slowly exhaled a breath of scorching hot air, raised his head, and stared at the Lion King in the distance, whose figure resembled a mountain, through the lingering turbulent energy. His face showed no fear, nor any forced composure, but rather a solemn expression of having met his match, and a hint of understanding. As expected, he muttered to himself, his voice not loud but carrying a certain penetrating power. At the general level, wild beasts are generally a cut above humans of the same level thanks to their innate physical strength. But at the king level, the domain becomes the biggest variable. His words seemed to be directed at himself, explained to his subordinates who might be feeling desperate, and even more so, to an observer lurking in the shadows. The reason why human martial kings can become pillars of the nation, stand on equal footing with those gifted king-level wild beasts, and even expand their territory and build fortress cities is not only because of their yuan energy cultivation, but also because of their unique domain power that touches the edge of the rules. Within this domain, I am in control of its rise and fall. This is the greatest reliance that human martial artists have after entering the king level to confront, or even surpass, the innate advantages of wild beasts. That fiery lion claw attack just now was definitely at the mid-stage king level, or even stronger. If he hadn't instantly unleashed this sword chi domain, condensing and compressing it in front of him to form an absolute defense, the situation would likely have been far more complex than just a mere fluctuation of energy. The mystery of this field lies in turning passivity into initiative, transforming pure power confrontation into a contest of rules and artistic conception. However, despite my understanding, the pressure has not lessened at all. His ability to block a blow does not mean he can win easily. The funeral fire lion gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Its true strength was probably even greater than he had anticipated. Moreover, the 2 peak-level general level guards and more than 10 general-level subordinates beside it were not just for show. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze once again falling on the shadow of the black boulder where Wang Etian was hiding. This time, his face no longer wore a bitter smile, but instead displayed an almost pure calm and determination befitting a warrior facing a formidable enemy. "Mr. Wang," Lin Pejuan's voice rang out, much calmer and more solemn than before, "the warm-up is over. Now, it's time to get serious. This lion is more troublesome than expected. It seems that tonight, the 2 of us brothers really have to bring out our best skills and give it a good fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and the long sword emitted an even clearer and more resonant hum, as if responding to its master's fighting spirit. The pale golden aura surrounding him brightened once more. Although the range was still small, the sword energy within it became more solid and sharper, radiating a sharpness that could cut through anything. His back was straight as a pine tree, and his aura was subtly integrated with the long sword in his hand and the domain around him. He was the sword, and the sword was the domain. A sword intent, purer and more refined than before, soared into the sky, seemingly forming a balance of power with the scorching and boiling pressure of the funeral fire lion. Lin Pijuan stood with his sword in hand, the pale golden aura around him flickering but exceptionally resilient. He pointed his sword diagonally, facing off against the funeral fire lion that stood like a fiery mountain in the distance. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like it was about to explode at any moment. The air was thick with the deadly tension of apex predators probing each other, searching for weaknesses. Inside the defensive perimeter, Zhao Gang, Sun Ming, and the others gripped their weapons tightly, their palms sweating profusely, their eyes fixed intently on the two menacing peak-level general rank beasts and the group of silent general rank subordinates behind them. The pressure was immense, almost suffocating. But no one retreated. Their soldierly instincts kept them firmly in their positions like nails. Wang Yitian remained huddled in the shadow of his rock, squinting like a dozing old cat, but all his muscles were already in optimal condition, and his divine sense was like the most sophisticated radar, scanning every subtle energy fluctuation and emotional change in the entire scene. He could feel Lin Pijuan's refined sword intent slowly rising, and he could also feel the raging fury accumulating within the Lion King like a volcano, and a hint of cruel mockery like a cat playing with a mouse. "It's about to move," he thought to himself. Sure enough, the funeral fire lion seemed to have lost patience with the silent standoff, or rather, it felt it had enjoyed enough of its prey's dying struggle. Its vertical pupils, like molten gold, shifted slightly, no longer looking at Lin Pijuan, but instead locking onto the silver transport box once more. An even more intense and violent aura began to rise from its body, and the surrounding dark red flames suddenly shot up several meters, making it look like a fire demon. It could clearly sense that its own child was sleeping soundly in the box, and that these despicable humans were actually harming their own child. Chapter 96. The support for Qinglong Fortress is gone. Lin Pijuan's pupils contracted, and his grip on the sword tightened even more, while the aura of his domain circulated faster. At this critical moment. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. A sudden, urgent electronic notification sound rang out from a specially made, smaller, but unusually complex encrypted communicator on Lin Pijuan's waist. The sound was particularly jarring in the deadly silence and tension of the battlefield. Lin Pijuan's expression changed slightly. This is a top-secret channel that connects directly to the highest command level of the Azure Dragon Fortress and is only activated in the most urgent situations. Almost instinctively, he quickly pressed the answer button with his left thumb and held the miniature handset close to his ear. The voice coming from the other end of the communicator was filled with obvious electromagnetic interference noise, as well as a barely suppressed yet still audible anxiety. Urgent military intelligence. The fortress is under fierce attack from the front by a massive army of wild beasts led by the Thunder Lizard. The scale is unprecedented. King Xiaowu is leading his troops in a full-scale defense, but the enemy's offensive is too fierce, and King Xiaowu is completely tied down and unable to spare any troops. Again, Azure Dragon Fortress cannot provide any support. Please, hold on. Take care. The sound stopped abruptly, communication was interrupted, and only the buzzing noise of electrical current remained. These few words, like ice water poured over one's head in the dead of winter, instantly froze the fighting spirit that had just gathered on Lin Pijuan's face, and also froze the hearts of everyone who had vaguely heard a few words or guessed something from his sudden change in expression. Unable to provide support. King Xiaowu was completely restrained. The Thunder Lizards have also been deployed. And at this critical moment, a chilling aura, called despair, instantly crept up the spine and spread throughout everyone's body. The last hope has been dashed. They were truly and utterly abandoned in this desolate wilderness, facing a raging king-level beast and its elite army, utterly isolated and helpless. Ha! Lin Pijuan let out a short, sharp sound, which was hard to tell whether it was a laugh or a gasp. His fingers, gripping the communicator, turned white at the knuckles from the force, trembled slightly, but he quickly regained control of them. He slowly lowered his left hand, raised his head, and the last trace of solemnity and composure on his face caused by the clash of domains was completely replaced by an almost cold calm. It was a calm that came from knowing there was no way out and that the only option was to fight to the death. His gaze swept over the faces around him, some pale, some ashen, some blank, and his voice, though not loud, struck each person's heart like a cold hammer. You heard that? The reinforcements are gone. The pressure at Qinglong Fortress is even greater than ours. He paused, took a deep breath, and it felt as if he inhaled iron filings rather than air. Right now, we can only rely on ourselves, on this knife in our hands, and on these fists. He whirled around, his long sword once again pointing at the impatient, growling funeral fire lion. His voice rose sharply, carrying a do-or-die determination. Zhao Gang. Sun Ming. Li Rui. Hold your line. Zhou Tao. Zhang Yan. Provide mobile support. Don't let a single beast interfere with me. Today, either we cut off this beast's head and use it as a football, or we'll all lie here and become fertilizer for this black stone cliff. Do you understand? Clear. His reply was a few hoarse but unusually firm roars. Zhao Gang's eyes were bloodshot, Sun Ming's jaw was clenched, and Li Rui's soft whip was taut and straight. Zhou Tao slammed his shield down hard, while Zhang Yan's twin blades clashed, sparks flying from their friction. The other grandmasters, though their faces were still pale, had a frenzied fire burning in their eyes, like cornered beasts fighting for their lives. With no way to retreat, then fight. The soldiers' fighting spirit was ignited at this moment. As if in response to this tragic roar, the funeral fire lion finally lost its last bit of patience and let out a deafening roar. The rock-armored demon bull and the blade mantis king beside it, along with more than 10 general-level wild beasts, seemed to have received an order to attack and suddenly started moving. The ground trembled, and the roars of beasts shook the heavens. The true all-out attack had begun. Kill! Lin Pijuan let out a fierce roar, becoming one with his sword, transforming into a dazzling swordlight. He no longer passively defended, but instead took the initiative to attack the funeral fire lion. He knew that he had to entangle this lion king, otherwise the others would collapse in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the rock-armored demon bull lowered its head and charged fiercely towards Zhao Gang's frontal defense. Blade Mantis King transformed into a green arc of death, lunging towards Sun Ming on the flank. Other general-level wild beasts also found their targets and pounced wildly. The flying wild beasts in the sky also began to swoop down again. The battle instantly entered its most brutal and gruesome stage. Form ranks. Hold the line. Zhao Gang roared, unleashing his earth-yellow elemental energy to its maximum, and punched the rock-armored demon bull in the forehead. However, the earth-yellow ripples erupting from the bull's 3 twisted horns caused his arm to go numb, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Grandmaster behind him fired and slashed desperately, but could only leave shallow white marks on the demon bull's rock-like carapace. Sun Ming wielded his twin halberds like windmills, clashing wildly with the Blade Mantis King's lightning-fast scythe-like arms. The clang of metal against metal resounded, and sparks flew everywhere. He was fast, but the Mantis King was even faster. And his strength was astonishing. With each collision, Sun Ming felt his arms go numb and his blood churn, barely able to hold on. Li Rui was under slightly less pressure, but he was still entangled by 2 mid-stage general-level Scorpion King and Corrosive Python, which restricted the agility of his soft whip, putting him in a perilous situation. Zhou Tao and Zhang Yan became the busiest firefighters. Zhou Tao wielded his tower shield like a mobile fortress. Wherever the defense line was on the verge of collapse, he would step forward, using his shield and his body to buy his comrades a chance to catch their breath. Zhang Yan moved along the edge of the battlefield, using his twin blades to attack the wild beasts that tried to bypass the front and ambush the energy gunners or the wounded. His movements were as fast as lightning and his blades flashed like snow. He quickly gained several wounds, but he did not retreat an inch. Watch out on the left. There's a rat behind us. Energy cannon overheating. Reload. Roars, screams, howls of beasts, explosions instantly turned Blackrock Cliff into a boiling furnace of death. Every minute, people are injured and wild beasts are killed. Blood has stained the black rocks dark red, and severed limbs are scattered everywhere. Wang Yitian's figure flashed across the battlefield. He was no longer limited to filling in the gaps and began to actively seek out targets. He avoided the 2 peak-level generals and the Lion King that was fighting Lin Pijuan to the death, targeting only the early and mid-level general-level wild beasts. His movements were like a ghost, and his attacks were even more ruthless and merciless. A poisonous porcupine at the early stage of the general level was sticking out its rear end and frantically spraying poisonous stingers at a bunker, suppressing the 2 grandmasters inside so they couldn't lift their heads. Wang Yitian appeared beside it like a wisp of smoke, and landed a precise punch on a bone behind its ear. The porcupine with venomous fangs stiffened and collapsed to the ground with a thud, black blood gushing from its mouth and nose. Another mid-stage earth-walking lizard emerged from underground and launched a sneak attack on Zhou Tao's lower body. Wang Yitian kicked it in mid-air, striking its snout that had just emerged from the ground. The terrifying force, mixed with condensed elemental energy, sent half of its head slamming back into the ground. It twitched twice and then fell silent. It's highly efficient, but a drop in the ocean. The sheer number and overall strength of the wild beasts still give them a crushing advantage. Moreover, the intelligence of the general-level wild beasts was not low. Soon, some wild beasts noticed this elusive ghost and began to consciously cover for each other, and even set traps. Chapter 97. We must get serious. Old Zheng. Watch out for the venom. Zhou Tao's shout suddenly rang out, filled with terror. Zhang Yan, who was fighting a mid-level corrosive giant lizard, rushed forward to save a young master whose ankle was entangled in the web of another crypt spider and who was about to be bitten by the giant lizard. He disregarded his own safety and slashed his twin swords fiercely at the eyes of the corrosive giant lizard, forcing it back. However, the cave spider queen, who had been barely blocked by Zhou Tao and constantly spewing venom and spider webs, seized this excellent opportunity. Her abdomen suddenly contracted, and a condensed, dark green venom, like a high-pressure water jet, shot at Zhang Yan, who had exhausted his old strength and had not yet generated new strength, with his back to her. Damn it! Zhang Yan heard the sound of the wind, but it was too late to dodge. He could only barely turn to the side and circulate his energy to his back. Laugh! The venom struck his left shoulder and back precisely, instantly corroding and piercing through his combat suit and protective energy, making a teeth-grinding sound. Zhang Yan let out a painful groan as he was thrown forward by the immense force of the venom. His left side turned black at a visible speed, his skin and flesh sizzling and emitting pungent white smoke. He tried to get up, but his limbs went weak, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes quickly becoming unfocused. Old Zheng. Zhou Tao's eyes were bloodshot. He roared and recklessly used his tower shield to smash aside the wild beast in front of him. He rushed to Zhang Yan's side and frantically pulled out a universal antidote and poured it into his mouth. He then tore open the clothes on Zhang Yan's back and saw the horrific, rapidly spreading festering wound. His hands trembled. Hold on. You fucking hold on for me. On the other side, Zhou Tao, who was fighting the Windblade Wolf King alone, had also reached his limit. The Windblade Wolf King was too fast, and its attacks were like a persistent ailment. Zhou Tao had already suffered dozens of wounds, bleeding profusely, and his movements were getting slower and slower. Unable to parry in time, he was struck hard in the chest by the Wolf King's claw. His protective energy shattered, a section of his chest caved in, and he was sent flying backward, spitting out blood. He crashed heavily into a rock and slid down, his fate unknown. Captain Zhou. The nearby Grandmaster's eyes turned red. The devastating casualties were like the last straw, pressing down on the string of hope in everyone's hearts, making it vibrate and almost snap. Wang Yitian had just shattered the spine of an early-stage general-level ironback ape with a vicious knee strike, and then snapped its neck. He stood there, slightly out of breath, watching Zhou Tao fall, watching Zhang Yan convulse in Zhou Tao's arms, watching Zhao Gang, Sun Ming, and Li Rui all wounded in fighting a bloody battle, watching those young grandmasters fall one after another, either dead or wounded. His gaze swept beyond the horrific battlefield, reaching into the distance. The battle between Lin Pejuan and the funeral lion has reached its climax. The sword light and the raging flames clashed wildly, each collision causing the earth to shake violently. Lin Pejuan's swordsmanship was divine, and his domain was profound. He actually managed to hold off the lion with a mere sliver of power. However, his wounds continued to increase, and his breathing was clearly weakening. The lion, however, seemed completely at ease, its eyes filled with increasing mockery and cruelty. Looks like I won't be able to have a good time with you guys. A deep, rhythmic wave of thought, seemingly resonating directly in everyone's souls, suddenly arrived. It's a funeral fire lion. It can even communicate directly with your mind. The next moment, it suddenly stood up, raised its front paws high, and the golden flame pattern on its forehead burst out with light like a small sun. Innate skill blazing city. Roar. A terrifying roar, accompanied by an endless sea of dark red fire, swept across the entire Blackrock Cliff Highlands in a fan shape, centered on the Lion King. That was no ordinary flame. It contained terrifyingly high temperatures, intensely corrosive energy, and a bizarre fluctuation that burned the very soul. Wherever the flame passed, the air distorted, rocks instantly melted and evaporated, and even space itself seemed to groan in agony. Full domain activation. Sword guards all directions. Lin Pejuan's expression changed drastically. He roared and instantly expanded his sword energy domain, which had been compressed to the extreme, to its maximum size, transforming it into a pale golden hemispherical light shield, attempting to keep most of the flames outside the defensive circle. Boom! The sea of fire clashed violently with the sword domain's protective barrier. The blinding light instantly blinded everyone, and the terrifying explosion and energy shockwave sent countless rocks, people, and animals flying. The light shield trembled violently, flickering and cracking, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. Lin Pijuan groaned, blood seeping from all 7 orifices at the same time. His body swayed precariously, but he gritted his teeth and held on tightly. However, the sword domain light shield was not able to completely block all the flames. Countless dark red tongues of fire and streams of flame, as if they were alive, seeped in from the cracks and edges of the light shield, or flew around the light shield from the sky and fell down. Ah! Fire! Get out of the way! My eyes! Screams erupted immediately. Several grandmasters who couldn't dodge in time were touched by the flowing flames and instantly turned into fire people, rolling around with miserable screams, and soon fell silent. Many more people were burned by the high temperature and attacked by the corrosive energy, collapsing to the ground in agony. Zhao Gang, Sun Ming, and others were also forced into a chaotic situation, their formation falling apart. The entire black rock cliff instantly transformed into a fiery hell. Casualties have increased dramatically. Despair, like this viscous flame, enveloped everyone. Wang Yitian stood on a red-hot, sizzling rock, his body covered by a thin, resilient layer of pale gold elemental energy that barely kept the incoming flames and high temperatures at bay. His face was expressionless as he quietly watched the hellish scene unfold before him, observing the soldiers struggling, dying, or still fighting desperately in the inferno. His gaze finally passed over the sea of fire and landed in the direction of Jiangcheng. There is light, the lights of thousands of homes, the warm little home he just left, and that little girl who was clearly terrified but insisted on urging him to go and come back quickly. I could almost hear her tearful yet forcefully composed words, "Dad, be careful." What came to mind, however, was her pale face and heart-wrenching scream when she saw the pillar of destruction on the bunker's surveillance screen last night. We can't let her be so scared anymore. Wang Yitian slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the last trace of hesitation and laziness deep in his eyes seemed to have been burned away by the flames, leaving only a sharp, cold, and resolute glint that had been accumulating for a long time. He exhaled a breath of stale air, thick with anxiety, and muttered almost inaudibly to himself. All right, it seems, if we don't get serious, we really can't go back. Chapter 98 Using the Trump Card. The lingering effects of the burning city fire were still raging, leaving the black rock cliff charred black and the heat waves distorting the air. The crimson flames cast an ominous red glow on everyone's faces, reflecting the unfathomable despair and weariness in their eyes. Just now, in that devastating wave of flames, another master operating an energy cannon on the flank was unable to dodge in time and was directly engulfed by a tongue of fire as thick as a bowl. He didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before he turned into a curled-up charred corpse. His companion, who was providing cover, also had one arm burned open, revealing the white bone. He lay on the ground groaning in pain. Li Rue dragged him behind a relatively intact rock, gritted his teeth, and haphazardly sprinkled medicinal powder on it. Judging from the extent of his injuries, he was already beyond saving. On the front, Zhao Gang coughed up blood, and a deep wound on his chest, ripped open by the horns of the rock-armored demon bull, revealed the bone, and blood flowed incessantly. He leaned on a twisted and deformed alloy shield, panting heavily. He watched the demon bull lower its head and paw the ground again, preparing to launch a new charge. His eyes were bloodshot, but the fierceness he had shown before was gone, replaced by a numb persistence. Of the grandmasters around him, only 3, including those who were seriously injured and lying on the ground, could still stand up with difficulty. All of them were wounded, and their energy cannons had long since overheated and been destroyed. They could only rely on their battle swords and shields to make a last stand. On the right wing, Sun Ming's situation is slightly better, but he is also at his last gasp. The speed of his double halberd swing slowed down noticeably, and Blade Mantis King seized the opportunity to deliver a scythe-like slash. Although he managed to parry, the immense force of the blow caused his tiger's mouth to split open, and he nearly lost his grip on the double halberds. He staggered backward, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. Behind him, only 2 grandmasters remained, struggling to hold on. One of them had his abdomen cut open by the aftershock of the Mantis King's wind blade, his intestines spilling out. His companion was pressing down on his wound, his face as pale as paper, and he was clearly not going to live. On the left flank, Li Rui had just dragged the seriously wounded to the cover when he was entangled by two mid-level general-level corrosive giant lizards and spiky scorpion kings. He struggled to defend himself with his soft whip, and was in grave danger, with several more wounds added to his body. The maneuvering position no longer exists. Zhou Tao collapsed under the rocks, his chest caved in, his breath weak, and he was unconscious. Zhang Yan lay on the other side, his left shoulder and back, which had been simply bandaged by Zhou Tao, were still black and ulcerated. He was in a semi-comatose state, and his body would occasionally twitch in pain. The defense line can no longer be described as crumbling, it is riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. Everyone was clinging on by sheer willpower, by an unyielding determination to never give up. But everyone knew that this willpower was about to dissipate. One of the culprits behind all this was the late-stage general-level cave spider queen. After spitting out the venom that severely injured Zhang Yan, she cunningly retreated to the rear. Her 8 compound eyes flashed with cruel light as she continuously spat out viscous spider webs and venom bullets, harassing, delaying, and exhausting him, like the most vicious assassin patiently waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Together with the Windblade Wolf King, it tightly bound Lin Pijuan, who was originally supposed to be providing support to various places. At this moment, Lin Pijuan's condition wasn't much better than the others. Fighting the funeral lion alone is already a huge burden. Although he managed to block most of Burning City in flames with his domain, the backlash still caused him serious internal injuries. His face was frighteningly pale, and although his sword-wielding hand remained steady, the disordered breathing and the dimming of the aura around his domain indicated that he had exhausted himself. His opponent, the funeral fire lion, seemed to have also expended a lot of energy after unleashing his wide-range talent. The flames around him had dimmed slightly, but his aura was still overwhelming. It wasn't in a hurry to kill the troublesome human warrior king immediately. Instead, it played like a cat playing with a mouse, coordinating with the Windblade Wolf King, which would pounce and harass it from time to time, and the Cave Spider Queen, which would spew venomous webs from afar, to slowly wear down its prey and enjoy the process of it gradually becoming exhausted. Cough cough. Lin Pijuan parried a claw attack from the Lion King that was accompanied by flames, but several wind blades that came from the side left shallow bloodstains on his ribs. At the same time, a stream of dark green venom grazed his shoulder, corroding a small piece of clothing and flesh, bringing a burning pain. He grunted, his sword flashing, forcing the Wolf King back. His gaze swept over the horrific battlefield below, and his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Zhao Gang was about to collapse. Sun Ming had also reached his limit. Li Rui could be torn to pieces by those two beasts at any moment. Zhou Tao and Zhang Yan's fate remains unknown. The Grandmasters have suffered heavy casualties. The defeat seemed inevitable. Even if he risked his life, severely injuring or even dying to cripple or kill the Lion King, the others would certainly not escape the slaughter of those ferocious general-level wild beasts. The mission was doomed to fail. All the sacrifices will be in vain. A profound sense of powerlessness and chilling despair, like a venomous snake, gnawed at his heart. Lin Pijuan, the sword martial king, who held sway over a region, had never been in such a desperate situation before. Was he truly destined for total annihilation tonight? Just then, a dark figure, as if breaking through spatial limitations, appeared beside Lin Pijuan without warning. It wasn't that it happened quickly, but rather, it was as if he had always been there. It's Wang Etienne. His ordinary black casual clothes were torn in many places, stained with blood and scorch marks, and his face also showed signs of smoke and fire, but his eyes were unusually calm, even calm to the point of being empty. He stood there abruptly, as if he hadn't seen the deadly lion's tail, the swarm of wolves, and the venom that was about to strike him. Wang Etienne slowly closed his eyes. The world fell silent instantly. The roars of beasts, the clash of swords, explosions, screams, the sound of wind, the burning of flames, all the external noise seemed to be shut out by an invisible barrier. Only his own heartbeat could be heard, steady and strong, one beat after another. And then there's that cold, clear electronic notification in my mind. Confirm use of the Grandmaster Peak trial card? Remaining time, 2 minutes 0 seconds? Confirm. The silent command fell deep into my consciousness. There were no special lighting effects, and no earth-shattering bursts of energy. But in the very next instant, an indescribable, vast, and terrifying power, as powerful as the beginning of the universe, suddenly awakened from the deepest part of Wang Etienne's body without warning, yet as if it were meant to be. Centered on Wang Etienne, the surrounding space emitted a faint, strained hum, and the light visibly distorted and refracted, as if it were the small area where he was located. It is being stripped away from this world, or it is being filled and defined by some higher existence. His aura began to rise at an astonishing speed. Chapter 99 Half-Step Martial King with a Domain. Half-Step Martial King. Buzz. A tangible wave of oppressive energy suddenly spread out from Wang Etien's center. It is not a deliberately released energy shock, but a natural rejection and oppression of the surrounding environment when the essence of life undergoes a brief leap. The black rock beneath his feet silently turned into fine powder, and the air within a few feet around him was completely cleared, forming a brief, suffocating low-pressure area. Lin Pijuan, who was closest to the person, felt it most clearly and intensely. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the figure beside him, who seemed to have been reborn, his eyes suddenly bursting with an unprecedented brilliance. It was filled with astonishment, but even more so with the shock of being saved from a desperate situation and seeing unexpected strong reinforcements, and disbelief. A half-step martial king. This aura intensity, something's not right. The shock Lin Pijuan felt far exceeded his expectations. He has met many half-step martial kings, and even personally trained several of them. But what Wang Etian is showing at this moment is far more than just an improvement in his realm. Just as Wang Etian's aura stabilized at the half-step martial king level, a mysterious and inexplicable fluctuation silently rippled outwards from Wang Etian's center. That wasn't the kind of control and definition of a realm that King Wu possessed. It was more like a gentle yet firm integration and blessing. This fluctuation instantly swept over Lin Pijuan, over Zhao Gang, Sun Ming, and the others who were struggling to hold on below, and over every corner of the battlefield. This is? Lin Pijuan's pupils contracted sharply. He could clearly feel that the flow of his yuan energy, which had been somewhat sluggish due to overexertion and injury, suddenly became smoother. A cool, tingling sensation came from the burning wound inside my body, which turned out to be stopping the bleeding and beginning to heal slowly. Even the sword intent humming from the long sword in his hand seemed to be infused with a fresh power, becoming more concentrated and sharper. He subconsciously looked inward at himself, and a discovery that made his scalp tingle jumped into his mind. His overall condition, whether it was the speed of his energy recovery, the healing of his physical injuries, or his mental perception, had actually increased by nearly 30% in that instant. This is not an illusion. This is a real, comprehensive benefit. A domain? No, not a complete martial king domain, but definitely a rudimentary form of a domain. And it's a rare domain with powerful auxiliary amplification effects. Lin Pijuan was deeply shocked, and his gaze toward Wang Etian completely changed. 1 in 10,000 people can touch the threshold of the domain at the half-step martial king level. The prototype of the domain they touched was not biased towards attack or defense, but rather a strategic capability that could greatly enhance their own side. Its value is simply immeasurable. On the battlefield, such a field is enough to give a team on the verge of collapse a new lease on life and to bring about a qualitative change in the combat power of an elite force. No wonder he was so calm. Is this his real trump card? Lin Pijuan instantly understood. The last trace of doubt in his heart caused by the fact that the other party was only a half-step martial king vanished, replaced by a complex emotion that mixed shock, surprise, and immense relief. This Mr. Wang is no ordinary strongman. He is clearly a mobile, humanoid strategic-level amplification tower. Below, Zhao Gang, Sun Ming, Li Rui, and all the remaining warriors who still retained consciousness all felt that strange fluctuation, like a warm current, sweeping through their bodies and minds at the same time. My injury seems to be less painful now? A master with one arm stared blankly at his hastily bandaged wound, noticing that the bleeding had slowed considerably. My energy is recovering much faster. Exhausted, Sun Ming suddenly felt a warmth in his dantian. In his meridians, which had been almost dry, wisps of primordial energy were growing at a rate far exceeding the usual speed. This is Mr. Wang? Zhao Gang coughed up a mouthful of blood, but felt the tightness in his chest lessen considerably. He stared in shock at the figure high in the sky. Although they didn't understand exactly what had happened, their bodies didn't lie. They had become stronger. The morale, which was on the verge of collapse, was suddenly boosted as if injected with a stimulant. Even the wild beasts entangled in the storm of lingering sword blades seemed to sense something, their attacks showing obvious hesitation and confusion. The funeral fire lion's vertical pupils, like molten gold, were fixed on Wang Etian, its initial rage replaced by a more solemn and wary expression. It not only sensed the leap in this human's aura level, but also keenly perceived that, centered on this human, the environmental rules of that area seemed to have undergone some subtle change that was detrimental to it. This newly discovered prey is drastically more dangerous. Time seemed to stretch out at that moment. Wang Etian slowly opened his eyes. The usual laziness and indifference in his eyes had completely faded away, replaced by a calm of absolute control. He can clearly perceive everything within a radius of about 100 meters centered on himself. Within this range, the status of friendly units appeared in his consciousness like a data stream. With a slight thought, the special amplification zone originating from the system quietly started operating, continuously and stably providing each comrade within the range with an overall status boost of about 30%. This indirect sense of control over the battlefield situation is quite novel. He moved his shoulders and neck slightly, and his bones emitted a series of delicate and harmonious soft sounds. The surging yuan energy at the half-step martial king level within his body seemed to become more vibrant and condensed under the amplification field. He exhaled a breath of stale air, his aura condensed, drawing a faint white trail in the dim light. Raising his hand and clenching his fist, he not only felt the surging power within himself, but also saw the rekindled fighting spirit and rapid recovery of his comrades below. Excellent, this gift package had a significant effect. He raised his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the faces below filled with hope and astonishment, finally settling on the dark red Lion King in front of him, whose aura was still terrifying, but could no longer instill absolute despair in the crowd. The corners of his mouth curved upwards in a barely perceptible, extremely faint arc. In this arc, there was no arrogance, only a calmness of revealing the cards and moving the game to the next stage, and a determination to truly let go and fight for a way out for those behind. He didn't speak, but simply took a step forward. Just one step. The invisible yet real amplification field around him moved, enveloping more of his comrades. Wherever the domain passed, the remaining dark red flames were silently dispersed, the chaotic energy aftershocks were calmed, and a reassuring sense of power quietly permeated the hearts of every warrior. Now, Wang Etienne's voice rang out calmly, yet with a strange, convincing power, "We can have a proper fight." Chapter 100 The Powerful Half-Step Martial King. Wang Etienne's voice still drifted in the night wind, carrying a strange calm, but he himself was no longer in the same place. It didn't just disappear quickly, it vanished. To everyone's perception and vision, just a moment ago he was still standing there, surrounded by that strange fluctuation amplification field that made people feel at ease and greatly increased their sense of power. The next instant, all that remained at that location was compacted stone dust and a ring of lingering low pressure. Then, bang! A muffled thud, not an explosion, but more like the sickening sound of some hard object being crushed by a tremendous force, came from not far behind Lin Pijuan. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. The Windblade Wolf King, which had been so ferocious and swift just moments before, severely injuring Zhou Tao, had its hideous wolf head vanished. No, it didn't disappear, it exploded. Like a watermelon smashed by a hammer, red and white fragments mixed with bone and fur sprayed outwards for several meters in a radial pattern. Its headless, still slightly twitching, bluish-gray body stood stiffly in place, in a forward-leaning posture, before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Where its head once stood, Wang Etienne's figure was solid and ghostly. He maintained his right fist forward, not a single drop of blood on his knuckles. He didn't even glance at the fallen Wolf King's corpse, as if he had casually swatted a buzzing fly. The first one. He murmured to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. Only then did the dull thud of the headless corpse of the Windblade Wolf King fall to the ground reach everyone's ears. WH. What? Zhao Gang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his mouth was agape enough to fit a fist. He was completely focused on the rock-armored demon bull when he only felt a slight breeze pass by him, and then, the Wolf King that had severely injured his brother Zhou Tao and was so fast it was a headache, was gone. His head was smashed by a single punch? This is a mid-stage Windblade Wolf King. Even if it's injured, it's not made of paper, is it? Sun Ming, Li Rui, and everyone else who could still move were all frozen in place, their minds completely blank. What just happened? Was it Mr. Wang? How did he get there? How could that punch have such power? Lin Pijuan was closest and saw it most clearly. His pupils contracted sharply, and his heart felt as if it had been squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. He saw it. Wang Etienne's movement wasn't fast, but rather an almost flash-like motion, demonstrating an exquisite and meticulous use of space. That punch had no fancy moves whatsoever, it was a pure, extremely refined straight punch that compressed terrifying elemental energy and physical strength. But that explosive, instantaneous destructive power. This level of power. Lin Pijuan's throat went dry, and his heart was filled with shock. Absolutely surpasses an ordinary half-step martial king. Even touched the threshold of the mid-stage martial king? How is this possible? The reason why a half-step martial king has the word half in his name is because the essence of his power and his understanding and application of the world are qualitatively different from those of a true martial king, especially for someone like him who is in the middle stage of martial king. However, the explosive power that Wang Yitian just displayed was, in terms of destructive strength alone, no less than the full force attack of an ordinary early-stage martial king, and even slightly exceeded it. This completely overturned his understanding. How could a half-step martial king unleash an attack of this level? Is it the terrifying boost that amplification field provides to oneself? Or is it because of the special cultivation method he practices? Or perhaps, before he could figure it out, Wang Yitian made another move. This time, his target was the cunning and treacherous queen spider, who had been hiding in the back, constantly spitting venomous webs and causing harassment. The burrowing spider queen's 8 compound eyes simultaneously captured the entire process of Wang Yitian's disappearance and reappearance as he blew up the Wolf King. The strong sense of crisis brought about by animal instinct made its 8 legs frantically paddle, trying to burrow back underground, while its abdomen contracted sharply, ready to spray out the largest clump of imprisoning spider web to protect itself. But it's too slow. The instant it had the thought of escaping, Wang Yitian's figure appeared as if by teleportation directly above its glossy, wide black carapace covered with strange patterns. He didn't even use any complicated moves, he simply lifted his right foot and then stomped it down. The movements were slow, even casual. But just as his foot touched the spider's carapace, snap! A sharp, chilling sound, like 1,000-year-old ice being crushed by a tremendous force, suddenly erupted. Centered on Wang Yitian's landing point, the cave spider queen's hard carapace, which was strong enough to withstand the full force of a grandmaster's late-stage attack, collapsed and shattered instantly, like a fragile eggshell. Countless spider-web-like cracks spread across its entire body at an alarming rate. Dark green, foul-smelling bodily fluids mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out of the crack. Hiss hiss hiss. The cave spider queen let out a shrill, desperate screech, its 8 legs convulsing wildly as it tried to throw the grim reaper off its back. But its massive body was driven into the hard black rock beneath it by an unimaginable force, like a nail. Boom! The rocky ground is cracked and sunken in a radial pattern, centered on the spider queen's body. A spider-shaped pit with a diameter of more than 5 meters suddenly appeared. The burrow spider's hindquarters were embedded in the rock, its carapace completely shattered, revealing a blurry mass of soft, still twitching flesh. Its hissing abruptly ceased, and the light in its 8 compound eyes quickly dimmed. Late-stage general, the cave spider queen, died. She was crushed by a single kick. Wang Yitian stood on the spider queen's still slightly twitching, broken body, his figure as steady as a mountain. He lightly stomped his foot, shaking off a bit of dark green slime stuck to the sole of his boot, and frowned slightly, really dirty. The second one. A young master murmured as if in a dream, his legs feeling a little weak, whether from fear or excitement, he couldn't tell. Silence. A deathly silence. Only the sound of the wind, the crackling of the flames, and the uneasy growls of wild beasts in the distance could be heard. This time, even Lin Pijuan was completely speechless. He stared intently at Wang Yitian, who stood atop the spider queen's corpse, sensing the aura emanating from the other man aura that hadn't changed much, still at the half-step martial king level, yet still causing him, a mid-stage martial king, to feel a faint tremor in his heart. His worldview was shaken like never before. Half-step martial king, 2 strikes, instantly kill 2 powerful general-level wild beasts? This can no longer be explained by genius or profound knowledge. This is simply unreasonable. He asked himself, even if he were to personally take action, it would take some effort to deal with these 2 beasts who were skilled in speed and cunning, so cleanly and efficiently. It would be impossible for him to do it so easily, as if he had crushed 2 insects. Wang Yitian didn't give everyone much time to process the shock. His gaze swept over the remaining wild beasts, who were plunged into immense terror and chaos by the sudden and gruesome death of their leader, the armored rhinoceroses, windblade wolves, venomous rats, and a few trembling early-stage general-level wild beasts, as cold as ice water. Minor fish should stay where minor fish should stay. He muttered something under his breath, and then his figure vanished from the spider queen's corpse once more. The next moment, he charged straight into the densest group of master-level wild beasts. No dodging, no blocking, it's the purest, most brutal, and most efficient way to crush. With a single punch, the armored rhinoceros, without even uttering a sound, had a transparent hole punched through its bony armor and internal organs on its side. Its massive body flew out and crashed into half of the rock wall. Swoosh! With fingers as sharp as knives, a graceful arc was drawn, and 3 wind blade wolves that pounced side by side were cut in half at the waist. Their upper bodies were still in the air, while their lower bodies staggered and fell to the ground. Crack! A simple whip kick, like a heavy axe splitting a mountain, turned a rotten rat king that had crawled out of the ground and was trying to sneak up into two blurry pieces of flesh. Wang Yitian's every move was extremely concise, yet he precisely struck the most fatal weakness of each wild beast, or destroyed their life force with absolute power. His figure blurred through the horde of beasts, leaving behind trails of severed limbs and broken arms, the sounds of bones shattering, flesh exploding, and the short, mournful cries of dying beasts. Outrageously efficient. Ruthlessly cold-blooded. In less than 30 seconds, the last surviving Windblade wolf, attempting to escape, was struck through the back of the head by a condensed burst of energy flicked out by Wang Yitian from a distance, and collapsed to the ground whimpering. Centered on Wang Yitian, within a radius of 100 meters, apart from the two peak-level general-level rock-armored demon bulls and Blade Mantis King, as well as the funeral fire lion and its core guards further away, all the master-level and early-stage general-level wild beasts were completely wiped out. The ground was littered with corpses, the stench of blood was so thick it was almost overwhelming, and there stood a man in the middle of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his clothes stained with blood, yet his breathing was steady and his eyes remained calm. Chapter 101 Seize the Time. This is an extra chapter for today. Thank you again to every reader who urged for more updates and gave rewards. The entire venue was deathly silent. The only sounds were heavy, uneven breathing from Zhao Gang and his group. Looking at that carnage, at that figure, they felt their throats go dry, their hearts pound, and a chill run from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Then, they were replaced by a near-exhausted ecstasy and an indescribable awe. We're saved, at least for now, we're free from the hordes of soldiers. Lin Pijuan let out a long, long breath, as if he wanted to expel all the shock, doubts, and heavy pressure in his chest with that breath. He looked at Wang Yitian with an extremely complex expression, which finally turned into a low and sullen voice, "Mr. Wang." Shanwei. Wang Yitian turned around and looked at Lin Pijuan. There was no smug look on his face, instead, he frowned slightly. He raised his hand, looked at his palm, felt the vast power surging within him yet rapidly dissipating, and the crystal-clear countdown in his consciousness. "There's no time for formalities, Prince Lin Wu." Wang Yitian's voice interrupted Lin Pijuan's prepared expression of gratitude. He took a step forward, as if shrinking the distance between them, and instantly appeared beside Lin Pijuan, so close that they could almost hear each other's breathing. Lin Pijuan was taken aback, composed himself, and waited with bated breath. He knew that the real battle was just beginning. Wang Yitian lowered his voice, speaking quickly and clearly, so that only the two of them could hear him. "My current state was forcibly enhanced using special methods, and it can't be maintained for long. At most." He paused slightly, then announced a number that made Lin Pijuan's heart tighten. "About 1 minute and 30 seconds left." Lin Pijuan's pupils contracted. "Only 1.5 minutes? So short? So, there's no time for testing the waters, and no time for slowly grinding things out." Wang Yitian's gaze fell upon the funeral fire lion in the distance, which seemed to be enraged by the elimination of its subordinates, with dark red flames rising around it once again, and the two peak-level wild beasts beside it, which were also poised to attack and whose auras were firmly locked on this side. "My plan is..." Wang Yitian spoke even faster. "I'll take the lead in the attack and hold that lion back head-on. You go all out with your domain, don't worry about defense, just attack with all your might. Use what you're best at to open a few holes in it, the bigger the better. The key is to disrupt it and prevent it from dealing with me with all its might." He glanced at Zhao Gang and the others below, who, though somewhat recovered, were severely weakened. "Zhao Gang and the others, with the amplification from my domain, should be able to hold them off for a while. We must, within 1.5 minutes, at least severely injure this lion, force it back, or kill it." His plan was simple, crude, and even somewhat risky. The pressure on him, a temporary half-step martial king, to directly restrain the mid-stage king-level funeral fire lion is unimaginable. Lin Pijuan's decision to abandon defense and launch a full-scale attack also carries enormous risk. However, it is currently the only method that could potentially break the stalemate within the time limit and even create an opportunity for victory. Lin Pijuan nodded emphatically without any hesitation, his sharp sword intent gathering again in his eyes. "All right. We'll do as Mr. Wang says. I'll use the 7 swords of Pijuan in a series of powerful attacks to create an opportunity for you. Mr. Wang, be careful." "Don't worry, I value my life." Wang Yitian twitched the corner of his mouth, his gaze once again falling on the dark red fiery mountain. Deep in his eyes, the two pale golden points of light slowly accelerated their rotation. "So?" He twisted his neck, making a series of soft popping sounds like popping beans. Start. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Yitian and Lin Pejuan moved almost simultaneously. Without hesitation or testing the waters, they went straight into a full-blown battle. Because they only have 1.5 minutes. Roar! The funeral fire lion seemed to sense the sudden burst of fighting spirit from these two tiny humans, as well as the strange power and domain fluctuations on Wang Yitian that even it felt threatened. It no longer waited, raised its head and let out a roar that shattered the clouds. The dark red flames around its body suddenly surged, like a volcanic eruption. Its massive body surged forward with incredible speed, leaving a trail of flames behind it. Its right forepaw, burning with raging flames, slammed down with a devastating force, aiming fiercely at Wang Yitian, who was charging at the very front. Before the claws even arrived, the terrifying high temperature and corrosive energy already made the air hiss and wail. Good timing. A golden light flashed in Wang Yitian's eyes. Without dodging or avoiding, he clenched his right fist. The vast yuan energy of the half-step martial king within his body merged with the terrifying enhancement of his amplification domain, and a point of terrifying dark golden light condensed on the tip of his fist. Without any fancy moves, he punched the giant fiery claw that was coming at him. Head-on clash. Thump! The instant their fists and claws clashed was like two metal mountains crashing together. A shockwave, a visible mixture of dark red and pale gold, exploded in a ring. Wang Yitian's body trembled violently, the rocks beneath his feet shattered inch by inch, and he slid backward more than 10 meters, leaving deep furrows in the ground with each step. His left shoulder went numb. The giant claw that the funeral fire lion had slammed down was also blasted upwards by this punch, and most of the flames gathered at the tip of the claw were scattered. Have equal shares? No, it was Wang Yitian who was slightly at a disadvantage, but he truly, with his half-step martial king body, directly confronted the angry attack of the mid-stage king-level wild beast. What? Lin Pejuan, who was preparing to launch a sword technique from the flank, was shocked to see this scene. He knew Wang Yitian was incredibly strong at the moment, but he never expected him to be this tough. The strength of this physical body and the degree of power concentration are simply unbelievable. Don't stand there. Chop it. Wang Yitian's low shout startled Lin Pejuan awake. After regaining his footing, Wang Yitian pounced again without pause, his figure moving like a ghost, attacking the Lion King's limbs, joints, waist, ribs, and especially his eyes like a storm. Each of his attacks struck the Lion King at the crucial moment of its power or at the relatively weak point of its defense. Although they could not cause serious injury, they annoyed the Lion King to no end. Its huge body could not turn around in time, and it roared repeatedly, having to divert its attention to deal with this incredibly fast and slippery flea. Now! Breaking Army Sword Technique Sky Rift. Lin Pejuan seized the perfect opportunity when the Lion King was harassed by Wang Yitian and hesitated for a moment. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his long sword emitted a clear dragon's roar. He moved with the sword, transforming into a dazzling sword rainbow that tore through the sky and stabbed straight at the relatively soft side of the funeral fire lion's neck. This sword strike pushed his swordsmanship and the immense yuan energy of a mid-stage martial king to their limits. The sword intent was condensed to the point of being tangible. Even before it reached his body, the incomparably sharp sword energy had already caused the scales on the Lion King's neck to stand on end. Roar! The funeral fire lion roared in fury. It turned its head sharply and spewed out a dark red pillar of fire as thick as a bucket, condensed to the extreme, to meet Lin Pejuan's swordlight. At the same time, the thick lion's tail lashed out like a burning steel whip at Wang Yitian's side. Boom! The sword light collided with the pillar of fire, and the energy was annihilated wildly. Lin Pejuan's figure froze, and the sword light dimmed slightly, but the momentum did not decrease. It still left a deep, charred sword mark on the side of the Lion King's neck, and dark red blood gushed out. As if he had foreseen the future, Wang Yitian twisted his body strangely the instant the lion's tail lashed out, narrowly missing the fiery tail. At the same time, he delivered a backhand chop to the base of the lion's tail, imbued with condensed dark golden energy. Swoosh! The scales shattered, and blood splattered. The Lion King cried out in pain, and even the flames on its tail dimmed. Excellent teamwork. Lin Pejuan's spirit soared, and he laughed heartily. His sword stance changed again. Take another strike from me, Mountain Breaker. Wang Yitian had no time to respond. His entire focus was on the high-speed battle. He could feel the vast power within him draining away second by second, and the countdown in his consciousness was like the footsteps of death, constantly drawing closer. We need to be faster. Find the key point. The two, one close and one far, one fast and one fierce, cooperated more and more seamlessly. Lin Pijuan launched the main attack. His swordsmanship was wide and powerful, each strike was heavy and forceful, forcing the Lion King to face him head-on and exhaust his strength. Wang Yitian, on the other hand, was like a persistent, invasive disease, his movements unpredictable and erratic, specifically targeting the Lion King's blind spots and weak points in defense, disrupting his rhythm and creating openings. Chapter 102. Time is running out. The funeral fire lion went completely berserk. As a king-level wild beast, how could it have been forced to such a state by two ants? In particular, Wang Yitian's ruthless and targeted fighting style left it with terrifying power but unable to fully unleash it, leaving it extremely frustrated. It suddenly stood up on its hind legs and slammed its claws heavily on the ground. The golden flame pattern on his forehead erupted with blinding bloodlight. A darker, thicker, and more destructive red flame, filled with an aura of death, suddenly spread out from its center, instantly covering an area of hundreds of meters. Talent Domain. Dark Flame Domain. Within this domain, the dark red flames flowed and burned like living things, the air was completely distorted, and the high temperature was enough to melt steel instantly. Even more terrifying was the terrifying corrosive energy contained in the flames, which could even erode primordial energy and divine consciousness. The ground quickly turned charred and brittle, and the sky was tinged with an ominous dark red. Full domain activation. Sword Guardian without limits. Lin Pijuan's expression turned solemn. He roared and pushed his sword chi domain to its limit. The pale golden domain light contracted to a radius of 20 meters around him, becoming as solid as a physical object. It firmly blocked the invading dark flames, emitting a hissing sound as the light dimmed at a visible speed. Maintaining this high-intensity domain confrontation is extremely taxing on him. Wang Yitian let out a muffled groan, and a layer of pale golden protective energy automatically appeared on his body. However, under the erosion of the dark flame domain, this protective energy was also rapidly dissolving. He felt as if he were trapped in viscous magma, his movements restricted, the omnipresent high temperature and corrosive energy frantically eroding his body and vital energy. The amplification field could enhance his condition, but it couldn't completely protect him from this environmental damage. We must finish this quickly. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Yitian's eyes. He stopped purely engaging in hit-and-run tactics and began to withstand the erosion of the dark flame domain, searching for a sure kill opportunity. His gaze was like the most precise scanner, locking onto every detail of the Lion King's body. Just as the Lion King swung its paw at Lin Pijuan once more, raising its left foreleg to its highest point. Wang Yitian's gaze, like that of a hawk, was fixed on the area under the left forelimb of the Lion King, an area covered by thick, dark red scales that stretched slightly when it was raised. There, the scales appeared to be a darker color than the surrounding area, with a faint, extremely subtle, twisted scar that almost blended into the surrounding texture. Moreover, under the light of the dark flame domain, the energy flow in that area seemed to have an extremely slight, unnatural stagnation. An old injury? Lin Wu Wang. Attack its left front paw. Force it to lift it up. Wang Yitian used his yuan energy to bind the sound, shouted urgently, and at the same time his body suddenly sprang up. He stopped dodging and rushed straight towards the Lion King, showing a desperate posture of wanting to confront its fangs head-on. Although Lin Pijuan didn't understand why, he had complete faith in Wang Yitian's combat intuition and judgment. Understood. One sword open heaven. Without hesitation, he forcefully urged the grain, unleashing a pale golden sword aura that was even larger and sharper than before, slashing straight at the Lion King's raised left forepaw wrist. As expected, the funeral fire lion was enraged. Its left paw instinctively rose, trying to block or shatter the annoying swordlight, while its right paw, wreathed in raging dark flames, slammed down on Wang Yitian, who was charging straight at it. Its gaping maw opened wide, and a concentrated dark red fireball condensed in its throat. Now! A chilling glint flashed in Wang Yitian's eyes. Faced with the incoming right claw and the fireball about to be spat out, he neither dodged nor avoided. Instead, he concentrated most of his protective chi and energy on his left shoulder, while retracting his right arm, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and pointing his fingertips at the dark golden light compressed to the extreme, like a poisonous dragon drill ready to be unleashed. Bang! The Lion King's right paw, burning with dark flames, slammed solidly into Wang Yitian's left shoulder. His protective aura shattered instantly, and terrifying force mixed with corrosive energy invaded his body. Wang Yitian clearly heard a tooth-grinding cracking sound from his left scapula. A mouthful of blood surged to his throat, which he forced down. He was thrown backward as if he had been hit by a battering ram. But in the instant he was knocked away, he used the force to twist his body in mid-air. His right hand, which had been poised for a long time, shot out like a meteor streaking across the night sky, striking the Lion King's left forelimb under his armpit with incredible precision and speed at an unbelievable angle. Put! A soft sound, yet it seemed to resonate deep within everyone's soul. Wang Yitian's fingertips, like red-hot iron rods piercing through grease, effortlessly pierced the slightly darker scales and sank deep into the old scar. Dark golden destructive energy, like a burst dam, poured wildly into his fingertips. Whoa! The massive, manhwa-like body of the funeral fire lion suddenly stiffened, then erupted in the most shrill, painful, and terrifying scream since the start of the battle. The scream almost tore apart people's eardrums. Dark red blood, hot and pungent, gushed out like a fountain from under its left forelimb armpit. The previously hidden energy stagnation at the wound was instantly broken. The dark golden destructive energy clashed and annihilated with the fire-type demonic power within its body, triggering a series of tiny energy explosions that tore the wound even larger. The old wound was reopened, and the demonic power went berserk. The aura of the funeral fire lion plummeted rapidly, like a deflated balloon. The terrifying dark flame domain surrounding it rippled violently, flickering and shrinking in size. Success! Lin Pujuan was overjoyed at the sight. Ignoring the churning blood and chi in his body, he raised his long sword again, ready to strike while the iron was hot. However, the excruciating pain and the threat of death completely unleashed the ferocity and madness of the funeral fire lion. It ignored its wounds, ignored Lin Pujuan, and even ignored Wang Yitian, who caused it so much pain. Instead, it suddenly raised its head, and the golden flame pattern on its forehead burst forth with an unprecedented light that seemed to burn everything away. It actually began to burn its already limited essence and life force. Ultimate talent funeral rain of fire. Boom! The sky seemed to have been torn open. Countless fireballs, each the size of a head and composed entirely of extremely condensed dark red destructive energy, emerged from the void above the Lion King's head like an apocalyptic meteor shower, and then poured down indiscriminately, and frantically across the entire Blackrock Cliff Highlands. Each fireball exudes an aura of death that freezes the soul. This is the true killer shot. It wants to completely bury and cleanse this highland, along with all the life on it, from the world. Not good. Lin Pujuan's expression changed drastically. He could no longer afford to attack, and roared, pouring all his remaining power into his sword domain absolute defense. The pale golden sword energy domain instantly expanded to its maximum, transforming into a massive, semi-transparent light shield that barely covered most of the area below. However, under the bombardment of countless fireballs, the light shield trembled violently, its light rapidly dimmed, and cracks appeared everywhere, clearly indicating that it could not hold out for long. Boom 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 boom. Fireballs rained down on the sword domain's protective shield, creating a continuous barrage of explosions that blew the world away. More fireballs landed outside the light barrier, blasting the highlands into countless holes, melting rocks, and turning the ground into a raging sea of flames. Screams rang out again as more grandmasters who couldn't dodge in time were engulfed by the fireballs. Wang Yitian knelt on one knee on the scorched ground, a piercing pain shooting through his left shoulder, and the feeling of weakness as his strength rapidly drained from his body became increasingly clear. The countdown in my mind had less than 10 seconds left. There's no time left. He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse. Chapter 103 We won. He slowly straightened up, ignoring the sharp pain in his left shoulder, and took a deep breath. This time, he didn't use any movement techniques or skills. He compressed and concentrated the last remaining power of the Grandmaster Peak experience card within his body, including the final boost from the amplification domain, into his right fist without reservation. The golden light on his right fist grew increasingly dazzling. The space around the fist began to distort and collapse, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable pressure. His right sleeve instantly turned to ashes, and beneath the skin of his arm, the veins bulged like writhing dragons, the blood vessels clearly visible, as if they were about to burst at any moment. King Lin! Hold on! Wang Yitian mustered his last strength and roared, then stomped his foot hard. The charred ground exploded, creating a deep crater. He transformed into a golden streak of light that tore through the rain of fire and pierced the heavens and earth, shooting headlong toward the gruesome head of the funeral fire lion with resolute and unstoppable momentum. The target is directly aimed at the core of the flame pattern on the forehead. This punch embodies all his life, will, strength, and his promise to bring his daughter home safely. Almost at the same moment, Mr. Wang! Kill! Lin Pujuan's eyes were bloodshot. He roared and suddenly raised his nearly shattered sword domain upwards, creating a sliver of space for the golden light. At the same time, he locked onto the Lion King's right claw as it struck down and unleashed a resolute sword aura in an attempt to block it. Two deafening, almost simultaneous, terrifying explosions rang out, drowning out all other sounds on the battlefield. The first sound came from Wang Yitian's golden fist energy, which had gathered all his strength, striking the very center of the golden flame pattern on the forehead of the funeral fire lion like a meteor hitting the ground. The golden fist energy collided, annihilated, and exploded with the dark red flames and the hard skull. The second sound came from the Lion King's giant claw, burning with dark flames, slamming down hard on Zhao Gang's defenseless back, which was protected only by his flesh and blood. A clear, soul-chilling sound of bones cracking rang out, accompanied by a muffled groan from Zhao Gang, suppressed to the extreme yet still heartbreaking. Dark red flames instantly engulfed his figure. Time seemed to freeze completely at that moment. The image freezes. The golden fist energy exploded on the Lion King's forehead, and the golden flame pattern that symbolized royal power shattered and went out inch by inch, like fragile glass. The Lion King's massive head snapped back, and in its molten gold like vertical pupils, madness, savagery, fear, resentment, all sorts of emotions froze instantly before fading completely. Its mountain-like body stiffened for a moment, then collapsed backward like a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade being overturned. Thump! The earth trembled violently, and smoke and dust mixed with dark red sparks shot into the sky. Wang Yitian's figure flew backward from the center of the explosion, like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the scorched ground, rolling more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his hand, trying to stand up, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. His aura rapidly declined and plummeted like a tide, instantly falling from the terrifying level of a half-step martial king back to the early stage of a grandmaster. Moreover, he was extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. The wound on his left shoulder reopened, and blood stained half of his body. He lowered his head, panting heavily, each breath frothing with blood, and his vision began to blur. Grandmaster Peak Experience card, time's up. Did we win? He thought vaguely, struggling to lift his head and look in the direction where the Lion King had fallen. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the massive body of the funeral fire lion lay quietly in the ruins, a terrifying hole in its forehead, its front and back shining through, devoid of any sign of life. Beside the transport container, Zhao Gang lay in a pool of blood, a huge claw print hole in his chest, its edges charred black, with shattered internal organs faintly visible. His eyes were wide open, staring in the direction where the Lion King had fallen. A faint, almost imperceptible smile of relief lingered at the corners of his lips, but the light in his eyes had been completely extinguished. The dark red flames on his body slowly died down, leaving behind charred marks. On the other side, Sun Ming, who had been caught in the fireballs while rescuing the wounded who were engulfed in flames, lay charred black in the ruins, his breath faint and unconscious. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped this scorched earth that had just witnessed a great battle between gods and demons. The only sounds were the crackling of the flames, the suppressed groans of the wounded, and the heavy, trembling breaths of the survivors. We won. Chapter 104 Liquidation. The wind was still blowing, and the air was filled with the smells of burning, blood, and a sense of emptiness after a catastrophe, like a wasteland burned by a great fire, leaving only ashes and lingering warmth. The massive body of the funeral fire lion lay silently in the center of the ruins, like a dark red mountain of flesh, the edges of the hole in its forehead charred black, and it was no longer alive. With its death, the remaining wild beasts scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only a devastated highland and a heavy, deathly silence. There was no joy of victory, only numb busyness and silent sorrow. Those who are still alive, like rusty machines, begin to operate slowly and silently. Lin Pijuan leaned on his sword, his face looking worse than a dead man's, his breathing unsteady, but he ignored it. He slowly walked to the spot where Zhao Gang had fallen. This old subordinate who had followed him for many years had a terrifying hole in his chest, like a gaping mouth, silently telling the story of his resolute decision. Lin Pijuan squatted down, his fingers trembling slightly, and gently closed Zhao Gang's wide-open eyes, which still held the last trace of relief. Old Zhao, may you rest in peace. His voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible. Beside him, the last remaining master, with red eyes, and another companion with a broken arm, carefully covered Zhao Gang's body with a relatively clean, blood-stained combat uniform. On the other side, Li Rue and the two remaining grandmasters who were still able to move were desperately digging Sun Ming out of the scorching pile of rubble. Sun Ming's body was charred black, like a piece of charcoal, with only the extremely faint rise and fall of his chest proving that he was still alive. Captain Sun. Hang in there. Medicine. Quick, get the medicine. Li Rue's voice cracked and trembled with tears. He frantically shoved the last few life-saving pills into Sun Ming's mouth, then frantically transferred his remaining yuan energy to him. But the little yuan energy that entered Sun Ming's body vanished without a trace. Zhou Tao and Zhang Yan were carried to a slightly flatter place. Zhou Tao's chest had caved in, and he was unconscious, but his breathing was still relatively steady. Zhang Yan's condition was worse. The venom of the cave spider queen had turned half of his body black and shiny, and he was in a deep coma, barely breathing, with black energy still slowly spreading under his skin. Of the 12 grandmasters, only 4 were still able to stand, all covered in blood and wounds. The other 3 had already disappeared in the previous firestorm in melee. 2 other seriously injured men lay on the ground, their wounds oozing blood with every breath, gasping for breath in pain, yet gritting their teeth and remaining silent. The only sounds in the air were heavy breathing, suppressed sobs, and the harsh scraping of metal against stone. The 4 still living grandmasters were struggling to suppress their grief and pain as they staggered through the ruins and carcasses of wild beasts, collecting anything that might still be of value. They carefully gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades and simply covered them with whatever cloth they could find. From the twisted and deformed wreckage of the Night Owl, they salvaged some not yet completely damaged precision instrument parts, emergency power blocks, and a small, well-sealed first aid kit. They even began dealing with the relatively intact carcasses of wild beasts scattered all over the ground. The armored rhinoceros's bone armor and forehorn are excellent forging materials, worth a lot of contribution points. The claws and crystal cores of the wind blade wolf are useful to wind attribute martial artists and weapon refiners. The venom sacs and silk glands of the cave spider queen, although broken, can still yield valuable toxins and materials from the residue. A master with a long, bloody gash on his face painstakingly cut off a relatively intact horn from the head of an armored rhinoceros with his battle sword, while muttering in a hoarse voice, as if he were trying to dispel the fear and sorrow in his heart, or as if he were trying to get a last bit of compensation for his fallen comrades. These items, brought back to the military, can be exchanged for contribution points, money, or cultivation resources to subsidize the families of the fallen, treat the wounded comrades, or serve as the last insignificant spoils of war from this Pyrrhic victory. This was earned with their lives. Every scale and every blood-stained fawn was soaked in blood. Wang Etienne sat cross-legged on a slightly cooler rock not far away, leaning against a charred rock wall. He looked as if he had been pulled out of a pool of blood and dried out, his face ashen, his lips cracked, and his mouth and chest covered with a mixture of dark red and bright red scabs. With his eyes closed, he focused all his energy on circulating the primordial chi technique, trying to squeeze out a little bit of primordial energy from his almost depleted meridians and dantian to stabilize his injuries and regain a sliver of mobility. The bone in my left shoulder is probably fractured. It feels like a needle is drilling into it with the slightest movement. But what's even more unbearable is the exhaustion and emptiness that comes from the depths of one's soul, as if the body has been completely drained, making even thinking difficult. That's a severe aftereffect of using the Grandmaster Peak Experience card. He could hear the sounds around him: suppressed sobs, heavy breathing, the scraping of metal against flesh, the groans of the wounded, and the low growls of a few still living wild beasts lingering at the edge of the dense forest in the distance. He could even smell the increasingly strong, pungent stench emanating from the dismembered carcasses of wild beasts, a mixture of burnt and bloody odors that created an indescribable, nauseating smell. My mind felt like it was filled with lead, with only one thought repeatedly pounding in my head: recover a little, get moving, leave this place, go home. My daughter must be getting impatient. She might even be crying from fright again. I don't know how much time passed, maybe only a dozen minutes, but in this torment, every second felt like a year. The initial cleanup, treatment of the wounded, and battlefield cleanup were barely completed. The valuable materials collected were piled up on a relatively clean rock, forming a small heap, stained with blood and dust. Footsteps approached, slightly unsteady, but each step was firm and solid. Wang Etienne opened his eyes and saw Lin Pijuan walking over. This sword martial king was in no better shape at the moment. His robes were tattered and covered in blood, dirt, and ash, and his face had several scorch marks from being licked by flames. Although his aura was much stronger than Wang Etienne's, he was clearly outwardly strong but inwardly weak. His eyes revealed deep weariness and sorrow, but his back remained straight, like a blood-stained broken sword stuck in scorched earth. He still gripped the ancient longsword tightly in his hand, and there were a few fine cracks on the blade. Lin Pijuan stopped 3 steps away from Wang Etienne, looking at his pale and weak appearance, as if he might collapse at any moment, with extremely complex emotions flashing in his eyes. The relief of surviving the ordeal, the heart-wrenching pain for the fallen comrades, the shock and gratitude for Wang Etienne's earth-shattering, game-changing final punch, and a complex, indescribable bond forged through shared life and death. He slowly plunged his long sword into the scorched earth beside him with a clang, until the hilt was completely buried. Then, he loosened his grip on the sword hilt, slowly raised his hands, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply to the ground in front of Wang Yitian, who was sitting cross-legged and looking weak, remaining there for a long time. This action caused everyone around, whether they were busy, lying down, or sitting, to stop and look at this side with complicated expressions. A King Wu performed this grand salute to a grandmaster who appeared to be on his deathbed. Mr. Wang. Lin Pejuan's voice rang out, hoarse yet exceptionally clear, each word seemingly uttered with immense force and weight. Today, without your miraculous intervention in our desperate situation, turning the tide, all 17 of us would be nothing more than withered bones on this cliff, no different from the corpses of these wild beasts. The mission would have failed completely, the cubs would have fallen into enemy hands, and the consequences would have been dire. You not only saved our lives, but also countless civilians in Jiangcheng and even those in the rear who might have suffered as a result. This kindness is as high as a mountain and as deep as the sea. On behalf of our fallen brothers, on behalf of the Jiangcheng garrison, and on behalf of those civilians who may never know of this, I thank you, sir. He spoke slowly and earnestly, word by word, as if he wanted to carve these words into stone and into the hearts of everyone present. When he spoke of the dead brothers, his voice visibly choked, but he forced it back down, only bending his back even deeper. Looking at the martial king before him, who was bent over with slightly trembling shoulders, Wang Yitian's little thoughts about the reward in this special training class suddenly faded and disappeared. He saved people out of a sense of duty and personal motives, but these people, Zhao Gang, Sun Ming, those young masters who died, they were true soldiers, truly using their flesh and blood to fill the gaps in the defense lines, to protect those missions and rear areas that they themselves might not even know exactly what they were. He wasn't really good at handling these kinds of situations, especially when the other party was taking it so seriously. He was used to being lazy, used to haggling, and used to using jokes to mask his true thoughts. But now, looking into the other person's sincere, almost heavy eyes, and listening to the suppressed sobs around him, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. King Lin Wu. Wang Yitian struggled to stand up, but the movement aggravated his left shoulder injury, causing him to gasp in pain and break out in a cold sweat. He had no choice but to remain seated, his voice weak and dry. Don't do this. I just happened to be there. Besides, we agreed beforehand that you, paid rewards. He struggled to raise his still intact right hand and waved it, trying to lighten the mood, but to no avail. Chapter 105 Returning to Jiangcheng. Lin Pejuan straightened up, looked at Wang Yitian grimacing in pain but still trying to endure it, shook his head, his eyes filled with even deeper sorrow, but his tone was unusually firm. Those resources are but a drop in the ocean compared to your monumental achievement today, sir. You need not be modest, sir, nor need you try to excuse me. I and the surviving brothers will never forget such a great kindness in this lifetime. He paused, his gaze shifting to the silver transport crate, covered in dust and blood, yet protected by the bodies and lives of the crowd. His eyes sharpened and hardened again, as if the crate weighed a ton. The Lion King has been eliminated, but the mission is not yet complete. This root of trouble must be sent to Dragon Abyss as soon as possible for a complete resolution. I must set off immediately. Wang Yitian nodded, not at all surprised. Yes, it's good to send them away, lest things get complicated and attract other trouble. Lin Pejuan looked at Wang Yitian, his gaze lingering on his still slightly trembling left arm and ashen face. He said sincerely, Mr. Wang, your injuries are severe and you have exhausted yourself. The journey to Dragon Abyss is long and requires stealth and speed. You also need to take care of the seriously wounded and our brothers. Why don't you return to Jiangcheng to recuperate first? It's not too far from here. With your abilities, you should be safe once you've recovered a bit. Once I have completed my mission, I will personally go to Jiangcheng to thank you and fulfill all my promises. He spoke very frankly. Carrying seriously wounded soldiers, corpses, and spoils of war, while also traveling secretly and quickly, was also dangerous. Moreover, it's clear to anyone with eyes that what Wang Yitian needs most right now is peace and quiet to recuperate. Wang Yitian thought about it and decided not to be pretentious. He's in such a state now that even walking is difficult for him, and following him is just a burden. Moreover, he was eager to go home, and his mind was filled with the image of his daughter trying to remain calm last night. Alright, then I won't cause you any more trouble. Be careful on your journey. That thunder lizard is still outside. Although it's mainly keeping an eye on Azure Dragon Fortress, you never know. I understand, I will be extra careful. Lin Pejuan nodded emphatically, then looked at the massive corpse of the funeral fire lion not far away. A complex light flashed in his eyes, a mixture of hatred and a strange respect a warrior might have for a powerful opponent. This Lion King's corpse, especially its crystal core, heart's essence, and unique bones and claws, is of immeasurable value and an excellent sample for studying king-level wild beasts. I intend to take it all with me and hand it over to the Supreme Research Institute. You deserve immense credit for slaying this fiend according to the rules, the spoils of war. Stop, stop. Wang Yitian interrupted him abruptly, rubbing his throbbing temples with his right hand, feeling even more dizzy. You guys take that thing away, do what you need to research it, replace it with whatever you need, how you deal with it is your business. He took a breath, looked at Lin Pijuan, his eyes tired but clear. I just want the reward I deserve, and that thing we agreed on before. Lin Pijuan understood immediately and said, Sir, rest assured, I guarantee with my integrity that all 20 million resources will be delivered to your residence as soon as possible. As for the matter you mentioned. His tone became more serious. Is it about ordering my daughter to pursue further studies? Wang Yitian nodded and, without beating around the bush, asked directly, I've heard that your Dragon Country military has some kind of youth special training class? It's said to be quite difficult to get into, but once you're in, the future looks promising? Lin Pijuan was certain it was indeed so. He immediately replied seriously, yes, its full name is the Dragon Kingdom Youth Elite Martial Arts Training Camp. It is jointly organized by the military, the National Martial Arts Research Institute, and the 3 top universities. Every year, it recruits young martial artists under the age of 20 with exceptional talent from across the country, concentrating the best resources and the strongest instructors for a year of hellish intensive training. Those who can enter are truly geniuses, 1 in 10,000, and will at least be grandmaster candidates in the future, or even have the potential to become martial kings. The next selection will be held next spring. He spoke in great detail, clearly indicating that he attached great importance to this matter. Wang Yitian hummed in agreement, seemingly considering his words carefully before slowly speaking. His voice was not loud, but it carried a father's insistence. My daughter, Wang Xinran, is 17 this year, a beginner-level martial artist. As for her talent, I think it's not bad. She's also quite hardworking in her training. It's just, she lacks a better platform, more systematic guidance, and more solid resources to build a foundation. His words were very straightforward, and the meaning couldn't be clearer. Lin Pijuan spoke almost without hesitation, his voice rising several decibels. Mr. Wang, leave this matter to me. With your daughter's age and cultivation level, her talent far surpasses that of ordinary people. Moreover, with your monumental achievements and patriotic contributions today, let alone a spot in a special training class, you absolutely deserve a more core training program. I, Lin, swear by the sword in my hand and in the name of Sword Martial King, that I will report your achievements and your daughter's qualifications in detail to the highest military and parliamentary authorities. I will strive to secure a direct admission to the special training program for your daughter. No, that's far from enough. Your achievements are worthy of a national hero. I, Lin, will do everything in my power to secure all the treatment, resources, and respect that you and your daughter deserve. He spoke with a strong and resonant voice, his eyes burning with passion and sincerity. This is by no means empty talk or polite formality. A top-tier expert who can unleash a seemingly rare auxiliary domain in battle, possesses bizarrely powerful combat strength, and personally kills a king-level wild beast, is of value that cannot be measured by ordinary resources. Properly resettling and nurturing his only son is not only a way to reward his great service, but also the most important link for the country to win over and bind this strategic powerhouse, and it is only right and proper. This is exactly the attitude and guarantee that Wang Yitian wants. A faint, relieved smile finally appeared on his face, though it looked more like a twitch of the corner of his mouth because of his pale complexion. With Lin Wu Wang's words, I'm relieved. Well, on behalf of my daughter, I thank you in advance. Please don't thank me, sir. This is simply what I, Lin, and the military are doing. Lin Pijuan quickly replied, feeling genuinely relieved. The fact that Wang Yitian had a request made him feel more genuine and easier to deal with. What's most frightening is when such a powerful expert has no desires or wants. That's when people are at a loss and feel uneasy. With the matter settled, a heavy weight seemed to have been lifted from my heart. But looking around at the horrific scene, the bodies of the victims, the groans of the seriously wounded, and the air thick with sorrow and bloodshed, that sense of relief was instantly crushed by the heavy reality. In that case, we should not delay. Lin Pijuan took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions, and turned to begin making arrangements. His voice regained its usual calm and decisiveness, but it was now a little hoarse. Li Rui, you take your men and carefully collect the remains of Zhao Gang, Sun Ming, and the other brothers, and place them in emergency body bags. Secure Zhou Tao, Zhang Yan, and the others seriously wounded on stretchers, paying attention to their injuries. Inventory all the spoils of war and collected materials, and pack them into boxes. Check the condition of the transport boxes and prepare for the transfer. We'll depart in 1 hour. Yes. Li Rui replied in a hoarse voice, and immediately led the 4 remaining masters to get busy. His steps were a little unsteady, but his determination was exceptional. Lin Pijuan walked back to Wang Yitian's side, took out a smaller but more exquisitely crafted silver metal box from his pocket, and handed it over. Mr. Wang, inside are the rejuvenation pill and jade marrow muscle regeneration ointment specially supplied by the military. They have miraculous effects on internal injuries, loss of vital energy, and injuries to tendons and bones, far superior to ordinary goods. The stench of blood here is too strong, it is not advisable to linger. Sir, once you have taken the medicine and regained some strength, please depart as soon as possible. I will immediately inform Yi Xingfan in Jiangcheng and have him send his most reliable person out of the city to meet you. Wang Yitian didn't stand on ceremony, he really needed it right now. I took the box, it was icy cold to the touch. I opened it and found 3 pills the size of longans, emitting a faint purple aura, and 3 tubes of ointment as white as jade. He directly picked up a rejuvenation pill and threw it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm yet powerful current of heat that surged to his limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, his burning meridians and depleted dantian, like parched land receiving sweet rain, greedily absorbed the medicinal power. His spirit was invigorated, and even the excruciating pain in his left shoulder seemed to be relieved to some extent. Good stuff. Wang Yitian praised it generously, carefully putting the box away. This thing could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Take care, sir. Lin Pijuan clasped his hands in a respectful gesture once again. You too, take care on your journey. Wang Yitian nodded, wanting to say favorable wind, but then felt that the word was not quite appropriate after such a tragic sacrifice. He leaned against the scorching hot rock and slowly and laboriously stood up. His left leg went a little weak and he swayed, but he steadied himself. He glanced at the silent transport crate, then at the soldiers who were silently collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades, their faces a mixture of grief and numbness. His lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. He turned and left. Lin Pijuan stood there, watching the staggering figure until it disappeared into the distance, merging with the rising sun. He remained silent for a long time, then slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, tinged with the smell of blood. King Lin Wu. Li Rui walked over, his eyes red and swollen, and said in a low voice, "Everything is ready." Mr. Wang, can he really manage alone? He's so badly injured. Lin Pijuan withdrew his gaze and looked at the increasingly bright eastern sky. His eyes became sharp and deep again, like an ancient sword that was slowly returning to its sheath, yet still gleaming with a cold light. Don't worry. This Mr. Wang, his depths far exceed our imagination. From today onwards, his name will likely shake the capital. He paused, his voice lowering, filled with endless weariness and a hint of determination. Let's go, take the brothers, take what we won, and what we sacrificed. Our mission is not over yet. Chapter 106, Returning Home After the War. This is the second bonus chapter for today. Thank you again for your encouragement and support with donations. As dawn broke and the night had not yet completely faded, the dilapidated outline of Jiangcheng was faintly visible in the morning mist, like a wounded beast lying on its stomach, panting. The straight-line distance from Black Rock Cliff to Jiangcheng isn't too far. If Wang Yitian were in good condition and traveling at full speed, it would only take him about half an hour. But tonight, or rather this morning, this journey has been exceptionally difficult. Every step feels like walking on cotton, or like dragging a heavy burden through a swamp. Wang Yitian rejected Lin Pijuan's suggestion to have Yi Xingfan send someone to meet him. It's not that I'm being stubborn, it's that I feel it's unnecessary. With the gentle medicinal power of the rejuvenation pill, he barely managed to suppress the turbulent blood and qi in his body and the excruciating pain in his left shoulder, repaired some of his dried-up meridians, and regained some of the strength necessary for movement. But that feeling of weakness and exhaustion, originating from the very source of life, lingered like a persistent carbuncle, making his steps unsteady and his vision blur. He chose a relatively secluded but closer path. The streets were deserted, with only a few rescue workers and patrolling soldiers busy at work. They all cast doubtful glances at him, who was covered in blood, staggering along, and walking alone in the pre-dawn light like a lost ghost. However, the faint but undeniable aura of power emanating from Wang Yitian, even in his weakened state, along with his icy presence that kept strangers at bay, prevented anyone from approaching to question him. He walked and stopped intermittently. When he could no longer hold on, he would find a sheltered spot against a broken wall or ruin to lean against for a while, catch his breath, and feel the medicinal power of the rejuvenation pill gradually seep into his limbs and bones, repairing his damaged muscles, bones, and internal organs. He hastily applied the jade marrow muscle regenerating ointment to the wound on his left shoulder. The cool sensation temporarily suppressed the burning pain, but bone healing takes time. My mind was hazy. One moment I could feel the terrifying power of the final swipe of the funeral lion's claw, the next I could feel Zhao Gang's resolute roar as he lunged forward, then I could feel Lin Pujuan's red-rimmed eyes as he solemnly thanked me, and most of all, I could see my daughter's face last night, which had been trying to remain calm but couldn't hide her fear. "Don't really scare him," he muttered under his breath, wiping the cold sweat and blood from his face. He leaned against the wall, struggled to his feet again, and moved step by step toward Jinlan Garden. As the familiar outline of the neighborhood came into view, the eastern sky had already fully brightened, and the morning glow had dyed the clouds a pale golden red. Standing at the entrance of the residential area, Wang Yitian looked at the still relatively intact automatic door and felt as if he had been transported to another world. Last night, when I left, although I knew it was dangerous, I still felt a sliver of relief, thinking I'd be right back. I never imagined that in just one night, I would have faced life and death and almost never come back. He took a deep breath and straightened his back a little, not wanting his daughter to see him looking too disheveled later. But looking down at his own clothes, a tattered, blood-stained, and ashes-covered black casual outfit, with the left sleeve almost completely torn, revealing a still red and swollen shoulder covered in white ointment. His pants were torn in several places, and there was a burn hole on his knee. The shoes were even worse, covered in mud and some kind of dark red stain that was hard to identify. The face probably wasn't much better, blood and ash mixed together, making him look like a smeared cat. Forget it, I can't hide it anymore. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, dragged his heavy steps into the residential area, and went upstairs. When he arrived at his apartment on the 16th floor, he instinctively reached for his keys. But as soon as he raised his hand halfway, he aggravated the injury on his left shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain and freeze in his tracks. Never mind, I'll just knock on the door. He raised his uninjured right hand, bent his index finger, and gently knocked on the door. Almost the instant the knocking sounded, a soft thud came from inside the door, the sound of slippers quickly rubbing against the floor, followed by the click of the door lock being turned quickly. The door was suddenly pulled open. Behind the door was Wang Xinran's small face. Her hair was a bit messy, with colorful strands hanging down. Her eyes were red and swollen like two peaches, with dark circles under them, clearly indicating that she hadn't slept all night. She was still wearing the same cartoon pajamas from yesterday, barefoot, standing blankly at the door, her little face upturned, staring blankly at the man outside who was covered in blood, disheveled, yet giving her an ugly smile. Time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. Wang Xinran's lips began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes quickly filled with even more moisture, and the tip of her nose turned red. She opened her mouth as if to shout something, but no sound came out. Then, without warning, she burst into tears, a flood of emotions that had been suppressed all night, a mixture of fear, worry, grievance, and lingering dread, like a burst dam. She didn't care about anything else, and rushed out like a small cannonball, crashing headfirst into Wang Yitian's arms. Her two thin arms tightly wrapped around his waist, and she buried her face in his chest, which was covered with blood and dust and even smelled a little burnt, and burst into tears. Wa'ada. Dad. Why did you take so long to come back? How did you get like this? Wah-ah! The sound of crying echoed in the quiet stairwell in the early morning. She held him so tightly, as if she let go, he would disappear. Wang Yitian groaned as he was hit, a sharp pain shooting through the wound on his left shoulder, making his vision blur and almost causing him to lose his balance. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. He raised his still movable right hand and clumsily and gently patted his daughter's trembling back, again and again. Upon touching her, you can feel her body trembling violently from crying beneath her thin pajamas. Okay, don't cry, Ran. His voice was unusually hoarse due to weakness and exhaustion, but it carried a strange, reassuring gentleness. Dad's back, isn't he? Look, his arms and legs are all still there, no parts are missing. It's just, he had a little accident, a scrape. Don't cry, sweetie, if you cry you'll look like a little kitten, which isn't pretty to begin with. He tried to appease her with his usual teasing tone, but it didn't work. Wang Xinran cried even harder, lightly pounding his intact right chest with her fist between sobs. Although the blows were weak, each one was filled with deep grievance and lingering fear. Liar. You're lying. This isn't just a scrape. There's so much blood. Your clothes are torn. You're so cold. You. Are you hurt? Where are you hurt? How bad is it? Wha? Do you know how scared I was? I didn't dare to sleep all night. She was incoherent, crying uncontrollably, her tears and snot smearing all over Wang Etienne's dirty clothes. The emotions that had been frozen in Wang Etienne's heart because of the battle and life and death were completely melted at this moment by his daughter's hot tears and undisguised worry. They turned into a pool of warm acid, making his heart soften and his eyes feel hot. He tightened his arms, holding the sobbing little girl even closer to his chest, resting his chin gently on the top of her fluffy hair, inhaling the familiar scent of milk and tears emanating from her. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Dad. I made Ran worry. He said in a low voice, his tone more serious and gentle than ever before, but I'm not lying to you, I'm really fine. It's all someone else's blood, I'm tough as nails, even the king of hell won't dare take me. Look, I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? I can still stand here and let you beat me up. Wang Xinran sobbed and hiccuped. She lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes brimming with tears as she carefully examined his face. Then she looked at his obviously unnatural left shoulder and torn sleeve, her little hand wanting to touch it but not daring to. Her voice trembled as she asked, Are you really okay? What happened to your shoulder? Does it hurt a lot? It's nothing serious, just a sprain. I applied some medicine, and it'll be fine in a couple of days. Wang Etienne tried to make his smile look more relaxed. He raised his hand and used his thumb to wipe away the tears on her face. The movement was a little rough, but unusually gentle. Don't touch me. Your hands are covered in dust. Come on, let's go inside. Your dad urgently needs a cup of hot water and a sofa to relax on. He half embraced, half carried Wang Xinran, who was crying so hard her legs went weak, and led her into the house. He then closed the door behind him, shutting her out of the outside world. Chapter 107 Deep Enlightenment Experience card in hand. The familiar scent of home wafted over him, mixed with the lingering smell of instant noodles from last night, finally allowing Wang Etienne's tense nerves to completely relax. He almost stumbled as he fell into the large, soft old sofa in the living room, letting out a long, satisfied yet painful sigh. The sofa embraced his almost broken body, so comfortable that he nearly fell asleep on the spot. Nothing could compare to the sofa at home. Wang Xian followed closely behind, her eyes still red, but she had stopped crying, only her little face was filled with worry. She looked at her father slumped on the sofa, his eyes closed, his brow furrowed slightly in pain. She bit her lip, turned and ran to the kitchen. She quickly brought back a glass of warm water and carefully handed it to Wang Etienne's lips. Dad, water. Wang Etienne didn't open his eyes. He drank several large mouthfuls of water from her hand. The warm water flowed down his dry throat, as if it had moisturized his lungs, which were about to burst into flames, and he felt much better. Yes, my daughter is so good. He gave a weak compliment. Wang Xinran put down the cup, ran to the bathroom, wrung out a hot towel, knelt on the carpet next to the sofa, and began to carefully wipe the dried blood and dust off Wang Etienne's face and hands. Her movements were gentle and careful, as if she were handling a fragile treasure. As she wiped, she asked softly, Does it hurt? Are you hurt here? Were those bad guys very powerful? Not bad, your dad is a bit better. Wang Etienne closed his eyes, letting his daughter serve him, and still couldn't help but brag. There was just a big cat that didn't know its own strength and was a bit prickly, but in the end, your dad knocked it down with one punch. Isn't your dad awesome? What's so impressive about it? If it were impressive, it would have turned out like this. Wang Xinran's eyes reddened again, her voice trembling with tears as she complained, but her movements remained gentle. In the future, could you please not go to such dangerous places? Or take me with you. I may not be as capable as you, but I can stay far away and not hold you back. Nonsense. Wang Etienne opened his eyes and looked at his daughter's red, worried eyes. He reached out and ruffled her messy hair. If you train hard and compete well, that's the biggest help you can give your old man. When you're really good, I'll hide behind you and let you protect me, okay? Okay. It's a deal. Wang Xinran nodded emphatically, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. I will definitely become incredibly powerful in the future. Even more powerful than you. No one will be able to bully us. You have ambition, I'm waiting. Wang Etienne smiled, feeling a bit better, at least his head wasn't so dizzy anymore. He propped himself up a little. Alright, stop fussing. Dad's really fine, just tired. You must have been up all night too, right? Go wash your face and go back to your room for a nap. Be a good boy. Wang Xinran glanced at his pale face. Although she was worried, she still nodded obediently. What about you? Why don't you get some sleep too? The sofa isn't comfortable, go back to your room to sleep. I'm just going to lung here for a bit, I'm too lazy to move. You go ahead. Wang Etian waved his hand. Wang Xinran went to the bathroom, looking back every few steps, and soon the sound of running water could be heard. The living room fell silent. Wang Etian slumped back onto the sofa, listening to the sound of water running in the bathroom, feeling the coolness of the ointment on his left shoulder and the warm, nourishing effects of the rejuvenating pill emanating from his body, and slowly closed his eyes. Although my body was extremely exhausted, my mind was strangely relaxed and at peace because I was home and saw my daughter safe and sound. It's time to take a look at the harvest. On a whim, he brought up the system interface that only he could see. A pale blue screen unfolded before my eyes, and the familiar, cold electronic voice sounded precisely on time. Ding! The long-term side quest Eliminate the Weeds is complete. Mission evaluation, excellent. Successfully defeated the king-level wild beast funeral fire lion, completely eliminating its direct and significant threat to the bound target Wang Xinran and her environment. Effectively utilized personal advantages during the battle, discovered and exploited the enemy's weaknesses, and achieved crucial coordination with friendly units to ultimately complete the kill. Performance exceeded expectations. Task rewards, 5,000 fatherly love points. One chance to win a high-quality random prize. Current total fatherly love value, 10,700 points. 5,000 points. I got them. Wang Etian felt a surge of joy, and even the pain in his left shoulder seemed to lessen by a third. Although the process was dangerous and the cost was high, seeing the tangible reward in my account, especially the total amount breaking through the 10,000 mark and reaching 10,700 points, made all the fatigue and pain seem worthwhile. More importantly, ding! Host has been detected to have sufficient fatherly love value. Would you like to redeem a Deep Enlightenment Experience card 24 hours? The system notification sounded again, with an enticing tone. Wang Etian looked at the Deep Enlightenment Experience card 24 hours in his inventory, which he had been eyeing for a long time and was priced at 10,000 points. Then he looked at the bright 10,700 points in his account. Without any hesitation, he even eagerly confirmed it in his mind. Exchange. Redeem successful. Consuming 10,000 fatherly love points, you have obtained 1 Deep Enlightenment Experience card 24 hours, but current fatherly love value, 700 points. My account balance dwindled instantly, leaving me with a paltry 700 points. But Wang Etian didn't feel sorry for her at all. Instead, she felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. His gaze was fixed intently on the new card that had appeared in his inventory. The card had an antique design, a warm, jade-white color, and was outlined with mysterious, seemingly slowly rotating cloud patterns. In the center was a small figure sitting cross-legged with a phantom image of 3 flowers gathered above his head, radiating a faint glow that calmed the mind and soothed the spirit. This is it. A treasure that can help my daughter make rapid progress in her skills in a short period of time, and even have the potential to reach the level of a grandmaster. With it, plus the Dragon Kingdom Youth Special Training Class spot promised by Lin Pijuan, my daughter's future path has been paved with a glittering shortcut. At least, she will be better able to protect herself when trouble comes knocking again at any time. It was worth it. Absolutely worth it. Although he had used up his life-saving, Grandmaster Peak experience card, and was still half dead, he felt that this was worthwhile, even a huge gain, because it solved the problem of the funeral fire lion, paved the way for his daughter. He let out a long, long sigh, as if exhaling all the pent-up frustration, lingering fear, and exhaustion in his chest. My body was still weak and aching, but I felt an unprecedented sense of peace and ease in my heart. He exited the system interface, his gaze falling on his daughter's tightly closed bedroom door, a gentle smile unconsciously curving his lips. The little girl probably fell asleep the moment her head hit the bed, right? I was exhausted and terrified after a whole night of running around. He turned to look out the window again. It was already broad daylight, and the sunlight streamed into the living room without obstruction, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air, as well as the messy wounds and stains on his body. But at least for now, the sun is shining, his daughter is sleeping peacefully, the biggest threat has been eliminated, and the most important cheat code has been obtained. He now has the resources to help his daughter grow up quickly, and he has room to breathe. Let's meet force with force and water with earth. Wang Yitian muttered to himself, then slumped back onto the sofa, finding a relatively comfortable position that wouldn't put pressure on his left shoulder. A wave of exhaustion washed over me, and my eyelids felt so heavy I couldn't lift them. Before falling into a deep sleep, his last thought was, when I wake up, I need to figure out how to use that enlightenment card, and what about that random high-quality lottery draw? I wonder what good stuff I'll get. Chapter 108. My daughter isn't suited to cooking. Wang Yitian was woken up by hunger. It felt like there was a grumpy cat inside his stomach, scratching his intestines frantically and gurgling in protest. He groggily opened his eyes, and the dazzling sunlight was already streaming in through the window, casting a bright patch of light on the living room floor. A faint, There's a faint scent in the air. What does it taste like? It smells like the delicate aroma of rice porridge, mixed with a slightly burnt smell. He lay on the sofa, in the same position he had collapsed in the night before, feeling as if his body had been trampled by a herd of armored rhinoceroses, or as if he had been stuffed into a rusty washing machine and tossed around for 3 days and 3 nights. Every bone, every inch of muscle, was groaning with aching pain. The wound on my left shoulder wasn't burning as badly anymore. The area covered by the jade marrow muscle regenerating ointment felt cool and tingly, which meant the medicine was working and the wound was starting to heal. The tremors in my internal organs have subsided considerably. The weakness that originated from my very core is still there, but at least it's not like last night when even the slightest movement made my vision go black. The rejuvenation pill is indeed a good thing. It's a special supply for the military and lives up to its reputation. He tried to move, and his joints made a series of soft cracking sounds, like an old wooden door being pushed open. He slowly sat up, supporting himself on the sofa armrest, his movements still somewhat stiff and sluggish. Looking down at myself, I was still wearing those tattered clothes, stained with blood and ashes. After sleeping all night, they were wrinkled and clung to my body, smelling of sweat, blood, and ointment. It was incredibly unpleasant. Well, this image is ruined. Wang Yitian tugged at his collar with disdain, then touched his chin, revealing his stubble. Forget it, I'll take care of my stomach first, then I'll take care of myself. He stood up and stretched his legs. Although they were still a little weak, he could walk without any problems. Following the aroma to the kitchen door, he saw Wang Xinran standing with her back to him in front of the stove, holding a spatula and facing a small soup pot as if facing a formidable enemy. She changed into a clean t-shirt and shorts, her hair was tied into a messy little bun, and from behind, her shoulders looked very tense. Puff, puff. White porridge was cooking in the pot, but it seemed to be sticking to the edge of the pot, with a few small, brownish bubbles rising to the surface. On the cutting board next to it were 2 poorly cracked eggs and a bowl of pickled mustard greens cut into uneven pieces. Hey, Chef Wang, cooking for you today? What delicious food are you making? Wang Yitian leaned against the doorframe and spoke weakly, his voice still hoarse from just waking up. Wang Xinran was startled and turned around abruptly, almost dropping the spatula in her hand. Seeing that it was Wang Yitian, she visibly relaxed, but her face immediately hardened as she looked him up and down. You're awake? How are you feeling? Does it still hurt? Why did you get up? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? A barrage of questions came at me, revealing my undisguised concern. It's all right, I won't die. Wang Yitian waved his hand, slowly moved to the dining table and sat down. Looking at his daughter staring at the porridge pot as if facing a formidable enemy, he wanted to laugh a little. I'm just so hungry. This porridge, if you cook it a little longer, can we just eat it as crispy rice? Mind your own business. We should be grateful we have anything to eat. Wang Xinran blushed and retorted defiantly, but she quickly turned around and hurriedly turned down the heat. She carefully stirred the bottom of the pot with a spatula, trying to scrape off the parts that were stuck to the pot, but the more she did it, the worse it got, and a small patch of the bottom of the pot turned black. TSK, you obviously didn't inherit my true skills. Wang Yitian shook his head and instructed, stop stirring, add some hot water, and simmer it slowly over low heat. Do you know how to fry eggs? Forget it, judging by your technique, I'll do it to avoid wasting food. Who doesn't know how? I'm just not good at it. Wang Xinran was stubborn, but looking at the charred patch in the pan, she felt a little guilty. She silently added some hot water to the pan, then picked up an egg defiantly, saying, what's so hard about frying an egg? Watch closely. 5 minutes later. A strange smell of burning and eggs filled the kitchen. Wang Xinran stared in silence at the strangely shaped fried egg in the frying pan. Its edges were charred black, its center was mushy, and the yolk and white were completely mixed together. Another egg was cracked too hard, and half of the shell broke and fell into the bowl. She was trying to pick out the broken shell with chopsticks, which made her very flustered. Wang Yitian had leisurely finished washing up and changed into clean home clothes. Although his face was still a little pale and he was too lazy to shave, he at least looked like a human being. He strolled into the kitchen, glanced at the scene side, and took the chopsticks and bowl from Wang Xinran. "Alright, little darling, go stand over there and watch your dad show you what he can do. Go, ladle out the porridge, be careful it's hot." Wang Xinran pouted and reluctantly relinquished the battlefield, obediently going to serve the porridge. Her movements as she ladled out the porridge were much more steady. 2 bowls of plain porridge with a little bit of crispy rice crust were carefully placed on the table. Wang Yitian moved nimbly. Although his left shoulder was still not very agile, he was still skilled at operating with his right hand. Crack the eggs, put them in the pan, toss them with one hand, sprinkle with salt, and remove from the pan. 2 perfectly fried eggs, with golden brown edges, tender whites, and runny yolks, quickly lay on a plate. He quickly chopped some scallions and sprinkled them on the porridge. He also rearranged the crooked pickled mustard greens that Wang Xinran had cut, making them look much better. "Let's eat." He pushed the plate of fried eggs to the middle of the table, picked up his bowl of porridge first, and slurped down a big mouthful. The warm porridge eased his burning hunger considerably, making him squint his eyes in comfort. Wang Xinran sipped her porridge slowly, her eyes frequently glancing at Wang Yitian, especially at his left shoulder where he would occasionally furrow his brow slightly when he moved. After Wang Yitian finished a fried egg and his complexion improved, she asked softly, "Dad, is your shoulder really okay?" "Yes, much better. That ointment is quite effective." Wang Yitian chewed on some pickled vegetables and mumbled, "I just need to rest for a few more days, and I can't overexert myself. By the way, you really didn't sleep at all last night?" "She slept, for a while." Wang Xinran poked at the porridge in her bowl, her head lowered. "Later, I heard noises outside and couldn't sleep." "Dad, what happened yesterday? Were those bad guys really that powerful? Did you almost?" Her voice trailed off, and she didn't finish. Wang Yitian put down his bowl, and seeing his daughter's uneasy expression, his heart softened. He carefully chose his words, trying to downplay the situation. "It was pretty tough, a big guy came. But your dad is even tougher. I teamed up with a really skilled swordsman and took it down. It's all right now, the threat is temporarily gone. It's just a bit tiring, so I came back late and even got a few bruises. Did I scare you?" Wang Xinran nodded, then shook her head, her eyes a little red, but she held back. I'm just worried. "Dad, could you please not go to such dangerous places in the future?" "I'll try my best." Wang Yitian couldn't give a definite answer. In this world, some things can't be avoided. He changed the subject. "By the way, I have something to tell you. Although last night was dangerous, it wasn't without its rewards. Besides helping you get rid of a big problem, your dad also, made a small fortune and got some good stuff." "Something good?" Wang Xinran's attention was indeed drawn, and she looked up curiously. "Well, it's a treasure passed down from my ancestors, a hidden gem." Wang Yitian put down his chopsticks, his expression becoming somewhat mysterious, and lowered his voice. "What a pity, it's too old, and it seems a bit, disposable. I don't really have much use for it anymore." Chapter 109 Daughter obtains Enlightenment Card. He took out the Deep Enlightenment Experience card 24 hours, from his pocket, actually from the system space. The jade white card shimmered with a warm luster in the morning light, and the mysterious cloud patterns on it seemed to be breathing slowly, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary item. Wang Xinran's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Although her cultivation level is still shallow, martial artists are naturally sensitive to energy and special items. She could feel the strange, calming energy emanating from the card, an energy that seemed to resonate with the soul. What is this?" Her eyes widened. "This," Wang Yitian gently placed the card on the dining table and pushed it in front of his daughter, "is called the Enlightenment Card. You should understand from the name. Crush it, concentrate your mind, and you can enter a very mysterious enlightenment state, which lasts about a day. In this state, your efficiency in cultivating techniques, comprehending martial arts, and understanding the circulation of vital energy will be many, many times higher than usual, and it will be easier to grasp that flash of inspiration feeling. Breaking through bottlenecks will also be much easier." He tried his best to explain in terms that Wang Xinran could understand. These were brief descriptions of the usage methods and effects provided by the system. A sudden realization, in one day? Wang Xinran's breath hitched, and her eyes widened even more. Even though she was a complete novice in cultivation, She understood what sudden enlightenment meant. That's a state that countless martial artists dream of but can only dream of. A single moment of enlightenment is worth more than months or even years of arduous practice. This card can actually enter this state on its own and last all day? This is simply a legendary divine object. Dad. This is too precious. Is this really an heirloom? How come I've never heard you mention it before? Wang Xinlan's voice changed tone. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but she was a little hesitant, afraid of breaking it. It's something I keep hidden away. I wouldn't just bring it out unless absolutely necessary. Wang Yitian continued his fabrication without batting an eye. Our ancestors probably obtained it by chance. It has been passed down through generations, but unfortunately, few of the descendants are capable enough to use it, or they are unwilling to use it. Now that it's passed down to your father, I see you're cultivating quite diligently, and your talent is decent enough. This thing's just gathering dust, so I might as well give it to you. Maybe it can help you break through to the mid-stage or even late-stage martial master sooner? He spoke of it so casually, as if he were only giving someone a piece of candy. Wang Xinran was completely stunned. She looked at the card on the table that exuded a mysterious aura, and then at her father's casual expression that said, "It's just a card." Her heart pounded wildly. Of course she knew that the card's value was immeasurable. Dad just gave it to her like that? Just because you think she's hardworking and has passable talent? An indescribable warmth welled up inside her, making her nose sting and her eyes burn. The fear and worry of last night seemed to be dispelled at this moment by the profound warmth brought by this light card. Her father risked his life to not only eliminate the threat but also bring her back this treasure. Dad! Her voice choked with emotion. She wanted to say thank you, to say it was too precious, to say why she didn't use it herself, but 1,000 words stuck in her throat, finally turning into a tearful, You're so good to me. Stop it, get out of the way, that's so cheesy. Wang Yitian rubbed his arms, looking like he couldn't take it anymore. Quickly put it away and use it when no one is around and you're in a good state of mind. Remember, keep your mind calm, don't let your mind wander, focus on the experience. You only get one chance, don't waste it. Also, you might feel tired for a while after using it, that's normal, get plenty of rest and consolidate what you've learned. He also briefly explained some of the precautions that the system had provided. Okay. I've got it. Wang Xinran nodded emphatically, carefully holding the card in both hands, feeling its warm touch and strange vibrations, as if she were holding the most precious treasure in the world. She looked up at Wang Yitian, her eyes brighter and more determined than ever before. Dad, don't worry, I definitely won't waste this opportunity. I will definitely become incredibly powerful. Alright, I'll wait and see how good you are. Wang Yitian smiled and waved his hand. Alright, hurry up and finish your porridge, then go do what you need to do. Your dad's going to lie here for a bit longer. Wang Xinran carefully put the card away, then quickly finished the rest of her porridge and cleaned up the dishes. Her movements were lighter than usual, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. Watching his daughter's joyful figure disappear into the distance, Wang Yitian leaned back in his chair, feeling quite content. This girl is finally showing some spirit. Giving her the enlightenment card is a big relief. Now it's up to her own fate. After Wang Xinran finished cleaning up the kitchen, she hummed an off-key song as she went back to her room, saying she needed to calm down and prepare to use the enlightenment card. The living room then fell silent again. Wang Yitian slumped back onto the sofa, this time truly relaxing. The warm sunshine felt so comforting that he almost fell asleep again. However, there's still one thing I haven't done. With a thought, he brought up the system interface again. The pale blue screen unfolded, and his gaze fell directly on the newly appeared, dazzling treasure chest icon in his inventory, random high-quality lottery chance X1. This is another reward for completing the Root Out the Weeds mission. I wonder what good stuff I'll get. Wang Yitian felt a little excited and a little nervous. A high-quality lottery sounded pretty good. If I could draw something that instantly boosts my combat power, or a useful item, that would be perfect. Chapter 110 The Xianyuan Sword Projection. System, use a random high-quality lottery draw opportunity, he silently recited in his mind. Ding. Confirm use of one random high-quality lottery chance? Confirm. As soon as the command was given, the system interface in front of us changed instantly. The colorful treasure chest icon suddenly enlarged, filling the entire field of vision, and then burst open with a bang. Countless dazzling rays of light of various colors burst forth from the treasure chest, spinning, flashing, and intertwining rapidly before his eyes. Within the light, countless strange phantom images of objects could be vaguely seen flashing by. There were pills emitting terrifying fluctuations, divine weapons engraved with profound runes, armor of extraordinary materials, ancient scrolls, and strange minerals and plants. A dazzling array, each exuding a heart-palpitating aura. Clearly none of them were extraordinary. The lottery wheel spun at an astonishing speed, and the afterimages of the items were so fast that they were not even visible. Wang Yitian held his breath, his eyes fixed intently. Although he knew the outcome was random, the process was still somewhat thrilling. The rotation began to slow down, and the alluring phantom images of those treasures slowly drifted by. Finally, the light gradually faded and the rotation stopped. All the brilliance and illusions vanished, leaving only one thing floating silently in the center of the field of vision. It was the phantom of a sword. Its style is extremely simple and even somewhat plain. The sword is long and slender, with a dark color. It is neither as dazzling as gold or silver, nor as cold as black iron, but a dark gold that has been accumulated over countless years, as if it bears the weight of mountains and rivers. The hilt and blade are seamlessly integrated, engraved with ancient patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, agriculture, animal husbandry, and the unification of the four seas. Although blurred, they exude a majestic and righteous aura of ruling over the world. Even before the sword was drawn, an unparalleled sharpness that could sever space and time and destroy all laws was faintly revealed, making Wang Yitian's soul tremble. This is. Wang Yitian's pupils suddenly contracted. At the same time, the system's cold and clear notification sound, like a resounding bell, boomed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a divine weapon, the Xianyuan sword projection, through a random high-quality lottery draw. Xianyuan sword projection. In the ancient mythological era, the supreme holy sword wielded by the human race's holy emperor, Xianyuan Huangdi, to slay Qiyu and establish order in the world. This sword symbolizes the way of the king, the way of the saint, and the way of the emperor, containing supreme righteousness and the power to ward off evil. This is a projection condensed by the system based on the legend, possessing some of the original's power. Characteristic 1. The power of the holy path possesses extremely strong restraint and damage bonus against all evil, malevolent spirits, demons, and wild beasts. Characteristic 2. The edge of the king. Wherever the sword's edge points, it is invincible, greatly enhancing the wielder's attack sharpness and destructive power. Infused with elemental energy, it can unleash a magnificent sword aura, its power depending on the user's strength and temperament. Characteristic 3. Aura of the human emperor. Weak. Holding it can, to some extent, intimidate all spirits, stabilize the mind, and prevent all evil from invading. Currently a projection, the effect is weakened. Note 1. This sword can be taken out of or retrieved from the system space at any time. Note 2. The sword is damaged. Projection is incomplete. It needs to be nurtured with the host's cultivation level or repaired with special materials to gradually restore its full power. Note 3. Those who are not upright, open-minded, and devoted to humanity will find it difficult to unleash its true power, and may even suffer a backlash from it. Xianyuan sword? Wang Yitian's mind went blank for a moment, as if his brain had gone completely blank. He stared at the ancient, solemn, dark golden sword phantom in his field of vision, which exuded an unparalleled aura that made his soul cheer with joy, and almost jumped off the sofa. A divine weapon. The Xianyuan sword. Even though it's a projection, it's still the Xianyuan sword. The legendary sword of the human emperor, the sword of the holy path. This lottery, this luck, it's unbelievable. Ecstasy erupted like a volcano, instantly overwhelming him. The heartache from depleting fatherly love points and the frustration from the injury vanished in an instant. It was worth it. Absolutely worth it. For him, this is absolutely the most urgently needed and most powerful assistance right now. He had indeed been very envious of Lin Pujuan's sword. Although the sword was damaged in the battle last night, he could still sense its extraordinary nature. It was at least a divine weapon of the king rank, complementing Lin Pujuan's swordsmanship and possessing astonishing power. He had been thinking that once he had more fatherly love points, he might try to find a better weapon in the system shop, since he couldn't always rely on his fists and agility to fight head-on. Who would have thought that a pillow would be delivered just when you're about to fall asleep? I got the Xianyuan sword projection directly. A divine item. Although the notes say projection, damage, and reduced effect, that is still the foundation of a divine item. It has a special effect against evil beasts, greatly increases attack power, and can also stabilize the mind. This is practically a divine artifact tailor-made for him, an old father who often has to risk his life against wild beasts and protect his daughter. Ha ha ha. We've struck it rich. We've really struck it rich this time. Wang Yitian almost burst out laughing, but quickly covered his mouth, afraid of disturbing his daughter who was trying to calm down in the room. With a thought, he tried to remove the projection of the Xianyuan sword from the system space. The next second, he felt his right hand sink. A long sword, about 3 feet 3 inches long, with a dark gold color and an ancient and grand style, was firmly held in his hand. The sword felt slightly cool to the touch, but not icy. Instead, it had a warm and substantial feel, as if you were holding not metal, but a condensed history and a heavy responsibility. The ancient patterns on the sword hilt are within reach, bearing the marks of time. Sure enough, near the hilt, there was an extremely fine, almost invisible crack that extended all the way to the middle of the blade, making the sword's aura somewhat obscure and less majestic than in the phantom image. But this does not diminish its inherent nobility and majesty. Wang Yitian waved his hand lightly, without injecting any elemental energy. The long sword sliced through the air, emitting an extremely faint, dragon-like tremor, and the surrounding air seemed to become clearer. He could sense that the sword seemed to have its own emotions, a calm, majestic, and arrogant disdain for all living beings, yet it also revealed a strange and faint sense of identification with him, its wielder. A fine sword. Wang Yitian loved it so much that he looked at it over and over again. Although it's damaged and its power greatly reduced now, its foundation is still there, and it can be gently nurtured and repaired. The future is promising. With another thought, the long sword vanished from his hand and returned to the system space. With another movement, it reappears in your hand. It's incredibly convenient, allowing for effortless control. With this sword, it should be much easier to cut down any beasts of general or king level next time I encounter them. Wang Yitian thought to himself with satisfaction that the injury in his left shoulder didn't hurt as much anymore. He put away the Xianyuan sword, slumped back onto the sofa, crossed his legs, and felt that the sunlight was even brighter. Although there are certainly more troubles ahead, such as the threat of the thunder lizard, the attention of higher-ups, and the difficulties in his daughter's cultivation, at this moment, holding the Xianyuan sword projection and cherishing his expectations for his daughter's future, Wang Yitian felt that life seemed to have a future again. Take your time, there's no rush. He looked out the window at the bright spring sunshine, a lazy and contented smile playing on his lips. Let's wait for my daughter to use the enlightenment card and see how it goes. Then, I should start thinking about how to repair this precious sword. Chapter 111: The Effects of the Enlightenment Card. Wang Yitian slumped on the sofa in a classic Guyu slouch, from the soft morning light to the high midday sun, and then from the high midday sun to the setting sun. He looked so bored he was practically growing mushrooms on his body. His eyes were closed, his breathing was drawn out, and his left hand was idly rubbing his round belly. That was thanks to the soy sauce fried rice he had casually whipped up at noon. His right hand dangled by the sofa, his fingertips tapping unconsciously every now and then, as if providing background sound for the silent TV drama playing in his head. The living room was so quiet you could hear the dust falling. Only the second hand of the old-fashioned wall clock dutifully ticked away, measuring the passage of time. But this leisure is a complete disguise. 99% of his mind was like the finest, invisible spiderweb, gently yet firmly enveloping his daughter Wang Xinran's bedroom door. From the moment the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, a hint of nervousness and determination in her voice as she told him, "Dad, I'm ready," and then she clutched that warm, jade-white card as she went back to her room and closed the door. Wang Yitian appeared calm on the surface, but the pounding in his heart never stopped. The Enlightenment card sounds impressive just from its name. It's a premium product from the system, and the description of its effects makes you really want to try it. But sudden enlightenment is such a mysterious thing. Forcibly guiding someone into a deep state, and then continuing it for an entire day, puts a huge burden on the mind and body. He feared that his daughter was too young, too simple-minded, and too stubborn. If she got stuck in that mysterious state of forgetting herself in the world, or if she lost herself in the sudden surge of profound insights and power, then things would get really messy. So, he lay there, silently regulating his breathing as he circulated his internal energy, absorbing the medicinal power of the rejuvenation pill to nourish the laceration in his left shoulder and the shock to his internal organs. However, most of his senses were like the most sensitive tentacles, clinging to every inch of air in his daughter's room, capturing the most subtle changes in the atmosphere. For the first few hours, the room was eerily quiet. Only Wang Xinran's long, even, almost inaudible breathing could be heard, along with a peculiar sense of emptiness that seemed to blend completely into the surrounding environment. This is not a deep sleep, but a state of complete mental immersion and isolation from the outside world. The start was pretty good, and it's holding up well. Wang Yitian calmed down a bit. Being able to smoothly enter the zone, without being anxious or impatient, meant he was already more than halfway there. He casually grabbed the remaining half-pack of biscuits beside him, took a bite, and used it as a way to calm himself down. Time moves like a snail climbing a tree, so slowly it makes you anxious. He mechanically chewed the biscuit while intently sensing the surroundings. Gradually, he could sense that his daughter's aura was beginning to change. It was no longer the solid but slightly clumsy energy fluctuations of the early stages of martial arts mastery, with occasional sluggishness in its operation. Instead, it was as if it had been repeatedly kneaded, pounded, and purified by invisible, skillful hands, gradually becoming more and more rounded and smooth, with its foundation becoming solid at a visible speed. The flow of primordial energy in the meridians became less rough and more smooth, like flowing clouds in water. Yes, first strengthen the foundation and build a solid base, this is the right approach. Wang Etian nodded to himself. This enlightenment card seems to understand how to teach according to aptitude. Instead of rushing for a breakthrough right away, it first spends a lot of effort to hone the foundation, which is much wiser than being impatient for quick success and pursuing a leap in realm. As the clock reluctantly moved to the afternoon, about 12 hours had passed since Wang Xinran used the enlightenment card. Wang Etian, who had been pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, paused almost imperceptibly for a moment as he tapped the sofa with his fingers. They've arrived. The deep tranquility of the room was finally disturbed by a pebble thrown in, creating ripples. The energy that was originally flowing steadily and solidly seemed to suddenly gain extra, surging power, and began to accelerate and converge. The speed of the energy flow has increased significantly, and it is subtly showing a tendency to converge and compress towards the core of the dantian. A familiar sense of accumulating power and climbing, a precursor to a breakthrough in a minor realm, was clearly conveyed through the door. I'm aiming for the mid-stage of martial master. Wang Etian sat up almost imperceptibly, his spiritual sense becoming even more concentrated. The journey from the early to the middle stages of martial arts mastery is a small step, but it requires considerable accumulation of experience. With her previous foundation and the half-day of refinement with the enlightenment card, the breakthrough is a natural outcome. The only question is how smooth the process will be. He waited patiently. The process of energy gathering and compression lasted for about half an hour. He could clearly sense his daughter's aura steadily and firmly rising, challenging that invisible boundary. Finally, a very faint tremor, like the gentle plucking of a fine musical string, spread through Wang Etian's keen senses. Immediately afterwards, the atmosphere in the daughter's room brightened up. The intensity of his aura suddenly increased, becoming more solid and substantial, and his movements also showed more of the composure and power unique to a mid-stage martial master. Mid-stage martial master successfully broke through. Good. Wang Etian's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and his worries dissipated considerably. Smooth, solid, and natural, without the slightest strain, this is the ideal state for a breakthrough. The effects of the enlightenment card are beginning to truly take hold. He had just breathed a sigh of relief for his daughter when a subtle change began to occur within his own body. Ding! Detected that the bound target, Wang Xinran, has increased her strength to the mid-stage of martial master. Feedback mechanism activated. Energy feedback in progress. Congratulations, host. Your strength has increased. Current realm, early grandmaster, mid grandmaster. The system notification sounded in my mind right on time. A pure and gentle warm current surged out from the depths of my dantian without warning, instantly sweeping through my limbs and bones. This power did not come from outside, rather, it was more like a part of his own latent power that was triggered and stimulated by some kind of rule. He could clearly feel that the total amount and quality of his yuan energy, the width and resilience of his meridians, and even the coverage and clarity of his divine sense were all increasing, consolidating, and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Previously, his foundation as a grandmaster was slightly weakened due to the use of experience cards and injuries, but it was instantly solidified like a rock, and he steadily and firmly stepped into the mid-stage. The slight discomfort caused by overexertion was completely soothed by this feedback force. The tingling sensation in my left shoulder injury seems to be healing much faster. This feels good. Wang Etian felt the power surging within him by nearly 40–50%, raised an eyebrow, and felt even more pleased. The return on this investment was both timely and substantial. My daughter made a breakthrough, and I advanced along with her. Is there anything more satisfying than this kind of easy win? Although this lying down was earned with one's life. He slumped back into the sofa, more relaxed than ever, and even started thinking about whether he should order takeout to celebrate his daughter's breakthrough that night. Well, he'd wait until it was over, he couldn't disturb her. The afterglow of the setting sun was gradually replaced by the dark blue night, and the city lights began to twinkle sporadically. Wang Yitian didn't turn on the main lights, letting himself hide in the gradually deepening gloom of the living room, with only the faint light from the distant buildings outlining his silhouette as he leaned back on the sofa. After her daughter broke through to the mid-stage, her aura stabilized slightly and she adapted for less than an hour before she threw herself back into that incredibly efficient and amazing cultivation rhythm. The Enlightenment card seemed to increase in its efficiency in absorbing and converting energy as her cultivation level improved. As the clock silently struck midnight, approximately 18 hours had passed since the Enlightenment card was used. Suddenly, Wang Etienne, who had been maintaining a relaxed posture, twitched his eyebrows slightly. Inside the room, Wang Xinran's aura changed significantly once again. This time, the energy convergence is even more rapid and on a larger scale. An invisible energy vortex seemed to have formed inside her room, greedily absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth energy, even causing the air in the living room to flow almost imperceptibly towards her room. Her aura, like an inflating balloon, began to expand and rise rapidly again, carrying an unstoppable and indomitable sharp will, crashing fiercely into the solid barrier of the late-stage martial master. Oh? You've already reached the late stages so quickly? Wang Etienne sat up straight, somewhat surprised. The accumulation required to progress from the mid to the late stages of a martial arts master far exceeds that required to progress from the early to the mid stages. It seems he underestimated the terrifying boost the Enlightenment card would give to cultivation efficiency, as well as his daughter's own drive to seize the opportunity and sprint with all her might. This breakthrough was even more ferocious than before, filled with the determination of conquering new territories. The impact was significantly more intense and prolonged than the last one. I could clearly sense the energy repeatedly crashing and vibrating in front of the barrier, and my daughter's breath fluctuated accordingly. Clearly, the barriers for martial arts masters in the later stages are far stronger than those in the middle stages. Time ticked by, and about 40 minutes passed. Just as Wang Yitian felt that the impact might have reached its limit and needed to be paused. A more powerful, more refined, and vast aura, like a surging river, suddenly spread out from the room. The power unique to late-stage martial artists, brimming with strength and subtly accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, was clearly revealed. Late stage of martial master, breakthrough successful. Chapter 112. The 17-year-old Grandmaster. Good heavens! Wang Yitian's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but exclaim. He succeeded. He actually advanced from the early stage of martial master to the late stage in about 18 hours. This efficiency is simply astonishing. This Enlightenment card truly lives up to its name of depth. At this rate, could the best effective martial master perfection described in the card's description not be so far-fetched after all? Just as ecstasy welled up inside him, the system's feedback arrived as expected, and it was even more intense than before. Ding! Detected that the bound target, Wang Xinran, has increased her strength to the late stage of martial master. Feedback mechanism activated. Energy feedback in progress. Congratulations, host. Your strength has increased. Current realm, mid-grandmaster, late grandmaster. Another, even more powerful and purer warm current erupted from within. His cultivation level has surged once again. He's now a late-stage grandmaster. Wang Yitian felt his strength instantly increase by nearly double. Yuan energy surged and roared within his body like a mighty river, and his divine sense became even more acute, revealing every detail within a radius of tens of meters. If he were to face the Cave Spider Queen or the Wind Blade Wolf King again now, he was confident that even without relying on the Shen Yuan sword, his current cultivation level and combat skills would be enough to hold his own or even defeat them. Awesome! Wang Yitian clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, overjoyed. This leveling speed was faster than riding a rocket. Indeed, raising a daughter was the true path to improving one's strength. He leaned back on the sofa, in high spirits, and even started thinking about how to casually show off his breakthrough when his daughter came out, and then enjoy her surprised little expression. As night deepened, all was quiet. Wang Yitian remained in the dimly lit living room, like a tireless guardian statue. After her daughter broke through to the later stage, she spent a considerable amount of time stabilizing and adapting her aura before immersing herself once again in that deep level of cultivation. But Wang Yitian could sense that her focus in cultivation seemed to have shifted. It was no longer about simply accumulating and clashing, but rather turning to a deeper level of integration and enlightenment. The circulation of primordial energy became slow and heavy, as if it were being repeatedly refined and purified, and the resonance between qi, blood, and spirit reached a new level. Is this preparation for achieving perfection? Wang Yitian understood. Reaching the pinnacle of martial master meant reaching the limit of one's current realm, with no further advancement possible. It was a crucial step in adjusting one's state to its most perfect state to prepare for the insurmountable barrier of Grandmaster. Many martial artists are willing to waste several years in the later stages in pursuit of perfection. The daughter was clearly not satisfied with just the later stages. In the final stage of the Enlightenment card, she launched an attack towards perfection. Time continued to flow, and the 24 hours were drawing ever closer to their end. When the clock struck 2 a.m., there was less than an hour left before the effect of the Enlightenment card ended. Wang Yitian's divine sense captured the most subtle and crucial change in the atmosphere of the room. Wang Xinran's already extremely refined and powerful late-stage martial arts aura began to slowly contract and compress inward with a peculiar rhythm. It was no longer expanding and colliding outwards, but rather being tempered and condensed to the extreme within. It's as if the finest steel is undergoing its final, most crucial forging, to remove all impurities and optimize its structure to perfection. Her vital energy, blood, and spirit resonated in an unprecedented harmony, and she seemed to have transformed into a flawless, natural piece of jade, being carefully polished by time. A sense of perfection, flawlessness, and ultimate began to emanate from her. It's the final moment. We have to succeed. Wang Yitian had unknowingly stood up, held his breath, and stared intently at the door, as if he could see through the wooden planks to the small figure inside who was challenging his own limits. This process was exceptionally slow and agonizing. Every minute and every second felt like it was being stretched out. With only a few minutes left until the end of the 24 hours. The room, where the atmosphere had been compressed to its extreme, suddenly fell silent. It was as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Immediately afterwards. Thump! A heartbeat, seemingly from the ancient wilderness, resounded loudly in Wang Yitian's soul. It is not an actual sound, but a resonance between heaven and earth caused when one's level of life and power reaches the current perfection. A magnificent aura, perfectly complete, as weighty as a towering mountain, and as refined as ancient ice, slowly emanated from Wang Xinran's body, like a sleeping ancient beast slowly awakening. It carried an ultimate majesty that signified stopping at this realm, with nothing to add or subtract. This aura was not flamboyant or domineering, but rather extremely calm, harmonious, and free. The energy around him circulated endlessly, without any stagnation or flaws. Martial Master Perfection. Success. At the very last moment of the Enlightenment card's effect, I successfully entered that realm. Great! Wang Yitian clenched his fists, almost unable to hold back his shout, his eyes filled with excitement and pride. 24 hours. From the initial stage of Martial Master to the peak stage of Martial Master. What an amazing leap! My own daughter actually did it. This talent, this perseverance, and this determination to seize opportunities made him, as the father, incredibly proud. At the same time, the system feedback arrived as expected, and it was more extensive than ever before. Ding! Detected that the bound target, Wang Xinran, has increased her strength to the peak of Martial Master. Feedback mechanism activated. Energy feedback in progress. Congratulations, host. Your strength has increased. Current realm, late Grandmaster, peak Grandmaster. The warm current, several times more intense than before, transformed into a raging torrent of energy, instantly shattering the barrier between the late stage and peak Grandmaster levels. Wang Yitian felt the power within his body surge like a volcanic eruption, instantly reaching the peak of the Grandmaster realm. His primordial energy was as vast as the sea, and his divine sense was as condensed as a tangible substance. With every move he made, he seemed to be able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, he felt stronger than ever before, and it seemed that he was only one step away from the insurmountable barrier of the Martial King realm. However, just as Wang Yitian had stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the Grandmaster level and was preparing to breathe a sigh of relief, celebrating his daughter's successful completion of her cultivation and his own abundant gains, the anomaly occurred suddenly, less than 10 seconds after the effects of the Enlightenment card had completely dissipated and the surroundings had returned to calm. Having just reached perfection and possessing a steady and profound aura, Wang Xinran's perfect power seemed to be triggered by some deeper enlightenment. After the external force disappeared from the Enlightenment card, it began to circulate and sublimate on its own. The perfect primordial energy, blood, and spirit do not stagnate, but rather, driven by a profound and heartfelt understanding, they begin a spontaneous and natural process of fusion and qualitative change. A faint yet incredibly real, higher-level life force and a sense of control over power, like a seed breaking through a hard shell, quietly sprouting. What is this? Wang Yitian's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with disbelief. The gap between a martial arts master and a grandmaster is truly insurmountable. What is needed is a profound understanding of oneself, the nature of power, and the rules of heaven and earth. It is an initial leap in the level of life. Countless martial artists are stuck at the peak of their lives, lacking that final step of enlightenment. After the enlightenment card's effect ended and all external forces were gone, my daughter actually triggered a breakthrough opportunity on her own, thanks to the accumulation she had gained during the enlightenment and her final state of perfection. She wants to reach the Grandmaster level on her own? In his perception, his daughter's aura no longer needed to be impacted, but was undergoing a natural transformation and sublimation. Her perfect martial arts cultivation was like divine iron that had been forged through countless hammer blows, about to be forged into a divine weapon under the tempering of the spiritual fire she had comprehended. That solid barrier of a grandmaster, faced with this sublimation power that came from within and flowed naturally, emitted a slight crackling sound, like ice melting. Ran, grab it. Do it yourself. Wang Yitian's heart pounded like a drum, 100 times more nervous than when he broke through on his own. He screamed wildly in his heart, yet dared not let any outward thoughts interfere, for fear of ruining this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for self-breakthrough. Pop. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, yet clearly resonating in the soul, like a bubble bursting or a seed sprouting. Immediately afterwards. Buzz. A completely new and powerful aura, entirely different from that of a martial arts master, burst forth from Wang Xinran's room like the rising sun leaping over the horizon, unimpeded and overwhelming. This aura was condensed and profound, perfectly harmonious and free, carrying with it a more refined control over one's own power, as well as a trace of the nascent life force belonging to the Grandmaster realm. It was stable, solid, and full of infinite vitality and potential. Early stage of Grandmaster. Success. After the effect of the Enlightenment card ended, relying on his own accumulation and understanding, he broke through the insurmountable barrier and stepped into the Grandmaster realm on his own. A 17-year-old Grandmaster. A Grandmaster who broke through on his own. Immense joy, unparalleled awe, and indescribable pride surged through his mind like a tsunami. His daughter really did it, on her own. However, before this extreme joy could be fully digested, the terrifying feedback from the bound object's incredible leap to the Grandmaster level after achieving perfection caused it to explode like a galaxy being ignited. Ding! Detected that the bound user, Wang Xinran, has undergone a fundamental leap in strength, breaking through to the early stage of Grandmaster. The feedback mechanism is operating at its maximum capacity. A massive amount of energy is being fed back. Warning! The host's current realm peak Grandmaster has received an unimaginable surge of power. Warning! Energy is completely excessive, automatically initiating the breakthrough to the Martial King realm barrier. The breakthrough process has irreversibly started. Expected countdown to phenomenon formation, 5 seconds. Chapter 113 Suppressing the Strange Phenomenon. The system notification sound exploded in my mind like a death knell. A destructive energy, 100 times more violent and 1,000 times more vast than all the previous feedback combined, instantly pushed his newly stabilized Grandmaster peak cultivation to perfection. And with a crushing force, it crashed into that profound and endless Martial King heavenly barrier, which symbolized the difference between mortals and kings. He could even see the towering gate groaning under the terrifying force, the doors shaking violently, radiating light, about to burst open. His aura surged uncontrollably, reaching its limit as it resonated with the primordial energy of heaven and earth. The air in the living room began to distort violently, the light folded and refracted eerily, all the small objects vibrated wildly and made a buzzing sound, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the window glass. A terrifying pressure that would change the color of heaven and earth and make all things bow down was about to burst forth from his body and soar straight into the sky. Once it breaks out, not only this building, but half of Jiangcheng will be alarmed. I'm going to die. System. Help. Think of something quick. This commotion is going to be explosive. Wang Yitian's face turned green instantly, and he screamed inwardly, his soul almost flying out of his body. Can I break through to the Martial King realm here? Why make such a big fuss? Then he can forget about ever having a peaceful life again. It's definitely the most eye-catching bag in Jiangcheng, the kind that comes with its own flash and background music. Warning! The host's breakthrough process has spiraled out of control due to energy overload, and is about to trigger a large-scale celestial anomaly. A strong desire for concealment has been detected in the host. Emergency intervention plan activated, make a fortune quietly agreement. Plan summary: this plan uses the system's stored energy to forcibly guide and compress the breakthrough process, maximizing the shielding of anomalies and assisting the host in completing the realm leap. However, it will cause severe overexertion and a period of weakness for the host. Should it be executed? Execute! Execute! Hurry up! Don't ask any more questions. If you keep asking, the house will be torn down. Wang Yitian roared in his mind, almost spitting out words, while desperately trying to calm his mind and cooperate with the guidance of the system's icy power. He attempted to forcibly restrain and compress the raging, terrifying torrent of energy within his body that was about to burst out, guiding it onto the correct breakthrough track instead of exploding into fireworks. Command confirmed. A large amount of reserve energy has been consumed, initiating the quietly amass wealth protocol. Step 1. The anomaly shielding field is fully activated, covering a radius of 50 meters. An invisible membrane, seemingly capable of isolating everything, instantly unfolded around Wang Yitian, enveloping the living room and even parts of the surrounding area. The faint streams of light and distorted light that had begun to gather outside the window due to the violent fluctuations in vital energy instantly calmed down. The trembling objects inside the room gradually quieted down, leaving only the cracks in the glass as evidence of the danger that had just occurred. Step 2. Energy guidance and compression. Host, cooperate with me, do not resist. Understood. Wang Yitian gritted his teeth, concentrated all his will, and stopped trying to stop the torrent. Instead, he followed the guidance of the system's power and condensed it into a force that was extremely refined. Open it for me! He roared silently in his heart. There was no earth-shattering roar, no storm sweeping across the land. Within that invisible shielding force field, there was only a deep, muffled roar that seemed to come from the very depths of the soul. Within Wang Yitian's body, the towering gate representing the martial king realm, under the combined effect of the extremely refined energy drill and the system's power, let out a final, unbearable groan, and then, slowly and laboriously, opened a crack inward. The boundless and qualitatively transformed martial king level yuan energy, like a bursting dam, surged out from the crack in the door, instantly filling his limbs and every cell. The exhilarating and powerful feeling brought about by the leap in his life level almost made him groan out loud. His aura underwent a fundamental transformation at this moment, becoming more vast and profound, subtly resonating with and giving him a sense of control over the surrounding world. King Wu. He succeeded. Although the process was thrilling and the noise was forcibly suppressed, he did indeed step into the realm of the martial king. Although it was my first time entering this realm, my aura was still somewhat weak and unstable. Step 3. Setting the period of realm stabilization and weakness. The system's voice sounded again, carrying a hint of fatigue after completing a difficult operation. Congratulations, host, you have successfully broken through to the early stage of Martial King Week. Warning, due to the forced compression and guidance of the breakthrough process, which has severely depleted the host's potential and system's energy reserves, and the use of extreme measures to shield against anomalies, the host will enter a 72-hour period of deep weakness. Weakened state, unable to utilize Martial King level domain power yuan energy recovery speed reduced to extremely low physical strength and divine sense significantly weakened overall strength approximately equivalent to a peak grandmaster. After 72 hours, as the body adapts and energy recovers, strength will gradually return to the normal early-stage Martial King level. Special note, during the weakened period, please avoid high-intensity combat, showing off, and any actions that may reveal your true strength. System energy is critically low and will require time to recover. During this period, the auxiliary functions provided will be limited. Summary: congratulations, Mr. Wang, you are now a weakened Martial King. Please keep a low profile and keep a low profile. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Wang Yitian slid down to the ground with his back against the wall, coughing violently. Each cough brought on a burning pain and a feeling of emptiness inside his body. His face was as pale as paper, his breath was weak and chaotic, and the overwhelming power he had felt during his breakthrough seemed like an illusion. At this moment, all that remained in his body was a hollowed-out weakness and a dull pain in his meridians. He tried to mobilize his yuan energy, and sure enough, it was extremely sluggish, slow to operate, and its strength was only slightly stronger than when he was at the peak of the Grandmaster level, and it was extremely unstable. 72 hours. Grandmaster peak strength, still can't use his domain. Wang Yitian, panting heavily, wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth caused by the internal turmoil, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Fine, so what if I lie down? 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye. He felt the completely different, higher-level essence of the primordial energy within his body. Although it was like an arm locked in a thick plaster cast, unable to be used flexibly, it was indeed there. That is the seat of King Wu's power. It will take root and sprout once the period of weakness is over. System, thanks, although the aftereffects of your make a fortune quietly agreement are a bit severe. He complained weakly in his mind. You're welcome, it's what this system should do. Before your next breakthrough, I suggest you choose a good location in advance and prepare enough coverage fee fatherly love points. The system's response remained cold, but Wang Yitian inexplicably detected a hint of regret in its failed attempt to extort money. Wang Yitian was speechless. This system is becoming more and more user-friendly. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. He adjusted his posture with difficulty to make himself a little more comfortable, and slowly circulated his sluggish martial king-level yuan energy to nourish his damaged meridians and internal organs, though the effect was pitifully slow. His gaze then turned to his daughter's bedroom door. Inside the gate, the aura of a grandmaster calm, composed, and brimming with vitality had long since become completely stable, restrained, and perfectly harmonious. It was as if the earth-shattering breakthrough he had just achieved was merely a minor, natural occurrence, utterly unrelated to his father's breathtaking, nearly disastrous, silent breakthrough outside the gate. After a moment of deathly silence. Click! A soft sound rang out clearly in the living room, which was filled with a faint afterglow of energy and a barely perceptible smell of blood. The door was slowly pulled open a crack. A small face, still showing signs of weariness, yet with eyes as bright as stars, skin radiating a gentle glow, and an overall demeanor that had undergone a complete transformation, peeked out. She first took a deep breath, as if feeling the new power in her body, and then, with a little fatigue after completing a major challenge, and even more, an almost overflowing joy and excitement, she looked at the dimly lit living room. His gaze quickly settled on Wang Yitian, who was sitting against the wall, his face pale. He called out softly, his voice carrying a hint of uncertainty and deep concern. Dad? Why are you sitting on the ground? You look terrible. Are you all right? Chapter 114 The Future Direction of My Daughter. Dad? Why are you sitting on the ground? You look terrible. Are you all right? Wang Xinran pushed open the door, her bare feet stepping on the slightly cool floor. She ran to Wang Yitian's side in a few quick steps, squatted down, and reached out to help him with her small hands, a little helpless, but afraid of hurting him. Her eyes, which had become even clearer and brighter due to her recent breakthrough, were now filled with undisguised worry and tension as she stared intently at Wang Yitian's pale face and the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth that hadn't been wiped clean. Just now in the room, she was completely immersed in the profound sense of power control and the afterglow of the leap in life level after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, and her perception of the outside world became somewhat blurred. I just vaguely sensed that there seemed to be some unusual energy disturbance outside? But it subsided quickly. She didn't think much of it, assuming it was just because she had just broken through and her senses were still unstable. But as soon as she came out, she saw her father sitting on the ground in such a disheveled state, his breath weak and his face pale, and her heart clenched immediately. Didn't Dad say it was just a twist and that some medicine would do the trick? This doesn't look like nothing's wrong at all. Cough cough. Wang Yitian felt a little guilty because of her nervous appearance, so he covered it up with a cough while his mind raced. You can't exactly say, daughter, your dad almost exploded on the spot and ascended to heaven to become a martial king, but the commotion was too big and I was afraid of scaring people, so I had to forcefully suppress it. Now I'm completely exhausted. That's terrifying, and he can't just reveal his trump card as a weakened martial king. It's nothing, it's really nothing. He waved his hand, trying to make his voice sound lighter, but the weak and listless feeling was still undeniable. Just now. I was in a good mood, so I tried circulating my qigong to regulate my breathing and see if I could heal this little injury on my shoulder quickly. As a result, I might have been a bit too eager and I got a bit of a stitch, and my qi and blood churned a little. It's nothing serious, I'll just sit down and rest for a while. As he spoke, he leaned against the wall, pretending to struggle to stand up. Wang Xinran quickly reached out and took his arm. She could feel that her father's arm seemed heavier than usual. In addition, the skin temperature was somewhat abnormal. But she didn't think much of it, assuming it was just due to her injury and a side stitch. Look at you. You're injured and you're still moving around. Can you rush cultivation? Wang Xinran put on a stern face, mimicking Wang Yitian's usual tone when scolding her, but her eyes were a little red. She was even more careful in her support, almost half dragging and half carrying Wang Yitian up from the ground and helping him sit down on the sofa. Sit still and don't move. Do you want some water? Or another pill? Do you still have that rejuvenation pill you took before? Yes, no need. I just took it, the medicine hasn't finished taking effect yet. Wang Yitian slumped into the sofa following her force, feeling his bones protesting, and the empty and aching feeling in his meridians was really unbearable. He leaned back on the sofa, took a slight breath, and watched his daughter bustling around pouring him water and looking for a towel to wipe his face. Her nervous yet composed little adult demeanor warmed his heart and made him a little amused. All right, stop bothering me. I'm really fine, just a little tired. He took the warm water his daughter offered, took a sip, and felt the soothing sensation slide down his throat, making him feel a little better. He looked up and carefully examined Wang Xinran standing in front of him. Upon seeing this, I was also taken aback. Although I had long known through my senses that my daughter had broken through to the Grandmaster level, seeing it with my own eyes still felt completely different. The little girl seems to have grown a little taller? It could also be an illusion caused by a change in temperament. Her already fair skin now seemed to be enveloped in a warm, luminous glow, so delicate that pores were invisible. Those eyes, which were always so bright and alert, were now even clearer and brighter. In the flow of their gaze, there was a hidden sharpness and insight, which was a manifestation of the natural enhancement of spiritual power as one's realm improved. A complete transformation, nothing more. A 17-year-old grandmaster, if word got out, it would be enough to shake the entire nation. Tsk tisk. Wang Yi looked her up and down, making exaggerated exclamations of admiration, trying to steer the conversation away from himself. Wow, amazing. Let me see whose daughter this is? How come she's like a completely different person after just one night? Her skin, her eyes, her aura. Ran, tell your old man the truth, did you secretly use some super skincare product in your room just now, and also get a laser skin rejuvenation treatment and open your third eye? Wang Xinran was wringing out a hot towel when she heard this. She paused, her face flushed slightly, and she glared at Wang Yitian reproachfully. Dad. What nonsense are you spouting now? What skincare products, photon skin rejuvenation? I was cultivating. It was the effect of the Enlightenment card. Oh? Cultivation? The effects are so obvious? Wang Yitian feigned ignorance, blinking, then let Dad guess how good the effect will be. Late stage martial master? It can't be. Perfection, can it? He deliberately didn't say Grandmaster, wanting to see what his daughter would say herself. Wang Xinran walked over with a hot towel and gently wiped the sweat from Wang Yitian's face and neck. Hearing this, she paused, a complex expression, a mixture of excitement, pride, and a hint of uncertainty appearing on her face. She took a deep breath, looked into Wang Yitian's eyes, and said earnestly, word by word. Dad, I think I've broken through to the Grandmaster level. After she finished speaking, she stared intently at Wang Yitian's face, as if trying to see shock, ecstasy, or any expression on her father's face that could attest to her great achievement at that moment. After all, a 17-year-old grandmaster felt like a dream to her. Wang Yitian's face perfectly captured the complex emotions of shock and disbelief, which quickly transformed into a mixture of ecstasy and pride, showcasing his superb acting skills. He sat up abruptly, grabbed his daughter's hand, and his voice trembled with excitement. Grandmaster. Grandmaster? Ran, are you serious? You've become a grandmaster? A 17-year-old grandmaster? My God. My daughter is a genius. No, a prodigy. Our ancestors have appeared. Our Wang family's ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. His exaggerated performance made Wang Xinran burst out laughing, and the sense of unreality and unease she felt due to the rapid breakthrough dissipated considerably. She withdrew her hand somewhat embarrassedly, but couldn't help raising her chin with a hint of pride. It really is. I can feel it very clearly. It's completely different from a martial artist. My energy, blood, and chi, and my perception of the surroundings are all much stronger. It's just, such a sudden improvement feels a bit strange, like my body isn't my own. I need to get used to it slowly. It's normal. It's strange to not be used to skipping so many levels at once. Wang Yitian leaned back on the sofa, still wearing a proud smile, but in his heart he thought, your dad is even less used to it. I went straight from the early stage of Grandmaster to Martial King Week, and now I feel completely drained. Oh, right, he seemed to suddenly remember something, suppressing his ecstatic expression, and looked at Wang Xinran, his tone becoming more serious. Ran, you are now a Grandmaster, which means you have officially stepped into the threshold of high-level martial arts. Many things will need to be reconsidered. For example, your studies. Studies? Wang Xinran was taken aback. She had experienced the beast tide, her father's serious injury, and her own rapid improvement in strength during this period, so her mind was no longer on the academic and basic martial arts classes at school. Wang Etian nodded. According to the martial arts management regulations, once you break through to the grandmaster level, you automatically complete your high school studies and are eligible to apply for early graduation. You can freely choose your future development path, whether to continue your studies at a higher education institution, or directly enter the military, martial arts association, or work for a major corporation, or make your own way in the world. You are only 17 now, so you should still be in the second semester of your junior year of high school. He paused, looking at his daughter's thoughtful expression, and continued, with your current abilities, staying in a regular high school is pointless. Besides, although your father isn't particularly capable, thanks to this, dealing with that big cat, I've gained some influence in Jiangchang. We'll let you graduate early, and then through some special channels, we'll get you into Jiangcheng's best university, Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. Just transferring shouldn't be a problem. There, you can receive more systematic master-level guidance, utilize university resources to solidify your cultivation, and learn more advanced knowledge in martial arts techniques. Next year, when the Dragon Kingdom Youth Special Training Class spots come up, you can go directly from Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. Your resume will look much better. Chapter 115, Daughter's Decision. Bonus chapter for today. Thank you again to every reader who has given tips and urged for more updates. This was a plan Wang Etian had considered long ago. Letting his daughter spend a year in Jiangcheng, a city she was relatively familiar with and close to home, to build a solid foundation for becoming a grandmaster and to enjoy university life, would be a more prudent approach before she went to the highly competitive special training class next year. However, Wang Xinran did not nod immediately after listening. She pursed her lips, walked to the single sofa next to her and sat down, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes with her hands. Her clear eyes looked out the window at the sky that was not yet fully bright, where she could vaguely see the dark clouds above the direction of the Azure Dragon Fortress in the distance. Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. I know it, it's pretty good, it can even be ranked in the top 50 in the country. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a seriousness beyond her years, but Dad, I'm a little, not wanting to stay in Jiangcheng anymore. Wang Etian was slightly taken aback. Why? Isn't it good to live close to home? Your dad can visit you from time to time and bring you some good food. Although he probably spends most of his time lying around. Wang Xinran turned to look at Wang Etian, her eyes serious. It's precisely because it's close to home that I don't want to stay. Dad, this matter. I don't know exactly how dangerous it was, but look at how badly you're injured, and there's a beast tide and king-level wild beasts outside. Jiangcheng is too close to the wasteland. This time it's resolved, but what about next time? What if one day, something even stronger comes, or what if that thunder lizard attacks? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly recalling her previous fear. No matter how good Jiangcheng Martial Arts University is, it's still in Jiangcheng. If something happens, it'll be the first to be affected. If I stay there and encounter danger again, not only will I be unable to help, but I might also become a burden and distract you. She paused, as if organizing her thoughts, and then continued, besides, Dad, that special training class you mentioned must gather the nation's top geniuses. If I stay in Jiangcheng, even if I get into Jingwu University, my horizons, the people I meet, and the resources I have will definitely not be as good as those geniuses who have been in top universities or inland cities. I don't want to be at a disadvantage when I go to the special training class next year because my starting platform is not as good as others. I want to go to a safer place with better resources and more intense competition so that I can adapt in advance. Wang Etian listened quietly, feeling both surprised and gratified. The little girl has really grown up. After experiencing a life or death crisis, she no longer thinks about problems only in the present and about herself. She has begun to have a longer-term vision and plan, and even knows how to consider him. So, where do you want to go? Wang Etian asked calmly. Wang Xinran had clearly thought about this question beforehand, and immediately replied, Purple Flower City. I've checked the information. It's a large inland city, only 700 kilometers from the capital, and an important transportation hub and cultural and educational center. There's no direct threat from the wasteland there, so it's very safe. There are several universities in the city that rank among the top 20 in the country, such as Zihua Comprehensive University, the National Third Martial Arts Academy, and Zishou Academy, which is famous for training elite martial artists. Their faculty, resources, weapon arsenal, and the missions and opportunities they can access are all much stronger than Jingwu University. Her eyes grew brighter as she spoke, clearly filled with longing for that distant yet safe metropolis. If I could go there, even if it's just to be in a regular class, I could use the environment there to focus on my cultivation, learn more advanced knowledge, and make friends with more capable classmates. By the time I get to the special training class next year, I'll be fully prepared and confident. Dad, what do you think? Is it okay? After she finished speaking, she looked at Wang Yitian with some trepidation. She knew that going to Zihua City meant being thousands of miles away from home, that her father wouldn't be able to easily take care of her, and that she would have to rely on herself for everything. This decision was a significant change for both her and her father. Wang Yitian didn't answer immediately. He leaned back on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, lost in thought. Purple Flower City. He knew it was indeed a good place. Safe, prosperous, and with top-notch educational resources. The fact that my daughter thought of that shows she really put her heart into it. It's a bit far from home, but with my daughter's current Grandmaster level strength, as long as she doesn't cause trouble, she should be able to protect herself. Moreover, being close to the capital means better access to information and more opportunities, which is indeed more beneficial for my daughter's future development. But, his little darling is about to fly away. Wang Yitian felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if a hand had gently clenched it, leaving him feeling empty. The living room suddenly became unusually quiet, so quiet that he could hear his own slow heartbeat and the distant, blurry noise of the city awakening outside the window. Would he be the only one left in this house, staring blankly at the television? In the morning, no one jumps around rushing to the toilet in the evening, no one crowds around asking what you want for midnight snacks, and when you're tired from cultivating, there's no chattering little girl beside you asking all sorts of questions. For 17 years, this little girl had filled almost every gap in his life. Now that she suddenly said she was leaving for such a faraway place, he really felt uneasy. The pride of my daughter has grown up was still there, but it was diluted by the sudden and real premonition of separation, leaving only a heavy sense of reluctance and worry. It's true that children must eventually leave their parents' wings, but this closure is far too sudden. The world is far from peaceful, and even if Purple Flower City is safe, it's separated by thousands of miles. What if? Etc. Wang Yitian's fingers, which were tapping on the sofa armrest, suddenly stopped. It was as if a tiny lightning bolt had struck his mind, instantly illuminating a corner that he had always ignored and taken for granted. Why do I have to stay in Jiangcheng? Once this thought popped into my head, it grew wildly like a vine, instantly crowding out all the chaotic emotions. Why can't I go to Zihua City with Ranran? Yes, Jiangcheng has a house and some so-called connections, and Yixingfan's connections are also here. But are these things more important than a daughter? In his current state, it doesn't matter where he lies. Zidwatching is said to have a better environment and be safer. Moreover, he had been thinking in the wrong way, always feeling that since his daughter was going to school, he naturally had to stay at home. But what is home? Home is where his daughter is. If his daughter went to Zihua City, then as her father, couldn't he just move the home there? Money? He's poor now, but he hasn't received the 20 million yuan worth of resources Lin Pejuan promised. That's a huge sum of money in cash. Buying a small house or renting a nice apartment in Zihua City would be more than enough. Moreover, he subconsciously sensed the sealed, martial king-level essential power within his body. Although he was currently as weak as a sick cat, he was indeed a martial king. What is the significance of King Wu in the Dragon Kingdom? Strategic level force, pillar of the nation. Even if he is just a newly promoted martial king, as long as this identity is confirmed by the higher-ups, especially a newly promoted martial king with a real combat record of killing a king-level wild beast, the privileges, treatment and resource allocation he enjoys are absolutely unimaginable to ordinary people. Let alone buying a house in Zihua City, even in the core area of the capital, as long as he reveals his identity and willingness, people would probably rush to hand him the keys, hoping he could stay and take charge of the area. Previously, he only wanted to keep a low profile and avoid trouble, so he desperately suppressed his breakthrough. But now it seems that the identity of King Wu may well become a resource that can pave the way for his daughter and provide her with protection. It doesn't necessarily have to be a big fuss, but just revealing a little bit, or letting the right people know, can make a big difference in many things. For example, having a daughter enroll in the top academy in Zihua City, being the only daughter of a newly promoted martial king and a national hero, is probably much more useful than being the daughter of a 17-year-old grandmaster or a holder of the second-class purple medal. The level of security at a school, the availability of tutors, and the core social circles one can interact with will be worlds apart. He can take care of himself nearby and recover with peace of mind. This isn't his daughter leaving him, it's clearly giving him the perfect reason and opportunity for his whole family to strategically relocate to a safer area with better resources. Chapter 116. The supplies have been delivered. The following week was probably the most normal period that Wang Yitian and his daughter had experienced in the past 6 months. The aftershocks of the beast tide were still lingering, and the city was still scarred. Power was intermittent and supplies had not been fully restored, but at least the deadly cloud that had hung over the city, known as the threat of king-level wild beasts, had temporarily dissipated. With their tense nerves finally relaxed, the school simply gave all students a week-long psychological recovery leave officially, to allow everyone to adjust their mindset and rebuild their homes. In reality, many school facilities were damaged, and teachers and students were quite frightened and needed time to recover. For Wang Yitian's family, this week was a rare and warm one, filled with the warmth of everyday life. The 72-hour period of weakness that Wang Yitian experienced from forcibly suppressing his breakthrough really took a toll on him for the first 3 days. He spent most of his time sprawled on the sofa, finding even the slightest movement tiring. His energy flowed at a snail's pace, and even drinking a sip of water felt like a struggle to breathe. Wang Xinran took on the heavy responsibility of caring for the patient, and although her techniques were clumsy, she was exceptionally attentive. She cooked a barely edible bowl of white porridge, prepared a fruit platter of irregularly sized pieces, clumsily changed the dressing on her father's left shoulder, and supervised him to take his medicine on time, which was actually just drinking more hot water and slowly refining the remaining rejuvenating pill in his body. Wang Yitian complained that the porridge was too thin, the fruit pieces were too big, and the medicine smelled bad, but his body language betrayed his enjoyment of his daughter's care. Watching the little girl bustling around, her stern face mimicking an adult as she instructed him to rest well and not move around, the irritation he felt due to his weakness dissipated considerably. He even felt that occasionally being a useless person and being waited on by his daughter wasn't so bad. Of course, he wasn't idle either. Once the period of weakness passed, the forcibly sealed feeling of weakness receded like the tide. Although his internal injuries hadn't healed, the power of the early stage of Martial King began to truly awaken and flow. He spent most of his time meditating and regulating his breathing, slowly and steadily repairing his damaged meridians and internal organs, adapting to and mastering this new and vast power. The difference between a grandmaster and a king marshal is as small as one word, yet they are worlds apart. It's not just a leap in the total amount and quality of primordial energy, but a qualitative change in his perception and initial application of his own power, the surrounding primordial energy of heaven and earth, and even some more profound rules. He needs time to digest and consolidate this. Wang Xinran, on the other hand, was immersed in cultivating to consolidate her grandmaster realm. For a 17-year-old grandmaster, a solid foundation is paramount. Rapidly increasing cultivation can lead to an unstable foundation, unlike Wang Yitian, who achieved his goal in one step thanks to the system. Following her father's instructions, she did not rush for quick results, but instead repeatedly honed her yuan energy, familiarized herself with her surging mental power, and adapted to her new physical attributes and control over her strength. Occasionally, Wang Yitian would have her demonstrate her family's martial arts skills. He would watch with his eyes half closed, occasionally offering a few key pointers, which would often enlighten her. The father and daughter, one teaching and the other learning, gave the living room a somewhat martial arts family feel if you ignored the fact that the coach always wore pajamas, held a thermos, and yawned from time to time. Warm and cozy days always fly by. On the 5th day of the holiday, the supplies that Lin Pijuan had promised arrived on time. 2 officers, dressed in civilian clothes but with a sharp and capable demeanor and keen eyes, arrived in an inconspicuous black van and drove directly downstairs. After verifying their identities, they carried more than a dozen tightly sealed, specially made metal boxes of varying sizes up to the 16th floor. There were no pleasantries, just a handover of the checklist, a signature confirmation, and then a salute before leaving. The whole process was clean, efficient, and silent. After the delivery man left, the father and daughter closed the door and looked at each other, staring at the metal boxes piled up on one side of the living room. "This is 20 million? Wang Xinran swallowed hard and asked in a low voice. Although she didn't have much of a concept of money, she knew the purchasing power of 20 million yuan, which could be piled up into a small mountain in cash. If converted into cultivation resources, they would probably be quite valuable. Yes, King Lin Wu was quite reliable. He delivered it as soon as he said he would. Wang Yitian stepped forward and casually opened a medium-sized box. As the lid was lifted, a rich medicinal aroma mixed with pure energy fluctuations instantly filled the air. Inside, neatly arranged crystal tubes contain liquids or colloids shimmering with various colors, labeled body tempering fluid, grandmaster level, soul nourishing dew, high level yuan energy supplement, and so on. Then they opened a long, rectangular box. Inside were several pieces of ore of different colors, emitting subtle energy fluctuations, and several branches that looked like dead wood, yet faintly showed signs of life. Earth core fire copper, deep sea cold iron, 300 years old purple vein lightning struck wood core. These are all rare and precious materials for refining and setting up formations, rarely seen on the market and with limited availability. There were other boxes containing high-energy nutritional supplements labeled special supply, several thin but incredibly protective inner armor combat suits, and even a small box of pre-cut, shimmering standard energy crystals, the hard currency for advanced martial artists' cultivation and for driving certain precision equipment. A wide variety of items, a dazzling array. While each item individually may not seem to be the most exquisite or rare treasure, the variety is complete, the quality is excellent, and the quantity is plentiful. Moreover, the combination is reasonable, taking into account everything from cultivation and healing to equipment, resources, and even daily high-energy supplies. Clearly, these items weren't just randomly chosen, they were carefully selected and matched, perfectly suited for the father and daughter's current needs. Their actual value definitely exceeds the market price of 20 million, and they are priceless. I'm rich. Wang Xinran stared wide-eyed, picked up a small tube of body-tempering liquid, and murmured as she felt the surging medicinal power inside. It's all right, it'll be enough for a while. Wang Yituan pretended to be calm as he closed the box, but the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his true feelings. With these resources, his daughter wouldn't have to worry about her early cultivation in Purple Flower City, and his own recovery speed would also be much faster. Lin Prejuan's gift was indeed appropriate, it was generous yet understated, demonstrating goodwill. Chapter 117. Yi Xingfan was shocked. With supplies in place, the holiday is drawing to a close. Wang Yitian felt it was time to get down to business. On the last day of the holiday, in the morning, Wang Yitian changed into a relatively decent casual outfit and said to Wang Xinran, who was practicing precise force exertion in front of a small metal mannequin in the living room, I'm going out for a bit to take care of. You stay home and don't wander off. Are you going to handle the procedures for going to Zihua City? Wang Xinran stopped what she was doing, wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, and asked. Okay, I'll go to the school first to get the paperwork done for your early graduation, and then I need to have a talk with General Yi. Wang Yitian nodded. Their daughter's breakthrough to Grandmaster level and their plan to go to Purple Flower City both need to be implemented through Yi Xingfan's connections to obtain official support and convenience. More importantly, his claim to be King Wu needs a suitable channel to let the right people know. Okay, Dad, be careful and come back soon. Wang Xinran nodded obediently and didn't ask any more questions. Wang Yitian waved his hand and went out the door. I first went to the high school that Wang Xinran attends. The principal and several school leaders had already received instructions from Yi Xingfan and were exceptionally polite to Wang Yitian. Although they were utterly shocked to learn that Wang Xinran had broken through to the Grandmaster level, the procedures were expedited. Identity verification, cultivation level testing, document signing, issuance of early graduation certificate and Grandmaster certification copy, everything was done in less than 2 hours. Starting today, Wang Xinran has officially graduated from high school. Clutching a copy of his graduation certificate that still smelled of ink, Wang Yitian strolled towards the Jiancheng garrison area. After that major battle, the garrison building appeared somewhat busy, but orderly. After giving his name, he was quickly led to Yi Xingfan's office. Yi Xingfan was processing documents. His complexion was better than a few days ago, but a lingering weariness and heaviness remained between his brows. Seeing Wang Yitian enter, he immediately stood up, a genuine smile on his face, and walked around the desk to greet him. Mr. Wang, you've arrived. Please have a seat. Is your injury any better? How is your daughter? Much better, thank you for your concern, General Yi. Wang Yitian sat down on the sofa in the reception area and took the hot tea handed to him by the orderly. Ran is doing well too. She just went to school to complete the procedures for graduating early. Oh? It's already done? Congratulations! Yi Xingfan sat down in the main seat and exclaimed, a 17-year-old Grandmaster. Your daughter is truly a genius, with limitless potential. Mr. Wang has done an excellent job raising her. She proved herself capable. Wang Yitian said modestly, then changed the subject. General Yi, besides thanking you, I have 2 other things I'd like to ask you for help with. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. Your business is my business. There's no trouble at all. Please speak. Yi Xingfan sat up straight, his expression serious. The first thing is about the spot in the Dragon Kingdom Youth Special Training class that Lin Wuang promised before, and Ran's subsequent schooling arrangements. Wang Yitian put down his teacup and said calmly, Ran and I discussed it and felt that Jiangcheng is too close to the front line and not very stable. Ran wants to go to an inland university, like Zihua City, to spend a year there first, and then go to the special training class next year. I wonder if this would be difficult to arrange. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingfan pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, So that's what Mr. Wang and your daughter are thinking. Zihua City is indeed a good place, safe and rich in resources. With your daughter's aptitude as a 17-year-old grandmaster, plus your achievements this time and Lin Wuwang's guarantee, arranging for her to go to the top academy in Zihua City is not only not difficult, but it is also more suitable than staying in Jiangcheng. The policies there are more favorable for attracting special talents. Leave this to me. I will immediately contact my old comrades and the education department in Zihuacheng to arrange the most suitable school and assessment for your daughter as soon as possible. The spot in the special training class has already been submitted by Lin Wuwang, so it's basically a done deal. We can directly connect with him next year. That's great. Wang Yitian nodded, indicating his satisfaction. Yi Xingfan's straightforwardness was within his expectations. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. It's what we should do. Yi Xingfan waved his hand and then asked, What's the second thing? Wang Yitian picked up his teacup, gently blew away the foam, looked up at Yi Xingfan, and said in a calm tone, but dropped a bombshell. The second thing is about myself. I may also have to go to Zihua City for a while to accompany my studies. Yi Xingfan was stunned for a moment. Accompanying someone to study? This is not surprising. It's normal for a master's father to be worried about his daughter traveling alone. He smiled and said, Of course, we feel more at ease knowing that Mr. Wang is taking care of your daughter. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything at your residence in Zihua City, including all the necessary arrangements. He didn't finish his sentence because Wang Yitian interrupted him, adding the second half in a tone that was still calm but seemed to carry a certain weight. Also, there's something I might need to report to you and the higher-ups. Report? Yi Xingfan's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Wang Yitian's calm face, he vaguely sensed that what the other party was about to say was probably no small matter. Mr. Wang, please speak. What needs to be reported? I will certainly pass it on. Wang Yitian put down his teacup, leaned back slightly, and calmly looked at Yi Xingfan. He slowly said, My cultivation has recently made a small breakthrough. Now, I should be considered a martial king. Although I'm new to this realm and not very stable yet. Clang! The teacup that Yi Xingfan had just picked up fell directly onto the thick carpet with a dull thud. The scalding tea splashed all over his pants, but he seemed oblivious. He just stared wide-eyed at Wang Yitian, his smile completely frozen, replaced by extreme astonishment, bewilderment, and disbelief. The air in the office seemed to freeze for a moment. Wu? King Wu? Mr. Wang has become King Wu? Yi Xingfan's brain went blank as if it had been hit hard by a hammer. He wondered if he was hallucinating because he had been working late into the night on official business. King Wu? Are you kidding me? He knew Wang Yitian was very strong, unfathomable, and that his previous combat prowess was even capable of directly confronting a king-level wild beast. But wasn't that achieved through some special means or secret technique? How did he suddenly become King Wu? The Dragon Kingdom has 13 martial kings on the surface, each of whom is a towering figure guarding a region, a strategic pillar of the country, and holds a transcendent status. There may be some hidden talents who remain out of the public eye, or those who have recently made breakthroughs but have not yet made them public, but the total number is definitely not large, and each one is a national treasure. The impact of having another King Wu on the country's strength, the situation on the front lines, and the internal structure is immeasurable. Yi Xingfan, born into the Yi family, was quite knowledgeable and understood the weight of a martial king. He had previously speculated that Wang Yitian might be a half-step martial king who had touched the threshold of the domain, or even possess a rare auxiliary domain, which was already shocking enough. But now, the other party has told him personally that he is not a half-step, but a true martial king. Chapter 118 New Landscape. The news was so sudden and shocking that the seasoned and experienced garrison general was momentarily at a loss for how to react. He opened his mouth, his throat was dry, and his voice trembled. Mr. Wang, you mean, the martial king? You've broken through? Well, I guess so, I was just lucky. Wang Yitian's tone remained calm, as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. Just a few days ago, when I was accompanying Ran in her cultivation, I had a sudden feeling and tried to break through, and I didn't expect to actually succeed. However, since I just broke through, my realm is still very weak and I need to spend time stabilizing it. He spoke casually, but to Yi Xingfan, it was like a thunderbolt. Accompanying his daughter in her cultivation, feeling something, and she broke through? How come breaking through to the martial king realm is as easy as eating and drinking? You should know how many grandmasters have been stuck at the threshold for decades, never managing to enter until they die of old age. Without both talent and opportunity, it's impossible to comprehend a domain. There are quite a few grandmaster level martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom who don't possess a domain. But as shocked as he was, Yi Xingfan was still Yi Xingfan. After his initial loss of composure, he forcibly suppressed his turbulent emotions, took a few deep breaths, and his eyes quickly became sharp and complex. He stared intently at Wang Yitian, seemingly trying to detect a trace of joking or bluffing on the other's face, but Wang Yitian simply returned his gaze calmly, his eyes deep. His aura? Yi Xingfan carefully sensed it and was shocked to discover that he had always thought Wang Yitian's aura was restrained and profound, assuming it was due to his injury and high cultivation level. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized that within that profound aura, there seemed to be an even more mysterious and unpredictable power that he had only sensed in a few martial kings like Lin Pijuan, which was subtly in harmony with the surrounding world. This momentum seems to have been deliberately suppressed and restrained, making it appear somewhat superficial and uncertain, but its essence is absolutely genuine. He really is King Wu. Yi Xingfan's heart pounded wildly, a mixture of indescribable excitement and a deeper sense of awe. The excitement stems from the fact that Jiangcheng, or rather the Dragon Kingdom, has gained a new martial king. A King Wu who had a good relationship with him and the military. The reason for this is that the appearance and movements of a martial king are far too significant. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. No, congratulations, King Wu. Yi Xingfan suddenly stood up, solemnly clasped his hands in a fist salute to Wang Yitian, bowing deeply, his tone filled with unprecedented respect and a barely perceptible tremor of excitement. This is a great fortune for the nation. A great fortune for Jiangcheng. I.e., on behalf of the soldiers and people of Jiangcheng, congratulate King Wu on reaching the summit. Wang Yitian raised his hand slightly, and a gentle yet irresistible force helped Yi Xingfan up. I am still me, Wang Yitian. What martial king or not, it's just a title. However, now that I've reached this level, I know some of the rules. So, I've come to report to you. Yi Xingfan sat down as instructed, but his posture was completely different. He stood up straight, his hands on his knees, as if reporting to a superior. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, King Wu, you are right. According to the regulations on the management of high-level martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom, all martial artists at the Grandmaster level and above must report any changes in their permanent residence, long-term travel, or significant changes in their strength to the highest local military or martial arts management agency, which will then report them level by level to the military and the highest council for record keeping. The movements of martial king level experts are of the highest priority for reporting. He paused, looked at Wang Yitian, and said in a more serious tone, you are going to live in Zihua City for an extended period of time to accompany your daughter in her studies. This constitutes a change of residence and long-term travel, which must be reported. Furthermore, your breakthrough to the martial king realm is a major change in strength, which must be reported immediately and in detail. This matter involves a wide range of issues, and I need to report urgently to Martial King Lin and the highest levels of the military. Until I receive clear instructions, it may be necessary to temporarily restrict your departure from the country from the city. In the end, Yi Xingfan also seemed somewhat embarrassed and nervous. To restrict the freedom of a King Wu? Even if it's just a temporary procedural requirement, it takes immense courage. But it was his duty to explain the rules clearly. Wang Yitian seemed unsurprised, nodding, I understand, I know the rules. Reporting is required, just follow the procedures. I won't leave Jiangcheng for now, I'll wait for your news. However, he changed the subject and looked at Yi Xingfan. Reporting is one thing, but the matter of my daughter going to school in Zihua City, and the arrangement of our accommodation after we get there, still need to be taken care of. Don't delay. As for my situation, when you report it, you can mention that I prefer peace and quiet and don't want to be disturbed too much, especially not that my daughter will receive any special attention or unnecessary attention at school because of her father's level of cultivation. It would be best if she could study and grow up normally. Yi Xingfan immediately understood and solemnly said, Your Highness, rest assured. I will handle your daughter's enrollment with the highest priority to ensure everything goes smoothly. Her accommodation will also be arranged according to the highest security standards, and your identity information will be kept absolutely confidential. Regarding your report, I will explain your wishes in detail, and the higher-ups will certainly fully respect your thoughts. However, I'm afraid some necessary contacts and procedures will still be unavoidable. A newly crowned martial king cannot be ignored by the state. It is impossible to avoid contact with him. He will be given appropriate treatment, resources, and responsibilities. Yes, I understand. Wang Yitian stood up, preparing to leave. Then I'll trouble General Yi. I'll wait for your news. By the way, my daughter's school paperwork is done. She'll be staying home for the next while, consolidating her cultivation and preparing for the assessment in Zihua City. We won't be going out unless there is something else. Yes. Understood. Take care, Your Majesty. Yi Xingfan quickly stood up to see him off, his attitude extremely respectful. Watching Wang Yitian leave the office, Yi Xingfan stood there, motionless for a long time. He touched his forehead and found that he had been covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. King Wu. Wang Yitian actually became King Wu. He murmured to himself, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Then he turned around abruptly, strode to his desk, picked up the red encrypted communicator, took a deep breath, and dialed a number known only to a very few people. The landscape of Jiangcheng is truly about to change. No, perhaps it's not just Jiangcheng. Chapter 119 Discussions at the Military Headquarters. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, deep underground within the military headquarters, in a top-secret conference room with absolute soundproofing, anti-detection, and energy shielding capabilities. Only 4 people were seated around the oval conference table. The lighting was dim, barely outlining their facial features, whether dignified, serene, or sharp. The air was thick with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, enough to stop an ordinary person's heart from beating. If any one of these 4 were to be mentioned, it would be enough to cause a minor earthquake in China. They are the very few people who truly stand at the very top of the pyramid of military power and authority in this country. Seated in the main seat was an elderly man with gray hair and a thin face, wearing a dark green military uniform without any rank insignia. He looked very old, but his eyes were clear and deep, like an ancient well, and when they opened and closed occasionally, it was as if stars were rising and falling. He was one of the highest decision-makers in the military, and one of the most senior and unfathomably powerful among the 13 publicly known martial kings, codenamed Jinyue. To his left was a tall, broad-shouldered middle-aged man who, even sitting down, resembled an iron tower. He had a square face, thick eyebrows like knives, and sharp, eagle-like eyes, exuding a fierce and valiant air of battlefield conquest. This is Xiaozhan, the martial king of the northern frontier, who commands the northern border and commands respect across the snowy plains. To his right was a middle-aged man with a relatively gentle demeanor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looking more like a scholar than a martial artist. He was the head of the Military Strategic Planning and Intelligence Bureau, and also a martial king-level expert, codenamed Tianji. The last one sat a little further away from Jinyue. His figure was somewhat blurry, as if shrouded in a thin layer of water vapor, making it difficult to see his specific appearance. Only his eyes were exceptionally bright, as if they could see through people's hearts. This is one of the most mysterious martial kings in the Dragon Kingdom, who is in charge of clandestine affairs year-round and is codenamed Shadow. At this moment, on the 3D projection screen in the center of the conference room, an abstract of Yi Xingfan's emergency report, which was transmitted in encrypted form from Jiangcheng, and a brief file about Wang Yitian. Most of the content was blank, with only a relatively detailed record of his recent activities in Jiangcheng. Next to the light screen, there was a short, blurred video clip from the end of the Battle of Blackrock Cliff, mainly the aftershocks of Wang Yitian's final, earth-shattering punch, as well as post-battle analysis data on the residual energy on the battlefield. The meeting room was silent except for the low hum of the equipment. After a long silence, Jinyue slowly spoke, his voice calm yet carrying a strange penetrating power, clearly ringing in the ears of every attendee. Jiangcheng, Yi Xingfan urgently reports. Newly promoted Martial King, Wang Yitian. Combat Strength Assessment. Preliminary Judgment, Early Stage Martial King. Special Ability, suspected to possess the rudimentary form of a rare large-scale auxiliary amplification domain. Battle Record, Assisted Sword Martial King Lin Pijuan at Blackstone Cliff and killing the early-stage king-level wild beast Funeral Fire Lion, demonstrating burst power and battlefield control far exceeding that of an ordinary Grandmaster at the peak. Personality Analysis. He paused for a moment, then looked at the brief description of Wang Yitian's personality that Yi Xingfan had added at the end of the report. For the first time, a very subtle, almost absurd expression appeared on his usually calm face. Yi Xingfan mentioned in his supplementary explanation. Tianji spoke up, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Behind the lenses, his gaze held a hint of amusement and inquiry. This Mr. Wangitian has a rather unique personality. He dislikes trouble, is lazy, prefers quiet to activity, speaks directly, and his style of doing things is somewhat unconventional, but he is extremely reliable in critical moments, values relationships, and especially cherishes his only daughter. According to Lin Pajuan's feedback, this person seems to have little interest in honor or status, and values practical benefits and peace and quiet more. Puff. The shadow sitting opposite seemed to let out a very soft, almost imperceptible sneer, and the layer of misty haze rippled slightly. Afraid of trouble? Lazy? Someone like that can break through to the martial king realm in the heat of battle? And in a life or death struggle, can he cooperate with that brat Lin Pajuan to kill a funeral fire lion? Is that kid Ji Xingfan out of his mind from staying up all night? Or is the pressure in Jiangcheng too great, causing a collective hallucination? His voice was somewhat ethereal, with a metallic, abrasive quality. Data cannot be faked. Northern Martial King Xiao Zhan spoke in a deep voice, his voice like muffled thunder. He pointed to the energy analysis chart on the light screen, the energy traces left on Black Rock Cliff, especially the core area that shattered the Lion King's skull. The residual energy level and attribute characteristics absolutely reached the destruction standard of a martial king. Moreover, it contains a very peculiar order and enhancement flavor, completely different from Lin Pajuan's sword energy domain. This should be the auxiliary amplification domain that Yi Xingfan mentioned. Those who can master a domain are at least touching the threshold of martial king. Being able to kill a heavily injured king-level wild beast with a single blow, even with Lin Pajuan restraining him, is definitely not something an ordinary half-step martial king could do. This person is undoubtedly a martial king. It's just that his personality. Xiao Zhan frowned deeply, seemingly unable to understand how someone who was afraid of trouble and lazy could cultivate to the level of a martial king, and how he could unleash such combat power in such a desperate situation. The world is full of wonders. Personality and cultivation are not necessarily directly related. Xin Yue spoke slowly, his gaze becoming profound again. Perhaps it is precisely this fear of trouble and love of quiet that allows him to focus more on himself, without distraction, and to accumulate strength for a decisive moment. As for valuing relationships and family, these are not shortcomings, but rather a very good entry point. Xin Yue's words caused the other three to subtly change their expressions. You mean? Tianji seemed to be deep in thought. A newly promoted martial king, who possesses rare support abilities, considerable combat power, a relatively clean background, and obvious attachments. Xin Yue's fingers tapped lightly on the smooth tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound. Their value is self-evident. On the surface, our Dragon Kingdom has 13 martial kings, intimidating all sides. But in the shadows, the disturbances deep within the wasteland have become increasingly frequent and unpredictable in the past 2 years. Those insects on the eastern islands, the vultures on the western plateau, and the barbarians on the northern ice plains have never truly been peaceful. More strength, more trump cards, is always a good thing. The blurry figure of Shadow seemed to sit up a little straighter. You intend to add him to the Dark Star list? Dark Star is the code name for a strategic hidden force within the military, whose identities are kept absolutely secret from a select few, who are not part of the official ranks of the martial kings, and who are only deployed at the most critical moments. I can consider it. Xin Yue nodded. Since he is averse to trouble and prefers quiet to activity, and dislikes excessive attention in trivial matters, that's fine. Give him a relatively free and quiet identity so that he can continue to live and cultivate in his own way, and accompany his daughter. At the same time, incorporate him into our system, establish contact, and give him corresponding treatment and resource support. If the country really needs him, he can step forward, and that will be enough. Chapter 120: An Unexpected Victory. That's a good idea. Xiao Zhan agreed. Forcing him to take on too many shackles and responsibilities would probably backfire and make him resentful, given his personality. It's better to let things take their natural course and maintain the relationship through friendship and practical benefits. However, the necessary reporting and communication channels must be established, and he must be given sufficient compensation. We can't let our meritorious service go to waste. Heavenly secrets. Adjusting his glasses, he added, I suggest that we give him a sinecure as a special strategic advisor in the military. The rank would be Lieutenant General? No, with the status of a martial king, he would at least be a general, but the job would be easy, requiring no office hours, and he wouldn't be involved in any specific affairs. He could only be mobilized by the highest level mobilization order. Mainly responsible for, well, let's just write providing high-level combat power analysis and special situation response suggestions. It's just a title anyway. With this identity, he can enjoy top-level national support and privileges, and it will be much easier for him to do things. We can also maintain regular contact through this channel to keep track of his movements and status. As for his daughter going to study in Zihua City, we can take this opportunity to provide her with the highest level of secret protection and support, which is also a token of our goodwill. Special Strategic Advisor, General S. Idle position. Shadow pondered these words, a slight smile seemingly appearing on her blurred face. That does fit his lazy and averse to troubled persona. Fine, I have no objection. However, we need to decide who should contact him, so as not to provoke his displeasure. Yi Xingfan? Or Lin Pujuan? Lin Pujuan fought alongside him and has a relatively upright character, so he should be more likely to gain his trust. Zhen Yue made a decision: let Lin Pujuan go to Jiangcheng in person to meet with him, convey the military's message in this letter of appointment. The attitude should be sincere, the conditions should be generous, but it should also be conveyed tactfully. The current situation is not peaceful, and the country needs the strength of every strong person. I hope he can understand and, if necessary, will not hesitate to help. In addition, Zhen Yue looked at Tianji and said, reassess the information on his daughter, Wang Xinran, and include her in the highest priority potential protection list. The arrangements in Zihua City must be foolproof. We must provide the best growth environment, but we must not let her notice anything unusual, so as not to disturb her normal life and incur Wang Yitian's dissatisfaction. Everything is based on Advisor Wang's wishes. Understood. Tianji nodded solemnly. Then it's settled. The decision to appoint Zhen Yue was final. Wang Yitian will be added to the Dark Star sequence, codename, well, he prefers quiet, so let's call him Xian Yun. He will be granted the rank of Special Strategic Advisor to the military, enjoying the treatment and privileges of a general. Lin Pujuan will be fully responsible for handling the specific matters. The relevant resolutions will be documented as top secret and archived. Jiangcheng. Wang Yitian was unaware that his trouble-averse personality actually relieved several bigwigs in the military, who quickly devised a hidden bigwig resettlement plan for him. He was sprawled out on the sofa in the living room, enjoying the slow flow of his Martial King-level yuan energy while idly watching local news reports about post-disaster reconstruction. Wang Xinran sat cross-legged on the carpet next to her, with several books of information about the top universities in Zihua City and past year's entrance exam questions spread out in front of her. She was reading them with great interest, and from time to time she would pick up a pen and doodle on the draft paper. Just then, Wang Yitian's phone rang. It was a message notification. He lazily reached for his phone, glanced at it. It was an official notification from the Martial Arts Association. He opened it, scanned a couple of lines, raised an eyebrow slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Ran, he called out. Ha? Dad, what's wrong? Wang Xinran looked up, puzzled. I have some good news, I don't know if it counts as good news, but I'll let you know. Wang Yitian waved his phone. Regarding that Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Elite competition you participated in before, the association just issued a notice that the follow-up handling plan has been released. Ha? What plan? Wang Xinran became interested and put down her pen. She prepared for that competition very seriously. Although she is now a grandmaster and looks back at that competition as a bit childish, it was still her own hard work. Due to a sudden major public safety incident, the competition cannot continue. After deliberation by the organizing committee and with the approval of higher authorities, it has been decided to determine the final rankings based on the contestants' current records, overall performance, and special circumstances. Wang Yitian read the notice aloud, his tone slightly mocking. Your opponent, that Avril Lin, her family had just moved abroad to visit relatives before this beast tied. Apparently, the paperwork was done in a rush, and they haven't returned yet, and we can't contact them. The organizing committee has ruled that she has forfeited. So, he drawled out his words as he looked at his daughter. Wang Xinran blinked, instantly understanding, her small mouth slightly agape. So, I won without a fight? I won the championship? And so, you became the champion of this year's Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Elite Tournament. The trophy, certificate, prize money, and that outstanding martial artist title that supposedly adds points will be delivered to you in a few days, or you can pick it up at the association. Wang Yitian tossed his phone aside, looked at his daughter's adorable, bewildered expression. You've already won the championship, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wow, Champion Wang, you won the championship while lying down. Your luck is just as good as your dad's.